Chapter 1, The Undetected Supernatural Ability. September, Baiyuan City, Dragon Nation. Class 3, Grade 1, Baiyuan Martial Arts High School. When Ting, Supernatural Ability Awakening, failed, may transfer to the Martial Arts Academy, next. Standing in the pale purple awakening array arranged on the podium, When Ting slowly opened his eyes and said to the teacher in charge of the awakening, "Teacher, could there be a mistake? I think I might have a whack." The middle-aged female teacher maintaining the array frowned deeply with her brows knitted. "I said you didn't awaken, so you didn't get down." Seeing Wen Ting about to argue back, the homeroom teacher responsible for maintaining order quickly stepped forward and pulled him away. "Wen Ting, stop talking nonsense. If you had really awakened a formation ability, wouldn't there be any commotion? Teacher knows you young folks love unpredictable supernatural powers, but with hard training, martial artists can also kill demonic beasts. Ting, I get how you feel. I thought the same way when I failed my awakening. Relax, supernatural ability awakeners are a minority after all. Besides, it's not like you won't have another chance to awaken. Save up enough money, and you can buy ready-made supernatural potions. Same difference. Same difference my ass. Natural awakening and artificial enhancement aren't even in the same league." Wen Ting pursed his lips and looked up at the top of his homeroom teacher's head, who was still trying to counsel him. Ingredient classification, human race. Quality, low grade 47 years old, flesh contains excessive nicotine and is unsuitable for consumption. Edible effect, provides a small amount of vitality. Recipes, stir-fried meat blossoms, steamed 5 bellies. It's not that I can't accept failing to awaken my power, it's that I really did awaken, but you just couldn't detect it. Wen Ting really wanted to shout back at that short-tempered female teacher, "You're just too incompetent to notice my ability, so stop acting all high and mighty." Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart. Supernatural beings were not someone a poor student like him, who wasn't even considered a martial artist, could afford to provoke. Although he really wanted the government subsidies for supernatural beings, in the end, he didn't argue with them and obediently returned to his seat. If it were any other supernatural ability, Wen Ting would have definitely shown it off to put that female teacher in her place. But I can't talk about this ability of mine. Am I supposed to recite a menu in front of the whole class? Tell the homeroom teacher that because you smoke too much, your flesh contains nicotine, and cooking it might result in slight toxicity? Tell that female teacher that despite her aging appearance, her flesh still contains abundant supernatural energy, and eating it could potentially awaken perception-based abilities, so she should be proud? Or perhaps telling those female classmates that their natural beauty makes them suitable for slow cooking to bring out the tenderness and achieve a whitening effect? If he ever said it out loud, they would only think he was mocking them and then beat him up. After returning to his seat, Wen Ting's mind began to race. If humans could be included in the recipe, then naturally, the demonic beasts outside the safe zone could too. The meat of demon beasts is delicious and readily available in the market. If his awakened ability proves reliable, wouldn't he be able to awaken any ability he desires in the future? Even the vital energy that martial artists desperately need can be replenished through the dishes he prepares, eliminating the need to spend a fortune on expensive nutrient solutions available in the market. That would save a lot of money. It's no wonder he's so money conscious at such a young age. His father went into business with a friend, but after the venture failed and left them with massive debts, the friend abandoned his wife and child and disappeared alone. His father, acting as a guarantor, was beaten to death by debt collectors right at their doorstep, and the debt fell upon Wen Ting and his mother. A life of poverty also made him realize from a young age how hard-earned money truly was. Soon, he calmed down again. If his suspicions were correct, he absolutely must not let his supernatural ability be exposed. As the saying goes, a common man's only crime is possessing a treasure. If he could really awaken supernatural abilities through a cookbook, not just ordinary people but even those hyena-like debt collectors would squeeze him dry. Now he actually has to thank that female teacher for her unprofessional technical skills. Wen Ting clenched his fist. Since I've awakened my supernatural ability, it's time to settle both old and new grudges. Just as he was pondering where to obtain demon beast flesh and blood, a sudden exclamation erupted in the classroom. Following the sound, he saw the boy undergoing awakening on the podium, his feet surrounded by a crimson-hued magic circle radiating waves of scorching heat. The female teacher overseeing the awakening spoke with noticeably gentler tone. "He Jian, fire-type ability. Please report to the Supernatural Academy tomorrow." He Jian watched the waves of heat rising from the formation, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes as he loudly declared, "Yes. Wenting observed Hejian excitedly running down from the podium, greeting classmates one by one. Noticing Hejian's gaze, Wenting uttered in an emotionless tone. "Congratulations." "Ha? Thanks." Hejian was slightly taken aback and was about to say more when Wenting ignored him. The conversation between the two naturally sparked discussions among their classmates. What's going on with these two? Could Wenting be jealous? Hejian is a born supernatural, why wouldn't you cling to such a powerful ally? I heard their fathers were good friends who co-owned a factory, but it went bust. Hejian's dad fled alone, while Wenting's father, as the guarantor, was accidentally killed by debt collectors. Ha? Is that really what happened? Absolutely. Back then, this matter caused quite a stir. It's said that debt collectors are still hounding the mothers and children of both families to this day. How pitiful. I heard from classmates that the two used to be very close friends. These gossipy folks. Wenting lay sprawled on the desk, covering his head with his school uniform jacket, still pondering where to get cheap beast meat. Time passed quickly, and soon the bell rang for the end of class. The homeroom teacher looked at the excited or envious faces in the classroom and tapped the blackboard. All right, everyone, the placement test is over. Tomorrow, you'll each go your separate ways. Even if you enter the martial arts academy, if you fail to meet the standards this semester, you'll still be advised to transfer to the liberal arts academy. All right, enough talk. Wishing you all a bright future. Class dismissed. The students' faces were filled with excitement. They felt little sense of belonging to this temporary class formed less than 10 days ago, but instead, they were all eagerly looking forward to meeting new classmates. Wenting walked out of the school and strolled alone on the street, patting his pockets that were cleaner than his face, feeling somewhat helpless. The shameless debt collectors had already emptied his home, leaving no extra money for him to buy expensive beast meat. Borrow money? Humph. Wenting grew furious thinking about those who followed his father to make money. They were all eager to claim their share when profits rolled in, but the moment losses hit, they rushed to demand repayment, afraid they wouldn't get their money back. As for the resource subsidies issued by the academy, Wenting held no hope at all. Those debt collectors would never give him a chance to rise, and they were probably already waiting for him at home. At this thought, Wenting dared not delay any longer and sprinted home without stopping. Behind him, Hejian, who had just stepped out as well, couldn't help but shout, "Wenting, wait! Why are you running?" Wenting hesitated for a moment, stopped in his tracks, turned to Hejian, and said, "Someone might have come to the house." Before his father's accident, the two had been very close. The moment Wenting said this, Hejian immediately understood and looked even more anxious than him, breaking into a run. Fortunately, Wenting reacted quickly, grabbing his wrist and lowering his voice to say, "Rushing back like this won't solve the problem. You've already awakened your ability, you're a threat to them now." Hejian wasn't foolish, he grasped Wenting's meaning right away. For a superhuman who's already made enemies, those debt collectors would go crazy trying to crush them until they're no longer a threat. Hejian's face flashed with panic, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. Ting. Ting Ge, what do we do? My mom. Please help me. Stop panicking. That female teacher hasn't gone far yet, go beg her for help. The school gives special treatment to superhuman students. Let the school apply pressure. As for your home, leave it to me. Wenting patted Hejian's shoulder, pushing him toward the school before turning to sprint alone toward home under the setting sun. Hejian watched Wenting's retreating figure, gradually regaining a shred of rationality before frantically running toward the school. Though estranged by their father's feud, when faced with life and death, Wenting couldn't stand idly by. Wenting hurried home, only to find the debt collectors' motorcycles parked recklessly at the neighborhood entrance. Chapter 2, Threat. Damn it! A flash of intense killing intent flickered in Wenting's eyes. You'd better pray you haven't gone too far, or we'll both end up destroyed. He flung his backpack aside, pulled out a switchblade from an inner compartment, deftly concealed it in his sleeve, then retrieved a broken blade fragment and hid it between the fingers of his left hand. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the stairwell. The corridor in the residential complex was narrow and cramped, cold and damp, emitting a musty odor as he strode up the stairs. Passing by the fourth floor, an elderly man leaning against his doorframe spotted Wenting and grabbed his hand, whispering, "Ah, Ting! Those people are back again. Maybe you should go hide for a while, they're after you in Shaohe." Wenting turned back, narrowed his eyes, forcefully pulled his hand away, his expression openly dripping with disgust. The old man felt a pang of guilt when he saw those eyes. The old woman behind him pulled him back, scolding in a shrill voice, "All our kindness was wasted on an ungrateful wretch. Feeling good now? They don't appreciate it at all. Old woman. This is hardly the time for your nagging. We owe their family this much." "Oh? Oh, my foot. That was rightfully ours to begin with. They were just incompetent. Back when my father was making money, that old woman would throw tantrums and roll on the ground just to get a share of the profits. She was always the first to rush over when it was time to collect, afraid she might miss out. But when the scandal broke, she showed her true colors. Her bitter, disgusting face was nauseating. When my father died and debt collectors were harassing our family, that old hag even complained that they were disturbing her nap. Utterly despicable." Wen Ting snorted coldly, knowing it wasn't the time to settle scores. With a few strides, he reached the top floor. Seeing both doors wide open and hearing unrestrained laughter from inside, Wen Ting's gaze turned ice cold. Clutching the blade tightly in his hand, he rushed into his own home, his face dark as he glared at the men inside. They sat shirtless, revealing large tattoos, puffing on cigarettes as they gathered around a small wooden table eating hot pot. In the center of the dining table sat a middle-aged man in a white tank top, his slender frame calmly slurping up noodles. His name was Zhang Yuan, the head debt collector who kept a close eye on two families. On either side of Zhang Yuan sat two middle-aged women trembling uncontrollably. One was Wen Ting's mother, Lin Yuelan, and the other was He Jian's mother, Ma Chunhua. The two families lived across from each other. When Lin Yuelan saw Wen Ting enter, she immediately broke down and shouted, "Run!" Even Ma Chunhua looked anxious, but both women were pinned down by a pair of large hands on their shoulders, unable to move. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lin Yuelan and hissed, "What's all the shouting about?" Then he tilted his head to look at Wen Ting, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Well, if it isn't my dear nephew. Come, take a seat. Knowing you've awakened your powers, your uncle specially asked your mom to prepare a table full of delicious food." Suddenly, he looked behind Wen Ting and asked in confusion, "Where's He Jian? Didn't you come back together?" Wen Ting walked forward slowly with a dark expression, stopping at the edge of the table. Scanning the room, there were 5 debt collectors in total. 2 were within arm's reach, and a surprise attack should be enough to kill them instantly. The other 2 were seated further inside, likely impossible to take down. Without wasting words, Wen Ting immediately spoke up, "Let's cut to the chase. I didn't awaken my powers and transferred to the Martial Arts Academy. This month's martial resources haven't been issued yet. I'll give you everything next month." They had dealt with each other for quite some time, knowing angry words were useless, so they got straight to the point. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands with a smile, turning to Lin Yuelan, "Yuelan, you've raised such a clever son." Then he frowned at the 2 subordinates occupying the seats. "You 2 have taken up all the seats. Where is my nephew supposed to sit?" Mother turned her head away, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. She knew she was holding her son back. The family was already struggling financially, and by giving up the school subsidy, her son's future was completely ruined. The 2 underlings stepped aside with a smirk, retreating to the doorway, their intentions obvious without words. Wen Ting pulled a plastic stool with his right hand and sat down next to the thug on his mother's side, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhang Yuan. Without the interference of those 2, Wen Ting was confident he could take down the man beside him in an instant, though he wasn't sure if his reflexes would be fast enough to protect his mother. Facing these villains, Wen Ting always prepares for the worst. Zhang Yuan, unaware of Wen Ting's thoughts, asked with a smile, "What about He Jian? How is he doing?" Ma Chunhua looked at Wen Ting with concern, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wen Ting calmly replied, "He Jian has extraordinary talent. He became an ability user and was noticed by the academy teachers. He's still at school now." It wasn't that Wen Ting betrayed He Jian. His awakening simply couldn't be hidden, and mishandling it might only bring trouble upon himself. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened, and even the 2 beside him frowned tightly. Only Ma Chunhua remained spirited, as if she had found a powerful backer, and said smugly, "Zhang Yuan. Did you hear that? My son has become an ability user. Get lost now. When he returns, you'll all be dead." Wen Ting nearly couldn't hold back an eye roll. Newly awakened ability users are mentally fragile and untrained. They're no different from ordinary people at this stage. Saying this at such a critical moment, are you trying to make sure they don't miss your vengeful intentions? Zhang Yuan turned to Ma Chunhua with a sarcastic smirk, "Wow, I'm so scared. So you're planning to have your son come teach us a lesson?" Only then did Ma Chunhua realize her blunder, her face turning deathly pale as she looked pleadingly at Wen Ting. Seeing Jiang Yuan about to resort to violence, Wen Ting reluctantly spoke up. The rules of the underworld say debts shouldn't involve family. We've shouldered our father's debts, but you're breaking the rules by roughing up two women now. Don't you think that's going too far? Jiang Yuan suddenly turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Kid, I just praised you for being smart, but now you're acting foolish again. Ignoring the threatening looks from the other underlings, Wen Ting met Jiang Yuan's gaze calmly and said, It's going to rain this weekend. Be careful of rising water if you go play by the river. Oh, and remember the cake should be strawberry flavored. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuan's face twisted in rage. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. The surrounding lackeys couldn't understand Wen Ting's words, but seeing Jiang Yuan's reaction, they immediately grabbed their weapons and closed in. What are you doing? Run, son. Lin Yuelan sensed the danger and immediately threw her arms around Jiang Yuan. Wen Ting remained motionless, his eyes locked on Jiang Yuan. Either kill me and carry the burden of a life, becoming a fugitive forever. Lin Yuelan was even more devastated upon hearing this. Son, what nonsense are you talking about? Wen Ting didn't respond and continued word by word. Either I cripple you, and you'll sleep with your eyes open from now on. Or, sit the hell down. Wen Ting suddenly roared. The shout instantly stunned everyone around. The lackeys snapped out of it, cursing and preparing to attack Wen Ting, but Jiang Yuan immediately stopped them. Stop. Everyone sit back down. With the authority of the leader, he suppressed his subordinates' discontent and looked at Wen Ting. Good kid, you've got guts. After saying that, he slowly took his seat. Wen Ting secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party back down. What he just mentioned was about Jiang Yuan's promise to his kindergarten child last weekend. It was a blatant message to Jiang Yuan. I know your wife and child's address and situation very well, so don't push people to the brink of desperation. But Wen Ting knew that Jiang Yuan was just a small fry, a pawn in the game. To truly resolve this matter, he needed to take down the lone shark boss behind him. Wen Ting continued, My future is already ruined, and there's not much left that I care about. Jiang Yuan, I know you're just doing your job. It's not worth risking your life for me. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Having mixed in society since his youth, he'd met all kinds of people, and he could clearly sense the death wish in the young man's eyes. It was the look of someone truly prepared to trade life for life. Since the goal has already been achieved, pushing him further wouldn't be worth it. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, footsteps echoed down the hallway. He Jian had finally returned with a female teacher. Chapter 3, Taking the Initiative. Hearing the footsteps in the hallway, Wen Ting said, He Jian is here. It's time for you all to leave. Several of the underlings naturally didn't share Jiang Yuan's reservations. Wen Ting's arrogant attitude made them feel their pride had been wounded, and they immediately started cursing and lunged forward to teach this brat who didn't know his place a lesson. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan stopped his underlings' impulsive actions right away, fearing that Wen Ting might later hold him accountable for their behavior. With Wen Ting's matter already settled, there was naturally no reason to continue picking a fight. Jiang Yuan gave his underlings a meaningful look. Two underlings grabbed Ma Chunhua by the arms and began dragging her away. Ma Chunhua immediately panicked, clutching the table and pleadingly looking at Wen Ting. Wen Ting, please help Auntie and Xiao Jian. Talk to them and ask them to let us go. I know you can do it. For the sake of all these years we've known each other, please help Auntie. Xiao Jian only has me left as family. Wen Ting quietly watched as the thugs roughly dragged Ma Chunhua away, noticing his mother come to his side and tightly gripping his hand. Her meaning was unmistakable. Seeing Wen Ting about to speak, Jiang Yuan warned, Kid, if you interfere again, you'll be crossing the line. Wen Ting ignored the other party's warning and turned to Ma Chunhua, saying, Auntie, as I mentioned, He Jian has caught the attention of the academy's teachers. If nothing unexpected happens, there might be a home visit today. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. When he turned to look at the stairwell, He Jian had already blocked their way with a panting female teacher. The middle-aged female teacher, Zhang Li, leaned on the handrail, catching her breath. I must be getting old, just climbing 6 floors leaves me out of breath. She looked up at Jiang Yuan and the others and asked, So you're the debt collectors bullying my student, huh? A lackey, bare-chested, arrogantly raised his baseball bat and pointed at Zhang Li. Who the hell are you, old hag? This ain't your business. You dare call me an old hag? Zhang Li completely lost it upon hearing this. Still at home, Wen Ting hadn't even seen Zhang Li when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of supernatural energy raging outside, making his heart pound with dread. That voice, it's the female teacher who conducted our awakening? The next moment, Wen-Ting saw the surrounding space enveloped by a purple energy, followed by the piercing screams of those thugs echoing through the hallway. Ah! What is this? Why can't I move? Ghosts! Ghosts! Sorry, Auntie, no, miss. I was wrong, spare me. Even Jiang Yuan was instantly terrified and hurriedly invoked the law to dissuade her. Supernaturals who attack ordinary people will go to jail. We're a legitimate debt collection company. Our methods are legal. You can't use violence. Ah. Wen-Ting listened to the screams coming from the hallway, feeling extremely grateful for his earlier decision not to talk back to Jiang Li. If he had really followed his ability's indication and called her old and unattractive or something, he would probably have ended up being turned into pig feed first. Jiang Li's methods were highly effective. Those people didn't suffer any physical injuries, but their minds were utterly broken, left incontinent and mentally shattered. It gave Wen-Ting a surge of satisfaction. Then he silently raised his opinion of Jiang Li in his heart. As a gesture of gratitude, the two families warmly invited Jiang Li to stay for dinner. During the meal, Jiang Li made it clear that with her abilities, she could only ensure the safety of He-Jian and Wen-Ting, but could offer no help regarding the debt issue. Just as Jiang Yuan said, their debt collection company was legitimate. For such a company to operate legally, it naturally had powerful figures backing it. In the end, all Jiang Li could say was to urge the two young men to train hard, as only by becoming stronger could they avoid being bullied. After the meal, both mothers, having gone through this round of fright, went to bed early. In the dead of night, Wen-Ting quietly got up and went downstairs to wake He-Jian. In the neighborhood, He-Jian wrapped himself in his coat and greeted from afar with a smile. Brother Ting, you finally acknowledged me. I really owe you one today. If it weren't for your warning, my life would have been ruined. He spoke with utmost sincerity. After their fathers had their accident, the two had become the most familiar strangers, living across from each other but rarely exchanging words. The relationship is extremely awkward. Wen-Ting, then how do you plan to repay me? The question caught He-Jian off guard. After a moment's pause, he immediately replied with a smile, once I make it big, I'll repay you with all my might, even if it means climbing a mountain of swords. Not later, right now. Wen-Ting had no patience for his nonsense and cut him off. Come with me. Before long, the two of them groped their way in the dark to the Black 8 billiards hall on the back street. It was already 1 a.m., and the two stood across the street, looking at the still brightly lit Black 8 billiards hall. He-Jian couldn't help rubbing his hands together and saying, Seriously, Brother Ting, why are we coming to Jiang Yuan's turf? You're not planning to take them on, are you? When Ting flexed his wrist and countered, if you were them, would you just stand by after seeing the little lamb you've been bullying awaken as an ability user? He-Jian had initially wanted to say that teacher Jiang Li had promised to keep him safe, so nothing would happen. But the moment he put himself in their shoes, he immediately shut his mouth. Even he understood this logic. How could these people who lived by the blade not see it? Then, he took a deep breath. I understand, what should I do? When Ting raised his chin, see that row of motorcycles at the door? Ha! What about them? There are 5 motorcycles in total. I checked 3 of their fuel tanks can be opened without a key. Use your ability to set their bikes on fire. What? Bro, don't joke around, this is a serious crime. Relax, there are no surveillance cameras nearby. Just keep your distance and nothing will happen. That's not what I'm talking about. He-Jian was dumbfounded. He had just wanted to thank the guy in person and ease the tension between them, never expecting it would turn into a partnership in crime. When Ting sneered, they're thinking about how to ruin you, yet you hesitate to even fight back. Don't come crying to me when Jiang Yuan and his gang break into your house next time. He-Jian's face twisted with ferocity, his heart torn by conflict. Remembering how his mother had been frightened at home, he mustered a ruthless determination. All right. Brother. I'll follow your lead. But what about you? When Ting snapped irritably, watching you commit a crime. He-Jian. Set the fire exactly 10 minutes later, make sure it causes a big commotion. With that, he ignored He-Jian's questions and slipped alone into the darkness, reaching the back of the pool hall. When Ting had already thoroughly scouted Jiang Yuan's base here. When pushed to the brink before, when Ting had even considered burning the place down to perish together, but now, he was just here to take some startup funds. Jiang Yuan and his group were martial artists themselves, consuming demon beast flesh and blood daily to cultivate their vital energy, so the demon beast materials when Ting needed wouldn't be hard to find. While waiting for the explosion, Wen Ting happened to overhear their conversation. "Brother Jiang, how's the boss planning to deal with that punk He Jian? Give us a hint." Jiang Yuan also seemed quite drunk, slapping his belly in a drunken haze. "Heh, you guys have no idea. Newly awakened abilities can be erased with artificial ability suppressants. The boss specially prepared a dose for him. Don't even think about it, the dosage is tiny, so using it to awaken is impossible. Just wait for the right opportunity." Artificial ability potion? Wen Ting's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He wondered if his ability could turn this into a type of dish. If possible, it would greatly increase the probability of awakening abilities, directly transforming artificial awakening into innate awakening. The difference in their growth ceilings is like night and day. Wen Ting felt his breathing grow heavier. Just as his mind began to wander, a deafening explosion erupted ahead. It exploded. Chapter 4: A Bountiful Harvest. The shockwave from the explosion even made the windows at the back door tremble. Damn, that was powerful. Silently giving He Jian some credit in his heart, he watched Jiang Yuan and the others rush out in panic, cursing through the rear window, then put on gloves and retrieved the spare key from beneath the nearby flower bed. This was Jiang Yuan's habit, whether at home or the pool hall. He always kept a spare key hidden nearby. Wen Ting swaggered into the room. The hot pot was still steaming, with crushed soda cans and cigarette butts scattered all over the floor. The air was thick with the mingled stench of alcohol and smoke, making it unbearable. With clear purpose, Wen Ting headed straight to the corner and opened the fridge. As soon as it was opened, a series of notification boxes popped up before his eyes. Ingredient category: Shadow Taper. Quality: Grade 1, 10 years, plump and tender meat. Consumption effect: provides abundant qi and blood. Recipe: requires seasoning to remove fishy odor and foul smell if not castrated. The shadow tapir is a relatively common demon beast in the northern wilderness restricted zone. Its tender and flavorful meat makes it highly favored by the people of the northern wilderness, and even many ordinary civilians who don't practice martial arts purchase it to satisfy their cravings. With a single glance, Wen Ting saw that all 6 pieces of beast meat came from shadow tapirs and promptly took every last one of them. He then moved to the adjacent hut, Jiang Yuan's usual napping spot. Lifting the bedding, he found the mattress covered in cash. Wen Ting smirked and pocketed it all without hesitation. Wen Ting had discovered this money a while ago, but because Jiang Yuan had a habit of counting it before bed, he resisted touching it to avoid detection. Today, he could finally take it all at once. The motions of packing the money and meat were seamless. No one knew how many times Wen Ting had secretly practiced for this day. After securing everything he could easily find, Wen Ting then began searching for Jiang Yuan's ledger and the artificial ability enhancing serum he had mentioned. To his disappointment, he searched every nook and cranny where he had hidden his private savings but couldn't find what he was looking for. The old dog's hiding skills have improved, Wen Ting thought. Just as he was about to set everything ablaze, the stepladder in the corner of the room caught him off guard. Jiang Yuan wasn't much of a worker either. Looking up at the tiled ceiling, an unusually obvious ingredient description caught his eye. Ingredient category: supernatural flavoring agent. Quality: low-grade trace amount. Consumption effect: high probability of awakening shadow-based supernatural abilities. Usage method: can be added as a seasoning to dishes to enhance the probability of supernatural awakening. Damn, so this is where they hid it. Glancing outside where Jiang Yuan and others were still cursing while putting out the fire, Wen Ting immediately fetched a stepladder, lifted a ceiling panel, and sure enough found an exquisite leather bag with a quick pat down. Upon opening it, he discovered a glass vial of potion and a thick stack of account books inside. Without time to examine them closely, he stuffed everything into his backpack. Wen Ting took out a piece of A4 paper pieced together from newspaper fragments from his pocket and placed it in the hot pot. On it was boldly written, "KK Club, with our compliments." KK Club is an off-road club in Baiyuan, and its owner has a personal grudge against the debt collection company behind Jiang Yuan. Placing this was naturally to divert the hatred. Even if they later realized it was a setup, it would be too late. Having exceeded the target, Wen Ting showed mercy to avoid involving the patrol and left alone without carrying out the explosion. After quickly escaping 2 blocks away, Wen Ting placed the large bag of items into a pre-selected residential fire hydrant tank, carefully securing it with a lock. There was no other choice. The large amount of cash and shadow leopard meat were too conspicuous and could easily draw attention. Only taking 2 pieces of shadow leopard meat, the artificial ability enhancing serum, and the ledger, he hurriedly ran in another direction to meet up with He Jian. In the back alley, inside the Black 8 pool hall. Jiang Yuan saw the stepladder standing by the dining table and the open ceiling, and his whole demeanor turned grim. Leaving behind his cursing underlings, he rushed up the stepladder in large strides, searching in disbelief for the hidden ledger and vials of medicine. The more he searched, the more frantic he became. As cold sweat broke out, his drunkenness mostly faded. In a rage, he tore down large sections of the ceiling, yet still couldn't find what he longed for. It's all gone. That explosion just now was a trap. The boss will kill me. Jiang Yuan completely lost his composure. Deaf to his underling's shouts, he turned to head toward his usual resting room but forgot he was still on an A-frame ladder. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Cough. Cough. Shoving aside subordinates trying to help him up, he staggered into the room. Seeing the overturned bedding, he could no longer bear the shock and let out a shrill, furious roar. Who the hell is it? With pent-up frustration having nowhere to vent, he kicked the door and immediately smashed it down. Still seemingly unsatisfied, he jumped up and repeatedly stomped on the innocent door until it was crushed into splinters. Seeing Jiang Yuan's anger had subsided slightly, one of his underlings finally spoke up, "Boss, that person left a note." Jiang Yuan dashed to the dining table in one swift motion. Spotting the partially melted A4 paper in the hot pot with words pieced together from shredded fragments, he ground out through clenched teeth, "KK Club." Ah! He flipped the table over in one swift motion, glaring at his underlings. Chase them. They just left, spare no effort to bring them back. Got it, boss. We're on it. The underlings didn't dare provoke Jiang Yuan's temper at this moment, shoving each other as they hurried out. But how could this group of drunken fools, still hazy from alcohol, possibly find Wenting, who had planned everything in advance? Still under the influence, they didn't even notice Wenting had come in through the back door. On the other side, Wenting had already arrived outside the residential area, spotting He Jian pacing back and forth from a distance. Having just done something so reckless, he was now utterly panicked. Seeing Wenting, He Jian finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders and hurried over, saying, "Brother Ting, you're finally here. We've really messed up this time." After igniting the motorcycle's fuel tank, somehow the flames also set off the methane gas in the sewer. If the patrol officers find me, my future is ruined. What do we do now? You set the sewer on fire? No wonder it was so powerful. Wenting crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "So you want to turn yourself in and tell the inspectors that I instructed you to do it, so Jiang Yuan and the others can direct their anger at me, is that it?" "Me? That's not what I meant." He Jian was furious, fiercely stood up and defended himself, but then disheveled in Wenting's cold eyes. Muttering, he said, "I know that because of my father's matter, you don't see me and my mom. Don't worry, even if I get killed, it won't involve you." Said like gambling to go. "Stop. What, you want to kill to silence?" He Jian said without a trace of anger. Wenting pulled out the account book from his pocket and shook it in front of He Jian's eyes. He Jian's eyes gradually widened, turning into surprise, his tone quite excited. This is the account book?" No wonder he was so excited. The big stone that was pressing on the two families, was it not this small account book? Now it appeared in front of his eyes, how could he not be excited? He didn't need to be instructed by Wenting, he immediately patted his chest and said that even if he was caught in the future, today's events were all done by him alone, and would never implicate Wenting. Wenting just smiled at He Jian's words and didn't take them seriously. Opened the book, unfolded inside, pasted with antagonists as well as photos and details of various borrowers. More let He Jian shocked is that there are a lot of photos that make him blush. Wait. A moment, did not see. Wenting didn't have the good sense to close the book immediately, a slap on He Jian's head. "All victims, put away your lower mind." Confirmation after the home bill in it, the account book to He Jian, point. What? Burn it directly? This thing can be worth a lot of money. He Jian was a bit distressed. But facing Wenting's icy eyes, He Jian finally used his supernatural ability to light it. Wenting took out his cell phone and quietly filmed the flames as they engulfed the ledger a little bit. Of course he knew the value of the account book, whether it was given to the inspector or handed to the KK Club, it was a sharp weapon to stab at the debt collection company. But he still chose to burn it completely. As a victim, he knew best how lethal it could be to a family. He didn't dare to bet that there weren't people from the other side inside the inspector, and even more so, he didn't dare to bet that KK Club wouldn't be the next debt collection company. Only after the account book was burned, and Wenting thoroughly crushed the ashes to confirm that nothing was left behind, did he feel relieved to return home. Chapter 5 Awakening Shadow Department. Back home, Wen-Ting could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and pulled out the 2 pieces of shadow taper beast meat in his clothes along with the bottle of artificial alien potion. To his surprise, the recipe in his eyes changed after these few things were put together. Recipe: Shadow Taper Alien Energy Great Tonic Soup. Grade: First Class Recipe. Main ingredients: Shadow Taper Beast Meat, Shadow Alien Factor Flavorings. Ingredients: Shadow Taper Beast Meat, Shadow Alien Factor Flavorings. Consumption effect: Higher probability of awakening shadow ability. Ingredients: Shadow Taper Meat, Shadow Ability Factor Flavoring Agent. Preparation method: Soak Shadow Taper Beast Meat in water mixed with Alien Energy Flavoring Agent for half an hour. Multiple ingredients put together in one piece, and surprisingly, there was a retrieval effect. Wen-Ting's eyes were extremely fiery when he saw the edible effect. In terms of the probability of awakening, the Shadow Department has a very low probability of awakening, and once awakened, it's a treasure. Just because the Shadow System can hide their whereabouts, not easy to be found by the demonic beasts, in the field to carry out exploration tasks, one of the best use of the ability. Moreover, the Shadow Department is known for its treacherous, vicious and ruthless abilities, and once it is targeted, it is an extremely difficult existence. If Jiang Yuan knew that he had awakened the Shadow System, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Maybe one day in their sleep they will be wiped off their necks. Resisting the fire in his heart, he carefully began to prepare for the production. Outside, the sky was brightening. Almost to the time when his mother woke up to cook on weekdays, only then did Wen-Ting follow the recipe and start making soup. The roar of the range hood, as well as the frying sound of the Shadow Taper Beast's meat going into the frying pan rang out, and it didn't take long to wake up his mother, Lin Yulan. Wen-Ting had already thought of something to say about this special breakfast. A separate gift from the school's teacher, which was specially not taken out yesterday in order to avoid the debt collectors noticing it. In order to compete for good seedlings, the teacher of the martial arts academy would traditionally use some beast meat in advance to pull the students' favor. This matter was not new. Only Wen-Ting's family background has long been rumored in the school. Even if Wen-Ting's background in martial arts is not bad, there are not many teachers who look at him, not to mention sending beast meat to pull in. The Shadow Taper Alien Bone Soup was quickly made, but Lin Yulan frowned tightly, looking at the beast meat that was black as a piece of carbon. The heartache on her face was about to overflow. It was too much of a waste of ingredients. But she didn't say it out loud. Wen-Ting on the other hand was slightly embarrassed. This really wasn't his fault for being a bad cook. As a matter of fact, according to the hints given by the alien energy, he had done a high degree of completion this time, and the reason for the ugly selling was still due to that artificial alien energy potion. The rich shadow alien energy made the already black Shadow Taper Beast meat even darker. Fortunately, the aroma of this bone broth is very strong. Lin Yulan ate 2 bites of it in disbelief, and was captured by its unique flavor, and her appetite was much better than usual. However, she still didn't want to eat the meat, and gave it all to Wen-Ting. Wen-Ting was heartbroken and forced his mother to eat a large chunk of the meat before moving his chopsticks. The large amount of qi and blood provided by the Shadow Taper Alien Energy Soup made Wen-Ting feel that there was a stream of warmth flowing in his body, constantly nourishing his limbs and bones, and even his fatigue from the night's sleeplessness was also swept away. Halfway through the meal, Wen-Ting's body suddenly trembled as wisps of coldness in his body quickly leapt up to his brain, contrasting with the warmth flowing through his body. This energy did not have destructive power. Instead, it made Wen-Ting's spirit revitalized, his eyes clear, even his vision was much clearer. With a thought, the palm under the table was covered by a dark energy. The energy attached to the hand was like a black flame burning, like a ghostly hand from the underworld, eerie and terrifying. Successful! Successfully awakened the Shadow System ability. Wen-Ting shouted wildly in his heart, and his excited look was almost taken as a psycho by his mom. Wen-Ting observed his mom for a few more moments, and found that there were no other changes other than her body feeling warm. It could be that mom had eaten less and had not awakened her supernormal abilities. Happily, Lin Yulan's fatigue from chronic malnutrition as well as exhaustion had recovered quite a bit under the nourishment of this broth's blood qi. Wen-Ting saw it from the status bar above his mom's head. However, it does not matter. As long as you eat enough, sooner or later, you will be able to nourish your body and awaken the supernormal capabilities. The fact that people in their middle age only awaken supernormal capabilities of this kind of thing in the country every year, it is not a rare thing. After breakfast, Wen-Ting left for school early. Along the way, while no one was around, he occasionally studied his newly acquired psychic abilities. After Wen's attempts on the stray cats and dogs, he found that the creature that was attached by this energy would be inspired with fear in its heart, and as the time of attachment was prolonged, it would also cause the other person's senses to be closed off, increasing the fear in its heart. As he had just awakened, the energy he could utilize was very limited, and he could not yet do the ability to cast it away from his body. Of course, these are the characteristics of the shadow department itself. Want a better use of psychic abilities, must learn the corresponding meditation and related skills. Inside the Alien Energy Academy, there were free meditation methods and skills to learn, but Wenting had no way to learn them. Yesterday, Zhang Yuan had been subjected to a massive theft, and today, Wenting had awakened his shadow ability, so what was the difference between that and not fighting? What's more, they were already terrified of He Jian's existence, and awakening the even weirder shadow department on their own would only force the other party to go to extremes. Therefore, Wenting could only hide the matter of awakening his supernatural ability in the bottom of his heart, and as for the matter of skills, he could only spend money to buy them from the Hunters Union. The Hunters Union is an official organization that is specifically open to idle martial artists and psychics in the society, and its main function is to be responsible for buying and selling items related to demonic beasts. There, basic class skills did not require real name registration, only that their prices were not cheap at all. Wenting roughly estimated that with Zhang Yuan's financial support for himself, he could only purchase a meditation book and a basic class skill. The rest of the money should still be enough for him to buy some beast meat. Enough for their family to eat for a good while. Having awakened his psychic ability, Wenting was naturally overjoyed and walked much more briskly. When he passed by Zhang Ji Bun's shop, old man Zhang called out to him smilingly. "Little one na, mood quite good breakfast eaten?" "I've already eaten, it's not going to be a new class, naturally I have to look forward to it." "You first busy, today will not bother you." "This child of yours, what are you talking about disturbing or not disturbing with the grandpa, slow down." Wenting, who hadn't taken a few steps, suddenly turned back and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I'll bring you a breakfast tomorrow as well, so you can taste my handiwork." Old man Zhang was a bit surprised. "Yo, little one can even cook?" "Then the old man will have to taste it." Looking at Wenting's departing back, he smiled and returned to the store. When his father was alive, he loved to eat old man Zhang's beef buns, and when he developed, he also brought his old man a small fortune. It was also one of the few kind old men who didn't withdraw their capital during father's toughest time. That thunderstorm, the old man even lost his pension money, otherwise this time has reached the age of retirement, to enjoy the old age. But even so, the old man still treats Wenting as his own grandson. The family's most difficult time, mother and son are also in his place to eat a full meal. These favors Wenting has always remembered. Not long ago, Wenting arrived at the school. Chapter 6 Troublemakers. The class at the Martial Arts Academy had no seats and the classroom was very empty, with weapon racks, gauntlets, and dummies lined up along the walls. There were quite a few students coming to the class, some stopping by the weapon racks to ogle the weapons, while others gossiped in twos and threes. "Hello, is this Wenting?" Hearing someone call himself, Wenting followed the voice and looked over. It was a fatter boy with thick black round framed glasses, looking harmless. "I'm Wenting, are you?" Wenting thought for half a day and couldn't remember where he had seen him. The little fat man's face was happy, and he trotted to Wenting's side. "My name is Bao Baishan, you can also call me nicknamed Bao Baijun. This school and the big and small gossip I am very clear, is not clear, but also can give you to inquire clearly." Bao Baijian? This name Wenting had heard of. It was said that he had started operating the school's confession wall before he went to school, and knew quite a bit of gossip. Wenting revealed a smile. "I've heard a lot about you, what are you looking for me for?" Bao Baishan kept his smile. "Brother Ting, I came to exchange news. I heard someone say that the debt collector from the back street looked for you yesterday." Seeing Wenting's face gradually turning ugly, Bao Baishan immediately slapped himself lightly and compensated with a smile. "It's me who doesn't know any better. This way, Brother Ting, don't be angry. I'll risk being beaten up to tell you the latest news, and then share with me one or a few more news I'm interested in on it, okay?" Wenting was a bit surprised. This kid's speech was not really good enough to make people refuse. "Okay, you tell me first." Bao Baishan took out his cell phone from his pocket and got out the picture of the boy with dyed blonde hair. This person is Lin Jiqiang, a sophomore at the Martial Arts Academy, supposedly recognized the gangster over the backstreet as his big brother, and before that, he also looked for me to inquire about you and He Jian's news to come. "You see, is this news of mine enough to make amends?" Wenting's eyes narrowed slightly. He still underestimated this group of debt collectors. He had thought that staying on campus would be safe, but he didn't realize that there were still their lapdogs in the school. "Why are you telling me this?" Wenting didn't believe that with such important information, this little fatty would risk getting beaten up by telling him. Bao Baishuan's face was full of smiles. During the final exams the school will organize students to exercise outside the safe zone. I really don't have much talent in martial arts, so I want to find a big leg to hold. Wenting was skeptical. There are many stronger than me in the class. Even if you hug a thigh, you're hugging the wrong person. Many people in the class had been cultivated since they were young, and the various supplements that provided chi and blood on weekdays were countless. The gap in resources could not be erased by relying on effort. Bao Baishan scratched his head in slight embarrassment. No matter, as long as the ones that are stronger than me, I've gone and hugged them all over again. By the way, if you don't want to talk about Brother Ting, it's okay, say a few words about your choice of spouse. Standard or hygienes is also okay. Those female classmates can be interested in this, maybe they can also give you a red line. 1 Ting. Not long after, the class bell rang. A middle-aged man wearing a black practice suit walked into the class with his hands behind his back. He was not tall, but his muscles bulged and his eyes were sharp. His eyes scanned the circle, and immediately suppressing the clamor in the class with his eyes, he introduced himself with a loud voice. My name is Yen Sancher, the Yen of Yen Wang, the Sancher of think twice before you act. I will be your homeroom teacher in the future. When Bao Baishan heard his self-introduction, his entire face turned pale. It's over, how is it him? When Ting's eyes inquired. Bao Baishan bitter-face pressed voice, this guy is known as the king of the living hell. The tube is very strict. Every day the amount of training than the other classes more than double. Every year cannot stand his devil training to change classes. I feel like I'm finished. Who's talking? While Bao Baishan was spitting, Yen Sanchi's eyes instantly fixed on him. Little fatty, step out. Wen Ting looked at him sympathetically. Brothers moonlighting as prophets. Finish spicy. Bao Baishuan's face was bitter as he walked forward with his head lowered, not daring to say a word more. Yen Sancher looked at the gloating eyes of the other students and snorted coldly, all like to gloat, right, all of them. 100 push-ups at the ready. These words immediately drew discontent. Teacher, it's Bao Baishan who spoke. What does it have to do with us? That's right, I didn't make a mistake, why should I also? Yen Sancher looked at the two who spoke. You two do 50 more. Also, if there's something going on during class time, yell out a report. Push-ups begin. Seeing that the others were still planning to resist, Wen Ting, without saying a word, immediately got down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Just by listening to this Yen Sanchi's tone, he knew that he came down from the army. Unsurprisingly, those pricks, one by one, were cleaned up by Yen Sancher. Yen Sancher walked in the middle of the students with his hands behind his back, scrutinizing their push-ups. I'm glad to know you all in this way. I'm a man with a bad memory, you best try to make me remember your names. Now let's get to class. The Wington people were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had heard of having students do push-ups for class. Yen Sancher didn't care about that much, he said to himself. Martial artists, the great realms are divided into body forging, chi training, and god condensation, of which body forging is divided into blood refining stage, tendon training stage, and bone forging stage, and each stage is divided into the front, middle, and back consummation. Practicing martial arts is a slow work. We are not greedy for more. Reaching the middle stage of blood refining at the end of this semester is considered completing the goal. Hearing this, there were many more wailing sounds. Middle stage of blood refining. Quite a few students at the end of sophomore cultivation were only at this stage, and they had to reach it in just one semester, which in the students' opinion Yen Sancher was purely making things difficult for them. Yen Sancher, slightly dissatisfied, tell you cannot reach the standard, next semester extra practice. As the saying goes, if you don't make an effort to practice martial arts now, you will meet in the belly of the demonic beast in the future. Well, not much nonsense, now teach you breathing method, follow my command to breathe. Breathing method is the national universal blood refining technique, extremely high quality, can maximize the refining of chi and blood, nourishing the body. As expected, when Ting just followed and did 2 or 3 times, the chi and blood that he ate into his belly in the morning was then mobilized, and the warmth that made his body soothe once again spread to all his limbs and bones. This time, he could clearly feel that the warmth was improving his body little by little. Even the push-ups were gradually getting lighter and faster, no longer laborious. Yen Sancher noticed Wen Ting's change and came to Wen Ting's side with some surprise. What's your name? Wen Ting didn't dare to stop or even look up. Wen Ting. Very good, this is the first classmate who has made me remember his name. All you nobodies need to work harder. Look at the fact that people have already been introduced to blood refining. When this news came out, it instantly drew gazes from the crowd. Everyone was punished. Why are you so outstanding? Bao Baishuan's eyes lit up. Brother Ting, I really wasn't wrong about you. As soon as his words fell, Yen Sanchi's big foot stepped on Bao Baishuan's back. Who told you to rest? How dare you slack off? Add 50 push-ups. Yen Sancher definitely deserved the name of the king of living hell, even when Ting was tired and dazed after this one day of practicing. But the changes in his body were real. At the end of the school day, when Ting dragged his tired body is about to go back, just out of the school building, far away to see Lin Jiqiang and a few students gathered in front of the school. That head of yellow hair was just too conspicuous. What a shady soul. When Ting reversed his direction and easily leapt out over the wall according to the address given by Bao Bao Baishan. Dusting off the dust on his school uniform, he quickly jogged towards the neighborhood where he hid the cash and beast meat yesterday. Without revealing his psychic abilities, he was not yet a match for Lin Jiqiang's group. Even if he could win, then he couldn't fight. Exposing his potential would only attract a descending blow from the debt collection company's side. But to just be a shrinking turtle, that wasn't Wen Ting's character. From his backpack, he took out the spare clothes that he had prepared long ago, and rushed non-stop to the location where he hid the stolen goods. Chapter 7: Solving Hidden Dangers. Changing into the tattered clothes that had been prepared long ago, he carried a large bundle of cash on his back and deposited it into his bank card in batches in several bank sites. Only then did he arrive at the Hunters Guild, which was located on the far outskirts of North Plains City. When he arrived, it was already late in the day, and it was good that the Hunters Guild had not yet reached its closing time. Wearing a mask and a duck-tongued cap, Wen Tin walked into the tall building that was built in a cluster of brick houses. This was a place dedicated to receiving hunters returning from the safe zone, responsible for recovering and dissecting demonic beast corpses and appraising prices. Therefore, the entire first floor of the hunter hall was filled with a thick fishy odor, and few hunters here, both men and women, were cleanly dressed. Every 2 steps can hear quarrels and abuse. Every hunter hated the hunters' union's oppressive prices, for which several vicious incidents occurred every year, so every attendant was polite to the hunters. Since Wen Ting didn't have a hunter's license yet, he could only wait in line at the service area, which was the area where the basic skills were sold, was more chill, and soon it was Wen Ting's turn. The attendant was a very tall, more elegant-looking boy, wearing a straight suit, and politely inquired, "Sir, how can I help you?" "I need to purchase a meditation book and a shadow system skill." The waiter looked at Wen Ting with some surprise when he heard his needs. Even though Wen Ting did not show his face, the eyes and voice that were revealed that the other party was not very old. Those of this age were usually students, and if they were psychics, the school would provide them for free. Fortunately, the waiters here were all professionally trained. Even if they had doubts, they would not pry into it. After adjusting his mindset, he immediately took out a thin booklet from the counter. "This is the basic meditation method, the same as the one in school. The market price is 10,000. The basic meditation method will be enough before reaching the 4th level alien. Unlike martial artists who have exclusive names for each stage, the realm of a shifter is very crude, being level 1, level 2, and level 3. This is just fine. What are all the first level skills of the shadow department?" The attendant took out 3 thin booklets and explained, "For a first level alien, there are only 3 skills to choose from. Shadow Stab, hits with a mental attack unique to the shadow department that can put the target in fear, and the single damage is not bad. Black Mist, releases black mist with a blinding effect, serves many purposes, but it needs to be used in conjunction with a night vision type skill or it will also affect one's field of vision." The attendant pointed to the last pamphlet and said, "Shadow Escape, also the core skill of the shadow system Exalted, able to sneak into the shadows and move quickly, but this skill has a large mental burden. The price of all 3 skills is the same, all $10,000. Almost without hesitation, Wen Tin handed out his bank card and chose the basic meditation skill and the first level skills Shadow Evasion and Shadow Stab, taking the lead to secure the means of attack and movement. As for that black mist, there was no hurry first. Jiang Yuan's small treasury only provided an initial fund of $50,000, and even though he was able to purchase all of them at once, Wen Ting, who was used to being poor, still habitually left a guaranteed $20,000 as an emergency fund. He'd had enough of the blank stares he got when he was a parasite. With only 2 skill pamphlets and meditation ideas for $30,000, Wen Ting had a heartache for no reason. It was too damn expensive. And when he saw the hunters who used demonic beast corpse materials to settle their funds, his eyes became even more envious. One had to cultivate hard and get out of the safe zone as early as possible to be able to earn money. Until the bell of the evening study hall rang, Lin Jiqiang, who waited until the flowers were all gone, finally ran out of patience. "Damn it, where is that kid? Brother Chang, the person wouldn't have left before we got here, right?" Lin Jiqiang scratched his head in annoyance. "That kid is in living hell's class, it's impossible for him to leave early. Could it be that he scaled the wall and ran away? He doesn't even know that we're going to find him in trouble, so what the hell is the point of scaling the wall? Brother Chang, why don't we just block the entrance to their class tomorrow? I don't believe he won't come out of the classroom. Off, you dare to block the class of the King of Hell, you're tired of living too long, aren't you? Lin Jiqiang spat out a thick phlegm in a bad mood and greeted his brothers as they walked towards the outside of the school in a group. What he does not know is that they are looking for Wen Ting, at the moment behind them, not far from not close to follow them, all the way to a barbecue store outside. The time was still early. After Wen Ting had checked in with his mother early, he found a deserted place on the ground and delved into the basic meditation technique and shadow escape. He intended to eradicate the threat of Lin Jiqiang just tonight. According to the information he had obtained from Pao Baishan, this Lin Jiqiang was a martial artist who had just stepped into the middle stage of blood refining and had only learned a handful of the martial academy's generalized grappling hands. Wen Ting is not his opponent, after all, the realm gap is where it is. But this guy has a fatal flaw, like alcoholism. Every party will drink too much. Time passed a little bit, Wen Ting's meditation gradually into a good state. He closed his eyes and emptied his brain to perceive the shadow elements in the air around him and communicate with them, absorbing them into his body and guiding them into the spiritual world in his mind with meditation. With the influx of shadow element, Wen Ting's spirit was also strengthened, and his fatigue from the whole day's hard practice was gradually relieved. When he opened his eyes again, it was already midnight. Stimulating the foreign energy in his body, the pitch-black ink-like flames were already able to cover his entire arm. Compared to the morning when he only had one palm, it could be considered a rapid progress. He had planned to study 2 more level 1 skills, but unfortunately Lin Jiqiang and his group stumbled out of the barbecue restaurant. Looking at their staggering gait, it was clear that they no longer had much self-control to speak of. Seeing that the time was almost right, Wen Ting put on his mask and duck tongue hat, copied the iron pipe that had already been prepared, and followed. At midnight in the alley, the street lights have long been turned off. The alley is pitch black, can only rely on the dim light of the bright moon overhead to identify the road. Lin Jiqiang, staggering, humming a little song, suddenly heard a burst of footsteps coming from behind, and getting closer and closer, more and more urgent, he curiously turned to look. Only to see a black shadow approaching rapidly. Both hands swung the iron pipe in his hand and smashed it hard on Lin's head. Lin Jiqiang, who was already dazed from drinking, was even more dazed after receiving a smothering blow. Wen Ting secretly said that blood refining stage martial artists resisted building, and when he wanted to swing the iron rod again to make up for it, Lin Jiqiang also reacted. After raising his elbow to protect his head from a blow, he clipped the iron pipe with his backhand and smashed his other hand fiercely at Wen Ting. Wen Ting stomped his leg and kicked his opponent in the abdomen, using the force to yank his hands to regain control of the iron pipe. Lin Jiqiang, who had been kicked in the face, only retreated 2 steps before stabilizing himself. He dusted off the shoe prints on his body and revealed a rampant smile. Even the girls in Smoke Flower Alley can't even scream with this amount of force, and you still dare to come and find trouble with me? Say, who the hell are you? Hand it over quickly and I'll spare you from death. Nonsense. Wen Ting held the iron pipe in both hands, once again rushed to the hands of the iron pipe in the air and smashed straight to the opposite side of the door. Lin Jiqiang, expression grim, because the color of the sky is too dark plus the roll of alcohol, he cannot see the direction of the iron pipe, hands crossed to protect his head, intends to take a hard blow after the other side of the weapon. However, the imaginary downward chop did not come, but instead, the iron pipe smashed in the air ahead of time, turned into a smash and stabbed hard on the bridge of Lin Jiqiang's nose. There was a crunching sound, especially crisp in the silent midnight. Lin Jiqiang covered his nose, a warm feeling flowed down, snot and tears gushed out in unison. When Tinga moved to gain momentum, the body of the dark shadow alien energy quickly surged out, wrapped in the hands of the iron pipe, against Lin Jiqiang under the attack. Not long in the role of fear and physical pain, Lin Jiqiang planted on the ground. Brother, don't fight, I admit defeat. Can you tell me where I messed with you? Lin Jiqiang covered his mouth and nose with one hand and his bottom with the other, his legs clenched and curled up into the shape of a shrimp. When Ting used a pitch-black iron rod against Lin Jiqiang's thighs, using the characteristics of the Shadow Department's supernatural ability to continuously influence the other party, and lowered his voice to say, "Receiving money to do a job. Just bear with me, it'll be quick." After saying that, when Ting swung the iron pipe and smashed it hard on Lin Jiqiang's calf. In the gloomy alley, Lin Jiqiang's miserable screams resounded. Chapter 8: The Tainted Dark Moon Demon Wolf. Early the next morning, when Ting arrived at the class early and started warming up. Bao Baishan limped to the classroom and saw Wen Ting leisurely warming up by pressing his legs, and came to his side at a trot, whispering in a low voice. "Brother Ting. You're really my brother. Why did you hit so hard and directly add Lin Jiqiang to the hospital? The school is forbidden for students to fight privately. If this were to be known. When Ting turned around in surprise, what? Lin Jiqiang was hospitalized? When did this happen? This scene had confused Pao Baishan. He blinked his eyes, looked at Wen Ting's look of ignorance, and asked with some uncertainty, "You don't know? Know what? It really wasn't you who knocked him into the hospital?" Wen Ting looked at him with amusement. "I beat him into the hospital, what are you thinking? What is Lin Jiqiang's cultivation level?" "Middle stage of blood refining." "What is my cultivation level?" "Just started." "Can I do it?" "Dry butt." Bao Baishan, in a question and answer in a sigh of relief, smilingly said, "Hey, the man you just inquired about Lin Jiqiang's traces yesterday. Others went into the hospital. It is really too coincidental." In the eyes of ordinary people, a martial artist in the middle stage of blood refining, even if he is drunk, is not something that ordinary people can mess with. Just like before, when Wen Ting smashed Lin Jiqiang's head hard with an iron pipe, he was only hurt for a moment and did not cause any fundamental damage. If it wasn't for the characteristics of the shadow ability, as well as by virtue of the protection of the night, Wen Ting's ordinary man's body alone wouldn't have been able to pose the slightest threat to him. Wen Ting nodded. "Indeed, it is too coincidental, but with Lin Jiqiang's behavior, there are quite a few people who are not used to seeing him, right, and being retaliated against is also considered normal." Bao Baishan nodded to be convinced by Wen Ting's, and then smilingly took out his cell phone and handed it to Wen Ting. "Brother Ting, recently you can be considered to be lucky, there are several good news." "Oh?" Wen Ting took the cell phone handed over by Bao Baishan and started flipping through it. Bao Baishan explained from the side. It said that KK Club has started to retaliate against the debt collection company. Just 2 days ago, they stole Jiang Yuan's ledger from the backstreet, and even took a video and posted it on the internet. Tisk, if I remember correctly, Yuan Hejian's bills are also in Jiang Yuan's hands. Now you can just stop paying your debts. In fact, over the course of a few years, their family had long ago finished paying off the amount they previously owed, even more than twice as much as they had borrowed. But how could this moneylender company let their family off so easily? On their ledger, Wen Ting clearly saw that the money they had paid back in the past few years was not even as much as the interest. The moneylender is planning to use the debt to crush their family and suck them dry to the last drop of blood. As for the video, naturally Wen Ting spread it privately. It's useless for him to know about the damage to the ledger, he must let all the lenders know about it in order to overwhelm the bloodsuckers. Wen Ting naturally will not expect, the account book is destroyed, they will not come to the door to find trouble, but the account book is gone, they cannot get the loan, and then collection will have no legal basis. Schools or teachers to help them will stand. Wen Ting's smile is difficult to hide, hands are a little trembling, really as if it is suddenly know the news, forcing himself with tears in his eyes to look at Bao Baishan. "Send me the video." Pao Baishan continued. "More than that, it's rumored that the Backstreet side and KK Club had a direct firefight last night. Several people were beaten and bloodied. The boss of the KK side directly put out words to make Jiang Yuan and the others pay, so I guess I won't be able to find your trouble for a while." Wen Ting nodded. Things seemed to have gone unexpectedly smoothly. In fact, Wen Ting did not expect such a rudimentary planting of evidence to succeed, and could only say that the timing was too appropriate. The two sides themselves were in conflict, and it hadn't been a day or two since they wanted to fight, and they had merely provided the two sides with an excuse to go to war. The news that the account books were burned went straight between the various groups, like a virus spreading. When Wen Ting came home from school at night, Lin Yulan knew about the matter, and happily she bought a rare bottle of beer to celebrate. The huge stone in the mother's heart fell, coupled with the animal meat conditioning in the past few days, the whole person's mental outlook was much better. Dry hair are black and beautiful a lot. Unfortunately, probably because of her age, there was no sign of awakening her powers. Jiang Yuan's side was held back by the KK Club, and no one in the school came over to specifically target it. Wen Ting also had a rare few days of peace and quiet, concentrating on practicing martial arts and psychic abilities. Practicing martial arts in the morning and coming back to meditate at night, the whole day was extremely fulfilling. In just 3 days, Wen Ting managed to learn 2 level 1 skills, Shadow Stab and Shadow Escape, only that he was still a bit rusty in using them. In terms of alien energy, the progress is even more impressive. A dark purple cyclone has been generated in his mind, slowly rotating a little bit to attract the outside of the shadow system of alien energy in. Generating an alien energy cyclone, this is a symbol of entering the first level of alien energy. Wen Ting also deliberately asked Hejian about it, and only one person in their class had successfully entered the ranks of a level 1 alien. Wen Ting knew that the main reason he was able to raise his cultivation so quickly was because he relied on the meals made from beast meat. These dishes contained a large amount of alien energy and chi and blood, equivalent to the fact that every time Wen-Ting ate a meal, it had the same effect as if someone else was high on a high-level tonic to reach the same effect. The cost was yet terribly low. At this rate of progress on their own, it seemed that the dishes they made were quite a bit better than the supplements they ate. There are quite a few children from rich families in the class, and in terms of martial arts, Wen-Ting is also riding on the trend, that is, Wen-Ting himself is low-key and does not want to attract the attention of onlookers. 3 days passed, Wen-Ting also Zhang Yuan-funded animal meat has been eaten. It happened to be a weekend vacation. Wen-Ting took the remaining money to the free market next to the Hunters Guild, intending to buy some animal meat. He was still in a period of rapid growth, so he couldn't afford to cut off this energy. The wide market was filled with the stench of blood and meat, and the clamor of people was occasionally accompanied by a few howls of unknown beasts. The free market here trafficked in the freshest beast meat and foreign plants, which were left over by the Hunter Guild because they contained some flaws, and were sold here at reduced prices. But despite this, the prices here still made Wen-Ting smack his lips. The cheapest Northern Plains rat meat was also at $300 per catty, and the shadow tapir meat that he often ate these days was even at $650 per catty. Little brother, come see the freshly slaughtered shadow tapir, the meat is old and fresh. The Northern Plains rat racks are sold in packages of 5 for $1,000. Come and see. Wen-Ting swept his eyes over the various types of animal meat on the plate, using his supernormal ability to quickly sift through the suitable ingredients. However, the good ingredients were either too expensive, or they didn't have the right ingredients to make an ideal dish. Suddenly he noticed in front of the unattended stall in the corner. That person is not like the next person. That hard to yell seems to be unable to wipe the face. In front of the pile of processed meat, quality does not look good. The beast meat surface gray and dark, seems to be a little dried up. At a glance as the old demonic beast, eat up, the taste is certainly not good. However, in Wen-Ting's eyes, it was a different story. Ingredient classification, Dark Moon Demon Wolf. Quality, Grade 2, 38 years old, meat contaminated by spiritual forces, eat after contamination is removed. Consumption effect, gain a large amount of shadow ability, a small increase in blood chi, probability of obtaining the Dark Moon Demon Wolf racial talent Pupil of Fear. Recipe, clear heartgrass, tranquilizing stamens, supplemented by mint, cinnamon, salt crushed into dregs, hot water boiled for more than 3 hours, cooled and chilled to make tranquilizing soup, soak the meat in it and refrigerate for 3 hours to decontaminate, and then eat it. The meat was contaminated by the spirit type? Wen-Ting heart drumming. Energy contamination is often heard of similar news, but mental type contamination is the first time I have seen it. But the good thing is that this thing can be removed. The Pupil of Fear was the core ability of the Dark Moon Demon Wolf clan, which could quickly amplify the fear in the opponent's heart, and it was a perfect match for the shadow ability. This talent alone could beat most of the skills below level 3 on the market. There were no instantaneous mental skills in skills below level 3. Wen-Ting really didn't expect his recipe ability to be able to make even a demonic beast talent skill out of a meal. For insurance purposes, Wen-Ting took out his mask and duck tongue hat, made a certain disguise, and came to the front of the stall. Chapter 9 Purchasing. Wen-Ting observed the Dark Moon Demon Wolf beast meat in a fake manner, looked up at the novice vendor, and secretly activated his supernatural ability. Ingredients, human. Quality, Grade 2, 34 years, slight mental contamination. Consumption effect, increases chi and blood. Recipe, before consuming, please soak and sterilize with onsen soup. The effect of sterilizing the living body is better, followed by. Quality 2, there is no hint of increasing the probability of alien awakening. It seems to be a martial artist of the tendon training stage, which is the realm after blood refining. According to Wen-Ting's observation, the grades shown in the quality column were mostly linked to the strength of their realm, with low grades corresponding to ordinary people, first grades corresponding to blood refining stage martial artists and first grade psychics and so on. One small realm corresponded to one level. Seeing that person's slight mental pollution, Wen-Ting was slightly terrified in his heart. Spiritual pollution, and it could still be transmitted outwards? After looking at the surrounding crowd again, the state was generally quite normal, so he thought that this spiritual pollution did not rely on airborne transmission. After initially judging the situation, Wen-Ting looked towards the man with a tangled color on his face and asked, "How do you sell this piece of meat?" Seeing Wen-Ting's willingness to buy, the stall owner was a bit surprised and couldn't help but say, 5 pounds of Dark Moon Demon Wolf beast meat plus bones. It seemed that he himself did not think about how much to sell, hesitantly raised his palm and extended a finger without confidence, $10,000? Hearing this price, Wen-Ting snorted coldly. The common price of the second-grade beast meat sold in the market is $3,000 per catty. This is originally what is left over from people's selection, and with so many bones, how dare you sell it for such a high price? After hearing Wen Ting's rather loud voice pointing out the market price, and drawing contemptuous gazes from the surrounding people, the man was mortified for a while, but still lowered his voice and said, "This one of mine is different. Yes, it's a bit drier and faggier looking than the others." Wen Ting pointed out its shortcomings without the slightest bit of mercy. Originally intending to point out the shortcomings and suppress the price, he didn't realize that he had directly triggered the other party's emotions. Only to see the man's chest rise and fall violently, his eyes began to redden, and his voice was even more drawn out. "What do you know? This is a mutated dark moon demon wolf, and it is also a dark moon demon wolf that is about to advance to the 3rd level. In order to kill this dark moon demon wolf, our squad lost 2 of our brothers, my girlfriend is still lying in bed with serious injuries, and we were out there hunting with our lives. And you capitalists, you dismiss us with a flippant sentence of substandard quality when acquiring? You love to buy or not, don't stand here and talk about it." Said to the back, more and more excited, to the onlookers came to the people once again cursed, "Look at that situation, seems ready to pull out weapons, blood fight." Wen Ting mouth slightly open, before also a hesitant not dare to bid the appearance, in the twinkling of an eye on their own chatting burst. "Sick, really not light, ah." Seeing that the other party is about to call the security personnel over, Wen Ting hurriedly interrupted, "Mister, don't be excited, a price of $8,000, I want it all, how?" When that stall owner heard Wen Ting's opening price, he didn't continue to have a fit and controlled his temper. On the contrary, those who were watching the show looked at Wen Ting with a bit of ridicule and mockery in their gazes. There were even some people who didn't mind it too much and said loudly with the people around them, "Hey, how long has it been since I've seen such a tender newcomer, bluffing out loud and placing an order, $8,000 ah, might as well buy it from the guild area, safe. There is a guarantee." Wen Ting ignored the ridicule from the other side. The quality of the guild's beast meat was naturally high, but it was also frighteningly expensive. Moreover, not every level 2 beast meat had the probability of awakening a demonic beast talent. After half a day of shopping, Wen Ting had only seen this one. After knowing that Wen Ting had the will to buy, the stall owner also calmed down, and in order to avoid having his business ruined by those passers-by, he apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now, but $8,000 is too little, it's not enough for me and my girlfriend to see a doctor, please have mercy, I really need this money too much." Even though this dark moon demon wolf was selling so poorly that no one was buying it, he still wanted to make an effort to earn a little bit more. Wen Ting secretly said, "If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't be able to resist cutting me with a knife, I would have dared to offer 5,000. Not moved by the miserable appearance shown by the other party, after thinking for a while, lowered his voice and stared at the other party's eyes and said, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you guys had problems after eating the dark moon demon wolf's meat?" When the stall owner heard this, his face immediately turned pale with fear, turning hot blood, his eyes gradually became dangerous, his right hand slowly lowered to under the table. Wen Ting saw this and hurriedly reminded, "I'm a pharmacist, since I can see the problem, naturally I can also solve it." Hearing this, the killing intent in the stall owner's eyes receded like a tidal wave, a drowning man grasping a life-saving straw-like look surged on his face as he inquired incredulously, "Really? You can really cure us?" "Sure enough." Wen Ting snorted coldly in his heart. This guy knew that there was something wrong with the beast meat and still brought it out for sale. It was simply hateful. The Hunters Guild even allowed this kind of commodity to be sold here. I don't know if the regulation was lax or if they simply didn't notice the contamination inside. If it's not a block of beast meat they need, turn their heads and report him to the Sanlian, save out of the scourge of people. Wen Ting well hid the disgust in the center and nodded his head. "I'll come back tomorrow at noon, you'll know if you try it yourself then. If it works, the price is negotiable." "Great, my girlfriend is finally saved." "Little brother, you are really a miracle doctor. We have looked for many doctors before, none of them could see the cause of the disease. Leave a contact information, I guarantee to give your reputation out." The stall owner originally had some drums in his heart, but once he thought that the other party could even see how he got sick, he no longer had any doubts. Not to mention the fact that he could get a potion for nothing, why not? Thinking of this, the stall owner changed into a naive and honest look at Lightspeed. Wen Ting did not leave his contact information for insurance purposes, saving the other party from using his social account to find his home address, bringing unnecessary trouble. The transaction went smoothly, Wen Ting again in the vicinity of the need to tranquilize the soup materials to buy all at once, and incidentally prepared a number of herbs with paralysis effect, in case of emergency. Agreeing to cure the stall owner was certainly not out of Wen Ting's good intentions. For this kind of guy who knew that there were contaminated ingredients to be sold in the market, Wen Ting didn't have half a good feeling about it. Mainly because of whether or not the tranquilizing soup was effective, Wen Ting still needed to further verify it. This thing is different from the previous shadow taper beast meat, do not do a good job of holding up, is difficult to eat, will not be poisonous, but this thing a dose to grasp is not good, easy to life is not guaranteed. Practice mixing the guinea pig naturally cannot be their own to be. This unscrupulous stall owner is naturally the best practice object. After buying the ingredients and the missing kitchenware at home, Wen Ting realized that money is really not enough. The $20,000 in his hand had shrunk by half, and was less than $10,000. Just stepping out of the Hunter Guild along the avenue to go home, he noticed that a suspicious figure was following him from afar, with very skillful tracking skills. If it wasn't for Wen Ting's many years of observing the movements of Jiang Yuan and his party, he wouldn't have been able to spot the other party. Wen Ting had a bright idea, and without moving, he changed his route and headed towards the direction of the billiard hall in the back street. Just as he was about to arrive, he turned in without warning along a side path. This made the stall owner, who was following behind, anxious. Ignoring the gazes around him, he exploded into the speed of a tendon training stage martial artist, and came to the intersection in a sprint. Looking at the empty path, the stall owner was directly dumbfounded. He was the first to follow. This can be lost? After searching back and forth several times without being able to find Wen Ting's shadow, he can only wander aimlessly in the neighborhood, thinking of relying on luck to stumble upon Wen Ting. It was only until the other party left from the corner that Wen Ting slowly burrowed out from the shadows on the side, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. A martial artist of the tendon practicing stage couldn't even be detected from such a close distance. Shadow escape was worthy of being the core skill of the shadow department. No wonder those hunter teams favored the shadow department abilities so much. It's just a pity that I followed too closely. I didn't even have time to pull hatred for Jiang Yuan's gang. Slightly regretful, Wen Ting carried a large bag and was about to go home from the small road when he saw a yellow supercar parked in front of the billiard hall, hesitated for a moment before hiding all the items in his hands, and transformed into a cloud of shadow to sneak inside. Chapter 10: Eavesdropping. Inside the backstreet Black 8 billiard hall. It was clearly midday, but the curtains were tightly closed inside the billiard hall, and the incandescent lights on the tables were turned on. Jiang Yuan led a group of juniors to form a line with their heads down, silently guarding the pool table. A man wearing a light pink suit and sunglasses held a cue stick around the table looking for an angle to hit the ball. Snap! A shot was struck and a red ball landed precisely in the pocket. Jiang Yuan, you are an old man beside my father. Despite not having much talent or aptitude, it's fine to take care of this small back neighborhood. Jiang Yuan's head lowered even more when he heard this, not daring to reply, but a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Another ball fell into the pocket and the man continued, in our line of work, ability, talent and even cultivation are secondary. Do you know what is most important? Snap! It seemed that he had exerted too much force. The red ball did not enter the pocket as he had hoped, and the man lost interest, standing up and picking Jiang Yuan's head with the club in his hand. The most important thing is loyalty. Jiang Yuan's face was completely bloodless when he heard this, and his entire body seemed to be shaking like he was sifting chaff. Quan Shao, my loyalty to the company, to the boss can be seen by the sun and the moon. This. This time the matter is really an accident. KK side must have used an alien, otherwise. The club was against Jiang Yuan's throat, making him suffocate unusually hard, but he didn't dare to use his hands to set it aside. No, it doesn't matter if it's the work of a Xeno, the missing artificial Xeno potion doesn't matter, even the Burt account book doesn't matter. The strength of the club in the man's hands gradually increased. His free hand removed his sunglasses and stared tightly into Jiang Yuan's eyes. What's important is that you're concealing such a big matter. If it wasn't for that video festering, my dad and I wouldn't even know that there was this matter. Jiang Yuan ran his martial artist's chi and blood, which he managed to squeeze out of his mouth. I just wanted to get things done, on my own. I didn't expect. The youth drew back the club and smashed it hard on Jiang Yuan's head. The tough club broke into two. Jiang Yuan's head was dazed for a while, and warm blood slowly flowed down. The youth known as Quan Shao dropped the cue and pinched Jiang Yuan's cheek. So did you get it done? HM? Jiang Yuan did not answer. Quan Shao's anger was almost gone. He pushed Jiang Yuan away fiercely and let him plant himself on the ground. Tell me, there are a few seedlings of martial artists and psychics in the books. Jiang Yuan ignored the pain in his body and hurriedly got up and lowered his head to reply. There are a total of 5 martial artists and 1 alien, of which there are a total of 2 with potential. All of them are freshmen from the North Plains Martial High School. He Jian, the xenophile that he intends to nullify with a Xeno potion, awakened to a fire Xeno ability. and has already been valued by the teachers of the Xeno Academy as a great threat. The other one is named Wenting. Although he hasn't awakened his psychic ability, this kid has a ruthless spirit and is extremely vindictive. Personally, I feel that the hidden danger is even greater than Hejian. As for the other few, they are all trash deep in gambling debts, not enough to worry about. After listening to the report, Quan Shao clapped his hands. Not so stupid as to be hopeless. Have you figured out what to do? Zhang Yuan hurriedly replied, I'm going to make a trip to Wenting's side at the end of the month to see if he's willing to hand over his cultivation resources as he said before. If he is unwilling, find a chance to scrap him. As for Hejian's side, there are academy teachers watching. It's really not good to make a move. Quan Shao snorted coldly, just like you can't blame anyone for not getting reused. Look after things yourself. My dad doesn't like having any potential hidden dangers. Also, don't make the same mistake twice. Seeing that Quan Shao was about to leave, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and inquired, Quan Shao, the KK Club side after the last boring loss, has already found a shifter to help out, our side. Quan Shao, I'll handle Wang Xiaodian's side, you'd better catch that thief first. Think it should be your acquaintance. After saying that, he kicked open the door and left in style. Wang Xiaodian, the owner of KK Club, was also the main character Zhang Yuan and the others had messed with. Waiting until the sound of the vehicle engine outside was far away, Zhang Yuan and a group of juniors then breathed a sigh of relief. A yellow-haired junior brother slightly dissatisfied muttered, Quan Shao, what do you mean is it suspected that our brother's not? That day when there was an explosion outside, who here didn't go to put out the fire? Besides, brother Jiang, how could we possibly know where you hid your personal money? Cut the crap. Do you know whether we did it or not? Brother Jiang, we've asked all the suspects in the past few days. Besides, you hid the stuff on the ceiling, no one else knows about it, so where can we find the suspects? Zhang Yuan rubbed his throat, his face gloomy and scary. After the billiard hall was ransacked, Zhang Yuan had suspected acquaintances of committing the crime, but quickly ruled them out. Other than that, the location where the ledger was hidden was known only to himself. In the conflict with the KK Club, it was found that the other party was completely unprepared beforehand and did not look like they were deliberately picking a fight at all. He also reacted to the fact that he had been tricked during the investigation in the past few days. But it was useless to think about this now, and was considering how to deal with Hejian and Wenting when a junior said hesitantly, Boss, Lin Jiqiang has news. Speak. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered this matter. Earlier, he had been so busy fighting with KK Club that he had forgotten about it. The little brother told Zhang Yuan all the news he heard from Lin Jiqiang one by one. Zhang Yuan's eyebrows gradually raised. There was a shadow system alien who charged a lot of money to put him in the hospital? Yes, but this kid had bullied a female student before and was afraid of being found out, so he didn't dare to call the police and wanted us to help inquire about it. Saying that it was inquiring, but in reality, it was asking them to help take revenge. Shadow system psychic. Zhang Yuan frowned lightly and muttered, the one the boss lost is also a shadow system psychic potion. The little brother's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, Boss, could it be the same person? Awakened after stealing the potion? Zhang Yuan was just about to say it's possible, then shook his head, impossible, the amount of that potion given by the boss was very small, it's absolutely impossible to rely on that to awaken. But you reminded me, I remember Lin Jiqiang was sent to find Wenting Hejian, two people trouble to come, just went over there and got beaten up like this, it's hard to say it has nothing to do with them. That little brother said with some hesitation, but Lin Jiqiang didn't even run into these two people, Wenting even didn't know he went to look for trouble, it shouldn't be him. Zhang Yuan likewise couldn't figure out this matter, but they weren't inspectors, doing things without evidence, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Doesn't matter, sooner or later, I have to clean up. When I settle my family tomorrow, I will go to meet this kid at night. Wenting, who was lurking in the shadows of the inner room, had a terrifyingly cold look in his eyes at the moment. Suddenly, he hooked up the corner of his mouth, found the paper and pen placed aside, and wrote with his left hand in a crooked manner. I heard that you guys are looking for me? Placing the note on the dining table with a big swing, he gently pressed it with the spare key of the back door, then pushed the back door open and closed it heavily, afraid that they didn't hear it. What man? The group of people who were still discussing how they were going to make their move, suddenly heard the sound of the door closing from the back, and a group of people immediately rushed in. The first thing Zhang Yuan saw was the note that was pressed by the key, his face instantly darkened. Chase. A group of people cursed and rushed out from the back door, however, even a Tendon training stage martial artist couldn't detect the shadow disappearance, just by the fact that they weren't even a martial artist they were even more unable to find it. After searching for a while, Jiang Yuan's fists pinched white, was planning to go home. The sky suddenly sounded thunder. It rained. Jiang Yuan looked at the cloudy and chiaroscuro sky, as if his heart had been scratched violently. A certain person's kind reminder suddenly rang in his ears. It's going to rain this weekend, be careful of the rising water when you go to the river to play, also, the cake remember to be strawberry flavored. By the way, today was my daughter's birthday. Chapter 11 Hip in the Rain. In the rain, Wenting, wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask, watched as one of his juniors got separated from the others, and immediately burrowed out from amongst the shadows. With his right palm and fingers together, his entire palm was tinted with pitch-black flames, making it even more eerie in the rain. That junior brother obviously didn't realize the crisis that was ushered in at his back, and after discovering that there was no one around, his movements slowed down and he couldn't help but spit out. It's not just a good birth. What's the point of dragging your feet? When you're rich one day, you'll be forced to parade that kid in the street with his clothes off. It's a good idea. What man? When the little brother heard the voice behind him, his sweaty hair stood on end, and when he turned around fiercely he saw a pair of shadowy eyes, and then the hand stain with pitch-black energy directly stabbed into his shoulder. A stabbing pain immediately came from his shoulder, immediately followed by incomparably cold energy into his brain. His soul was as if he was being constantly pierced by steel needles, a huge pain that was incomparable. Ah! A miserable scream echoed in the alley. Wenting didn't pay any more attention to this junior brother who had lost his ability to attack, and quickly ran towards the corner, where he and the other two junior brothers were separated just now. The screams were the first to attract the two juniors. Unfortunately, they ran into Wenting, who was coming at a fast pace. Wenting, who was prepared for this, kicked the other party in the chest. Crack! A crisp bone-cracking sound sounded. The person screamed miserably and flew out backwards, ruthlessly hit the wall with a muffled sound, covering his chest, and kept wailing. After solving one person, Wenting stabbed at another person's chest with another round of shadow stab. That person reacted in shock and crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking this sudden shadow stab. However, what made him even more terrified was that Wenting's palm directly entered his small arm, and the ice-cold and bone-chilling coldness ran into his body, and he could not stop shivering and trembling even more when he was already in a state of shock. He didn't even dodge the fist that Wenting swung at him, hitting him squarely in the face. Ka! Nose bone immediately broken, the whole person covered his nose fell to the ground, wailing, but the inner fear is to let him burst out of the life instincts, ignoring the screaming companion, head without turning back to take the road and escape. In just a short time, Wenting had beaten the three punks without the ability to fight back. He felt the chi and blood in his body surging, and his entire spirit was extremely exhilarated. This was a sign of being about to step into the blood refining stage? Wenting's heart shook. Even though he had the help of beast meat and recipes for a few days in a row, there was no obvious progress in his martial arts path. He did not have the slightest feeling for the feeling of hot blood turning over into chi, the characteristic of the blood refining stage, as described by class teacher Yen Sanshur. Unexpectedly, this time, when he took a shot with anger, he was able to find it. In fact, the forging realm of martial artists is not related to enlightenment, as long as the step-by-step hard training sooner or later can reach the realm. Wenting ate shadow taper beast meat every day. The blood chi in his body far exceeds that of other people. Even if he doesn't make a move this time, it won't take 2 days to naturally reach the blood refining stage. It was only this time that his anger, like a catalyst, helped Wenting kick open the threshold of the blood refining stage. Figuring out the causes and consequences, he naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity and immediately adjusted his breathing, using the breathing method. Between one breath and one inhalation, the chi and blood in his body, which were running around like headless flies, gradually ran in accordance with the designated path. Strength began to grow in the body, held the palm of the hand, is the feeling of having power. By the side of the road, the little brother who had previously been kicked off by Wenting, slowed down a trace of strength, noticed Wenting's gaze, suddenly panicked, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I don't dare next time, Wenting gave a hoarse laugh. Lin Jichun's big brother, that's right. What do you mean? That little brother was confused. Receiving money to do a job, bear with it. Wenting conventionally used the same reason. Despite knowing that they wouldn't let themselves go, if they could mislead, they wouldn't spend any money anyway, so why not give it a try? Saying that, in the other party's gaze, Wenting clenched his fist and slowly picked up one of the other party's legs. What are you going to do? No, don't. Please, I know I'm wrong. Previously, he had actually received a kick from Wenting. His sternum was cracked without surprise, his whole body was in pain, and he was simply powerless to struggle. On the other side of the street, Jiang Yuan happened to hear the news. That little brother saw Jiang Yuan arriving. He knew that his boss was a martial artist. He immediately surged with the desire to survive and screamed miserably, "Boss, save me." Wen Ting twisted his head to look at Jiang Yuan and cocked his head as a greeting, then, his fist slammed down brazenly. Crunch! Ah! The pig-killing scream was still loud even in the rain. That junior brother watched as his leg broke in reverse, and fainted with both eyes rolled back in great pain and horror. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's anger flared up, and with a roar, he ran straight towards Wen Ting. Wen Ting knew from Pao Baishan that Jiang Yuan was a blood-refining stage consummate martial artist, far beyond what his current self could provoke. Stretching out his finger, he made an international friendly gesture, and with one foot, he picked up the fainting junior brother on the ground and threw him towards the angrily rushing Jiang Yuan. Even at the beginning of the blood refinement stage, such an action was easy for Wen Ting, so one could imagine what strength Jiang Yuan, who was at the perfect blood refinement stage, had. After the provocation was completed, Wen Ting took to his heels and ducked into the alley not far away. The two of them were already far away, and Jiang Yuan had to prevent his brother from smashing directly onto the concrete floor, so naturally he didn't chase him out at the first time. When he came to the intersection, where was Wen Ting's silhouette? A cavity of anger has no place to vent. Jiang Yuan finally cannot help but to roar up to the sky. Sound roar echoed in the wide and narrow alleys. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and soon it was pouring. Knowing that the assailant was a shadow system adept, Jiang Yuan knew that he could not catch up, and could only bring the three injured back to the billiard hall like a bereaved dog. But when he opened the back door and saw the messy and damp footprints inside the house and the wide-open refrigerator door, the whole person was bad. Asshole! Jiang Yuan ran over to look at the refrigerator, and as expected, the beast meat he had just bought had once again disappeared. Another note was left on the table with water stains on it. The same crooked writing said, "Hee hee." Hee hee? When Jiang Yuan saw these two words, he felt as if he had been ruthlessly humiliated. He was instantly enraged, when suddenly he smelled a pungent odor at the tip of his nose. Not good, gas. Luckily he came back in time. The gas leak was not serious. Just breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuan said to the only two still intact juniors. Go and see what else is missing in the store. Yes. After the two junior brothers went out, Jiang Yuan covered his head in exhaustion. He kind of realized what it was like to be targeted by a shadow system alien. This time he couldn't even sleep peacefully. Soon, a junior brother bitterly ran back to report, "Boss, after checking, just 8 billiard balls were lost, as well as a few broken cues." Looking at the little brother's downcast appearance, Jiang Yuan felt a pang of sadness in his heart, and was about to speak when the sound of glass shattering rang out with a bang outside, followed by another little brother's miserable scream. Jiang Yuan first went out to see, the door glass broken all over the place. That little brother covered his stomach, fell to the ground and kept dry heaving. A black 8 billiard ball was still slowly rolling on the cold tiles. Jiang Yuan could no longer hold back. The whole person transformed into a furious beast, rushed out of the billiard hall, roared in the heavy rain. If you have the ability, you damn well charge me. If you're a man, don't sneak around and fight one-on-one like a man. Bullying ordinary people is not a skill. Come on. At #%. After a flurry of output with extremely high moments, there was still no sign of the assailant. Ah, big brother. He's here. Jiang Yuan turned around violently and rushed back to the billiard hall, only to see the last junior brother similarly collapsed on the ground, covering his body in pain and wailing non-stop. A black 8 billiard ball was rolling on the floor. Chapter 12, Quick Hemp Food Scatter. Outside the house, torrential rain poured down and lightning flashed. Jiang Yuan froze and fell to his knees, his entire being as if he had lost his soul. A junior brother who was still conscious, cried, "Brother, why don't we admit our mistake?" Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't react, he pointed at the two junior brothers who were injured by the shadow sting and said, "Brother, that guy doesn't care about the alien regulations, his hands are too ruthless. I'm afraid that my brothers and sisters will be killed by him one night." The alien regulations are special regulations made by the official government to restrain alien users. It was used to limit the ability users from using their ability to cause harm to ordinary people in the city. The rules were there, but there was no way to help someone who didn't abide by them. As long as they didn't go too far and commit a tragic case of human life, they usually didn't bother, saving themselves from being pushed to cause more casualties. Even if you don't think about us, you have to think about the family. The family is right. Xiao and I can't be anything. Absolutely nothing can happen. These words seemed to have woken Jiang Yuan up. he hurriedly took out his cell phone and started looking for a phone number. I'm going to find my boss and report the situation, so he can send out a shifter. Yes, Alterans should be killed by Alterans. Big brother. The junior brother, snatching Jiang Yuan's cell phone despite his injuries, said with a sobbing voice, "Don't you see? Big boss doesn't care about us at all. If we let Xiaoquan know, they would hate to use us, our family members, to lure out that alien. In the end, we'll be the ones to suffer." Jiang Yuan sat disheveled on his knees, his eyes dull, his cell phone falling to the ground. He knew that his little brother was right. Jiang Yuan and their transformation was not clear to Wenting. After the guerrilla warfare just now, Wenting had managed to stabilize the blood-refining stage realm, and even the shadow stab and shadow escape had become a lot more proficient. It was true that practice was the only standard for testing the truth. However, he wasn't in a good mood. The debt collection company clearly had no intention of letting their family go. Strength. It still had to be strength. If he was a bit stronger, would Jiang Yuan and the others dare to think otherwise about himself and his mom? And as it turned out, no matter how strong or weak he was, the people behind Jiang Yuan and the others had no intention of letting them go. Since this was the case, the pretense of weakness was meaningless. Drenched in rain, Wenting returned home. Seeing that his mother had not yet returned, Wenting put all the meat he had purchased into the refrigerator and began to prepare for the making of the tranquilizing soup. He now had to exhaust all methods to grow up quickly. According to the instructions on the recipe, the purchased Qingxian grass and Inshin flour, cleaned, removed the stamens of the Inshin flour and set aside. A small amount of fresh mint leaves, cinnamon, and salt were also taken, mixed together, and mashed. In a short time, the fragrance of cinnamon and the mint and salt under the action of the diffusion. When it's almost done, pour it all into a small bag and put it into a pot to simmer. This step takes 3 hours. Wenting will purchase the obtained paralyzing effect of the herbs, put together. Soon got a copy of the recipe of quick numbing food scatter? Recipe, quick numbing food scatter. Quality, grade 1. Ingredients needed, 3 parts of hemp herb, 1 part of tranquilizing flour, 1 part of yellow needleworm poison gland. Effects: eating effect. After eating, it can quickly paralyze the senses and put the body in a state of deep rest, which can quickly restore energy and repair dark diseases. The same effect can also be achieved by inhaling large quantities. Steps to make: pound the hemp grass together with the Inshin flour. It was when Wenting purchased the Inshin flour at that time that he came across this recipe. When he saw that this thing could work in the way of breathing, Wenting knew that he had to get it. A good time to drink and get confused like Lin Jiqian wasn't always possible, and with the quick numbing food scatter, Wenting also had the backbone to win by surprise in a fight. Jiang Yuan in his heyday, face-to-face hard fighting is absolutely not beat. But if he was hit by the quick numbing food scatter, and his whole body was paralyzed and fell to the ground, let's see if Wenting can handle him or not. It's over. Since it was a recipe with a quality of grade 1, it was thought that it would work on Jiang Yuan, who was at the perfection of the blood refining stage. It didn't need to be too long, 10 seconds or so would be enough. Time passed little by little. 3 hours later, Wenting took out the boiled soup. At this time, just by smelling it, Wenting felt that his brain was clear. Even the field of vision is like opening a Blu-ray 8K picture quality, without a little turbidity. The effect is surprisingly so strong? Wenting was a little surprised, but more than that, he was happy. He scooped out 4 or 5 bottles and used them as an attempt to give the stall owners healing potion. Despite the current critical situation, Wenting still felt that safety was paramount, and it was not yet time to personally try the effects of the potion. Even though he felt that he should have no problem with his supernatural abilities. But in front of his life, no amount of caution was too much. By the time Wenting put the dark moon demon wolf beast meat into the tranquilizing soup and refrigerated it, the rain outside was decreasing and the sky was getting dark. At the same time, Wenting also finished making the quick numbing food scatter, and carefully poured it into a plastic bag and deposited it into his jacket pocket. The preparations were basically complete. Originally, he should have taken a rest, to save up his energy to deal with the dangerous stall owner tomorrow, in case the other party went crazy. But well, Jiang Yuan's group of people even hit on their own ideas. Wenting naturally couldn't just let it go. Being targeted by me, you still want to sleep peacefully? Then you are thinking too much. Taking advantage of the fact that his mom hadn't come back yet, Wenting put on his raincoat, disguised himself and then brought that spring-loaded knife with him and set off again. However, this time, Wenting did not go to the Black 8 billiard hall, but instead went to Jiang Yuan's residence. The billiard hall was tossed like that by himself. I guess it should have been closed. Listening to Zhang Yuan's previous words, it seemed that after he threatened them, this guy didn't even move his family. I don't know if this guy is looking down on himself, or he is too indifferent to his family. On a rainy night, there are not many pedestrians on the road. Like North Plains, this kind of small city with less than 3 lines, this kind of weather, even the vehicles on the road are not many. Dodging the surveillance along the way, he came to the Fuyu neighborhood. This is a new neighborhood built some years ago. The facilities inside are newer, the decoration is also good, most of the people living inside are well-off families with small savings. If Dad was still alive and not so many things had happened in the family, I could live here too. I could live here too. No, with Dad's skills, it shouldn't be hard to buy a single family house. When Ting shook his head, and after shaking off these miscellaneous thoughts, he strutted into the neighborhood. Because of the rain, there are not many people in the neighborhood, but every building has lights on, and there is a sense of warmth. When Ting pulled out a black 8 billiard ball from his coat pocket and kept throwing it up and grabbing it in his hand, feeling the weight. Suddenly he saw a person sitting on the children's swing in the small area. That person had long been soaked through his clothes by the rain, his not-so-long hair was plastered to his scalp, and water gathered along his slim cheeks and dripped down his chin. It was clearly the target of this trip, the small owner of the Black 8 billiard hall in the back street, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan noticed when Ting and slowly twisted his head to look at him. When Ting tightened his grip on the billiard ball and stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. The two men stared at each other across the room. You really came. Zhang Yuan stood up with a hoarse voice. Chapter 13, Mr. Shadow invites you to play a cat and mouse game. When Ting turned his head and ran without looking back. Since he had guessed where he was, there was no guarantee that this guy had shaken people. He was just a newcomer to the world of psychic abilities and martial arts, but he didn't dare to be arrogant. Against these martial artists and ordinary people who didn't have any special means, his own shadow psychic abilities were good. However, once they encountered experienced supernormal abilities, their own little cleverness was simply not enough to look at. When Ting had a clear self-cognition and didn't care about his face, with his face covered, who knows who lost his modesty and face? Seeing Wen Ting running away, Zhang Yuan yelled behind him, "Brother, let's talk." "Don't worry, I, Zhang Yuan, came with sincerity and didn't call anyone." Hearing Zhang Yuan's voice, Wen Ting didn't bring any faith at all. Anyway, now that the rain was weakening, as long as the other party's voice was loud enough, Wen Ting would still be able to hear him in the neighborhood. Zhang Yuan continued, "I don't know what your purpose is, Zhang thinks Jianghu, my brother was beaten, I don't care, I just hope you keep the rules, don't move my family." Wen Ting laughed coldly in his heart, now he wants to get up the rules of the Jianghu? Before breaking and entering, to blackmail my mom when, why did not think there are rules of the Jianghu? Wen Ting looked around and realized that no one was chasing after him or ambushing him in the vicinity, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan yelled, "I know my own sins, also know that I cannot afford to mess with you, one person to do one person, there is something to come at me, my wife and child is innocent. You want face, I Zhang Yuan here to kneel down to make amends. If you don't want to be relieved, I, Zhang Yuan, will stab myself 6 times, and if you're still not relieved after 6 times, you can come up and waste me too. But please leave me alive, although I'm guilty, I haven't carried a debt of human life on me for so many years. After this matter, I Zhang Yuan retired, also hope that you will not be aggressive again, mixed so many years, I Zhang Yuan still have some friends." Zhang Yuan's voice echoed in the neighborhood, when Ting stroked his chin, unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart, quietly sneaking back. From afar, he saw Zhang Yuan standing alone in the rain, pulling out a dagger in his hand. "If you don't reply, I'll take it as your consent. Zhang Yuan is here on his knees to thank you." Plop. Zhang Yuan knelt down on both knees, raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard into his abdomen, only to hear a muffled grunt. As he yanked out the dagger, bright red blood stained his white bottom shirt. First dagger. When Ting did not respond, Zhang Yuan raised the knife in his hand and stabbed into the other side of his belly again, second stab. Third knife. Zhang Yuan stabbed into the side of his thigh this time, as if showing in this way that he was not capable of doing anything more to him. Then came the 4th and 5th stabs, and by the time the 6th stab was made, he was already drenched in blood, and his condition was not as good as before. This guy is playing for real? Wen Ting was also completely stunned by Zhang Yuan's actions. For some reason, surprisingly, at a certain moment, he seemed to have seen the scene when his dad was killed. He pushed himself and his mom into the room, and he himself was killed alive by the group of people. I'm really crazy. Wen Ting breathlessly rubbed his temples. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was about to stab the 6th knife in his shoulder, Wen Ting blatantly threw out the black 8 billiard ball in his hand. The black billiard ball landed on the concrete floor and shattered into a field of crumbs with a muffled sound. Zhang Yuan weakly looked towards the ground where the billiard ball had burst into pieces. Zhang Yuan laughed miserably. You finally showed up. You sort of agreed to the previous proposal. Wen Ting lowered his voice. It's quite funny to see something like you, who harasses other people's families for a living, making others abide by the rules. He. Yeah, well, I think so too. Zhang Yuan somehow recalled Wen Ting's eyes at first in his mind. He observed the person in front of him, trying to find the same thing in him as Wen Ting. For some reason, he always felt that the things that had happened recently were the work of the kid who had dared to threaten him in the first place. Even though reason told him that Wen Ting had gone through the awakening ceremony and had confirmed that it was impossible for him to possess supernormal abilities, and even if he had injected that artificial potion, it would be impossible for him to awaken the shadow system's supernormal ability. But it is that hidden sixth sense that makes him feel that the person in front of him is Wen Ting. However, the more he observed, the more he was far from the Wen Ting in his impression. Impression of Wen Ting, like a prostrate wolf, ready to trade life for life up to tear a bite. The person in front of him was more like a cat playing with its prey, with a smile in his eyes that always scrutinized his prey, which was unpleasant, and more importantly, he didn't have that kind of madness of fighting for his life. In terms of body type, it was even farther apart. Wen Ting had a slim figure, while the other party was even stronger and taller. Wen Ting does not know Zhang Yuan's thoughts. If he knows for sure, will return a sentence. Sick. In the past, the barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Now I wear leather shoes. Who still fight with you? Loss is not Wen Ting tossed and played with the billiard ball in his hands and opened his mouth, receiving money to do the job. Since you have already punished yourself, this matter is over. Tell me about the boss behind you and that Quan Shao. What is the origin? Wen Ting knew that the root cause was not here in Zhang Yuan, plus this was the city after all. The bottom line that should be observed should still be observed. When Zhang Yuan heard that the other party was not pursuing the previous matter, the stone in his heart sort of fell to the ground. But when he heard that he was still thinking of messing with the boss and the others, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything more. Dryly, he confided, my boss is Yang Ming, the current owner of famous restaurant and the boss behind Holiday Asset Consulting. 3 years ago, his strength reached the chi practicing realm perfection, and he's just one step away from entering the god condensation realm. As for supernormal abilities, I'm not sure, I've never seen them. To be more accurate, if there are supernormal abilities, then everyone who has seen them is dead. Wen Ting couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he heard this boss's introduction. Good guy chi practicing realm perfection, he himself was only at the blood refining stage of the forging realm, or at the early stage, pure and simple, he was a novice. Can't do it a little bit, too far off. Despite the panic in his heart, Wen Ting did not move on the surface, and did not put the other party in his eyes at all. Zhang Yuan continued, his son's name is Yang Lingquan, specializing in the lending and loan collection business. He is a bone forging stage martial artist, and has awakened 2 types of elemental abilities, fire and rock, of which fire has a level 3, as for rock, it is not clear. 2 elemental psychic abilities? Wen Ting had a slight chill in his heart, not realizing that even this rich second generation was not an oilite. The forging realm is divided into blood refining, tendon training, and bone forging. That Yang Lingxuan's age looks not too much older than Wen Ting, and surprisingly, he has reached the bone forging stage. Innate abilities or acquired artifacts? Both are acquired. Only then did Wen Ting breathe a sigh of relief, so it was technology and ruthless work. Artificial injection of alien energy was extremely expensive, and the amount of medicine needed was far from the ones that Wen Ting had stolen. An alien energy for the body burden is very large. Forging realm, at most, can only accommodate 2 kinds of alien energy at the same time. An alien energy element is also very picky. Not want to awaken what element can be awakened if forced to inject incompatible alien energy potion, will only explode and die. In that case, Yang Lingquan can be touched, but not now, he still needs some time to develop. Zhang Yuan gasped and said, most of the time, the boss will be staying at Ming Yang restaurant. As for Yang Quan, it's not clear, their contact information is in their cell phones. Wen Ting wrote down the cell phone numbers of both of them. I promise not to touch your family, you also have to promise not to go to my employer's trouble. Your employer? Zhang Yuan frowned lightly and guessed. Those debtors? This is not something I can make a decision on. Quan Shao will not let them go. And for those with potential, he will even try his best to make them mediocre or wasted. Moreover, I also intend to retire and quit. Wen Ting heckled out a cold laugh. Do you think that if you quit, they will let you go? That the people you've bullied will forgive you and your family? Don't be naive. Zhang Yuan's face darkened horribly and he closed his eyes helplessly. Take a message to your boss as well as that son for me. What? Just say. Mr. Shadow, invite them to play a game of cat and mouse, and in the first game, bet on his son Yang Lingxuan's head as well as my life. No time limit. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Aren't you staring at lousy? Well then, let's go straight to war, and neither of us will have a good time. Let's not talk about whether to get him or not, at least we can't let him sleep well. We've already made our revenge, so we might as well make it bigger. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything to brag, so at least we can't lose our momentum. Chapter 14. The effect is remarkable. I was thinking of experimenting the effect of quick numbing food scatter on Zhang Yuan, but I didn't expect this guy to be so sensible. Wen Ting is also not good to directly take it out to experiment on him. This thing is to be a surprise, there is no need to expose it for the sake of experimenting the effect. When he returned home, his mom, Lin Yulan, had already returned. With the previous precaution, Lin Yulan did not ask about the beast meat. Son, how is your progress in martial arts? Lin Yulan asked as she cut the potatoes. After drying his raincoat and jacket, Wen Ting naturally took the chopper from his mom's hand. It's okay, I've already reached the early stage of blood refining, why are you suddenly asking about this? Crossing the line, the debt collection company would not let him have a good time, so there was no need for Wen Ting to pretend to be a weak chicken. The shadow ability was designated not to be exposed, then since this was the case, he would display his talent in martial arts, and as long as he performed well enough, naturally there would be a teacher who would bail himself out. Lin Yulan's face was delighted, leaning against the doorframe and watching Wen Ting chopping vegetables. Your Auntie Ma told me today that he Jian has become a level 1 alien. But she was so happy, she told everyone that Mrs. Liu on the 4th floor was a lot more enthusiastic about her, and even gave her a jar of pickles. Wen Ting coldly snorted, that old thing is also stingy enough. Go, how to talk about elders. Lin Yulan unhappily slapped the back of Wen Ting's head lightly, but once she thought that her son had also made full progress in his martial arts, a smile once again hung on her face. My son isn't bad either. You and he Jian have been good friends since childhood, are you still going to be so stiff? Don't you want to get to know each other? In the future, when you're in society, you'll also have to help each other out, right? Tisk, why are you talking about this for a good reason? It's bad luck. And you stay away from Ma Chunhua, that woman's brain is not too bright, easy to drag you down. Wen Ting said in an unfavorable manner. For Ma Chunhua, Wen Ting is not polite at all. Every time something goes wrong, she knows to look for her mom, which in itself is her own trouble, and she involves her mom in it every time. It is not that this woman's heart is more bad, she is purely stupid, speak without thinking. Just like the last time I heard He Jian awaken supernormal capabilities, immediately feel able to, similar things happen more than once. Thanks to her, Wen Ting's mind grew like a rocket. It was purely given to be forced out. Lin Yulan heard this even more angry, came up and twisted Wen Ting's ear, when the martial artist can be patient? You don't see anyone anymore, do you? This one is stingy, that one has no brain, you are the only one who can, right? We're all elders, we should be more polite when we talk and meet each other, you know? Hey, you're chopping vegetables. Take it easy, you're going to cut your hand. It's better if you cut it, martial artists' blood is more nutritious. The next day, Wen Ting brought the loaded tranquilizing soup to the free market next to the Hunter Guild. From afar, he saw the same vendor from yesterday anxiously pacing back and forth at his previous stall. Only this time, he was not selling anything in front of him. Seeing Wen Ting's arrival, the vendor excitedly walked forward. Doctor, you're finally here, did you bring your potion? Wen Ting looked at the status bar on top of the other person's head. Ingredients, human. Quality, grade 2, 34 years, moderate mental pollution. Consumption effect, increases qi in blood. Recipe, before consuming, please soak and sterilize with anshan soup, life sterilized for better effect, followed by. In just one night's time, it's even shifted from slight to moderate? The whites of the vendor's eyes are covered with blood, the dark circles under his eyes are heavy, and the sense of anxiety between his words is hard to hide. Yesterday, he was able to remain silent, but now he's already starting to suppress it? Wen Ting pulled out the chilled tranquilizer soup from his pocket. You drink it can first to try the effect. A hint of skepticism and disappointment clearly flashed across the stall owner's face when he saw the potion in a plastic bottle and can. However, now that it had come to this, there was no room for him to pick and choose, and he copied the bottle and unscrewed the cap and directly poured it into his mouth. An entire mineral water bottle of tranquilizing soup was drunk in the blink of an eye. Run the breathing method, Wen Ting reminded. The stall owner did not doubt it and closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. Running the breathing method was not necessary. Wen Ting was simply afraid that the other party would rise up and injure someone. If it didn't work, he would also be the first to run away and save himself from being implicated. Quietly back 2 steps, eyes have been staring at the status bar at the top of the other party's head. 10 whole minutes have passed, only then did Wen Ting see the status change from moderate to slight. Effective, no need to run. Wen Ting silently took his hand out of the pocket of his coat where he stored the quick numbing food scatter. After another 5 minutes, the stall owner's symptoms completely returned to normal. Also at that moment, he opened his eyes and flashed a color of surprise, but quickly showed a look of forced pain. Doctor, the medicine is very effective, but it seems that the dose is not enough. Can we have another bottle? Yo-ho, want a whore for nothing? Wen Ting sneered, Sir, it's medicine that is 3 times poisonous, drinking too much of it can be a hidden danger. Aang. Doctor, to no longer give a bottle, I go back after a while and then try. If there is an effect, I must buy in large quantities. You are not aware of that dark moon demon wolf. Injured people can be quite a lot. This is a big business opportunity. Wen Ting said with some chagrin, it seems that there is no effect, sir. I can't do anything about your illness. Goodbye. The vendor was dumbfounded when he saw the way Wen Ting turned around directly. Could he himself not be clear about whether or not it had any effect? He himself was cured, but his girlfriend was still in bed waiting to be cured. Rushed to pull Wen Ting's hand. Brothers. Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry to go, I feel much better now. It's the same as before. Wen Ting raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Oh, congratulations. The stall owner was furious in his heart. He could only lose the battle and smiled awkwardly. Brother, just set the price, I'll buy it. But you don't open the price too outrageous, I don't have much money on me. Wen Ting took out a bottle. Don't worry, not expensive, just 7,000. Don't tell me you don't have money. Yesterday I just gave you $8,000. Giving you 1,000 is already very facetious. A series of outputs directly blocked the words of the stall owner. He scratched his head, once again displaying a naive sense of hand-wringing. Doctor, my girlfriend is very sick, and I spent quite a bit of money yesterday just treating her. I'm just a bitter hunter, please do me a favor, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched. Still playing Buddhism with me? As the old saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage. You spent money to buy medicine to save your girlfriend, and you built the 7 levels of floating P. I won't rob with you for such a great merit. After you two got married, I also indirectly earned merit. It's a win-win situation. Stall owner? After half a day of wrangling, the stall owner didn't save a single penny here at Wen Ting's place, and successfully bought the tranquilizing soup at the original price of 7,000 yuan. After the deal was finalized, Wen Ting was happy and inquired in passing, Bro, is this disease common outside the safe zone? The stall owner, who bought the potion at the original price, was not in a good mood, and his face had lost that pitiful energy, and said in a bad mood, who knows? Wen Ting said quietly, alright, I'll find someone else to ask, just to discuss about the agent. The stall owner originally intended to go back to his girlfriend's treatment, heard this and jerked back to stop Wen Ting, his face restacked with a smile. Junior Zhang Xinxiang, why do you need to ask others about this kind of thing? As a personal experience, I am the most familiar. But this agent thing. Little boy, still can't pinpoint you? From Zhang Xinxiang's mouth, I learned that this disease has only recently begun to appear. Only a few people were injured by a demonic beast, or eat the meat of that demonic beast will be infected. Wen Ting also inquired about the location where they met the Dark Moon Demon Wolf, a deeper section outside the safe zone. When they met the Dark Moon Demon Wolf, it was very manic, and its desire to attack was several times higher than usual, like an individual demonic beast that had gone berserk. This was also the reason why there was very little qi and blood in the flesh. After the two of them discussed, they reached a cooperation in a few words. Wen Ting took down Zhang Xinxiang's phone number and sold him the tranquilizing soup in a package at a wholesale price of $5,000 per bottle. And Wen Ting left him with the name, Mr. Shadow. Chapter 15, The Pupil of Fear. Wen Ting realized that he still underestimated Zhang Xinxiang when he looked at the pile of 12,000 blocks in his hand. The guy who had hated kneeling down to gain sympathy before had immediately shelled out another $5,000 after seeing that there was still a bottle left. Now Wen Ting more or less regretted that he did not make a few more bottles. Originally he did not want to price 7,000, after all, is a life-saving medicine, the heart is more or less overreacting, but who would have thought that this kid is not good, and he played with his heart. This cannot be tolerated, so there is $7,000 of the sky. If it is not just yesterday and Yang's father and son declared war, afraid of too much eye-catching lead to unnecessary trouble, or when Ting would really like to sit here and yell selling drugs. Simply profiteering Just so 3 bottles of medicine instantly let his wallet again bulging. In an extraordinarily good mood, instead of shopping, he returned home and started working on the Dark Moon Demon Wolf dish. This was a good thing that could actually boost his strength, so naturally, it was better to be early than late. Recipe: Dark Shadow Wolf Meat and Lotus Seed Soup. Quality: Grade 2. Ingredients needed: 1 Dark Moon Demon Wolf Beast Meat, 3 Pearl Lotus Seeds, for Spirit Chicken Eggs, several onion, ginger, garlic and sugar. Effects: supplements a large amount of shadow elemental energy, a small amount of blood, improves night vision, higher probability of obtaining the Dark Moon Demon Wolf racial talent Pupil of Fear. Production process: Dark Moon Demon Wolf Meat, Pearl Lotus Seeds cut into pieces, onion, ginger and garlic seasonings chopped spare. After these days of cooking, Wen Ting's cooking skills had improved rapidly. The knife work was flawed, but it was harmless. Following the steps step by step, the ingredients were processed and then sent to the pot for steaming. Not long after, a rich meat aroma along with the steam filled the whole house. Wen Ting was very satisfied with the aroma. The only thing that made it difficult for him was this old range hood, which seemed to have no other role than to roar. Open the lid of the pot, a meat flavor came out, as if the jelly-like eggs are covered with a layer of black lean meat, light yellow grease is like a film, and it is garnished with lotus seeds and green onions and garlic. This time, the selling looks quite good. Wen Ting brought out a bowl and couldn't help but start to eat it with a whimper. Within a few moments, a large bowl of meat soup went down, and other than a stream of pure shadow alien energy surging into the chi whirlpool in his mind, causing it to increase in size, he didn't feel any special changes. Should it be so dark? When I awakened my shadow system alien energy before, it wasn't this nonchalant. Wen Ting rubbed his bulging stomach, somewhat speechless. He had no choice but to run the meditation method to digest the shadow system abilities he had acquired, and to consume the food in the process. It really couldn't eat anymore. Perhaps it was because of the high grade of this Dark Moon Demon Wolf. The energy that Wen Ting had obtained was exceptionally pure, and the black cyclone in his mind that was visible to the naked eye had become even darker and deeper, and was also much larger. It was a pity that it did not step into the ranks of a level 2 exalt. The changes brought about by the cyclone were also more obvious. The power of the shadow stab and the shadow escape gained a significant boost. After digesting almost all of it, Wen Ting once again started looking at the little meat soup left in the pot, and gradually began to pray in his heart. If this failed to awaken his talent again, he would really be losing money. Just as he finished the last bite of the meat soup, Wen Ting's body shook. The dark cyclone in his mind arrived at its extreme, and the influx of the remaining shadow abnormal energy did not allow it to continue expanding, but instead surged towards Wen Ting's eyes. The area around his eyes suddenly felt a coolness, and his 2 eyes radiated an ethereal blue light. Wen Ting didn't have any special sensations in this instant, except for the cyclone in his mind that was spinning madly, and the rapid consumption of alien energy in his body. With a thought, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the blue light emanating from his eyes no longer existed. Opening his eyes again, his eyes once again glowed with a ghostly blue light. It seems that we still need to find a living thing to test it. Looking around, he still decided to go downstairs and find a stray dog or cat to try, bringing part of the pounded wolf bone downstairs with him. Last night's rain pressed down the last trace of summer's heat, and September's northern plains welcomed its own coolness. Without taking 2 steps, he found a small earth dog sniffing the ground next to the garbage can, rummaging for today's food. After noticing Wen Ting's presence, the dog immediately ran away, seemingly sniffing the bone crumbs from the plastic bag in Wen Ting's hand, a pair of eyes filled with longing. How could it not move its 4 legs, but the fear of humans in its way made it not dare to go forward. Alright, it's you. Wen Ting opened the plastic bag and took a few steps back. The little earth dog ultimately couldn't resist the flavor of those bones, ran over and buried its head in a frenzy of gnawing. Wen Ting just quietly watched, not in a hurry to do anything. If you ask someone to help you try your skills, you have to let it eat its fill. The effect of the Pupil of Fear is still clear to Wen Ting. If it really succeeds, this dog is estimated to be scared all day long, and there is probably no way to eat again. Not long after, the dog took the whole plastic bag of bone scum all licked clean, but also do not forget to lick the hair on the body. Dirty little face, rare smile of satisfaction. Wen Ting rushed over with an arrow step and precisely gripped the back of its neck, frightening the little earth dog into a frantic struggle. The barking sound was quite piercing. Little thing, after eating my food, you'll have to help me work. Turning its dog's head, Wen Ting's 2 eyes emitted a ghostly blue light. The dog that was still showing its teeth and struggling, its defiance suddenly disappeared without a trace, its hair exploded all over its body, and its weak body kept trembling. The moment when Ting stared at the dog's eyes, he seemed to have a bit of spiritual resonance with them, and was able to operate his supernormal ability to enhance the suppression of the spirit, causing a psychological sense of fear. Z. When Ting tuned the dog with a twist of his wrist, and was almost nourished to pee by it. After returning home, when Ting began to make up the tranquilizing soup and started the day's cultivation. When he swiped his cell phone before going to bed at night, he saw the Jianghu hunting order issued by Yang Lingquan. He posted the surveillance footage of his conversation with Zhang Yuan, and all those who provided information about the man in the footage would receive a $1,000 bounty as long as the information was true. There was no cause and effect of the incident written on it, and the news was pitifully small. But the comments below, one by one, were very informative. I was at the scene, Egu, that scene old bloody, good guy forced people to stab themselves, the whole 6 knives, do not act according to have to get people's wives and children, poor people nah. No way, what era is this, these people are still so rampant. It's so abominable at North Plains Inspectorate, why don't you come out and take care of it? At North Plains Inspection Bureau. A series of followers followed below, basically all calling on the North Plains Inspectorate. Yang Lingquan, quite the tactic. Playing with public opinion war huh? When Ting laughed in his heart as he looked at these comments. He had long thought that there would be such a day, so when he went out, he would intentionally wear 2 layers, and his shoes would intentionally wear a few sizes larger. For the face, it was even more thoroughly protected, and the surveillance was all around. After learning the shadow disappearance, avoiding surveillance is even simpler. I think they went through a lot of trouble to find that this back is the clearest. Just as he was sliding through the comments, he suddenly saw a few of the latest comments. Bull, that kneeling I recognize, the back street that pool hall boss Zhang Yuan well, he is the one who collects money everywhere to beat. This little brother is clearly doing good. Upstairs is right, my opposite door that family is by this grandson to make the wife separated. Molesting a pregnant woman in front of her husband, simply hateful. Scum, scum. At North Plains Inspectorate, don't you care? As Zhang Yuan's identity was revealed, public opinion instantly reversed. People are so poorly liked, so what's the point of playing public opinion wars? That said, you don't even dare to take out the war letter I gave you? Forget it, it's better if I do it myself. Chapter 16 Yan Sanchi's attention. Early in the morning on the way to school. When Ting took a box of beast meat and lotus seed soup and presented it to old man Zhang. Ooh, little one nah, did you make this? What, don't believe it. When Ting looked at old man Zhang with amusement, sniffing the beast meat lotus seed soup with disbelief. The meal that he had previously promised to old man Zhang, when Ting was almost a week in arrears. Old man Zhang pulled Wen Ting into the store, lifted the lid, took out a spoon and shivered it into his mouth, his gray eyebrows raised extremely upwards, chewing the beast meat in his mouth, nodding his head and giving a thumbs up frequently. I've never eaten such a delicious lotus seed soup, Xiao Wen Na, did you really make this? The diners on the side, looking at old man Zhang in surprise, were also attracted by the bowl of beast meat lotus seed soup in his hands. This can still be fake. That's right, even your mom doesn't have this skill. Old man Zhang muttered and then continued to drink 2 mouthfuls in a row, looking at the customers next to him as they probed their heads repeatedly, their eyes looking over their shoulders. Just as Wen Ting was planning to say goodbye, a voice came from the restaurant, Brother Ting. Wait for me. Wen Ting did not turn around, hands in pocket, speed does not decrease, what is it? He Jian held the bun in his mouth and ran to Wen Ting's side, I've advanced to a level 1 alien. Well, I know, I heard my mom say it, congratulations. He Jian had a hard time hearing this insincere congratulations, and followed Wen Ting's steps somewhat undeterred. Brother Ting, I just want to say, thank you for what happened before, I will try my hardest to learn the alien ability and become a powerful alien, and look after you and Auntie Lin in the future, I won't let Zhang Yuan's group of scoundrels bully you anymore. Wen Ting suspiciously twisted his head to look at Yi Jian, then took 2 steps to the side. Brother Ting, what do you mean by this? Yi Jian felt that Wen Ting was looking down on him. Brother Ting, I'm the 3rd one in our class to condense a cyclone, it won't be long before I'm able to unleash my skills. I'm afraid that when Zhang Yuan's group retaliates against you, their blood will be spilled on me. Wen Ting said without any good humor. For such sarcasm, Yi Jian had long gotten used to it after a few years, and it couldn't hurt him anymore. Oh yeah, do you know that dog Zhang Yuan was educated? I'm telling you, the good guy directly stabbed 6 times, kneeling on the ground like a grandson begging for forgiveness, it's so damn relieving. The only pity is, if only he had done it earlier, our two families wouldn't have to suffer so much. Wen Ting didn't comment too much on this, but only reminded. You'd better pay attention in general, according to that group of people's style, they won't stop. Got it, Brother Ting. How is your martial arts cultivation? Average. When Wen Ting entered the class, he was completely dumbfounded. Almost everyone was talking about it. Especially this guy, Bao Bao Baishan, relying on his well-informed information and overwhelming desire to share, stuck in the pile of girls talking about it in a spiteful manner. I'm telling you guys, don't believe those who blow Yang Lingquan on the internet, they are all hired mercenaries. In fact, the other Mr. Shadow is a chivalrous man. Zhang Yuan is a thing, for a long time for the scourge of the township, this time by Mr. Shadow subdued obediently. Do you know why Yang Lingquan issued a kill order for Jianghu? Why? Mr. Shadow didn't mess with him. What's he up to? Pao Baishan hemmed and hawed and pulled out his cell phone. Because of this, Mr. Shadow has declared war directly on the Yangs. A cat and mouse game. Declared war? He's alone? Even if he's a shadow system alien, that can't beat the Yang family, right? It's rumored that his father is one of the few strongest people in North Plains City. Can this be false? Look at this, in the first round, Mr. Shadow is directly running towards that young Lingquan kid's life. There's going to be a good show this time. Then this Mr. Shadow is very powerful, isn't he? He even dared to declare war with the Yang family. He should at least be a level 2 or above alien. Zhang Yuan is a martial artist at the blood refining consummation stage. If he can beat him to his knees, his strength must not be bad. Wen Ting couldn't help but feel weak when he heard this. Making noise first thing in the morning, the entire hallway is filled with your voices. Yan Sancher said with a dark face. After resting for 2 days, you've forgotten how to practice, haven't you? All of you. 100 push-ups to warm up. The bitter students who were already suffering from Monday syndrome, after hearing Yan Sanxi's words, their little faces suddenly became bitter. An elongated contained the fistful of sincerity of the students praying to the great demon, hoping to awaken the other party's mercy as a teacher. What? Each and every one of them has become a blood-refining stage martial artist, right? Wen Ting inquired in a low voice, Teacher, if we reach the blood-refining stage, is it not necessary to do it? If someone really reaches the blood-refining stage, not only do they not need to do push-ups, I personally will directly send a book of gun techniques and teach them personally. Teacher won't make things difficult for you either. Anyone who reaches the blood-refining stage before this weekend can. It's really not that Yan Sancher is looking down on them, even in the first-tier cities, except for those with rich family backgrounds and seedlings cultivated since childhood, there are very few gifted ones who can be introduced to blood refining in just 1 week. The reason why he said so is just to encourage this group of children to actively practice martial arts. Just as Yan Sancher said that, the group of people who had already come cursed in their hearts why they had to come so early at the same time, they had already gotten down and started doing push-ups. Bao Baishan saw that Wen Ting was still standing alone and hurriedly reminded, Hey, Brother Ting, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. If King of Hell finds out, you're done for. Wen Ting. What do you mean? Yan Sancher looked at the disobedient Wen Ting and frowned. Bao Baishan instantly up and sullenly did push-ups, fearing that he would be implicated if he said one. Starting from this week, Wen Ting, you don't need to practice these entry-level things, I'll teach you marksmanship alone in a while. Remember to come to my office before school. It just so happens that I went out this week and fought a level 4 rush of lightning pale wolf, consider this as a reward for you. Wen Ting's blood boiled when he heard this. Level 4 demonic beast. That was a powerful demonic beast that was comparable to a cheap practicing realm martial artist and a level 4 alien. Demonic beasts at this stage were full of treasures. Just throw it on the market, it is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This kind of tonic said to give it away? Where is this Yan Wang? Simply a living Buddha. Wen Ting had a smile on his face, yes. Teacher. The students who were on the ground at the moment were already dumbfounded. Yan Sancher looked at them with amusement. Don't be discouraged, as long as you can step into the blood refining stage this week, have the opportunity to be personally instructed, and in the future, if you make rapid progress, the teacher will also have a small reward. Whether you can get it or not depends on yourselves. When the students heard this, they were instantly pumped up with chicken blood. Even jerks like Bao Bao Baishan were full of ambition for a while, and a spirit of striving emerged. This could make those who stepped into the class at the right time look silly. Am I in the wrong class? Today is Monday, right? Why is everyone working so hard? Are they on the wrong medication? Or are they possessed by something dirty? Right under this atmosphere, the training atmosphere of the entire class was extremely hot. While they were doing push-ups, Yen Sancher came to Wenting's side with a rare lance. Chapter 17 Overlord Gun. Yen Sancher, holding a 4-meter-long giant gun, saw the resistance in Wenting's eyes and frowned. If you don't like the gun, I can also help you change a martial art. Change a discipline? Wouldn't that be a loss of an experienced teacher teaching for no reason? That would be too much of a loss. However, looking at the 4-meter giant gun in Yen Sancher's hand, Wenting began to tremble in his heart. His current fighting style is mainly based on sneak attack. Holding such a long gun in his hand, how can he sneak attack? After thinking about it, Wenting still politely said, "Yen teacher, I'm not disliking guns, but this 4-meter-long gun is also too bulky." Yen Sancher's serious old face revealed a smile. "Don't worry, this is for practice. The actual battle usually uses 2 meters. Saying this, he threw the 4-meter-long giant gun to Wenting, who almost didn't hug it. This thing also do not know with what wood, dead heavy. He has stepped into the blood refining stage of the martial artist. Grasping are a little strenuous. Yen Sancher adjusted Wenting's movements, instructed a few simple gun circle movements, and told him the essentials of the movements. This gun technique is called the Overlord's gun, emphasizing the use of force to convince people, and the use of power to take over, and it has extremely high requirements for physical and mental qualities. Starting tomorrow, you need to be at school by 6 to practice, and go back after 9 at night. If you can't stick to it, change to another discipline. Wenting. Teacher Yen, I withdraw my previous comments about you. You'd better be your Yen King, the Bodhisattva, and you don't get along. The practice of the giant gun was not as easy as Wenting had imagined. It was even more tiring than doing push-ups. The 4-meter-long giant spear, drawing a circle and stabbing out, a simple action, but mobilized the strength of the whole body. A few times down the Wenting has sweated profusely. During the process, Wenting began to operate the breathing method, and when he practiced the gun again, he found that the qi and blood in his body was running much faster than usual. The efficiency of the qi and blood polishing was even more amazing. This also made Wenting practice extra hard. The price was that when he ate lunch, Wenting looked like he had Alzheimer's. His hands were shaking uncontrollably and blindly. Soon the news that Wenting had stepped into the blood refining stage and was valued by Yen Sancher spread. When He Jian heard the news, he was dumbfounded. Didn't you say it was average in the morning? You're that average? What about the promised low-key development? Wenting explained this is also very simple. The threat of aberrant people can be more than the martial artists. They also target is also the first to target him. He Jian once again felt the cold reminder from Brother Ting. In the afternoon, Yen Sancher took more care of Wenting. The students watched as Wenting was practiced to the point where his entire body was exhausted into a dog, and his motivation was instantly cut in half. It was like, you studied hard to do the exercise book, and in the end, the reward you got was even harder problems. It was hard not to break down. Not everyone had the heart to become a martial arts master. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Wenting's entire body nearly fell apart, finally accomplishing the goal set by Yen Sancher. Yen Sancher could not hide the appreciation in his eyes. Today's performance was good. Tomorrow we will continue to work hard. Now come with me to the office. Things are already prepared for you. Wenting's eyes lit up. Yes. That was grade 4 beast meat. The quality of qi and blood contained within it was not comparable to those level 1 shadow taper beast meat. Enduring the soreness of his body, he followed Yen Sancher to his office. I've heard about your family background. Practicing the Overlord gun requires a large amount of qi and blood, and once the nutrition can't keep up, it will instead cause a loss to the body. I know that keeping up with nutrition is hard for you, and those subsidies from the school are a drop in the bucket for you. Teacher, you probably don't know that right now. I'm already overnourished with beast meat at every meal. Wenting was afraid that Yen Sancher wouldn't teach because of this, and said somewhat anxiously, Teacher, don't worry about this, I'll think of a way, and will never lose my body. However, when Yen Sancher heard Wenting's assurance, he couldn't help but feel compassion. What a good kid, what a way to be forced by that group of debt collectors. Yen Sancher rarely revealed a gentle smile. His big hand patted Wenting's shoulder. The way teacher has thought of it for you. It's just that the process is a bit dangerous. You need to use your own discretion. Wenting, please speak, teacher. Yen Sancher stopped walking and turned to look at Wenting. I told you this morning, the Overlord gun not only tests the body, but also looks at the psychology. Empty brute strength is not called Overlord. It is more necessary to have a hegemonic spirit that the world is the only place where I am the only one, and this is the essence of the Overlord's gun. The rapid lightning pale wolf is enough for you to eat for a week, if you can hold on. This weekend I will take you outside the safe zone, hunt demonic beasts, and rely on yourself to hunt for supplements. Wen Ting's eyes gradually widened as he couldn't suppress his inner surprise. Teacher, are you telling the truth? Yan Sancher saw that Wen Ting was so happy, and his mood improved quite a bit. Don't be too happy, not to mention whether you can hold on or not. When you really arrive outside the safe zone, it's hard to predict life and death, and I may not be able to guarantee your safety either. Don't worry, teacher, I definitely won't let you down. The safe zone was indeed dangerous, but it was likewise a treasure trove. Not to mention those dangerous demonic beasts, even those spirit plants were good things that were worth their weight in gold. If it wasn't for the hard condition that one had to be at least in the late blood refining stage to go outside the safe zone, Wen Ting would have already had plans. As for the safety issue, the Dark Shadow Department was known as the strongest reconnaissance type ability. As long as they didn't encounter those demonic beasts with special sensing abilities, the Dark Shadow Department was an existence that came and went as it pleased in the face of those demonic beasts. It was very dashing. Yan Sancher didn't say anything more. Everything has to be said when the time comes. Whether or not it can last through this week's training is still a question. If you can't make it through the daily training, then going outside the safe zone is all for naught. The office arrived soon. Pushing open the door of the room, Wen Ting saw a large package of already processed emergency lightning coyote meat on the floor. Ingredients: emergency lightning coyote. Quality: grade 4, 23 years uncastrated and tastes fishy. Consumption effect: higher probability of awakening thunder ability, increased thunder attribute resistance, and gain a large amount of chi in blood. Recipe: mint, cinnamon, night herbs mashed, soaked in cold water to remove the fishy odor, optional recipe. Wen Ting raised his eyebrows lightly. Good guy, worthy of being a level 4 demonic beast. This effect could even be comparable to that supernatural ability potion. Thunder attribute ability. It is also a rare elemental ability. Because of its own paralyzing effect, as well as its powerful might, it was likewise favored by various hunter teams. Not only that, lightning also had a powerful deterrent in damage to individual spectral body demonic beasts, and in some special areas, thunder attribute abilities were guests of honor. The social status was extremely high. Yan Sancher, who had gotten out of class, was still a very good person, and seemed to be afraid that Wen Ting's beast meat would be robbed, and even sent him home specifically. This in turn made Wen Ting more or less uncomfortable. Old Yan had been a little too good to him. He was sending martial arts skills and beast meat again. However, what Wen Ting could feel was the anticipation in Yan Sancher's eyes, as if he was looking forward to his son's success. Dragging his tired body back home, after explaining to his mother, he hurriedly took out the well-made, quick numbing food scatter, and applied it to himself. I never thought that the first person to experience the effects of this unique concealed weapon, which was intended for the enemy, would be him. Not long after, a strange movement came from Wen Ting's bedroom. This worried Lin Yulan outside the door. Unable to resist, she pulled out her cell phone and messaged Jian's mother, Ma Chunhua, and asked, "The child has reached puberty, his vigor is too high, what should I do?" Chapter 18: Awakening Thunder System. The effective, speed-numbing food scatter was really strong. For a whole hour, Wen Ting froze and couldn't move. The tingling sensation as if he had been hit by an electric current made it hard for him to endure as he let out some strange grunts. But the relaxation and relief of the muscles from this thing was equally remarkable. It's only been so long before the muscles are fully relaxed. Tomorrow's training shouldn't be a problem. According to this training intensity, it won't take long to reach the middle stage of blood refining. Wen Ting clenched his fists tightly and did not feel the soreness brought about by muscle fatigue. His heart was very satisfied. Walking out of the room, he proceeded to start preparing the beast meat of the level 4 rapid lightning pale wolf given by Yan Sancher. He had an incomparable desire for the lightning department. The shadow department's treacherous and mysterious nature was great, but the domineering and powerful nature of the thunder department was equally mesmerizing. As soon as he left the house, he saw his mom looking at him with a rather strange look. "Mom, is something wrong?" "Ha? Ah." Lin Yulan was a bit flustered. Nothing. Wen Ting felt a bit puzzled, took out the beast meat given by his class teacher and prepared to start making it. Just as he moved the knife, his old mom ran over and carefully asked, "Son, how is the girl in your class?" Boom. Wen Ting wrist flicked, chopped crooked, looked at the mom in a bad mood. "Mom, I'm only in my first year of high school. It's too early to think about this." Lin Yulan herself also felt a little early, but when she thought of the sound she had just heard, she couldn't care less about embarrassment. It is indeed a bit early. And not very early. Now the state of the country here, as long as the high school graduation can be married. What the hell? Wen Ting was a little confused. Even if it was because of the existence of demonic beasts that caused the country's population to generally not live long, but it wasn't so anxious to get married. Besides, because his family was being chased by debt collectors, even when he reached puberty, Wen Ting didn't have the heart to engage in love affairs. Don't even have a stable family environment, don't ho-ho people girls. If you really want to involve the other party because of your own reasons, Wen Ting will feel guilty for the rest of his life. So Wen Ting looked at his mom with a slightly serious face. Mom, you are not unaware of our family's situation, and you are not in such a hurry to have a grandchild. Lin Yulan was a bit unhappy and crossed her arms. What's wrong with our family's situation? The debt notes are gone, what can they do to us? Embarrassment and worry then appeared on her face. Aren't you successfully refining blood now? It's a critical time, you can't be too indulgent. Indulge? Wen Ting was dumbfounded, quickly associating it with the sound he had just made. His face instantly darkened. Mom, I was using the potion given by my teacher to relieve muscle fatigue. What are you thinking? Lin Yulan blinked her eyes. This way. After realizing that she had misunderstood, she said with some racking embarrassment, you're not too young, you should contact more suitable girls, you can't delay yourself because of that. Wen Ting faced more black. No, can't talk deeply on this topic, quite hard to change the topic, said. Mom, just have something to say to you. Adding more fuel to the fire, he finished the process of being valued by Yen Sanshur before saying the matter of wanting to go out of the safe zone with the other party to practice. No way. How is that going to work? That's outside the safe zone. It's something that will kill people. You've only just been initiated, what are you going out for? To improve the food for the demonic beasts? Lin Yulan's opposition as a mother was very thorough, her voice was raised much higher. Seeing that Lin Yulan was about to continue persuading again, Wen Ting preempted him and comforted him. Just put 100 hearts on it, isn't there Mr. Yen leading the team? Moreover, even if we don't go this time, we will always go at the end of the semester. The moment you enter the martial arts school, you decide, sooner or later you have to face the demonic beasts. I'm only because of the excellent, earlier than others to contact just. Moreover, those debt collectors won't let us grow up. Now that we have Mr. Yen by our side, it's a rare and good time to not be afraid of their retaliation. Lin Yulan knew that what Wen Ting said was true, but she couldn't bear the thought that her son, who she had raised for more than 10 years, would have to risk his life to face that group of man-eating beasts. She had personally seen scenes of demonic beasts biting people to death. Most of this era was like this. Once a demonic beast attacked a city, it was hard for any family to survive intact. Wen Ting's grandma and grandpa, her grandparents, had died in the midst of a demonic beast attack. This also made Mom have a big psychological shadow towards the demonic beasts. Wen Ting had also spent a long time coaxing his mom to make sure that she was not in danger. That said, before eating the alien potion, spices of the dish did not awaken. I do not know this time to eat, cannot let Mom awaken out of the thunder system. Just over 40 years old, it is the age to break in. Yen Sansi gave the emergency lightning coyote beast meat portion is still very sufficient, save a little to eat, a week is not a problem. However, since we want to awaken the supernormal ability, we can't be stingy and swishy. What's the point of awakening with that amount of meat? Awakening psychic ability is not to be a drum to the spirit. So, Wen Ting put half of the beast meat into the pot with a pained face. Level 4 demonic beast's blood content is very high. To Wen Ting, this cultivation level to eat more cannot be digested, on the contrary, it will form a big waste. As long as you can awaken your psychic abilities, those chi and blood wastes are wasted. It is just $40,000 gone. Only. It doesn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt at all. The production of the emergency lightning pale wolf was not troublesome, and it did not take long for the broth to be brought out, and the room was suddenly filled with the aroma of meat. Just by smelling a mouthful of it, one felt the sensation of chi and blood churning in the body. Lin Yulan smelled the smell and came out to take a look, and was instantly even more heartbroken. Wen Ting! You loser, how much meat did you stew? It's simply a waste. Wen Ting, Mom, our refrigerator can't fit anymore. Lin Yulan. This wasn't a reason Wen Ting found now, but the small refrigerator in their house really wasn't enough. The investments that they had gotten from Jiang Yuan had long since filled up that shabby little refrigerator. The ones Yen Sansi sent this time already couldn't fit. But at this moment, it was already a done deal, and it was useless for Lin Yulan to feel any more heartache. Wen Ting munched on the meat and handed Lin Yulan a piece. Mom, want a piece? You eat it. Today you are so tired, just need to replenish the nutrition. Besides, it's so late. I'm not a martial artist. It's not good for digestion if I eat it. Wen Ting nibbled on the meat and muttered, Grade 4 beast meat, eating it can whiten and nourish your face. Lin Yulan. It's not impossible to have a shallow taste. Regarding Wen Ting's craftsmanship, Lin Yulan did not know how many times she had praised it these days, and would say a few words about it to almost everyone. As soon as the soft and rotten beast meat entered the mouth, a strong stream of qi and blood came into the body, nourishing all the organ cells centered on the esophagus. Wen Ting ate one without squeaking, and his heart was even cooler. Should the probability of awakening be this low? Can't eat anymore, son, you too. Don't think about eating a fat person in one bite, save it for tomorrow morning. The cell phone said that eating late-night snacks is bad for your body. Even if you're a martial artist, you can't build it like that. Oh, I know, huh? As soon as Wen Ting's words fell, a large amount of pale white electric current began to surge within his body, rapidly converging towards his brain. Its energy was quite huge, and Wen Ting himself was somewhat unable to control it as it began to spill out. A silver snake flickered on the surface of his body, his hair fell up by the roots, his two eyes emitted a pale white light, and his body faintly emitted a sharp roar of electric current. Mom, Lin Yulan's entire body froze. Son, you are awakening your supernormal abilities? Chapter 19, The Path of Cultivation. Pale white lightning gathered into a modest vortex and presented itself in the middle of Wen Ting's mind, spinning and flickering like a mass of air currents. Compared to the black cyclone next to it that had become a climate, it was weaker, but the operation process was more violent and domineering. Wen Ting also did not expect that this time, the awakening of the supernormal ability was so obvious that he could not control it at all. Perhaps it was because the last time he awakened the shadow department, it was too quiet and subtle, causing him to think that this time would be the same. But it didn't matter, the thunder lineage was meant to be a clear card to be revealed. Despite the fact that it would increase the threat he posed to the debt collectors, it would equally divide himself and Mr. Shadow as a split. No one would have thought that Wen Ting, who had already innately awakened the thunder lineage, would also be a shadow lineage empath. Wen Ting's delighted smile overflowed. Mr. Yen is truly my lucky star, this meal wasn't a waste, hee hee hee. You have to thank Mr. Yen, without this meal from him, you can't become an alien. Humph, after he Jian awakened his psychic ability, your Auntie Ma didn't complain a lot in front of me. Now that my son has also become a psychic, let's see if this can still get away with it. Wen Ting coughed lightly and then said, Mom, should be low-key or have to be low-key, not to show off the time it. Okay, you're just too cautious. Oh, according to your young people's words, you're just too doggy. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched. Mom, if I'm a dog then what are you? Lin Yulan. Good boy, you just became a shifter and you dare to curse your mom? You've got hardened your wings, haven't you? Wen Ting. Afterwards, Wen Ting also let his mom eat a few more pieces of rush electricity pale wolf beast meat, however there was no sign of awakening. Wen Ting was now even a little skeptical that these meals he made were only effective for himself. Without indulging in the excitement, he rushed back to the bedroom and began to meditate, however something that made him suffer happened. When meditating, one could only cultivate one lineage of psychic ability. This was difficult for him. This meant that he needed more time than an ordinary person to cultivate. A whole day of practicing the Overlord gun was not to mention that when he came back at night, he also had to serve the two exotic masters of the Thunder and Shadow lineages. Sleeping time was almost all squeezed out. Fortunately, the Shadow department had reached its bottleneck, and even with all the meditation, there was no way to break through to level 2. It sort of gave Wen Ting a buffer. After a night of meditation, the Thunder department had basically stabilized and was still maintaining a high rate of growth. According to Yen Sanchu's rules, Wen Ting got up early in the morning, hoofed it to the school, and came to the class to pick up the 4-meter-long giant gun alone and start practicing. Even if there was no one around, Wen Ting was extremely serious in every move, without the slightest bit of slackness. When Yen Sanchu arrived at the class and saw Wen Ting practicing the giant spear so hard alone, his eyes became even more satisfied with this student. Pushing open the class door, Yen Sanchu with a hint of a smile, how was your rest yesterday, and how was the effect of the level 4 beast meat? Wen Ting saw Yen Sansi come, stopped the action in his hands, and answered with a smile, the rest is very good, the effect of teacher's beast meat can be too good, after eating it, I immediately awakened my supernormal ability. Oh, the effect is good on the line. What did you say? Yen Sanchu somewhat cannot believe his ears, just as if he had heard something unimaginable. Looking at Yen Sanchu amusingly, Wen Ting's mind moved, and a silver snake manifested, flickering around his body frequently, emitting ear-piercing electric chirps. This could make Yen Sancher look silly. No, I'm just asking how you're resting, if the beast meat is good to eat, and if your chi and blood are absorbing well. Why did you directly awaken? Yen Sancher rubbed his eyes, still somewhat incredulous, and said, You really awakened? Or is it the thunder system? Wen Ting nodded. After I went back yesterday, my body was already very tired, so I ate a piece of beast meat, and not long after I ate it, I awakened my supernormal ability. Yen Sancher nodded and pursed his lips, but a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This is good for you, I'll go and do the transfer procedures for you. Yen Sanchi's subtle expression did not escape Wen Ting's eyes. He realized at this time that teacher Yen was taking such good care of himself, seemingly because of the inheritance of the Overlord gun. Having awakened his own thunder system ESP, the best place to go was naturally the ESP Academy, and he wouldn't have so much time to practice the Overlord gun. The seedling that was so hard to find left just like that. Yen Sanchi's heart was naturally a bit despondent. However, this was not Wen Ting's intention. Teacher, even though I've awakened my psychic abilities, I don't want to go to the Psychic Energy Academy. Yen Sancher frowned slightly. Don't be ridiculous, the role of a thunder system alien in the same realm can be much greater than a martial artist. Wen Ting said with steely eyes, Teacher, I'm serious, I like the Overlord gun very much, and I don't want to make the matter of awakening my psychic ability known to everyone. It's easy to be missed. Yen Sancher recalled his family information. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Don't think so much, there's the school. Even if their Yang family is big, it's not to the point where they can cover the sky with one hand. Teacher, after so many years, I understand their underhanded tactics too well. The reason why I told teacher about your awakening, for one thing, is that I wanted to ask teacher to help me pick out a lightning system skill that is suitable for the Overlord gun. Hiding my powers is one aspect. On the other hand, I truly believe that the rigidity and dominance of the thunder system powers are extremely suitable for the Overlord gun, and will be able to better assist me in my cultivation. Wen Ting spoke with extreme sincerity. Yen Sancher looked at Wen Ting, and his heart began to come alive. There were martial artists who used the martial arts path as their cornerstone, supplemented by supernormal abilities, and there were quite a few of them. Only with such a path, not to mention talent, the resources consumed were astronomical. As the realm rose, the resources consumed were even more immeasurable, so small towns like theirs did not encourage such a cultivation path. Yen Sancher dwelled on it for a moment before saying, Your idea isn't wrong, the combination of psychic abilities and martial arts with each other is indeed strong. The strongest group of people in the world today are doing it. But do you know why, for the most part, schools and even society don't recommend this kind of cultivation? Wen Ting frowned slightly. Is there another reason? Yen Sancher nodded. After martial arts and supernormal abilities are practiced together, they will begin to influence each other as the realm rises, and in some cases, they progress together. As the saying goes, touching is the reasoning behind this. But in reality, more often than not, one head is blocked and then a full plate is lost. After reaching a high realm, if you can't make a breakthrough in your martial arts, along with your psychic abilities, you will also be affected and not be able to advance an inch. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched. Finished, I've already got 2 alien abilities. And, as far as the eye can see, I will have more and more supernormal abilities in the future. Forget it, anyway, the wood has been turned into a boat, it's too late to change. After thinking for a while, Wen Ting firmly said, Teacher, I'll take this path. Not changing it? No change. Wen Ting's eyes grew more and more determined. Hesitation, fear of this and fear of that will end up being a basket of water. Since the two associations will be more and more closely, that is to say, as long as you find the right method, can also be able to go hand in hand, the leading drive behind, so as to become stronger. Knowing the difficulties in retreating is never a good medicine for the path of cultivation. Yen Sanchi's eyes gradually appreciated after hearing this. Good boy, with vigor. Remembering this feeling and continuing to practice with this energy will help even more. Since you've decided to take this path, I'll help you go and choose the right skill here. Chapter 20 Target. Yen Sanchi's efficiency was high, and he took care of the skills during his lunch break. He took 3 skills for Wen Ting at once, which were Electric Flash, Elemental Attunement, and Thunder Roar. Electric Flash, the core skill of a Thunder System adept, was able to quickly displace in a straight line in an instant. Whether it was escaping or chasing, it was particularly useful. Compared to the Shadow Department's Shadow Escape, Electric Lightning was superior in speed, but it had a great deal of flaws in terms of stealth and persistence. Thunder System skills were mostly high energy consumption and high damage, and many Thunder System exalts of low level were no different from super soldiers after a set of hits, and thus could not sustain combat for a long period of time. However, Wen Ting, who was also a martial artist, was not afraid of this. Martial artists were mostly known for their strong physique and resistance to fighting and building, and what they fought was sustained combat. Elemental enchantment was a skill common to many elemental abilities. The role is also very simple, a short period of time to give the object elemental powers, so as to do the weapon attached to the elemental special effects. This skill was equally applicable to the shadow department. The last skill Yen Sancher chose for Wenting, Thunder Roar, was a skill specially prepared for people with dual cultivation in martial arts and psychic abilities. Through a roar like thunder, deterring the other party, the closer the distance the better the deterrent effect. Not only that, Yen Sansi also specially applied for an independent classroom for Wenting to practice his supernatural ability. Wenting was particularly touched by this. The day's practice was fulfilling and exhausting, and when he returned home, Wenting first used quick numbing food scatter to ease his muscles, and then changed into a jacket he didn't often wear, and after doing some camouflage, he transformed into a ball of shadows and sneaked out. Declaring war on the Yang clan's father and son wasn't just to scare them. Only a real threat could get their attention and divert their attention, thus making themselves safer. In the end, Wenting and He Jian, even if they had become martial artists and psychics, were small caramels in their eyes. They couldn't cause much of a wave at all, and targeting them was mainly a precautionary measure. As long as their attention is attracted away, who will remember the existence of these two people? The premise was that they couldn't make too much of an anticlimactic commotion. Since the beginning of fall, the sky in the northern plains got dark very quickly. Wenting away from their own neighborhood, only from the shadow of the middle of the body, pretending to run at night fitness people, to the commercial street of a small alley. Inside the road is relatively narrow, there is a neon sign sticking out of the sky, which reads Cherry Bath Club. The small boss here is named Wu Yongliang, backed by the Good Luck Debt Collection Company operating red light industry. Can open here, certainly not involved in the big fish, really if those major clubs, to the strength of the current Wenting is still far from causing a threat. The reason why they are staring at this place is mainly because those other debt collectors have raised their guard. It is not so easy to cause more damage. The purpose of coming over today, Wenting, was just to step on the spot. Now that he had the shadow system ability, the task of spotting and reconnaissance had become extraordinarily simple, and he only needed to hide amongst the shadows of the walls to be able to listen in on the voices in a number of rooms. It wasn't long before Wenting found the main target of his trip, Wu Yongliang. He happened to hear them chatting inside. Brother Liang is frowning sadly. Is there something troubling him? Could it be the recently hot Mr. Shadow? A clear female voice said. Mr. Shadow? That crazy guy who hasn't even grown his hair? Am I afraid of him? That's a joke. That kid is only holding that punk Zhang Yuan, otherwise with his cultivation level, what can he turn the tide? Then what's your headache for? This is not Friday to come to a big customer of the trouble well, forget it, do not say, tomorrow worry to tomorrow worry. Unfortunately, the two did not say anything more about the latter, and the chatting content only stayed on the pull of love and affection. In order not to waste time, Wenting turned to sneak inside the clubhouse and began to observe the surrounding terrain, mainly looking at key locations such as the monitoring facilities and power main gate. After doing so, Wenting did not continue to explore. There was still a lot of time, there was no need to rush to get it all done in one day. Besides, after going back, he still had to meditate and cultivate, so he didn't have that much time to waste here. He came to a farther away mahjong parlor around, hid the tranquilizing soup in a hidden place, and then used the cell phone funded by Zhang Yuan to send a text message to Zhang Xinxiang. It wasn't long before $20,000 arrived in the cart under Zhang Yuan's name. This was the delivery method determined by Wenting and Zhang Xinxiang. The cell phone and the bank card, both from Zhang Yuan, were protective measures made by Wenting to facilitate receiving the stolen money. Otherwise it would be too much of a hassle to always deal in cash. The arrival of $20,000 put Wenting in an extraordinarily wonderful mood. The money for the meal to harbor the lightning system's supernormal ability was there. In addition to meditation, Wenting was able to obtain his own specialized recipes, and the elements that could be obtained from them could be much more than meditation. This was also the main reason why Wenting's shadow department grew so quickly. In the next few days, Wenting's days were extraordinarily regular, with a 3-point line between school, home, and the Cherry Bathing Club. The rate of consumption of ingredients was also getting faster and faster. The level 4 rapid lightning coyote beast meat didn't even last a week before it was finished by Wenting. Even those shadow taper meats that Zhang Yuan had funded were eaten without much left. Wenting could only use his own funds to purchase the appropriate beast meat to maintain his daily consumption. Of course, the progress during this period was also very pleasing. After Wen Ting tearfully consumed a pound of rapid lightning pale wolfbeast meat, he finally disliked the Thunder System ability as well, to the extent that it was at the peak of level 1, on par with the Shadow System. It wasn't that Wen Ting had drifted after getting rich, and had to use level 4 Rush Electricity Kangwolf beast meat even for a meal. The main reason is that the number of demonic beasts that contain lightning system abilities is also small. Here in the North Plains, Wen Ting has access to the cheapest level 4 Rapid Electricity Tsong Wolf. In addition to this, in terms of martial arts, he had also entered the middle stage of blood refining in less than a week in front of the massive amount of resources. After stepping into the middle stage, Wen Ting's strength had increased significantly, and it was no longer so laborious for him to dance the 4-meter-long giant spear. He then joyfully brought up a 5-meter-long giant spear. It had to be said that the growth cycle of martial cultivation was too long compared to supernatural abilities. He kind of experienced in advance that the barrel theory that Yen Sancher had said was really being dragged down by martial arts. However, this was only for himself. Compared to the others in the same period, Wen Ting's cultivation was like a scurrying monkey, leaving them behind by several blocks. 5 days had passed, and only one girl in the class had reached the threshold of the blood refining stage. He Jian had only learned the first level skill of flowing firebomb. Time quickly came to Friday night. Yen Sancher found Wen Ting. Go back early today, get some rest, I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, teacher. Wen Ting was overjoyed, finally being able to go outside the safe zone. As he was packing his school bag, he heard Pao Baishan complain. What's going on with this Mr. Shadow? How long has it been going on and why hasn't he even made a move? It can't be that he's just going through the motions and bragging. Hearing this, the girls on the side also opened up and started spitting. Who says it's not, in these days that Yang Lingquan has provoked for I don't know how many times in a row, and Mr. Shadow didn't even let out a single fart. Wen Ting pursed his lips and thought, is there a possibility that Mr. Shadow doesn't have the time to care about all that nonsense because he's overloaded with schoolwork? On the other side, a boy took over the conversation and similarly spat. That's right, I don't think we should call him Mr. Shadow anymore, just change his name to Shadow Clown. It's just a guy who attracts attention. Wen Ting turned his head and looked at the boy slyly. Ishigaki hi, very well, I'll remember you. Sure, Yuan Ping noticed Wen Ting's gaze and inquired in a close manner, don't you think so, brother Ting? Wen Ting's smile stiffened slightly, maybe. I hope your mouth is still this underhanded during next week's fighting class. Chapter 21, Really Listen to Advice. Since he didn't have to study at night, Wen Ting came to Cherry Bath Club early and lurked down. After this short week of investigation, Wen Ting roughly feel clear about the layout of this place and the strength of the defense personnel. Wu Yongliang is much more wealthy than Jiang Yuan, the number of security personnel are mostly ordinary people, only the leader is a practitioner of the tendon stage of martial arts, strength than Jiang Yuan much stronger. And Wu Yongliang himself is only a blood refining stage martial artist, not even to the late stage, purely by slipping up, will run the store to the top, and does not have much combat power. If he hadn't been thinking of ruining their good deed of docking today and making things a bit bigger, as early as yesterday, Wen Ting would have had the chance to make his move. It was also yesterday that Wen Ting, after sneaking in with his shadow escape, witnessed Wu Yongliang deposit the purchased nutrient solution into the safe. The moment the safe was opened, Wen Ting's eyes lit up. Despite this guy's lack of strength, he had no shortage of cultivation resources. It was mainly the salary for that tendon training stage martial artist. Conservatively estimating, these nutrient solutions were enough to support Wen Ting's intense training for a month. Time passed little by little. Early hidden in Wu Yongliang living room, secretly meditating, Wen Ting suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Inside the living room, Wu Yongliang's voice with obvious politeness rang out. Mr. He, this way please, I know you've had a long journey, why don't you have a little drink first, have some fun and relax before we talk about business. Saying this, he shouted to the outside, Shao Ching, let the sisters come in and keep Mr. He company. Let's talk about entertainment later, I came over today to confirm the final proposal with you. That Mr. He's voice was thicker and huskier, and he refused Wu Yongliang's proposal rather dryly. Then. Okay. You guys go down first, and remember not to let anyone come over and disturb our deliberations. A slamming door sounded, then Wu Yongliang said rather helplessly, Mr. He, not that I say you, too little understanding of entertainment, the relaxation on the relaxation well. Don't talk about these useless things, let me tell you, this batch of goods is very important to that boss, as long as it can be shipped in, the benefits will not be spared for you. I naturally know Mr. He's generous, but you always have to let me know what it is. I'm just a small smuggling boss, I don't dare to touch those head-killing things. It turns out that this kid Wu Yongliang is secretly a smuggler. I said, where did he get so much money to be able to buy such an expensive nutrient solution? This Mr. He is also very suspicious. If it's really that expensive, why did he find such a clown like Wu Yongliang? Shouldn't he be looking for a more powerful big shot? Without waiting for Wenting to think about it, that Mr. He laughed in a low voice and said, I heard that Boss Wu has always had a dream of being an alien. What do you mean? Wu Yongliang's gasps grew heavy. On the other hand, Wenting, who was hiding in the bathroom, had his eyes light up. Just as Wenting expected in his heart. If this order is successful, the boss promises to help you become a shifter. I won't do the thing of drawing a big cake. This is a sample. I believe that with Boss Wu's eyesight, he should be able to tell the real from the fake. Sample of potion? Was it like that dark shadow system potion that Zhang Yuan had in his hands back then? A rush of blood boiled in Wenting's heart. Similarly incomparably excited was Wu Yongliang. Mr. He is truly my confidant na. Then, we this single business? Don't worry, I'll do this business beautifully for you no matter what. As they talked it over, Wenting also calmed down. The artificial alien energy potion was expensive. What in the world was to be transported that one would need to use this as payment? Obviously, the content of the deal was not clear even to Wu Yongliang himself. What was at least certain was that what was being sent in was definitely not something good. Although it was unclear why the other party was looking for a small shrimp like Wu Yongliang, but sending the other party a handful of reporting triple companies certainly wouldn't be wrong. Just as he was about to edit a text message to the inspection team, Mr. He outside said, Boss Wu's carefulness and prudence, Mr. He is trustworthy, but since we've already confirmed our cooperation, let's ask the security personnel in the bathroom to come out. Security personnel? Wu Yongliang was puzzled for a while. Wenting was shocked when he heard this, and while the other party hadn't reacted yet, he immediately broke out of the door and pulled out the spring-loaded knife on his waist and ran straight at that Mr. He. Mr. He has a thick sideburns beard, a more robust body, wearing a black trench coat, saw the broken out of the door Wenting, the whole person was stunned. However, the other party reacted quickly, kicked over the coffee table in front of him to block Wenting's attack, while he himself did not want to fight with Wenting at all, got up and ran towards the door. Seeing the coffee table attack, Wenting immediately transformed into a ball of shadow. Shadow escape sneaked underneath Mr. He, and just as soon as he came out, the spring-loaded knife in his hand stabbed into the opponent's calf. Ah! Mr. He, due to the pain, screamed miserably, and immediately turned back to single-handedly slam down. However, Wenting seemed to have anticipated this. The whole person retreated, spilling out a large amount of white powder from his hand, hitting Mr. He squarely in the face, and then rushed towards Wu Yongliang on the other side without looking back. With the short exchange of hands just now, Wenting realized that the other party did not have too deep martial arts attainments, and his power was only at the late stage of blood refining, slightly stronger than him. Mada, to be such a dish. Scared the hell out of me. This point of cultivation in front of the quick hem food scattered, also the same must be paralyzed. Wenting confidently turned around and killed Wu Yongxiang. At this time, Wu Yongxiang has been scared out of his wits. Duck tongue cap, black mask, shadow department. Where could he not recognize the identity of the other party? Mr. Shadow. Early on, after recognizing Wenting's identity, Wu Yongliang had started shouting. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he had explained early that he would not allow anyone to guard, plus this parlor was originally soundproofed extremely well, coupled with the manic music outside there would be no one to notice the situation here. Mr. Shadow. Shadow. Mercy He still wanted to say something to stall for time, but when he raised his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes that emitted a ghostly blue light. The pupils of fear. He, who was already in a state of shock, was even more frightened to the point of incontinence, and his entire body was shaking so much that he was nearly foaming at the mouth. When Ting turned to look at the doorway, Mr. He seemed to be having an epileptic attack at the moment. The whole person collapsed on the ground, looking at Wen Ting with a face full of fear. Brothers, if there is anything to talk about, we are not enemies. Wen Ting operated his own supernatural ability and checked up on the other party's menu. Recipe, human. Quality, grade 1, 37 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of mental type psychic abilities, probability of awakening perception type psychic abilities after consumption. Recipe. So it's a perception type psychic ability, no wonder it could detect my presence. It's a good thing that this guy treats me as Wu Yongliang's personal bodyguard and didn't tell him in the first place, or else there's a real possibility that he could have recruited that bodyguard from the tendon practicing stage. When Ting lowered his voice and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I'm not really interested in your dealings. Is it convenient to tell me what this batch of goods of yours is? Or maybe the information of your boss behind the scenes is fine too. Fine sweat seeped from Mr. He's forehead. Friend, a word of advice: this is not something you can get involved in. Alright, I won't ask. Do you have any money with you? Won Tin asked sincerely. There was no telling if the loud sounds of the fight just now would attract others. Won Tin couldn't wait to hook up with them on these issues, so he went straight to the point. Ha! Mr. He was confused. He didn't expect the guy in front of him who had a vicious hand to be so nice, and since the other party only wanted the property, he had a great deal of certainty in his mind. There's more than $100,000 in the bank card in my coat pocket. These are the deposits given by that boss. They're all here. If you think it's less, I can help you contact that boss. With your skill you can definitely get more. When Ting smiled after asking for the password, I'm very much listening to advice. This is not something I can get involved in. After saying that, he took out the quick numbing food scatter from his coat pocket and stuffed it into the other party's mouth to make the paralyzing effect a little stronger. Subsequently, with Wu Yongliang's cooperation, he managed to obtain the funding for an entire safe, after which he left in style as they watched. Wu Yongliang looked at Wen Ting's departing back, and his entire body's teeth were about to be clenched. That was all his family's fortune. There was nothing left for him. What made him even more grasping at straws was the fact that Mr. He's order had completely gone down the drain. But it was good to have a life left. After Wu Yongliang calmed down, his eyes gradually became sinister and venomous. Shadow. No matter what, I will definitely make you pay. Just shortly after Won Tin left, a series of rapid sirens sounded outside. Mr. He's eyes gradually became terrified, but he could only make whimpering noises due to the paralyzing effect. Wu Yongliang, his face even paler, knew that he was completely finished. Chapter 22 Fatal Case. At the entrance of the Cherry Bathing Club, a police car was parked and a group of men and women were escorted out with their heads bowed in a queue. In the third-floor parlor, a woman wearing a white trench coat, wearing an inspector's uniform, holding a long knife with exquisite workmanship, carved with a tiger's head hilt, leaning over to pick up Wu Yongliang's head with the sheath. At this time, Wu Yongliang has been killed, the whole face inward depression serious, eyeballs have rotted out of shape. She then looked at the man with a beard at the door. His head was badly askew, and his neck had been violently kicked and broken. The murderer is a martial artist, at least a perfect blood refining stage. The two have just died a short while ago. Notify your fellow soul alien to come over and channel the spirits. Also, have Team Xiao lead a carpet search in the surrounding areas without surveillance. Double check who was missing from the inner staff. Yes. A young inspector, pinching his nose in disbelief, asked, Sister Menglan, can't the murderer be that maniac who calls himself Mr. Shadow? Xia Menglan laughed softly. Think about it with that dog brain of yours. If he really did it, what's the need to call the police? Wouldn't it be better to wait quietly for someone else to find the body? Also, look at the state of these two people. That bearded man was obviously stabbed in the calf by the dagger and then attacked by the paralyzing powder. This Wu Yongliang, even more so, after losing the ability to fight back, he was infused with the paralyzing powder. What does this mean? The young police officer said with a sudden realization. It means that he specifically left behind a live witness for us to obtain information. Surprised, the hand pinching his nose accidentally slackened for a split second, and squeezed it again after feeling the discomfort. The quick numbing food dispersal that filled the air made his nose uncomfortable for more than a fraction of a second. That's right, Charmoran said in a teachable tone. Seeing the other party's uncomfortable look, Xia Menglan inquired, this odor makes you uncomfortable? Can you do the tracking? Can't do it, my nose can't stand this odor after smelling it too much, I'm already uncomfortable now. The man said with a face full of rejection. While the two were talking, a police officer ran to report, Xia team, the missing person is called Pan Hao, he is the security captain here, a late-stage martial artist in the tendon practicing stage, he was seen heading west. This is his daily towel. Xia Menglan picked with one hand, the towel entered her hand with a breeze, then threw it to the youth beside her. Tao Tao, smell it quickly with your dog's nose, it's coming to life. The man named Zhuo Tao's mouth corner twitching, would like to argue two sentences, but in the way of the other party's lustful authority, only to give up. After receiving the towel and sniffing it with his nose, he nodded to Xia Menglan. Afterwards, Xia Menglan carried Zhuo Tao with one hand and went straight to the window, scaring Zhuo Tao and shouting, Sister! Wait, can't we just use the front door? What a lot of nonsense! Boom! Only to see Xia Menglan with Zhuo Tao directly crash through the window, directly jumped out from the third floor, and then the airflow surging under its feet, the two rode the wind far away. From afar, only the mournful screams belonging to the youth could be heard echoing in mid-air, felicitously. The murder that occurred on the other side was not clear to Wenting. After circling around outside for a long time, this was the only time he returned home carrying many trophies on his back. The familiar environment made Wenting's heart relax. His back had been drenched in cold sweat at some point. When he was pointed out his position by that Mr. He, Wenting was truly flustered. In his mind, he secretly admonished himself that the next hiding place must not be a location like an indoor bathroom that had no back way out. As a matter of fact, when Wenting rushed towards Mr. He in the first place, he did not intend to fight with the other party, but the other party happened to be in the way of Wenting's escape route. There was no way to dodge. Luckily, the other party was only a little stronger in perception, and not much stronger in combat. As soon as they exchanged hands, Wenting knew how much the other party weighed, so his confidence increased greatly, and he decisively struck without giving the other party the opportunity to release his supernatural powers. Still can't underestimate the group of psychics. Shadow psychic ability is not invincible, next time have to pay attention. Silently summarizing the experience of this battle, then began to check the harvest this time. The funds in the bank card, Wenting, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, specially went to a distant bank to exchange for cash. Subsequently depositing it into Zhang Yuan's bank card and completing the transfer could have taken a lot of effort. In addition to these 200,000 funds, there was also a sack of nutrient liquid, which was the main resource for martial artists to temper their bodies during the blood refining stage. The qi and blood content contained in a bottle of nutrient liquid was equivalent to a first-class dish made by Wenting, which showed its value. Most of the resources issued by the school were also based on nutrient fluid. To say that the most profitable part of this operation had to be this tender green bottle of artificial alien energy potion. Wenting pinched the bottle of potion and aimed it at the silver moon outside the window. Looking at the charmingly colored green inside, his heart was particularly pleased. Ingredient classification: alien energy factor flavorings. Quality: low-grade trace. Consumption effect: higher probability of awakening plant-based psychic ability. Consumption method: can be used as a condiment. Consumption method: can be added to dishes as a seasoning to increase the probability of awakening of psychic abilities. Plant-based psychic ability. Although it's more popular, but at least it's a gathering control and healing-based psychic ability. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that there's no plant-based beast meat in the house, so we'll have to wait until we come back on Sunday. Wenting's departure did not startle Lin Yulan. After all, a sentence about meditation not being able to be disturbed could make Lin Yulan, who was afraid of affecting her son's cultivation, not bear to disturb him. After carefully hiding all the stolen goods, in between pushing open the door of the room for a drink of water, Mom couldn't help but run over and ask, "Son, I heard that He Jian has successfully learned a skill. What's your progress?" Wenting sighed slightly in his heart. Why didn't he realize that his mom had such a strong sense of comparison before? In order to satisfy his mom's curiosity, Wenting purposely demonstrated the core skill of the thunder system, electric flash. After a strong sound of electricity, a pale white lightning bolt was pulled out, and in the blink of an eye, Wenting arrived at the other end of the living room, and then quickly returned to his original position. Satisfy the curiosity of Lin Yulan, as if sealing something, quite satisfied, said, "Worthy of being my son, He Jian that puts a fire or something. What's the big deal? Hold up is also a lighter. It is also my son. Really want to encounter a demonic beast? This speed to save life is not a problem." Wenting? Well, tomorrow we're going to go outside the safe zone with the teacher. Hurry back and practice properly. Don't be unable to use your skills when it comes time to escape. At least your son has awakened the most domineering thunder system ability, and practice the overlord gun, which is also known for its domineering nature. Don't always hang on to escape. Hello. In his heart, if he really expresses the idea that he wants to fight with the demonic beasts, he will definitely get a loving education. Despite the fact that there was no longer any improvement in his current meditation, Wenting continued to meditate until late at night in order to keep his mental state in good shape before he slept peacefully. The next morning, after carefully preparing everything, he went downstairs early to wait for Yen Sanchi's arrival. On the way to wait, Wenting suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Yuan. Chapter 23: Zhang Yuan's Mind. Seeing that he had been discovered, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to walk towards Wenting here. After not seeing him for a week, Zhang Yuan had changed tremendously. The minions that usually surrounded him had already disappeared, and he himself had paled a lot. His face did not have the usual gangly look, but instead had a sense of vicissitude. Wenting was silent and didn't say anything, just quietly watching Zhang Yuan approach. Zhang Yuan was the first to speak. "Does our previous agreement still count?" Wen Ting didn't pick up the conversation. Instead he said, I heard that you were stabbed 6 times. Instead of recuperating properly, you came to me early in the morning, quite dedicated. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuan laughed with all the creases on his face. It seems that the school grades are good. Have learned to joke with me. Seemingly knowing that this debt could not be recovered, Zhang Yuan straightened his face. Wen Ting, what about in the future? Your family's debt is not my responsibility. The company appointed someone else to take over my work. The new one's methods and style are much more ruthless than mine, and according to your words, there are no rules at all. I came here today to remind you of this. Don't put his account on my head. Wen Ting tucked both hands into his pockets, squinted his eyes, and hemmed and hawed as he laughed out. There's no difference between you and the person you're talking about for me. Both are stones that are pressed on me, and it won't change the fact that both want to kill our family because of who is heavier and who is lighter. Out of Wen Ting's expectation, Zhang Yuan did not storm into a rage, nor did he threaten hysterically, nodding his head and pulling out a thin pamphlet from his pocket and handing it to Wen Ting. I originally thought of bringing you some resources, but I've been robbed and have become a pauper, and the only thing I have in my entire body that's still worth some money is this martial art. I don't expect you to put aside your past grudges and forget your hatred. I just thought that if you want to take revenge in the future, don't move my family. Wen Ting took the booklet handed over by Zhang Yuan. On it was written Flower Thousand Hands. He flipped it open and looked at it, realizing that it was a book about the techniques of using concealed weapons. Is this yours? It doesn't look like it. Zhang Yuan sighed. It's mine, only that many of the techniques in here need to step into the chi practicing realm to use. I spent half my life to get to the blood refining stage of perfection. I can't get to that realm. But don't feel that this martial art is useless. In the forging realm, it can also cause a kill within 3 to 5 meters. It's considered better than nothing. Delivering something to the door, there was no reason for Wen Ting to refuse, but curiously asked, You're giving me this thing alone? Did he Jian as well as the other people you bullied have it? This thing is for you alone. Seeing Wen Ting's strange face, Zhang Yuan also said dryly. Of all the people I have offended, you are the only one who has the courage to fight me to the death, and you are the only one who knows the location of my family. Wen Ting sneered in his heart. It seemed that this guy wasn't genuinely repentant anymore, he just knew that he was a threat to him. Still thinking about how this guy suddenly came to a great realization. As it turns out, dogs can't change their ways. Beep. A pickup truck came down the street. Yan Sancher sat on the main driver and slowly drove up to approach Zhang Yuan. Causing Zhang Yuan to back up one after another, his face quickly became ugly. A smile showed on Wen Ting's face. Get in. Wen Ting ran to the passenger seat with gusto. Seeing the relationship between the two, Zhang Yuan was a little unsure. Yan Sancher didn't rush to drive away. Instead, he twisted his head to look at the black-faced Zhang Yuan and said, My name is Yan Sancher, I'm Wen Ting's homeroom teacher. Tell the people behind you, I'll bail this kid out. If you don't know what to do and come back to mess with me, I'll personally come to you. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wen Ting was slightly embarrassed. People this time over is not a threat, But there was no need to explain to the homeroom teacher on his behalf. Since his father's death, Wen Ting hadn't experienced such a feeling of safety in a long time. Yan Sancher also ignored Zhang Yuan's reply after he finished speaking, and took Wen Ting with him as he sailed away. In the car, Wen Ting curiously asked, Teacher, behind them is the Yang family, aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Yan Sancher laughed. What's there to be afraid of from a stinker that doesn't even dare to come out of the safe zone? I'm only saying this to tell them that you have a backer behind you. If they know what's good for them, they'll just leave it at that. After all, you're just a junior with a little talent in their eyes. There's no need to make a big deal about it and turn your back on me. Wen Ting was slightly relieved and then focused on the martial arts skill Zhang Yuan had sent him. Teacher, then this Flower Thousand Hands, do you think it's necessary for me to practice? Wen Ting explained a little more about the reason why Zhang Yuan had sent the martial skill. Yan Sancher glanced at the Flower Thousand Hands. It's a good martial skill, just practice it in private, don't sacrifice the essentials. Wen Ting revealed a smile. Yes. On the other side, when Wen Ting and the others were far away, Zhang Yuan came to a side alley. He only saw a man in a light pink suit slowly floating out from the ground. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and said, Young Quan. I have already given him the Flower Thousand Hands. As long as traces of Mr. Shadow's use of the Flower Thousand Hands are found later, it will prove that the two are the same person. Yang Lingquan looked at Zhang Yuan rather speechlessly and raised his hand to slap his cheek. I damn well thought you had made some great discovery, making me wait for so half a day just to show me this? To not say you're a waste of space. Why don't you just bring someone to beat you to death and everything will be clear? Also ing send martial arts skills, when he practiced. Maybe you baby will play soy sauce. Brain is really sick. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and cursed in his heart, together, it's not your family that's being threatened. Cursing after cursing, but still had to squeeze out a hard smile, compensating for the smile. Quan Shao is really bad this time, Wen Ting was looked at by Yan Sansi. Just now, he also warned me that if he harasses Wen Ting again, he will personally go down. Hearing this name, Yang Lingquan narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. Yan Sansi is the teacher who came down from the army? How did he suddenly fancy such a poor boy? After thinking for a moment, Yang Lingquan sighed, you don't have to care about this matter, tell Lu Chunlin to privately test this kid, and report back to me anytime if there is a threat. Yes. Seeing Yang Lingquan leaving, Jiang Yuan slowly raised his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Wen Ting, it's not true that you've pinched my soft underbelly, but you're still too tender, knowing that the Jianghu Lake is dangerous, some things aren't so good to take. Jiang Yuan was in a good mood, and his essence was also much better. This move to draw the water from the east was a lot better than what he had expected. Whether Wen Ting was Mr. Shadow or not was not important, calling Yang Lingquan here was the point. As long as it made him focus on Wen Ting as a threat, that was enough. With his character, he would never give Wen Ting a chance to rise, and without him having to specifically provoke him, Yang Lingquan would strike on his own. When these two fought, no matter which side won, Jiang Yuan was happy to see it happen. If Wen Ting lost and was wasted, the hatred naturally shifted to Yang Lingquan, and he himself wouldn't have to worry about the safety of his family all the time, and if he was killed, that would be even better. If Yang Lingquan was beaten by the rising Wen Ting, it would be even more fun. This impetuous rich second-generation Jiang Yuan had long been unable to look at him. When he heard a week ago that Mr. Shadow was going to make a move against Yang Lingquan, he was happy as hell in his heart. As for the delivery of martial arts skills and news, purely to prevent anger to himself. When he received the news this morning that the old Wu of Cherry Bathhouse was killed by Mr. Shadow, he was really scared. If something happens to him, I don't know if Mr. Shadow, who is hiding in the dark, will take it out on him. But if he just let Wen Ting go, it would be hard for him. That's why he had the idea of bringing the trouble to the east and killing someone with a borrowed knife. Chapter 24 The Best Accompaniment, Panyu. The exit to the safe zone in North Plain City wasn't too far away, just 500 meters north of the Hunters Guild where Wen Ting had purchased the skill in the first place. It was also convenient for the hunters to deal with the demonic beasts close by. A high city wall stood there, separating the inside and outside. After Yen Sancher parked his car, he led Wen Ting into the Hunter Guild Hall and went through a series of hunter formalities. During peacetime, only when a martial artist's cultivation reached the late stage of blood refining was he qualified to step out of the safe zone and hunt wild beasts. However, Wen Ting was also a level 1 Thunder System alien, and had already mastered 3 skills, so he had already reached the standard in terms of alien, and with Yen Sansi practicing on his behalf, the formalities weren't too difficult to go through. While waiting to be processed, Wen Ting heard the people nearby talking about something about Mr. Shadow, and couldn't help but sneak closer and listen to their conversation. Do you remember the Mr. Shadow that was making a lot of noise last week? That's the maniac who openly shouted and set his sights on the head of Boss Yang's son at the famous restaurant. It kind of rings a bell. It seems like he lost his voice after shouting. I don't know if he's still alive. Hey, the way you put it, he struck yesterday. And it killed someone. What? Really? Yang Lingquan was killed? That's a great merit. No, it's Wu Yongliang, who manages the cherry bath underneath him. TSK, he died a horrible death. It's said that his whole face was dented alive. The number of people who were swept up in the night is countless. Wen Ting's heart trembled. Dead? Mister, he did this? How is it possible? I clearly gave him so much, quick numbing food scatter, when I left, don't want to move for an hour. I'll be damned, I was just there a few days ago. So my 48th Ray sister went in too? Is that the point? Too bad Mr. Shadow, isn't it? What a ing no. If you want to get Yang Lingquan, get him. What's with the bath center? Don't let me know who this Mr. Shadow is, or I will definitely pout his third leg. Wen Ting did not squeak, his heart slightly chilled. He should have called the police in time, but any inspector with a little bit of brains couldn't possibly think that Mr. Shadow was the murderer. It couldn't be that this group of people couldn't find the real culprit and were planning to take my head to settle the debt. Wen Ting, who had witnessed the inspector's inability to take one debt collector after another since he was a child, didn't have any good feelings towards them and subconsciously speculated with malice. Or maybe it is Yang's father and son deliberately bring biased public opinion? The mind quickly searched up whether he had left too many traces at the time of the crime. This is like going out to the answer after the exam. The more you think about it, the more upset you are. The inspector's method of handling the case when Ting more or less knows something. He knew that they had some tracking effects psychic abilities, able to track down the target by virtue of odor, blood, secretions, and other intimately related objects. There were even some special psychics that were able to invoke souls to obtain information. It seems that a recipe to mask the odor needs to be concocted. Well, two need to be made, and the identity must be cut out completely. When Ting wasn't sure if the inspector's side would be influenced by the young family's father and son and go along with it to convict himself as a suspect. But the measures that should be taken were still necessary. Yen Sancher was holding an iron black badge in his hand, and seeing Wen Ting's face, he teased, "Starting to get nervous here? Relax a bit, these will all be daily routines by the time we reach the second year of high school anyway." When Ting came back to his senses and revealed a smile, the first time, there will always be a bit of nervousness, haha. Saying that, he took the iron black badge representing his identity in Yen Sanchi's hand and stopped thinking about those annoying things. The badge as a whole is gray-black, emitting a metallic luster, engraved with a sharp sword crossed as the bottom, written with the word hunter icon. This was a representation of the hunter's identity, which recorded the holder's basic information, as well as the entry and exit credentials to pass through the safe zone. The black iron 1-star was the rank of all newcomers when they first joined the guild. It would be promoted along with Wen Ting's completion of the guild's quests, from black iron, bronze, silver, gold until it was elevated to master hunter. Yen Sancher led Wen Ting outward while cautioning, "Receiving the hunter badge means that you have become a hunter. At the black iron stage, every month you need to go out and hunt at least 10 level 1 and above demonic beasts outside the safe zone, otherwise your points will be deducted, and when your points are zeroed out, your badge will be confiscated, and obtaining it again won't be as simple, no? Okay, teacher." Similarly, some individual missions you screw up will also deduct the corresponding points as a punishment. These are entered into your personal information, related to whether you can receive missions in the future. Along the way, Yen Sancher tirelessly explained the basics about hunters to Wen Ting, without the slightest intention of hiding anything. Soon the two of them drove through the sentry post and drove into the endless grassland. The northern plains in September was still warm and green. Wen Ting looked at the endless wilderness. Heart is quite comfortable, cannot help but want to shout out the window to vent their emotions. However, due to the sight of Yen Sancher, hard to hold back. Not long ago, Yen Sancher parked the car on the side of the road, greeted Wen Ting out of the car, and from the back of the two long guns, one of which will be thrown to Wen Ting. It was a 2-meter-long spear forged from pure iron, with the head of the spear like a small sword for slashing, and the body of the spear had many threads, making it heavier overall, but for Wen Ting, who had been wielding a huge 4-meter spear the entire day, it was rather much lighter. See the rocky bowl on that hill? That one is today's training target. It was said to be a hill, but it was actually a small dirt slope. Although the northern plains was a grassland landscape, it wasn't flat, having small dirt slopes with undulating slopes that weren't too steep mainly. Following Yen Sanchi's finger, Wen Ting saw a large brownish-red bull grazing over there, looking over at them from time to time. The pan bull, the highest level 5 demonic beast, had an irritable temperament, but it was far enough away that it wouldn't actively attack humans, but once it got close, it would go on and on without stopping, just like going crazy. Its body type is very robust, visible to the naked eye of the whole body tendon meat, like cattle beauty pageant champions, and therefore also named. Granted, beef quality contains a lot of blood and chi, delicious flavor, is a lot of restaurants on the menu, but also favored by many martial artists. Only in the wild, but few hunters are willing to hunt. The main reason is that this thing is strong killing power, not to mention, but also particularly resistant to manufacturing. A tendon meat is like an armored car, the same realm of martial artists is difficult to break through the other side of the defense. What makes people even more desperate is that the pan cattle is a ing herd of demonic beasts. When you see a pan cattle, not far away from the absolute hidden a whole tribe of pan cattle group. Wen Ting asked with some uncertainty, "Teacher, are you sure you want me to come up and fight the rock cow?" Yen Sancher smiled and said, "Granted, cow is irritable, has no special racial talent, and is able to resist and fight, so it's the best sparring partner for you." "Teacher, the pan ox is a herd demonic beast," Wen Ting weakly reminded. Yen Sancher laughed, "Textbook knowledge is remembered firmly, you can rest assured to go, this is not far from the safe zone, the herd has long been cleaned up, this head is left behind, you can rest assured to fight is." After getting the desired answer, Wen Ting no longer hesitated, copied the steel gun and rushed at the pan cattle and stormed away. Chapter 25, Do you like wrestling with bulls? Ting, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of blood refining, held a 2-meter iron spear and rushed towards Pan Nyo as if he were flying. The grass in the northern plains was not high, so there was no way to hide his figure. Before Ting even got close, he was spotted by the feeding Pan cattle, and sensing that Ting had entered its territory, he immediately stimulated its ferocity. Moo! Only to see the granite cow turn its head and start charging from high to low with the help of the dirt slope. Ting got close and realized that the Pan cow was terribly stout, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, one head taller than the others. The body is also exceptionally wide, like a cross-country, charging when Ting can feel the ground in a slight tremor. A pair of powerful bull horns, but also in this scene is particularly horrifying. Ting's initial judgment after getting closer was that this granite ox was definitely a grade 2 demonic beast, one realm higher than himself. After instantly making a judgment, Ting knew that this thing could never be hard fought. The two collided with each other at an extremely high speed. When they were about to collide, Ting stabbed the iron gun in his hand into the ground and twisted his body violently to the side with a twist of his foot. Close to the side of the charging Pan cattle, dodged over. After seeing that the Pan ox failed to top that provocative human, it reacted very quickly by breaking its feet, and like a small cross-country body, it turned its body very nimbly. Whoever thought that this guy's body was wide and fat, and his movements were slow, definitely had to suffer a big loss in this moment. And Ting keenly seized the gap between the other party's charge and turned his head, and grabbed the first shot. Hand on the gun barrel, feet stomped out, with the advantage of the earth slope from above, the body of the thunder system supernatural energy suddenly burst. Wisps of electric current spread to the barrel of the gun, followed by an ear-piercing electric sound. The entire body of the gun was wrapped in a powerful pale white electric current, emitting a brilliant white light. Elemental enchantment. Seeing the Pan ox reacting, Ting could not allow the opportunity to be missed. His entire body blossomed with piercing electric light, erupting with high-frequency electric chirps, instantly pulling out a flash of thunder, appearing in front of the Pan ox that had just turned its head. Wrapped in the impulse that swooped down, Ting ran his entire body's chi and blood, and the iron spear in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into the Pan ox's neck. Plop! The tip of the gun smoothly did not enter the skin of the Pan ox. However, what Ting did not expect was that the full force of his own supernormal ability combined with the strength of the martial arts practitioner had only pierced into the depth of less than 5 centimeters. Not even half of the length of the head of the gun. I drop a dear mother Lu, just now that blow, even if it is a stone can also explode it. Having said that, the stabbed Pan cattle did not think so. Feeling the pain of the hissing it burst out of the power, to the Ting bullhead is atop. However, the electric current that invaded its body caused its movements to be out of shape and its reactions to be slowed down for a moment, which gave Ting the opportunity to withdraw and pull out his iron spear to withdraw backwards. After dodging a blow, Ting struck again. Ha! Thunder roar! A furious cry that resembled thunder was both a boost for himself and a deterrent to his enemies. The commotion that resounded from a close distance made the Pan ox fearful, and its cohesive strength once again gave out, failing to continue its attack on Ting. Ting saw the opportunity, both hands holding the end of the gun handle, the left hand support, the right hand force, against the Pan catalyze as a point shot. Ding! It was like the sound of gold ringing in the clash of swords and spears. Ting's stab did not miss, but at the critical moment, the Pan ox closed its eyes. The tip of the gun pierced the eyelid. Ting cursed this thing's thick skin, even a position like the eyelid couldn't be stabbed in half. Moo! Even though it didn't blind the pancake bull's eyes, Ting's powerful force shocked its eyes through the body of the gun. The pain in its eyes made the pandas go completely crazy. The whole body like a violent horse, front hooves sometimes high and heavy smashed down, back legs and then stomped, the pair of thick horns is no rules to the surrounding chaotic top. Scared Ting did not dare to get close to him, and could not find a good angle of attack. However, he did not wait for death. To ensure the safety of the situation, once again issued a thunderous roar, released thunder roar. Using the sound of thunder to shake the opponent's mind. At such a close distance, the Pan ox heard it for real, and at this moment, its eyes seemed to have eased the pain and reconfirmed Ting's direction. When faced with fear, everyone responds differently. Some are too scared to run away immediately. Some are too scared to move and sit and wait to die. But there were also some creatures that would explode with amazing strength and speed in fear and fight the source of fear to the death. Obviously, the Pan ox was the latter. Ting saw the red eyes of the Pan cattle, was inspired by the potential of the general, a short distance burst out of a very strong charge, of fierce bull horns on the route over. Fortunately, the spirit of the alien is strong, the reaction is very fast to spread the hands of the iron gun, both hands to capture the bull's horns, extremely strong operation of chi and blood in its corner. Adrenaline raging, Wen Ting desperately hissed against this brute force. But even if Wen Ting occupies the absolute terrain, put his best foot forward, but still cannot beat this head, all the way to the top of the slope was toppled and slipped backwards, the soles of the shoes due to violent friction from the gust of heat. Wen Ting, because of too much force, the whole face is twisted up, neck is blood vessels protruding, tendons and flesh. Seems to feel the crisis of life and death, Wen Ting burst out of the unprecedented power, but in a flash against the forward charge of the pan cattle, stalemate for a few moments. But that's all, the rock ox once again force continued atop Wen Ting as if in the plow. Both of them were too powerful. Wen Ting didn't dare to withdraw his strength abruptly, for fear that if he couldn't avoid it, he would be caught in a heart attack. Ha! Wen Ting was in a hurry and released his thunder roar again against the pan ox's head. A pale white thunder snake loomed around his body as he stimulated his thunder system abilities. In this situation, Wen Ting also tried several times in a row before successfully releasing the elemental attunement, instantly bursting out all of the thunder system's supernatural energy in his body and spreading it along his hands into the body of the pan ox. Thunder system is known for its penetrating power and swiftness, so close to the persistent electric shock to the head, in a short while, the power of the pan cattle quickly weakened. Pan cattle was electric, lying on the ground a convulsion. From time to time cattle hooves stomped into the air, a pair of red cow eyes staring straight at Wen Ting. After the fear faded from his heart, his eyes then erupted with a strong will to fight. After exploding his lightning system abilities with all his might, Wen Ting himself was not feeling well either. His entire body instantly felt empty. However, because of the outbreak just now, Wen Ting felt that he seemed to have broken through to the late stage of blood refining. This was really an unexpected joy, but now was not the time to be happy. Wen Ting hurriedly turned back and picked up the iron spear that was not far away. However, when he turned around, the person was almost dumbfounded. Just when he came back to pick up the iron gun, the pan cattle somehow managed to slow down its strength and stood up trembling. And at this time, Wen Ting was at the bottom of the slope, at an absolute disadvantage. Yen Sancher below laughingly spat out, "Wen Ting, do you like to play wrestle with the ox? What kind of gun are you turning back to pick up when you have such a good chance?" Wen Ting didn't dare to give the pan ox another chance to adjust his body and rushed to meet the breakthrough, spitting as he charged forward. "Without a weapon I'll whack it to death with my fist?" Yen Sancher laughed out loud. "I saw you stabbing the bull's eyes with your gun before, are your fists that soft?" Wen Ting. "Right, oh. The cow's head is too hard for me to punch and hurt, but the eyes are no problem. Stabbing the eyeballs with the palm of my hand and crushing the pan cow's brain from the eye socket is doable. Why didn't I think of that just now?" It was too late to regret and summarize the experience. The pandas had already staggered up and started charging towards Wen Ting. Chapter 26, Targeted. At nighttime, a pickup truck carrying a car full of demonic beast corpses passed through the security zone security check and made its way to a distant alley. The driver seemed to be very familiar with this area, and just after driving into the alley, he turned off the lights, and through the not-so-bright moonlight, he came to an abandoned bungalow compound. In the compound stood 4 people. The leader has a circle of thick sideburns, wearing a long black trench coat, looking more robust. The driver did not doubt him, directly out of the car, smilingly said, "Hey brother, things have been brought for you, the final payment is not the end?" "Good but not here." The driver instantly heard the other party's voice, his face changed drastically, and without even questioning he turned his head and ran. "Take that!" The man in the trench coat immediately ordered when he saw that he had been exposed. In the next second, a white silhouette was the first to spring out of the darkness, strangely arriving in front of the driver and kicking the other party in the chest, sending him flying back. The driver was instantly held down by the inspector playing Mr. He. "Let go of me. You guys let go of me." "Ah." Xia Menglan came to the driver's side and leaned down and asked, "Tell me, where did you get these things?" The driver let out a sardonic laugh, "Still a pretty chick, let brother have a good time and tell off." Holding down his left towel slapped on his face angrily, "Cooperate well with the inspector to handle the case. Otherwise, there will be consequences." "Inspector?" The driver then reacted that this was not a blackmail, but an arrest against him. Xia Menglan stomped on the driver's face and leaned down and asked, "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it and give an account of yourself, so that you don't have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Hasn't Heesun already betrayed me? What else is there to ask?" 3, 2. The oppression of the approaching countdown caused the driver to say in some panic, "You are inspectors. You can't enforce the law violently. Are you guys planning to bend over backwards?" 1. Xia Menglan's fingertips slashed through the air, and with a whirring sound a pale green crescent wind blade landed on the ground between the driver's 2 feet, kicking up a gust of dust. Ah! The driver shouted in fear. It was so close that the wind blade landed on his lifeblood. I say. The item was obtained from an adobe house 50 kilometers outside the safe zone. I haven't met the sender and I. The man just said that he put the item in the demonic beast's abdominal cavity. I really don't know anything else. Xia Menglan gave the inspector behind him a look, then continued to inquire, what is your relationship with He-sen? How did he get in touch with that boss? The driver shivered and said, he and I are hairdressers. A while ago he accidentally awakened his psychic abilities, so he asked me to help pull a load, saying that he had already made a good deal of people, and that there would be no problems, and afterwards he promised to give me. Give what? Artificial alien energy potion. Just as Xia Menglan continued to inquire, a blast came from behind him, as well as the miserable screams of his colleagues. When she turned around to look over, she only saw that the stacks of corpses were somehow bizarrely burning violently, releasing a large amount of thick smoke, and exploding from time to time, only that the power was not obvious. Xia Menglan yelled, all get down! Only to see her one-hand condensed light green color light, to the direction of the pickup truck flung out, all of a sudden around the wind, gradually in the direction of the pickup truck cohesion into a not too big and not too small tornado will be diffused to the thick smoke to converge again, quickly rotating, do not let the smoke to the surroundings to spread. Just as Xia Menglan was controlling the smoke, those inspectors who inhaled the smoke stood up one by one and let out a beast-like roar. Their skin was reddening with the naked eye, and their whole body's qi and blood began to boil, but some sanity also existed in all of them. They wailed in agony, alerting the people around them with their final sanity. Team Xia, my head hurts. All duck away, I am going to be unable to hold back. Stay away from me. Ah. Xia Menglan's face was surprisingly ugly. Tao, quickly contact. Stay away from me. I can't help it. Only to see Zuotao running wildly to the side of the field. Halfway the whole person turned into a black and white humanoid husky. Captain, what to do now? The 2 team members who were still suppressing the driver also began to panic. Xia Menglan cursed Zuotao's dog nose in the wrong place, and immediately ordered, contact the Xia Bureau to request support, and leave the rest to me. With Xia Menglan's words, the 2 men's hearts were greatly settled, as if they had eaten a tranquilizer. But the driver panicked, let go of me. I don't want to die yet. Just run away quickly. Please, I just got a girlfriend, I don't want to die yet. But his pleas for mercy were simply inconsequential. Xia Menglan looked at her colleagues who were about to go crazy, and without hesitation, she picked up the long knife at her waist, maintained the tornado with one hand to prevent the poisonous smoke from spreading, and rushed straight to the side of the group of crazy colleagues. This froze the junior who was controlling the driver at the back. Team Xia. Be careful. It's over, if something goes wrong with her, Bureau Xia won't chop us alive. The driver who was pinned down froze, daring to realize that this unreasonable and violent interrogation woman was actually the daughter of the newly appointed Inspector General. Then it's over. In case this ancestor, if he was poisoned by the items he pulled in, then he still had a way to live. Thinking about it made him unavoidably worried. Soon, their worries proved to be redundant. Only to see Xia Menglan holding a long knife, almost in a stump-like manner, wandering between those frenzied inspectors, the long knife in her hand quickly pointing at their necks, instantly smashing them unconscious. Zuotao is even in front of Xia Menglan did not last a photo, open mouth was knocked out, foaming at the mouth fell to the ground to change back to human form. Good. I remember that Zuotao seems to be a 3rd-level alien. It is said that the captain is specially invited by the director to help, and people are only in their junior year. What the hell? It wasn't long before the support from the inspectorate arrived, controlling all the injured team members one by one and treating them. Back to the inspectorate, Xia Menglan like a frosty kitten, squatting on a chair, burying her head between her legs, curling her body into a ball, and the previous valiant posture of holding a knife and wearing a trench coat, a different person. Seeing her like this, as a father Xia Huaimin relieved, don't worry, they are not life-threatening, and don't blame yourself too much. Xia Menglan was in a rather low mood. I am still too careless, knowing that there is a mole, but also thinking of playing an information gap, to trick the other side purpose out. Xia Huaimin's side, well, the responsibility that should be borne can't be escaped, but now it's the time to use people. How about giving you a mission to make a merit for your crime? Xia Menglan stood up mischievously, his eyes flashed with a thick sense of wariness, you say? Xia Huaimin took out a pile of information from the side. This mental virus has proven to be non-contagious for the time being, but we don't have any physicians here who can treat this rare disease. With their symptoms, they could originally only last for 3 days at most, and after 3 days it would be difficult for the gods to save them, but it's good to know that there have been successful cases in the city where they have been cured, and that someone has already created a corresponding antidote. Xia Menglan took the file, and her gaze instantly fell on that name, Mr. Shadow? How is it him? Xia Huaimin sighed and said, when we were just looking for a doctor, there was a vendor named Zhang Xinxiang who sold us 4 bottles of potion for $80,000, and after clinical tests, it was found that it was indeed able to treat this type of mental virus. And that's what relieved those children with the worst symptoms, but the amount of medicine was still too little to cure it at all. I sent your brother to control him, and after interrogation learned that the medicine was made by that Mr. Shadow. Xia Menglan's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, this Mr. Shadow's appearance at the scene was most likely not a coincidence. Xia Huaimin's expression became much more serious as he said solemnly, Mr. Shadow's identity is extremely special. Both the person behind this case and the Young family's father and son will be detrimental to him. I want you to secretly find him out before they do. Remember that this can only be investigated by yourself secretly. You can't use a single soldier. Yes. Chapter 27 Tang Monk's Meat. 2 days of living as a hunter made Wentin grow up a lot at once. Yen Sancher threw a bone-faced fox onto the corpse of the one-day dead pan ox, beside which lay a plump gray and black-furred shadow taper. He looked over to Wenting, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said smilingly, this week's performance was very good, a good seedling for practicing martial arts. I reckon that with 2 or 3 more life and death crises, I will be able to reach the blood-refining stage perfection. Wenting slowly turned his head, teacher, let's just say that we don't need to rush the progress so much. There's no need to play so desperately at the blood-refining stage. Originally, he still felt that time was very tight and that he had to enhance his strength quickly by any means necessary. But after these 2 days of devilish training, he realized that he was wrong. Wrong completely. Martial artists did have a way to rapidly increase their cultivation. That was to engage in a large number of life and death fights while ensuring nutrition, traveling on the edge of life and death as a way to explode their body's potential and help them complete their promotion. When Wenting was wrestling with the granite bull, this was how he was promoted to the late stage of blood refining. Although the method is good, but too damn play life. Later on, when he wrestled with the pan bull again, thinking of using the same way to promote again, he accidentally made a mistake. Just a little bit of the whole person was bull horns through, if not react quickly to avoid, others will almost lost. Just like that, Yen Sancher still didn't make a move. Instead, he said afterward that he only guaranteed that he would not let Wenting encounter demonic beasts above the 3rd level, and did not guarantee casualties during his training. Hearing this, Wenting almost cursed. After killing the granite ox, Yen Sansi found him a grade 2 demonic beast like the bone-faced fox, which was known for its speed, for him to practice on. In just 2 days' time, Wenting had experienced 4 or 5 thrilling moments of life and death, big and small. Dangerous as it was, the growth in chi and blood was really fast. Wenting even felt that with his level of cooking, he would be able to naturally step into the blood-refining stage perfection by the end of next week. Hearing Wenting's complaint, Yen Sancher said with a smile, I'm taking you to catch up with your progress. Since you've learned my overlord gun, your eyesight can't be limited to this tiny place in the northern plains. Many of the children from those first-tier cities reach the late stage of blood refining or even blood refining consummation when they enrolled in school. Your current strength has only reached the starting line of others. Can you do it without fighting hard? Wenting was speechless when he heard this. Indeed, according to the standards of North Plains City, his achievements were enough to stand proud of the crowd, and it wasn't too much to call him a genius. But against his peers in the first-tier cities in China, Wenting was still far from being good enough. Those people grew up eating supplements, and some of the family's martial arts skills were practiced from childhood, so if he didn't work hard, what would he do to compete with them? Since he had already awakened the supernatural ability to see people become vegetables, if this was not a serious waste of talent if he didn't work hard to put up a fight. I know, teacher. But? Teacher, you at least give me some armor next time. Really want to be seriously injured, that would be the end of the game. Wenting said abashedly. Yen Sancher glanced at Wenting, then don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. Wenting. You're the teacher, you're right. However, these doubts were answered after Wenting turned on his supernatural ability to observe Yen Sancher. Previously, Wenting agreed that Yen Sancher was at most a cheap practicing realm martial artist. It wasn't until he read the information on the ingredients that he realized he was very wrong. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 7, 48 years old, flesh contains curse not suitable for consumption. Effects, provides a large amount of vitality, provides a large amount of blood, provides a large amount of spiritual energy, inevitably awakens plant-based, light-based, spiritual psychic abilities, has a probability of obtaining a domain, a very small probability of obtaining a sense of Tao. Recipe, remove the curse of meat before cooking, can be used to remove the curse of blood devouring by using the 100-year snow lotus, the essence blood of the king of the light-winged pale wolves, and the pure yang puyu made of bright blood incense. Golem. Teacher, you are now horribly fragrant. The meat of the Tang monk is no more than that. The Good Guy 3 series of supernormal ability evening, God condensation realm martial artist. The first time I saw eating a piece of meat can directly awaken 3 supernormal abilities, and still inevitably awakened. As for the back of the field in Tao rule, although I do not know what it is, but just look at the probability to know is an extremely strong thing. In front of such a segment, it was really hard to die. No wonder he dared to call the shots with Yang's father and son, so he is a hidden big brother. Such a big brother nestled in the school quietly as a teacher, is really a bit surprising. 80% of it has to do with the curse on his body. Just as Wen Ting looked at the recipe on top of Yen Sanchi's head and thought, Yen Sanchi finally couldn't resist Wen Ting's eyes that wanted to eat himself and said without any good humor, "Am I emanating something delicious? Looking at me like that?" Seemingly seeing Wen Ting's efforts, Yen Sanchi was no longer so serious with Wen Ting and would joke from time to time. "Teacher, you're quite self-aware." Wen Ting heatedly laughed. "It's just that I'm more curious, with the level of subtlety of this overlord gun of yours, teacher, how did you end up as a teacher in a school?" Yen Sanchi raised an eyebrow. "Just a rookie like you can see the subtlety of the overlord gun? Probably because I haven't seen any other martial arts." Wen Ting skimmed his lips. "One would die without sarcasm, right? Being cursed was 80% related to this foul mouth." Yen Sanchi laughed out loud upon hearing this. "You're quite frank. As for me, the first half of my life obsessed with cultivation, ignored a lot of things, and now the body out of the problem also think it is time to leave something to the hometown. I am still relatively lucky, at least found a mantle heir. Some guys aren't as lucky." When Ting heard this, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Teacher, your words can be a bit unlucky. How to sound like?" Said here Wen Ting will not squeak, to their own teaching teacher so say is really not polite. But the words are here. Yen Sanchi how could not hear, angry he raised his hand and knocked on Wen Ting's head. "Brat, just a few days of worship teacher, began to hope that I die?" Wen Ting. "Hiss, you this person good bad words cannot hear. It's clearly you who looks like you're going to lose it, and you're blaming me? But judging from Yen Sanchi's state, it didn't seem like it was time to die." That's right, the plant system and the light system are both known for their healing and purifying abilities, so I don't think it's that easy to take his life. Remember, Mr. Yen has been teaching at the school for almost 4 years. That means he's been fighting this curse for at least 4 years. I don't know how he managed to get through it. Since he had the ability to help lift the curse, he would do his best to help, but these things were definitely not something that could be found in this small place in the northern plains. The two of them drove all the way back to the Hunters Guild, and the Grade 1 Shadow Taper was to be turned in as a guaranteed ticket. The rest of the pancake cow and the bone-faced fox were sold directly to the Hunters Guild as trophies, gaining 100,000 pieces and 10 level 2 beast meat redemption coupons. Each exchange voucher could be exchanged for 10 pounds of any level 2 beast meat in the Hunters Guild. According to the selling price on the market, the level 2 beast meat was at $3,000 per pound. Just one pan cow alone was about 4,800 pounds, and according to the market price Wen Ting should have gained at least $9 million. Obviously this was extremely unfair pricing, but who made the Hunters Guild an official organization with an absolute monopoly? Wen Ting, on the other hand, used the cash he had just gotten to purchase a portion of spirit nectar. Spiritual nectar was honey collected by spiritual flower bees, with strong plant elements, and was likewise one of the more common health products on the market, quite popular with middle-aged and elderly people. Seeing Wen Ting exchange the money he got for this, Yen Sanchi couldn't help but frown lightly. "Wen Ting, don't you think it's a bit of a waste to exchange your money for this?" "I'm sorry teacher, I also thought of bringing my mom a portion of spiritual nectar to try, she hasn't eaten it yet," Wen Ting said slightly coyly. Yen Sanchi's words that he wanted to teach reached his mouth, but he swallowed them hard. Chapter 28 Awakening Failure? After purchasing a round, it was already evening when Wen Ting returned home. Before leaving, Yen Sanchi still didn't forget to remind Wen Ting that he couldn't be lazy in school tomorrow, and that he still had to arrive at school at 5 o'clock as usual to practice his gun. It was a good thing that Wen Ting had already gotten a lot of positive feedback from practicing, or else his words would have really easily caused one's mind to explode. When she walked through the door of her home, Lin Yulan's hanging heart fell at ease. "Son, you're finally back. This time you left without giving the family a call, really anxious me." When Ting saw Ma Chunhua sitting in the living room, his original smiling face gradually calmed down. There is no signal outside the safe zone. Ma Chunhua knew that Wen Ting didn't treat himself well, and very sensibly got up. "Since Ting is back, I won't bother you. By the way, Ting, how is your cultivation?" "Average." To this loud-mouthed woman, Wen Ting really didn't want to say anything more. Telling her about her true cultivation, it wouldn't take long for the whole neighborhood to know about it, saving her from being targeted by those restless debt collectors and leading to more trouble. Lin Yulan heard Wen Ting's perfunctory intention without good humor and slapped Wen Ting heavily. "How to talk to your auntie Ma?" Then she apologized and looked at Ma Chunhua. "Why don't you stay a little longer? You've been with me for so long. Let Wen Ting cook you a dinner. You can also taste this kid's handiwork. He is now cooking old delicious." Lin Yulan tried her best to sell Wen Ting's cooking skills. "No, Jin is still at home. He recently talked about a girlfriend. I have to go over and give him a check." Ma Chunhua smiled and closed the door, returning to her own home. The corner of Lin Yulan's mouth twitched slightly. "It's letting you find points you can blow off again, isn't it?" Lin Yulan, who was originally worried about Wen Ting's safety, turned her head to look at him and said, "Ahem, son, life matters should also be considered. Ang. Wen Ting. How do you not roll who first find an old man? Ignoring his old mother's competitive spirit, Wen Ting returned home and began to rummage through the cupboards and began to think about awakening the plant system's supernormal ability dishes. Anyway, he had already awakened 2 psychic abilities, so he didn't mind having one more. Moreover, the control and healing abilities of plant-based psychic abilities are also the abilities that Wen Ting covets. It was a life-saving skill, and Mr. Yin had resisted the curse for 4 years, but he was still alive and kicking. Wen Ting will not believe Yin Sanchi's words. Really, if there is nothing he can come back to teach peacefully, can't wait to give martial arts skills to find descendants? In order to improve the success rate of the awakening of psychic abilities, specially find the spirit honey as its supporting ingredients. Recipe: Spiritual Nectar Abnormal Ability Syrup. Quality: Grade 2. Required ingredients: 1 serving of spiritual nectar, 1 serving of botanical alien factor seasoning, 1 bowl of pure water, mint, qingling grass, and petunia stamens. Consumption effect: after consuming this product, a certain amount of life essence will be obtained to improve the physical condition, and there is a probability of awakening the plant-based psychic ability. Production steps: warm water, soak spirit honey 3 minutes after stirring, evenly poured into the plant-based alien energy factor flavoring, mint, qingling grass, petunia stamens, crushed hot water, soup out of tea, concentrated and poured into the spirit honey water. Wen Ting saw that it was a secondary recipe, and his heart was determined. This wave is stable. The production of spirit honey alien syrup is not complicated, mainly in the control of temperature and mixing, as well as in the selection and processing of ingredients. As Wen Ting's production progressed, the sweetness of the herbs and the aroma of natural manna of the spirit nectar filled the air. The light sweet aroma was like being in an infinite wilderness, trapped in a waist-high sea of flowers, with butterflies of all colors surrounding themselves, making the smeller's brain clear. "Wow, it smells good. Son, what did you make this time?" Lin Yulan searched for the aroma and came to the kitchen, her eyes looking straight at the light green syrup that had already been made in Wen Ting's hands. "Self-created dish, spirit honey syrup. Come mom, quickly taste it." Wen Ting smilingly gave the first bite to his mom. Lin Yulan was not polite and was fed the first bite by Wen Ting. Containing the syrup and the spoon, a sweet fragrance erupted in her taste buds, drawing in large streams of raw fluid, making Lin Yulan feel like she was surrounded by a sense of happiness. By the time the syrup was swallowed, the remaining syrup in her mouth changed flavors once again, with the floral scents of qingling grass, petunia, rose, osmanthus, and jasmine of all sorts that were used as flavoring for the soup spreading successively in her mouth as the aftertaste of the syrup. Sweetness, by nature, is a taste that makes people feel happy. The spiritual nectar alien syrup, on the other hand, takes this sweetness and achieves a variety of different categorizations, exploding centrally in one sip of the syrup without being sweet and greasy. Surrounded by this sense of happiness, Lin Yulan slightly lost her temper for the first time and took a few more tastes. Yummy. How did you make this? Teach mom too. Lin Yulan knew that Wen Ting had gotten busy with his cultivation. Every day he got up so early to make breakfast for 2, even on weekends he didn't get a break, and he couldn't help much in his daily routine except cleaning the house. This didn't make her feel good in her heart. But to take over the task of cooking, right? Lin Yulan realized that the ones she made were not even in the same class as Wen Ting. After the taste bud revolution these days, she already disliked her own cooking. Solely, she simply let her son teach himself, so that it would be better for him to focus his time on martial arts, and she herself could subsidize her family by opening a small stall or something with her craftsmanship. Wen Ting himself similarly drank 2 mouthfuls, had to sigh with emotion. Spirit honey is indeed a good thing. Not in vain I spent 20,000 to buy. Hearing his mom's proposal, Wen Ting was also very happy. It was just the right time to try. If these dishes were something only he could do, if others could do it too, then the value of these recipes would be unimaginable. You can, for example, this dish, the main ingredient is spirit honey, pour it into the water. What? Spirit honey? Wen Ting had just said 2 sentences when Lin Yulan exploded. A little bit of that stuff costs $20,000. Your dad didn't bother to buy it when he was in his prime. You don't do well with $20,000, it's such a waste. Lin Yulan was heartbroken to hear that it cost $20,000. Wen Ting, ahem, Mom, I'm not able to go out hunting, the future income can be much more than Dad that time. $20,000 won't be a problem anymore. That's true. Save for a rainy day. You can't waste it like this in the future. Mom is also full, the rest of the... Huh? Lin Yulan heard the price and was a little reluctant to eat, was about to get up when she noticed a warmth coalescing in her belly. Wen Ting's eyes lit up, sensing his mom's abnormality, and immediately reminded, Mom, quickly eat more syrup. Huh? Oh. Seeing Wen Ting's serious expression, Lin Yulan also sensed something. Not daring to say more, she quickly nodded her head and scooped a few spoons into her mouth. Suddenly Lin Yulan's entire person radiated a faint tender green light, her skin became fair to the naked eye, and her head of black hair began to grow rapidly, becoming even more dark and oily under the sunlight. The entire person's temperament began to change drastically. Lin Yulan, who was already a beauty embryo, showed even more gentle temperament, and her appearance all appeared to be much younger. Son, this is... me. The smile on Wen Ting's face was hard to suppress. Old Mom, you've awakened. You've become an alien. Ah. Really? Lin Yulan was overjoyed, in a trance as if she had turned into a teenage girl, excitedly jumping in place. On the contrary, Wen Ting was juvenile and old, except for the smile on his face, his but didn't even lift up. Lin Yulan seemed to think of something. Son, you also eat quickly. What if you can still awaken a second psychic ability? Don't waste it. Wen Ting nodded and took a few big gulps in a row. His body also began to have a slight reaction, and a slight warmth began to form in his abdomen, slowly converging towards his brain, wanting to form a cyclone in his mind. Wen Ting immediately started to meditate, wanting to help him complete the cohesion of the supernatural energy cyclone. The meditative thoughts would not take long to attract strands of plant-based foreign energy into the body, fusing with the original plant-based foreign energy in the body, and sending out another charge to the spiritual area in the mind. However, something unexpected happened to Wen Ting. The originally quiet shadow system cyclone, as well as the thunder system cyclone, sensed the threat as if the 2 cyclones were rotating at the same frequency, and combined their efforts to condense into a black thunderbolt that slashed down at the plant system energy that was trying to enter. PFF. Wen Ting didn't tense up for a moment, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out. The cohesive plant-based foreign energy in his body instantly collapsed. Chapter 29: Unexpected Harvest. Underworld Thunder. Son. Wen Ting was spitting black blood from his mouth, but Lin Yulan was frightened, holding him in her arms. Her voice was a little choked. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom. I'll call a doctor for you, you can hold on. Mom, I'm fine. Wen Ting breathed heavily to ease his discomfort. But you're vomiting blood, it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Yulan's face was full of worry, fearing that something might happen to Wen Ting. Wen Ting shook his head. It's fine, it might be caused by the 2 supernormal abilities repelling each other, it's just a pity that the second supernormal ability is unlikely. What a time to be thinking about this. Lin Yulan was very dissatisfied with Wen Ting's attitude of not paying attention to her body. After listening to his mom's nagging for more than 10 minutes, Wen Ting finally slowed down and bounced around for a while before convincing Lin Yulan that there was nothing wrong with him. Mom, I won't be able to eat this dish, so you can eat it all. It's just right to stabilize your supernatural abilities. Ah? You want to eat all of it? But I can't eat anymore. Lin Yulan touched her stomach and said with some difficulty. Mom, you don't have meditative thoughts right now. If you can't stabilize your realm, it's very likely that you'll lose your powers. Ah? Will the supernormal abilities still be gone? Lin Yulan's small face turned white. Didn't I just fail to awaken my supernormal abilities? You're luckier than me. Hurry up and strike while the iron is hot. Drink all the syrup to stabilize your realm. Oh, got it. Lin Yulan didn't understand this, so she had to listen to Wenting and drink all the rest of that. Wenting thought for a moment and said, Mom, the matter of awakening your psychic abilities must not be told to anyone else, especially not because you ate my cooking. Son, can you really eat your supernormal abilities from cooking? Lin Yulan said with a rather glowing look in her eyes. You really did guess right. Naturally, Wenting couldn't admit it. There's no such thing as a good thing, it's just a coincidence. Which of those rich people in the whole world don't eat better than our family, and has everyone awakened their psychic abilities? No, right. Lin Yulan nodded her head. Wenting again relied on his 3-inch tongue to give his mom a brainwashing session, finally convincing her that this was just an incidental event with a very small probability. After all, she had eaten Wenting's cooking every day, and she had eaten the meat of a Class 4 rapid lightning pale wolf, but she hadn't awakened, had she? At the same time, also under the proposal of Wenting, finally persuaded Mom to quit those tiring part-time jobs. As a plant system psychic, it is possible to go to the hospital to work. The salary is not low. Not only that, but she would also be taught meditation and the use of healing skills for free. This was also due to the shortage of medical personnel, the government's policy to help. It so happened that he had bought some basic meditative thoughts before and guided his mom to get started, so Wenting finally had time to check out the changes in his body. Just awakening failure, Wenting does not think it is the problem of the dishes, but his current level is too low. The body was only able to withstand a maximum of 2 types of foreign energy. If you think of the mental region as a house, with the alien energy being the occupants of it, simply because the house was too small, the original occupants Shadow and Thunder refused to give way and united to blow out the newcomers, the plant lineage. Judging by the results, it was a straight-up death. Logically speaking, you can only continue to awaken your powers after advancing to the tendon practicing stage. It seems that in the future, you can't see one and love another. Need to choose carefully. Too painful. Wenting summarized the reasons for the failure of awakening based on his existing knowledge. Soon he focused his eyes again on the way he looked just now when the Shadow and Thunder departments jointly expelled the foreign enemy plant department. Black Thunder. These two had actually fused. Even though the awakening had failed, it wasn't without its rewards. Wenting sat on the bed, legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation, subjectively and consciously tugging on those 2 masses of foreign energy in his mind, wanting to prompt them to fuse and communicate. Good baby, good behavior, obedient, all good friends, you have to get along well. Wenting was like a strange uncle, using a compelling spiritual language to speak to the 2 supernatural energy cyclones, slowly controlling them in an attempt to make them fuse with each other. Slowly touching. Poof. Wenting violently opened his eyes and once again vomited a mouthful of blood. The entire person was in a bit of a trance. 2 unfilial sons. Wenting was somewhat disbelieving. Tried again. But. Cough. I just don't believe it. Put. Again. Put. Wenting didn't know how many times he had tried this throughout the night, feeling like he was becoming anemic. According to this spitting method, maybe by dawn he would have fallen off the realm due to the loss of a large amount of qi and blood. However, after so many attempts, Wenting was not without gains. He found that as long as he carefully stabilized the 2 cyclones to rotate at the same speed, he could somewhat allow the 2 supernormal abilities to fuse together. After just a few more attempts, the Emperor's heaven did not fail him, and Wenting saw a more solid black cyclone flashing with pale white thunder spinning in his mind. Quiet, majestic, bizarre, and domineering. 2 temperaments that were somewhat contradictory to each other gathered together with each other. Wenting slowly opened his eyes, his arms were quickly covered by a jet black, ink-like shadow, and a strip of purple-black lightning danced silently between his 2 hands, as if it was a venomous snake hidden in the black mist, searching for an opportunity and waiting for a strike to kill him. Surprisingly, it's really fused. Wenting said in surprise. After trying, he realized that he was able to use all the supernatural abilities of both systems at the same time in this state, with certain changes. Elemental attunement, just like the one that manifested on his hands, had both the conduction paralysis of lightning and the fear that Shadow had on the target. It was even able to fear the target faster because of the presence of the lightning system. Shadow Escape and Electric Flash have even been strengthened at an epic level, perfectly inheriting their advantages, possessing both the speed of Electric Flash and the stealth of Shadow Escape, and will no longer have the electricity of Electric Flash, making the sneak attack even more silky smooth. But the disadvantages are equally obvious: it consumes more energy. With Wenting's current reserves of supernatural energy, he could only use it 3 times before he would be completely deflated. Shadow Stab incorporates the power of the Thunder system, is even more powerful, also has a strong control effect. Wenting was quite satisfied with his ability, and named the fused supernatural ability, Underworld Thunder. The only thing that makes him dissatisfied is that he can't maintain this state for a long time, at most 1 minute, it is already the limit. Beyond this limit, they will begin to repel each other. If this blow up, Wenting really cannot withstand. He can only save this as a card, and practice it more every day, hoping that it will last longer. Time came to midnight, when Ting initially mastered the skills of fusion of Underworld Thunder, and went to bed ready to sleep. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't looked at the cell phone funded by Zhang Yuan. The 4 bottles of tranquilizing soup also didn't know how the sales were going. Just as he opened it, the successive message pop-ups could startle him. Chapter 30 Suspicion. Chapter 30 Suspicion. When Ting flipped through several pages before reading the messages sent by Zhang Xinxiang. They were all sent yesterday. The general idea was that sales had skyrocketed. Not only had 4 bottles of the potion been sold, but the other party had also placed an additional order for 20 bottles. Things were good, except that when Ting found a hint of something wrong between the other party's words. The messages were sent too densely. Almost after half an hour it would be sent again, hyped up. When Ting frowned slightly, it couldn't be that he had been caught and wanted to set himself out. Thanks to the fact that I didn't do business on my own in the beginning, or the one who was caught is me. 20 bottles. Of a bottle of 5,000 wholesale price, 20 bottles is $100,000, worth 2 days of their own dashing kill to get the profit. When Ting mind lively up, replied, deposit. Not much time, the deposit of $30,000 to the account. Zhang Xinxiang, brother, you can finally back to the news, they're urged tight, the fastest when the goods? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Calculate the time he went out on 2 days, according to Zhang Xinxiang that situation, not to say 2 days cannot hold out. Is it possible that the spiritual pollution is more serious? When Ting thought about it, not so much in hand, you wait for news. Finished also do not care what Zhang Xinxiang said, rolled over out of bed, from the refrigerator to pull out a long time ago made 8 bottles of tranquilizing soup, back to the room to take out belonging to Mr. Shadow's set of clothes, do a little camouflage. Mom was immersed in meditation and did not notice Wenton's movements. Shadow recluse with a large bag of tranquilizing soup instantly far away. After a moment's thought, when Ting still placed the tranquilizing soup in the center of the open-air plaza engraved with the North Plains Plaza stone sculpture. It was already 12 o'clock at night, and the entire square was quiet and deserted. When Ting put the things, sneaked into the darkness alone, came to the roof of a residential building, as an observation site, and then passed the message to Zhang Xinxiang. It was less than 10 minutes before a white silhouette carrying a black mass flew into the square to the tranquilizing soup that Wen Ting had placed. Flying from the sky? A wind ability? Wen Ting's mouth opened slightly. This brat Zhang Xinxiang had indeed been controlled by someone. It was a good thing that he was very careful. Before giving Zhang Xinxiang the name of Mr. Shadow, Wen Ting knew that there would be such a day. Anyway, this kid is not a good person, selling contaminated animal meat to others. There is no guilt in death or injury. Soon Zhang Xinxiang sent a message, brother, I did not find your things. Don't make a fuss at this time, people rely on this stuff to save their lives. When Ting raised his eyebrows slightly, good boy, still do not remember and still think of white-whoring? Mr. Shadow, cooperation is terminated. A second after sending the message, when Ting saw the white figure riding the wind, extremely fast speed toward the highest building flew over. When Ting was shocked in his heart, it was a good thing he didn't choose that building. Unfortunately, the distance was too far to be able to use his supernatural ability to see the other party's menu and thus deduce the other party's cultivation. Not daring to stay longer, he transformed into a ball of shadow and followed the building to within the balcony of one of the residents, and through their window he could also see the scene over there. After a few seconds, that white shadow returned to Zhang Xinxiang without any success, and Wen Ting's side immediately received the remaining $70,000 of the final payment. Zhang Xinxiang, kneel down. JPG brother, I was wrong, we have no malicious intent, we just want to talk to you face to face, this final payment will be taken as our sincerity. Zhang Xinxiang, I am Xia Menglan, the detachment chief of the North Plains Inspectorate, Mr. Shadow, I think we need to talk. Wen Ting frowned lightly. The inspectorate? Could it be about the deaths of Mr. He and Wu Yongliang? No way, these losers really put the pot on my head? Wen Ting didn't reply and just silently took the money away. Zhang Xinxiang, I know you're reading the news. This bottle of your potion, we're very interested in it. We hope to buy the formula of the potion. 1 million is the biggest sincerity I can put out on behalf of the inspectorate. I don't know what your honor's intentions are? Buy the formula? Is it really that simple? Wen Ting's first feeling was definitely disbelief. Then he thought of Zhang Xinxiang's urging over and over again. Obviously they desperately needed the potion to save their lives. The inspector was not a professional hunter of the Hunter Guild, so how could he be infected with an infectious source in the wild? Wen Ting frowned. It couldn't be that the infectious source had infected into the safe zone. If that was the case, in case this thing broke out on a large scale, what kind of chaos would it be? Without bargaining, Wen Ting simply replied, deal. It wasn't that Wen Ting didn't have business sense, but he didn't want to knock on the door of the government on this kind of issue. Moreover, in accordance with the official energy, there are already finished products in the case of the reverse launch formula. It is only a matter of time. When it comes to that point, the formula will not be worth any money. But definitely will die a lot of people. This was something that Wen Tin was unwilling to see. Zhang Xinxiang, your generosity is admirable. I wonder if Your Excellency has the will to join the Inspection Bureau. Now that the new director has taken office and vowed to sweep away the disease of the past, he is in need of a talent like Your Excellency. Zhang Xinxiang, don't worry, the Yang family is our common enemy. Wen Ting did not reply, in front of this kind of temptation, saying more is more wrong. Seeing that Wen Ting did not reply, Xiao Menglan was not in a hurry, and used Zhang Xinxiang's cell phone to say, I will use this account to give you $1 million in 3 days, and I hope that we can meet at that time to talk about it in detail. Wen Ting still did not reply, did not take a position, put the phone back inside the pocket of his coat, and used the shadow escape to go around in a big circle before returning to his home, and slept with peace of mind. Xiao Menglan returned home and told her father, Xiao Huaimin, about today's events one by one. This Mr. Shadow's counter-surveillance ability is very strong, but the good thing is that everything he gave is fine. I think it's a good thing for us to be on the right side of the family with that guy who planned the mental virus. Xiao Menglan picked up the teacup in front of Xiao Huaimin and took a big gulp, sitting down on the sofa in a dashing manner and crossing his legs. Old Xia, he seems to have a big preconception about the inspector. I think it was caused by that idiot from before who didn't care about Yang Ming. It seems that the only way for such a person to join us is for us to make a move against Yang Ming's father and son and make our stance clear. Xiao Huaimin shook his head. You girl, you don't have a big heart when you're in a good mood. Somewhat distressed, he looked at his teacup. It was too wasteful. After pouring another pot of boiling water, he said, the Yang family is deeply rooted, their roots in the northern plains are too deep, it's not time to move them yet. Since this Mr. Shadow sold us the secret formula so dryly, it shows that he has great justice in his heart. Such a person must be protected. The Yang family's father and son side has already started to make some moves. We must find Mr. Shadow before they do. You keep in good contact with him first. If he needs any help, as long as it's not a mistake of principle, we can also facilitate it in secret. Then, is it still checking his identity in reality? Check. Even though Mr. Shadow's stance seems to be fine, this is a big matter, and whether it's for protection or cooperation, we need to control a certain amount of initiative. Xiao Menglan nodded. I have a bit of a clue about that Mr. Shadow. I investigated the records before and after Mr. Shadow appeared. The first appearances were all centered around Zhang Yuan. I spoke to him privately and eventually locked in on one person. Who? Wen Tin. Chapter 31 Squatting Without Squatting. At the beginning of a new week, Wen Ting woke up in the morning in a bit of a trance because he had vomited blood all night. The good thing is that Mom is considerate, woke up earlier than him, according to the usual amount to help him make a breakfast. It was a pity that the meal tasted just like that. Lin Yulan ate the rice she made and said with some depression, Son, you will just eat it. When Mom learns your craft, then she will cook for you. The taste buds that are used to Wen Ting's craftsmanship are really not used to eating their own cooking. Obviously in the past, my handiwork was still very good. Lin Yulan thought with slight emotion. Wen Ting, on the other hand, didn't mind, and vigorously praised the deliciousness. After all, it was Mom's flavor, which had a special plus in the mind. Lin Yulan was in a good mood when she saw that her son didn't mind. It's good that you're still accustomed to eating. After I practiced yesterday according to the method you gave me, I feel like the whole person is a lot more relaxed, but there's an extra cyclone in my head. What is it? Is it dangerous? A cyclone? Wen Ting's entire body immediately froze. No, this is an initiation? I thought that I had formed a cyclone only after eating a dark moon demon wolf, and officially became a level 1 alien. Mom just meditated for one night, and she just became so watery? Is she that talented? When Ting's surprise, Lin Yulan's face was scared white. Some fear said, am I practicing wrong? When Ting made a slight explanation, which made Lin Yulan relieved, and turned to be happy and excited and said, does that prove to Mom if my talent is not very good? Son, how long did it take you to practice this chi cyclone? 1 Ting. Dinner. How long, tell me. He Jian used half a month. That Mom isn't bad either. Son, you used how long After having breakfast, Wen Ting rushed to the school to start the day's cultivation. With Saturday's actual battle, so that Wen Ting has a new understanding of the Overlord gun, the action is no longer so one-dimensional, but know the specific use of each action, appear more dynamic, domineering. The sky slowly lit up. The students who were tortured by the Monday syndrome walked into the classroom one by one, and then saw Wen Ting arriving early to practice his marksmanship. None of them lamented his will. As soon as Bao Baishan entered the classroom, he couldn't help but start initiating the conversation. Extra. The conflict between Mr. Shadow and Yang Lingquan has escalated once again, and a murder broke out on Friday night. What? A murder? Mr. Shadow killed him? You're not talking about the murder at the Cherry Bath Club, are you? I heard from my family. It's rumored that the boss died a horrible death. His face was dented by a punch. TSK. Yeah. No, how did your family know so well? Don't think wrong, my dad is an inspector. Wen Ting listened to their discussion without expressing an opinion, still waving his 5-meter spear and sweating. Bao Baishan gazed at Ishigaki Hei and said provocatively, didn't you say that Mr. Shadow was a goon before quickly come out and apologize? Humph, this is a hard slap in the face of you black people. Damn fatso, talking as if you didn't say it before. Ishigaki Ping gritted his teeth in anger, then added. Even if Mr. Shadow did it, that kill was just a minion. When will killing Yang Lingquan be the skill? Yo, you're a rookie who hasn't even refined his blood yet and you're commenting on it. A classmate who was clearly on Mr. Shadow's side, immediately started mocking mode in a conspiratorial manner. Not wanting to lose face, Ishigaki stretched his neck and said, why don't you let people express their opinions? Soon the scolding was provoked and a war of words was initiated. Wen Ting was inevitably a bit secretly pleased in his heart, and just as he was admiring Ishigaki being drowned in saliva, a girl with short shoulder-length hair approached Wen Ting. Wen Ting-san, can I ask you to teach me the Overlord gun? Forget it if it's interrupting your practice. The girl's voice was cool, as if it was a clear spring flowing down from the mountains, very pleasing to the ear. Wen Ting looked at the other party and revealed a smile, no problem. The girl's name was Enmushi. She was the only one in the class who was qualified to learn the Overlord gun, and was considered Wen Ting's nominal senior sister. The impression of her Wen Ting had been stuck on her name. Nice yogurt. She was not too tall, and her looks were very quiet, completely at odds with the aura she revealed when she danced the 4-meter-long gun. That feeling is like Lin Dayu holding Guan Ergi's big sword to cut people. It seems extremely mismatched. Under Wen Ting's nudging, good yogurt student progressed rapidly. A 4-meter spear had already begun to have a hegemonic aura in it. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient, and she had run out of energy after a few dances. The sweat from her forehead was stained with a few strands of hair clinging to her forehead. When it's too powerful, you've already reached the middle stage of blood refining, right? Wen Ting, almost. Practice slowly, no need to be too hasty. And Mushi leaned on her spear and watched Wen Ting practicing and suddenly asked, Classmate Wen, what do you think of that, Mr. Shadow? Why are you suddenly asking this? Wen Ting glanced at her curiously. Good yogurt student pursed her lips and said, nothing, just casually asked, he is not very hot recently. Wen Ting thought for a moment and said, he did what I always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. You think so too? And Mushi's eyes lit up, as if she had found someone to share it with, and a smile appeared on her face. Do you? Wen Ting looked at the girl as if she admired Mr. Shadow and was quite looking forward to her answer. Good yogurt, you know Lin Jiqiang, the school bully of the second year of high school. His family lives in our neighborhood. My family are ordinary people, and I don't dare to tell my family about him harassing me. I heard that there have been senior schoolmates victimized. I was so scared those days that I could only stay at my cousin's house to avoid him for a long time. It wasn't until a while ago that Mr. Shadow stepped in and knocked that kid into the hospital, and you don't know how happy I was for a long time. It can be counted out of a bad breath. Wen Ting was a little surprised, did not think there was this relationship, thought for a moment and said, that kid seems to be about to be discharged from the hospital. And Musher pursed her lips and said with some sadness, well, today, I'm discharged from the hospital, I have to go to my cousin's house again. If only Mr. Shadow could put him in the hospital again. When I reach the middle stage of blood refining, I won't have to avoid him. Wen Ting smiled and said, then you'll have to be more diligent, it'll take a lot of work with your lazy behavior. I know. And Mushy pouted and once again raised the 4-meter-long gun and started practicing tying the gun on the side. Just as the class was chatting feverishly, a morose cold voice came. Day in and day out you just know to blah blah blah. Does that mouth allow you to curse the demonic beast to death, or does it allow the demonic beast to marry you back to the upper fortress as a suppressive husband? An entire hallway is filled with your voices. The moment Yen Sanchi's voice came out, the entire class was silent, with only the breaking sound of Wen Ting and Good Yogurt wielding their lances. He then said without any good sense of humor, one by one, all of you are rotten, all of you turn around and look, learn from others, Wen Ting and in Musher. Do not take you this group of nobodies with Wen Ting then, those 5 big and thick boys, even a girl doll cannot compare. Our almost 2 weeks did not refine the blood successfully, face or not off. Ang? Listening to Yen Sanchi's reprimand, Wen Ting suddenly felt a channel of malice coming towards him. It's over, I'd become someone else's child. The bell rang, and the day's lessons began. Outside the entrance of the school, a group of yawning, smoking youths looked at a few late students who quickly ran into the school and continuously sighed. Brother Lin, is that Wen Tin on vacation? We gathered at 6 o'clock and squatted in front of his house, and now we're at the entrance of the school, and there's not even anyone there. The man in the lead was in his 20s, with a chubby figure and a hideous scar on his face. He was Hu Chunlin. Hu Chunlin dropped the cigarette but, coughing up yellow sputum, damn, first go back to make up a sleep, and then come back to squat at night. I don't believe it, can't squat this guy. Chapter 32. The sister is a bit fierce. At the start of the new week, there were a few new blood refining stage students in the class. Perhaps it was because Wen Ting's outstanding talent made Yen Sanchi's standards follow suit and raised them quite a bit. Apart from Wen Ting and Mushy, no one else had obtained the inheritance of the Overlord gun, and could only practice the grappling hands given by the school in a step-by-step manner. There were also some people who were not convinced and wanted to follow along. Yen Sanchi didn't stop them and even let Wen Ting teach those who wanted to learn. Only, just in the morning, a group of people paralyzed by exhaustion, a large part of the people all gave up. Just as Yen Sanchi said before, without strong blood support, practicing the King's Spear is harmful to the body. As time passed, those who originally had a bit of an opinion on Wen Ting also shut up. He came earlier than everyone, practiced more seriously than everyone, and even went back the latest. With such a gap, there is nothing to be sour about. In the evening, Wen Ting and Mushy both walked out of the school together not long after, and Mushy said somewhat nervously, Wen Ting, we're being followed, what should we do? Wen Ting didn't turn his head back and said with a calm demeanor, what, are you afraid? Those people in the back, Wen Ting noticed as soon as he left the school gates, it was 80% of those who came over to pick a fight, as Zhang Yuan said. And Mushy said nervously, the leader behind is called Hu Chunlin, he is the head of the Jinan district, his strength is very strong to the perfection of blood refining. We can't beat him. You know him? My cousin is in the Jinan district. Wen Ting. Good yogurt student, are you some kind of golden dollar reincarnation? How come this group of punks are all surrounding you? And Mushy stared at Wen Ting with wide, innocent eyes of curiosity. Senior, now is the time to spit. Did you bring your cell phone? Do you want to find a teacher? Or go to the nearest inspectorate? You are still really skillful and scary, ah. Wen Ting swept his gaze across the street to a woman in a white trench coat, the corner of his mouth hooked. No need. People have to come a few more times if they don't find trouble, it's too troublesome. Ha! And Mushy's heart tightened, then you. Before the words fell, Wen Ting instantly turned around, just in time to come face to face with Hu Chunlin, who had brought a junior with him. This made Hu Chunlin hook up the corner of his mouth. You kid is Wen Ting, right, but let me look for ah. Wen Ting approached unhurriedly and suddenly shouted angrily, what are you looking at? Hu Chunlin, huh? The script doesn't seem right, does it? Wasn't I the one who got him in trouble? What's wrong with this kid? Without waiting to understand the cause of the incident, Wen Ting's fist had already slammed into his eyes. Not only did this scene leave the beaten Hu Chunlin and his little brother dumbfounded, the good yogurt behind him was so scared that his face turned white. Even Xiao Menglan across the street raised her eyebrows and watched the show with amusement. Hu Chunlin is worthy of being a blood-refining consummate martial artist. He reacted very quickly, and stood on his palm with one hand to receive Wen Ting's fist hard. But as soon as it made contact, his face changed. Arm came from a huge force, the force is actually not comparable to him, panic response under the surprisingly unbeatable for a moment, only to pull back to drain the force to pull away from the distance. When he was knocked back, Wenting immediately changed his stance, one hand into a claw will be a side of the little brother, a hand gripped over, one arm locked throat, angrily shouted. Don't move! Wenting from its coat pocket to find each other's cell phone, prone to Musher, call the inspector. The instantaneous change of events made Mushy almost not come back to her senses. Okay. And Mushy hurriedly tapped her cell phone and urgently dialed the inspector's number. Hu Chunlin's face was surprisingly ugly. Son of a, dare to hit my old man. Looking for death. Boss, save me. The little brother yelled, but his hands were not honest, immediately felt out the folding knife on his waist, raised his hand and was about to stab back. This little bit of cleverness naturally cannot escape the eyes of Wenting, the other hand along his arm aslip, captured the wrist is easy to control, running the body of Qi and blood, even with the little brother toward Hu Chunlin rushed. Hu Chunlin did not care about the little brother in the slightest, raised his foot and kicked hard at the little brother's body, wanting to use his realm advantage to subdue by force. Boss, don't. Click. This kick solidly kicked in the chest of the little brother, Wenting could even clearly hear that crisp bone crack. Early judgment, Wenting sidestepped to avoid, and in the process snatched the folding knife in the hands of the little brother close to Hu Chunlin. Hu Chunlin laughed hideously and pulled the scar on his face, his eyes showed cruelty, and immediately swung his fist at Wenting's forehead. Miso. Wenting flicked away the folding knife and made a vicious stab at Hu Chunlin's fist. The folding knife almost completely disappeared into Hu Chunlin's fist, instantly soaring with blood, causing him to scream miserably. Wenting naturally refused to let go of this heavenly opportunity, gripping the hilt of the knife and twisting it fiercely. The force of Hu Chunlin's attempt to attack under the intense pain was suddenly deformed and out of shape. Hu Chunlin's entire body tilted along with the rotation of the hilt in pain, revealing the center line. Opportunity. In 2 days of life and death combat, Wenting realized one thing. Life and death combat, screw elegance. It's all about picking the opponent's weaknesses. Raising his foot, he kicked his opponent's weak spot with all his strength. At once, the chicken flew away. At this time, the other two people who had come around to block Wenting had just gotten into position, and as soon as they showed their heads, they saw their boss being knocked down to the ground, and seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately skipped. Wenting pulled out the hilt of his sword, wanting to go forward to make up for the knife. In front of his body came a domineering wind strength, while Wenting blocked. Wenting pretended to be annoyed and said, "What kind of person?" Xia Menglan came from across the street stepping on the wind inside. Almost done, if you do it again, it won't be in the realm of self-defense. According to reasoning, Wenting's offense was considered intentional assault. Only Xia Menglan is also clear about the causes and consequences of the matter, which is why he took the initiative to count as self-defense. At this time, Mushy dialed the inspector's phone. She stared blankly at the front of the enemy who had already been beaten and could not take care of himself, dumbfounded for a moment, did not know what to say. This is the North Plains Inspectorate, what is your difficulty? Hello? And Musher looked at the woman in the white trench coat and felt that she did not look like a good person, so she said, "Hello, we have encountered an attack by hooligans, they want to kill us, have already moved their knives. Come and save us now. We are in." Wenting looked at Mushy and raised his eyebrows slightly. Good guy, the senior sister looked good and unquestionably well behaved, but she was also a master with a black heart. This set of sayings of the younger sister is a bit skillful. Xia Menglan sighed. With a single hand pick, a gust of fresh wind on her face, air currents surged to entwine the cell phone in Musher's hand and sent it to Xia Menglan's hand. She said into the phone, "I'm Xia Menglan, the detachment leader of the 7th team of inspectors. I've accepted this side of the matter." After reporting a string of police numbers, she hung up the phone. Hu Chunlin, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have slowed down and realized that the inspectorate had come, and immediately sold out. "Police officer adults, you can do for me, my friend and I just walked down the street properly to come, this guy indiscriminately hit me, but also pull out a knife, you again a second later, people are gone, Wenting narrowed his eyes and said knowingly, "Officer Xia is going to protect this group of gangsters? Protect them?" Xia Menglan frowned slightly. "You swear quite dirty." Said the whole person fell, heavily stepped on Hu Chunlin's injured palm. The black hard ground military hook still did not forget to twist it fiercely. Hu Chunlin screamed even louder. Xia Menglan slapped Hu Chunlin's face with her knife sheath. Tell me who sent you. Wrong answer. Your cultivation is ruined. Anyway, trash like you who doesn't even dare to go out in the whole district. No one cares if you die. With this outburst, she froze Wen Ting and Mu Shi in their tracks. This sister was so fierce. Chapter 33 Admitting to being Mr. Shadow? Hu Chunlin's tears and nose flowed from the pain, and just as he tried to open his mouth, the knife sheath in Xia Menglan's hand was stabbed straight into his mouth. Think before you speak. Xia Menglan kindly reminded. Woo woo. Hu Chunlin was completely honest, completely losing the arrogant look he had just had. After thinking for a moment, he finally didn't dare to hide it. It's Quan Xiao, Yang Lingquan, who told me to come and waste Wen Ting. I'm just following orders. And Mu Shi came to Wen Ting's side with small steps and reminded, Senior, it's looking for you at. Aha! Thanks for the reminder. Oh. Wen Ting's face was a bit ugly. Did he really attract Yang Lingquan's attention? But it doesn't make sense. Even if there is a threat, shouldn't it be looking for He Jin first, so precise to find me? Seeing Xia Menglan looking at herself, Wen Ting also asked nonchalantly, is that all? Hu Chunlin had hatred in his eyes, but he was helpless to give in. There's also He Jin. He was afraid that the two of you would find him in trouble when you grew up and settled it before it was too late. Heh, it seems like it's really becoming trouble now. What do you guys want? I'll admit it. Xia Menglan said with a smile in her eyes. How to deal with it? I'll see what you mean. Wen Ting was also nonchalant. Then just get killed. Hu Chunlin's entire body was dumbfounded. Wen Ting. You and I have no grudges, don't make things worse. Now there's not a grudge. If you don't die, I won't be able to sleep soundly. Wen Ting explained seriously, fearing that he would not die in peace. And Mushi's pair of ebony eyes seemed to be flickering with light, quite worshipful. Xia Menglan sighed. It's not realistic to get him killed directly. How about this? Catch and prosecute for attempted intentional homicide. It just so happens that there is a lack of labor at the border outside the safe zone, so waste it. Hu Chunlin immediately cursed. You're murder. You're slandering. Don't think I don't know the law. I'm bracing myself for provocation. I didn't want to kill anyone. I don't even have a murder weapon. Boom. Xia Menglan kicked him in the face, directly knocking him out. The scene was extremely violent. Wen Ting couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What a fierce sister. On the contrary, and Mushi became even more adoring. Xia Menglan looked at Mushi. Little girl, there is no more business for you here, you can go home. Wen Ting and I have something to talk about. Wen Ting was a little unsure, but 80% guessed the purpose of the other party's visit. Officer Xia, just talk, it's already been delayed for a long time. There were only so many things that could make the other party talk secretly to himself as a student. Alright, that's what you said. The corner of Xia Menglan's mouth hooked up. If there was a smile, straight to the point. You're Mr. Shadow, aren't you? Don't deny it, I checked about the point in time when Mr. Shadow appeared. His earliest appearance was the night attack on Lin Jiqiang, knocking him into the hospital. Then it was one man who teased Zhang Yuan and his party, and then afterward, he found Zhang Yuan's home address and intended to commit murder again, forcing Zhang Yuan to stab him 5 times to thank him for his crime. According to my subsequent investigation, Lin Jiqiang on the day of the attack originally intended to find you trouble. And according to Zhang Yuan's account, before the incident, he had been threatened by you using his family to threaten him, and his testimony was able to prove that you had indeed stalked the family for a long time. Xia Menglan was very happy, originally wanted to look at the other party for the sake of providing free potions and ask privately, but seeing that you were so confident, then simply say it directly, afraid of being retaliated against? Then you should completely throw yourself into your sister's embrace and seek refuge. And Mushi's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this, and she looked at Wen Ting in disbelief, before erupting into a piercing scream, which startled Wen Ting and Xia Menglan, who were in the middle of a confrontation. Ah! Senior, you're Mr. Shadow. You're also too awesome. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. Wow! So excited. Wen Ting knocked her on the head with his knuckles in no good mood. Stop it, use your yogurt-filled brain to think about it. I had just been assigned to the martial arts academy when Mr. Shadow appeared. If I had awakened, the school teacher wouldn't be able to tell? This was both said to Mu Shi and a rebuttal to Xia Menglan, and likewise to those juniors. Xia Menglan wanted to use this to exert pressure. Why would Wen Ting not want to use this to clear his name? And Mu Shi suddenly wilted, rubbing her forehead with her small hand. That's right. If the talent is really stimulated by itself afterward, it shouldn't be so close to the awakening day. Xia Menglan walked slowly towards Wenting, staring into his eyes and said. In addition to losing the account book, Jiang Yuan likewise lost a vial of artificial psychic potion, which happens to be of the Dark Shadow system. It would also make sense to say that you yourself happen to have a Dark Shadow Department talent, and stimulated by a trace amount of the potion, you may not be unable to become a Dark Shadow Department alien. Of course, what made me most certain that you were Mr. Shadow was Zhang Xinxiang's identification. Although you made a disguise that day, you were still too raw. I let Zhang Xinxiang identify you after blocking your mouth and nose with your picture, and you were the Mr. Shadow that day. What else is there to say? Wenting was silent as he looked at Xia Menglan's stunning and confident face, seemingly pondering how to respond. Do you have to say it so bluntly? I'm afraid that you don't want to use me as bait to turn on Yang Ming's father and son, right? This performance even made Mushi's large Kazairan eyes glitter with an unspiritual light. The little girl could not mention how much she was looking forward to it. The little brother on the side, who was still conscious, was about to cry. Is this a ing content that I can listen to? Who doesn't know that Yang's father and son are looking for Mr. Shadow to find crazy? He is so close to listen to such explosive news. There is still a way to live. Looking towards his fainting boss, how he wished he had fainted at this moment. Wenting sighed. I can't help it if you want to be so sure. Is there anything else? Directly admitting it is impossible, but giving an ambiguous answer and letting the two sides fight isn't impossible. I don't believe that Laozi just gave you the potion, so he really dares to use Laozi as cannon fodder. The corner of Xia Menglan's mouth hooked, revealing a confident smile. I'll take that as an admission, then I'll be straightforward. Come and be my dark line, and together we'll return the northern plains to a clear sky. Wenting pursed his lips. First of all, I didn't admit it, and what are the benefits of being your dark line? How much do you get paid, and is the work tiring? If you can't fight, can you escape? Do I count this as a formal organization? Xia Menglan. The good yogurt student felt that Wenting was acquiescing, and was instantly enraptured. Her little face flushed red, as if she had seen her longtime idol, and wanted to scream and shout. But due to Xia Menglan's presence, she had to suppress it. Xia Menglan said with a slight hatred, can't you have some ambition? Being an inspector doesn't count as having ambition? Xia Menglan of course couldn't say no and sighed. Okay, I promise you, according to the treatment of a formal inspector, 30 bottles of nutrient liquid every month. If you go on a mission, you will be given a commission according to your contribution. What do you think? Wenting nodded. Sign the contract first. You, this person. Xia Menglan was a bit angry, but when she thought of Wenting's background information, she couldn't say that he was wrong. A person who grew up in that kind of tough environment, it was always right to be pragmatic. Good. I'll take you back to the bureau right now and have the director personally sign it for you. It seemed that Wenting's attitude really pissed her off, grabbing Wenting and taking off directly. This scared Wenting enough. The first time he took off, he looked extremely lousy. His screams echoed in the air. And Mushi's entire body was dumbfounded. Hey! What about these two people? A faint echo came from the distance. Call the inspectorate. And Mu Sure. The little brother, who was lying on the ground, seeing in Mushi's civilized and weak appearance, said pitifully. Little sister, brother, please let brother go. See, they didn't say they want to arrest me, right? And Musher glanced at the other side, ignored to pick up his cell phone and dialed the inspectorate again. When he dialed the phone, he saw a pile of dog in the corner, and thought about turning back and yanking down that little brother's shoes to ruthlessly step on that pile. The little brother smiled in embarrassment. It's true that it's a little girl, the means to get back at people are so cute. Then he saw what he thought was the little girl put that shoe on Hu Chuolin's bloody palm and stomped down hard. Little brother. At this time, the phone happened to be dialed, only to hear in Mushi's sweet voice say, Hello, I have a serious case of knife assault here. It's the same case that Officer Xia Menglan just had. She said that there is something urgent for you to bring the person back first. The little brother man was dumbfounded. Little sister, that's what, it's better to call an ambulance first. How do you think they are injured? Well, one can still talk, the other sleep can be fragrant la. After hanging up the phone, and Musher immediately put away the lovely appearance, to that still awake little brother, painfully ruthless, quickly beat its breath like a swimmer. Phew, can't let you spread what you heard. The little girl wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and said with a smile. Chapter 34, I didn't say I was either. After a burst of centrifugal force and the feeling of hearts separating, Wenting finally landed safely. This woman is definitely revenge. I have never seen this point of distance to play fancy flight. Treating people like acrobats, really killing them. Hey, I say. How much longer are you going to hold it? Xiao Menglan looked at Wen Ting, who was like a wombat, and looked at him with a rather amused face. I told you to play high and mighty just now, you deserve it. Only then did Wen Ting realize that his entire body was almost hanging on Xiao Menglan's legs. The round and powerful long legs were quite comfortable to hold. Well, there was also a faint aroma on her body, it smelled good. Hurriedly let go, Wen Ting stood on the ground, surprisingly still felt some leg weakness. This is a big disgrace. Look at his wretched appearance. Xiao Menglan mood is very good. One hand clamped Wen Ting's head, stride into the inspectorate door, straight to the second floor of the director's office. Wen Ting felt that his ears seemed to have touched something, and the whole person was suddenly bad, and his blood could not control the upward surge. Sister, do you know what it means that men and women are not related? Be careful. I've never been in love. If people see this, it will affect my reputation. At this time of the day, many inspectors are already off duty, so the whole building seems relatively quiet. Boom! The director's office was kicked open by this woman, only to hear Xiao Menglan say to the helpless middle-aged man as if taking credit. Take a look, see who I've brought here? You quickly spread out the people, look at how the child is strangled. Xiao Huaimin looked at Wen Ting, whose entire face was red, and hurriedly got up and reminded him. Uncle, actually not much strangling. Pretend to cough twice, immediately used the foreign energy to check up on the state of the two people. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 7, 45 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of blood, provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of spiritual force. Recipe. There were no enhancements in terms of psychic abilities, so it seemed to be a pure martial artist. Wen Ting looked at the director of the 5 features. Between the eyebrows of the Sichuan character lines make it look quite majestic, but now, it is like a kind old man, as polite as possible. Turning his head to look at the big devil who grabbed himself. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 5, 20 years old. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of chi and blood, provides a large amount of spiritual energy, and has a high probability of awakening Wen's psychic abilities. Recipe, tender meat, delicious any way you eat it. The big devil should be a dual cultivation of supernormal ability and martial arts. Boy, is he only 20 years old? Hiss, in contrast Yang Lingquan guy is a real waste. Xiao Huaimin eyes with apologetic look at Wen Ting, try to show his gentle side. Little brother, sorry my daughter on this fussy character, please forgive then. This is the new Inspector General I hope it's really like what that big devil said, is a have to do. As a flat-headed little old man, Wen Ting should bow his head when he bowed his head, showing quite humble, not a nuisance, not a nuisance. Not waiting for the two to exchange pleasantries, Xiao Menglan couldn't sit still and said. Well, save those troublesome self-introductions, straight to the point. The old summer hurry to let people fill out the entry application form. He has promised that as long as there is an official establishment, the future is my little brother. Xiao Huaimin frowned lightly, really? Child, you have not been threatened by anything. If this girl used any unruly means, I must criticize her. What kind of his daughter? Xiao Huaimin is still very clear, smart to smart, but that method of doing things is too rough. A simple sentence can be summarized. Vigor produces miracles. But let Xiao Huaimin speechless is, very most cases, she really can handle. That style of thunder and lightning really conquered a group of old team members who followed the case. In addition to the case of mental pollution, there is no wrong to do. This is also the Bureau can repeatedly tolerate her nonsense. Wen Ting also has his own little scheme. Naturally, it is impossible to really sue. Uncle, I believe you also understand my background. I am voluntary. There was no coercion. Xiao Huaimin nodded, then looked at his precious daughter, his eyes inquiring if he had verified his identity. Xiao Menglan knew what Xiao Huaimin was asking, and said rather sharply, I've seen the body hand, very clean and sharp, and one photo abolished that. Wen Ting reminded, Hu Chunlin. Oh yeah, Hu Chunlin, a little trash of blood refining consummation, but not bad for a little rookie who just stepped into martial arts for a few weeks. Wen Ting looked slyly at the big devil. Yes, you chi practicing realm, you level 5 alien, you're puritanical. The smile on Xiao Huaimin's face grew even wider. Such strength and potential could indeed prove a lot now. So he took the entry and exit application and handed it to Wen Ting, letting him fill in the information on his desk. Xiao Huaimin had a chat with Wen Ting, and did not go too deep into those sensitive issues so as not to upset people. After all, it was a genius who could develop psychotropic drugs. Xiao Huaimin didn't mind expressing goodwill. Through chatting he heard that his teacher was Yen Sanshur, and in his heart, he also realized where he got this kung fu and ruthlessness from. Soon, Wen Ting handed Xiao Huaimin the filled-out information. Xiao Huaimin received the information with a smile and just glanced at it. A bad premonition hit his heart and asked uncertainly. Wen Ting, are the attributes of the supernatural ability sure it's not written wrong? Wen Ting curiously probed and looked at it and nodded his head. That's right, it's the thunder system. What? Thunder system. Xiao Manglan bounced up from the sofa with a miso, opened her long legs, and directly grabbed the information, and seeing that it was clearly written as thunder system, her whole person suddenly couldn't contain herself. Immediately, she drew out the long knife with the tiger's head and hilt. Brat, you dare to fool me? Manglan. Put the knife away. The smile on Xiao Huaimin's face was completely gone, and the majesty of the director instantly radiated out, causing Xiao Manglan to unwillingly withdraw her long knife. She stared viciously at Wen Ting and said, Kid, if you don't get your words straight, you're done for. Xiao Huaimin's city was much stronger than hers, and he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. Little friend, it seems that there are some misunderstandings that need to be answered by you. Wen Ting knew that there was no use in saying that, and immediately operated her lightning system supernatural ability, and all of a sudden, a strand of pale white current, like a small snake, wandered across the surface of her body. Wen Ting also used electric flashes to go back and forth in the not-so-large office, proving himself as a genuine thunder system. After the lightning system was lit up, it was almost unrelated to Mr. Shadow in the eyes of others. In the general cognition, a person awakened dual system supernatural ability is a very small probability of things. Of course, there are also people who can rely on scientific and technological capabilities to cultivate his second system. But obviously with Wen Ting's family background, obviously does not have this condition. Moreover, if Wen Ting still hides the shadow department without revealing it in this case, then in Xiao Huaimin's opinion, the school's awakening teacher can be directly thrown to the garrison. You have to know that it's only 2 weeks since the awakening ceremony. If a series of supernormal capabilities did not get out can say that the other side obtained a great chance, 2 supernormal capabilities are awakened out, that is the teacher's strength has a problem. Therefore, even if the two men think that Wen Ting is very suspicious, they have to admit that Wen Ting is not Mr. Shadow at this moment. Wen Ting, Uncle Xia, I said from the beginning that I'm not Mr. Shadow, but sister, she doesn't believe me. The corner of Xiao Manglan's mouth twitched madly, pointing at Wen Ting. Then why did you default to being Mr. Shadow? Why didn't you just use your supernatural ability at the beginning? Wen Ting rightfully said, this is wrongly accusing me. I never admitted that I was Mr. Shadow from the beginning to the end. Also originally Yang Lingquan felt that I was a threat and wanted to get me killed. If I got out my thunder system in front of so many people, he wouldn't still be desperate to get me killed. Besides, I did think of borrowing you, sister, to join the inspectorate to seek a backer. Regarding his own small mind, Wen Ting showed quite frankly, without a bit of embellishment or concealment. You. Xia Menglan directly laughed in anger. You are really frank. Wen Ting shrugged indifferently. First of all, I was gripped by you, and secondly, if this thing comes to fruition, it's a big profit, and if it doesn't come to fruition, it'll just stay the same. Why don't you give it a try? What if it works? Although I'm not Mr. Shadow, I'm at least a Thunder System Level 1 adept, so it shouldn't be too hard to be a Dark Line. Xia Menglan's teeth itched with anger. Alright. Xiao Huaimin said smilingly, even though it was a misunderstanding, it has brought me a newcomer with strong strength and an equally promising future. You Dark Line, I recognize it. Well, in the future, you will listen to my command alone. Old Xia, I'm the one who found the person, by what right is he gripped by you? Xia Menglan's beautiful eyes glared, expressing her dissatisfaction. You don't look at him. Who said that? This person is mine now. Xia Menglan viciously gouged out Wen Ting. Wen Ting slightly scrunched his neck, not daring to touch her brow. Chapter 35 Senior Sister? After learning that Wen Ting was not Mr. Shadow, Xiao Huaimin had little interest in chatting with him. In front of this God Condensation Realm bigwig, Mr. Shadow's greatest value lay in being able to develop a potion that restrained mental pollution, and it was clear that Wen Ting, who wasn't Mr. Shadow, didn't have this value. Just as he was planning to send Wen Ting away, Xiao Huaimin suddenly thought to say, Girl, after Wen Ting's side strikes, it is bound to alarm the Yang family. You remember to go to Yang Lingquan tomorrow to do some ideological work. Wen Ting was slightly surprised. This Xiao Bureau is really something different. This kind of small things are still remembered. Immediately thanked the other party. Got it. Xia Menglan clearly had little motivation and answered reluctantly. Turning her head, she looked wistfully at Wen Ting, her delicate face revealing a fake smile that couldn't be more fake. Sister will send you home. Wen-ting couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and politely said, "Nah, sis, it's fine for me to walk back on my own, no need eh." Xiao Menglan simply did not give Wen-ting the opportunity to retort, gripped up Wen-ting's neck collar, and did not care if it was the director's office, opened the window and flew out with Wen-ting. Xiao Huaimin looked at the two with amusement, but did not stop. Obviously the big devil did this, also not once or twice. Under the high-speed flight, Wen-ting almost instantly arrived at his familiar neighborhood. There was still a slight trance when he landed, unknowingly becoming a wombat once again. Seeing Wen-ting, who was teasing himself, turn into this appearance, Xiao Menglan's mood seemed to be much better, and her show finger knocked on Wen-ting's head. "Brat, we're at the station." Wen-ting let go of his hand and stood on the familiar ground, and only then did his scattered thoughts return to his body. Xiao Menglan looked at his youthful face, as well as the appearance of uncertainty, and only then reacted to the fact that this is only a child in the first year of high school. Looking towards the old neighborhood, recalling his background information, a wave of apology arose. "Did I go too far?" "Ahem, so what, have a good rest today. I'll handle young Lingxuan's side." Seeing that Xiao Menglan was about to leave, Wen-ting hurriedly reached out and pulled her back. Sis, aren't you going to assign me any tasks?" Seeing Xiao Menglan raise her eyebrows, seemingly looking down on herself, Wen-ting said with embarrassment, "At least I'm an official employee now. It's a bit embarrassing not to work for a paycheck." Xiao Menglan laughed. "The most important task for you now is to cultivate well. When you break through to the chi practicing realm, then say. But well, just so raise idlers is not good. Mr. Yan's students basically do not have much free time. Or not so. You collect as much information as possible about mental illness related news at school. In addition, if you can contact Mr. Shadow, you convey to him that we have no malicious intent. Don't tell me you haven't contacted. If Mr. Shadow can know Jiang Yuan's address, there is definitely a part for you." When Ting scratched his head, he could only admit to this. There was really no way to deny this. Xiao Menglan continued, "In addition, when you and Mr. Yen go out for actual combat, consciously observe those demonic beasts for any signs of madness. Well, that's all for now." After nodding his head to indicate that he knew, Wen Ting added Xiao Menglan's speed letter account and asked somewhat strangely, "Sister, you're quite familiar with Teacher Yen. Recognize?" Xiao Menglan snorted coldly, "That's for sure, he's also my teacher. In terms of seniority, you should call me senior sister." "Senior sister?" Wen Ting's gaze fell on the long sword in her hand with the tiger's head hilt. "You don't use a long spear either." Xiao Menglan hit Wen Ting on the forehead with the hilt of her blade without any good reason. "Who told you that you have to learn the spear when you follow Mr. Yen?" "Well, it's too late, you hurry back, don't be late tomorrow." Xiao Menglan came and went in a hurry. Wen Ting looked at her back as she flew away and scratched his head. He would have to ask Mr. Yen about this senior sister when he had the chance. When he returned home, his mother Lin Yulan looked at Wen Ting with a smile on her face. "Not bad, son, really put my mother's words in his heart." That girl looks quite powerful. Ah, which girl ah?" Wen Ting looked at his mom's eyes flashing gossip light, suddenly speechless. The matter about Xiao Menglan was only briefly explained. He did not tell her about his own entry, and the ambush by Hu Chunlin, saying it would only cause her to worry in vain. Therefore, he just told her that he had helped her catch a thief and found out in casual conversation that she had also been a student of Mr. Yen, hence the delay. "Oh? So it's still your senior sister?" Not bad, not bad. Inquired about which girl?" Wen Ting, LLL Omega. "Well, this one knows, the daughter-in-law of the new director of the inspectorate." "Aang, that's a pity." Lin Yulan said with a slight pity. Wen Ting raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by this tone? Eyes so high that you can't see people of this family lineage?" Hee, you're overthinking it. I'm just making sure that people can't see you." Lin Yulan sighed, and instantly lost her mind to gossip. In her eyes, the gap between the two families was too great. They were not in the same world at all. Solely, she didn't hold out hope. When Ting's expression deflated, how did he get disliked for a good reason? Look down on who? But he didn't make a fool of himself by saying anything more on this issue. "Mom, how was your interview today?" Mentioning this matter, Lin Yulan was instantly not sleepy. After holding in her secret for a whole day and all day, she was finally able to share it with someone, and ran over with gusto, pulling out a work permit from her own bag. "I tell you, when I went to the interview today, Mom, I can be nervous. Well, in the interview on me alone, that interviewer is also a university just graduated from the little girl, but also strange embarrassed. It is said that she is still single." "One tin?" Mom's job search experience is summarized in 2 words: smooth. The so-called thrill is purely scaring herself. The funny thing is, her top boss is the girl who just graduated from college and is now her teacher. Probably because of the inequality brought about by the age mismatch. Wen-ting always felt that her mom wanted to turn her boss into a daughter-in-law. For treatment, Wen-ting had to say, worthy of the largest hospital in the North Plains, out is generous. Although the mom has not been corrected, but that cultivation resources have been and their own in the inspectorate side of the no different. After listening to mom's sharing, the two tacitly returned to their respective rooms and began to cultivate. In this aspect of cultivation, Lin Yulan can be much more serious than Wen-ting, and even have the appearance of pilgrimage, before meditation also have to wash up a bit, especially ritualistic. If it wasn't for the fact that the home was simple and inconvenient to bathe, Wen-ting suspected that his mom would want to take a bath every time before she meditated. After returning to his room, Wen-ting practiced meditation thunder a few times as usual, thinking about improving his proficiency and enhancing his range. Afterwards, realizing that it was still early, he pulled out the flower thousand hands given by Jiang Yuan and pondered over it. To be able to obtain the evaluation of being able to practice in Yan Sanchi's mouth, the quality would never be too bad. Chapter 36 Wishing Wall? Yan Wang Dio Dao. The flower thousand hands, to put it bluntly, was a technique that specialized in throwing concealed weapons. According to the description of its content, when a martial art is practiced to a great extent, the hand when releasing a concealed weapon looks like 1,000 stamens blooming, hence the name flower thousand hands. Unlike the king's gun, which is strong and overbearing, flower thousand hands focuses more on the strange, telling you how to sneak attack by surprise. The moves in it are also more underhanded. In terms of the current social exchange of martial arts, it is completely unseemly. What specializes in ruffling the een and double eyes are considered normal. Inside also taught the later, if necessary, can spit in the face of the other party, simply immoral. Wen-ting also laughed continuously while reading it. This author was simply a guy who would do anything to win. Oh no, from his standpoint, it should be do whatever it takes to stay alive. The more Wen-ting read, the more he felt that this martial art was of immense value. It was simply written for the sake of battle. In a battle of life and death, there could be no moral highs and lows, whoever could win was the reason. Anyway, the two systems of supernormal ability has reached its limit. Continue to meditate is not very useful, simply will devote his whole body and mind to the study of the flower thousand hands. The next day, Wen-ting came to his class as usual, practicing the most basic way of power generation with his giant spear, burning the qi and blood in his body. He didn't know whether it was because he fought with Hu Chunlin yesterday or because he took Xiaomeng Lan's air express train, but he felt as if the progress of blood refining was faster. Just as he was waving his sweat, a small figure bounced and slipped into the class, picking at the doorway from afar and poking out his small head to observe Wen-ting, who was practicing his gun. "You're all here, don't practice your gun yet. In a moment, when Mr. Yin comes, he'll have to say something about you." Wen-ting was also aware of the change in this good yogurt, and said in a good-natured manner. The little girl smiles and walks into the class, picks up her own 4-meter-long gun and starts to juggle it, when there is a break in practice, and Mushy finally can't help but ask, "Senior, are you really Mr. Shadow?" Wen-ting took out a cup of water to replenish his moisture and laughed, "If I'm really Mr. Shadow, then last night I should have gone and broken Lin Jiqiang's legs one more time." And Musher's small face slightly reddened, her mouth said nasty, then she reacted, "Eh? So senior brother, you're not Mr. Shadow?" "Of course not, otherwise I would let that bastard Jiang Yuan go." Wen-ting, in order to prevent her from talking nonsense to others, instantly revealed his thunder system's supernatural ability. Strips of thunder snakes jumped on the surface of his body, making crackling sounds. And Mushy's small mouth turned into an O shape and hurriedly covered it, retreating a few steps back. "Senior brother, you awakened your supernormal ability?" Wen-ting nodded. "Awakened not long ago, in order to avoid trouble before not announced. Do not say out, save me to invite trouble, no?" And Mushy nodded her little head one after another, with a faint disappointment in her eyes. "It's a pity that the reigning Mr. Shadow is not my senior brother." Soon to class time, what Wen-ting had not expected was that Bao Baishan had joined forces with a few accounts that operated the campus confession wall and jointly launched a wishing wall. Bao Baishan smilingly brought his cell phone to Wen-ting's eyes. "Brother Ting, let me introduce to you, this is the wishing wall I got together with my friends. Mr. Shadow isn't cleaning up the dude Yan Lingquan, the news channel may be too single, and there are too few scumbags that can be solved. So let me liberate the vast, oppressed masses of people, and put those violent debt collectors directly on the internet, and save Mr. Shadow the trouble of inquiring for information, no?" Wen-ting raised his eyebrows. Good boy, you do understand online media. Where is this a wishing wall? Ah, is clearly the king of hell pointing ah. Then you came to find me? Bao Baishan said with a smile, this is not to find you to discuss reliable news. Well, some people's heart is very bad, the innocent people hanging up so that Mr. Shadowwrong is not good. Before you are not in Zhang Yuan, do not deal with it, thinking of letting you give others a sample, you see how? When Ting scratched his head, he had only given a martial arts skill before, turning his head and putting someone on the internet was a bit unethical. However, when he thought of this, goods does not seem to have any regrets, also no longer hesitate, can give each other to find pain, is to give their own best account. Immediately wrote. I would like to give special thanks to Mr. Zhang Yuan of the Blackade Billiard Hall in the back street, who suddenly appeared at home when I was out of class, greeted my mother and made me a hot pot, and paid great attention to my academic status. When Bao Baishan saw what Wen Ting had written, he gave a thumbs up. Brother Ting still has to be you, but isn't what was said too cryptic? Can Mr. Shadow read it? When Ting turned his head towards Bao Baishan, Mr. Shadow is not planning to look for Yang Lingxuan's trouble, so let those who have the chance to meet him take some pictures and write them in the same words, they should be able to read it. Bao Baishuan's eyes lit up. That makes sense. This will ensure that Mr. Shadow will definitely pay attention to our account. Brother Ting still has to be you. I'll look for reliable buddies to arrange it, and strive to arrange it in the next 2 days. When Ting continued, don't just pay attention to Yang Lingquan himself, pay attention to those who have dealings with him. If you really want to mess with Yang Lingquan, Mr. Shadow would have done it long ago, wouldn't he? That makes sense. Bao Baishan said with bright eyes, it's like fighting monsters and upgrading, first picking out the small monsters, letting Mr. Shadow lick his bag and upgrade, and then finally fighting the big boss Yang Lingquan, right? Smart. The children can be taught ah. Holiday Asset Consulting Company, inside the general manager's office. Yang Lingquan said with a smiling face to Xia Menglan, who was sitting on his boss chair. Miss Xia didn't know that she was coming, so I'm sorry to have missed you. I don't know what you're doing here. What's the matter? Xia Menglan's long and straight legs were folded on the solid wood desk, half reclining on the boss chair, squinting at Yang Lingquan. Someone reported that you are suspected of intentional murder. I came over to find out the situation. The words just fell. Behind Yang Lingquan, wearing black suits behind the little brothers have stood behind him, face showing bad intentions. There is a will to strike at the drop of a hat. The smile on Yang Lingquan's face did not diminish, but there was a hint of coldness. Ms. Xia is joking. Yang has always been a man of peace. In the business world, there are people who speculate and rumor-monger maliciously. It's just a common thing. Said Yang Lingquan, striding towards the desk, took off the light pink sunglasses, smiling face and eyes with a smile in the eyes of Xia Menglan. You just came to the North Plains side, do not understand the situation is also common. If you do not believe, I Yang Lingquan 100% to cooperate with your investigation. Xia Menglan looked at Yang Lingquan with interest. That's fine. Hu Chunlin said that you instructed him to kill a high school student. Is there such a thing? Hu Chunlin? A high school student? Ha ha ha, are people so incapable of rumor mongering nowadays? He's a member of the KK club, and everyone knows that I don't get along with them, so how could I order him around? Besides, why would I deal with a high school student for good reason? Don't you think so? Xia Menglan nodded her head. It's a bit reasonable. I see that kid is quite pitiful, so I'll take him as my little brother. Mr. Yang has a wide network. Help to publicize it. Don't let the ungrateful bugs rubbing against each other, and in turn, hold on your head. It's also for your own good. What do you think? Yang Lingquan kept his smile. This is natural. To help Xia team's favor is the honor of my humble self. Saying that, he patted his head. Look at me, you've been here for so long, I forgot to show you the tea. Come on people, give Team Xia. No need, I'm just stopping by. It's time to leave after things are delivered. I send you? Xia Menglan smiled. Sightseeing is fine. After saying that, she flew off through the broken window, leaving Yang Lingquan to look at the ground of glass slag with a face as gloomy as ink. Hu Chunlin, Wen Ting. Both are good. A junior brother in the back came over and inquired, Young Quan, do you need us to step in? Yang Lingquan turned around and slapped him in the face, roaring, your brain has been kicked by a donkey. Do you think Xia Menglan is here for nothing? After closing his eyes and suppressing the stop breathing caused by his anger, he said to the little brother beside him, don't mess with Wen Ting lately, wait for his final exams and do him in the field. Chapter 37, Warming Up and Learning from the Past. One had to admit that Bao Baishan was really efficient in his work. By the time the evening came around and Wen Ting was lying in bed, scrolling through the messages, the school's confession wall had exploded. North Plains Martial High School confession wall. The wall hereby announces the official opening of its newest feature, the wishing wall. Below that were attached postings in a 9-panel format. The first one is a story written by Wenting, singing the praises of Zhang Yuan's good deeds. Thanks to Wenting's posting, the following posts were also almost identical. I would like to give a special thanks to Lin Jiqiang, a student from the second year in 5th class of Beiyuan Wugao High School, who has followed me many times at night when I was alone and unsupported until he sent me home without asking for anything in return, he said. Even with both legs injured and disabled, but also do not forget to warmly care about me on the internet, and the person is very enthusiastic, do not allow me to refuse. Meet is trying to fund hundreds of millions of resources of life sponsorship. It is really distressing, but also ask Mr. Shadow to criticize and educate Lin Jiqiang students, do not be so enthusiastic again. This message didn't need Wenting to guess that it was done by Good Yogurt. Scrolling down a few entries, he found many followers exposing Lin Jiqiang. There was a great sense of the walls falling down and people pushing. Probably because it just started, there are not too many people denounced, more are mostly in jest. The center of the position is left on the Good Yogurt Company's photo. It was a broken, under renovation window. There was a lot of speculation about this being Mr. Shadow's warning to Yan Lingquan. There's no shortage of cultivation resources, speaking of which, it's true that I haven't made a bit of noise this week, so it's time to maintain a bit of a deterrent, so that Yang Lingquan doesn't forget about old me. Wenting looked at Lin Jiqiang's current address in figure 2 and hooked up a smile. It's you! In front of the open-air barbecue restaurant on the back street. Lin Jiqiang red-faced drinking with a few playful classmates, looking at his brother's cell phone in which he was hung up, anger rose from his heart. Damn, those pussies dared to put me on the internet? Really give face shameless. I really think that Mr. Shadow hit me once, and then found a backer? I'll be damned. On that day, I drank too much, that stick hit me, I can feel it. That kid is also a blood-refining entry, not much ability, just by virtue of the night, to engage in a sneak attack. If I meet him again, I have to peel his skin. Chop off his third leg and replenish his brother's chi and blood. Worthy of being Brother Chang. Great atmosphere. Immediately after Lin Jiqiang finished speaking, someone came up to support him, and then asked curiously. But Brother Chang, a while ago it was said that Mr. Shadow killed the boss of the bath center, are you really not afraid? CH. You don't understand this, my big brother revealed to me that it's not like that at all. Coincidentally, that Mr. Shadow happened to be present on that day, or else you can think of why the inspector is not looking for Mr. Shadow until now? Really, if he is that arrogant to kill people, can the inspector tolerate him? So that's how it is, Brother Chang is well informed. Since that Mr. Shadow is not enough to worry about, tomorrow we'll settle the score with those ES. They don't just want to get to know each other and make friends, but they still put us on the internet, so they're really no good. That is, strong brother, you accounted for those background to inquire clearly, no big background, do not mess up, hey. Do not know when to do it, you are not in these days, we are itching, Lin Jiqiang laughed, tilted his head half a bottle of beer down, good to say. A few people were drinking in the heat of the moment, suddenly a little brother, looking at the opposite side of a person wearing a black duck tongue cap, the whole face covered quite tightly, is walking quickly. You! Stop right there! Looking for trouble? A boy with dyed yellow hair stood up in a flash and cursed with a big tongue at the person pointing at him, instantly attracting many people's attention. Lin Jiqiang, who was sitting inside, was not drunk at the moment, and when he saw that outfit, his heart trembled and he shouted, "He's Mr. Shadow. Take a copy." The moment these words came out, the minions around him all froze. No, just after bragging, the main man is coming? Are you Chow Chow? Do you want it to be that effective? Despite Lin's disinformation, Mr. Shadow's murderous reputation had spread these days, and no matter what, that was the man linked to the murder. Wenting didn't care what they thought, in the time they froze, he arrived. A powerful kick was aimed at the fatter student, who reacted quickly, being a student of the martial arts school, and hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest. However, how could he not expect, in Lin Jiqiang's mouth only the blood-refining initiation, the force was so great that he could not even withstand it. Ka-ching! There seemed to be the sound of bones cracking, and then the entire person flew out backwards against the table and chairs. Wenting scored a hit and went straight to the next person, a fist blast in the opponent's belly, lifting his knee and banging his head to send another person away. There were also two juniors who were stunned when they saw this scene, and when they looked at Wenting, they happened to meet Wenting's eyes that were tinted with a ghostly blue halo. The pupils of fear. The two men who were already shocked by Mr. Shadow's ruthlessness were instantly taken over by fear, so scared that their livers and guts cracked and they became incontinent. One of them even knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically, "Spare my life. Mr. Shadow, spare my life, I don't know them well, it's just a relationship, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare my life." The other person was so scared that he fell to the ground in spasms. This is a bit of a surprise to Wentin. As his strength rises, the pupil of fear also becomes more powerful. Combined with just the right psychological state, the effect was simply outstanding. No wonder the Dark Moon Demon Wolf's lethality rate was so high, it wasn't without reason. Lin Jiqian knew that Mr. Shadow was rushing towards him, but the moment his first junior was kicked away, he knew that he was far from being an opponent. Immediately, he turned his head and ran, which also saved him from the gaze of the pupils of fear. Wenting sneered and turned into a ball of shadow to quickly catch up with the other party. Today, Wenting was already a late-stage blood-refining martial artist, while Lin Jiqian was still stuck in the middle stage of blood refining, plus the injury from last time hadn't healed well, so he couldn't run at all. Wenting poked out a hand from the shadow, accurately captured Lin Jiqian's ankle, and with a hard yank, Lin Jiqian immediately lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground in a state of disarray. Wenting also obediently drilled out of the shadow, with his raspy voice smilingly said, "The old saying, learning from the past is not without reason. Since you didn't memorize it last time, you should remember it well this time." Lin shook his head frantically. "What do you want? This is a public place. You can't make a move on me. I'm warning you." Ka-boom! Wenting kicked and shattered Lin's calf. The intense pain caused Lin to let out a pig-killing wail, and soon the other leg was shattered again by Wenting's kick. Afterwards, Wenting picked up Lin Jiqian's collar and forcefully broke his eyes open, using the pupil of fear, and said, "Since you can't control your lower body, let me help you abolish it." Lin Jiqian, in powerful agony, saw those ghostly blue eyes, as if his mind had fallen into the abyss and couldn't break free, and let out a sharp burst. Snap! Wenting shook off his opponent with one hand and kicked him in the chest, knocking him out. Then he left in style. The entire process, less than 3 minutes. Chapter 38 Breakthrough, Tendon Practicing Stage. Unsurprisingly, the news of Mr. Shadow seeing the wishing wall went viral. In a flash, it detonated public opinion. Especially in Mushi, the whole person was much more energetic in class. Because the effect was so overwhelming, it even drew the attention and warning of the inspector, who publicly issued an article accusing Mr. Shadow of his actions. It couldn't be done without a warning. When Wenting struck last night, the broken bones and falls were the least of it. Those few that were stimulated by the pupil of fear were even more psychologically shadowed and didn't even dare to go out of the door. Lin Jiqian was beaten to cut off the martial arts, evolved into a serious persecution paranoia, a night like crazy, shouting, "Only daytime is still normal." His family has already given him for withdrawal. It is said to have gone to the inspectorate to report the case, voice severe punishment of Mr. Shadow, but do not want to be the victim came forward to reveal the past crimes. Those younger brothers are even the first to come forward to testify, fearing that Mr. Shadow again care. So it became a laughingstock among the school. Returning home, Wenting looked through his cell phone, all of which were warnings given by Xia Menglan using Zhang Xinxian's account. Wenting's reply was simple: "Then won't you just take care of the problem according to the wishing wall?" These words are directly dislike. Xia Menglan did not reply. What Wenting didn't expect was that the next day, Xia Menglan brought people to deal with the people on the wishing wall, one by one. The director's daughter personally led the team, almost a green light all the way. Those usual rollers, on the contrary, stood up with their necks and did not admit their guilt. Xia Menglan is not a dogmatic person. Backhandedly put people on, and put down words on the wishing wall, saying that the other party refused to admit guilt, and that night the person was beaten unconscious with serious injuries. The thing was certainly not Winton's doing. Obviously it was this imposter who put the pot on Mr. Shadow's head. Wishing Wall, in such a pass operation down, really became the king of Hell Point who died. Of course one of the most let young Linquan taught is that in recent days, he went out a lot more photos. Even the cultivation realms of the men around him have been exploded. He sent someone to deal with these paparazzi, who would have thought that the next day the people would be hung on the wishing wall to be caught in by Xia Menglan. This gave him a hard time. After he checked, a lot of those news were secretly provided by KK Club's side, sincerely watching him laugh. Mr. Shadow had put out the word for a little over half a month, and no matter how he set up a trap to lure him out, the man froze and paid no attention at all, as if he had blown his cover and denied it. But every time he did it, he made a big noise, causing him to lose face outside. Let him hard to the extreme, but there is nothing he can do. Not long after, the funds from Xiaomenglan's side arrived, and Wenting sent the steps for making the tranquilizing soup one by one as promised, harvesting the first bucket of $1 million in his life. Unfortunately, this news cannot be shared with others. Suffocating Wenting can only lie in bed and roll around madly, venting the joy in his heart. 1 million ah! Enough for him to buy higher level beast meat, skills, and even enough to move with mom. The sad thing is that this money can't be seen by anyone, and can only be consumed in secret by himself. Alas, having too much money is also a worry. Due to Xiaomenglan's operation, coupled with his own abundant resources, Mr. Shadow really had nothing to do for a while. The mysterious person who had sent explosive items into the safe zone also seemed to have disappeared, fading into obscurity. The North Plains briefly saw a period of peace. The weather is getting colder and colder, the days and nights are getting shorter and shorter, and time flies to October. Under the midday sun, Wenting sat on the yellow and green grass, and beside him lay a dark moon demon wolf that had just died. His breathing gradually shortened, the blood in his body was like hot magma flowing and churning rapidly, constantly flushing his blood vessels. His body temperature was rapidly increasing, and a large amount of sweat was expelled from his body, forming an obvious white mist under the high temperature. Wenting opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He had broken through to the blood refining stage perfection. Yan Sancher couldn't hide the delight in his eyes. Your cultivation progress is even faster than I imagined. Keep this chi. At the end of the year when the final period is over, I will help you sign up to participate in the final big competition with the sophomore. No, with the group of senior high school students. If you get some rankings, the prize will be good for you. Wenting didn't feel bad when he listened. The second year of high school, excluding the ones like Lin Jiqiang who were not doing their job, most of them were almost as successful as him in the blood refining stage and were in the process of practicing tendons, and there were only a few top-notch ones who had reached the middle stage of tendon practicing. And the seniors were all about the same, with the best stepping into bone forging. According to Wenting's current cultivation progress, by the end of the semester, he would be able to complete his tendon training, and if he could use his supernormal abilities, he would be able to fight with those in his senior year. As Wenting's blood refining came to a successful conclusion, the spiritual area in his mind also changed. The spiritual region that hadn't seen any growth for a long time seemed to have widened its boundaries. The control that the two types of alien energy cyclones had previously been subjected to seemed to have suddenly loosened, and the cyclones rotated wildly, independently absorbing the surrounding elemental alien energy. Seeing this, Wenting immediately panicked, ignoring Yan Sancher who was still explaining about the competition, and immediately sat down to run the meditation method, which could inhibit the shadow system and actively absorb the thunder element. Yan Sancher is a level 7 psychic. If he sees that he is absorbing the shadow system in addition to the thunder element, then the fun will be great. Under Wenting's deliberate guidance, a large number of thunder elements were attracted to him, and not long after, it was as if his entire body was struck by lightning, emitting a pale white bright light from time to time. Not long after Wenting smiled and opened his eyes. Teacher, the supernormal ability has also broken through to level 2. Good boy, what a freak. The smile in Yan Sanchi's eyes became even more evident. If I let you play at full strength, those seniors won't be your match when the final year comes around. Since you've already broken through to level 2, I'll find you some suitable level 2 skills when we get back. You just broke through today, so there's no rush to practice. Go back early today and I'll teach you the tendon movements first, and on Monday you'll follow this set of movements to practice on your own. Okay, teacher. After returning to the safe zone, the two of them didn't make a break and immediately came to the school classroom. Yan Sancher held a 6-meter-long spear to demonstrate the spear technique to Wenting. Unlike the basic spear technique of the blood refining stage, this time, the movements were extraordinarily bizarre. Wenting looked at the huge 6-meter-long spear in Yan Sanchi's hand as if it was a toy, wrapping around his body between his pulls and tugs, always stabbing out unexpectedly from angles such as his armpits, crotch, and beside his neck. And the linked movements even made Wenting look dumbfounded. Only to see that the body of Yan Sancher, who was nearly 50 years old, was soft beyond words, easily accomplishing the lower back, splits, and even more frighteningly, body folds. And all of these were done with a gun technique, without even realizing it. This was the characteristic of the tendon practicing stage, being able to maximize the development of the body's flexibility, and accomplishing movements that were difficult for ordinary people to achieve. After Yan Sancher finished his demonstration, he tossed the 6-meter giant spear to Wenting and said, "Next it's your turn to do it. Remember that the key point of training the tendons is not just to move accurately, but also to work with the breathing method to maintain the movements while flushing and nourishing the tendons. Use your chi and blood to make your tendons and bones more supple and enhance their toughness, thus helping you to better control your body." "Yes, teacher." Chapter 39 Sneaky Skill Buying. After practicing for an afternoon, Wenting realized why Zhang Yuan and many others had stagnated when they reached blood-refining perfection. These movements were simply not something that people could do. Wenting, who hadn't undergone systematic stretching training since he was a child, practiced them with a lot of effort. Therefore, he could only bother Yin Sancher to assist from the side. However, he had a ruthlessness that did not care if Wenting lived or died, and Wenting felt that every time he made a move, his tendons were going to be stretched out. The pain of his breathing rhythm is broken. The good thing is that he is still young and highly malleable. If he is like Zhang Yuan and others who have passed the age, then basically practicing tendons is hopeless. Martial artists, it really was a step at a time. This half a day of stretching are worth 3 days of Wenting's exercise. Practicing, the whole person is frozen like a wooden chicken state, a long time to focus the spirit. I returned home in a daze, after applying the quick hem food dispersal. This is a little better. Reorganization of Wenting did not rush to continue practicing tendons, but from the refrigerator to take out the preparation of the dark moon demon wolf beast meat, a good meal, and then began to meditate, breakthrough shadow department. Maybe the previous suppression is too hard. The shadow system is like an aggrieved little girl. The rebound is extraordinarily large. Throughput of the shadow system of foreign energy than the thunder system are much stronger. At this time, the sun has not yet set, but Wenting room looks exceptionally dim. With the breakthrough of the foreign energy is approaching, the room is like a camera to increase the brightness, from far and near to restore the normal color tone. Boom! It was as if some window paper had been poked inside his mind, and Wenting felt that the mental region had widened many more boundaries, and his mind became clearer. The black cyclone that symbolized the shadow department had more than doubled in size, and was even larger than the Tsonglei cyclone on the side. Wenting slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, secretly smiling at the anthropomorphic changes in the shadow department. This realm breakthrough, so that the spiritual area to expand a lot, Wenting feels that should be able to awaken another line of supernormal capabilities. While thinking about what ability to awaken, Wenting remembered that he currently had too many things to learn, and if he awakened a new lineage at this time, there would not be enough time. Martial arts determined his overall lower limit, and definitely needed to spend a lot of time practicing. The shadow and thunder departments had also made a breakthrough, and nightly meditation would have to be put on the schedule, but he could be lazy in terms of acquiring supernatural abilities, and he could take food supplements. However, there is no way to acquire the skills through dietary supplements. The acquisition of the pupil of fear is really a coincidence. Wenting had been shopping privately for who knows how long, but he hadn't come across the same special ingredients as the dark moon demon wolf last time. It's not something that can be found. The labor that should be paid for still had to be paid for. And there was still a copy of the flower thousand hands that needed to be practiced. This thing was obviously a skill that could save one's life at critical moments, so one couldn't slack off. Ugh, not enough time. Wenting scratched his head. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had rested and played. It was good that he could actually see the rewards for every bit of effort he put in, which kept him from being too exhausted. The thunder department has Mr. Yan's help, so there's no need to worry, and the shadow department. Looks like it's still necessary to make a trip to the Hunters Guild in person. Mr. Shadow's black bodysuit and hat outfit was too deep, saving him from being recognized, so he simply changed. Seeing that it was getting late, Wenting hoofed it to the Hunters Guild. Near closing time, the Hunter Hall is still hot. Walk 2 steps can be heard those who have not negotiated a good price and quarrel. Wenting roughly swept a glance and did not find any suspicious people, walked to the staff member from last time and said, "Buy skills." The man looked up at Wenting and politely inquired, "May I ask what level of skills are needed?" "Basic class. What faculties are in stock?" The man looked at the counter. The popular elemental lineages are all available: fire, light, water, thunder, and shadow lineages. "What do you need?" "Shadow system." Hearing this answer, the man's fingers visibly trembled, and Wenting narrowed his eyes. The first thing that came to his mind when he was able to wrap himself so tightly here and purchase a basic class of shadow system skills was the recently popular Mr. Shadow. He swallowed hard and tried to keep a smile on his face. What level is needed? How many level 2 to 3 skills in total? The man gradually found his form and carefully introduced, "There are 3 of them all. The level 2 ones are dark vision, streaming shadow needle, and shadow splitting. Dark vision provides good vision in the dark, and can be used in conjunction with level 1 dark mist. Streaming shadow needle, on the other hand, is an attacking skill with an effective attack distance of 5 meters, and the distance will become farther depending on cultivation level. Split shadow art can split a shadow mass with a disorienting effect during shadow escape, and is a more commonly used skill. A level 3 skill. When Ting looked at the other party's unconsciously slipping arm, no need for an introduction, I'll take all 6 skills. The man hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage and said, okay sir, but now the goods are booked by someone, can't give them to you immediately, can tomorrow. If you don't want someone to go home with you at night, you can try. Wontin sneered. In addition, the level 1 black mist also bothered to pack it, together with the checkout. The man looked at the pair of faintly glowing ghostly blue pupils and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Not daring to have any other thoughts, he hurriedly bent down and packed the things for Wenting one by one. He had even forgotten to settle the bill for Wenting. However, Wenting didn't dare to owe the Hunter Guild any money, and after settling the bill himself, he left in style. Only after Wenting left did the counter person panic and take out his cell phone to make a quick call. Hello. Mr. Shadow came to the Hunter Guild to buy skills, purchasing 6 skills at once. I wanted to delay coming. But he threatened me and I had to do it. I don't care, if you don't give the promised money, I'll hang you on the wishing wall. Phew. After the salesman hung up the phone, he was shocked to realize that his suit was already soaked with sweat. Damn. Just now that is what eyes. Scared individuals, in the future will never take this kind of work. Inside the general manager's office of Hollister. Boom. Yang Lingquan picked up the ceramic pen holder on the table and smashed it hard against the feet of the subordinate who was reporting. The exquisite ceramic, bursting into pieces, disintegrated in all directions, and the pens inside were all shattered under the force. Old me's orders don't work now, do they? I told you guys to keep an eye on the Hunters Guild, and this is how you do it? That asshole just waltzed in and left after buying skills. Where are your people? Yang Lingxuan's entire face was twisted from rage, and the temperature around him began to skyrocket in a straight line, clearly infuriated. Yang Lingquan was not a waste. From the ability that Mr. Shadow had displayed, he could accurately tell that he was a newly awakened psychic. Therefore, he concluded that as long as Mr. Shadow advanced, there was a high probability that he would show up at the Hunter Guild to purchase skills, so he purposely dispatched some of his people to guard the area, and he also paid the staff to provide information. As it turned out, Mr. Shadow came, but his people didn't see him. He also let someone waltz in and buy all the skills needed for the follow-up, and there would be no such opportunity next time. How could this not make him angry? Facing the furious Yang Lingquan, one of the cronies under his hand bravely said, Young Quan, the Hunter Guild's work is the responsibility of Miss Ren's brother, and at that time, he was going to play poker with his brothers under his hand. What? Yang Lingquan rushed over with an arrow step, picked up his collar and said word for word. Didn't I say that this matter is important? You're sick. Send that fool. That beloved said with trepidation, Young Quan, Renqing Yuan, he is relying on your favor for his sister, and said that he wouldn't let us intervene, saying that it would rob him of his credit. Then why didn't you tell me? Yang Lingquan was going crazy. The carefully laid out plan turned out to be such a big mistake in execution, and he didn't even know about it. Where would we dare to say Yang Lingquan pushed his beloved away and swept away everything on his desk. After calming down a little, he gritted his teeth. Doesn't he like credit? Fine, I'll give him a chance to take credit. Chapter 40, Fey News. Stepping out of the Hunters Guild, Wentin made a large circle and finally determined that there were no trackers behind him. Removing his disguise, he returned home. Just as he sat down, his own cell phone rang, and it was his mom, Lin Yulan, calling. Son, there are too many patients in the hospital, Mom will go back later, don't wait for me. Okay. Ever since she was admitted to the First City Hospital of North Plains, Mom has been busy. Mom was truly gifted in plant-based skills, and in just a week's time, she had smoothly mastered the plant-based level 1 skill, healing. With the ability to deal with wounds, she can share a lot of basic work when she is busy. When Ting hung up the phone and shook his head, all those miscellaneous jobs that I just quit, and then I found an even busier one. Ugh. Sometimes, when Ting really want to pull out that million funds, let the mom take a good rest, don't be so laborious. But see her personally also happy in it, then did not interfere more. Since Mom wasn't at home, when Ting couldn't wait to start practicing his newly acquired skills. Maybe it was because he had broken through to the second level, the first level of Black Mist, when Ting practiced it 2 or 3 times before he successfully got the hang of it. A mass of black mist that looked like thick smoke centered around him and filled the entire bedroom in a matter of moments. What surprised Wenting was that his vision was not affected by the black fog and remained exceptionally clear. Didn't I say that the black mist and shadow vision are used together? What's going on here? Could it be because I have the pupil of fear? Wenting guessed in his heart, but unfortunately there was no control group and he couldn't confirm this guess. In that case, isn't level 2 shadow vision wasted? TSK, tough, another waste of money. Wen Tin was slightly distressed. Tier 2 skills were $30,000 each. Even with millions of assets in his pocket, it was still heartbreaking to waste them just like that. Without continuing the experiment, he opened the window to ventilate the room and dispersed the black mist. It was a pity that the black mist could not be reabsorbed. That is, Wen Tin did not get out much, or really if people thought it was a fire, attracting attention that would be the end of the matter. The good thing is that the sky has been completely dark. This time the street lamps are not yet lit, hidden in the black curtain. This point is hidden, wisps of black smoke is not conspicuous. Wen Tin placed his eyes on the streaming shadow needle again. It belonged to the medium and long range skills and was released in the same way as throwing a concealed weapon, which made Wen Tin excited. He was worried that he didn't have a suitable hidden weapon to practice with. Moreover, when the flower thousand hands was combined with the flowing shadow needle, it was completely able to bring out all of its power. Just like this, Wen Tin immersed himself in practicing his new skills, and time unknowingly reached the middle of the night. When he was wondering why Mom hadn't come back yet, the slamming of the door sounded outside the house. Mom is back. Wen Tin opened the door to his room, saw his mom's face full of fatigue, and hurriedly went up to take over her backpack and remove her high heels for her. Busy until so late. Is the hospital this overcrowded? Lin Yulan sat down on a chair and caught her breath. You really don't say, the hospital almost didn't fit. Wen Tin raised his eyebrows. Lin Yulan took the cup of water in Wen Tin's hand and sipped it. They are all group hunters, that cultivation is high, a lot of them are level 3 and 4, and it is said that there are also level 5 aliens and martial artists participating in the battle. The scene is old and tragic, a lot of people died. Because of what? Wen Tin sat to the side, sitting and waiting to eat his melon. I heard that some kind of treasure was found outside the safe zone, a group of people ran over to fight for it, and as a result, coincidentally, those demonic beasts also found it. The two groups of people collided. The result was predictable. Not only that, there were people who laid their hands on them during the fight. Tisk, it can be messy. You kid can listen to me well, don't go to these chaotic places, it's too dangerous. Wen Tin nodded frequently, recognizing his mom's statement, but if he expressed a hint of disobedience, he wouldn't want to sleep tonight. Afterwards, he asked, Mom, then did you inquire about what they are robbing? Lin Yulan suspiciously looked at her son. You kid won't have an idea about this stuff. How can that be? I only what cultivation, even with them to rob the qualification is not pure curiosity to ask. Well, those hunters experienced a lot of knowledge the school cannot learn. In the Wen Tin of flutter and guarantee, Lin Yulan also loosened his mouth. They said something I do not quite understand. It seems to be what? Shadow Department of Different. Oops, a little bit cannot remember clearly. Shadow System Fey? Wen Tin suspiciously reminded. Lin Yulan quickly nodded. Right. That's the name, Shadow Tier Fey. That's what their group is robbing. Son, do you know what this thing is? Wen Tin also couldn't help but let out a heavy breath when he heard this. Good lord, it's actually this thing. He gave his old mom the science. Elemental Fey, you can understand it as a large-sized supernatural potion, or a natural one. As long as it is fused into the body, it will awaken the corresponding supernormal ability. Lin Yulan covered her small mouth and slapped her chest. No wonder that group of people fought their heads off, it's really a treasure. It's also a shadow department. I heard that this department is old hot in the hunter circle. Wen Tin shook his head. That's not even the main role of the Fey. This is only for those who don't have Fey abilities. Its most important ability is the ability to enhance the quality of Fey abilities, bringing more ancillary effects to the original Fey ability, with more power and more bizarre effects. On the combat level, a Xeno who absorbs a Xeno is completely capable of being invincible at the same level. This was also the reason why Wen Tin almost lost his temper. That was a Fey that matched his own element. Its attraction could be imagined, and just hearing about it made Wen Tin's heart itch. This thing was seldom circulated on the market, and even if it was, it would be taken away at a high price before the auction. As for the price, $30 million is the starting price. However, this thing is not necessarily a good thing to get your hands on. If a Fey is absorbed by a person or a demonic beast, it will not disappear with its death, but will draw on the nutrients of the corpse to regrow, and even have the probability of becoming stronger. Therefore, absorb the Fey, in the eyes of the onlookers, is like a meat and potatoes, but where they dare to expose, the background is not hard enough, have fallen into the graft of others. Subsequently, Wen Tin strongly suppressed the greed in his heart. Although the Fey is good, but it is indeed too flashy, not now their own can be provoked. It is not just a foreign ability to promote the quality of I do not believe that relying on meals cannot be made out of the same effect. The big deal is to see which small genius obtained this thing, later died opposite made dishes. Anyway, in front of their own alien ability, any hidden techniques have no place to hide. Eating the Fae, I do not know what quality of meat can be upgraded to. Thinking so, Wen-Ting heart feel better. After listening to Wen-Ting's introduction, Mom Lin Yulan nodded frequently, it's really worth those people's lives. Don't get your head in the clouds. Noticing the change in Wen-Ting's expression, Lin Yulan pointed at his head and warned. Got it. Wen-Ting pushed her, alright, quickly go back and rest, otherwise all the usual maintenance will be wasted. Ah. You reminded me. Wen-Ting returned to the room and pursed her lips. Remember that the Fae coming out always causes great changes and impacts on the environment, and I don't know if I can find products affected by it in the Hunters Guild. I also don't know if there is any news about the Fae on the Big Devil's side. Well, it's nothing to gossip about. So took out that Jiang Yuan funded cell phone, to the number noted as Big Devil, sent a message. Chapter 41, Being Beaten Up. Demon, yo? Mr. Shadow is interested in Fae? Shadow, a little bit, but not much, limited strength, but it doesn't stop me from gathering the appropriate information. Big Devil, hey, that's too bad, or else I was thinking of teaming up with you to explore a bit outside the safe zone. Good for you, Big Devil, even thinking of luring me to my death. Wen-Ting looked at the reply letter in his cell phone screen and coldly grunted in his heart. Shadow, I'll burn paper for you next year, feel free to mention the requirements, I'm generous in this regard. Demon, really ruthless Well, no kidding, consider it compensation for your potion formula. Demon, the news of the appearance of this shadow system Fae appeared in the Northern Plains only 2 days ago, and when the person who released the news discovered the Fae, he wanted to take it all for himself, and as a result, he was seriously injured by the surrounding demonic beasts that coveted the Fae. Big Devil, it was not easy to escape and return to the safe zone. He enlisted many people with this news, and set out again, resulting in a loss of nearly half of them. This time he himself was not so lucky. Big Devil, after this incident, the news spread completely, more and more people rushed into the North Plains forbidden area in pairs, and the ones who could come back were all injured by the demonic beasts that had been startled in the surrounding area. Big Devil, more, may have fallen into the rations of the demonic beasts. Big Devil, that's all the news I have, does it help? Wen-Ting looked at the flurry of news and fell into thought. Already alarmed so many people Squeeze in now and there's definitely no part for me. Shadow, you're not moved by the Fae? Big Devil, heartbeat However, my identity is too sensitive, get your hands on the muffled not hot, first wait and see, then got unknowingly in him a hand, safe. 1 Shadow, you are honest. Big Devil, hey, there are more honest ones. Big Devil, big document. Wen-Ting clicked on it and his face immediately darkened. The phone was playing the entire process of him entering the Hunters Guild today to buy skills, still in third view, with the route he had left at the very beginning. In the end, he was still being followed. I can't believe I didn't realize it. Wen-Ting sweated profusely, then bounced up violently and went to the edge of the bed, looking around to see if there was anyone spying on him. Hooray, there were none. Turning back to his cell phone, his face darkened for a time. Demon, I'm guessing you're watching around now to see if anyone is watching you, right? Hee. I suspect you're cricketing me. Shadow, pretty much, it's a nice view over North Plains Plaza and there's not many people, so it's safe. Demon. You kid. I send you this, is to tell you, is not incapable of finding you, just do not want to just, show good understanding? Show good. Don't be so ungrateful. Wen-Ting. Look at your words, they look like a gesture of goodwill. Big Devil, okay, I'm not kidding, if there is anything you don't feel comfortable buying in the future, you can tell me or the Xia Bureau will help you purchase it, and accordingly, you have to do your best to help us develop medicines that are within your reach, how about it? Wen-Ting pursed his lips, feeling a bit of a loss. Shadow, I can go to another urban area to buy it. Demon. Love what you want, I do not believe that you have not begged me. Wen-Ting turned off his cell phone and did not reply. In a few days and then go to see if there are any special ingredients can pick up, greed is not desirable While admonishing himself, he forced himself to sleep. By the time the next day rolled around and Wen-Ting was in class, he realized that the news had spread a little too quickly. Bao Baishan, as the school's pundit, directly stabbed this matter out. Did you hear about it? A Fae species has been discovered outside the safe zone. It's still of the shadow system. I don't need to introduce the role of the Fae. If you don't know, go back and read your middle school textbooks. Hundreds of people fought over this thing yesterday, filling up the hospitals, and many people from the surrounding cities are eager to try it out. You guys, this thing happens to be of the shadow system. Will Mr. Shadow go and get his hands on it too? Come on, although Mr. Shadow is powerful, he's completely inadequate in front of that group of people. Talent is talent, strength is strength, completely not in the same class. Going there is just a gift. Mr. Shadow isn't that stupid. This time, Yan Lingquan and KK Club's people have organized quite a few people to go and find out what's going on. Do you think it's possible for Mr. Shadow to unite with KK Club and kill Yan Lingquan together outside the safe zone? Don't rule out this possibility. KK Club suffered a boring loss last time. This time they must be prepared. Both sides must have friction. But Mr. Shadow, I guess it's hard enough to go. Cultivation is the hard part. Maybe a while ago, Mr. Shadow to Lin Jiqiang clean up too miserable. Let him in, the school topic degree has been high. Anything can be involved in him. And Musher held her small face, her cherry mouth pouting, unhappiness written all over her face. Good yogurt, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy? Wen Ting had his hand on his 6-meter spear, looking at her curiously with a smile in his eyes. And Mushy beamed, those boys are so annoying, they bring Mr. Shadow into everything, each showing how smart they are, just wanting to see Mr. Shadow get unlucky and suffer. They all want to see Mr. Shadow suffer. Especially that Ishigaki Hei. He's the most annoying. Wen Tin agreed, indeed, it's a pity that I'm already in the tendon training stage, so I can't spar with you guys in fighting class. Otherwise, I would have to give him a good beating. These words were a wake-up call for Musher. Her eyes flashed with a bright light that was not spiritual. That makes sense. There will be a fighting class in the afternoon, so I can spar with him, and you're still the smart one, senior brother. What did I say? Your bad idea, don't rely on me and on. You're the one with the most heart. While the two were fooling around between classes, a small girl wearing round-framed glasses, full of panic, came to the door of the class and shouted. Wen Ting! Who is Wen Ting? The noisy class instantly quieted down and looked at the girl at the class entrance, followed by a sound of surprise. Simply because the girl's hands were blue and white gradient feathers, she was an alien. And Musher was a bit surprised. Senior brother looking for you. Hey, when did you know the girl? The words were surprisingly a bit sour. Wen Ting was also a bit strange. He wasn't very familiar with the people in his class, let alone the people from the Alien Energy Academy next door. Ignoring the surrounding students who were up in arms, Wen Ting stood up. I'm Wen Ting, please. Great, you come with me quickly. Something happened to He Jian. The gentle smile on Wen Ting's face changed, and he immediately rushed over. What happened? The girl's voice carried a sobbing tone. He Jian had a conflict with the senior. They've already fought. No one in the class dares to help him. He told me he could look for you if there's trouble. Lead the way. This way. Bao Baishan keenly detected the flavor of gossip and immediately followed. And Musher also heard the two men's conversation and walked 2 steps, then turned back to the corner and took the 2-meter-long wooden pole lance. Senior brother, wait for me. Chapter 42, Strongly Rescuing People. With Wen Ting's departure, many people were eager to try, but they were in the way of Yen Sanchi's majesty and didn't dare to skip class. With only 20 minutes between classes, it was too late to do anything. Ishigaki High, not going to take a look? No, class will start in a little while. So many people have gone, even if we don't go, with the temper of the living king of hell will also be implicated, might as well go and watch a gossip. Yes, makes sense, go. Wen Ting followed the girl named Qian Miao all the way to the Alien Energy Academy next door. On the way, the girl stumbled and also made clear the cause of the incident. The person who started the trouble was Rinqing Yuan, a senior at the Alien Energy Academy, a second-level water alien. The two hadn't crossed paths at first, but when Qian Miao and He Jian were chatting in the corridor between classes, Rinqing Yuan and a few others intentionally crashed into each other, and He Jian pulled Qian Miao away from the other, and he and the other party crashed into each other. He Jian didn't want to cause trouble and didn't try to intensify the conflict. However, Rinqing Yuan was looking for trouble and repeatedly provoked He Jian, even attacking him physically. He couldn't stand it anymore and agreed to fight with Rinqing Yuan in the fighting classroom. Qian Miao no He Jian in the set, Fight Up certainly suffered losses, immediately ran to find the teacher, but the teacher is in the meeting, students are also self-protection do not want to get involved. She had no choice but to find He Jian often mentioned Wen Ting over to try. Originally did not hope, but saw the decisiveness of Wen Ting, so that Qian Miao instantly relieved, tears also in the eye sockets. Behind him, Bao Baishan quickly ran to keep up with Wen Ting's pace. Without having to ask Wen Ting, he took the initiative to tell the news that he knew. After all, it is his own recognized thighs, you have to hold on tight. Brother Ting, Ren Xingyuan is Yang Lingxuan's quasi-brother-in-law. His sister Rin Jingjing a year ago evening Yang Lingquan, do his girlfriend. After that this kid took off. Usually don't come to school much, 80% is instructed by Yang Lingquan to come at the wishing wall. Brother Ting just bail the person out, don't aggravate the conflict, or Yang Lingxuan's side may have to use social workers to retaliate. Got it. Wen Ting coldly grimaced, his pace quicker. Bao Baishan looked at the angry Wen Ting, his face was bitter, patting his thigh, you really know? The group traveled all the way to the Alien Energy Academy next door. Just as they entered the hall of the academy building, they heard the sound of a group of people cheering, as well as rampant laughter after being disturbed by the echoes. Wen Ting followed the sounds and walked into the fighting classroom inside. The fighting classroom was large and spacious, with a higher ring in the center, surrounded by a lot of people. Most of them were coming to watch the fun. Tisk, elementary school brother is in trouble, he was restrained by his attributes. This is a one-sided abuse, is Ren Xingyuan still a human being? He took a leave of absence when he went out to practice at school, and he punched the new elementary school brother when he met him, too classless. For the dissatisfied voices under the stage, Ren Xingyuan didn't care, the clear water in his hand flowed, extinguishing the flying fireballs, waving out with one hand, a thick and heavy water column ruthlessly smashed on He Jian's head. The force was extraordinarily large, rushing He Jian's entire body into a daze. Before he could open his eyes, his entire face was wrapped in a mass of water, and he immediately choked on the water, unable to speak. Ren Xingyuan's face was full of arrogance. Junior, isn't it true that you won't respect your senior? Today, I'll teach you the price of not knowing manners. He Jian's mouth and nose were stuck by the water mass and he couldn't breathe, a ball of bubbles rose in the water mass, he fell to the ground and quickly rotated his body, wanting to use this to get rid of the water flow. However, just after breaking away without taking 2 breaths, a new mass of water wrapped around his head, instead making him choke on more water. Qian Miao Miao saw He Jian being bullied like this. He Jian. The girl waved her wings and flew over the crowd about to help He Jian. However, before she could even board the stage, she was yanked down by Ren Xingyuan's little brother, who yanked her ankle and dragged her down hard. His hand was extremely unfaithful as he wrapped his arm around Qian Miao Miao's small waist, greedily taking a deep breath in her ear and saying with a face full of intoxication. What are you doing, schoolgirl? They are a formal match, it's not good to disturb them. You let go of me. Qian Miao Miao's voice broke in fear. Ren Xingyuan kicked He Jian in the abdomen, sending him flying. Yo, isn't that the little girlfriend who abandoned you before, coming back? You're quite lucky. He Jian on the stage saw Qian Miao Miao being taken advantage of, his eyes glazed over and he was about to curse when a large amount of water was poured into his mouth and nose. At the moment of despair, he saw a familiar figure. Boom! The little brother who had just eaten Qian Miao Miao's tofu, his entire body flew backwards to the ground, covering his ribs and wailing non-stop. What man? Another junior brother, pointing at Wen Ting who was slowly walking towards the stage, shouted angrily. Wen Ting did not even look at him, probing his hand to hold his wrist, reverse force a twist, only to hear a crunch, the wrist has been sprained and dislocated, lifting his foot to kick out, another trapeze. Follow-up rushed to the bag by Shan, out of the cell phone after taking pictures, both excited and helpless, said, finished, this thing cannot be good. In just one photo, Wen Ting had seriously injured 2 of Ren Xingyuan's juniors, which made him lose face. Ren Xingyuan stepped on He Jian's body with 1 foot and narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Here to give him a head start? Then you have to follow the rules of the academy as well. Wen Ting took off his school uniform jacket, revealing smooth lines of bronze-colored muscles, his eyes devoid of sadness and joy. What, inquiring about my identity and assessing it to see if you, who sold your sister to get to the top, can be suppressed? Ren Xingyuan's eyes jumped wildly, squeezing out from between his teeth. What did you say? When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Even the uninformed onlookers knew how hard it was to hear these words. My God, how dare he? Ren Xingyuan hates it when people say this. What's wrong with hating it? Can hating it change his history of making a fortune? Who is it, so brave, not to mention his background, just the fact that he himself is a level 2 alien, isn't he afraid of being beaten? Wen Ting? This is the first year Wen Ting, right? It is said that he is valued by the king of the living hell, he is a martial arts genius. Wen Ting jumped onto the ring. Why are your ears calloused from listening to your sister's voice that you shouldn't be listening to? You seek death. Renqing Yuan could no longer control the anger in his heart. Raising his hand, he slapped an arm-thick column of water at Wen Ting. Water system level 2 skill water gun. Wen Ting's feet pressed hard, his body pressed forward and lowered, lightly dodging it along with his entire body rushing forward, instantly closing the distance between the two sides. Renqing Yuan's face flashed with disbelief, a move that did not work. He immediately changed his stance. Hands recycling and then open, suddenly the surrounding water flow in the body of Renqing Yuan regular rotation, visible to the naked eye, will form a round water shield. Water system grade 1 ability water purification shield. But he still underestimated the speed of Wen Ting. The water flow rotation is not yet open, a leg, like a steel whip, from the side of the cohesion of the water flow over. Renqing Yuan's careless move was immediately kicked out of the waist, and the whole person rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Wen Ting crouched down and pulled He Jian up, saying with a stern face, "Such a mess." He Jian didn't care about being embarrassed, and said with a watery cough, "Why are you here?" "They're running out of excuses to make a move on us. Wait for the teacher to finish the meeting." Wen Ting snorted coldly, "People come specifically to find trouble. You think every time there is a teacher to protect? To such a 2-bit, learned a bit of supernormal ability, will not know how to fight? Attribute restraint, your body will not move right." He Jian was speechless for a while. Wen Ting patted him on the back and said with his chin to Qian Miaomia, who rushed over, "I've long heard your mom say that you found an object. This girl is not bad." He Jian blushed slightly. "People haven't agreed yet." "He Jian, how are you doing? Are you okay?" Qian Miaomia took over He Jian and wanted to assist him, but she was not tall enough and was unable to do so. "I'm fine." He Jian gave her a comforting smile, then looked worriedly at Wen Ting. "Brother Ting, let's go, class is about to start in a while, he can't make too much noise." Renqing Yuan covered his ribs and stood up. He heard the chatter around him and realized that the person who hit him was Wen Ting. His face immediately darkened horribly. "You two sons of old scoundrels, how dare you make a move on me? Wen Ting, you broke the rules to force your way in. Do you want to fight a group battle?" Wen Ting moved his wrists and laughed coldly. "If you're afraid of wanting to find a helper, then be straightforward. Just these crooked people around you, one more or one less, I really don't care about them." "This is what you said. Let's go together." Chapter 43, The Teacher is Coming. "Brother Ting, I'll help you." "I'll come too." He Jian and Qian Miaomia saw two more people rushing up, and immediately braced themselves with the intention of joining Wen Ting. Wen Ting pushed the two away and rushed over alone. Without looking back, he said to Bao Baishan, "Don't let them get in the way." Delhi. Bao Baishan was a human savant. Even though he didn't practice martial arts properly, he immediately analyzed Wen Ting's stature after seeing so much. Immediately pulling the two men, he was about to go down. He Jian instantly quit. "Let go of me, Brother Ting got into trouble because of me, can't just watch and get beaten up." "Come on you, going up there to be a soft underbelly for Brother Ting? If you have this kind of effort, you might as well practice your supernatural abilities more and solve it yourself next time." Bao Baishan, relying on his preliminary blood-refining body, easily carried He Jian and ran down to the ring. Qian Miaomia's supernormal ability was not suitable for fighting, but seeing Wen Ting charging over like that, her heart was not in a good mood either, and when she was about to harden her heart, Wen Ting had already rushed to the front of those two people. Both of them were second-level psychics, and seeing the scene of Wen Ting kicking over Renqing Yuan, they naturally didn't dare to be careless. Without even greeting them, they raised their hands and were about to release their skills. But the ring was so big, the moment he decided to make a move, Wen Ting deliberately closed the distance. How would he give them time to react? A fierce rush, regardless of the other hand, has already coagulated the flame. Face to face as the iron fist smashed, the other party had no time to release, pinched the fireball against Wen Ting's fist to meet up. Boom! The flames exploded right in front of the three people. The powerful air currents wrapped in heat waves, blew the two aberrants away and ignited the school uniforms they were wearing. And Wen Ting's short sleeves were similarly set ablaze, but his condition was much better than theirs, and the battle spirit in his eyes was not affected in the slightest. Long-term blood refining and tempering of the body. In the face of this, even demonic beasts have to howl twice under the attack of level 2 fire skills, still alive and well. This was the advantage of a martial artist against a psychic. Resistant to roughness. Solid skin. Renqing Yuan, who had just regained his strength, was about to go forward to help, but before he had the chance to do so, there was an explosion in front of him. He then saw that a whole body on fire went in, rushed headlong. In shock, he put both of his hands to his palms, and a large amount of water flow turned instantly to wrap himself inside. Wen-ting used the momentum of the rush to slam his entire body into Ren Yuan, who was wrapped in the water currents. Boom! Wen-ting crashed into the protective shield formed by the water current, and surprisingly, it didn't break open. Instead, he was bounced out. However, he was able to extinguish the fire on his body with the help of the water current. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the crowd of students on the stage instantly dumbfounded. The hell is this, a freshman in high school? Holy, if I'm not mistaken, that's a second-level fire skill explosive inflammation ball. That thing is a demonic beast that will have to be peeled off its skin, but this kid didn't have anything to do with it? Is he still human? Don't lament, there is no water system, brothers, hurry to extinguish the fire. Ah! Those two are almost cooked. A familiar voice rang out from the noisy crowd, "Senior, catch." Wen-ting looked over, only to see the practiced 2-meter wooden gun being thrown over like a good yogurt javelin. Where do you give weapons like that? Wen-ting said as he thrillingly avoided the head of the gun, held the barrel with precision, and juggled the gun around his body to finish unloading. Ren Yuan stood in the current and clenched his fists. The rotating wall of water that protected him burst open, and the water droplets scattered and splashed in all directions as if they were bullets. Wen-ting danced his gun with both hands, blocking the water bullets that were shot at him, and when he saw that Ren Yuan had once again unleashed the level 2 skill water gun and was hitting at him, he immediately chose to hold his gun against him. Turning his entire body's chi, the head of the gun was like a rotating electric drill stirring the air to meet the water gun head-on. The water gun was worthy of being a level 2 skill. The force was so great that the gun head was immediately shattered by the water current upon contact. Obviously, when he hit He Jian before Ren Yuan stayed his hand, otherwise with this force, concussion can be given out. However, Wen-ting's strength was also amazingly large. After the gun head was shattered, with the gun body, he froze and dispersed the water current. Wen-ting stopped holding the gun barrel against Ren Yuan's throat. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Ren Yuan did not know how he lost, staring blankly at his throat, the gun pole that had rotted away, exposing the wooden spikes. A sense of coldness went down his spine and straight to the sky. Wen-ting revealed a disdainful smile. "Three-legged cat's cultivation, what the hell are you, cross?" Saying that, in the eyes of the crowd, he swung the stick in his hand and smashed Ren Yuan's shoulder fiercely with a force split huashan. Bang! The body of the gun instantly snapped into two under the huge force. Ren Yuan's miserable scream echoed in the fighting classroom. An older student under the stage said in a deep voice, "Wen-ting, aren't you going too far with this?" He has clearly. Wen-ting held the broken into pieces gun body in his hand, pointing at the student under the stage, and said in a cold voice, "Where did your holy mother heart go when He Jian was being bullied?" Being disliked back so much by the lower grade, his face was slightly ugly. "This is the Exotic Energy Academy. So this is your reason for spectating your schoolmate being bullied? You! Stop arguing. The teacher is here." A middle-aged woman in a lady's suit stepped on her high heels and quickly walked over from the crowd. The visitor was considered an old face of Wen-ting. Awakening teacher, Jiang Li. At this moment, her face was ugly, and she said in a cold voice, "Each and every one of you is capable, right? After learning a little bit of skill, they become lawless and are now engaging in infighting?" When she saw the two senior students on the ring who had already been blown unconscious, as well as Ren Yuan who was still wailing, her face became even more ugly and she looked at Wen-ting with raised eyebrows. "Did you fight them all by yourself?" Bao Baishan with a smile on his face jogged to Jiang Li's body to accompany the smile. "Teacher, this matter right can't be blamed on Wen-ting, it's all you call Wen-ting ah." Jiang Li turned her head and glared at Bao Baishan. "Incidentally, will He Jian, and Mushy and other people who want to speak for Wen-ting all drink back?" Wen-ting graciously admitted, "I was the one who fought." Jiang Li nodded and looked to Qian Miao Miao, "Go call the teacher from the infirmary to come over." Then to the surrounding students, "What are you all waiting for? Those who know healing skills go up and heal. Those who don't still don't go back to class. Seeing your classmates being bullied one by one as a spectator, is it just like you guys can expect you to defend the city, or can you expect you to be teammates ah?" Then he looked at Wen-ting, "And you?" Followed Mr. Yen to learn a few hands, all used in the classmates on it. Point to point, won't it? If I hadn't come, would you still want to kill them? He Jian braced himself and explained, "Ms. Zhang, this is." Jiang Li glared over with a glare, "You think you're okay if you're the one getting beat up, right? Where did all the fighting lessons you were taught on weekdays go? Attribute restraint, lagging behind in cultivation level, and still thinking of using your powers to fight. Is that what I taught you in class? He Jian instantly shut up. Jiang Li looked at Wen Ting again. I'll reconfirm what happened, but you still have to take some responsibility for this. A 1,000-word review to me tomorrow. Wen Ting looked at Jiang Li with some surprise, not slowing down for a while. His reaction was caught in Jiang Li's eyes, and she thrust her waist in a bad mood. What, do I look like an unreasonable person? Wen Ting instantly shook his head and compensated with a smile. No, the review will be served tomorrow. He. Ren Qingyuan, who was wailing on the ground, was not happy when he heard this punishment. Teacher, he's trying to kill me. With such a heavy hand, what can I do about my college entrance exams? We can't just let it go. Jiang Li looked at him disdainfully. Senior year, 3 level 2 Xenos +1 were beaten up like this. The face of the Xeno Academy has been lost to you all. And the matter of you bullying the freshmen for no reason, I will report truthfully to the teaching office. Don't worry about the college entrance exam, worry about whether you have any school left first. Ren Qingyuan was immediately struck by lightning. Chapter 44 Yan Sanchi's Protector of the Calf. As a martial arts school, student fights were a common occurrence, and the school had a high tolerance for this. In this particular society, bloodless martial artists would sooner or later become rations for demonic beasts. Therefore, this kind of punishment is also reasonable. For Jiang Li's treatment, Wen Ting had nothing to say. People were so biased in their favor, if they didn't give a good face, it would be their own lack of eyesight. Ms. Jiang, it's not right to handle it like this. A discordant voice rang out from the corridor. Yan Sancher walked in with a stern face. Jiang Li frowned slightly. Teacher Yan, you're here to protect the calf? Yan Sancher glanced at the burns on Wen Ting's body, slight dissatisfaction in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, What protecting the calf? I came here to do justice. To put it bluntly, the essence of this matter is that the 3 senior scum, relying on their power and cultivation to bully their lower grade classmates, cannot be criticized just because the person being bullied was strong and succeeded in defending himself. Jiang Li argued with a dark face. Teacher Yan, martial artists talk about cultivating the heart, even if it's out of self-defense. They are all students of the same school. Even if the other party is at fault, after losing the ability to fight back, they should stop. This is a basic martial virtue. The 2 men went toe-to-toe, neither one letting the other go. Those who still remained on the field, one by one, did not dare to squeak. Yan Sancher shook his head. Martial virtues are meant to be used when sparring martial arts, and it doesn't apply to the scene just now. When facing an opponent who is stronger than oneself, only the death of the other party, or a complete loss of resistance can ensure safety. There was nothing improper in my student's handling of the situation, and besides, as far as that guy with no education, no character, and no strength is concerned, I think that my student stayed his hand, and the fact that that guy with no education, no character, and no strength can still glare at me in anger is proof of that. The moment this sophistry came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. Ren Qingyuan was even more furious. You old man, protect the calf on protect the calf, scolding people still scolded so unpleasant. It's too much of a bully. And I've been so miserable. In your mouth, how can it become proof that he was merciful? There is no justice, there is no law. Jiang Li put her hands around her chest. What do you want? According to school regulations, righteousness and courage should be commended, not only to written awards but also the whole school praise written into the file. As for the prize, well, these 3 small this month's resources to transfer to my apprentice on the good. Then the expulsion of the expulsion, the demerit of the demerit. Jiang Li listened to the corners of her mouth twitch and laughed in anger. Yan Sancher, don't go too far. Your good student has crippled 5 people in one strike. 3 of them were seriously injured. Hoping that their parents didn't come to you. Talk to the principal if you can. Yan Sancher sneered. Come on, you people just know how to make peace. How about this? Let the inspectorate come over to identify the cause of the responsibility, and go to court to discuss the right and wrong. Jiang Li's face darkened. Mr. Yan, there's no need to get to this point. Isn't the school's face important? Yan Sanchi's eyes widened as he angrily rebuked. You can't even do justice, you don't even dare to take responsibility, you compromise here and there. Do you still have the appearance of a teacher? If even the most basic rights and interests of students cannot protect, such a school face there is a need to maintain? Jiang Li's chest continued to rise and fall in anger. Well, I can't say you this, soldier oil, go and talk to the principal yourself. Obviously Yan Sanchi's words have pissed Jiang Li off. Seeing the school nurse coming, she doesn't stay here for long and turns to leave with a cold snort. He Jian apologized and looked at Wen Ting. Brother Ting, I'm still causing you trouble. Wen Ting waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. Practice more if you dish it out. Yen Sancher looked at Wen Ting. You think you're strong now? Wen Ting instantly shut up, forgetting that Mr. Yen is also there, should not pretend. Yen Sancher tugged at the short sleeves Wen Ting was burning through, dealing with those 3 rookies and still getting hit. Are these days practicing for nothing? Go back and practice more. Yes, for Yen Sanchi's words, Wen Ting didn't dare to refute them. With Wen Ting's strength, wanting to resolve those 2 people without injury was simply not too simple. Once the overbearing lightning bolt came out, it wouldn't be a problem to subdue all 3 people in a line with a single move. There was just no need to be exposed as a result. Without using supernatural abilities, it was equally possible to finish off those 2 without injury, but it definitely took some effort. At that time, seeing that Rinxing Yuan had already slowed down, Wen Ting knew that he couldn't drag it out, so he came up with this lose-lose fight. If he really wanted to let the 3 level 2 exalts group up and release their skills, without revealing their exalted abilities, Wen Ting would have to suffer a loss as well. Yen Sanchi's words sounded like another flavor to the others. Rinxing Yuan sounded like mockery, but was already indifferent. After all, he had been scolded quite a few times before. He Jian and the others were in pure shock. Teacher Yen made no mistake, Wen Ting is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of experience, cultivation, and numbers, so quickly resolved the opponent, and still can't satisfy you? Listening to your words, only passing without injury is considered qualified? The bell rang at this time, and several people didn't have a chance to chat, and returned to their respective classes. Wen Ting was also slightly helpless. The strength that had been hidden for so long was exposed all of a sudden, and with Yang Lingxuan's character, when he really wanted to deal with himself, he would definitely use a stronger force. It would never be to use a waste like Hu Chunlin to come over and test the waters. If there was no backer in the past, Wen Ting would rather let He Jian get bullied, but also have to hide it well. Now, there is Mr. Yen, there is a big devil himself now also in the inspectorate has a formal establishment, also do not need to hide themselves so. But where Yang Lingquan brain did not draw, to now he was Mr. Shadow Staring, KK Club Clampdown, the new director of the situation of prying eyes. It should be appropriate to show good, rather than continue to fight you dead or alive. Returning to the class, Wen Ting suddenly felt that it would be better to just follow Ms. Zhang Li's words. It is also a 1,000-word review, with He Jian's guilt, directly let him write on his behalf as to write 100,000 words is nothing. Now it's good, fame and other things are there, a day's time Wen Ting have become the school's celebrity. The woman's edge is therefore a lot better, well, even the man's edge is also good. But Yen Sancher training intensity is also on a higher level. Wen Ting not only had to practice tendons, but also added the subject of dodging. What made him even more speechless was that the training on dodging was done in his extremely tired state after practicing his tendons. At night, Wen Ting himself didn't even know how he got home. If it wasn't for a highly effective relaxation method like quick numbing food scatter, Wen Ting felt that he would have to be directly practiced by Yen Sancher in less than 2 days. As usual, after going home and making his own dishes to supplement the shadow system, he meditated on the thunder system, and in his spare time, he practicing his skills in the flower 1,000 hands, and was busy and happy. After 12 o'clock, the room outside the sound of the door closing, Wen Ting out of the bedroom to see the old mom's color is not very good. She couldn't stop showing fatigue on her face. Lin Yulan's face smiled, but said with dissatisfaction, I said I don't need to wait for mom, you still have training tomorrow. Wen Ting asked slightly casually, it seems like more and more people are getting injured lately? Yeah, let's not talk about it for now. Sleepy as hell, I'm going to rest first. Unlike usual, Lin Yulan was truly tired, and her walk was a little wobbly. Wen Ting was heartbroken for a moment, and then utilized his supernatural ability, thinking that he could use the recipes to find if there were any corresponding dishes to alleviate his fatigue. But it didn't matter if he didn't look, Wen Ting's face instantly became gloomy. His hands were clenched tightly, and he couldn't stop the killing intent surging in his eyes. Chapter 45 Potential Threat. Ingredient Classification, Human. Quality, Grade 1, Flesh contaminated by spiritual forces, remove contamination before consumption. Effects, provides a small amount of blood, small probability of awakening plant-based psychic powers. Recipe. The old mom was surprisingly infected. Wen Ting recalled the scene when he first met Zhang Xinxiang. At that time it was Wen Ting's guess that the force could not spread through the air, and the probability was through the blood. In other words, mom was injured in the process of healing. Without bothering mom to sleep, Wen Ting rushed to the kitchen to take out the spare bottle of tranquilizing soup from the refrigerator and poured it into the pot to heat it up. Since selling the recipe to the inspectorate in one go, Wen Ting had only equipped 3 bottles as a refresher for when he got up in the morning. It wasn't difficult to make this stuff, But it was quite time-consuming, so it was good that he had prepared a few extra bottles before. After heating it up, Wen-ting forcefully woke up his old mom, and gave her the tranquilizing soup and the quick hemp food scatter, successively. Incidentally, after checking, no obvious trauma was found. Could it be that there is a problem with the food? Wen-ting had thought that old mom had been injured by those patients with contaminated spiritual pollution and accidentally infected, but now it seemed obvious that it wasn't. Whether it was mom or Wen-ting, lunch was solved in the hospital and school. Mom was a little busier, dinner could only be eaten in the hospital. A trip to the city hospital is necessary. After returning to the bedroom to change into Mr. Shadow's set of black sweater and duck tongue cap, he turned into a pitch-black shadow and left along the window. After running furiously all the way, Wen-ting arrived at the city hospital near the center of the city. The hospital covers a large area. 3 10-story buildings seem like a pocket, enclosing a square open space, in the center of which stands a plaster sculpture of a mother breastfeeding her baby, surrounded by fruitful rice ears, seemingly very vital. It was already 1 in the morning when Wen-ting arrived. The surrounding streets were silent and deserted, only the incandescent light at the entrance of the city hospital illuminated the steps. Wen-ting walked into the hospital hall of the inpatient department, did not encounter security guards to stop, all the way to the surgical floor located on the 3rd floor. This is the floor that specializes in trauma, and according to Mom, she is currently here to help take care of the patients. Stepping out from the security hallway, Wen-ting was immediately stunned. The 4-meter-wide corridor was almost full of patients, many of them were already asleep, and some of them were sitting in the hallway, smoking cheap miscellaneous cigarettes and looking out the window. It was already 1 o'clock at night, and there were still doctors in white coats, wandering between the various wards and patients in the corridors, recording their conditions. The tiredness on their faces was hard to hide. Obviously they had worked all day and hadn't gotten any rest. It seemed that what Mom said was true. How many people have been attracted to this Fae world? Previously, I hadn't heard of any Fae appearing in the world that would cause so many people to scramble for it. It's not that there's no one to grab the Fae, but when the Fae were discovered on a large scale, they had already been absorbed into the bodies of a small number of people, or demonic beasts. Few and far between were the Fae that had no results for days on end like this, and were called to be fought over as soon as the word spread. Wen-ting operated his foreign energy and began to check up on the state of these patients' ingredients. It doesn't matter, the densely packed information almost filled Wen-ting's field of vision. Wen-ting did not have a good solution to this, and could only try to look at a small number of people each time, quickly sweeping through. But the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Almost every patient had traces of being contaminated by spiritual power. Even the doctors who were treating the patients had this symptom. However, these effects were all relatively mild at the moment, and could be described as latent, with no obvious symptoms visible. Almost an entire floor is filled with infected people. If these people were to have an attack all at once, then the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Wen-ting did not dare to delay, and went to the upstairs and downstairs of several floors to check. Almost all of them are almost the same scene, more or less already infected. Even the obstetrics and gynecology departments were involved. So many people have problems? It can't be that the cafeteria has been tampered with. So many people, all injured at different times, and even all uninjured, were clearly the result of eating the same kind of food. I remembered that Zhang Xingxiang was the one who got hit when he ate the meat of the frenzied dark moon demon wolf beast. Wen-ting followed the cue card and arrived at the cafeteria in another building. The locked door of the room obviously couldn't stop Wen-ting, and he made his way to the back kitchen, heading straight for the frozen ingredients in the refrigerator. Under the built-in light of the refrigerator, frozen hard and frosty beast meat was displayed inside. Wen-ting utilized his psychic ability to look through a few pieces, all of which were low-quality artificially raised pork, chicken, and other more common meats. Did I guess wrong? Slightly reluctant, Wen-ting flipped down a few more pieces of meat, then his face instantly went cold. He looked at the dried, blackened, and grayed beast meat that was covered up one by one below. He looked at the labels and the words above that contained the phrase, "Meat quality has been severely contaminated," and the murderous intent in his eyes was hard to hide. Really is. Give this kind of pollutant to the patients to eat, there is still a conscience. Wen-ting took out his cell phone, shot one by one to collect incriminating evidence, and then put it back as it was. This matter was too involved for him to solve. Not to mention that he doesn't know who the person in charge of the cafeteria is. Even if he ran to their house and scraped the other side alive, there is a higher level of interest chain. Without uprooting the roots, the hidden danger could not be cured. A deep breath suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at the faucet, Wen-ting went ahead and twisted it, using his supernatural ability to observe. There were no traces of the water source suffering from contamination, and only then did he feel relieved. Fortunately, this group of guys in the North Plains with their corpses wrapped in bits hadn't reached the point of being hopeless. If the water source was contaminated, Wen-ting had no way to imagine what kind of scene that would be. With a heavy heart, he walked out of the city hospital and sent the information he found to the big devil. Maybe the other party is still sleeping, and did not reply. Wen-ting immediately dialed Big Devil's cell phone, and soon heard her confused voice as she was woken up in a daze. "Hello, this is Xia Menglan." Wen-ting lowered his voice, "This is Mr. Shadow, look at the message I sent you." Then he directly hung up the phone. On the other side, wearing cartoon pajamas with a messy head of hair, Xia Menglan scratched her head with a sleepy face, listening to the beeping sound in the cell phone in her ear. "Angry will be in the arms of the woolen bear thrown aside, dare to hang up my phone. Not right, who?" Xia Menglan rubbed his eyes and saw that it was a note. Mr. Shadow's cell phone number called instantly spirited. Subsequently looked over the other side, sent a quick letter message, "The more you look at the more alarmed, not much time to sleep." After a sound of nationalism, rolled over out of bed, all the way to run and kicked open the door of the next door to the director's old man's room. "Old man. It's not good, something big has happened." Xiao Huimin, who had long heard Xia Menglan's movements, showed helplessness on his face. "Sooner or later, I'll let you scare the hell out of me, say what's the matter." On the other hand, Xia Menglan's mother looked at Xia Menglan with a hint of redness on her face, and said angrily, "What can't you say tomorrow morning?" Xia Menglan showed a slight hint of embarrassment, but not caring about disturbing her parents' good deed, she rushed to her dad's side with her cell phone and handed it to him. It's a big case. Chapter 46 Good Disciple. The next day, when Tin came to school pretending to have nothing to do, and quickly threw his mind into his daily training. There was no distraction because of last night's discovery. Anyway, Mom was on the night shift, and it was still early to go to work. With the character of the great demon, after obtaining conclusive evidence, it was certainly impossible to tolerate such a big hidden danger in the hospital. Those patients are not ordinary people. They are all martial artists with force and psychic abilities. Once they go crazy, the riot that will be triggered will be catastrophic. Therefore, it was likely that the problem would have been solved before Mom even got to work, so naturally, Wen-ting wouldn't have to worry about anything. It's just a pity that Wen-ting can't personally judge the person behind the scenes. Given the big devil's attitude and methods towards Hu Chunlin, I believe that the other party will never end up too well. Between classes, the two of them, He Jian and Qian Miao Miao, found Wen-ting. He Jian took out a box of beast meat. "Brother Ting, my mom found out about what happened yesterday, and was thinking of inviting you and your mom to her home for dinner, but neither of you were home at the time. This is a small token of our appreciation, Brother Ting, please accept it." Wen-ting used his supernatural ability to look at it. Good lord, grade 3 pan beef. Third grade beast meat was now Wen-ting's staple food, accompanied by nutrient solution that could make quite a few delicacies. However, for He Jian and his family, it was estimated that they had taken out a lot of savings. Wen-ting is not polite, directly accepted. Is there anything else? Qian Miao Miao's small face deflated, muttered in a small voice, how is it so cold? Obviously yesterday was so anxious. Wen-ting looked at Qian Miao Miao in a slightly speechless manner. He Jian was also a little embarrassed, gently elbowing Qian Miao Miao and looking apologetically at Wen-ting. When are you guys free? The matter of eating. Eating, even if I still have to go to field combat training with Mr. Yen on the weekend. You also don't think about this matter, have this effort to hurry up and cultivate. How long has it been? Even the second level alien has not arrived. The corner of He Jian's mouth twitched. Is not to it. Qian Miao Miao couldn't help but say to He Jian, how long has it been? It's only been a month since he was awakened, and He Jian is now proficient in 3 skills, and is already in the top few of the class. This kid's progress is also quite fast. He's got a bit of talent in him. But on the surface, Wen-ting was expressionless and said with his arms around his chest, so you're content? Qian Miao Miao looked at Wen-ting furtively. If someone else had this achievement, they would have already looked at others with their nostrils and been proud of themselves, but in the face of a certain bug-level guy, it really wasn't enough to look at. He Jian, slightly embarrassed, hurriedly skipped over the topic and inquired, my mom asked me to ask you, what is Auntie Lin doing these days? Because the previous job Auntie Lin suddenly quit, now a few days in a row can't see her shadow, my mom is a little worried, she's fine. Well, change jobs, people are fine, just become busy, after a while it will be fine. Wen-ting replied more coldly. For the matter of mom working in the hospital, for the time being do not want to tell their family. Otherwise, Tamachuanoa's thick skin can really do something to let the mom recommend work. Mom is a warm-hearted, and now has not been turned, in their own have not stood firm, to save the spread of what is broken. Nothing is fine, auntie, she is in. There is something else, all right? Wen Ting interrupted stiffly. He sighed, knowing that his old mom asked for things to be done, so he said. One last thing, I used my name to hang Ren Qing Yuan and the three of them on the wishing wall. Even if Yang Lingquan wants to find trouble, it won't involve your family. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched. What's the matter? It wasn't enough for Wen Ting to beat them up once, but he wanted Mr. Shadow to beat them up again? I'm your ING gold medal fighter. Got it. Then let's go on. He sighed and left with Qian Miaomio. Qian Miaomio pouted, your relationship is too strange. When you were beaten yesterday, that guy was in a hurry, and today he's in this hellish state. I really can't understand you guys. He scratched his head, Miao, cannot mention the beaten thing well, and I also hit him, just you were not present. Deadly face. Wen Ting returned to his class and opened the box of beast meat and savored it. Ugh, it's still a bit worse. Ah. Senior brother, you're even eating alone. Did Teacher Yen give you extra food? Good Yogurt scurried out from the side, his ebony eyes staring unblinkingly at the beast meat in Wen Ting's hand. Wen Ting shook his head in amusement and handed her the beast meat. It's not from Teacher Yen, it's a thank you gift from He Jian and the others. Thank you, senior brother. And Mushy didn't care who gave it to her, the thin slices of meat chewed in her mouth, tasting the most original flavor of the ingredients, a pair of eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Wow, so delicious. Senior brother, this you even pick ah. Wen Ting scratched his head and didn't chime in. Maybe it's because my craftsmanship is too good and my mouth is too grippy. It so happened that Yen Sancher walked in at this time and looked at Wen Ting. Wen Ting, come out for a moment. Ha? Oh. After answering, he gave the lunchbox in his hand to Mushy. Just leave some for me. Good Yogurt's eyes brightened even more, completely unconcerned about Yen Sancher giving Wen Ting a small meal. His mind was all on the food. Coming to the corridor, Wen Ting followed Yen Sancher to a secluded place. Yen Sancher took out 3 pamphlets from his pocket and handed them to Wen Ting. These 3 books are the level 2 skills that were selected for you. They are Thunder Battle Armor, Thunder Snake Entanglement, and Thunderfield. In this one, you'll learn Thunder Battle Armor first. It's a rare defensive skill within the Thunder system. After releasing the skill, it will wrap thunder around your body, acting as a defense while at the same time giving a counterattack when attacked. Not bad power. A defense-oriented skill. Mr. Yen wouldn't have specially helped pick this skill after seeing the last battle, right? You've got a lot of heart, old Yen. Wen Ting was quite satisfied with the effect. This skill was simply a heavenly gram for martial artists without weapons. If you hit it, you will be struck by lightning, and if you don't hit it, you will also be struck by lightning. Even if you find Wen Ting defense weaknesses, regardless of the lightning strikes on the body of Wen Ting, because Wen Ting is originally a martial artist sake, but also not necessarily able to cause any damage. This was the strong point of dual cultivation of supernormal ability and martial arts. Yen Sancher continued, Thunder Snake Entanglement is a high-frequency control skill. It's most useful in close fighting tussle scenarios, and Thunderfield is used for group attacks when it's one-on-many, so watch and cultivate on your own. Thank you, teacher. I'll work hard. Yen Sancher glanced at Wen Ting and ignored it, turning around and heading towards the office. Don't say verbal thanks, it's tiresome. Everyone else knows to take a food when they say thank you. Their own disciple doesn't even share a food, ugh. Ah. Wen Ting froze. Teacher, you also have a desire to eat, right? Wen Ting was not a little cutie, instantly reacted, Teacher, I'll get it for you right now. Saying this, he rushed back towards his class. Just returned to the class to see Musher beautifully stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth, like a squirrel, cheeks bulging, enjoying chewing on the food. Wen Ting came to the side and saw that the entire lunchbox was left with a piece of pan beef. The whole person was dumbfounded. Surprised, he looked at Mushy. You ate it all so quickly? Even see the mud not department of the Joy Baird, just to help you take away Baird electricity. And Mushy naively revealed an innocent smile. Wen Ting suddenly felt a headache, pointing his finger at her, angrily accusing. You are really a good disciple of Master, you don't think of Master at all when you have delicious food. And Musher, Omega. Senior brother, you didn't think of giving it to Master just now either. On the other hand, Yen Sancher, who had returned to the office, looked to the side at Teacher Zhao, who was full of smiles as he accepted the gift of the student's successful initiation into the blood refinement stage, the student's own boiled milk tea. The milky aroma filled the office, and the sincere feelings of the student and teacher were enviable. Yen Sancher picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. My good disciple will think of me too. Well, not envious at all. Chapter 47, Splashing Paint. Yen Sancher had said this to his face. Wenting was no longer embarrassed, but also had to give Yen Sancher the rest of the slice of beef. The good thing is that Yen Sancher didn't brag about it in advance, so the two of them knew about it, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Walked out of the office of Wenting, embarrassed to fly, hate to use toes to pick out 3 rooms in one hall. However, when he thought back to when he entered Lao Yan's office, he intentionally made some noise to attract the teacher Zhao's attention. Wenting couldn't stop blushing for a while. It was all in Mushy's fault. A little girl with such a good appetite. Forget it, let's go back at noon and make a dessert for the teacher. Gift giving was strictly forbidden, but in the northern plains, where human kindness was more important, giving a teacher a handmade pastry or milk tea was an important expression of friendship. Wenting also cursed himself for being too unintelligent, and only thought of it now. On the way home, Wenting also looked up the increasingly hot wishing wall. As expected, Jian, this kid, really put up those 3 people. Not only that, because of yesterday's matter, these 3 people's parents also came to the school to make trouble for a while. But was Yen Sansi extremely tough to calm down? According to the grapevine, Ma Chanhua even came over and tore into them for half a day. Well, both parties cursed rather unpleasantly. Even almost a lawsuit, if not Rinxing Yuan they really cannot afford to check, probably will not easily bow. Jian put the 3 of them up on the wishing wall, and the 2 students who helped stand up for themselves immediately conceded and put their own recuperated appearance in the comment section. The meaning was obvious: Mr. Shadow, we've already taken a beating, don't come to trouble me. There was also only Rinxing Yuan who stood hard and didn't say anything. After scrolling through again, I found that Yang Lingquan had led a large group of experts to head outside the safe zone. Not only Yang Lingquan, even the boss of the KK club with a bunch of his brothers also set off yesterday afternoon to touch that Fae. It was thought that they had also been paying attention to the news related to the Fae in these days. It was also while Wenting was studying these news, on the other cell phone, Big Devil sent a shortcut. Because Wenting had informed them in time, they had arrested that cafeteria small boss at the first time and took over the cafeteria, distributing the tranquilizing soup to all the patients free of charge, eradicating their infections and eliminating the hidden dangers. According to Xia Menglan's description, this matter was very heavily implicated. That small boss explained that it was the vice president of the hospital who instructed him to do so, and when they got the mouth to look for the person had already taken poison and killed himself for a long time, and the clues were so broken. Obviously there is something else behind this incident, not a coincidence. As for the source of the problematic ingredients, there are also some eyebrows. The cause of the contamination of the ingredients seemed to be related to the Shadow Fae. It had gathered a lot of berserk demonic beasts around it, and these demonic beasts had broken out into many battles with those hunters and suffered heavy deaths and injuries, so in order not to waste them they had brought the beast meat into the safe zone privately and sold it to those unscrupulous merchants. Wenting sneered, self-inflicted, these things end up circling back to your own mouths. It's a pity that we can't watch them eat their own fruits. The specific details of the situation, Xia Menglan did not reveal too much due to the confidentiality regulations. After sharing the situation, Xia Menglan said that the information this time was very important, and as a token of appreciation, the Xia Bureau planned to personally hand out the Fae to him. Of course, he also intended to take this opportunity to meet with him. This could put Wenting in a difficult position. The Fae seed was something he naturally wanted very much, and with his own Fae abilities, he could definitely bring out its strongest potential. However, if he really suffers from this, it is equivalent to being bound together with their interests, and in the future, his actions will no longer be so free, and it is even possible that he will be sacrificed in individual issues. For this kind of mind's eye with a lot of heart, Wenting would always speculate with the greatest malice. So torn. The temptation of the Fae was still too strong. Wenting finally agreed. Even if he really exposed his true identity in front of Xia Huaimin, the worst that could happen was that he would be promoted and then be completely tied to the chariot by the other party. Wenting knew that the main reason he was looked at Xia Huaimin was because he had invented the tranquilizing soup, which was able to eradicate that spiritual type of pollution. When the time came, he would push the credit onto his old man, sitting on the fact that it was because he had mastered this recipe that he was targeted by Yang Lingquan and the others. He could also use this to seek revenge on Yang Lingquan and the others. After all, his own end cannot be worse. Wenting, who had just arrived at the neighborhood, ran into Mrs. Liu on the 4th floor. She was buying a large bag of eggs to go home, and when she saw Wen Ting, she first froze, and then smiled. "Yeah, this is not Wen Ting. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You've been quite busy with your studies lately, but Grandma has heard that you've become very good at what you do." With a slightly tangled face, he finally handed Wen Ting the bag of eggs in his hand. "You are now just the time to grow your body. These eggs you take could practice martial arts in the future or to protect our neighbors, aha." Seeing this old lady's attitude change, Wen Ting roughly guessed what happened. 80% is Ma Chunhua, that big mouth, put him why the sword out of the matter publicized. As the famous wallflower, old Mrs. Lu naturally had to pull her face down to defend the relationship. "Protect you? A bag of eggs isn't enough. Bring at least 10 pounds of grade 5 beast meat." Wen Ting teased nonchalantly. In itself, his relationship with this group of neighbors was no better, and he was too lazy to maintain any nodding friendship with them. Dirty words should be cursed, or else the heart will not be worth it. How do you talk to the elders? There's no more upbringing. Lu old lady see Wen Ting, so do not give face, immediately annoyed, put out the majesty of the elders, forked waste on the Wen Ting as a finger pointing. Wen Ting stepped into the building first, turned to her and said, "Do not climb relatives, easy to misunderstand, strange bad luck." You this little. This old lady is not a master to be messed with, scolding people that is called a hard to hear. Shoo! Bang! Just when she cursed vigorously, suddenly flew something, grazed the plastic bag in her hand, the plastic bag instantly broke, the eggs inside fell and broke all over the place. "Alas, my eggs ah! God-damned adulterer, even the plastic bag is broken. Even you bully me, an old lady." Old Lady Lu was old and didn't notice the hidden weapon that Wen Ting threw out, and thought that the plastic bag was of poor quality. Wen Ting looked and nodded slightly. The recent practice of the flower thousand hands was not bad, at least the accuracy was there. When he walked upstairs, Wen Ting's face was a little ugly. Their home in Hejian, their home door was splashed with large red paint, the doorway residue of unknown liquids, unpleasant smell, the wall is also written in large red letters. Murderer. Problem teenagers. There were even those unpleasant slurs against Mom. Brother Ting? Hejian carries a basin of water and walks out of his room. Seeing Wen Ting in the hallway, he subconsciously says. Ma Chunhua cursed in the inner room and said, "Don't talk to that kid about this, in case if the top fights with that group of people, your Auntie Lin will have to cry into tears, fight for them to deal with all these things before they go home." Halfway through his words, he walked out of the room and met Wen Ting calmly opening the door to his room and closing it heavily. Chapter 48, Early Preparation. Wen Ting, you come out must not impulsively do anything stupid ah. We've taken a big advantage now, haven't you already beaten up that Rinqing Yuan, don't take this little thing to heart. Bang bang bang. The moment Ma Chunhua saw Wen Ting, he knew that things were difficult. In her heart, she was anxious, thinking to hurry and appease things before they got worse. Just as she knocked on the door, Wen Ting's calm and indifferent voice came from inside, "Don't knock, scrub your door properly." Ma Chunhua. Hejian. It wasn't the first time the two had felt Wen Ting's indifference. They were also considered to have an understanding of his temperament. Hejian sighed and said, "Mom, you'd better give Auntie Lin a call, or else if it's really." Bang! Wen Ting opened the door and warned, "My mom has been very busy with her work lately, don't give her a hard time. This matter will be handled by my teacher, there is no need for you to worry about it." Bang! After saying this, Wen Ting once again closed the door heavily. Only Hejian's mother and son remained in the corridor, sighing as they continued the work in their hands, accelerating the red paint on the door. Wen Ting closed the door of the room, killing intent surging in his eyes, flipped open the cell phone to check the news about Rinqing Yuan again. Suppressing the annoyance in his heart, he took out the spirit honey that he had purchased in the market on the way, and proceeded to make the spirit honey syrup milk tea. A level 2 recipe, it had a mood-regulating effect and would also provide a small amount of plant-based psychic energy. The time at noon passed quickly, being spray-painted in retaliation, Wen Ting naturally didn't get a good rest. Walking out of his house, looking at the door of his room that was already neat as new, after thinking about it, he took out 2 bottles of spirit honey syrup milk tea from his school bag and placed them on the opposite door, then knocked on the door of their house and then left. Hejian looked out from the cat's eye and didn't find anyone else, and after a long period of silence, he suddenly opened the door to his room and poked his head out to check the surroundings. Seeing that no one had ambushed him, he breathed a sigh of relief, and noticing the 2 bottles of milk tea placed next to him and a mineral water bottle, he curiously picked them up. "Son, who knocked at the door?" "It's probably Wen Ting," said Hejian, bringing the 2 bottles of milk tea home, touching some hot hands, obviously just out of the pot. Ma Chunhua is a bit surprised. That kid got the hang of it? Surprisingly, he would send us something. It wouldn't be your Auntie Lin coming back. He Jian shook his head. There was no sound of the door opening at noon. Auntie Lin didn't come back. That's strange. He Jian didn't doubt it and opened the lid to take a sip, then his eyes lit up. I'll go, Mom, you hurry up and taste it. My God, this is too good. Ma Chunhua contemptuous look at He Jian, look at you that have not seen the world like, is not just milk tea well, usually not less for you to do. Between believing and doubting, Ma Chunhua gently tasted a mouthful, and then the sweetness of the spiritual honey and the milky flavor of the milk instantly burst in the taste buds. A wave of happiness from the food surged up to his heart and eventually turned into a sentence in Ma Chunhua's mouth. Yummy. He Jian looks at his mom, who was even more exaggerated than him, and laughs. Mom, you haven't seen the world either. Snap. Ma Chunhua slaps He Jian on the back. Your mom's exclamation comes after I've seen the world. Can it be the same as yours? He Jian. He then looks at the bottle in his hand and sighs. I didn't expect what your Auntie Lin said to be true. That boy Wenting really has the talent to be a chef. Back to school, Wenting deliberately picked Yin Sancher and a group of teachers in the office, carrying a large bucket of milk tea strutting to go, in a group of teachers under the attention of the good milk tea handed to Yin Sancher. Can be regarded as the morning lost face earned back. After a period of shirking and pulling, Yin Sancher accepted it with a smile, but Wenting would not let it go so easily. In front of their face opened the bottle cap, deliberately let the aroma filled, let Yin Sansi tasted a mouthful. Incidentally, the other teacher's cravings were hooked. Deliberately let Mr. Yen experience the pleasure of sharing food, can be considered to earn enough face. Yen Sansi, who made a big splash, felt a lot more comfortable in his heart, and added the intensity of the afternoon's training to Enmushi's body. In the afternoon, the little girl was tired and sweaty, paralyzed on the ground, unimaginative to Wenting Dao. Senior brother, what's wrong with Mr. Yen? How crazy to give me intensity, ah. Exhausted people. Wenting thought for a moment and said, it's probably because you robbed him of his beef. Bah! Master is not such a person, he must be thinking that my recent efforts have paid off. This is a recognition of me, don't pick on our master-disciple relationship. One Ting. After October, the days are short and the nights are long in the northern plains, and it's already dark by the time classes end. When Ting walked out of the campus the first time, he changed into Mr. Shadow's exclusive skin, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Can finally wait until night? Renqing Yuan, don't you like to go to people's homes to find fault? Coincidentally, I like it too. It wasn't hard to find Renqing Yuan. Ever since he had been severely injured, his sister had sent her men to keep squatting at the corners outside the school gates, just waiting for the originator, Wenting, to fall alone and carry out a siege. For this reason, she had also found 3 bone-forging stage martial artists. The battle was not a small one. After Teacher Yan and the Great Demon had warned her together, she still dared to target him like this, and it wasn't known whether it was because she had a legitimate reason to retaliate, or whether she felt that Yang Lingquan himself could shrug off the responsibility after running out of the safe zone. Or maybe this woman had taken it upon herself to think that no one could do anything to her with Yang Lingquan at her back. Wenting didn't know exactly what they thought. But to the extent that they had put their hands on their own doorstep again, then they had to be taught a long lesson by saying anything. Having been lurking and meditating on the side, by 10 o'clock in the evening, the group of thugs finally made sure that they couldn't see Wenting before they cursed and went back. Just like that, they tailed them all the way to a small 2-story villa located in the East District. It seems that this is the place where Yang Lingquan hid his golden house. Wenting didn't rush to get closer, but instead wandered outside, scrutinizing the surroundings. Because it is considered a rich area, the environment here is very good. The neighborhood open space is very flat with senior fitness equipment and children's play facilities. The surrounding terrain was relatively open, there were no complicated streets or alleys that could be used as an option to get away from the other side. The only place suitable for hiding from the pursuit is the abandoned flood control channel 100 meters behind the small 2-story building. The northern plains were always dry, the terrain was gentle and rarely flooded, but once the heavens were kind enough to give more water, they would hoard water in the depressions of the residential areas, and that's how this flood control waterway came to be. A few years of drought, but let this place abandoned, overgrown weeds also emits a musty smell, occasionally can see stray cat stray dog figure in the inside leaped over. Wenting transformed into a ball of shadow and went down to check it out, and just as he went down, he saw a person poking his head outwards inside the waterway. With the night vision brought about by the pupil of fear, he clearly saw that the other party had blocked off one end of the water pipe with an earth-based ability. Surprise flashed in that person's eyes when he saw Wenting's attire. When Wen Ting saw the other person's expression, he immediately felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he had been tricked. Chapter 49: The surrounding of a big strike. The distance between the two was very close, and after Wen Ting realized that he had been tricked, he no longer hesitated and was extremely decisive. An instantaneous step to close the distance, both hands waved, 6 streaming shadow needles successively shot out, straight to the opposite side of the door. The man was unable to react, just wanted to shout to shake people. Face to face was a flowing shadow needle stuck in the tongue, the remaining 5 were stuck on both sides of the cheeks and throat. The force of the flowing shadow needles was quite large, but they didn't penetrate deeply into the man's face, just less than a third of the way in, standing on his face like acupuncture. The surface of his skin cracked into pieces, and bits of grit dripped from the cracks. But Wen Ting's purpose was also achieved. The streaming shadow needle that had pierced the opponent's tongue caused him to suffer instantly, and fear accompanied by pain took over, failing to allow him to vocalize to inform the others in the first place. One hand captured the opponent's throat, making it impossible for him to make a cry for help. His eyes were tinted with a ghostly blue light, and with the help of the fear that was clouded by the flowing shadow needle stabbing into the other person's body, he was further allowed to amplify it, making him believe that he, who was being held by the throat, would die completely in the next second. The man spasmed rapidly in his inner fear, foaming at the mouth step by step, and fainted. Wen Ting was in the middle of solving this man when a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. "Is it done yet? HM? Come on, people. Already here." There was actually another person behind him. Because when he had just started checking this place, he had met up with that man and hadn't had time to check the rest of the surrounding area. Damn! There was no point in turning around to deal with that man now. Since he had been discovered, he could only withdraw. Turning into a ball of shadow, he quickly walked out of the flood control waterway by following the shadows laid out by the night. Where to escape? A golden light shot high into the sky, blossoming like daytime, illuminating the heavens and earth. It similarly illuminated Wen Ting out of the shadows. Light Tier 1 skill, Flare. Sure enough, nothing good could come from running into that old lady Lu. With a dark cry of bad luck, seeing several people with strong auras appearing around the villa, Wen Ting immediately ran in the direction of the nearest neighborhood. Where to run? Give chase. Although he couldn't hide in the darkness, Wen Ting was originally a martial artist of the tendon training stage, overcoming obstacles and running fast was no problem for him. But the group of pursuers behind him were obviously not vegetarians either, their speed was not slower than Wen Ting's at all, and even much faster. At least they were of the bone-forging stage. Damn, it's a good thing I'm cautious by nature. Otherwise, I would really be planted here tonight. Wen Ting was secretly shocked that the other party was well prepared, and ran even harder. As long as he ran through the range of the other party's flare, allowing himself to dive into the shadows, then the other party couldn't help himself. Suddenly, the sound of extremely fast running came from the rear, and a powerful air-braking sound rushed towards his head. Too late to check the source of the sound, Wen Ting slammed his head down. Boom! The cracking sound came from above his head. If he was really hit by this forceful attack, his head would inevitably be blown apart. Is this a direct hit? Wen Ting followed the force of the low head, rolled to the ground and then quickly got up, throwing out 3 flowing shadow needles with his back hand. This time he saw who the attacker was just now. The opponent was a woman with a pair of strong and powerful goat legs, and the cross kick just now was triggered by the opponent. Obviously, it was an adept who excelled in speed. As Wen Ting's shadow needle angle was tricky enough, the woman's belly and inner thighs were hit, but unfortunately it didn't penetrate too deep. The other party's cultivation was higher than Wen Ting's by 1 realm. The other party's cultivation is 1 level higher than Wen Ting. Bracing her hands on the ground, she bounced herself backward and managed to get out of the range of the flare, and immediately dived into the dark shadows, steeply doubling her speed in pulling away. The woman jumped in place and caught up with Wen Ting in a few breaths. She said loudly, "Bind your hands, you can't escape. A dragnet has been laid here, just waiting for you." Wen Ting didn't reply, and immediately rolled over the cell wall. Just pasted the wall, the overhead unexpectedly lit up again, shining out Wen Ting. Looking up, there was actually a birdman with wings, carrying that light alien and flying above Wen Ting, and it was the other party who threw out the flare. What a blood sacrifice! Wen Ting let out a bitter laugh. Bracing himself against the wall, he was about to flip over, but he didn't expect to be met with a strong iron fist. Fortunately, Wen Ting's 2 lineages of psychic abilities, strong mental power, and sharp reflexes were extremely sensitive, and he narrowly dodged it. Another martial artist was crouching in front of him. Behind the sheep's hooves woman likewise arrived. Against the waist of Wen Ting is a vicious blow positive stomp. With her strong waist and abdominal strength, she boarded hard against the wall and flipped herself over. Bang! Cement flew beside him, and the position just now was kicked out of a not too big and not too small pit. On the other side flew out another bearded strong man with bursting pecs. When Ting kicked at the wall to use his strength to avoid the other party's downward step, using his supernatural ability to check, and found that the person was only a martial artist of the tendon training stage. Immediately run the whole body chi and blood, arm dyed black energy, change fist into palm, directly stabbing the other party's lower een. Puffing. Ah! The man screamed miserably, and was then kicked off by the woman behind him. Bastard, don't get in the way. A pair of ram's horns grew out of the top of the woman's head, her body twisted strangely, and she toppled over against the pair of sharp ram's horns on Wenting's jaw. Phew! Wenting released a large amount of black smoke around his body, incorporating everything around him, and his vision was instantly lost. Sculptor's little plan. Gorgeous thin rain of golden light descended from the sky, falling precisely on top of the black fog, which dispersed when touched. Where are the people? The little sheepman, who had lost his vision for a while, realized that Wenting, who had just been there, had already disappeared. Only to hear a cry from above, that guy went over the wall and into the underground parking lot of the district. I'll go after him. You guys contact Boss Yang. With a gentle leap, the little goat man easily scaled the wall, not caring about the non-stop struggling martial artist who fell to the side. The light system man cursed, "Damn, this wants to eat alone. Let's go down too." "I'll let you go down, I can't exert myself down there." Birdman still said rather rationally. "Then you go find Boss Yang." As little sheepman couldn't wait to break into the underground parking lot, the shadows under his feet suddenly revitalized, and Wenting brazenly rushed out, his hands dyed with shadow spikes stabbing into his inner thighs with one hand, and his lower nether regions with the other. The experience of life and death battle told him that no matter male or female, the lower pubic area must be the most vulnerable place. The woman simply did not expect Wenting to be lurking in her shadow, and suffered a heavy blow and lost her ability to resist. Wenting appeared from its back, not giving the other party a chance to continue wailing, and slapped his palms together fiercely on the woman's ears. Twin winds poured into the ears. After a burst of tinnitus pain, the woman suddenly lost consciousness. The shadow escape relied heavily on shadows, and was overcome by flare heaven. But as the saying goes, light and shadow follow each other, and where there is light, there is inevitably shadow, so Wenting had the bright idea of using the black mist as cover to dive into the shadow of the woman's feet, releasing the shadow-splitting technique to fly towards the parking lot of the shocking sky. It was also fortunate that the other party was unfamiliar with the shadow department, or else they really might have to fall head over heels. Just as he wanted to continue running wildly, a loud sound of a heavy landing came from behind him. That light department man unexpectedly barged in without a care in the world. But as soon as he came in, he was confused. That powerful woman actually fainted and fell to the ground with a pool of blood, and what greeted him was a white mist. Wenting killed from the side, threw out the quick numbing food scattered, to confuse the other party's eyes, the other hand closed to throw out 3 flowing shadow needle into the other party's body. Under the stinging pain, the light system man screamed miserably, the first time to beg for mercy, "Spare your life, we are also receiving money to do the job." Wenting did not answer, captured the other wrist in the opposite direction and twisted hard, kaboom, immediately fractured dislocation, hold each other's head with all his strength to the corner of a knock. After a muffled sound, the man immediately lost consciousness. It was too late to touch the body to lick the bag, Yang Lingquan's cursed voice came from outside. Chapter 50, Killing Him Back. Yang Lingquan? It's really him. I can't believe this kid didn't come out of the safe zone. You don't even want the Fae to dig a hole for me? I don't want to be so desperate. Wenting didn't dare to delay, the rotation frequencies of the dark shadow and pale lightning cyclones gradually converged, and then merged. Dark-colored lightning traveled throughout Wenting's body. Underworld thunder electric flash. A silent flash of inky lightning flashed by, and Wenting appeared at the other end of the parking lot, transforming into a cloud of dark shadows that disappeared under the cover of the dark night. Yang Lingquan, who was dressed in a white suit and wielding a large black and gold sword, rushed into the underground parking lot with a group of martial artists, and when he saw the lamb man and the light man who had fallen in a pool of blood, his entire body went crazy. Rubbish! 2 level 3 exalts, slipped by a guy who just stepped into level 2. Yang Lingquan swept his gaze around, chase. That kid must not be able to run far, this young man who kills the dog thief promises millions. Kill. Wenting, who had lurked out of the parking lot, looked at the birdman still hovering in the sky, and heard the shouts of murderous voices behind him, his heart began to come alive. With so many martial artist alienists coming, he thought that Rinqing Yuan's side of the guard was empty. Without the help of the light system alien, that Birdman couldn't detect his own trail at all. Instead, Yang Lingquan must have a means against the shadow system. The current self was not yet able to shade the other party. In just an instant, when Ting sorted out the distribution of forces and dived into the shadows, backing the Birdman's field of vision, then running the underworld thunder, he killed back at an extremely fast speed. Underground garage, almost rummaging through the garage. Yang Lingquan could not find any trace of Mr. Shadow. He pulled out a sapphire necklace from his chest and took the initiative to close it to his forehead. A light blue halo wrapped around his head, giving him a great boost in his mental power, his consciousness wrapping almost 100 meters around him. Yet there was still no trace of any clump of shadow. This made him cranky beyond measure. As soon as he thrust the long black and gold sword in his hand into the ground, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed at a number. Baldhead, has the kid I asked you to keep an eye on come home yet? No, his mom came back instead. Want to make a move? Yang Lingquan's eyes flashed a hint of ferocity. No, that kid's background has hardened. You give me a tight stare. If that kid suddenly goes back, no need to ask for instructions to directly take action. I'll bring people over now. After hanging up the phone, he pulled out the black and gold greatsword on the ground. Everyone gather. Follow me. With a few flashes, Wen Ting crossed several hundred meters to the small two-story villa that he had just escaped from. At this time, the place was brightly lit, but there were not many people left. Wen Ting swaggered and kicked open the door of the room and walked in. Who? A delicate female voice shrieked out. The small villa on this floor was decorated quite luxuriously, with crystal chandeliers, antique silver candlesticks, solid wood furniture that looked quite flashy at first glance, and an oversized LCD TV that took up almost the entire wall. The woman was wearing a low-cut dress package hip skirt, innocent looking at her appearance as less than 20 years old appearance, clothing but extraordinarily hot. She was Rinqing Yuan's sister, Yang Lingquan's adopted young lover Rin Jingjing. Mr. Shadow. Shadow. Why are you here? Rinqing Yuan, who had wrapped the upper half of her body in gauze, stood up when she saw this attire, fear instantly haunting her. What? He's Mr. Shadow? The one that Quan chased out just now was? Ren Jingjing was confused. After the commotion that she heard not long ago, Yang Lingquan led the people to rush out with a brain altogether, not even leaving a runner for them. For Mr. Shadow's deeds, she had more or less heard of it, and seeing Mr. Shadow approaching in large strides, an invisible aura struck fear into her heart. Shadow. Mr. Shadow. My brother has been beaten to this state, you still won't let him go. Ren Jingjing was forced to break down a bit by this atmosphere and took the lead in issuing a question. Wen Ting let out a hoarse scoff, then threw out a streaming shadow needle in his hand, sticking to Ren Anna's delicate cheeks and stabbing behind her. Ah, my hand. A stabbing pain came from Rinqing Yuan's wrist and he screamed miserably as a 10-centimeter long pitch-black colored streaming shadow needle directly pierced through his wrist and came out through his body. Splat. The cell phone fell to the ground. What are you going to do? Do you still want to kill people? We didn't provoke you. Ren Jingjing turned to pounce on her own brother, her innocent face filled with panic. Wen Ting lowered his voice, those who bully will be bullied, old me wants to beat you guys up today, how's that? Ren Jingjing blocked in front of Rinqing Yuan, try moving me, my husband Yang Lingquan will definitely not let you go. Snap. Wen Ting slapped her on her delicate face, sending her entire body flying to the ground. Ah, you even hit a woman, are you still a man? Wen Ting looked at her with disdain, don't put gold on yourself, you've already been categorized as an animal. Rinqing Yuan saw her sister being beaten, braced herself to block in front of her sister and said with a trembling face, this matter has nothing to do with my sister. If there's anything you want to do, come at me. Wen Ting looked at him with some surprise, yo, there's still a bit of blood, satisfy you. Bang! With a full force kick on Rinqing Yuan's injured shoulder, the white bandage burst open, and the stitched wound crumbled again. Ren Jingjing completely gave up her illusions, screamed miserably and stepped on her high heels to her brother's side, tears had already cried over her makeup. Don't fight. It's all because Yang Lingquan made us do this, there's a head for the grievances, if you have the ability, go find him. Wen Ting sneered, Yang Lingquan's life, as long as the time is up, I will naturally go and take it, but those of you who are working for the tiger should be punished as well. Wen Ting stomped heavily on Rinqing Yuan's calf, only to hear a crunching sound as the bone instantly burst into pieces. Level 2 alien didn't practice their physique, and their body was brittle in the face of a martial artist. Ren Jingyuan pounced on her brother and shouted, I know Yang Lingquan's secret. Don't fight anymore, if you fight again, someone will die. I know it's wrong. Ren Qingyuan's miserable screams were continuous, and letting Renana cry like a pear, when Ting continued to vent his heart's anger as if he didn't hear it. All dared to find their own doorstep to make things happen, without a heavy hand. Who knows if they will do it to their mother next time. The Yang family wants to kill Director Xia. When Ting's raised foot hung in mid-air, his gaze looking towards Ren Jingjing. Ren Jingjing continued, when he called 2 days ago, I heard him plotting with others, saying that he wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Director Xia. I don't know the specifics, but I'm absolutely sure that there is such a thing. Don't hit. I know it's wrong, don't hit him. If it's not Yang Lingquan forcing him, he won't do this kind of thing. The paint in front of their house is what I let people do. It has nothing to do with him, don't hit it. What else do you know? Ren Jingjing shook her head with a cloak of hair, her lips trembling lightly. I don't know anymore. For the business world, he never talks to me. Those words were also heard by chance before. Other things, the secretary Lu Tao beside him knows more than me, you can go to him and ask. When Ting cupped Ren Jingjing's chin and picked her up with one hand. I hope you're not lying. Said Ren. Anna saw a pair of pale, emitting a ghostly blue light pupils, her clear face was written with fear, her body quickly spasmed and trembled, foaming at the mouth and lost consciousness. When Ting recalled that today, the Summer Bureau was planning to go out to help him get the shadow system Fei to come. Hurriedly took out his cell phone and edited the message to Big Devil to ask where Xia Bureau was going. Big Devil, so anxious Fei rest assured, he has gone out to help you get it in the afternoon, it will not take long. Chapter 51, quickly go invite Mr. Yin. When Ting was planning to talk things over with the Big Devil when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his own one, looked at it was the mom called. Walking out of the villa, when Ting dived into the darkness and found a secluded place, only then did he feel relieved to pick up the phone. Son, tonight you will not go home first. There are a lot of sneaky people coming around the neighborhood, and your Auntie Ma said that they're most likely coming to trouble you and He Jian. When Ting's fists pinched white, and his heart rushed to ask as if it had been pinched hard, Mom, are you alright? Did they make a move on you? No, I'm fine, I've already called the police, the inspector will be here in a while. When Ting heard his mom say that she was fine, then he relaxed. Turning back to look at the villa side, Yang Lingquan gang did not come back until now, so he asked. Mom, did you see who the people leading the group were? There's a bald man, looking quite fierce, and now there's a youth in a white suit, they seem to be chatting about something outside. Yang Lingquan. How did this kid find my house with such precision? When Ting couldn't wait to think about how his identity was exposed, his mind was spinning fast, afraid that that crazy man Yang Lingquan would do something under extreme circumstances. Mom! Don't open the door no matter who knocks, I'll be right back. Aya, I told you not to come back. Mom will be fine. When Ting was too late to appease, immediately hung up the phone and immediately used Zhang Yuan's cell phone to call the Great Demon. After the call was connected, without pleasantries, when Ting immediately said, I learned from Yang Lingxuan's mistress that the Yang family intends to lay hands on Director Xia, and if he has already left the safe zone, that would be the perfect time to do it. The demon's timbre instantly went cold. Are you telling the truth? Can't guarantee it, but the likelihood is high. Don't be in a hurry to move, find a good helper. You intend to help? Look for Yin Sanshur, inviting him is the only way to save Director Xia. After saying that, Wen Ting immediately hung up the phone. Turning into a pitch-black colored lightning, and ignoring the consumption of his supernatural energy, he headed to the teaching building at the back of the school at full speed. On the way, Xia Manglan's phone call came in. Wen Ting connected very quickly and without giving her a chance to speak, immediately said, Sister, Yang Lingquan, he has surrounded my house with a group of people, I don't know what they are going to do, can you bring someone to take a look? Xia Manglan was dumbfounded, then reacted, and said, I'll go over and deal with it, where are you? I have something I want you to help me with. Wen Ting, I'm going to find my teacher now, Yang Lingquan brought too many people, I can't beat them. Xia Manglan's voice was slightly agitated. Wen Ting, sis begs you for something, make sure to invite Mr. Yin over, if the matter is accomplished. Me. Okay sis, this is the first task for me right, guarantee to complete the task. The other end of the phone Xia Manglan sighed and said, what nonsense words, this is a request, where can I take advantage of you? Please. Wen Ting didn't bother to ask why and hung up after answering the call. Teacher Yin, I am sorry, the situation is urgent, I have no other tricks for my disciple. The Yang family wanted to get Xiao Huiming killed, the force they could use wouldn't be too outrageous, a level 7 alien martial arts cultivator would be enough to sabotage the other party's scheming. By virtue of the characteristics of the underworld thunder electricity flash, Wen Ting ran all the way, and in a short time came to the gardening neighborhood located at the back of the school. This is Yan Sanchi's address. Many of the school's teachers live in this neighborhood, and it is very convenient to go to work. Almost to the neighborhood when Wen Ting took out his cell phone and dialed Yan Sanchi. Teacher, Yang Lingquan with a bunch of blocked at the entrance of our neighborhood feels like he wants to settle the score with me for Ren Qingyuan's matter. Don't be in a hurry, where are you? I'm coming over. I'm right downstairs from you. Taking advantage of the time waiting for Yan Sanchi, Wen Ting took off Mr. Shadow's jacket, duck tongue hat, and mask and hid them in one of the fire compartments in one of the hallways. Yan Sanchi was extremely attentive to this matter and came down very quickly. Wen Ting see usually meticulous Mr. Yan, out of even the corner of the coat did not come into the pants, the heart is quite touched. Reported the current situation. Teacher, I came to find you when the elder sister also came to the phone, listened to her look quite anxious. I also told her about the matter, she said that there is just something to find you to help. Senior sister? Yan Sanchi looked at Wen Ting strangely. Wen Ting was slightly stunned, before Xia Menglan said that Yan Sanchi was also her teacher. As a disciple, it's only right that you should have your teacher's contact information, but why don't you just go ahead and call your teacher and look for me instead? Previously, I also thought about asking Xia Menglan about it, but I had too many things to do and forgot about it. Wen Ting explained, Xia Menglan, the new director Xia's daughter, she told me before that she had also been taught by you. Yan Sanchi nodded, indicating that he knew. These two people have a story? Wen Ting saw that Yan Sanchi didn't look too good, so he didn't inquire, and now wasn't a good time to chat. The two martial artists ran furiously all the way and quickly arrived outside the door of Wen Ting's neighborhood. When the two arrived, Xia Menglan, wearing a white trench coat, was already confronting Yang Lingquan. Wen Ting breathed a sigh of relief. The big devil was still reliable and came quite quickly. The end of the call between the two was only 10 minutes ago. Xia Menglan noticed the two arrive and a smile appeared on her face as she took the lead in greeting Yan Sanchi. Teacher, you're here. Yan Sanchi snorted coldly. You didn't make much progress after going to college, you can't even clean up a few minions? Xia Menglan immediately pouted and jogged to Yan Sanchi's side to pull up his hand and shake it. Mr. Yan still angry at, I know wrong, besides that guy is Yang Ming's son, people now also did not make a mistake, I'm not good to kill ah. Wen Ting is like a pupil earthquake at this moment. What is the situation? This is still the big devil I know? Is this ing? Petulant? Less to this set, your matter in a while, you are not convenient hands, I come. Yan Sanchi still had that cold look, but his speech was much softer. Wen Ting pursed his lips, Wowgo, old Yan you originally like to eat this set. Well, go back and discuss with the good yogurt, the things that should be learned, we cannot be left behind. A few people talk, Yang Lingquan eyes fell on Wen Ting, naturally nothing good face, but for Yan Sanchi walked up, immediately showed a smiling face, took the initiative to go forward. Mr. Yan, how did you get startled in the middle of the night? My dad was thinking of inviting you to have a drink a tea and ask for guidance. Yan Sanchi slowly stepped forward, and with every step he took, the aura he exuded became 1 point heavier. Yang Lingquan's smile instantly froze on his face, maintaining a stiff smile as he wistfully reminded, Teacher Yan, are you disregarding your own status to strike out at the late generation and the others? It's not appropriate, is it? With a twinkle in his eye, he said to Xia Menglan on the other side, Inspector sister, it's obvious that a high-realm martial artist is about to strike out and injure someone, don't you care? Behind a curly-haired little brother, took out a camera and aimed at Yan Sanchi said, quickly look at Na, high-realm martial artists want to hit people. Inspector even connived at the murder regardless of the north plains of the sky is too dark. Yan Sanchi still ignored it, instead he laughed, I remember when I first came to the northern plains, Yang Ming wanted me to be your teacher, it's just a pity that I'm not interested in teaching stupid people. Yang Lingquan's smile froze on his face, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his anger in his heart hard to quell. Yan Sanchi continued, just as well, I'll give you a free public lesson today. Saying this, he turned his palm towards Yang Lingquan and the others and slowly launched it out. In this instant it seemed as if heaven and earth were much quieter, and time seemed to have slowed down. Wen Ting could even clearly see Yang Lingquan's shocked expression at this moment. In the next second, a gale rose. Chapter 52 Misunderstanding, It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 52 Misunderstanding, All a misunderstanding. No, really do it. Yang Lingquan screamed strangely, immediately used his supernormal ability to dive into the ground, then Yan Sanchi struck, how could he avoid it? Only to see a wave of invisible force hit his chest, printed out a clear palm pattern, the next second Yan Lingquan's whole person spit blood and flew backwards. Along with its surrounding people have been hit, those holding a cell phone punk's cell phone around the disintegration, the battery explosion, a time in the crowd of fire splash, screams woke up the residents, have probed to look this way. Wen Ting's mouth opened slightly. This was the first time he had seen Yen Sancher strike. He wasn't a wind-type alien either. This power could be much stronger than the Great Demon. Impressive, isn't it? The Great Demon looked at his junior apprentice brother's shocked appearance and had the intention to tease him. Wen Ting asked doubtfully, "This is a martial artist's chi outburst? To not be so outrageous, I'd believe it even if I said this was a wind ability." Xiao Menglan revealed a smile. Teacher Yen is an expert of the condensing spirit realm. His chi energy is only released to have this effect. Ordinary chi practicing realm is not this powerful. There are so many things you can learn by Mr. Yan's side, so just learn and practice. Wen Ting asked in a low voice, "Sister, what's the situation between you and Mr. Yan? How did you piss him off?" Xiao Menglan pursed her lips. "Maybe because I'm too good." "Huh?" Wen Ting was skeptical. "Are you kidding me?" Yen Sancher looked at the group of woefully wailing people in a teaching tone. "Stupid people need to have the awareness of stupid people, and the words of the teacher need to be taken to heart. I remember having your people warn you just last month. Apparently you stupid guy doesn't remember too well. This slap is for you to learn from your mistakes." Yang Lingquan scuffed the ground and got up in a sorry state. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. His whole face was red from the anger he was holding in, but even so, he still maintained his basic politeness. "Mr. Yen, I remember your teachings that day. I haven't forgotten. Really, if you come to find your precious student revenge, where do I need to wait outside? Surely have to enter the inside. Outside how cold? You say right." Wen Ting? Wen Ting, eyes even colder, did not reply. Yang Lingquan used the sleeve of the white suit that was rubbed with gray and wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Yen, do you know about that Mr. Shadow who tried to kill me?" Yen Sancher did not continue to strike and replied in a cold voice, "I've heard a little about it." Yang Lingquan hemmed and hawed. "That's good to know. Before, someone under me guessed that your precious student, Wen Ting, was that Mr. Shadow who tried to kill me." Yang Lingquan looked at Yen Sancher. Seeing that he didn't show anything, he continued, "But I don't believe it. I firmly believe that the person Mr. Yen vouched for would never be a thief, robber, or murderer. I didn't come here today to make a scene for my indisputable brother-in-law either, but I was assassinated by him just today, and people almost died. It just so happens that my friend said that Wen Tin didn't come home at this moment. Can I not be suspicious? I believe Mr. Yen can also understand the psychology of an insecure person." Yang Lingquan's extremely performative words were directed straight at Wen Ting, the hatred in her gaze undisguised. Wen Ting snorted coldly. "Young Master Yang is assuming that I am that Mr. Shadow?" Yang Lingquan said in a slightly teasing manner, "Are you planning to prove yourself?" Wen Ting took a few steps forward, facing Yang Lingquan's extremely aggressive gaze without the slightest fear. "Generally speaking, whoever suspects cites evidence, but young Master Yang has put so many hats on me, out of self-preservation I also have to argue a few sentences. Wash your ears and listen." Yang Lingquan looked at Wen Ting with interest. Wen Ting said, "Young Master Yang is overbearing, just a suspicion, and led people to surround my neighborhood. If you are not satisfied with my proof, you will not use it against me in the future." Yang Lingquan reveals a businessman's fake smile. Young people across the business world, relying on good reputation. As long as you convince me, young people will never retaliate. There are heavy gifts to give. Xiao Menglan immediately interjected, "Not another day, not another day. You Yang Lingquan has no good reputation. Just today, I see that knife in your hand is good." Yang Lingquan, for Xiao Menglan's denigration, does not care at all, laughed. "Inspector Xia is looking at my precious sword. Forgive me for not being able to part with it." Saying that, he pulled out a black card. "This card cap can credit 2 million balance. If it's really my mistake, consider it an indemnity." Yang Lingquan saw that these three people were confident. Obviously they had such a bottom card. This black gold sword of his was embedded with supernatural energy, and the materials used for its workmanship alone were all astronomical. Even if it is a sure win bet, Yang Lingquan will not be stupid enough to use it to bet. In case these three masters and disciples forcefully take it away at that time, there is no place to cry. It was also a coincidence. Xiao Menglan didn't trust his character. How could he, Yang Lingquan, trust Xiao Menglan's character? How many of those present can pass the character test? Yen Sancher knew what Wen Ting was planning to do, so he stepped forward and said, "Good, in that case, I'll come and be a notary. If certain people don't recognize the reason to play the scoundrel, don't blame Yen for being impolite." The corners of Yang Lingquan's mouth twitched slightly. "You can get away with it. Who doesn't know that you are protective of your calf?" But in the way of seniority, in the way of strength gap, Yang Lingquan can only recognize. Anyway, it is to see if there is no suspicion of Wenting. If there is no suspicion, it is better to save Yan Sancher and Xia Menglan against the dry. If the suspicion is big, then wait for him to come out of the safe zone. With the benefit of having a teacher notarized, Wenting also opened his mouth and said, "May I ask Mr. Yang, can you remember when Mr. Shadow first appeared?" Yang Lingquan smiled and shook his head. "If you want to say that at that time, you had just completed the awakening test without awakening your supernatural abilities, thus corroborating that you are not Mr. Shadow, I'm sorry to say that won't convince me." "Oh?" Wen Tin raised an eyebrow. The corner of Yang Lingquan's mouth hooked into a smile. On the eve of Mr. Shadow's appearance, my subordinate, Jiang Yuan, did not coincidentally lose a bottle of a small dosage of an artificial alien energy potion. According to his own words, you had used his family to threaten him, so it is possible for you to sneak into his residence and steal this bottle of potion, thus having a very small probability of completing the awakening of your alien energy. Also, the concealed weapon techniques used by Mr. Shadow and the flower thousand hands that Jiang Yuan gave you can be said to be identical. What explanation do you give for this? The flower thousand hands? Did you kids see that? Still trying to swindle me. When Ting had a wide smile on his face, I did, as you said, encounter some small probability events thus awakening my supernormal abilities. Yang Lingquan's body immediately tightened, dismay surfaced in his eyes, which quickly turned into joy. Good boy, how dare you admit it in front of me? This time Yan Sancher and Xia Menglan won't be able to protect you either. However, the joy was instantly shattered with a burst of pale white electricity and the sound of rapidly roaring currents. When Ting's entire body was entwined with pale white thundersnakes, splitting and snapping as he said with a smile. Only to disappoint you, my awakened. Is the thunder system. Under Wenton's control, the lightning gradually inwardly took shape, as if it were an armor attached to his body. Teacher specially chose it for me, second level skill, thunder battle armor. Young Yang, I'm already tired of attending classes every day, and I have very little time to practice my supernatural abilities in private, so I really don't have the time to become any Mr. Shadow. Yang Lingquan looked at the thunder battle armor forming on Wen Ting's body and was speechless for a moment. Although he himself was an artificially awakened psychic ability, he was also a dual system. He knew better than anyone else that dual lineage psychic abilities were not interchangeable. It had only been a month since Wen Ting's awakening. Even if his martial arts had reached the tendon practicing stage, and his thunder system ability had reached level 2, if he was Mr. Shadow, wouldn't that mean that his shadow system had also reached level 2? If that was the case, this person's talent would have to be heaven-defying. When Ting then saw the most emotionally layered change in expression, Yang Lingquan's face was visible to the naked eye as it transitioned from joy, disappointment, envy, and jealousy to a passionate face piled high with fake smiles. Aya, I told you it was a misunderstanding. This group of people had to say something about not being afraid of 10,000 to scare me. I'm also nervous. Come on, old brother. In accordance with the agreement, this black card is to give you compensation, but also a little bit of my heart. In the future, do not call Yan less, listen to how estranged just call Quan brother. Said turned his head to the surrounding crowd said, in the future, all the ing eyes open bright, this is my brother. His business is my business, if there is a problem, I'll help a little. Yang Lingquan is worthy of being a businessman, this face change is extremely silky smooth. Yan Sancher snorted coldly, don't let me warn you for the second time, it's very tiring to attend the open class. Yang Lingquan didn't have a trace of resentment, nodding his head and backing away. Don't worry Mr. Yen, no gifts, no invitations to dinner, I understand, I won't even bother in the future and on. Mr. Wan, remember some of my brother's goodness, I'm leaving. Bye. After saying that, he slipped away. Yan Sancher turned around and looked at Xia Menglan and said in a bad mood, tell me, what's the problem? Chapter 53 Quarrel. While Xia Menglan explained the reason for her visit, Wen Ting looked towards Yang Lingquan's distant back and quietly operated his supernatural ability. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 4, 25 years old, meat contains alcohol, nicotine tastes slightly bad. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of fire-type and earth-type psychic abilities, and provides a large amount of qi and blood. Recipe. It seems that Jiang Yuan's intelligence is a bit lagging behind, this kid has actually reached the qi practicing realm, and his psychic abilities are all estimated to be at the level of grade 4 as well. Yan Sancher said doubtfully after hearing Xia Menglan's words. You trust that Mr. Shadow that much? Xia Menglan showed concern, trust is one aspect, in case if he is telling the truth, it will be too late to regret. So, we can only ask the teacher to take action. The one who might be in danger was her own father. As a daughter, she couldn't afford to gamble on that slight possibility. Yan Sancher nodded. Good, I'll go there now. He then turned to look at Wen Ting. I'm assured of your self-discipline. In these few days you keep an eye on and mushy, don't let her be too lazy. How long has it been and she's still not in the middle stage of blood refining? After saying that, Xia Menglan couldn't wait to lead Yan Sancher far away. Wen Ting looked at their backs and suddenly realized that it seemed like all of his backers had gone away at once. He had just dissuaded Yang Lingquan from coming over to look for trouble in a short period of time, or else if he took advantage of this moment to make a move, he might really suffer a stifling loss. Wen Ting clenched his fists. After all, he was not strong enough. He knew that Yang Lingquan's compromise and softening was only temporary. As long as the time was right, that kid would never let go of this time bomb. Want to let him completely at ease, but not without a way. Either take the initiative to rely on him to accept a bribe to become his horse, or from now on completely reduced to an ordinary person, or leave this land to find another way. But none of these Wen Ting could accept. After seeing his teacher and sister off, Wen Ting turned around and walked into the door of the unit. To his surprise, many of the residents in the building opened their doors and looked at Wen Ting with a smile on their faces. The neighbors, who usually hated to get rid of their relationship and regarded their family as a plague, suddenly turned amiable and became unfamiliar, friendly elders who watched themselves grow up. Wen Ting was very disdainful of this, did not give them a good face. It wasn't that he couldn't understand that they didn't want to be implicated. The former Jiang Yuan and the current Yang Lingquan were all a group of masters who caused trouble for others. No one would want to see this group of messy people frequently near their homes. However, since you have decided that you don't want to get too deeply involved with our family, please don't fall into harm's way. Since you have decided to harm, then please keep it up. And don't post up again after we've looked the cold shoulder. To the fourth floor, unsurprisingly saw their home wide open door, Mrs. Lu pushed Moncler Outlet Online herself to hide in the back. The oldest man with guilt in his eyes looked at Wen Ting, who walked up from the hallway, tangled for a long time, and finally called out to him when Wen Ting turned around. Ah Ting, congratulations, you've become a psychic. These cooking cakes are all made by our family, take them back and taste them with your mom? Wen Ting turned slightly sideways, his eyes remained indifferent, facing the plastic bag that the old man held out without the intention of taking it. The oldest master sighed and revealed a bitter smile. It's okay if you don't like to eat it. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and in the end, that old lady Lu couldn't help but rush out and point at Wen Ting. Wen Ting! What exactly do you want? Wen Xiu Yuan has been dead for 5 years now, how much longer do you want to hate us? Over the years, our family and the neighbors here haven't made things easier for your family. Shocked, Master Lu hurriedly stopped his old companion and reached out with the intention of closing the door, looking at Wen Ting with a horrified and apologetic expression on his face. Don't mind it, people are old and have reached menopause, it's inevitable that they say some nonsense. Turning his head, he pushed back old Mrs. Lu, who wanted to rush out. Can't you say less? Lu old lady is also open-minded, like a shrewish voice said. Wen Ting, I'm telling you, our family doesn't owe you anything. Don't try to blame us for Wen Xiu Yuan's death. If you really want to count these years in your family cannot afford to cook when the wife I did not give you a lot of food, you cannot pay it back a little. You still owe me. It's not just awakened powers, it's just being a martial artist, what's the big deal? You're a shameless thing. An ungrateful white-eyed wolf. An unpleasant sound of insults echoed in the hallway, shocking every resident. It similarly startled Lin Yulan and Ma Chunhua upstairs. Ma Chuna's voice was equally loud, and her voice came before anyone arrived. What are you pulling at, old woman? Not to mention, this morning they threw paint and feces as you to lead the way, right? You want to settle the score, fine. Let's settle the score, and we'll see who owes who today. Chunhua, stop it. Lin Yulan quickly walked down to pacify Ma Chunhua, and said to Wen Ting, who was already furious and laughing and was about to retort. Wen Ting. She was afraid that her son would set off that emotional trash can of elderly Mrs. Lu, and if she did, she wouldn't need to rest tonight. Wen Ting fists pinched click, finally did not put the heart of the anger and resentment cursed out, cold eyes staring at the old lady Lu, did not speak, slowly turned to look at the old mom, the cold faded, hung on the warmth of the sun like a smile. Mom, I cannot say a word from beginning to end. Lin Yulan looked at Wen Ting grudgingly, hitting him on the shoulder in dissatisfaction, and then missed Wen Ting walking down to Moncler Outlet Store Lu with an apologetic smile. Master Lu, I'm sorry, this child is too stubborn and has chilled your heart, I'll go back and scold him. This is the cooking cake made yesterday, right, I smelled it when I came back last night, but it made me crave it. If Yulan likes it, I still have a lot here, take it all, our old couple can't eat it huh? Then thank you so much. Lin Yulan maintains her smile and tries her best to appease all parties. Wenting took a deep breath, slightly irritated, feeling that his mom was still giving their family too much of a good face. Ma Chunhua stood on top, her arms around her chest and skimmed her lips. Yulan, what do you care about their family for? These years there is no shortage of white faces for you to look at, these days that old woman even slandered your innocence to come. Ma Chunua's comment caused another scolding. A group of people were making a lot of noise at night. He Jian looked at Wenting and said with surprise in his eyes, when did you awaken, brother Ting, to hide so deep? Wenting looked at him with no good sense of humor, awaken so you have to yell out loud and then be targeted by Yang Lingquan? He Jian was choked and couldn't speak, then he inquired with extraordinarily godly eyes. Brother Ting, how did you cultivate martial arts are at the tendon practicing stage, and even the supernormal abilities are already at the second level. I haven't even found the opportunity to break through until now. Naturally, Wenting could not tell the secret of his own rapid progress, but he did mention it. Eating high-level beast meat with corresponding attributes is very effective, or going out of the safe zone and practicing with demonic beasts, actual combat definitely helps breakthroughs. For this former good friend, Wenting couldn't bear to let him fall too far behind, so he gave advice based on his own experience. Beast meat with corresponding attributes? I just ate the level 4 rapid electricity zone wolf beast meat given by teacher Yen to awaken my supernatural ability. Old rules, just know it yourself and don't tell anyone. He Jian's eyes shone brightly as he nodded his head repeatedly, then asked with some embarrassment. Brother Ting, can I follow you and Mr. Yen out for actual combat on the weekend? As you know, our family doesn't have much money, and we want to subsidize our household. The news about Wenting going out to practice is not a secret in the school, many people know about it. Wenting raised his eyebrows, if you're not afraid to die, come on. Chapter 54 Debt of Human Life. It had to be said that the fighting strength of the two tenacious species was really horrible. Because of the Ma Lu scolding war caused by Wenting, lasted until the latter half of the night, Ma Chunhua froze on the strength of the young man, to the old lady Lu scolded to rest. With a majestic posture, pulling Lin Yulan home. Once home, Mom's face was instantly black, pointing to Wenting's nose and began to nag. It's just a moral criticism of respecting the old and loving the young, and criticizing Wenting for being a man who can't bully others. Being accused of bullying others, Wenting said he was very wronged. In the past, he didn't look at the old woman with a good face, and even after awakening his supernormal abilities and practicing martial arts, he didn't go to whip her. How can it be considered to be consistent? The original heart does not change. How can it be associated with bullying? However, the furious Lin Yulan obviously do not eat this set, to with that dead old lady bull what calf, to find their own pain, waste of time as the core argument began to criticize Wenting irrational. Wenting did not dare to talk back. According to this situation, the mother may not really intend to talk until dawn. So pulled out a black card handed to the mom, piled full of smiles and said, calm down, don't forget, today is considered our family is over a difficult, happy point. See mother's anger gradually disappeared, whispered, Yang Lingquan's compensation, 2 million it. What? $2 million. Lin Yulan's beautiful eyes were wide open, looking at the black card with extra fire in her eyes. 5 years of poverty, so that she is particularly sensitive to money, heard $2 million of compensation, Lin Yulan feel the whole person is confused, for a time cannot distinguish between reality and dream, pinched their thighs, found pain before reacting. There really are $2 million. Wenting looked at his mom, who had been furious in the last second, and now this wealthy look, and laughed in his heart. Lin Yulan's face flushed red, but she quickly calmed down and pushed the card to Wenting, a trace of reluctance flashing across her face. No, you can't take this money. Why? Lin Yulan said seriously, 2 million is not a small amount, that Yang Lingquan won't give it to you so easily, even if you have Mr. Yen to back you up, it will eventually be missed. You find a chance to return the money to him, as long as he follows up not to find our family trouble on the line, the money. We earn our own clean. 5 years of fearful life, so that she is extremely insecure, the sudden acquisition of money, but also let her instinctively feel that there will be subsequent trouble. Wenting sighed, Mom, if we don't take this money, that guy's heart will only be unsure, thinking that we will retaliate against him in the future, and he might even fall on his sword. As for where the money comes from, consider it as the money we have been screwed out of by them all these years. What's so unclean about getting back your own hard-earned money? Wenting sat down next to his mom and said seductively, what about $2 million, it's enough for us to buy a bigger house in full. Ms. Lin, do you want to take time off tomorrow to look at the property? Lin Yulan looked at the card and only felt her heart pounding. Recalling the suffering she had endured over the years, she felt more and more that her son had a point. But in the end, she didn't accept it and touched the card, putting it back into Wenting's palm. You are now in a critical period of growth. $2 million can make up for a lot of your cultivation resources. And live here I'm also used to. Mom knows you have a problem with these neighbors, but Mom indeed in the place you cannot see have received a lot of their favors. Revenge, we naturally cannot forget, but also have to distinguish between a priority, with the current situation you and the neighbors and then cross, that is the enemy on all sides. You do not mind the heart tired? Lin Yulan knew that Wenting couldn't hear it, but still said bitterly. So take this money for yourself, only when we are strong ourselves can we live a better life Wenting pursed his lips, did not take the bank card, the heart is still blocked. Mom's meaning he understands, first focus on dealing with the debt collection company as the main enemy. Before they are resolved, we must first ensure that these neighbors do not come to add to the chaos, and for this reason must first hold back the heart of the disgust of the smile on their face to welcome. But this is really hard. Wenting is not wanting to see them for a day. Surprisingly, Lin Yulan is particularly stubborn on this issue, determined to let him spend the money on cultivation. Wenting had no choice but to agree. After the two had finished their discussion, Lin Yulan was also sleepy between the ups and downs of her emotions. Before going to sleep, Wenting incidentally inquired about the hospital side of things. Lin Yulan did not notice anything wrong. It was thought that the news was blocked from above. The night was dreamless. The next day, Wenting didn't slack off on his training because Yen Sancher wasn't there, but instead worked harder. The results of practicing tendons were also remarkable. After these days of practice, Wenting finally got rid of that unpleasant name. Jean Tai hard. He successfully stepped into the early stage of tendon practicing. Compared to the blood refining stage, the strength growth of a martial artist in the tendon practicing stage was remarkable, but the most obvious characteristic was the flexibility of the body. With the development of the ligaments, no matter whether they were taking a beating to unload their strength or putting out force to hit someone, they were able to effectively mobilize their body's muscles. Some tricky stances and shots were also readily available, and the enhancement for real combat was extraordinarily obvious. In the morning, Pao Baishan brought a piece of shocking news that completely triggered the sleepy class. Extra! Mr. Shadow, once again, has shown great power and angrily beheaded 2 people. Fatty, Mr. Shadow has struck again? Who is it this time? It can't be Rinxing Yuan, can it? That kid has been beaten up by our warm god, and he even went on to beat him up? That's too bad, haha. I told you to call me Ting God, how unpleasant is the name Wen God? Wenting was slightly speechless as he listened to their words. Ting God, this name isn't great, those who don't know still think I'm a judge. And Mushi stopped the lance in her hand, wiped the fragrant sweat on her fair forehead, and said to Bao Baishan. Pao Baishan, don't sell out, quickly say what's going on. Pao Baishuan's face was not that excited. Mr. Shadow killed Rinxing Yuan's siblings. After a moment of silence the class instantly exploded. What? Mr. Shadow killed Rinxing Yuan? No, although Rinxing Yuan is detestable, it's not that bad. Mr. Shadow, this is too decisive. Well done. This kind of dog that bullies others with its power should be hit hard. Let's see who dares to do so in the future. And Mushi covered her small mouth, her face full of disbelief. Bao Daijian, you're not mistaken. Why did Mr. Shadow kill them? He didn't even kill Lin Jiqiang before. Wenting couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he heard the news. Wenting knew in his heart how much he had done, and he was indeed angry, but those injuries did not even reach the point of death. Bao Baishan took out his cell phone and handed it to Mushi. How could I dare to get it wrong for such an important matter? This is the police bulletin issued by the inspectorate, and it has already called out to Mr. Shadow to cooperate with the investigation. If Mr. Shadow doesn't cooperate, 80% of the next step will be the city's most wanted. Look, this morning Rinxing Yuan's parents have already run to the city inspectorate to put pressure. The video has already spread all over the internet. I guess it won't be long before it's on the hot search. Wenting was clear that this was Yang Lingxuan's planting. He was planning to borrow the entire inspectorate, the entire public opinion to put pressure on himself. When it really came to that, Wenting wasn't sure he could face the entire inspection system's scrutiny. There were many different kinds of supernormal abilities under the sky, and God knows in what form they would be found out. Right now, Xia Bureau and Xia Menglan who could help him to speak were not present. Even if he wanted to plead his case, there was no way to do so. As a matter of urgency, the most important thing was not to expose his identity. The cell phone and bank card must not be left. Mr. Shadow has not been designated as a wanted person. Jiang Yuan's cell phone and bank card should not be blocked, it must be withdrawn as soon as possible. If 1 million funds were blocked, Wen Ting would have to be heartbroken. Chapter $55 Million Luxury. Upon hearing the news of Mr. Shadow's murder, good yogurt students were very lost and terrified, and they weren't very attentive to practicing their guns. The whole person was in a trance. The question of whether or not Mr. Shadow would be wanted also became a hot topic for everyone to talk about for a while. Not long after, He Jian and Qian Miaomiao also ran over to find Wen Ting at the door, guilt written all over their faces. Brother Ting, what can we do? Mr. Shadow went to look for trouble with Ren Qingyuan for me. I'm the one who harmed Mr. Shadow. Brother Ting, you have a lot of ideas. Can you help Mr. Shadow think of a way? Wen Ting raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's not because you're afraid that Mr. Shadow's matter is dragging you down that you're in such a hurry? Qian Miaomiao was not happy. Brother Ting, what are you saying? He Jian is not that kind of person. This is starting to protect her husband? He Jian knew Wen Ting's character and said with a face full of anxiety, Brother Ting, what time is it? Don't make fun of me, think of a solution. If I really want to victimize such a righteous ranger because of me, what face do I have left to stay in school? Wen Ting looked at He Jian's face and could feel the sincerity in his heart. It was also for this reason that Wen Ting was so twisted to keep helping him. Wen Ting thought for a moment and said, Are you two free in a while? Free, because I may break through at any time with my first level consummation. Teacher has let me practice freely to find my feeling. Wen Ting pulled over his little sister 4 people together and said, In a while, you guys go to the alien energy classroom that I often go to, tell the teacher that you want to spar and practice, and give me a cover. And Mushy looked at Wen Ting in surprise, Senior brother, are you planning to go find Mr. Shadow? You know Mr. Shadow? He Jian's face became even more excited, Brother Ting, you really have a way, that's great. Where's all the talk? Just do as you're told. Go! Once the 3 people heard that there was a way to help Mr. Shadow, they were all exceptionally excited. After arriving at the alien energy classroom, Wen Ting took out his cell phone and pretended to check his messages, then said to the 3 of them, I'm going out in a while, so buy me at least an hour's worth of time. No problem. So under the surveillance, Wen Ting opened the window and flipped over to jump out. With his strong physical qualities, he easily climbed over the school's fence, hailed a cab, and traveled all the way to the Hunters Guild. Wen Ting was glad that he had the habit of carrying a bank card with him, otherwise he still had to go home. 10 minutes later, Wen Ting got out of the cab and walked into the Hunters Guild with a big strut and without any disguise. All the way to the merchandise hall on the 2nd floor, where all kinds of expensive potions, combat clothing, field gear, weapons, concealed weapons, and a dazzling array of items were sold. This was the Chamber of Commerce hosted by the Hunter Guild, and they were all regular items with relatively fair prices. However, the price of each item was priced in tens of thousands. Wanting to quickly realize the money in his card, this was the fastest way to do so. Wen Ting didn't consider the more obvious items such as combat uniforms, weapons, and psychic weapons. In case they were searched out, it would basically be cool. Moreover, the traces of each crime were too obvious and not convenient. Therefore, what suited him best was naturally potions that actually enhanced himself. These were also all top-notch ingredients that could be utilized in one's own supernatural abilities and play different roles. It was only that these potions were generally expensive, and Wen Ting had never been willing to buy them, but now was not the time to be heartbroken about money. There weren't too many more opportunities like this for million-dollar luxuries. Wen Ting came to the counter and said to the dignified and atmospheric-looking female teller, Hello, I'll buy 1 bottle of each of the level 2 elemental potions of the Shadow and Thunder systems, thank you. Elemental potions, which contained a large number of elements, after taking them, they could acquire a large number of supernatural elements in a short period of time, and were generally used for sprinting when breaking through a realm. Each bottle was priced at $500,000. For Wen Ting, this thing currently only had the effect of quickly elevating the progress of his supernormal ability cultivation, and buying it for $500,000 was purely and simply a pain in the ass. After all, Wen Ting can make up for his progress by buying high-level beast meat and practicing on a daily basis, and in less than 2 months, he will be able to reach the 2nd level of perfection in his supernatural ability. He also does not need to worry about the progress of the alien ability, because with his eating method, will certainly in the practice of tendons before the consummation of the 2 systems of alien ability to the consummation. The reason why he chose to buy these 2 bottles of potions was purely because Wen Ting had no money. Yes, that's right. Wen Ting, who was harboring a huge sum of $3 million, was a poor man with no money in front of these commodities. A random bone forging potion was priced at $1.5 million. Elemental potions were the cheapest ones. The female counter clerk looked at Wenting's tender face and revealed a professional smile. Sir, each bottle is priced at 500,000. Are you sure you want to buy it? Wenting slapped the black card on the counter. Don't worry, I came with money. The female counter clerk was slightly surprised, then smiled and took the black card and made an operation on the computer. Not long after, she gently frowned, twisted her head to look at Wenting, and then looked at the computer screen, repeatedly comparing. Wenting said, "It's Yang Lingquan. Mr. Yang gave me the card yesterday. What's the problem?" The female teller pursed her lips. Can you allow me to call and confirm? Yes. Thus, the female teller called Yang Lingquan in front of Wenting. Hello Mr. Yang, I'm the teller of the Hunter Guild. Someone here took your black card and came over to make a purchase. May I ask if it was given by you voluntarily? It was no wonder that the female teller was like this. Black cards were all reputable in nature, and fraudulently using someone else's black card was definitely something that needed to be vetted, and that was exactly what Wenting was aiming for. The female teller nodded her head one after another as she listened to the words on the other side of the phone, and then handed the cell phone to Wenting, and Yang Lingquan's bright laughter rang out from the other end of the phone. Elder brother one, you can't trust me, Mr. Yang, that much? Coming out to spend so quickly? What did Mr. Yang say? Who doesn't want to spend recklessly when they get rich? I'm not like young Yang, I'm used to being poor. Ha, when old brother, if you want more money, you can actually hang out with old brother. With your ability, this amount of money is nothing, it won't take long to earn it back. Thank you young Yang for your love, unfortunately I'm already my sister's person. Sister? You mean Xia Menglan? Oops, this brain of mine, it's me being abrupt. Then spend your money well, I've already reported it to the clerk, so you don't have to call again afterward to use the money. Then thank you, young Yang, for your generosity. Wenting hung up the phone, took the elemental potion from the female counter clerk, swiped his card, and immediately left. Yang Lingquan hung up the phone and lamented, it's a pity that such an excellent talent can't be utilized for me. Lu Tao, who had an inch haircut on the side and a country face, asked curiously. Quan Shao, today is a working day, according to this time, shouldn't Wenting still be in class? Even if he wants to spend money, why would he need to skip class? A bad premonition suddenly rose in Yang Lingquan's heart. Ding bell. Yang Lingquan's cell phone came with another message notification. Transaction reminder, Jiang Yuan completed a transfer transaction of 1 million to your account with tail number 7893 at 10:09 a.m. on October 3, 2022, with a balance of 2 million. When Yang Lingquan saw this transaction reminder, his head immediately seemed to explode, and a wave of anger went straight to the sky. Wenting, you're a ing bully. Helping Mr. Shadow transfer the stolen money, right? You're clearly against me, aren't you? You've got some balls. Mother fur. Lu Tao, prepare a car and go to the inspectorate to teach Mr. Shadow's lapdog a lesson. Yes. Chapter 56, Individual Interrogation. Knowing that time was running out, Wenting made a side trip back home, transformed into a cloud of shadows, and sneaked into elderly Mrs. Lu's home, wrapping the bottle of Shadow System elemental potion tightly in a cloth, and hid it amongst her family's flour sacks. This was something that their family had just bought not long ago, and it was safe for the old couple to eat it quickly. Afterwards, she brought the bottle of Lightning System elemental potion, took a taxi back to the school, and climbed over the wall to return to the classroom. As soon as they returned, Jian's trio gathered around and asked, "What did Mr. Shadow say? Is there a way to clear your name?" Wenting shook his head. It's not that simple to clear suspicion, but I've already been informed, at least it didn't cause Mr. Shadow to suffer too much loss. Jian sighed in relief, this is good. This is good. And Mushy's focus was not here. Pulling on Wenting's arm, how did you get to know Mr. Shadow, senior brother? You even managed to contact him at this time. Wenting's big hand pressed on Mushy's head and rubbed it. This is not the time to talk about this, I guess it won't be long before Yang Lingquan with his inspectors will be looking for him. Jian, you get ready to face Rinqing Yu and his parents, really can't call your mom over, out of human life, the school may want to push you out to take the blame, aggravation certainly can't run away. Brother Ting, what about you? Jian can imagine what he will face next, as a direct person almost crippled Wenting, the pressure must be much stronger than him. Wenting, you don't care about me, out of the hand belongs to the righteous, is their fault first, you compared to me is much worse. Jian. You are able to comfort people. Wenting turned his head to Mushy and said. Mr. Shadow said that he didn't kill the person, since the person is dead, it must be Yang Lingquan in order to plant evidence to dump on him, now it's not clear how much evidence the other side has, you go to find Bao Baishan, let him bring a little bit of network tempo, never one-sidedly to give Mr. Shadow pressure. And Mushi nodded with a rare seriousness and turned to leave. In the remaining time, He-jian hurriedly contacted Ma Chunhua to have her rush to the school, and then waited torturously for the time to pass. Wen-ting, on the other hand, picked up the huge 6-meter-long gun and practiced his marksmanship, trying to calm the tension in his heart. The Great Demon and Mr. Yen had both gone out. There was no one who would defend himself in this situation now. If I had known yesterday, I might as well have gone out with them. Fighting and killing demonic beasts in the wild was all more comfortable than fighting them here. Unsurprisingly to Wen-ting, just 10 minutes had passed when a group of people came to the school's entrance. The inspector, Yang Lingquan, and Ren Xingyuan's mom and dad, holding black and white photos of their son and daughter along the way, bawled as they barged into the school. The school leaders lined up in a row with difficult faces and followed the Sai to persuade them, while those teachers expelled the onlookers and confiscated their cell phones, putting on a great show of authority. Soon, the three of them, Wen-ting, were notified and brought to the conversation room. When they entered the conversation room, Ren Xingyuan's parents, who had collapsed to the ground, recognized Wen-ting and He-jian under the reminder of Yang Lingxuan's little brother, and their emotions instantly broke through the dike, recklessly rushing towards the two of them, but fortunately, the inspector on the side was alert enough to stop them. Ren Xingyuan's mother, her hair white, both eyes swollen from crying and covered with blood, obviously in her prime but showing all the fatigue of old age, she tore at the young inspector's clothes, struggling desperately, yelling, "Murderers! You are all murderers! If you hadn't posted my son on the internet, how could he have died? Don't stop me! He's the murderer! Arrest him! Give me back my son, my daughter's life! Give me back my child's life!" Two bereaved parents, under the cries of grief, He-jian couldn't help but lower his head. The kind of condemnation brought on by his conscience caused him to suffer immensely with the naked eye. Before, when he was alone with Wen-ting, this feeling wasn't obvious. But in front of these two middle-aged parents, the feeling of guilt was like a spider's web, wrapping his entire body inside, unable to break free. Wen-ting, compared to He-jian, appeared to be much more aloof, pulling over He-jian's shoulder and ignoring the other party's accusations. As he passed by, he exchanged glances with Yang Lingquan, who was wearing a white suit and pink sunglasses on the side, and watched his smug smile as he sauntered into the conversation room. He-jian, on the other hand, was pulled into another room, and the two of them talked separately. Wen-ting naturally sat down on the prepared chair and looked at the two inspectors across from him carefully. They were both in plainclothes. The leader was a round-faced uncle with a severely receding hairline and extremely obvious bags under his eyes. His skin looked darker from years of exposure to the sun, and his figure was slightly rich. Next to him sits a young inspector, wearing a meticulous uniform. Open the notepad, the young face boarded up, wanting to show his majesty. It was a far cry from the unruffled aura of the uncle next to him. Uncle Si Wen-ting did not have the slightest nervousness, but very calm. See the door of the two victims' families also do not have the slightest sense of guilt, his sparse eyebrows slightly tightly knit, extrusion of obvious Chuan zigzag lines. According to his years of experience in handling cases, this kind of cold nature often means that it's psychological precocity, more difficult to attack than ordinary people. It was a hard case. The older man opened his mouth and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Wansong, the captain of the 5th Detachment of the North Plains Inspection Bureau. I don't know how you feel when you just saw those two parents who lost their children?" Wen-ting twisted his head to look at the closed door of the room, then looked at Xiao Wansong. "I feel sorry for the loss of young lives." Xiao Wansong's eyes carefully surveyed Wen-ting's facial expression and softly inquired, "I heard that you had problems with the deceased Ren Xingyuan? According to our understanding, you still attacked him after he lost his ability to resist, causing him to be seriously injured. What was your psychological reason at that time?" Wen-ting said without thinking, "At that time, the fire of the fight came up and I didn't control it. After all, I am a freshman facing 3 senior veterans, there is still pressure." Seeing Wen-ting's cold and sensible answer, Xiao Wansong knew that there would be no gain if he continued to inquire further, so he decided to go in single-handedly, and his large hand with calluses steeply pounded on the desktop. His calm expression suddenly became serious and majestic, and he asked in a drawn-out voice, "We received a report that not long ago, you assisted Mr. Shadow, a fugitive murderer with significant suspicion, and helped him complete the sale of stolen goods. Is there such a thing?" With the sudden flip-flop, Wen-ting was also startled, then quickly calmed down. "That's right, I did just use the black card that Yang Lingquan used as compensation last night to help Mr. Shadow purchase elemental potions." "But you said that Mr. Shadow is a murderer. Do you dare to take responsibility for what you said?" Wen-ting's words were extremely firm as he locked eyes with Xiao Wansong, not budging at all. The young inspector who was recording next to him immediately changed his face and stood up, pointing at Wen-ting angrily. "How dare you speak to Captain Xiao? Wen Ting did not even look at him and stared at Xiao Wansong. It's because the evidence you have is not enough to finalize that Mr. Shadow is the murderer, right? Xiao Wansong's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently pressed his hand at the young inspector, signaling him to sit down, then said, as I said, he has a major suspicion, so I need to find him to ask him about the cause of the matter. Hearing this, Wen Ting had a bottom in his heart. It seemed that the inspectorate was not all toward the young family internally. Xiao Wansong said in a cold voice, even though Mr. Shadow has not been convicted and is not wanted right now, he has been recklessly using his supernatural abilities to go around committing evils within the safety zone to injure the public and loot property. These are felonies that are enough to be sentenced to imprisonment. You know that the other party is committing serious offenses, and instead of thinking of reporting them, you are complicit in assisting them in transferring the stolen money. Do you know that you have already committed a crime? Xiao Wansong saw that Wen Ting remained calm and collected without the slightest bit of fear. His heart was even more bloated with anger, and decided to step up his efforts, instantly slapping his head. I know you students worship him. Treat him as an idol. But you also have to think about yourself for their own families, for your mother who has worked half her life. If you really go to jail for him, your life will be over. As long as you ask Mr. Shadow out, it'll be considered a punishment for your crime, and we can make it lighter, and if you have significant merit, you can even be exonerated directly. Kid, you have to think it over. Wen Ting looked at Xiao Wansong's face that was really suggesting for your sake and revealed a smile. Captain Xiao, you might have gotten one thing wrong. I didn't volunteer. Chapter 57, Sophistry and Arrest. You didn't volunteer? Xiao Wansong was instantly confused when he heard this. He never expected Wen Ting to say this. Even the young man recording on the side was dumbfounded, feeling that his intelligence had been toyed with. He immediately slapped the table in anger. Wen Ting! I'm warning you, you're being questioned now. If you don't cooperate next time is when you'll be invited to talk to the inspectorate. Wen Ting faintly twisted his head. Is telling the truth not cooperating with you guys? Then what answer do you guys want? I promise to cooperate. That unhurried attitude caused that inspector to become even more enraged. Seeing that the young inspector was about to storm off, Xiao Wansong patted his shoulder and replaced it with a gentle smile. Wen Ting, were you threatened by Mr. Shadow? How did he threaten you? Wen Ting shook his head. There was no threat, he just called me out and asked me to do a favor, and then told me that he would give payment. There was no threat, aren't you just actively cooperating? I'm officially warning you, you've broken the law. The young inspector lost control of his emotions once again. Wen Ting looked helplessly at the inspector and politely pressed his hand. Dude, don't sing a double act, overacting. I'm not in the middle of giving a good explanation. The whole time you've been letting you yell, I'm still not talking. The young inspector was angry again. Where am I acting poorly? You admit that you are acting? Wen Ting said slyly. Xiao Wansong looked at the youth as helplessly as he could and couldn't help but comment, it was indeed acted. The young inspector's face stifled redness and silently sat down, picking up a pen and recording carefully. Wen Ting picked at his ears. It's finally clear. The young inspector lowered his head, the hand holding the pen shaking slightly. Continuing back to the topic just now, Wen Ting explained. It's true that I didn't volunteer to help Mr. Shadow. Just yesterday, in the latter part of the night when Yang Lingquan brought his men to surround our district, Mr. Shadow suddenly appeared by my bedroom window and learned from me the purpose of Yang Lingquan's visit to me. It was also then that I was given his contact information and instructed to cooperate with him at the critical moment. As for why you helped him, Captain Xiao, please think with the most simple-mindedness. What kind of mood would you be in when a shadow department powerhouse with high force, someone who could torture someone like Boss Yan like that, suddenly appeared in your room? Such a person begs you to help him against someone who has just led a siege of your neighborhood. What choice should you make? You then use your most pristine emotions to bring in, this morning from the mouth of a classmate to learn that the one who sneaked into your home last night is a serial killer of 2 suspects, and what is your mood? You say that I helped him to sell stolen goods, which I did do in terms of action, but in terms of intent I refused to do so. The young inspector muttered, then why didn't you call the police in the first place? Wen Ting rightfully took out the bottle of Thunder Elemental Potion in his arms. People gave me favors. $500,000. The young inspector blurted out, you're accepting a bribe. What's the difference between being in bed with him? Wen Ting shook his head again and said, you're wrong again. I'm taking emergency shelter. Young inspector? Only to hear Wen Ting explain, upon learning that a person who might be a poor and evil person asks for your help and promises a great deal of favors, the only thing I can choose to do is to help. Because once I refuse, a shadow system powerhouse will most likely hold a grudge against me, thus taking revenge on my family. Don't you see that Jiang Yuan is a living example? So the truth is, I made an emergency avoidance move in order to avoid potential factors that could be life-threatening to me, thus objectively, helping Mr. Shadow purchase the items he needed. The young inspector's brain was a bit turned around. He always felt that the young man in front of him was CPUing him, but he couldn't turn his brain around for a while. Xiao Wansong said in a cold voice at this time, "Young man, are you thinking that you are familiar with the law and have the certainty to drill loopholes? Do you need me to help you with your judicial lessons?" Wen Ting spread his two hands and leaned his whole body on the back lean. "That's not necessary. I know what you want to ask. Don't you want to know where Mr. Shadow is? Honestly speaking, I really don't know, and it's impossible for him to tell me such things, but he asked me to give these things to you guys." Saying that, he took out Jiang Yuan's cell phone and bank card and handed them to Xiao Wansong. Xiao Wansong opened his phone, then saw the message left by Mr. Shadow. Although Renqing Yuan and Ren Jingjing deserve to be beaten, their crime is not to death. It is Yang Lingquan who framed them. As for the 1 million I spent, it is from a formal channel. Wen Ting looked at Xiao Wansong. "Captain Xiao, I'm considered to be providing important information, counting it as a meritorious performance, right?" Xiao Wansong gasped and laughed. "Not prosecuting you is already very good." Xiao Wansong had someone call Zuotao and handed him the phone. "Zuotao, smell the smell on it and see if there is any smell of Mr. Shadow." "Oh, good." Wen Ting looked at the relatively clean-looking inspector, put the cell phone under his nose and sniffed it repeatedly. The more he sniffed, the more he frowned, and quickly gave his conclusion. "Team Xiao, this cell phone and bank card only have Wen Ting's scent, and there is no sign of it belonging to anyone else." Xiao Wansong turned his head and looked sternly at Wen Ting. Wen Ting innocently spread his hands. "Don't look at me, I'm not Mr. Shadow. Since people dared to give you the things, they will naturally do the corresponding treatment." Xiao Wansong snorted coldly and asked a few more side questions about Mr. Shadow's details. After not getting the desired information, he could only helplessly release Wen Ting. Wen Ting, who walked out of the conversation room, saw Yang Lingquan, who was still waiting patiently at the door, and revealed a smile and said, "Boss Yang, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. But to your disappointment, I am also a victim, innocent and cannot be convicted." Yang Lingxuan's eyes flashed a trace of annoyance, then quickly replaced with a smile. When brother, this is not words, I am also afraid that you have an accident. This is to find the inspector well." "Listen to old brother, you mean?" Wen Ting revealed a helpless smile. "Be forced, people hold my lifeblood, how can I not from?" Yang Lingquan was full of anger. This Mr. Shadow was really hateful. Not only has he committed a serious case of human life, but he also threatened when old brother you to force Liang to be a whore. It is really hateful. But it doesn't matter, as long as we wait for the inspectorate to decide that Mr. Shadow is wanted, he won't be able to jump around for a few days. Saying this, he suddenly wrapped his arm around Wen Ting's shoulders and turned his back on the others and asked, "Elder brother Wen, why haven't we seen Mr. Yen today? Even Inspector Xia didn't come, do you know where they went?" Wen Ting apologized and pulled away from the two. "That's unclear, you know, things in their segment don't usually tell newcomers like me." Yang Lingquan felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. As he looked at Wen Ting like this, he obviously knew something, but just wasn't willing to tell him, which made it very difficult for him. Just as the two men were bickering, not far away from the outbreak of extremely strong verbal abuse, just listening to the sound of the movement feels like it is about to come to the point of striking at any time. Listening to the sound and color, it was Ma Chunhua who rushed to the battlefield and had already begun a one-on-two head swing with Renqing Yuan's parents. Just in the process of waiting, He Jian's side of the interrogation also ended. He Jian's entire complexion was stagnant, his face was white by 1 degree, and he was brought out by the inspector in a six-pointed manner. Behind him, Zhang Li and a man in a suit walked out of the conversation room, Zhang Li's face extremely ugly. When He Jian saw Wen Ting, his entire body became agitated and rushed towards Wen Ting to grab his arm and begged for help. "Brother Ting, they're going to arrest me and put me in jail, help me, Brother Ting, you must help me. My mom can't live without me, Brother Ting. Speak clearly, what's going on?" Wen Ting's brain also exploded when he heard the news. The man in the suit received Yang Lingxuan's instructions and explained. He Jian privately released information with a clear will to retaliate, which ultimately led to the tragic deaths of Renqing Yuan and his sister Ren Jingjing, and he has to pay some responsibility for this. When Wen Ting was about to say something, behind him, Yang Lingquan grabbed the lead and said, "He Jian, nah, this is your fault. Even if Renqing Yuan is no longer right, you can't cyber violate people. But it's not like there isn't a chance to save it." Hearing this, He Jian was like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, turning his head to look at Yang Lingquan, praying for that silver lining. Only to hear Yang Lingquan say with compulsion, "As long as you admit to the camera that you were abetted and instructed by Mr. Shadow to publish the relevant content, I can help you find the most powerful lawyer in the entire Northern Plains to help you fight the lawsuit. And you can also obtain the Ren family's forgiveness, can't you? As long as you do as I say, I'll make sure you're fine." Chapter 58, Just Waiting. He Jian's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes, which had lost their luster, gradually became agitated. Seeing that he was about to be moved, when Ting called out his name sternly, "He Jian." He Jian's eyes regained some clarity and looked at Wen Ting. "If you really say that, that's the real crime, and no one can save you at that time." Wen Ting's words were like a drop of water, pointing at He Jian's mind, making him a little bit more rational, but he was still flustered. "Brother Ting, then what should I do?" For Wen Ting's interjection, Yang Lingquan was dissatisfied and said in an undying manner, "He Jian, don't listen to his nonsense. Mr. Shadow is carrying a debt of human life. This is at best just some ploy, in order to avoid criminals to harm more people means just, counting, you. This is also considered to see justice." Jiang Li really couldn't help but stand out and said, "Yang Lingquan, let's bring your dirty mind into the school. He Jian, what is what, if you really did perjury, not to mention the teacher is the first to come forward to report you." He Jian's eyes once again lost their light. The whole person seems to have fallen into a lightless small room. Life lost the hope of moving forward. When Ting gave He Jian a look, "Don't worry, it's not time to despair. Brother Ting. Just wait. Trust me." Yang Lingquan really couldn't help but look at Wen Ting with an implied threat. "Elder brother Wen, we are all victims of Mr. Shadow. What kind of chaos are you adding to it?" Wen Ting turned to look at Yang Lingquan with a firm gaze and said, "Boss Yang, what you do to Mr. Shadow is your business, but to lure my friend into committing a crime with such a despicable tactic, no way." Yang Lingquan took a step forward and stared dead into Wen Ting's eyes. "Elder brother Wen, you don't really think that I'm afraid of you with Yen Sancher and Xiao Menglan backing you up? What, you're starting to threaten people in front of me?" Boss Yang seems to be missing the tea from the inspectorate. Xiao Wansong walked out of the conversation room and said lightly, "Oh, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Yang Lingquan instantly revealed a smile. Xiao Wansong looked towards He Jian, who had been stunned, and waved his hand, signaling the two inspectors to let go as he said with an ugly face, "Things aren't even clear. Who gave you the authority to arrest school students?" The lawyer stepped forward and said, "Ahem, Captain Xiao, He Jian was the main cause of Ren's siblings' deaths. Letting it go like this will not be easy for the family to explain." Xiao Wansong sneered, "Counselor Wang, when did our inspectorate say how the Ren family siblings died? The case has not even been released, and what is Lawyer Wang basing his judgment on?" Lawyer Wang obviously had more to say, but Xiao Wansong was not in the mood to listen and turned his head to the two inspectors and scolded, "Who gave you the authority to arrest people indiscriminately? Did I give the order?" One inspector was slightly aggrieved and retorted in a low voice, "Captain is that lawyer who said to let us cooperate." Xiao Wansong slapped him on the head, "What is he? Can he order you an inspector to do this and that? This is to usurp power. The Northern Plains hasn't gotten to the point where it's surnamed Jiang yet." Wen Ting's eyes lit up slightly. It seemed that this Captain Xiao was not on Yang Lingquan's side. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Lingquan and that lawyer Wang's face pulled a very ugly expression. What does Captain Xiao mean by this? Xiao Wansong twisted his head to look at Yang Lingquan. No meaning of meaning. Close the line. A group of inspectors came and went in a hurry, and as they passed around the corner, Ren's parents cried even more miserably. He Jian was as if all his strength had been drained away, paralyzed on the ground, his forehead constantly seeping with weak sweat, his back long soaked. Wen Ting helped him up and looked at Yang Lingquan's spiteful eyes to see him off. "Brother Ting. Thank you for saving me again." As he was saying, He Jian's eyes pooled with tears as if he were a helpless child grabbing his clothes in an effort to suppress his sobs. "Brother Ting, I almost couldn't hold it together. I thought I could hold the line. I almost harmed Mr. Shadow who helped me. I'm so not a thing." Wen Ting did not say anything, gently patting his back to show comfort. For a time the entire corridor was engulfed by the sound of crying. He Jian was on this side blaming himself with suppressed mournful tears, and Renqing Yuan's parents were on the other side crying bitterly at the lack of justice. Listening to their cries, it was hard not to sympathize. "Yang Lingquan, you must pay the price." If he said that wanting Yang Lingquan's head before was nothing more than a teaser to scare him, then now, Wen Ting really wanted to take off Yang Lingquan's head. After the Ren family made such a mess, the school ordered the complete disbanding of the Wishing Wall, and those students who had made remarks on it were given demerits. Wen Ting's act of bravery also completely fizzled out, and the review that should have been written didn't run away again. Instead, the word count increased to 10,000. Wen Ting shook his head and lamented that it would have been better to agree directly to Mr. Zhang's proposal. Now it is good, directly doubled 10 times. Teacher why don't you come back yet? During the lunch break, Wen Ting deliberately went over the wall and went to the Hunters Guild, transferred all the balance of the use of the black card to his own bank card, and bought back a caddy of the anxious lightning Kangwolf beast meat and a number of concealed weapons made of fine iron back home. Yang Lingquan, this crazy dog, had already realized that his teacher was not in the safe zone, so he might do something dangerous, and improving his strength as soon as possible was the main thing. According to the recipes displayed by his supernatural ability, Wen Ting proceeded to make the dishes. A burst of aroma spread out from the kitchen. What he didn't know was that there was a large chameleon lying on the wall outside the kitchen wall, which happened to be integrated with the wall. It smelled the gusts of aroma, and even spat out human words. What kind of rice did this kid cook? It tastes surprisingly so fragrant. I want to eat a bite. Not long after, the rush electricity pale wolf beast meat that contained extremely strong thunder elements came out of the pot perfectly, and Wen Ting sat alone on the dining table and ate it with a big mouthful. With the beast meat in his belly, a large number of thunder elements followed the body's veins, and under the guidance of Wen Ting's meditation, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they converged into the pale white thundercloud cyclone in the spiritual region. The massive influx of thunder elements, so that the cyclone continues to expand, the speed of rotation continues to intensify, then the original expansion of more than double, and even vaguely have a breakthrough to the third level of the trend. Time passes a little bit, a caddy of the rapid electricity pale wolf beast meat has been completely down, the thunder system in the head of the cyclone has long arrived at the limit, but limited by the cultivation of the early stage of the training tendon. Wen Ting froze and did not break through. Wen Ting looked at the excess thunder element that dispersed on its own, some heartache. Elemental potion does not have the role of awakening supernormal capabilities, simply as the compression of supernormal elements. However, with Wen Ting's supernormal ability, it was perfectly combined with the rapid lightning pale wolf beast meat, accurately locking the thunder element into the beast meat, avoiding the ineffective consumption when swallowing the potion. This was also the reason why Wen Ting had instantly raised his chi spin directly to the point of level 2 perfection. After finishing his meal, Wen Ting cleaned up the dishes and left for class in a hurry. When Wen Ting closed the door and left, the chameleon outside the window twisted its fat body, sticking to the glass, and then the whole body became transparent, little by little integrating with the glass, and finally invaded into Wen Ting's home. After landing, the body expanded a little bit into a short and fat young boy. He smelled the residual smell in the kitchen, his mouth watered, and after seeing the already cleaned kitchenware, a sense of disappointment hit him. There's not even a single leftover. To be so finicky. The fat boy spat out in dissatisfaction. The next second a majestic voice sounded in his headset, "Hurry up and find Mr. Shadow's bottle of Shadow System Elemental Potion. Be careful not to leave any traces, or you'll be waiting to take the fall. Team Xiao, why are you here?" The fat boy's face was bitter. Chapter 59 Alley Battle. Sneaking into Wen Ting's home, little Fatty rummaged around inside and out. Not long after he lay under Wen Ting's bed and saw half a jar of half-used powdered objects. Fatty curiously viewed for a while, recalling the aroma of Wen Ting's previous cooking. His eyes suddenly lit up. It couldn't be a homemade flavoring agent. Immediately opened the trembling and poured it on his palm and smelled it. His nose was slightly tingling, but it carried the fresh scent of flowers. It smells pretty good. Fragrant things, naturally, will not be too bad, so he boldly tried to stick out his tongue and lick the powder in his palm, smashing his mouth. Little fat steeply wide-eyed, house of drunken swollen membrane law? Headset came Xiao Wansong anxious inquiry, Su Long. What's wrong? What happened? Need support? Damn Su want. Su Long checked the surrounding back and forth, rushed to the kitchen and unscrewed the faucet to rinse his tongue for a while. Phew, it's comfortable. What the hell is this? The numbing power is too big. Xiao Wansong let out a sigh of relief. Details. Su Long returned to Wen Ting's bedroom and took out the bottle with the powder and said, "Captain, I found a bottle of powder under Wen Ting's bed. Just a little bit let me mouth numb terrible, now the whole body is still numb it. The strength is also too strong." Hearing this, Zhua Tao suddenly interjected excitedly, "Mr. Shadow. There was a similar powder at the scene of Wu Yongliang's case. Good color dragon, you remember to bring back some samples. This is a major discovery." Xiao Wansong said with approval, "It seems that this kid's relationship with Mr. Shadow is even closer than I thought." Continue searching, don't let any place go. Su Long looked towards the door of another closed room and said hesitantly, Captain, the ING room is not searchable either? Zhua Tao came quietly, Team Xiao, the horny dragon scolded you. Gu. Xiao Wansong's voice of forced anger sounded in the headset, check. Su Long scratched his head, Captain, this is what you let me go on. If the dog Tao say I am obscene again, you remember to help me. Xiao Wansong echoed and sighed helplessly, what kind of divine subordinates are these? Su Long rubbed his chubby little hands together, pushed open Lin Yulan's bedroom and carefully walked in, carefully surveying the surroundings. Just after searching for no more than a moment, Su Long noticed the basic meditation method placed beside the bed and said doubtfully. Why is there a meditative idea here? Captain, is that kid a ING psychic? Hey, good colorful dragon, you're cursing Team Xiao again, you're done. Zhua Tao saw fit to try to pull down his image in Xiao Wansong's mind. Su Long cracked, dog Tao, you brat is restless. That's me. All shut up. Xiao Wansong suppressed his anger to stop the two from strangling each other, then said suspiciously. The back tone says that his mother is an ordinary person. Zhua Tao, you go to investigate Lin Yulan again, there may be clues missed here. Captain, there may be no need to investigate, here are the notes written by his mom. Horny dragon, you're cursing the captain again. Off. Su Long cursed dog Tao, then quickly flipped through the notebook that had just been written not long ago, taking out his cell phone and taking pictures page by page. Captain, it's confirmed that Lin Yulan is a plant-based awakened person, looking at what she recorded should be working in a hospital. Plant system awakened person? Xiao Wansong repeated the information in surprise, a person suddenly awakened in middle age? Looking at the time, it was a month ago, and now it seems to be only at the first level. Very well, after Su Long checks Wen Ting and his family, he also goes to Yi Jian's house to find out if there are any Shadow System elemental potions. With Mr. Shadow's caution, it's unlikely that he would risk direct contact with Wen Tin, the stuff is likely still around Wen Tin. Zhua Tao, you take someone to the hospital and inquire about Lin Yulan. Xiao Wansong did not forget the main task of this visit and gave the order in an organized manner. Yes. Returning to the school, Wen Ting quickly threw himself into training. Perhaps because of the school's ban on the wishing wall, the entire class was immersed in a depressing atmosphere. Many people had little enthusiasm for training, and with Yen Sancher out of the picture, they were even more unrestrained. Even Wen Ting himself was affected by the morning's events, and his training effect dropped dramatically. The only good news in the afternoon may be that Yi Jian was blessed by the ups and downs of his emotions, which allowed this kid to successfully enter the ranks of the second-grade alien. At night, Wen Ting walked home with a heavy heart. Not long after turning into the alley leading to the neighborhood, a burly man with a face full of flesh walked out in front of him, and behind him were two twins who were playing with butterfly knives. Even behind him, the way was blocked by a tall, thin man. Wen Ting narrowed his eyes at the fat man and said, Yan Lingquan sent you guys? The fat man moved his wrist and slowly wrapped the chain around his right fist, not answering Wen Ting's question to himself. Someone asked us to come here to ask you to cooperate. The employer just wants to know the whereabouts of Mr. Shadow and the whereabouts of Yen Sancher and Xia Menglan. Be smart, it's good for all of us. Wen Ting used his supernatural ability to check the information of the four people. To Wen Ting's surprise, all four people were bone-forging stage martial artists, and none of them were ESPs. Wen Ting laughed and said to the few people who were gradually approaching, Did your employer tell you about my current situation? Both hands were placed loosely on the sides of his thighs, the whole person was loosely and completely unafraid of the threat of the four people. The fat man at the head of the group saw a high school student so demeanor, no fear at all, making him instinctively feel wrong, subconsciously inquired, What situation are you? Wen Ting rightfully said, Of course it is the situation of being the focus of the inspector. Otherwise, why did Jiang Lingquan find you group of irrelevant people to come over to send death? The fat man's heart trembled and his feet gave a start. What made his heart tremble even more was Wen Ting's loud cry for help without warning, Help! Killing people to kill people. That voice carried urgency, as if he was really being held at the neck with a knife and was about to die. Brush. Not far away from the sound of the grass being scraped, more so, Fatty was alarmed, Is there really an inspector staring? Then their own people are not the wind of the crime, in the toilet lantern looking for death. At the time of the four hearts trembling, Wen Tin steeply hands against the waist violently ruffled, two airborne sound straight to the fat man's face. Inspector has no around Wen Ting do not know, but he knows that this group of people to do this kind of thing is the most afraid of the inspector. Playing with concealed weapons, to be unexpected. The fat man was surprised and angry, because the environment is too dark, can only rely on instinctive reaction to dodge. But in the case of intentional, how could he avoid it? Cheeks for a pain, a cold steel needle straight into his fat cheeks did not enter it, throat is also a slight cold, was cut open a mouth. The fat man's heart trembled violently, this kid even shot is to run to life. Just such a moment of work, the front resounded ear-piercing electricity, the pale white lightning all of a sudden lit up the dim alley. Chapter 60 Naked Threats. Wen Ting's words really made Su Long and Zhua Tao, who were hiding in the shadows, feel alarmed for a while. This kid even knows we're in. Just this time, it also startled Su Long, pulling the grass next to him, drawing the attention of Fatty's group of people to look this way. Captain, we've been discovered, should we make a move? Not waiting for Xiao Wansong to reply, on the other side, Wen Ting had already used his supernatural ability to with the tall man behind him. Su Long asked, it's all a fight, sure you don't want to make a move? Xiao Wansong saw that Su Long was a bit pressed and hurriedly said, hold your ground, take a look first, Mr. Shadow is likely to catch a current if he is around. Yes. After dropping the concealed weapon, Wen Ting twisted his head into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight at the tall man. In his hand he pulled out the spring knife he had prepared long ago and slammed into the other party in the Iron Mountain leaning position, hiding the presence of the spring knife. The tall and thin man did not expect that Wen Ting would suddenly attack, not to mention that he was still an alien, and in his haste, he collided with Wen Ting. There was a muffled sound. The two touched each other, the tall and thin man only felt that half of his body was crispy, hard to bear. Wen Ting is equally bad, hit on the other side of the body feels like hitting a building, hard, the body turned over hard. Good in the hands of the spring knife successfully stabbed into the body of the other party, the fact that proved the bone forging stage of the martial artist is not invulnerable to knives and spears. At this instant, the three people behind him reacted, without the fat man's order, they rushed to Wen Ting. Wen Ting knew that he couldn't fight hard, both hands slid over his waist again, this action scared the fat man to instinctively protect his head, along with the two people behind him also protecting their five senses. Wen Ting didn't throw any hidden weapons this time, he just scared them, and turned around to use electric flash again to rush towards the tall man. That man was worthy of being a bone-forging stage martial artist, quickly recovering from his paralysis, his slender fingers brought out a rusty iron rod from behind him, obviously a weapon that had been prepared long ago. No wonder he was blocking the rear alone, it was indeed difficult to deploy a long-handled weapon in the alley. The tall man holding the iron rod stabbed straight at Wen Ting, who transformed into lightning. Lightning can only charge forward, cannot do left and right dodge, straight through the past can only put himself through the heart. Therefore, Wen Ting had to withdraw from the lightning, manifested his form, raised his hand and threw the concealed weapon he had just taken out from his waist to the other party's eyes. The tall man seemed to have prepared for this, the iron stick slightly shook, accurately blocked off the incoming concealed weapon, and the whole person took the initiative to rush towards Wen Ting. One step forward is a head stick. Powerful split stick, Wen Ting did not dare to resist, but also did not retreat, can only sidestep to dodge, would like to use the electric flash again with a spring knife in the hands of the end of the other party. However, the other party simply do not give Wen Ting the opportunity to use his powers, the downward chopping iron stick touched the ground immediately smashed out of the dent, the man immediately cross-stick smashed to Wen Ting. The alley was narrow, Wen Ting couldn't avoid it, and he didn't think of avoiding it either, he opened his thunder armor with precautionary measures. Pale white electric current formed a flickering light armor attached to the body, a thunder snake jumped around. Bang! The iron rod smashed heavily into the small of Wen Ting's abdomen, causing him to switch off for a moment, almost failing to maintain the thunder battle armor on his body. Wen Ting didn't feel good, that tall man also didn't feel good, the electric current spread along the iron rod to his whole body, and his body steeply froze. At this time, the fat man behind him has also killed, regardless of their own electric shock wrapped around the wrist of the chain ruthlessly thrown out. Behind the attack Wen Ting with the help of the fear of pupil vision to see clearly, but how could Wen Ting let go of the heavenly opportunity to raise his shoulders and tilt his head to protect his head to resist the incoming chain, the spring knife attached to the pale white lightning in his hand, sticking to the iron bar cut hard to the other side of the finger. The tall and skinny man who experienced the electric shock wanted to let go of his mouth to avoid, however, he could not control his body at all, and watched the spring knife cut into his fingers. Thanks to the bone-forging stage martial artist, otherwise the entire palm of his hand would have to be lost just by this. The paralyzing feeling of the electric current made his pain sensation dull, not waiting for him to relieve, the whole person was Wen Ting a top elbow knocked away, took away the iron rod in his hand, the whole person turned into a pale white electric current quickly pulled away from the distance. Lao San. The fat man's entire body was paralyzed by the electric current to move out of shape, the two twins behind him took out their daggers and rushed in front of the fat man and the tall man, vigilantly looking at the intersection of Wen Ting. Wen Ting spit blood with one hand on the iron bar, a hand holding a spring knife, staring at the four people. That dead fat man's hand was also dark enough. The chain thrown down, hit his back hot pain, the bone seems to have reached the level of cracked bones, left shoulder out of control simply cannot lift up. A bone forging stage martial artist was really skinny. It was also that the lightning system was disliked to the second level of perfection, otherwise it was hard to say if he could effectively control the other party. The tall thin man's paralysis passed, and a wave of pain in his fingers and belly came up, making him unable to stop himself from shouting. Wen Ting straightened up on his iron rod and raised it to point at the four of them. Tell that employer of yours, I'll remember this revenge, since he was able to force out a Mr. Shadow, be prepared for another Mr. Lei to appear. The fat man's face trembled with anger, for bone forging stage martial artists surrounded a high school student, a photo was even beaten and severely disabled one person, this to say out where to put his face. Damn, today I will not peel off your skin. ZZZ. Wen Ting is not an iron head child, since the body is seriously injured that also play a chicken hair. There is electric flash on the body of a group of legs to run by a group of martial arts to take what to chase? If you have the guts, come and chase after him. The fat man saw the fading figure of Wen Ting on the street and shouted, the employer has given him an address, go. Wen Ting heard this face suddenly gloomy like water, regardless of the back of the injury violently turned around, the body of the electric light, dead fat man, you ing looking for death. Let me die? You also deserve. The fat man saw the effect reached, immediately rampant laughter, if you dare to go, I immediately broke into your house, I heard that your mother is still a beautiful young woman, huh? ZZZ. Electricity flashed. Wen Ting's entire body transformed into a pale white lightning bolt, rushing towards Fatty at full speed, his right hand clamping down on the iron stick club head rushing straight at Fatty's throat. Early prepared fat man laughed hideously, predicted the trajectory of Wen Ting's attack early side dodge, and ruthlessly with the iron chain in the wrist split to the side. Pa! Thud! The chain split empty, the iron rod straight like a javelin thrown at one of the twins behind the fat man. The man reacted in time to lift his elbow to harden the iron bar that hit his head, and the elbow bar collided with a dull ringing sound. Fatty saw that his chop was empty and subconsciously raised his hand, interlocking his legs to protect his vital parts. As expected, a harsh cracking sound rang out. Wen Ting had used a concealed weapon again. Ah! A miserable scream rang out from the fat man's left rear. Blood oozed from the crotch of the tall and thin man who had just stood up, and half of a steel needle made of fine iron had already disappeared into it. Fatty felt a pain in his crotch just by looking at it. Wen Ting once again pulled away, slowly pulling out yet another steel needle with his right hand, killing intent filling his eyes. Trying to provoke me, you succeeded. The tall and thin man's screams became more and more miserable, obviously if he didn't get medical attention in time, the lower half of his body would be considered completely finished. Xiao Wansong knew that even if Mr. Shadow was nearby, he wouldn't come out, so he had no choice but to bring people to kill out from the side. Inspector. All freeze. Zhuo go call a doctor. Fatty was instantly confused when he saw the people who killed out. The inspector was actually on the side. And the aura emanating from the other party was clearly a chi practicing realm expert, knowing that escape was hopeless, surrendering extremely quickly. It was obviously not the first time. When Ting looked at Xiao Wansong who had rushed out, the expression on his face was not good as he sneered, Captain Xiao is really a qualified spectator. The fact that they appeared here was something that Wen Ting had anticipated, or else by directly utilizing the underworld lightning or the shadow system lightning system alternately, how could he have been so severely injured? Being so directly yin and yang, a color of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Wansong's face, but he didn't avoid stating, duty calls. He looked at the tall man whose lower body was penetrated and twisted his head to say to Wen Ting, the hand is really dark, it has the style of Mr. Shadow. Wen Ting did not give the other party a good look, this is all thanks to Captain Xiao, if you guys had come earlier, how would he have become a eunuch? After saying that, Wen Ting pushed Xiao Wansong away and walked towards his home alone. Being said so by Wen Ting, those other inspectors' faces did not look good either, but they could not refute it. Xiao Wansong didn't mind and said with a smile, Wen Ting, the doctor will be here in a while, aren't you going to treat the injuries on your body? No need. I'll save it for Mr. Yen and Director Xia. Zhuo took small steps to Xiao Wansong's side and reminded, Team Xiao, this kid threatened you. Xiao Wansong slapped him on the head, I'm not deaf yet. Chapter 61, Lack of Great Virtue. Seeing that Wen Ting really wanted to leave, Xiao Wansong had no choice but to speak out to retain him. Wen Ting, I know you have opinions about me, but please stay, let's have a good talk, Mr. Shadow was really important to us. Seeing that Wen Ting ignored and still did not stop, Xiao Wansong said helplessly. Wen Ting, we can buy the relevant information from your hands and underwrite all the medical expenses. You don't want your mom to worry either. Wen Ting took a deep breath and tried to calm down the hostility in his heart. Constantly admonishing himself that Xiao Wansong was not all the way with Yang Lingquan, a force to be fought for, not to be offended too much, and to take what he could get. But for an inspector who came out to stop a criminal only after he was seriously injured, Wen Ting really couldn't mention any good feelings. Turning to look at Xiao Wansong, do you want news of Mr. Shadow, or news of solving the Ren family siblings' murder? Xiao Wansong, as an experienced inspector, naturally understood the meaning behind Wen Ting's words. But those young inspectors didn't understand. Su Long scratched his head doubtfully and said, isn't this the same thing? Wouldn't it all be solved by finding Mr. Shadow? Zhua Tao knocked Su Long's head. Idiot, this kid is clearly telling you that Mr. Shadow is not the murderer. You're the smart one, right? I've been with Team Xia for a while now, and I haven't seen you directly solve this case. Su Long retorted with dissatisfaction. Zhua Tao obediently denounced, Team Xiao, the horny dragon said that you're not as good as Team Xia, and crickets you in the face. The corner of Xiao Wansong's mouth twitched as he pretended not to hear the two men's conversation and said to Wen Ting, it is precisely because the case has reached a dead end that I need to turn to Mr. Shadow for help, otherwise, I have every right to place a wanted notice on him. According to you, you have a breakthrough in the case? Wen Ting nodded, sort of. I don't know enough to convict the perpetrator, otherwise I wouldn't have remained silent. Just saying, it can give you a direction, a thought. Tell me? Wen Ting quietly looked at Xiao Wansong, where is your sincerity? Xiao Wansong, I don't even know if your information has any value, so I can only advance some medical expenses as a deposit. Wen Ting rolled his eyes, you still want a whore for nothing? How can this be called whoring for nothing? Xiao Wansong was a human savant, so naturally, he could not let go easily. Wen Ting naturally did not intend to pit money and cultivation resources from him. Just about to open his mouth, the cell phone in his clothes rang. Wen Ting took it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Wen Ting looked at Xiao Wansong, then connected and opened the speakerphone. Hello? Is this Boss One? Boss Yon? It's a coincidence that your call came at this time. Listening to the sound of when old brother is fine, I are really great. I heard the people under my hand said that someone went to find your trouble. You are fine as long as you are fine. There is no other meaning to make this call. I am afraid that you will misunderstand. Yang Lingxuan's voice sounded extraordinarily sincere, as if he really cared about Wen Ting's safety. Wen Ting looked at Xiao Wansong's face and saw that he had a smile on his face. If anything, Wen Ting said into the phone. Who told you that I'm fine? The bones are all cracked. Boss Yang, you are indeed right. This group of people said your name when they surrounded me. Anon, right. It doesn't matter if I misunderstand it or not. The key to this is that Captain Xiao also heard this. Whether or not people misunderstand it, I don't know. Captain Xiao couldn't help but laugh silently when he heard this. The other side of the phone was silent for a moment. Then Yang Lingquan let out a fake wail. Egu, really wrong da. Yang, someone has always suffered from malicious slander since his debut. Old brother, when you know me, you must help me put in a good word for me. Wen Ting laughed, just now also said that he cares about me. I said that the bones let people cracked. You do not even ask. If it's okay, I'll hang up and on. Hearing Wen Ting's words, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Just listening to the words, there was always a feeling of being set up by his girlfriend. Several young inspectors had slightly unnatural expressions. Opposite, Yang Lingquan was also not expecting Wen Ting to reply to him like this, so he hurriedly stated. It's old brother who didn't take good care of him. How about this? I'll raise the limit of the black card by another $500,000, just as an admission of fault. What do you think? Then thank you very much. Wen Ting replied with a smile. Yang Lingquan continued, elder brother one, you just help old brother to say a few good words. Our mom does not happen to be interned in the city hospital, old brother just happens to have the contacts, can help her to turn. You are threatening me? Wen Ting's heart sank. Yang Lingquan, this madman cannot be reasoned. Really, if you are forced to rush, it is not allowed to do anything out of the ordinary things to mom. How can this be called a threat? If you don't like this kind of help, I'll mention it. It's getting late, so I won't bother much. Yang Lingquan hung up the phone, and Wen Ting's face was as gloomy as iron. Xiao Wansong said at the right time, my people can provide the necessary protection for you, mother and son. Wen Ting sighed, there seemed to be no better option than this. So he said, actually, the best way to solve this case is to wait. Xiao Wansong frowned, what do you mean? Wen Ting did not beat around the bush with Xiao Wansong and said directly, "The night of the incident, I think you should be clear about Yang Lingquan surrounding my neighborhood." Xiao Wansong nodded. Wen Ting continued, "I asked Mr. Yin to come over to help because I was afraid, and it just so happened that Xia Meng Lan Xia team also gave me a call wanting me to contact Mr. Yin to help. After the two of them met at the entrance of my district to deal with the matter of Yang Lingquan, I heard Team Xia say that Director Xia was in danger when he went out, so he came over to ask Mr. Yin to help, and this news came from Mr. Shadow. Unluckily, the matter of Ren's sibling's death broke out today. What do you guess the truth of the matter is?" After listening to what Wen Ting had said, Xiao Wansong's scalp immediately went numb. He never expected things to be so complicated. Wen Ting continued, "The death of Ren's siblings is obviously planted. The key to the matter lies on Director Xiao's side. As long as they come back alive, naturally the water will come out and the truth will be revealed." Xiao Wansong took a deep breath. "Sensational, so that's how it is. But why didn't Mr. Shadow say that when he gave me the phone in the morning?" "Good question, because in the morning, Lao Zi was too nervous, not thinking that you are Yang Lingquan's people to do confrontation with you." "Of course the words cannot be said so," Wen Tin said, "maybe because of distrust. After all, you know whether or not there is no difference. Xia Director cannot come back as usual as a case of injustice." Xiao Wansong. Just as the two men were talking, the entrance to the alley came from the hospital's emergency vehicle siren, and soon the emergency vehicle drove in to come in, wearing a white coat and a green disinfectant suit of medical personnel quickly on the tall thin man for first aid treatment. Just at this time, a familiar voice came, "Son." Wen Ting followed the voice and looked over. "Mom?" Lin Yulan, dressed in green disinfectant clothing, quickly ran to see Wen Ting's messy clothes immediately tightened his heart. "Son, you're okay. Did you hurt anywhere?" "Xiao Wansong, Wen Ting did get hurt. It's just as well to go to the hospital together to check the wound." After learning that her son was injured, Lin Yulan instantly panicked, forgetting to give her master a hand, and only after being persuaded by Wen Ting that the other party was already delirious, did she react and return to her duty. Time is urgent. Xiao Wansong knows what happened, but also knows that it is useless to rush. Simply follow Wen Ting on the ambulance, fulfill the promise, provide close protection. On the ambulance, after maintaining the tall and thin man's injuries, the young female physician at the head of the ambulance also began to examine Wen Ting's injuries. Lin Yulan worriedly looked towards Wen Ting, her hands maintaining a tender green glow again, using healing to stabilize the wounds. She couldn't help but say when she saw this seriously injured patient, "I don't know who hit him so hard, he's really lacking in virtue." "Son, are your injuries from that person as well?" Wen Ting. Xiao Wansong. That is, the tall thin man fainted from the pain, otherwise he would definitely jump up and tell Lin Yulan, "That person who lacks great virtue is your son." Chapter 62, The Meat and Potatoes. On the emergency vehicle. Wen Ting's clothes were undone, revealing his lean upper body, and when a slender whip mark extending from his shoulder to his back was displayed, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That whip mark was red and purple, and black blood had already seeped out from the serious places, while the shoulder blade was even more obviously slightly collapsed there. Obviously the bones had been broken. With such a serious injury, this teenager was still able to talk to people like an ordinary person. What kind of endurance was this? If this injury was placed on any of them, they would have to cry out in pain, and couldn't help but start admiring this high school student in their hearts. Mom saw Wen Ting behind the injury, but also cannot control the mood, choked up, "Son. Who hit you? Ah, how to hurt so heavy? Ah." The attending, who was suspected to be the old mother, saw that the alien energy in Lin Yulan's hands had begun to become unstable, and hurriedly scolded, "Aunt Lin. I'm here. Keep up the healing. Aha, Xiao Ke, my son is counting on you." Xiao Wansong was also surprised to see this injury of Wen Ting and said in recognition, "Young man, this willpower of yours is much stronger than most of the people in my team. After graduation there is no interest in joining the inspectorate. Ah." These words had revitalized the worried Lin Yulan. Inspectorate? Ah, that's an iron rice bowl. Being valued by the leader of such a unit and praised in front of so many people, Lin Yulan's mouth unconsciously hooked up a smile. But when she saw the bruises on Wen Ting's back, her heart ached again. Wen Ting felt the tingling healing of the plant-based supernatural energy on his back and couldn't help but dislike it back. "Being a spectator in the first row just like you? Xiao Wansong. You kid really holds a grudge." As expected, Xiao Wansong senses a slightly hostile look from Lin Yulan. Thus, Xiao Wansong reveals a smile and says, "What you said, what I value is naturally your excellent stature of beating 4 people in one and also beating 1 person into a eunuch." Wen Ting. With Xiao Wansong's thoughtful introduction, those nurses who had just appreciated Wen Ting suddenly froze. Their eyes unconsciously looked at the tall man under Lin Yulan, who was seriously injured. Good guy, so that animal is you. Lin Yulan's mouth slightly opened, her complaining eyes once again changed. Would her son be arrested for beating someone up like this? That police officer, my son, this counts as self-defense. It cannot arrest him. It. You can. When Ting know that the mother misunderstood, want to turn around to explain, unexpectedly by that Dr. Dead hold wound pain he grimaced. Xiaoku, do not move. The bone is not well connected for a while, still have to be broken and reattached. One Ting. So scary. Xiao Wansong coughed lightly. Theoretically, it's still in the category of self-defense. When Ting coldly said, theoretically, if you guys weren't watching from the sidelines, he wouldn't have turned into a eunuch. The two choked each other, attracting the gaze of a crowd of medical staff, each with bright eyes sitting and waiting to eat melon. Xiao Wansong cursed when Ting's lack of understanding of the human condition and had to explain himself. Ms. Lin, it's like this. Your son was surrounded and beaten by 4 bone forging stage martial artists. Theoretically, he is in the category of self-defense even if he killed them. 4 bone forging stage martial artists? Are you kidding? This kid is only at the blood refining stage. One of you crossed the level to fight 4, and even seriously injured one of them. You're a bone forging stage 2, kid? Those young medics began to chatter and discuss when they heard this news. As medics, they were all too aware of how big the gap between stages was. There were quite a few one-on-one who could defeat their opponents over the level. But a pair of 4 oversteps can be said to be few and far between. One by one, they looked at Wen Ting with different eyes. Only Lin Yulan was relieved to hear that her son wasn't responsible, and turned to look at the patient under her command, and her anger was so great that she couldn't wait to poke that steel needle in and stir it up for a while, and completely waste him. Then look at Xiao Wansong's eyes, even more dissatisfied. These days of hospital internships have also given her the opportunity to complete the basic knowledge about cultivators. Knowing that my son is so disadvantaged, you guys are still in the mood to watch the drama from the sidelines? What a bunch of stupid badasses the inspectorate is. It was only Lin Yulan who was mild and introverted, but if it was Ma Chunhua, she might have pointed at Xiao Wansong's nose and cursed at this time. Xiaoka noticed Lin Yulan's emotions and got up and said to Lin Yulan, "And Lin, when Ting's injuries have basically stopped, next you come and stabilize the injuries with healing." Lin Yulan panicked, "Teacher Xiaoku, I am just a novice, my son is hurt so badly, it's better for you to be reliable." The eyes of the crowd silently looked at the tall man lying on the ground. Xiaoka pulled over Lin Yulan and said, "Well, Aunt Lin, your basic skill mastery is already very good." When Ting turned around and looked at the tall female physician with a high ponytail and a tall figure and said, "Thank you, Dr. Xiaoku." Unexpectedly, that female physician was stunned, and Lin Yulan also slapped her head and said, "Brat, Xiaoku is also something you, a junior, can call? It's also my fault for not introducing you." The female doctor laughed generously. "My name is Qin Kan. Also, in terms of age, I can be a lot older than you. Oh, call me sister." When Ting was slightly embarrassed, "Ang, that's right. I'm sorry, Sister Qin Jia." Qin Kan also bent down to check the tall and thin man's injuries, noticing that the man's abdomen and palms have deep visible wounds, and there are still some scorched black around the wounds, so she asked, "Are you a thunder-type exalt or an exotic martial arts dual cultivator? Good eyesight." "Oh." Wen Ting graciously admitted. No wonder, facing 4 bone forging stage martial artists and still managed to retreat in one piece. After learning that Wen Ting was also a psychic, those medical sisters accompanying the team couldn't sit still and went up to inquire. "Little brother, what kind of girl do you like? Do you mind if she is older than you?" "Wen Ting?" "Aunt Lin, I happen to have a junior high school sister. I see your son's youthful talent, why not let them get in touch? We can teach her martial arts." "You've gone too far." "Ahem, Aunt Lin, my dad owns a company in Ice City and has been single for many years." "Wen Ting? This little brother, you are overdoing it." And on. One by one, the medical staff like wolves and tigers completely put Wen Ting in a daze, and also instantly made Lin Yulan's mother with her son's honor jump to become the meat and potatoes of the crowd. I don't blame them for this. In this unstable era, people value strength and potential. The emergence of the safe zone was less than 20 years ago, and the memory of being abused by demonic beasts is engraved in people's genes. Seeing the rising newcomers, those who have the intention to climb up are the majority. Because there is nothing that is more secure than real strength. Qin could also see the scene getting out of control, and immediately scolded with a cold face. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Little flower. The patient is not out of danger yet, what are you doing? Chang Hua." After the initial wound is cleaned up, you're out of the picture. Do you still want to be a part of the team? You're all treating human life like a child's play. I told you on the first day of school, saving lives is a doctor's first priority, the patient's status and ethics are secondary. If I see you neglecting your duties like this again, you'll all be sent back to the university and receive a 0 in your internship grade. Shin's anger also caused everyone present to fall into silence. Wen-ting also didn't dare to speak in this atmosphere. Even Xiao Wansong, a middle-aged inspector chief, was exceptionally well behaved. The dull atmosphere didn't last long, the emergency vehicle quickly stopped, and Shin could also direct the crowd to carry the tall and thin man off the emergency vehicle into the emergency room, seeing Wen-ting reminded. Your injuries are basically under control, but it's better to go to the surgery department for further examination. Chapter 63, Another Life Ode. Wen-ting's examination proceeded quickly. Xiao Wansong looked at the expert number, the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Brat, it's obvious that it's almost ready. What do you mean by hanging up the expert number? Dr. Qin has said that he'll let your mom even finish the follow-up treatment. What's the point of hanging up a specialist's number? Do you know how expensive this is? I don't even want to hang up for my own injury. Wen-ting was satisfied as he moved his left shoulder and realized that it was already comparable to normal. The expert number is effective, I still have to train tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is the weekend. It's dangerous to go to the field, so of course I need a good one. Humph, that injury of yours is your mom treating you, it can also be cured before the weekend. Xiao Wansong muttered slyly, then remembered this morning's discovery, pulled Wen-ting aside and said, Kid, there's something I want to ask you, did you make that bottle of powder under your bed or did Mr. Shadow give it to you? Wen-ting's face changed, you searched my room without authorization? Wen-ting cursed himself for being too careless and leaving the quick-numbing eating powder under his bed without dealing with it. Mainly because things happened too suddenly, it was difficult for Wen-ting to take into account the full picture, and he didn't expect that the inspectors would dare to trespass into his house to rummage around without evidence. Xiao Wansong lightly coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and defended, this is also the situation, the pressure from above is too great. Mr. Shadows, what's wrong? Wen-ting said without any good humor. Xiao Wansong scratched his head and said, it's like this, we found that this thing as an anesthetic is really good, if we can equip the whole patrol team can increase the survival rate of the brethren quite a lot. I was wondering if I could discuss with you and Mr. Shadow to get some goods or buy the formula directly. Wen-ting glanced at him, didn't you guys get a little bit of it, it's not hard to have someone analyze the ingredients inside. Xiao Wansong glanced at Wen-ting, it's not that simple, even if there is a finished product, if there is no emergency, it will take a year or so to test it out. This kind of thing is naturally the more you can analyze it, the better. This kind of thing is naturally the sooner we get our hands on it, the better. You kid must have contact with Mr. Shadow, help us discuss with him, the price is negotiable. Wen-ting shrugged his shoulders, the cell phone and bank card have been taken away by you guys, how can I still contact him? Then I'll give it back to you? People can take it? Xiao Wansong fell into silence. It could be seen that Xiao Wansong really wanted the formula of quick-numbing food scatter. Wen-ting, on the other hand, was calculating in his mind how to talk about this business. The formula of quick-numbing food sanctifier should definitely not be sold so cheaply, and it would be best to set up a company. This thing could quickly relieve muscle fatigue and could greatly improve the training time of blood-refining stage martial artists, killing all similar functional products on the market. As long as it could be marketed, it would definitely sell out. However, the difficulty was also in starting a company. Wen-ting himself was definitely unfamiliar with it, and Mr. Shadow was also unlikely to come into the public eye. Simply selling the formula alone was too much of a loss. The reason for selling the tranquilizing soup formula cheaply is because people's lives are at stake, and there is no such demand for the quick-numbing food scatter, so Wen-ting naturally thought of earning a little bit more if he could. The two just sat in the hospital corridor seats with their own thoughts, quietly waiting for Lin Yulan to get off work. On the way to waiting in silence, a gust of wind picked up steeply and violently blew open the door, the glass crumbled into crumbs and fell to the ground, shocking Xiao Wansong to stand up steeply. Wen-ting eyes stared at the boss, which do not want a life dare to come to the hospital to find things, the old man married to the broom star, too long life is it. However, the next second sounded a female voice, come to the people. Come here. Why does this voice sound familiar? Wen-ting frowned slightly. Big devil. Xiao Xia. The two of them, Wen-ting and Xiao Wansong, exchanged glances, each seeing shock and uneasiness in the other's eyes. Also disregarding the rules of the emergency room, they ran in big strides and rushed down the emergency passage. Arriving on the first floor, the two saw that Qin could also lead a group of doctors whose eyebrows had been twisted into a twisted shape, and their hands and feet were extremely sharp as they lifted the emergency stretcher and took over a pair of bloody figures from the girl who looked like a bloody person. Wen Ting's head was suddenly confused when he saw this scene. Hands unconsciously lifted up to grab his hair, his mind was blank, his breathing continuously became rapid, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him. Wen Ting hadn't heard it wrong, the person who came was indeed Xia Menglan. The original dashing long wavy hair was in disarray, the white long windbreaker was torn at the edges, the whole body was drenched in blood, and the handsome face of the heroic spirit was full of fatigue and worry at this moment. After seeing Wen Ting and Xiao Wansong, there was more than a touch of surprise and amazement. But what made Wen Ting crumble were his teacher Yan Sanshi and Inspectorate Director Xiao Huimin. Two people are injured quite seriously, blood almost drenched clothes, Yan Sanshi right hand almost into the mud, white bone fragments mixed in, chest is cut open along mouth, Wen Ting can even see inside the blackened viscera. Xiao Huimin is even more miserable, chest almost all festering pus, throat directly torn off a large piece of flesh, the wound around the meat dried up black, left ear is not even half. In the end, what happened, so that two level 7 martial artists, Yan Sanshi is 3 system level 7 alien ability of the strong man injured into this way. Xiao Wansong was the first to react and grab Xia Menglan, still not coming back from the shock. Xiao Xia, what happened to you guys? How did he get injured like this, Bureau Xia? What exactly happened, tell me. Qin can also walk over and push the two away, saying to Xiao Wansong, shut up. What she needs most right now is to observe her injuries. She had just finished first aid on the tall and thin man and heard the commotion here before she had a chance to rest, rushing up to dissuade her. Xiao Wansong's emotions that had been suppressed for the whole day were directly ignited, and he was about to explode, but after hearing about observing the injuries, he forced himself to calm down and kept nodding his head. Yes, observe the injuries. He looked up at Xia Menglan, looking up and down, little Xia, you're not injured, right? Xia Menglan also relaxed, forcing out a smile, it's fine. Only this smile looked extraordinarily miserable. She looked towards Wen Ting, her lips trembling lightly, her eyes filled with tears, slowly walking towards Wen Ting. Thank you, this time if it wasn't for you and Mr. Yan, my father would have. Probably because she handed over her father and Mr. Yan to the hospital, she completely relaxed, her tense spirit and body abruptly loosened, and the whole person suddenly went limp. Wen Ting reacted extremely quickly and hugged Xia Menglan in time, so that she did not land hard against her face. Xia Menglan rested her chin on Wen Ting's shoulder, recovering some of her spirit. Tell Mr. Shadow that our Xia family owes another life. After bracing herself to finish her sentence, Xia Menglan completely fainted. Qin can also and Xiao Wansong rushed over and helped Xia Menglan back up. Qin can also hurriedly check Xia Menglan's injuries. Soon she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's just a coma caused by too much pressure and sudden relaxation, she'll be fine after a nap. You guys carry the person to my office, there are no more wards for her here. Wen Ting didn't dare to hesitate, smoothly catching the bend of her legs, picking her up in a princess carry, and quickly stepping under Qin Jia's guidance, he arrived at her office. It was only then that Wen Ting stabilized his mind and secretly opened his supernormal ability to check up on Qin Jia's injuries. But it doesn't matter, Wen Ting's heart sank. Chapter 64, Serious Illness. This night, Wen Ting did not go home. He and Xiao Wansong stood at the door of the operating room, each with a heavy expression. Xiao Wansong looked at Wen Ting and sighed, you're a student who hasn't even graduated, why do you have to stay here? You don't have to go to school and train tomorrow, so hurry back. Wen Ting shook his head, Mr. Yan is the one I invited out, he doesn't have a wife and child, I as a disciple have to keep watch. The two took the liberty and did not inform Xia Huimin's wife. If she knew that her daughter and husband had an accident at the same time in the middle of the night, she might not know what happened. Yan Sanshi has taken in a good disciple. Xiao Wansong nodded and realized that Wen Ting's face was full of worry and said in relief. Don't worry, this time it's Dean Xiao himself, he's a level 6 plant and light 2 system psychic, the two of them will be fine. We'll be fine. Wen Ting recalled the message at the top of Xia Menglan's head and couldn't help but sigh. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 5, 20 years old, meat contains high-level spiritual pollution, not suitable for consumption. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of vitality, provides a large amount of qi in blood, provides a large amount of spiritual energy, and has a high probability of awakening Win's psychic abilities. Recipe, wake-up soup must be used to dispel spiritual pollution before consumption. Recipe, before eating, you must use the awakening soup to disperse the mental pollution. How to make the awakening soup: 1 ice condensation flour, 1 octagonal meditation nectar, 1 grade 5 ghost fox brain. The ghost fox brain needs to be refrigerated for 3 hours to be processed. The great demon had been struck by a spirit-based infection, and as is customary with this disease, there was an incubation period of 1 or 2 days. What made it difficult for Wen-tin was the making of the awakening soup. None of the ingredients inside the recipe were cheap. The key is that this thing can't be detected in the hospital, so these costs can only be paid by Wen-tin himself. The big devil is not bad, just look at her, so fragrant. Wen-tin cannot bear. The most important thing is that their own benefits have not yet been honored it. The most important thing is that he has not yet honored the benefits of it. If the big devil they have an accident, he is a pure volunteer. There was no escaping the hemorrhaging of his wallet this time. Wen-tin sighed once again. It really should be true that these days, the one who owes money is the master. This debtor himself is also too humble. Wen-tin sigh made Xiao Wansong unable to stop himself from spitting. Sighing at a young age is more than me. Wen-tin twisted his head to look at Xiao Wansong. "Heh, what does your audience inspector know about the pain of a debtor?" This surgery was extremely long, and by the time it was over, the sky had already dawned. Wen-tin heard the doctor shouting, woke up in a daze, found the body draped in Mom's jacket. The right shoulder of the mom, gently leaning, has fallen asleep. Wen-tin, afraid to get up and wake up the mother, slowly move away from the shoulders of the mother's position, so that its side sleep more comfortable, the doctor's side of the Xiao Wansong in the next. Walked forward to view the two seemingly wrapped into dumplings like two people, running the foreign energy to check up on their condition. And Xia Menglan the same. 2 people have suffered a serious high-level spiritual pollution, concentration than Xia Menglan, only higher not lower. Yan Sancher was even more serious, and this spirit-type contamination broke the balance between the blood-devouring curse and the alien energy in his body, leading to an even worse situation. The only good news that could be considered amongst the bad news was that the spirit-based pollution and that curse were not dealing with each other either, and the 3 forces formed a new balance within Yan Sanchi's body. Only this balance was not optimistic. The conclusion given by Dean Xiao on the other side was almost identical to what Wen-tin's psychic ability saw. What was strange to Wen-tin was that Dean Xiao did not find any latent spiritual pollution, but only mentioned that the curse in Yan Sanchi's body had become even more difficult to suppress, and gave Wen-tin a notice of critical illness. Regarding the curse in Yan Sanchi's body, Dean Xiao seems to know something, and did not recommend Yan Sancher to go to a more advanced hospital, but to stay in the hospital for observation. Seems to determine that the more advanced hospitals cannot help. Think also, if there is really a way to solve the curse, Yan Sancher is not to come to the North Plains, the small place to wait for death silently. What made Wen-tin even more concerned was that this spirit-based contamination seemed to be visible only to himself. Previously, Xia Menglan had also identified the infection because she had discovered the contaminated beast meat, and had not directly discovered the spirit-based contamination. The road of trying to reduce one's costs through the hospital was basically a waste. There was no way for Wen-tin to get the ingredients to solve Yan Sanchi's curse, but he could find a way to solve the spiritual contamination in his body. He could only pray that the awakening soup would bring the balance in Mr. Yan's body back to what it was before after removing the spiritual pollution. By redisrupting the balance, Wen-tin didn't know if there would be a better outcome, but if he didn't try, it was estimated that Yan Sancher wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After listening to Dean Zhao's instructions, Xiao Wansong was drained of all his strength and could only murmur to comfort himself, fortunately, life is still alive. According to Dean Zhao's judgment, even if the two woke up, they would not have any fighting ability in a short period of time. Wen-tin reminded, "Captain Xiao, now is not the time to be negative, remember what I told you?" Xiao Wansong was an old inspector and reacted quickly. "I'll immediately mobilize reliable people to come and stand guard, and will never let anything go wrong with the two of them." Not quite stupid. Wen-tin said after a belly laugh, "I'll take my mom back first, remember to tell me when Team Xiao wakes up, I'll be back in the afternoon." Xiao Wansong revealed a pleased smile. "Quickly go back to rest, you were also just injured yesterday, your mom's matter, I will apply with the hospital to let her accompany Team Xia and Mr. Yan, so that she can also be taken care of, don't go home if you're not going home recently." "Thanks a lot." Wen-tin gave a polite cry, but still took his old mom back home. After all, there was no way to rest properly in the hospital. He thought that Yang Lingquan was busy focusing on Xia Huaimin, so he couldn't take care of himself for a while. "When I returned home, it was just dawn. Time is still early, the Hunter Guild has not yet opened." Wen-tin sent Mom into the bedroom, cannot rest, began to check the surrounding environment. After repeatedly confirming that no one was following him, he transformed into a ball of shadow and sneaked into the 4th floor of Mrs. Lu's home to take the shadow elemental potion hidden in the flower. Wen Ting skillfully took out a piece of grade 3 Dark Moon Demon Wolf Beast meat and paired it with the Shadow Elemental Potion to make breakfast. According to last time's experience, a piece of level 3 Dark Moon Demon Wolf Beast meat was enough to fill up the Shadow Department progress. The Thunder Department was overflowing quite a bit at that time. It was a pity that the Thunder Department demonic beasts were relatively rare in the northern plains, and the highest one could only buy a level 4 Rapid Lightning Pale Wolf. Soon as the sun shone brightly, Wen Ting also cooked the Dark Moon Demon Wolf Beast meat. A blackened piece of beast meat that looked like it had been poured with petroleum came out of the pot, emitting a tranquil aroma that looked like flowers. Wen Ting swallowed the beast meat in a big mouth and chewed it, as if what he was chewing in his mouth was not the beast meat, but young Ling Xuan's brain. Inside his body, as the beast meat was digested, a stream of shadow alien energy rushed into the spiritual area of his mind like a flood breaking through a dike. Wen Ting, who had previous experience, frantically operated his meditative thoughts, little by little guiding the foreign energy so that the shadow system cyclone could be better absorbed. Not long after, Wen Ting exhaled a heavy mouthful of turbid breath. The shadow system alien energy had arrived at the second level of perfection, and this time, there were still quite a few shadow system alien energy that had escaped because they were unable to absorb it. But this was unavoidable. Wen Ting glanced at the time, and after sending a message to An Mushir to ask for her help and taking time off, he went out alone and headed to the Hunters Guild, intending to go on a spending spree. Big Devil, Director Xia, you guys have to double it back to me afterward, or else I'll lose a lot of money. Chapter 65 Awakening Soup. Wen Ting, who had returned home from the Hunter Guild, had a slightly dull gaze. Hunter Guild, you're a real dog. For such a small amount of stuff. You asked me for $2.3 million. The deposit was cleared all of a sudden. Wen Ting's heart twisted as he looked at the only 3-digit deposit left in his card balance. This is still from the wild stalls, picked a not-so-good quality Ghostface Fox brain kernel after cutting down the price. If he had purchased all of them from the regular Hunters Guild, Wen Ting's money would not have been enough. He had bought it, so he can only hope that after saving the person, he would get a return that matched his payment. Wen Ting consoled himself with this, and began to busy himself with the production of the Awakening Soup. Recipe: Awakening Spirit Soup. Quality: Grade 5. Required ingredients: 1 ice-congealed flour, 1 octagonal meditation nectar, 1 grade 5 ghost-faced fox brain kernel, several black pepper, sesame oil, onion, ginger, and garlic. Consumption effect: provide a large amount of blood, holding the spirit, recovering mental damage, dispelling the disturbance of the spirit, enhancement of spiritual power. Long-term consumption can enhance the 5 senses, and enhance the resistance to spiritual attacks. Production steps: water wash Ghostface Fox brain kernel after rapid refrigeration for 3 hours, anise netheart nectar evenly coated ice condensation flower petals, raised ice condensation flower stamen. Wen Ting looked at the inside of the ice condensation flower, the dense flexible yellow hairs-like things, the corners of the mouth ruthlessly adraw. This is the damn stamen? Alien energy also proposed to give Wen Ting tips: must be removed clean stamen, or wake up soup, effect will be greatly reduced. No way, Wen Ting had to take out the tweezers a little bit pulled out. Time a little passed, finished removing the stamens. Wen Ting finally came to the process of firing and boiling. Just when Wen Ting carefully controlled the fire, Xiao Wansong called. Wen Ting, Xiao Manglan woke up, but the situation is very bad, she now seems very manic. Occasionally when she's awake, she says she must find Mr. Shadow. Saying that only Mr. Shadow can save them. Wen Ting, I know you must still be in contact with him, count on Uncle Xiao to beg you, please ask Mr. Shadow to come over and save them. Wen Ting's heart sank as he listened to Xiao Wansong's pleading voice. This time, the spiritual contamination came faster than expected. I'll try. After placating Xiao Wansong again, Wen Ting once again threw himself into the making of the Awakening Soup. Not long after, a rich meaty aroma slowly drifted out and filled the entire room. Wen Ting lifted the lid of the pot, scooped a spoonful of the broth and gently blew a small sip. Greasy ghost-faced fox brain fat, in the ice condensation grass and anise pure heart nectar nourishment perfectly melted in the water. Obviously just open the pot of hot soup, drink it in a burst of boiling after ushering in a hint of coolness, so that people cannot stop. In order to cut the price, Wen Ting ingredients to buy are wholesale, enough to make 10 copies of his Wake Up Soup. It is not that Wen Ting does not know how to buy individually, it is really those vendors in order to earn a little more or bundled sales. Otherwise, Wen Ting wouldn't have to spend so much money. The good thing is that the God Wake Up Soup can permanently increase the resistance effect of the spiritual type of supernormal ability. Wen Ting also pinched his nose to bear down. Anyway, there was also Xiao Menglan to back it up. In order not to expose the existence of the Awakening Soup, Wen Ting purposely did not give his mother to drink. in case he encountered a small probability event and found that the elixir given by Mr. Shadow was the same flavor as the broth he drank for breakfast. Then the fun will be big. Fortunately, the mom did not have any doubt about this. After eating breakfast, immediately went to work without stopping. Waiting for mom to leave, he first drank a wake-up soup to try the effect. A whole bowl of wake-up soup down, the warmth from the small abdomen steamed out, spreading to the limbs. The mind also at this moment became extraordinarily clear. Stay up all night brought about by the fatigue of a clean sweep, the spirit has been greatly strengthened. Can be more quickly settled into the meditation. Even the elemental supernormal capabilities obtained during meditation is also a lot more than usual. Not in vain I spent a lot of money to buy you. Wen Ting did not rush to the hospital, but instead, after dragging it out for a while, he put the awakening soup in a plastic bottle and made a special detour outside before heading to the city hospital. When he came to the small second floor, Xiao Wansong rushed over in a hurry, grabbing Wen Ting's hand and asking anxiously, "Wen Ting, what did Mr. Shadow say? Did he promise to come over?" At first, when he heard Xia Menglan say that Mr. Shadow could save her, Xiao Wansong did not believe it. It wasn't until Xia Menglan privately revealed to him that the previous arrest of the city hospital cafeteria was a result of Mr. Shadow providing the information and formula that he believed it. However, he was still terrified in his heart, unsure if that mysterious Mr. Shadow would agree to come over and help. When Ting raised the 3 bottles of mineral water in his hand, Mr. Shadow asked me to bring them over after hearing the news. Xiao Wansong was both surprised and taken aback, receiving the awakening soup and asking suspiciously, "Mr. Shadow made the antidote so quickly?" "It's probably because I expected this kind of problem. Quickly take me to see Team Xia." "Oh good, follow me." Although Xiao Wansong had disbelief in his heart, after seeing Ding Zhao's cluelessness, he could only hold on to the attitude of giving it a try as he led Wen Tin forward. The two of them went all the way along the corridor to the innermost ward, where a corner of the corridor was temporarily cleared out, and when Wen Ting looked over, Xia Menglan's whole body was tied up and chained to the bed. Her eyes were glowing red, her mouth biting the towel and letting out a beastly low roar, and the airflow around her slowly surged, as if she was ready to attack the approaching people at any time. There were also only 2 inspectors, Zuotao and Su Lon, looking at Xia Menglan with hard faces. The once spirited Xia team turned into this appearance. As a former subordinate, Zuotao's heart is extraordinarily difficult, noticed Xiao Wansong over, immediately wiped the corners of his eyes. "Team Xiao, Wen Tin, you guys are here. What did Mr. Shadow's side say?" Xiao Wansong received the wake-up soup. Wen Ting brought Mr. Shadow's antidote. "Great, is Team Xia saved?" Su Long was the first to say excitedly. Zuotao, on the other hand, was relatively much calmer. "Is it reliable?" "I don't mean anything else, it's just that Dean Xiao doesn't even have a solution." Wen Ting didn't explain too much. "If you're not sure you guys can test the poison, taste a mouthful or 2 yourselves, don't drink too much, or else the potency might not be enough." Xiao Wansong did not hesitate, took the cap of the bottle, took a small sip, smacked his lips, his eyes gradually cleared up. The aroma spread in the bottle scattered overflow, so that Su Long and Zuotao looked at the plastic bottle as even more eye-catching. "Xiao team. Effect how, is it good?" Zuotao hit Su Long without good humor. Eat, just know to eat." Strongly holding back his saliva, should Team Xiao ask Dean Xiao to taste it? "We can't tell the difference either." Xiao Wansong, who took a sip, naturally knew clearly whether there was any problem, but thinking of Xia Menglan's sensitive identity, he finally agreed. If something really happened to him, a small patrol captain really cannot afford this responsibility. Wen Ting looked at their fear of responsibility, slightly helpless, but especially understanding. For an antidote of dubious origin, to be able to test the poison with one's own body has already given the greatest respect. So Wen Ting quietly watched as Dean Xiao, who was nearly ancient, jogged all the way over, checking out the bottle of awakening soup with curiosity, studying it with curiosity. Worthy of being an old man who had been immersed in the industry for many years, Dean Xiao quickly gave a definite conclusion: it was possible to give it a try. Not long after, Xia Menglan drank the awakening soup, spirit gradually regained its smoothness, no longer manic, and gradually found her sanity. "It's working!" Zuotao was extraordinarily excited and rushed to Xia Menglan's side at the first time. "Team Xia, are you feeling better? Do you still remember me? I'm Zuotao." Xiao Wansong exhaled a long breath, his hanging heart finally falling to the ground. Dean Xiao used his supernatural ability to check Xia Menglan's body, and his mood was even more excited. "It's okay. Surprisingly really well." Turning around to find Wen Ting, a pleasing smile that was extremely unfamiliar to Wen Ting hung on his face. "Little friend, old man ask you for something." Wen Ting preemptively opened his mouth, no appointment. Chapter 66 Dark-Winged Song Wolf King. After Xia Menglan and Xiao Wansong combined their efforts to persuade him, this persuaded Dean Xia to go away, and Wen Ting asked him to take the remaining 2 bottles to detoxify Yan and Xia. The newly recovered Xia Menglan's body was still weak, her small face was white, and her lips had lost their color and were dry and cracked and peeling. During the period of spiritual pollution, the non-stop stimulation of her spirit continued to overdraw their physical energy, resulting in qi, blood, and supernormal capabilities double loss. This situation, in addition to slowly recuperate no other way. Seeing that the scene had cleared up a lot, Wen Ting took the initiative to ask, "Team Xiao, did anyone come over to pick a fight last night?" Xiao Wansong, Zhuo Tao, and Su Long's faces became much uglier. "Since you guys left, there were quite a few more people from unknown origins in the hospital, and many of them were experts in the qi practicing realm, all of them rushing towards Bureau Xia. Didn't arrest two to ask?" Xiao Wansong shook his head. "We just suspected it by experience. They didn't act out of character, so it's not good for us to arrest them at will." Wen Ting sneered, "You didn't think about the good or bad of things when you broke into the house." Xiao Wansong. After habitually disliking Xiao Wansong, Wen Ting worriedly looked at Xia Menglan. "Sister, what did you guys encounter outside? How come Mr. Yan and your dad were both hurt so badly?" Xia Menglan pursed her lips as a trace of fear flashed across her face, her dry hands rubbing her face fiercely to refresh herself a little before saying, "When Teacher Yan and I rushed over overnight, my dad and them had already encountered a 7th-level Dark-Winged Song Wolf King, and the squad led by my dad in addition to Pops. All died in battle. If it wasn't for Mr. Yan's timely intervention, my dad would probably also." Speaking here, Xia Menglan choked, her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Wansong stared in amazement. 7th-level Wolf King? How did this? It appear outside the safe zone? Xia Menglan shook her head. "I don't know, maybe it was attracted by the Fae? Or maybe, by common sense, a Wolf King of this level should not be able to see the Fae. Or maybe it was attracted by someone on purpose." In his heart, Wen Ting filled in Xia Menglan's unfinished words for her. Judging from the recent series of things, these things were interlocked to try to mess up the North Plains City safety zone. She continued. "That Wolf King is strong and has a very strong spiritual power on him. I can't even get close. Originally, after Mr. Yan saved Pops, there was a chance for him to retreat in one piece. But he said that he couldn't let this hidden danger outside the safety zone, so the results you guys have seen. The level 7 Darkwing Kangwolf King had an intelligence no less than that of a human. If he were to let it return, with the other party's vengeful mentality, hell knows what would happen." The more Wen Ting listened, the more alarmed he became. He had envisioned that the Yang family father and son would use their financial resources to gather high-level hunters and killers to ambush Xia Huaimin, but he had never imagined that there would be a level 7 Wolf King. A rank 7 Wolf King, that was an existence that could easily wipe out a Northern Plains city. When the safe zone was established, the surrounding area was specially cleared by the army, and it was impossible for demonic beasts above level 5 to exist, let alone a Wolf King that possessed the same intelligence as a human. They also knew what coming close to the safe zone would bring. Unless there was great hatred, it was simply impossible for them to actively attack the safe zone. People were also afraid of death. Xia Menglan said with red eyes, turning to Xiao Wansong, "Team Xiao, report the situation here in the North Plains as soon as possible. That Wolf King has suffered a heavy blow, is a good opportunity to eliminate it. It's also a good opportunity to take advantage of this to rectify the Northern Plains." Xia Menglan's killing intent was hard to hide between her words. She naturally knew exactly who was behind this. Xiao Wansong nodded. "Understood. I'll contact Vice Bureau Zhao. No, in addition to Deputy Bureau Zhao, also contact Mayor Chen, and at the same time make a report to the next-door mayors of Shangyuan and Luanhai City together, and ask them to contact the military to tighten the security zone in advance." Surprise flashed across Xiao Wansong's face before he nodded heavily. Wen Ting was secretly staggered. Big devil, this was trusting no one. Come to think of it, this trip outside the safe zone was more complicated than he had imagined. "You guys go out first, I'll explain something to Wen Ting," Xia Menglan said to Zhuo Tao and the others as she braced herself. Obviously this action made Zhuo Tao obviously dissatisfied, but for the strong Xia Menglan he had no way to resist, so he could only walk out of the ward with Xiao Wansong and Su Long. "Sister?" Xia Menglan's eyes became much more stern, and with a pick of her pretty finger, she picked out the cell phone in Wen Ting's coat pocket. Understanding what she meant, Wen Ting unlocked the phone and handed it to Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan quickly tapped a line on the phone with both hands before handing it over to Wen Ting. "I've heard about Mr. Shadow, you help me get in touch with him, I have something important to tell him." Wenting replied in the same manner, Mr. Shadow asked me to tell you that this time, the 3 bottles of antidote cost a total of 3 million. Xia Menglan revealed a smile, that's a low price to quote. You strive to have me get in touch with Mr. Shadow by tomorrow. Wenting nodded, keep this cell phone and keep an eye on the news. Xia Menglan nodded. In the evening, Wenting retrieved the jacket representing Mr. Shadow from Yin Sanchi's side of the house. On the way, he grabbed his cell phone from a drunken gangster and sent a message to his own cell phone. Wenting, I heard that you're looking for me, you don't want to renege on your debt, do you? Xia Menglan replied quickly. Demon, where can it be? I won't say thank you, there is a pine tree to the east of the inner wall of the safety zone, there is something promised to you there. Wenton's heart thumped, he seemed to realize something and asked somewhat incredulously, Faye? Big devil, you go not know? Wenting did not dare to delay, immediately turned into a dark shadow hidden in the shadows, flying far away. When Wenting arrived, the sun had already set. An open, undeveloped wasteland where a standing lush pine tree seems particularly conspicuous. Wenting boldly went to the lone pine and used his supernatural energy to look around. It wasn't long before he noticed an extraordinarily special pop-up window popping up underneath his feet. Ingredient classification, dark-winged coyote. Quality, grade 5, 25 years old. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of chi and blood, inevitably awakens the shadow system ability, inevitably obtains the shadow system Fey, greater probability of awakening the illusory shape ability, greater probability of obtaining a random dark-winged pale wolf racial talent. Recipe. Wenting swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, his heart pounding. This was the most top-notch ingredient he had seen since Yin Sanchi's piece of Tang monk's meat. Unable to care about his own image, his hands quickly plowed through the ground, only to see something wrapped inside with a blood-stained inspectorate combat jacket. Opening it up, it was, as expected, a large wolf's head. The fur was mainly navy blue, with thick white-brown hair at the neck, making it particularly domineering. Seeing this wolf's head, Wenting knew why those two were hurt so badly. If you slaughtered a human child, the dark-winged Kangwolf King would have to fight with you for his life. Wenting, almost died and you still care to take this? Demon, I can't intervene in the battle, I can only take the good trophies, but these are what you deserve, the gift of saving your life is another matter, how do you trade in terms of cash? At the moment I am not rich at hand, at most I can only come up with $2 million, the rest can only be said after I get well. With the Fae, and with this special gift of the dark-winged coyote, it had actually far exceeded the expectations in Wenting's mind. However, since the person insisted on repaying the favor, Wenting would not be polite. Wenting, transfer the money to Wenting, I will take it when I have the chance. Have to find me apart from this, is it that you want to take action against the Young family? Big Devil, clever. Chapter 67 Illusory Formation Department. According to Wenting's personal feelings, he naturally wanted to get rid of Yang Lingxuan's family as soon as possible. However, reason told him that it was definitely not a wise choice to kill young Lingquan at this juncture. A rabbit knows how to bite when it's anxious. Not to mention a martial artist who would most likely break through to the god condensation realm. Other than that, it would still be easy to kill those two lying on the bed. Wenting bluntly stated his concerns. Big Devil, you and I both know that there must be someone behind this manipulation, one must take the initiative, these risks are necessary. Wenting, good, but it must be acted upon after the arrival of the army. Demon, first things first, I won't have any leftovers to pay you this time. Wenting, then mark it down and help me out once for free. Big Devil, anything that doesn't touch my bottom line is fine. After negotiating, Wenting flew back home with the dark-winged pale wolf's head. There was no time to pick the right auxiliary materials for this wolf head, so Wenting simply took out all the remaining edges and put them together, making do with what he had. The treatment of the wolf's head is more troublesome. Wenting borrowed a blowtorch from old man Zhang, and used the fire to scorch all the hair of the entire wolf's head, and scraped it down a little bit with a knife, and so on, 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 and so on. What makes it harder for Wenting is that the pot at home is really too small, so he can only violently physically shrink the wolf head and cook it in batches, which is barely good. Wenting is considered to see, their own this supernormal ability, the more complex the ingredients, the more simple for the treatment of the ingredients themselves. On the contrary, ingredients, if the ingredients do not match, for the treatment of the ingredients, the more need to be fine. He wasn't even that delicate when he brushed his own teeth. It took a whole night just to process this wolf's head, and the sun was out when it was all processed. After Wenting put the wolf head, which had been chopped into multiple pieces, into a pot and cooked it over high heat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on a chair, unknowingly falling asleep. He was really too tired. From the time he was attacked by those 4 ungrateful killers, he hadn't slept peacefully once in 2 whole days. Making the awakening soup and dealing with the wolf's head one after another, even a tendon practicing stage martial artist couldn't handle it. I don't know how long it took, but when Ting woke up under the influence of the rapidly rotating shadow system cyclones in his body. Fortunately, he woke up in time, otherwise he could have started a fire, and if such a good ingredient was ruined, there would be no place to cry. I couldn't wait to take out the wolf's head, which had been chopped into many pieces of broken bones, and ate it with a big mouthful. The skin and flesh on the outside of the skull was soft and not sticky to the teeth, and the whole piece was brought down with just a light handskim. Probably because at level 5, the level of life had been greatly improved, the meat did not have any fishy odor. For ordinary people, this wolf head itself was a top-notch ingredient, and just grilling it over a fire was a delicious dish. Both hands clasped the position of the eye socket and continued to exert force. Kaboom! The entire skull was lifted, and the entire brain of the dark-winged coyote was exposed under Wen Ting's eyes. It was the brain kernel that had been dipped in ink, containing an extremely dense shadow system energy. This energy also tugged on the shadow system cyclone in Wen Ting's mind, and as a shadow system adept, he simply could not resist its attraction. Wen Ting directly scooped it out with his hands and took a big bite. The aroma of fat filled the taste buds, and instead of making one feel mushy, one gained a strangely strong sense of satisfaction and happiness. After swallowing the entire brain into his stomach, Wen Ting's body shook violently. Black as ink smoke emerged from Wen Ting's mouth, followed by his nostrils, his ears, and even his eyes were invaded by the deadly black energy, and his entire eyeballs became black. The overbearing and incomparable power scurried around in the body, destroying everywhere, and the capillaries under Wen Ting's skin turned black as far as the naked eye could see. Wen Ting was in terrible pain. At this moment it was as if all of his cells were being gnawed on by ants, and every nerve cell felt like it was being pulled and squeezed non-stop, kneaded into a ball and then pulled out to be ravaged as if it was a skipping rope. That kind of pain cannot use language, words to accurately describe. If one were to speak of feelings, Wen Ting would rather give up on obtaining the Fae at this moment. However, he didn't have the power to choose, much less stop, and couldn't even hiss to vent his pain. It was as if he had been exiled in a silent wilderness where no one was around, suffering alone with no one to talk to. Just like this, after an unknown amount of time, Wen Ting's consciousness gradually returned, taking back control of his body. Bang! His feet went limp, and his entire body fell to the ground, wailing silently. Slowly standing up, he looked at his body, which was stained with a large amount of blood scabs formed by blood mixed with shadow system elements, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. The sticky surface of his body was unbearable, and Wen Ting went to the bathroom and rinsed his body with ice water, feeling the changes in his body. The dark shadow system cyclone within the spiritual region did not continue to expand, but instead turned from the original pitch black color to a dark purple color. And looking at it, it seemed to be much more viscous. Wen Ting tried to use Shadow Stab. The energy that could only be attached to the palm of the hand covered the entire arm and formed a sword-like armor on the hand, and the power increased by a lot as far as the eye could see. The range of the black mist was wider, and most importantly, within the range covered by the black mist, Wen Ting could quickly weave, and could even easily fly in the air, making his movements even more bizarre and unpredictable. Moreover, in the Shadow Escape, Streaming Shadow Needle, and Shadow Splitting Technique each had their duration or amount extended. It could be said to be an epic upgrade. Wen Ting even felt that if he encountered that light-type alien again, he would be able to continue to maintain his Shadow Escape under the other party's flare without being affected by it. Suddenly, he found something extraordinary in the spiritual realm of his mind. It was a blood-colored seal of a wolf's head symbol. With a slight movement of his mind, Wen Ting stimulated that blood-colored mark in his mind, and suddenly his own skin itched, and even his head began to become narrow and elongated and deformed towards the front. In an instant, Wen Ting turned into a navy blue furred creature with a fluffy, soft white mane around its neck, and a pair of blue pupils that emitted a dangerous aura. His hands were still human in appearance, only with sharp black claws, and his thigh muscles had swollen. He had awakened his phantom system ability. Just like Su Long turning into a chameleon and Zhua Tao turning into a husky, Wen Ting was now able to turn into a werewolf, or a dark-winged kangwolf with a noble bloodline. In this state, Wen Ting's speed, strength, sense of smell, eyesight and hearing were greatly enhanced. Originally, Wen Ting was a martial artist, and the strength of Wen Ting in his werewolf state was even greater. If he were to fight those bone-forging stage guys again, Wen Ting was confident that he could crush them in terms of strength and speed. At the same time he had also obtained a dark-winged kangwolf racial skill, blood breaking. As long as they were injured by Wenting's claws and teeth, they would keep bleeding, and unless they had a corresponding potion or used some special method, they could only watch themselves slowly bleed to death. Wenting looked at the newly acquired ability and was quite satisfied. It's not in vain that I spent a lot of money to save you. With the help of this absorption of the Fae, there was also a breakthrough on the martial arts side, allowing Wenting to train his tendons to the middle stage. Although the improvement was not large, it was important to realize that Wenting had entered the tendon practicing stage in less than half a month. For the next person, this was already a rocket-like rate of improvement. Inside the famous Yang restaurant. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yang Lingquan was directly slapped to the ground. He didn't dare to stay on the ground for much longer and hurriedly stood up, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at the man wearing a robe in front of him. Asshole! If it wasn't for Lu Tao telling me, how much longer do you brats want to hide this from me? The man's voice was thick and full of energy, and his entire aura was like a mountain that reached the clouds, making people look at him in fear. Yang Lingquan swallowed his saliva and tightly pinched the corner of his coat to explain. Dad, I have no choice but to do this. If we don't make a move, then Xia Huaimin is going to make a move against us. You don't know her daughter. Is this your reason for colluding with outsiders to attack and kill Xia Huaimin and Yin Sanshur? Do you have any idea how much of a threat your actions have become to the entire Northern Plains city? It would have been just as well if the people were dead, and they were allowed to come back alive. Is this how you handle affairs in my absence? Yang Lingquan sweated like a pig. Dad, I'll send someone to completely eliminate the aftermath. Guaranteed. Confused. Yang Ming was even more furious when he heard this answer. If you can't get them killed outside of the safe zone, and if they come back, they'll be killed, so you're afraid that the inspector will be stupid and not suspect you and me, father and son, aren't you? Dad, originally the three of them are going to die. Who knows that Mr. Shadow how to get out of the special medicine, less than a day's time to save them all alive. Yang Lingquan also aggrieved. Obviously a great form, somehow was flipped, not a single chance for him. Well. Go to find the red berries to delete the memories to me cleanly. Then go to the imperial capital and study there. Yang Lingquan clenched his fists and said rather unwillingly, yes. Go and call Lu Tao over, there has to be an explanation for this matter. Chapter 68, The Midges Flying All Over the Sky. After wiping his body, Wenting just couldn't resist the drowsiness and returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Wenting was awakened by the sound of honking sirens one after another. When one awakens an illusory form system, especially an illusory form system that focuses on the five senses like the dark-winged kangwolf, one is particularly sensitive to the sounds of the outside world. Sleepily, he sat up, easing his brain, which had not yet activated, and listened to the honking siren still reacting. Suddenly, Wenting's face changed abruptly. Turning his head to look out the window, obviously at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sunlight is just right, the sky looks extraordinarily gray. Wenting fixed his eyes on the sky covered with midges. Ingredient classification, midges. Quality, low grade. Eating effect, barely enough to satisfy hunger. Recipe, gather a large number of midges, wash with water and mash them into puree. Midges are common midges in the northern plains in the fall, and they come out in sheets every time, preferring to stick to humans and animals to absorb the temperature of the body surface to lay eggs. If you encounter individual flying midges that have evolved into demonic beasts, they will even suck human blood in special abilities, posing a certain threat to children and small individual animals. Most of the midges are harmless to humans and animals, but they are densely packed and disgusting to look at, and they always like to drill into people's nostrils and ears. But the worst thing is that these things are prone to carry a lot of germs, and if you are not careful, there will be a large-scale outbreak of influenza virus. Therefore, every time the midges appeared, North Plains City would let the residents wait at home, and summoned individual attributes of the alien to try to eliminate the midges in the city. Afterward, there would also be mass extermination, which was extremely troublesome. Wenting was slightly puzzled. This year's flying midges seemed to have come earlier, and felt his pockets. He was the Hunter Guild's titular Thunder Alien, an extremely favorable alien lineage against flying midges, and was obligated to assist the government in clearing out the flying midges at a time like this. I forgot that my cell phone is at the big devil's place. Wenting scratched his head, changed into his worn-out clothes, and pinned on the black iron badge issued by the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild's voluntary labor wasn't something that could just be shrugged off. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. Because of the special circumstances of the Northern Plains, there were extra points for participating in hunting flying midges, and it just so happened that one's hunter rank was about to be promoted. Walking out of the house, he suddenly remembered that Jian had also said he wanted to practice together before, so he knocked on the opposite door. The door to the room opened quickly, and when Jian saw that it was Wen Ting, he had an extraordinarily bright smile on his face. "Brother Ting, I thought you had forgotten about that. Wait for me for a moment, it'll be ready soon." Wen Ting saw Jian's long-prepared sportswear and second-hand protective gear, and knew that this kid had waited from the morning until now. If there hadn't been this incident with the flying midges, Wen Ting would have planned to give himself a day off. Born to labor. Wen Ting reminded, "Today the Hunter Guild issued a task. It is not out of the safe zone, deal with the flying midges, just so you also register a hunter identity." "Alright." Jian took off all those second-hand protective gears under Wen Ting's suggestion, lightly dressed, and walked down the hallway together. Pushing open the door of the unit, Jian couldn't help but shiver. The dense flying midges under the sunlight turned the whole world into a mosaic. The sheer number of them was simply a disaster for people with intensive phobia. Wen Ting took the lead to walk out of the door of the unit. The group of shadowy flying midges seemed to have found a delicacy and rushed towards Wen Ting. The density of the flying midges around Wen Ting went up a notch. However, in the next second, a series of tiny explosions rang out around Wen Ting, and a small black drizzle fell around him. Because the frequency was too fast, Jian clearly saw the pale electric current wrapped around Wen Ting's body surface, electrocuting those flying midges into small black carbon the moment they got close to Wen Ting. And this current, because the density of the flying midges was too great, spiderwebbed a series of flying midges, almost instantly clearing all the flying midges within 5 meters of the surrounding area. This was also the reason for the dark gray drizzle that fell around Wen Ting. It was all the carbonized corpses of the flying midges. Thunder System Level 2 Skill Thunder Battle Armor Mobile Electric Mosquito Swatter version. With envy on his face, Jian clenched his fists and brought both hands together in front of his chest, and as he advanced, a circle of crimson flames surrounded his body to form a clear circle of fire. Fire type first level skill Bright Flame Shield. Originally an elemental shield type defense skill, it could form a shield with flames and blast it in all directions when attacked. It was an offensive and defensive skill with great utility. The fire system also restrained flying midges, but what made Jian's life difficult was that the open flame shield directly set the approaching flying midges on fire, emitting a bit of black smoke accompanied by the stench of burning. Jian sighed, he couldn't take it anymore. Wen Ting looked at Jian's delicate control of the open flame cover and secretly nodded in his heart. This kid still has a bit of talent in him. The two of them avoided the conflict that erupted between the minefield and the fire circle, purposely keeping their distance as they walked quickly towards the Hunters Guild. Upon arriving at the Hunter Guild, a lot of work had already been assigned, and the Hunter Guild couldn't see any hunters yelling and selling their wares other than the staff. After bringing Jian to complete the hunter certification, the two of them, because of the appropriate alien ability and because they came late, were arranged nearby outside the door of a nearby daycare center. Because this place was near the countryside was more open and sunny, the density of flying midges that gathered here was much higher than other places. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. The two of them were like humanoid electric mosquito swatters and humanoid mosquito coils, guarding the densest open area to ensure that those midges with viruses could not harm the children, and all of them were exterminated here. While the two of them were squatting outside to kill the midges, the children in the cram school were all staring at Wen Ting and Jian through the window with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with longing, and some of the little boys had already begun to mimic the meditative state of the two, sitting down on their knees in imitation. Wen Ting, with his excellent ear power, also heard a milky little girl muttering, "Which brother should I choose as a husband?" Oops, what a childish thing to say, what's there to get hung up on? Wen Ting silently increased the output of the current. Time passed little by little, the two people's foreign energy has also been consumed more than half, but these flying midges are like endless killing, the number of no signs of abatement at all. Just as the bodies of flying midges piled up below the two's feet that didn't reach their ankles, a dirty minivan drove up quickly, and when it reached in front of the two, the horn placed on the car shouted, "You guys are lightning and fire type adepts, right?" After receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Wen Ting, the man hurriedly said, "Hurry up and get in the car with me, urgent mission." After the two got into the car, Wen Ting inquired, "What happened?" The driver was an older man, wearing the uniform of the Hunter Guild. He had a frown on his face. A large number of mutated flying midges have appeared at the slaughterhouse in the northwest corner, and it is said that the situation is somewhat unstoppable. Almost all of the fire and lightning system adepts in the city have been drafted. But you guys don't have to not be afraid, it won't be long before it gets dark. By then the rewards will definitely not run away, the points will definitely be much more than others. No need to be too nervous. Mutant flying midges, slaughterhouse. Wen Ting vaguely felt that this matter seemed to be related to that person hiding behind the curtain, hopefully he was overthinking it. Chapter 69, Reproducing Psychotropic Pollution. The minivan traveled all the way west to the outside of that designated slaughterhouse. From afar, they could see a portion of the already arrived alienists unleashing a wide variety of alien powers, joining forces to kill these flying midges. One could clearly see that these midges were a bit bigger than the others, and had a stronger desire to attack people. As one of the alienists released his skills, he was absorbed by a swarm of midges. Fortunately, the water-type alien beside him was quick to disperse the flying midges, but even so, that person's face was already swollen. Retreat to the house to rest if you're running low on alien energy. Just get off here, I have to pick up someone else. The driver uncle kindly reminded. The two quickly opened the car door and rushed out after each responded. As soon as they stepped out, an overwhelming number of large flying midges flew at their mouths and noses. The two men each used their own means to cope with the flying midges around them. A leader-like man wearing a protective suit immediately commanded, "Newcomer, quickly go take over the positions of warehouses 3 and 4. Good. When the two Wenting men approached, the leader muttered in a low voice, "How come there are 2 new recruits?" Then he added, "If you two can't hold out, say so in advance. If you say it late, we won't be able to save you in time." 2 students? The guild side is unable to find anyone? Kid, these flying midges are different from all the others. It's best to protect yourself from being bitten by an alien. This little thing can hurt. The hunters spoke of their dissatisfaction with the two's age, but also kindly reminded them to give their experience. He Jian responded enthusiastically to their reminders. When Ting looked at the warehouse behind him, the doors and windows had been sealed with plastic and cotton cloth, but these flying midges were still relentlessly attacking. The thick cotton cloth was torn out in a few moments with a large gaping hole, and if no one was there to protect it, it would have been able to tear these coverings to shreds in a matter of minutes. The Bright Slaughterhouse was the largest raw meat processing plant in the northern plains, and if the meat in here suffered from contamination, the loss could not be measured. Fortunately, when Ting had already reached the second level of perfection, the body of the Thunder System supernatural energy is more abundant, coupled with the Thunder System for this kind of flying midge has absolute restraint. Guarding the door is still a handful of pinch. Pale white lightning cracked and snapped down the surrounding flying midges. The killing efficiency was exceptionally amazing, leaving those fire and water system psychics dumbfounded. Worthy of being a lightning system, it's simply an electric mosquito swatter. This efficiency is awesome. Wipe, just now I was laughing at people being novice rookies, now I feel like a clown, haha. Little brother, see you look, or high school students, is there any interest in joining my hunting group? Brother, I take you outside the safe zone to kill demonic beasts off. How about $1,000 for one mission? Good old Zhao, this is starting to dig people? Little brother, don't listen to this pitiful thing. The Thunder System Adept is a treasure, so I'll offer you $3,000 for a 2-day weekend. How about that? For their solicitation, Wen Ting responded extremely dry, directly told them that they have a teacher with practice. A breath of all rejected. Just kidding, I can easily get $100,000 for a trip out on my own. 1,000, 3,000 to send out the beggar? He Jian watched Wen Ting instantly become the meat and potatoes envy. Listening to those hunters opened the price of a higher than a high, but he envied him bad. Those can be worth a month's salary of mom. He Jian weakly asked, "Big brother, that what I can with your group? I've already leveled up." Young man, a level 2 fire alien is not enough to look at. You can't even break the defense of a demonic beast in the wild. Wait until you're level 3, Anon. Most of the people present were fire type, and their cultivation level was generally at level 3 to 4, either the leader or the team's main attacker, so naturally they couldn't look down on He Jian, who was only at level 2. The reason why Wen Ting, who was also rank 2, was so highly regarded was naturally because of the special nature of the lay system. With Wen Ting's experience of going out several times, this group should be thinking of going to blow up a fish pond. Outside of the North Plains safety zone, there were many natural lakes formed by rainwater hoarding, which contained many water demon beasts, and the Thunder System just happened to restrain them. Even though they might not be able to kill them, the stimulation of the electric current could definitely force all the potential demonic beasts out, greatly increasing the sense of security. This was the reason why the group of them were scrambling for Wen Ting. It wasn't long before the driver sent another batch of people here to take shifts with Wen Ting and the others to fight against these flying midge invasions. It wasn't long before the sun set in the west, the temperature dropped significantly and the number of flying midges began to gradually decrease. Not long after a black SUV drove into the slaughterhouse, the driver inside held a loudspeaker and shouted to the crowd. "Brothers have worked hard, I brought you dinner, hold on a little longer, the sun will go down soon, today's mission will be over." Wen Ting and the others were finally relieved. Continuously using their supernatural abilities, the group of people had long been exhausted. After seeing that the driver was an acquaintance, one of the hunter captains naturally began to climb up. "Yo, Brother Lou. Why are you working as a takeaway? Are you disliked by your boss? If you're in trouble, why don't you come to me? The treatment is good." "Good, call me next time if you're going out." The man responded to the other party. Suddenly his eyes were slightly surprised when he saw Wenting, then he quickly turned his head to the side and handed all the rest of the lunchboxes to the other party. "I'm still in a hurry to deliver the other things, so you can distribute these to them for me." "In such a hurry? All right." That hunter laughed and took a large bag of takeout. Wenting took in this scene, his excellent eyesight allowing him to clearly see the change in that driver's demeanor. His heart was slightly strange, he didn't seem to know the other party either. Where did the hostility come from? With curiosity, Wenting asked the hunter who was distributing dinner, "Brother, you know quite a lot of people. Just any driver can chat so well." That hunter had a good personality, always smiling, and hearing the compliments from his juniors, he naturally couldn't help but say a few more words. "That's natural, but I have to correct you, that one isn't a random driver." "Oh?" Wenting delivered just the right amount of cudgels. "He's Boss Xiaoyang's driver. Lu Tao. He's a genuine Qi practicing realm martial artist, he's powerful. But it's strange to say, he was doing a good job at Boss Yang's place, why is he suddenly delivering takeaways? Little Boss Yang? Lu Tao? Yang Lingquan?" Wenting's spirit steeply trembled. Immediately, he ran his supernatural energy to check out the covered rice in his hand. Covered rice. Quality, low grade, contains psychic contamination and should not be consumed. Consumption effect, satiety, high probability of being exposed to mental pollution after consumption. Recipe, it is recommended to eliminate the pollution by soaking in tranquilizing soup. Wenting's heart immediately chilled. Yang Lingquan is ing crazy? How dare he blatantly poison the hunter, what does he ing figure out? Seeing that He Jian had already received his dinner and couldn't wait to return to the house for dinner, Wenting hurriedly stopped him. "Brother Ting? What's wrong?" Wenting thought about it and really couldn't find any suitable reason, so he held back a sentence. "This is the meal that Yang Lingquan sent." He Jian recalled what Yang Lingquan had done 2 days ago, and his mood immediately worsened as he cursed and sent the rice back. The hunter captain said somewhat strangely, "Little old brother, do you dislike the rice? Also too picky, right, out of the safe zone that food can be much worse than this." The rest of the hunters also laughed and scoffed. When Wenting was thinking about how to inform Xia Manglan of his discovery, he inadvertently swept over the cultivated exalts with his psychic ability. Without exception, all of them displayed, contaminated by spirit type. Chapter 70 Red Alert. Lu Tao definitely wouldn't send food to the people here alone. The hell knows how many copies this kid had sent during this period of time. If these things were to be eaten by those who had already been bitten by the flying midges, it would only trigger mental contamination even more rapidly. It wouldn't be long before these hunters with extraordinary abilities and force would kill each other. Fortunately, Wenting brought out the cell phone he had snatched earlier in his hand, silently opening it and simply editing a text message to send the situation to the Great Demon. As for how many tranquilizing soups the patrol was equipped with, Wenting was unclear. Hopefully this strategic resource they had stockpiled after getting the formula. For these people, just protect as many as you can. Wenting threw the takeout box back. "Elder, we're also tired for a day, it's really hard to put us off with this. Why don't we do it this way? There happens to be good fresh mutton here, my little brother is a good cook, how about showing you 2 hands? Hearing this, He Jian's eyes were the first to light up. He had drank the spirit honey milk tea made by Wenting, and that flavor is now drooling in retrospect. He naturally trusted Wenting's cooking skills, and instantly shook the flag for Wenting to do publicity. "My brother Ting cooking is a masterpiece, catching up with some of the master's craft, seniors are blessed with a mouthful." Hearing He Jian's comment, some people immediately came to be interested. "Yo-ho, a young age can cook, can. Boss, it's okay for us to eat some meat after a tiring afternoon, right?" When a fire alien heard that someone wanted to cook on site, he was naturally not happy to eat this fast food, and immediately looked at the fat boss sitting inside the room. The fat boss face is not very good to eat your takeout on it, have to spoil my dried meat. But for this group of hunters he is an ordinary person, naturally dare not say anything more. Face hung a fake smile, pretending to be generous, said, No problem, if it's not that I have no kitchen here, I should have cooked for you guys, hee." When Ting waved his big hand, "No harm done, He Jian, light the fire." Since someone was cooking, naturally no one was willing to eat those cheap-looking fast food. They all stopped their hands and looked at Wenting with anticipation in their eyes. Of course there were a few who were starving, opening the fast food and taking small bites to relieve their hunger, to which Wenting didn't bother. As long as the intake was small, with their cultivation it wasn't difficult to suppress this contamination. In order to avoid them eating too much, Wenting rushed to take on the role of barbecue master. There were a group of fire alien in, even if there was no cooking utensils. With Wenting's fire control techniques, without seasoning, he could also perfectly bring out the original fresh flavor of the mutton. Not long after, a gust of fresh mutton aroma filled the room, causing those hunters' mouths to water as they scrambled to take the roasted leg of mutton from Wenting's hands. Elder brother, when your craft is awesome, it's better than those barbecue stores. Your family won't be opening a barbecue store, right? Really, if you open a store, then I have to go to support the scene, this fire holding. Well, authentic. Ha ha. Listening to their compliments, Wenting always maintained a smile and took the time to take out his cell phone to see the Big Devil's message. Big Devil, owe you another favor. The reply was brief, and it was obvious that she was starting to make preparations to deal with it. The sun completely set, the group of hunters ate their fill of wine and rice. Everyone was even more complimentary of Wenting, and along with that, their favorability towards Hejian went up. When old brother, you even didn't open a restaurant, in vain this craft. How about this? I happen to open a slaughterhouse. How about I invest in you to open a barbecue store? I'll put out the equipment, capital, and venues, and we'll split the profits gained 50-50. How about it? The slaughterhouse boss held a small sheep's hoof and nibbled extremely happily. These barbecue meat, because of the ingredients and practice of the reason there is no special addition, but the flavor is still online. The words of the small boss immediately drew a round of cynicism from the hunters. Letting a rare lightning system adept run to open a restaurant, is his brain kicked by a donkey? If people casually add a group, don't they earn more than opening a restaurant? Just when a group of people were chatting heatedly, those hunters who had been bitten by flying midges were gradually not in the right mood. You immortal blind 1313 Hook 8, what the hell do you know? Are you looking down on us hunters for being born and dying outside? Ha! The small boss was terrified when he heard this and hurriedly explained, No, I didn't mean that, I. Bang! Another member who was dinged into a pig's head violently slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the hunter who was looking for a fight and cursed, Day by day, Hook 8, can't you keep your mouth a little cleaner? BYD, want a fight right? Spoiled you? Why are you arguing? To peace for the noble, to peace for the noble well. Wenting's eyes narrowed slightly. This time the mental pollution was obviously not comparable to Zhang Xinxiang's time. The effect was much stronger. Fortunately, rational people accounted for the majority, and the strife between the two was quickly suppressed, being pressed to death by the fourth-level powerhouse who was the leader of this side. Just at this time, with the sound of a siren coming from far and near, it attracted the attention of everyone. The visitor was still an old acquaintance of Wenting, Zuotao. He hurriedly carried a bottle of tranquilizing soup, and seeing that the people of Wenting were still calm, he let out a sigh of relief. Great, you're all still fine. Wenting? Why are you here? Wenting pretended to be unaware of the situation and greeted Zuotao, and made a point of asking the other party where they came from. Only then did Zuotao react to the fact that it was not the time to catch up and hurriedly told them about Lu Tao's poisoning. They are all hunters who wandered on the edge of life and death, and after hearing the news, they completely exploded, yelling to chop up Lu Tao and Yang Lingquan and feed them to the dogs. The two patients who drank the tranquil spirit soup, their emotions were obviously pacified, and Zuotao also mobilized them and asked them to distribute the tranquil spirit soup to the hunters around them. After doing all this, Wenting licked his face and sat in Zuotao's car. Brother dog, what's the situation around now? Seeing that you didn't look too good just now. Talking about this, Zuotao was annoyed for a while. Son of a, this Lu Tao doesn't know how many of them have been distributed, and there have been quite a few murders on my way here. Thanks to the Summer Bureau before let us equipped with a lot of tranquilizing soup, otherwise it is simply not enough to send. Where are Lu Tao and Yang Lingquan? Lu Tao is still looking for them. That guy did anti-detection, I can't even smell him. Yang Ming stepped in, just shortly after Mr. Shadow gave the information, and took the initiative to report Lu Tao for antisocial behavior, and also gave absolute proof. Speaking of this, he was even more stifled. Knowing clearly who was the real culprit behind the scenes, he could only watch the other party get away with it. How could this not be suffocating? Wenting frowned, I hope we don't run into anything worse. Can there be worse than this? As soon as Zuotao's words fell, a wolf howl sounded from far away. The two of them then saw a piercing red flare emanate from above the city wall in the distance from inside the car. This was immediately followed by the ear-piercing sound of an alarm, and at the same time everyone's cell phones received a message at the same time. Attention all citizens, the city has entered a red alert, residents please take refuge in the nearest safe zone set up. All registered hunters and students of martial arts schools whose strength has reached level 2 tendon training stage or above, please follow the text message prompts on your cell phones to go to the designated locations and volunteer to take part in the city guarding action under the guidance of the inspectors. Red alert. This represented that there was a great possibility that the safe zone would face a loss of defense, and the demonic beasts would be able to attack the city at any time. Zhuo Tao looked at the message dumbfounded and muttered, "Wen Ting. You're a ing crow's mouth." Chapter 71 Violent Deterrence. Don't spit it out, hurry up and help me ask Team Xiao where I'm going to gather, my cell phone is still with her. Wen Ting is the link to Mr. Shadow, Zhuo Tao naturally had to give the necessary respect, without a second thought contacted Xiao Manglan and got the news. Zhuo Tao looked at Wen Ting, I told you to go home and cooperate with the ordinary people there to evacuate to the gymnasium. No other instructions? Wen Ting somewhat disbelievingly took Zhuo Tao's cell phone and looked at it. Xiao Manglan just took pictures and sent the text message over. The meaning was clear, not intending to let him intervene in the middle of these things. Wen Ting was kicked out of the car. Since people cannot see themselves as a high school student with dual cultivation of foreign martial arts, then they have to follow the instructions. Not long after getting off the bus, the phone that was in contact with Mr. Shadow had an additional message. Big Devil, protect Wen Ting, I can't spare much manpower here, Yang Lingquan is likely to take advantage of the chaos to lay his hands on him. Wen Ting. What do you mean, let me protect myself? You're really afraid of something happening to me, then why don't you let me go with the troop? Yang Lingquan is no more rampant than attacking the inspection team. Roar. Another roar came from the city wall defense line and was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations and explosions, and not long after that the dark fog spread to the city wall. Level 7 Wolf King, this is the first time that the safe zone has been attacked by a level 7 demonic beast since it was established. It seems that the situation is even more severe than expected. He looked at the message again. I guess the great demon's place is also short of manpower. Wen Ting recovered his mind, found He Jian who had already panicked, and the two of them ran together towards the designated place in the text message. Along the way, He Jian was in a state of uncertainty, looking from time to time in the direction of the city wall behind him, which had darkened half of the sky. Is the safe zone really no longer safe? Beiyuan was only a small city with less than 3 tiers, the streets were chaotic but not very congested, and the response from the inspectorate side was timely and didn't cause any more disturbances. Brother Ting, we should be fine, right? Unsurprisingly, the surrounding armies have already marched here, there can't be a big mess. Wen Ting didn't know how many times he had said these kinds of words along the way. It was both a comfort to He Jian and to himself. At the end of the day, Wen Ting was only a high school student now, not even an adult. The place where the two men were watching wasn't too far from their own neighborhood, and they quickly arrived. Turning the corner, they saw Su Long standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, leading a few community workers to maintain order. All slow down, the elderly children and women have priority to get on the bus, the men are waiting for a while. No one will die. Su Long held a loudspeaker and shouted at the crowd rushing out. The 4th floor of the old lady Lu and Mr. Lu, 2 people carrying large bags, to the surrounding those people is a moral abduction type output, voice from a long distance can be heard. Su Long's ugly face persuaded, Auntie, this is just an emergency shelter is not moving, you bring so many things, why we'll crowd the position. Just a little bit of stuff to accommodate a little bit, the old couple saved half a lifetime of objects, rely on these to live. Make way, you youngsters can't take the old man's place. Get up. Mrs. Lu was very tough. A person against a group of people, no matter how much Su Long persuade, are indifferent to carry the package to the door of the car to squeeze. Auntie, if you are unreasonable again, don't blame me for not being polite. Try moving me, my stuff won't make it to the car and none of you will have a good time. You. Su Long was instantly annoyed and pushed the old lady away. Unexpectedly, this old lady Lu lay directly in front of the wheel and howled. The inspector killed someone. There is no justice. These are my life roots, do not let people live. Behind those residents full of disgust, some cannot stand the proposal, let this dead old lady take something up, or ghosts know how long to delay. That is it. Su Long's face was unsightly. Once this opening was opened, then what reason should those old people behind carrying more things refuse? When he was about to say something, a thunderbolt suddenly smashed down on the ground, emitting a sharp roar of electricity. This instantly made Su Long all out of stress and roared, What kind of person? When he saw the visitor, his face was stunned for a moment. Wen Ting? You. Wen Ting picked up old lady Lu with an excited smile on his face. The old thing won't listen, right, just in time for us to turn over the old accounts. The body burst out of the piercing electric current. Without saying anything directly to the old lady, electric speechless, spot white curly hair directly exploded up into an explosive head, the whole person paralyzed down, terrified to look at Wen Ting's spasms from time to time. Direct use of supernormal capabilities, treating an ordinary person, or the current version of the T0 old man. The surrounding people looked at Wen Ting in horror. Even Su Long, while secretly pleased in his heart, also looked at Wen Ting with a face full of worry. Old companion. Wen Ting. This is a personal vendetta. How can you do this to an old man? Wen Ting probed out his finger at the charging old man Lu and just struck a tiny thunder snake. He then looked at those neighbors in the street with a stern look in his eyes and snapped. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense and disrupt order again, this is what happens. Again, the elderly, children, and women have priority. No large objects, do you understand? Those with large bags in their hands suddenly wilted. They were all neighbors, and Wen Ting's attitude towards them was as clear as a mirror in his heart. Brother Ting, you're too impulsive. Even if you take revenge on that old lady, you can't do it in front of so many people. He Jian was really anxious for Wen Ting. No matter what the reason was for a shifter to take action against an ordinary person, they would be punished severely. Closely related to their future, this was a red line that they had been clearly told from the time they stepped into the martial arts school. Wen Ting's face was cold. Let's talk about these things when we survive. Many of the people on the scene who had problems with Wen Ting's family united to voice their disapproval of Wen Ting. Officer, don't you care about this kind of dangerous person? Allowing him to use violence against us little people? Su Long was no pedant, his head quickly shaped into the appearance of a chameleon, opening his mouth full of fine spikes. Any more ing nonsense, I'll be the next one to do it. Hurry up and get in the car. The scene suddenly subsided. Many people put their packages aside in pain and got into the car one after another. Su Long saw that these people were much more honest, sighed and came to Wen Ting's side. The youngsters are impulsive, aren't they? Even if you want to use violence, it's enough to scare them. Directly electrocuting the elderly is indeed a bit unreasonable. Wen Ting shrugged his shoulders, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. This is something I have long wanted to do, just today gave an opportunity, not? Su Long shook his head, still too young. With the forceful deterrent of Wen Ting, the transfer efficiency of the population of the neighborhood was greatly improved. People lined up in an orderly manner. Suddenly Su Long frowned, pointing at a stout man and said, "Not all said it. Ladies first, you do not understand the human language, right?" Wen Ting looked at the sound, felt a little strange. The people in the neighborhood, he has seen more or less, but the impression is that there is no figure so stylish. Deaf, huh? Calling you. Su Long angrily walked up and tried to drag the person out. However, the other party took the lead, an iron mountain leaning accurately hitting Su Long in the chest. Bang! In just one look, Su Long's entire body flew backward several meters, spraying blood from his mouth. After the masked man finished resolving Su Long, he immediately removed his disguise, revealing the inch-haired Chinese character face on the wanted notice. The person who came was precisely the wanted Lu Tao. After resolving Su Long, Lu Tao laughed hideously. Wen Ting, take your life. With that, he violently rushed away from the ordinary people in front of him and went straight to kill Wen Ting. Chapter 72 means to the fullest. Su Long being sent flying gave Wen Ting some time to react. However, the speed of a Chi practicing realm martial artist was so fast that Wen Ting couldn't dodge in time and could only use his thunder battle armor to fight against his opponent's slapping iron hand. The pale white thunderbolt woven into the armor met Lu Tao's bushy palm, bursting out with ear-piercing electric light that illuminated this area of the realm. Boom! With an explosion, Wen Ting flew out backwards, the thunder battle armor on his body shattered, and he himself spat out a mouthful of blood. On the contrary, Lu Tao was merely shaken back half a step by the shockwave from the explosion of the thunder battle armor. Even the clothes on his body did not have any damage, and there was no paralysis at all in his own body. On the other side, He Jian, who was maintaining order, saw this sudden scene and immediately shouted out, "Brother Ting!" He Jian had the intention of releasing his supernatural ability to help Wen Ting. However, his strength and the two were not in the same class at all, and he didn't even use his supernatural ability to come out. Lu Tao rushed towards Wen Ting again. This time, Wen Ting saw clearly that Lu Tao had an imperceptible airflow around him, and it was because of this airflow that he was not injured by the thunder armor. Can't fight hard. Wen Ting did not hesitate at all. the whole person turned into a pale white thunderbolt and fled towards the gate in an instant. Where to run? Lu Tao's feet exerted his chi energy, bursting out strong air currents. The whole person hit as if he was a cannonball. His speed was not slow at all. Wen Ting continuously used electric flash to lead Lu Tao to an area of abandoned brick houses on the side. Lu Tao laughed out loud and said, "Not looking for the inspector, is leading me to the Mr. Shadow behind you?" Ah, just what I wanted. It wasn't that Wen Ting rampantly felt that he could eat Lu Tao. Rather, there was simply not a single chi practicing realm expert around. All those strong people had been pulled to the safe zone there to fight against the demonic beasts. According to Su Long, Xiaomang Lan had even specifically found Yang Lingquan to bring him to the battlefield. It could be seen how serious this crisis was. When Ting's brain in the electric flash state was suddenly dizzied, he knew that his lightning system's supernatural ability had bottomed out. After an afternoon of killing flying midges, just now resisting Lu Tao's slap with all his might, and now rushing with electric lightning one after another, a series of high-intensity use of his supernatural abilities had brought him to the end of his strength. Fortunately, with the 3 types of supernormal abilities, Wen Ting didn't faint as a result, and seeing that he was about to be caught, he didn't care about observing whether there were other people around him. Immediately after withdrawing from the electric flash articulated to the shadow system, a large number of black mist gushed out, so that Lu Tao, who was in hot pursuit, did not even react to how the black mist was formed, and crashed into it with a brain. And Wen Ting no longer hid his strength, his body rapidly expanding, roots of towering navy blue hairs growing rapidly from underneath his skin. Muscles began to tear, fingers grew cold black sharp claws, and his own head became a navy blue and white wolf head. Perhaps it was because dark-winged pale wolves were inherently affinity with the shadow system. Wen Ting could still use his shadow system powers after turning into a werewolf. With the ability granted by the dark shadow system's Fey, Wen Ting easily floated through the black mist to dodge the attack coming from behind. Mr. Shadow? When did? Lu Tao, who had brazenly rushed into the black mist, was instantly confused. Did these black mists emerge from Wen Ting's body? He could have shadow system skills? So there was no such thing as Mr. Shadow, and the previous Mr. Shadow was this kid pretending to be Mr. Shadow himself? But how did this kid cultivate? How many days has it been since he awakened his powers? Why does he have dual system powers? The moment he rushed into the black fog, Lu Tao had many more questions in his mind, but before he could question them, Wen Ting's attack arrived. Wen Ting, who had absorbed the Fey, was able to move freely in the black mist, and recognizing the opportunity, Wen Ting bent his knees in mid-air and accelerated his descent to smash into Lu Tao's shoulders, who was easing his momentum. With a muffled sound, Wen Ting felt as if he had smashed into a ball of jelly. The force of the downward smash was easily dissolved, and did not cause any damage to Lu Tao at all. A pair of big hands with black claws, colored with a flowing flame as black as ink, snapped at Lu Tao's eyes from top to bottom. Wolf claws plus shadow stab. This was almost the strongest offensive power that Wen Ting could use. Lu Tao had been immersed in martial arts for many years, and although he was not sure how Wen Ting managed to roll over and smash on top of himself, he predicted Wen Ting's attack by virtue of the change in power and his speculation of Wen Ting's psychology. Turning his hands outward to protect his head, his small arms protected by chi energy collided with Wen Ting's wolf claws. Poof! Wen Ting's wolf claw did work, piercing through the opponent's protective chi energy, successfully piercing Lu Tao's skin and injuring the opponent's flesh. Lu Tao was worthy of being an experienced martial artist, and had already roughly guessed the positional relationship between the two when their arms came into contact. Heart shocked at Wen Ting can hurt himself, hand but not at all ambiguous, wrist to flip, immediately captured the wolf claw Wen Ting wants to withdraw. This grasp does not matter, lost vision. Lu Tao is even more shocked. He touched a hand of furry fur? What the hell is this Wen Ting? The shock in his heart, the loss of vision plus the misjudgment of Wen Ting's strength, broke free a hand during Wen Ting's steep force. The attacking Wen Ting was also shocked. His own 2 lineage of supernatural abilities plus the Fey enhancement had only stabbed through the opponent's chi and pierced his skin? Was this a chi practicing realm martial artist? It's so damn resistant to building a. Failing to break free from his right wrist, Wen Ting utilized his control of the black mist at the first opportunity to follow the force of Lu Tao's counterjoint and rotate around in mid-air. Seeing Lu Tao's other hand containing the chi force with a knife chop to his wrist, this if hit, his right hand is estimated to be the whole of the waist. Wen Ting decisively used his left hand to release the shadow stab, stabbing at his opponent's wrist when Lu Tao's hand knife hadn't finished building up its strength. Bang! Wen Ting only felt his left hand numb, as if it had smashed into a steel plate. 10 fingers connected to the heart, a cone of pain surged to his heart, so that he could not help but scream out. Lu Tao was happy in his heart, now Wen Ting's left hand was also captured by him. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Not waiting for him to be complacent, a pair of ghostly blue glowing pupils steeply lit up in front of his own eyes in the black mist that was as black as ink. Pupils of fear. This look does not matter. Lu Tao felt a heart palpitation, full of his mind is surrounded by inspectors. Miserable death of the wilderness, miserable end. Pupils of fear is a spiritual attack. Even if Lu Tao is a chi practicing realm martial artist, his spirit is just slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. What's more, this was the Fey enhanced pupil of fear, and the effect was even more powerful. As long as there was fear in his heart, then it would be infinitely magnified and then he would gradually lose his mind in fear. With him so stunned, Wen Ting waist curled up, the right leg kicked to the other party's lower in, the left leg is kicked to its abdomen, hands steeply force, two cheeks a spit, has long been stored saliva face-to-face spray to the eyes of Lu Tao, but by the body protection she easily resisted. A set of broken children and grandchildren of small in move action in one breath, sudden outbreak of power successfully broke free from Lu Tao's clutches, but was that annoying body protection she blocked, and did not cause actual damage. All the dirty tricks taught in the thousand hands of flowers, Wen Ting used all of them as much as possible, but the gap between the realms was too great, and it didn't work. As soon as Wen Ting withdrew, Lu Tao was limited by the fear within himself, his hands protecting his head, his face full of panic. I don't want to die, I want to live, I don't want to be a scapegoat. I also acted under orders. The person was killed by Yang Lingquan. No, Yang Ming. You can't kill my wife and son, they are innocent. Lu Tao fell into madness, seemingly falling into a hallucination in his mind under the influence of the pupil of fear, and the whole person attacked the surrounding area indiscriminately in a delirious manner, with extraordinarily strong surges of qi energy in his body. Wen Ting did not even dare to approach for a while. Suddenly Lu Tao began to laugh maniacally. All want me to die, right? Fine. Then let's die together. Only to see his protective qi rapidly rotating, expanding and collapsing at the same time, the cyclone it induced even blew away a lot of black mist. Not good. Wen Ting's heart trembled. This kid was actually going to play with self-detonation? That is to say, a martial artist who has reached the qi practicing realm still has the ability to self-detonate? Too late to spit, Wen Ting used shadow escape to quickly retreat with his control over the black mist. In the next second, an extremely powerful explosion erupted behind him, as if a grenade had gone off. Boom! Chapter 73, Not Speaking a Little Martial Virtue. After a strong explosion, the qi energy emitted by Lu Tao blew out a small crater around it. It also blew away all the surrounding black mist, thinning it out a lot. Wen Ting was able to dodge far away, and although he suffered a small injury, he was not seriously hurt. The strong sound of the explosion also drew the attention of He Jian and the group of surrounding inspectors he called over. Over there! Don't you know how much you weigh? What's the point of chasing over here? Sending them to their deaths? While Wen Ting was secretly annoyed at He Jian's self-importance, his heart was slightly warmed. At the same time, Wen Ting noticed that Lu Tao was in an exceptionally weak state, and there was no more qi defense around his body. Lu Tao, who was in deep fear, had almost lost his mind. Naturally, Wen Ting could not let go of such a heavenly opportunity, and with his wolf-like stance hidden in the thick black mist, he once again quickly attacked from afar, completely encompassing Lu Tao in the black mist. Seeing this scene, He Jian was extremely excited and said, Mr. Shadow. It's Mr. Shadow who has struck. Brother Ting is saved. Su Lon, whose chubby face bore traces of wiped blood, said in a deep voice, What are you so happy about? That Lu Tao is a powerhouse in the spirit stream stage of the Qi practitioner realm, and Mr. Shadow is only a level 2 alien, so how can he fight? The Qi practicing realm is divided into 3 stages, spirit stream, river, and vast sea, which corresponds to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of a psychic. Lu Tao was also only in the Qi practicing realm belonging to the introductory category, but even so, it wasn't something that their group of inspectors who were only level 3 at most could beat. The gap between the great realms, without the crushing of absolute numbers, it was absolutely impossible to overcome. But what they didn't know was that there was a hangman on the scene. He Jian was in a depressed mood, but suddenly thought of Lu Tao's state just now and said, that explosion sound just now was made by Lu Tao, and at that time it looked like he didn't look too good. Su Long did not know what to say. Not only He Jian, all the inspectors present, including himself, saw it for real. A second-level alien, to force a strong person of the Qi practicing realm to that extent, how to look at it, how to think about it was a bit dreamy. He Jian gritted his teeth, a blazing fire igniting in his hand. I have to help Mr. Shadow no matter what. Su Long was startled, immediately grabbed He Jian's wrist. Don't mess around, you see the situation inside, well just throw it around, what if it drags the leg? Then we just watch? He Jian is hard to bear. This feeling of being treated as a marginal character really tortures people to death. Su Long said in a deep voice, since Mr. Shadow didn't ask us to help, he naturally has his reasons. If we really rush into the black fog, we all don't have the assistance of shadow vision. Going in is a send-off. If Mr. Shadow really can't stand it, he will definitely withdraw the black mist. It's not too late for us to go on at that time, and I've already called for help from the headquarters. It won't take long for someone to come. Just as He Jian and the others were entangled in how to help Wen Ting took the initiative to attack Lu Tao in the black mist. Each of his two hands pinched concentrated pitch-black steel needles and quickly threw them at Lu Tao's eyes, throat, heart, and other vitals. But despite Lu Tao's deep fear, he was still able to block through his body instincts. Noticing the incoming shadow needles, he crossed his arms to protect his head. Relying on the steel and iron bones he had developed during the bone forging stage, he was able to block the Fey-enhanced shadow needles. However, the shadow needle also managed to pierce his skin, and the shadow system's foreign energy invaded his body, further increasing the fear in his heart. On the other hand, Wen Tin turned into a ball of dark shadows and drilled out from under Lu Tao's feet, his sharp wolf claws attached with pitch-black energy to form an armored armor with wolf claws attached to it, and ruthlessly stabbed into Lu Tao's body. Ow! The pain of the chicken flying into the egg made Lu Tao in agony. All the power in his body collapsed, his legs clamped his hands, and he fell to his knees and kept rolling around, in order to seek for such action to alleviate the pain that went straight to his soul. One strike was successful. Wen Tin immediately retracted his hand back. Lu Tao had already sensed the description of his Darkwing Kangwolf, and by no means could he stay alive. Despite having hunted and killed more than a dozen demonic beasts in the wilderness, of which there was no lack of extraordinarily brutal means, the human Wen Ting had not yet killed one. In the face of a big bully, meat on the death of Lu Tao, Wen Ting also killed. However, the values established from childhood led him quite hesitant. Lu Tao was still screaming and wailing. The intense pain brought him back to his senses. His voice trembled in pain. Wen Ting. You are Mr. Shadow, right? Oh. I know I can't live. I put the evidence that Yang Lingquan killed Rin Jingjing in the locker of Renaissance Supermarket. Kill the Yang father and son for me. Don't say that I gave it to you. Wen Ting looked shocked. Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that Yang Lingquan and the others will find trouble with your family? Lu Tao's entire body began to spasm, because Wen Ting's own blood breaking caused him to have lost a large amount of blood. Even if Wen Ting didn't do anything, at this bleeding rate, he wouldn't be able to survive. I also hate Na. I believe you will not denounce me. Lu Tao said, suddenly shouted sadly, his blood-drenched palm slapped hard on his forehead. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Tao stared wide-eyed and lay on his back without a sound. Only his body seemed to be unaware of the fact that he was dead, and was still twitching slightly, before falling silent for a while. Lu Tao died. Killed himself. Wen Ting, hands slightly trembling, the first time someone so in front of their eyes died, such a shock cannot be said to be not big. But the reality does not give Wen Tin to lament the departure of life. The opposite side of the fast-approaching 4 or 5 motorcycles, the patrol reinforcements have arrived. Wen Ting hurriedly cancelled his phantom form and resumed his human appearance, then detached a humanoid doppelganger, allowing him to carry the black mist, quickly rushing to a side path. He himself, on the other hand, turned away from the corpse and lay down on the ground. Not long after the black mist dispersed, a group of inspectors saw the two lying on the ground and rushed up at the first opportunity. When He Jian saw Wen Ting, whose clothes were badly torn and whose chest was stained with blood, tears could not be suppressed and he rushed to Wen Ting's side. Brother Ting! Hold on, you can't die. Auntie Lin has only just had a good life, you can't just leave her alone. Su Long's face was also filled with sorrow. He sighed and patted He Jian's shoulder. Condolences. It was already a miracle that a level 2 student, who had taken an all-out slap from the spirit stream realm, could run out so far. Su Long didn't even think that Wen Ting would survive. Impossible. My brother Ting is so strong, how could he be killed by that madman? Shut up. Can you shut up? Wen Ting had wanted to pretend to be unconscious to muddle through. However, after awakening the Darkwing Kangwolf's phantom form system, his ear power was too strong, and He Jian's emotional roar at such a close distance shook Wen Ting's brain, so much so that he couldn't wait to directly slap him to death. He Jian immediately rejoiced, Brother Ting, you're not dead. Great. Su Long was also shocked, good guy, this isn't even dead. Wen Ting. How much are you looking forward to my death? Su Long laughingly scratched the back of his head, sorry, I don't mean that lol, it's good that it's okay, I'll call the coroner for you. Wen Ting? He Jian? Crowd? Forensics? Dude, people aren't dead yet, hey. Are you so impatient? In addition to Wenting here, a group of people had gathered around Lu Tao's body on the other side. A youth with a lollipop in his mouth bent down and observed Lu Tao's wound, shaking his head and saying, "TSK, this Mr. Shadow's hand is dark enough, not a little bit of martial virtue." Seeing that chicken and egg wound, many people unconsciously clenched their legs. Chapter 74 Demonic Beast Invasion. When Ting was lying on the ground, the wounds on his body were repaired with the naked eye, the pain in his chest and wrists was significantly reduced. Little brother's physical quality is very strong. I heard that you have taken a slap from the chi practicing realm. If you were anyone else you would have been a half dead. The doctor who had finished treating Wen Ting couldn't help but look at Su Long who was wrapping the bandages. The corner of Su Long's mouth twitched. Wang Defa, are you speechless? I was attacked by a sneak attack. It's normal to be badly injured without preparation, right? It's not bad if I didn't die. Wang Defa, team doctor of the inspection team, 3rd grade water system ability, specializing in healing skills, similar in age to Su Long, wearing rimless glasses, all in a scholarly manner, speaking very softly. Because of this name, Su Long used to call him forensic medicine. When Ting rubbed his chest, Dr. Wang overpraised, mainly because Lu Tao didn't want to kill me, he just intended to use me to lure out Mr. Shadow, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to carry that slap. Su Long grunted and put his hand on Wang Defa's shoulder. I told you, how could I be inferior to a student? At least I'm a level 3 alien. Wang Defa squinted at Su Long and raised his hand to slap Su Long's chest, causing him to grimace in pain. He's only in his first year of high school, you don't mind being ashamed. Just as the three of them were chatting, the youth with a lollipop in his mouth walked over to Wen Ting. Hey classmate, when the two of them fought just now, are you sure it was that Mr. Shadow who made the move? Wen Ting nodded his head. Sure, there's no one else other than Mr. Shadow who can make a move for this little life of mine, the strongest of the Shadow lineage. Did you see clearly how he struck? The youth's expression was slightly more serious. I don't have that ability even if I wanted to see in the black mist. Wen Ting probably knew that the other party had seen the wounds on Lu Tao's body, which was why he asked. The youth nodded, his eyes fell on Wen Ting's hands. Hands are hurt quite badly, how did you hurt them? Wen Ting looked at the wounds and said as if nothing had happened. Before Mr. Shadow came, he was grabbed by Lu Tao's wrists and was almost ruined. This wound of mine is almost healed, what can I do to help? Simply explaining the origin of the wound, Wen Ting immediately changed the topic. As the saying goes, more talk is more wrong. It's better to say less on this kind of issue. Su Long interjected at the right time. The young man is quite energetic, such a good opportunity to feel the fish are not cherished. You think everyone is like you? In addition, your injuries are not too serious. Now is the time when there is a shortage of manpower. I'll be the first to say no if you dare to pretend to be sick. Wang Defa held up his glasses and immediately made up for it. Su Long hated that, and immediately debated with Wang Defa. The youth with a lollipop in his mouth saw the topic being sidetracked, and his face was slightly dissatisfied. Su Long, don't interrupt. Su Long was a jerk, eyes glared, covered his chest and wrapped his arms around the youth, pulling him to the other side. His mouth said loudly, Liamo, you dare to say that I'm interrupting? Itchy skin is it? Come on. Let's talk. Liamo slightly struggled, and then he heard Su Long lower his voice and say, are you a kid who is looking for pain? What do you mean? When you saw the wound on Lu Tao's body that was obviously a wolf's claw, you just ignored it? Mustn't you ask? Su Long whispered. Mr. Shadow was originally invited by the Xia team to use their connections, and he just saved a teenage genius. You backhandedly sidestepped and inquired about his rescuer. You're sick. That is also an important suspect in multiple major cases. Su Long sighed. You are really stupid, fake stupid. Not to mention those things are not Mr. Shadow did. Now is the time to pursue this. There is a shortage of manpower, don't always give yourself nothing to do. Even if there is a new discovery, all of them will be pressed to death, waiting for the Xia team and their judgment. You won't be promoted for the rest of your life. What kind of emotional intelligence is that? Liamo was slightly unconvinced. You're the only one who can be an official. He then broke away from Su Long's hand and returned to the police car in a bad mood. You people. Dog biting Lu Dongbin. Che. The conversation between the two was caught by Wen Ting's ears, and he secretly sighed in relief. It was still too difficult to hide from the inspector without missing a single trace. Fortunately, this Su Long police officer is a person smart. Really want to face Liamo that rash, Wen Ting will have to work hard again. It's just a matter of saving things. Wang Defa to Wenting is still more caring, directly issued arrest certificate. Su Long is aware of Xiao Menglan's inside information, said to give Wenting and Mr. Shadow to ask for credit, to assist Mr. Shadow to kill the major suspects in the poisoning case. Because the city is still under martial law, Wenting cannot go home, can only be sent to the same as others to the nearest security recuperation, really if something happened, and then it is not too late. Wenting got out of the car just as soon as he went in, he heard a familiar loud voice to a group of people and began to complain. Even our few old men and women are not spared, with supernormal abilities not to deal with those demonic beasts, just know to bully our unarmed old men and women. The world's wind is going down. Back in our days, respecting the old and loving the young was a beautiful tradition engraved in our bones. Stop it. Mr. Lu elbowed his gushing companion. What's the matter, you can't talk about it. Look at your stifled face. Old Mrs. Lu was instantly dissatisfied with Grandpa Lu's interruption and pointed at Grandpa Lu's head, taking all the anger she had received out on him. Wenting is here. Seeing that his partner was about to start cursing again, Grandmaster Lu hurriedly reminded. Old Mrs. Lu shut up, looked up and saw Wenting passing by with a disdainful look on his face, not forgetting to remind him as he passed by. Keep your voice down, there are pregnant women resting over there. Lu old lady obviously still unconvinced, but see Wenting fingertip flickering beating current, immediately put the gas hard to hold back. The pregnant woman on the side who had long been bored with the old lady, cast a grateful gaze at Wenting. Wenting nodded his head to count as a response and found a place near the door to sit down, adjusting his breathing and running the breathing method. The battle with Lu Tao made him feel many things, and the successive death crises he felt made his progress in practicing his tendons go one step further. According to experience running the breathing method at this time, it was able to better stabilize the realm. That old lady Lu is still naturally unconvinced, she doesn't dare to scold Wenting on the surface, but privately she whispers stories about Wenting to the people around her, while venting her emotions. These things Wenting heard clearly, just too lazy to bother with her. With the alert not yet removed, instead there were occasional explosions coming from time to time, causing people to become more and more panicked. Especially those elderly people, fear was written all over their faces. They had truly experienced the era of being invaded by demonic beasts more than 20 years ago, and knew how terrifying it was. On the contrary, not many of those young people took it seriously, eating and drinking as they should, and even in the mood to flirt with girls. Just when people thought that the night would be so peaceful, another ear-piercing city-wide alarm broke the peace. Those staff members who were responsible for maintaining order were instructed to be on alert at the same time. One of the young ladies was surprised and said, "Demonic beasts have broken into the city? What a joke!" Chapter 75 Wolf King entering the city. Wenting, who was in meditation, accurately captured the two men's conversation and furrowed his brows. Counting the time Xia Menglan had asked Xiao Wansong to report back, it had been 2 days. Shouldn't the army already be in position? Could it be that something unexpected had happened in the meantime? Alert! Everyone on alert! Demonic beasts are coming from the sky. A sudden voice interrupted Wenting's thinking. This was followed by a succession of screams and cries for help from those who had been organized to be in charge of security, as well as the loud sounds of releasing skills. Bang! A dull thud rang out outside, followed by different shrill whistles, and the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground increased. The chandeliers on the roof of the safe house shed were visibly shaking. The scene was instantly panicked, with people screaming and looking uneasily overhead and around. Wenting heard the commotion and immediately got up and rushed towards the door, coinciding with the time when the staff was about to seal the door. Wenting instantly grabbed the man's hand that was about to lock the door. "What are you doing? When are you going to put away your saintly mother's heart? If we don't seal the door, we'll all die." The staff member was an older man, and judging from the fear in the other man's expression, he was definitely an older generation who had experienced the invasion of demonic beasts. His words drew the gazes of many people in fear, and they all looked at Wenting with disgust. Wenting yanked his hand away. "I'm a shifter, I have to go help them." "Child, you're crazy. Going out is a death." Wenting didn't have time to explain to him. The force in his hand was quite large, and he forcefully opened the door. The group of people in charge of security outside the door were fighting with the demonic beasts, and on the ground there was already a body that had been torn in half. Looking at the clothes, it seemed to be a student. The leader in charge of this area angrily said, "What are you doing out here? Don't you think this place is messy enough?" Wenting didn't answer him, turning into a bolt of lightning and striking behind that leader. His left hand entwined with pale lightning swung out, blasting the dark moon demon wolf, which had just revealed its fangs from the shadows, away with a single punch. The force of the punch was quite strong, precisely smashing into the tip of the dark moon demon wolf's snout. The overbearing electric current surged down its nostrils into its brain, and it didn't breathe before it even hit the ground. Thud! When he heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the leader reacted to the fact that this teenager had just saved his life. When Jin saw Wen Ting come out, he was overjoyed. "Brother Ting, are you healed well?" "Aha! Pay attention to the guard." Wen Ting took the time to reply. The leader was overjoyed when he saw that it was a lay system. "Thank you, little brother, my name is Zhou Baobao." Wen Ting. As he introduced himself, Wen Ting looked towards the sky, his face gradually becoming grave. It wasn't that the safe zone defenses had been breached at all, but that the sky had split into a huge crack, and the demonic beasts were entering the city as if they were raining dumplings. What defense does this take? The only thing to be thankful for was that the group besieging the safe house was a group of grade 2 dark moon demon wolves, which wasn't too over the top. The more difficult thing is, this dark moon demon wolf also has shadow disappearance, but also has the fear of pupil against the spirit. If there is no matching ability, is extremely difficult to deal with. The student lying on the ground died in a sneak attack by the shadow escape. 7 or 8 dark moon demon wolves had gathered around, each with gray fur, a pair of ghostly blue pupils scrutinizing Wen Ting and the others in the dark. Especially when they looked at Wen Ting, their eyes were full of vigilance and hatred. "Wen Ting, be careful, this group is cunning and powerful, a little inattention will." Zhou Baobao still wanted to pass on his experience to Wen Ting, but before he could finish speaking, a loud sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air resounded in his ears, followed by a dark moon demon wolf whimpering as it planted itself on the ground from mid-air. This scene scared those dark moon demon wolves that were on the sidelines, and they immediately lowered their heads, showing their teeth and letting out a low growl of warning. "You're still a martial artist?" Zhou Baobao exclaimed in shock as he looked at the dark moon demon wolf with blood dripping from its eye sockets that was no longer moving. Wen Ting looked towards the rescued inspector who was holding a long stick and waved his big hand. "Brother, let me borrow your weapon for a while." "Ha!" It wasn't a good thing to have one's weapon taken away in a life-and-death situation. But just thinking that he had just been saved, he gritted his teeth and still threw the iron rod in his hand towards Wen Ting. "Thanks." Wen Ting caught the 2-meter-long iron stick, played a stick flower with his hand, and immediately turned into a thunderous flash into the middle of the wolves. "Hey! Be careful!" Zhou Baobao couldn't be happy that there was a big brother beside him before he was stunned silly by Wen Ting's straightforward operation. "I know you're powerful, but it's not such a reckless method." Seeing Wen Ting charging out so valiantly, Jin was instantly proud to. "Don't worry, brother Ting has his heart in the right place and won't mess around." Wen Ting, who rushed into the enemy lineup, was naturally not bragging. The tricky thing about the dark moon demon wolves was the treachery of their shadow escape and the spiritual attacks of their fear pupils. However, Wen Ting, who possessed both of these supernatural abilities, had formed an absolute restraint on the dark moon demon wolves. In Wen Ting's eyes, a shadow with a long list of menus in the darkness of the night is like a shining light bulb. Obvious, want to hit the wrong way is impossible. As for the pupil of fear, the old man has crushed you, fear a hair. If there is no fear in the heart, or if the spiritual power is higher than the caster, the pupil of fear will not work. Wen Ting, who carries 3 systems of psychic abilities, has a much higher spiritual power than this group. Naturally, it is impossible to get hit. So, in the eyes of Zhou Baobao group of people, Wen Ting seems to be like a divine warrior descending from the sky, covered with flickering electric current, waving the iron rod in his hand at the empty lot in their eyes. That iron stick in the hands of Wen Ting seems to have a spirit, or chop, or poke, or pump, or pick. Every swing will echo. It was easy for people to create an illusion, not like Wen Ting took the initiative to fight, but these dark moon demon wolves took the initiative to go forward and hit the same. The fight was called a silky smooth. Zhou Baobao and the others felt that they were not on a mission, but rather watching a top-notch martial arts show up close. Wen Ting noticed the group's gazes and knew that he was being overly noticeable, so he consciously conserved his physical strength, switching to pumping what he could chop to death and knocking some of the dark moon demon wolves into the air. "Don't freeze, use your powers to hit it." It was only after Wen Ting's reminder that the group slowed down. Jin had long since been unable to hold back and slapped a crimson fire snake through the air with a single palm, accurately hitting the dark moon demon wolf that had been picked off by Wen Ting and creating a violent explosion that blew the dark moon demon wolf into 2 pieces that fell down. Fire Tier 2 Skill Explosive Fire Snake. Zhou Baobao and the others weren't willing to show weakness either, and they took out the means they were good at to launch a massacre against the dark moon demon wolf. The heavens were fair, although the dark moon demon wolf had a treacherous racial talent. Its physical body was extremely fragile. It simply couldn't carry such skills as the fire and thunder types, which were known for their destructive power, and running into it was a death sentence. The 9 dark moon demon wolves that were besieging the safe house were wiped out in less than 10 minutes after Wen Ting joined the battle, leaving only a field of corpses. He Jin Zhou Baobao and the others were excited, but a few people hadn't been happy for long, when a pair of large, pitch-black, dark golden iron claws stabbed out from the crack in the sky, grabbed the crack in the sky, and with a vicious grill, a large, dark blue, white wolf's head protruded out, cracking its chilly fangs as if it was smiling cruelly at the tiny world. Only to see its claws slightly exerted, as its muscles expanded, its entire body rushed out from that crack. Strong and powerful thighs, upright and sturdy upper body, behind the 2 pairs of black as ink broken feather wings open, as if an evil god from hell. The dark-winged Song Wolf King entered the city. Its arrival instantly caused the excited Zhou Baobao Hejian and the others to be doused in cold water, fear written all over their faces. Chapter 76: The Battle Between Light and Darkness. The dark-winged Song Wolf King's body was extremely large. Spreading out its 4 wings and black feathers, it could reach more than 50 meters, which meant that Wen Ting and the others were able to see its full appearance from a distance. A deafening wolf howl resounded through the sky at high altitude, announcing the arrival of the Wolf King, seemingly a wave of sound smashing through the body making people uncomfortable tight. The pressure from the higher creatures hung over the hearts of the crowd, and many people's emotions immediately collapsed. Their mouths kept questioning why the other party had appeared in the city, and they complained to the heavens as if they had lost their minds. Wen Ting gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, probably because he had experienced despair and fear a lot. At this juncture, his reason overcame his instincts and turned on his supernatural ability to observe the dark-winged Wolf King. He wanted to use this to look for the other party's possible weaknesses. But this look didn't matter, it instantly caused his brain to go chaotic, staring incredulously at the information on the top of that Wolf King's head. Ingredient classification: human. Quality: grade 7, 179 years, the end is near. Consumption effect: provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of spiritual force, inevitably awakens the illusory shape lineage dark-winged pale wolf king, spiritual lineage, spatial lineage, probability of obtaining a domain, very small probability of obtaining a Dao sense. Recipe. Wen Ting's mouth opened slightly. He had always felt that someone behind the scenes was laying the groundwork to design for a dark-winged Kangwolf King to launch an attack on the human safe zone. Previously, Wen Ting had thought for a moment why Xiao Huaimin, who was the director of a city's inspection bureau, would risk killing a dark-winged pale wolf king's cub and angering this wolf king. Now, he realized that he was the one who was wrong. The mistake was outrageous. There had never been a wolf king invading a safe zone. This was clearly a single person, a carefully planned and targeted massacre in North Plains City. Wen Ting was sweating in retrospect. If he hadn't inadvertently discovered the spiritual contamination in Zhang Xinxiang's body and utilized his psychic abilities to create the tranquilizing soup, if he hadn't been surprised to see the same spiritual contamination in his mother's body once again, he would have been able to find the same spiritual contamination in his mother's body. Letting things continue to fester, there was no need for him to incarnate as the dark-winged pale wolf king to break through space and descend into Beiyuan City. Just those contaminated hunters would be able to plunge the city into a riot. With those mutated flying midges infesting the city, it would only take a day to turn this place into a hell on earth. However, the series of things that he had carefully planned all failed one after another due to the appearance of Wen Ting, and it was probably because he had sensed that there was no chaos in the city and that he himself had been stopped by the army outside the safety zone that he had taken the risk of using his spatial ability to bring a group of demonic beasts to descend across the safety zone despite the fact that he had been found out to be a human being. As expected, the front line quickly discovered the abnormality, and from a few kilometers away a human powerhouse quickly rushed towards the area. This dark-winged Sun Wolf King was obviously already seriously injured. Its body fur looked particularly messy, its 4 winged black feathers were already tattered under a closer look, and blood flowed from places that were not easily noticeable. It raised the sky and let out a long whistle, extremely impactful spiritual power to form the sound wave spread to the surroundings. Where the sound swept by the roars of all kinds of demonic beasts rang out one after another, and even Wen Ting's head was dazzled when they were so far away. The primitive wildness was stimulated, the rootless anger surged up sharply, and the desire to destroy without any reason invaded the brain. Fortunately, because of the distance, this feeling came and went quickly, and the group regained their senses in no time, but the worry on everyone's face became even more obvious. After that dark-winged Kangwolf King had finished distributing the spiritual pollution, the tattered black feathers of its 4 wings flicked out and swooped down to the ground in a diagonal dive. Wen Ting fixed his eyes on it and his head exploded. The location where the dark-winged Wolf King swooped down was precisely the North Plains First City Hospital. Mom and his teacher were all still there. At this moment, Wen Ting didn't know where he got the courage from, and holding an iron rod, his entire body turned into a pale white lightning bolt, charging straight at the Darkwing Kangwolf King. Wen Ting! Brother Ting! While Zhou Baobao and He Jian were still immersed in fear, the pale white lightning that roared away sharply allowed them to find a trace of sanity before calling out Wen Ting's name in succession. What kind of a jerk is this kid committing? What are you, a mere second-level alien, taking to the Wolf King? Zhou Baobao was shivering with anger. He Jian had the intention to go after him, but was grabbed by Zhou Baobao. I didn't react to his thunder system. What's the point of coming together, you shiftless one? However, the distance was too far. No matter how much Wen Ting squeezed his supernatural abilities, he simply couldn't rush over, and could only watch the Darkwing Kangwolf King approaching rapidly. What made him even more desperate was that the dark-winged pale wolf king opened its bloody mouth, and a large amount of extremely dense shadow system energy gathered in its mouth, rapidly collapsing and condensing into a small black dot. It then arrived at the limit of energy concentration, and the balance was quickly destroyed, forming a thick wave of black energy light that shot towards the city hospital. Wen Ting watched this scene with wide eyes, but was powerless to stop it. His brain became blank at this moment, and he lost all his ability to think in an instant. The foreign energy in his body was suddenly disorganized, allowing him to exit the electric flash state and land on the roof of a small building. Suddenly a strange change occurred. The earth began to tremble, and millions of thick or thin plant roots grew at an extremely fast speed, weaving into each other to form even more massive roots to form tree trunks that bloomed into brilliant flowers, precisely aided by the dark light waves that shot out. When the two collided, there was no imagined explosion. Instead, after the light wave ended, the blossom closed its petals, and after a muffled sound, a large amount of smoke erupted from its crevices. The giant plant then began to wilt and wither rapidly from the flower. Wen Ting's blank brain began to come alive, gradually regaining his thoughts, even more surprised to see this miracle-like scene. Just as the Darkwing Kangwolf King swooped down, a man with his head held high while his entire body was wrapped in bandages came out from behind the giant plant. The man raised his right hand flatly, and a golden lance made of golden light manifested in his palm, and with a loud shout, the golden lance was thrown out. However, in front of the Darkwing Pale Wolf King, whose wingspan had reached 50 meters, the golden spear seemed to be so small that it was not even as small as a wolf's hair. However, after it was thrown out of his hand, the golden lance expanded exponentially as seen by the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it reached the same size as the Dark-Winged Coyote King. The Dark-Winged Coyote King crashed into the golden lance, erupting in mid-air with an explosion that made Wen Ting briefly lose his hearing, and the airflow brought by the explosion caused Wen Ting's clothes to hunt in the air, and the gravel wrapped up in the airflow hit his face and cut his skin, seeping out a trace of blood. Just when Wen Ting worried about whether the explosion will be involved in the hospital, only to see the dead plant, as if the dead would spring, the black trunk of the tree grew extremely dense new shoots, forming a green barrier, the impact of all stop. However, the battle did not end. The smoke and dust of the explosion has not dissipated. A large number of black fog from the boom spread diffusion. Those black fog just look at a glance can stir up the violence in the heart of the Wen Ting, so that his whole person has become irritable abnormally, and a wolf howl sounded, but also let this irritability, like a flood breaking the dike, destroyed all of Wen Ting's reasoning, only want to carry out the molecular level of the destruction of all things around him. But immediately afterward, a soft glow lit up in the black fog, and then the beam of light pierced through the darkness, dispersing the fear and soothing the uneasiness in his heart, allowing reason to reoccupy the high ground of his mind. A tiny human clad in golden battle armor, holding a golden energy lance, was like the sun in the dark world, bringing the light of hope. Also at this moment, behind the crowd, a group of military and civilian powerhouses finally rushed to the battlefield, collectively surrounding this Darkwing Pale Wolf King in the center. Chapter 77, Going into Labor. Sinful Animal. Today, I, Yang Ming, will leave you with no bones left. Among the encircled people, Yang Ming was clad in red gold heavy armor, holding a two-handed giant blade and pointing at the Darkwing Kangwolf King, which was much larger than himself, and cursing loudly and furiously with bravado. The thick and powerful voice was transmitted in all directions with the addition of chi energy. It was Wen Ting, who was so far away like this, who could clearly hear Yang Ming's voice. This old thing was worthy of being a businessman. This advertising, there was really no one else. Obviously a group of people were besieging him, and he wailed his voice like he was leading an army to conquer the vicious wolves. Not to say whether it was effective or not, this momentum alone was indeed domineering. As soon as Yang Ming's words fell, the battle started again. Most of the combatants that came from the military side were rank 6 experts, and there wasn't a single rank 7 present except for Yen Sanshur. However, the military was the military after all. Everyone's equipment was extraordinarily luxurious, and with several people forming a military formation, they were able to fight back and forth with that dark-winged pale wolf king. It was worth mentioning that Yang Ming, the man who seemed to be fighting extremely hard, was actually just scraping the bottom of the barrel without any pain, and instead, the grunts and angry shouts had never been broken. Knowing that his plan had completely failed, the dark-winged pale wolf king went completely insane, his surging spiritual power forming an invisible storm that exploded. What followed was an even denser, claustrophobic dark fog. Yen Sancher was already seriously injured, suffering from an extremely strong curse power, and was able to use limited power, so he had to use all his strength to protect the residents around him, and had no way to attack the dark-winged pale wolf king. A soft rainbow light containing mild spiritual power formed a general clad in heavy armor, holding a great long lance similar to Yen Sancher, ruthlessly thrusting that golden light great lance into the ground. A wide range of special vegetation emitting golden fluorescent light quickly grew, covering the hospital and the surrounding residential area, isolating the influence of that invisible spiritual storm. After the black mist was blown away by the gale created by the combination of military formations, the dark-winged Song Wolf King had already disappeared. The Wolf King had run away. But the demonic beasts he had cast were still there. Those demonic beasts had suffered from extremely severe mental pollution, and each one of them was mad and furious without distinguishing between enemy and self, destroying everything around them. Wen Ting. Are you alright? Wen Ting turned around to find Zhou Baobao gasping for air and chasing after him. Sorry, my mom works at the hospital, Wen Ting explained simply. Understood. But you have to go back with me now. That pregnant woman in the security office is going into early labor from the stimulus just now. We have to get her to the hospital quickly, but... Zhou Baobao looked with suspicion at the demonic beasts that were smashing against the surrounding stores not far away. Wen Ting understood his meaning, escort together. At this moment, Wen Ting also calmed down. The scene just now he naturally watched incomparably true. The battle between the 7th level was like a battle between gods and Buddhas, not giving mortals a bit of a chance to live. It was also fortunate that Mr. Yan's strength was strong enough to protect the hospital, and he thought that there wouldn't be too many losses there. I'm relieved to have you here. Zhou Baobao had seen Wen Ting's strength and was naturally happy to receive this assurance. Wen Ting subconsciously pulled out the cell phone that he had shunned, and just as he wanted to make a call, he cautiously stopped. Brother Zhou, let me borrow your cell phone for a moment, make a call to my mom. Wen Ting followed behind Zhou Baobao and hid that cell phone. Here. The phone was quickly picked up, and Lin Yulan was long relieved to learn that her son was fine. Right when the alarm went off, she first called Wen Ting, only to be answered by a female inspector with a clear voice, which scared her. From Lin Yulan, Wen Ting learned that Mr. Yan had actually awakened after drinking the antidote, and that the injuries on his body relied on himself to fully recover. Not waiting for Wen Ting to understand more, Lin Yulan, their work busy, hung up the phone in a hurry. Obviously by the impact just now, the hospital interior is still not a small impact, coupled with the attack of the demonic beasts, so that the casualties increased rapidly. The hospital is busy as the naked eye can see. It's good that it's okay. Wen Ting breathed a sigh of relief, a smile reappearing on his face as he followed Zhou Baobao ahead. The security office side He Jian angrily picked up the grandpa who had closed the entrance and slammed his face with a punch, looking surprisingly angry. Along with those who spoke up for the grandpa were also picked up by the other martial artists in charge of security and beaten up. Zhou Baobao had the presence of mind to go up and stop them, but was stopped by Wen Ting. The pregnant woman is important, they are all asking for it. Zhou Baobao sighed. He and the others were outside fighting to the death to fend off the dark moon demon wolves, but as a result, this group of people had actually counter-locked the door of the safe house. How could this not make him angry and chilled? He Jian and the others were all students. They all witnessed one of their companions die instantly, and their blood rushed up. Where does it matter if you're an old man or a woman? They're all just enemies who want to get themselves killed. The pregnant woman's husband had a red face. Don't even fight, save my daughter-in-law, she's about to give birth. Didn't you call the emergency number? I did, the emergency phone is busted, it can't be picked up at all. Please, someone can take us to the hospital. I have money. We have money. As long as you guys are willing to go 100,000, no, 200,000 are given to you. The man's words were so earnest that he was close to kneeling to Yi Jian and the others. After all, they were the only ones here who had the ability to take a pregnant woman, break through where those demonic beasts were, and arrive at the hospital. Zhou Baobao, He Jian, Su Liang, go with Wen Ting, this is the key to the van outside, saw that the car is nothing serious, it can still start. What are you guys doing? It's not appropriate to split out so many people for the sake of one person. Where do you put the safety of so many of us? That's right. To send also have to leave Wen Ting. Well, he left our safety who to guarantee? That makes sense. As soon as they heard that they would let 3 people escort them, and also let Wen Ting, who was the strongest, escort them, some people immediately quit. With the demonic beasts still outside, it was naturally safer to have the strongest person escorting them. Many people had watched the process of Wenting killing the demonic beasts through the surrounding windows, and even in such a short period of time, it had been cut into a video and released. Therefore, Wenting's strength gave them a huge sense of security, and it was naturally impossible for them to let this protector leave. Zhou Baobao frowned slightly. The pregnant woman's husband was even more roasted on the fire, desperately cursing with the people around him, and taking the time to bend over and salute Wenting, fearing that Wenting would refuse. Enough! You! Wenting pointed at the man, take your wife and get in the car. Seeing that there were still people who wanted to say something, Wenting stomped his foot fiercely and lifted his blouse to reveal the gauze-wrapped wounds inside. Look carefully, I am also an injury victim. I came here to recuperate from my injuries, not to come over and watch the door for you. Go! He Jian kicked the security uncle in the thigh and huffed as Wenting walked out of the safe house. Seeing Wenting walk away with the people, old lady Lu instantly found a chance to say, I've long said that Wenting is a selfish person who doesn't give a damn about our lives. Where are those who supported that kid just now? Speak up, are you mute? As if she had a basis, Mrs. Lu was like a belligerent hen, glaring at everyone. Chapter 78. Almost. Moral kidnapping? Word of mouth? The moment Wenting decided to use his supernatural powers on old Mrs. Lu, he didn't care at all. As long as one didn't have morals, no one could kidnap them. Su Liang consciously sat in the driver's seat, waiting for someone to get in the car, and then stepped on the gas, heading straight to the city hospital along the broken driveway. Wenting didn't get on the car, but stood on the roof of the car at all times to guard against potential demonic beasts in the surroundings. Not long after the group set off, they came across several shadow tapers lurking in the shadows ready to launch an attack on the approaching vehicle. But before they could make a move, a few dark-colored shadow needles were shot at them, instantly nailing them to the ground without even a wail. Along the way, there were many such level 1 demonic beasts. They did not suffer from spirit-type pollution due to the distance. Instead, they were more gentle. Individual demonic beasts even heard the car humming, and instantly collapsed and fled. However, as the distance from the hospital got closer and closer, the number of those crazy demonic beasts around them suddenly surged, and their level increased significantly. Wenting even saw a level 4 panda smothered in the distance and crashed into the bank with a bang, and the alarms inside shook the sky. Su Liang was aware of their own strength, and could only do their best to stay away from the strong beasts they encountered. But there are times when they can't stay away just because they want to. Just like a third-grade rock bull that was attracted by the sound of the engine, it rushed towards the vehicle. When Su Liang saw the pan bull with red eyes, which was even bigger than his minibus, his whole heart was like ashes, and he subconsciously wanted to cry out to Wenting for help. Even though his reasoning told him that Wenting was only a level 2 alien, he simply couldn't stop the maddened pan bull. Without waiting for him to speak, Wenting's voice rang out in advance, don't slow down and drive straight through. Without giving Su Liang a chance to ask a question in return, Wenting immediately rushed towards the oncoming rock bull with an electric flash. Then in Su Liang and He Jian's astonished gazes, Wenting gripped a bull's horn tightly in both hands, and with both legs on the ground, Wenting shouted angrily and yanked it fiercely to the side. Powerful and domineering electric current flowed through the whole body. Pan cattle muscles immediately numb. Forward pan cattle head was pulled to one side, like a small truck of the 3 levels of pan cattle, so by Wenting dragged down to the ground, giving way to the lane. Such a fantastic scene happened in front of the eyes of the two people, shocked their mouths could not close for a long time. Wenting. Is he still a person? Su Liang, an honest man who didn't say much, murmured. He Jian gulped and didn't retort. Wenting did not kill this pan cattle. Anyway, it cannot be exchanged for money, so it is better to save energy. The car passed by and then turned into a lightning bolt, and once again returned to the roof of the car. When seeing further away, Wenting could not help but seep out a cold sweat on his forehead. The two rapid lightning pale wolves that were at each other's throats looked this way at the same time. Obviously the lights and engine sound of the car were taken as a provocation by them. One must know that this thing, the emergency lightning song wolf, once it reaches adulthood, is a 4th level demonic beast. The two pale lightning bolts ran towards this place. Wenting had the intention to block them but could do nothing about it. When he reacted, 2 explosions sounded below him. The vehicle then immediately lost control, constantly drifting to the left and right, and the tires were directly electrocuted by those two. Fortunately, Su Liang is an old driver. Driving technology is extremely skillful. Such an extreme situation, hard to rely on technology. The car stabilized, did not roll over. It's not good. My wife's amniotic fluid broke, and there is still blood. What to do? Do it yourself. He Jian throws down a sentence before walking out of the car with Su Liang, drawing out the iron bar inside and throwing it to Wen Ting. "Brother Ting, we're here to help you. Who told you guys to come down? Go back." Wen Ting received the iron rod and looked at the two rapid lightning song wolves located to the left and right with an extraordinarily grave expression. Seeing that Wen Ting had taken the weapon in his hands, the two rush electricity song wolves successively attacked, and the two speeding lightning bolts struck straight at Wen Ting. Wen Ting, who had expected this, immediately opened his thunder armor by holding his stick in front of his chest. The next second a rush came. Wen Ting felt as if he was a high-speed vehicle hit the same. The organs seemed to be displaced. The wolf that opened its bloody mouth was accurately stuck by the iron rod in Wen Ting's hand, but the other wolf bit into Wen Ting's right arm. The barbed wolf teeth pierced through the thunder battle armor and pierced into the skin, powerfully entering Wen Ting's body in a smooth manner. It also allowed him to experience an electrotherapy package. Half of Wen Ting's body had already been electrified and numbed, and he immediately gave a furious thunder roar. The explosive cry that seemed like thunder made the heads of the two sharp electricity pale wolves, which were known for their ear power, confused, and Wen Ting saw the opportunity to shake his left hand violently, toppling away from the two sharp electricity pale wolves. Pulled away. At the same time, a hot airflow came from behind him, and two fire snakes passed by, striking at the two rapid lightning wolves. However, the speed of the fire snakes was too slow in the eyes of the rapid lightning wolves, easily avoiding the attack with a precise jump. Wen Ting waved his right hand, wanting to remove the paralyzing effect as soon as possible, and in his heart, he began to get nervous, hesitating whether or not to turn on the shadow department and illusionary department to go all out in the fight. If he utilized his supernatural abilities at this time, he would definitely be exposed. He didn't expect these people to keep his secret for him. Or try to draw them away with an electric flash? As Wen Ting was about to try, he suddenly heard a questioning voice in the distance, "Yang Ming. How long are you going to watch the show?" As soon as the voice rang out, two strong and powerful chi energy suddenly descended from the sky, as if a heavy cannon had hit the ground, and the dust scattered on the ground, rolling down the head of the emergency electricity pale wolf that was still showing its teeth. Then a calm and powerful, with a bright laughter sounded in mid-air. "Sorry, Yang Ming, am late. Everyone is alright." The series of loud noises he made instantly masked the questioning voice coming from the distance, but that voice still could not escape Wen Ting's ears. Wen Ting narrowed his eyes at this guy with a stout physique and clad in red gold heavy armor, and in his heart, he felt both gratitude for not being exposed and annoyance towards the other party. This old thing clearly wanted to use the knife to kill people and get rid of himself as a hidden danger. Immediately, he ran his alien energy to scrutinize Yang Ming. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 656 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of blood chi, and has the probability of comprehending the meaning of the sword. Recipe, it is recommended to cook over high heat to remove calluses before processing. It seems that he has not yet been promoted to the god condensation stage. When Wen Ting was observing Yang Ming was also observing him, with both admiration and regret in his eyes. "Sir, quickly save my wife, she's lost a lot of blood." Yang Ming's gaze swept over Wen Ting and the others. Su Liang, who didn't know the cause and effect, was still thanking Yang Ming for saving his life. "Don't worry, the two of you grab the old man. Yang Ming, will take you to the hospital." Thank you so much. Also thank you guys, little brother one, your great kindness I will never forget. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance." Saying this couple, they were carried by Yang Ming and flew towards the hospital not far away. Looking at his departing back, he seemed to be in a hurry to avoid something. He Jian spat out a mouthful of water, reporting your name everywhere, afraid that others won't remember it right. Su Liang frowned slightly, he at least saved us. Just as the two were about to start a debate, a man in a dark green military uniform arrived in mid-air and said to the three, "You three come with me, go to the hospital for shelter first." Chapter 79, Rushing Me. The officer was very strong, and the demonic beasts along the way were like chopping vegetables in his hands. All the way escorting the trio arrived at the hospital. Before leaving, the serious officer revealed a warm smile and instructed, "Don't move around, these troops will take care of it." A sentence that brought a full sense of security. There might be quite a bit of prejudice against the Inspector Wentian, but he couldn't pick a single fault with the Dragon Kingdom's army. The demonic beasts hadn't entered the city for a long time, but a lot of people had already gathered here at the hospital, and the hospital, which was already relatively crowded, was even more congested at the moment. At a glance it was full of people, because there weren't enough stretchers causing the corridors to be full of people as well. Some hunters took the initiative to give up their beds, put on their coats, and headed outside the hospital. They were going to kill demonic beasts. Not for money this time, but for guardianship. But there is a difference between people. There are also a lot of hunters who are obviously almost well. They are just relying on the hospital beds and refusing to move their asses, looking at the wounded who do not have beds. There is even a playful smile on their faces. Wen Ting was not interested in being a righteous judge, teaching this group of unqualified scum one by one. After separating from Yi Jian, he walked in the crowded hallways, looking for the figure of his old mother and Mr. Yen. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure wearing a white coat, jogging alongside the stretcher, with blood-stained rubber gloves, using healing to prevent further deterioration of the wound. It wasn't until she escorted the injured to the operating room that she held her waist and wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve, revealing a smile. "Aunt Lin, this is too powerful for you, my hands still shake even now when I see blood." The few young nurses on the side praised heartily. Lin Yulan responded modestly, and just as she turned around, she saw Wen Ting standing in front of her, and instantly cried out in surprise, "Yeah. Son. Why are you here? There are crazy demonic beasts outside, how dangerous." Saying that, she checked up the wounds on Wen Ting's body. Wen Ting responded with a smile, but she didn't seem to hear a word of it, and when she saw the bite marks on Wen Ting's right hand, tears came out of her eyes. "All bitten and you still say it's fine." Xiaoyao quickly prepared to sterilize Xiaohua, gauze. Lin Yulan had been dealing with similar wounds in recent days and was considered half a doctor, able to deal with it easily. Good thing it didn't hurt the bones, this bite mark. Emergency electricity, Song Wolf? You don't want to die. Lin Yulan was anxious and angry, counting down Wen Ting. "Hey, it is also not a coincidence, there is a pregnant woman in the safe house, I cannot watch people die," Wen Ting said without meaning to. Lin Yulan's finger gently tapped on Wen Ting's head, heartache and grudge written all over her tired face. In order to avoid being continued to crusade, Wen Ting pulled his mom to sit on the chair given to him. "It's just as well that you're also resting. Mom, shouldn't you be working as a chaperone for Mr. Yen? How did you get here? And Mr. Yen, how is he?" Wen Ting was a bit strange. According to Xiao Wansong's arrangement, mom should be working as a chaperone for the teacher. Lin Yulan's face began to worry again. "Your teacher woke up quite early and recovered very quickly. He also talked to me about you this morning, and couldn't see that he had suffered such a serious injury before. But just now he saw that winged wolf and rushed out." "The dark-winged pale wolf king?" "Yes, that's the name. After fighting that wolf king, his whole state was bad, and now Dean Xiao is still taking care of it in his office. I couldn't be bothered either, so I came down to help." Wen Ting nodded. Lin Yulan's healing was being used extraordinarily skillfully right now, and within a short time, Wen Ting could feel the muscle tissue that had been pierced through begin to revitalize and grow slowly. After Lin Yulan personally wrapped up Wen Ting's wound, she looked at her busy colleague with a slight feeling of resentment in her heart. Wen Ting had the sense to say, "I'll go see the teacher. Mom, you also pay attention to rest, don't be too tired. You have not even turned it. What to fight for, ah? Go, what are your words? I'm saving lives, human life is bigger than heaven." Lin Yulan knew that Wen Ting meant well, but couldn't help but educate, and after saying that she was a bit embarrassed herself, she waved her hand. "Then I'm going to work, you be careful and don't run around." "Got it." Wen Ting responded with a smile, then walked down the fire escape all the way to the dean's office on the top floor. Looking through the doorway, Yan Sancher had already woken up, and Dean Xiao didn't have the good sense to persuade him. "You still laugh out loud, the condition that was easily stabilized has been broken several times. Even if you were a plant, light, dual system alien, you can't toss it like this. If you were an ordinary teacher you would still have a good end, but now, you don't have a few years to live." Yan Sancher snorted coldly, "That old thing must have died earlier than me. Come all the way here, eavesdropping on what?" Wen Ting, who was discovered, smilingly pushed open the door of the room and walked in. "Teacher, I saw all your previous battles, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Yan Sancher put on his own piece of white shirt, and after organizing it meticulously in the mirror, he turned to look at Wen Ting with a smile on his face. "Count on your kid having a conscience, you still know to come over to see me. I'm also considered a personal disciple, and if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gone." Wen Ting secretly used his supernormal ability to check up Yan Sanchi's body. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 7, 48 years old, flesh contains a deadly curse not suitable for consumption. Effects, provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of blood, provides a large amount of spiritual energy, will inevitably awaken the plant system, light system, spiritual system of psychic abilities, probability of obtaining the domain, a very small probability of obtaining the Taoist principle enlightenment. Recipe. The state is indeed worse than before. Remember, before the curse did not have the adjective fatal. Hearing Wenton's words, Yen Sanchi's brows furrowed, returning to the serious state he was in during the previous lesson. What kind of words are these? Could this battle have been avoided without your help? Speaking here, Yen Sanchi sighed. Besides, it was originally me who implicated the Northern Plains in this matter. Wen Ting raised his eyebrows. Are you saying that Darkwing Kangwolf King is coming for you? Dean Xiao coughed lightly as if to remind Yen Sanchi. Yen Sanchi waved his hand. It's not a problem. With his qualifications, sooner or later he'll have to touch it. Knowing it earlier isn't a bad thing. Wen Ting's heart sank, listening to Mr. Yan's words. It was very much like he was saying his last words. Dean Xiao knew that it was useless to stop him, so he sighed. All right, then I'll go out and guard the door for you, master and disciple. The door to the room closed and only Yen Sanchi and Wen Ting were left in the office. Yen Sanchi gazed out the window, looking at the northern plains in the darkness of the night, not knowing what he was thinking, and after a moment of silence, he said, Wen Ting, what do you think of this demonic beast attack on the city? Wen Ting already had an opinion on this, a carefully planned conspiracy, but judging from the results, this time, the Wolf King's entry into the city is more like a desperate counterattack. Not stupid. Yen Sanchi said approvingly. To be honest, I also want to thank you for bringing Meng Lan over to see me, and even more so, I want to thank that Mr. Shadow who was hiding in the shadows. Saying this, Yen Sanchi turned around and looked at Wen Ting with a soft gaze as if he was looking at his own child. If it wasn't for his reminder, I wouldn't have even known that half in the earth, power-playing, and incredibly foolish old boy had sneakily found his way here. Chapter 80 The Battle of the Dao. Old boy? Wen Ting thought back and remembered that the guy who had transformed into the dark-winged pale wolf king was a whole 179 years old. You call this kind of old monster an old boy? Playing with power? Teacher, you mean? Wen Ting asked with some shock as he pretended to be unclear. That's right, the Darkwing Pale Wolf King is a human change. Your enemy? Yen Sanchi shook his head. Can't talk about enemies, strictly speaking, they are rivals. Your cultivation is just starting now, it's still a bit early for you to be talking about this. But it doesn't matter, with your qualifications wanting to reach my level, it's only a matter of time. Yen Sanchi revealed a proud smile before continuing. Body forging and chi practicing are all hard work. As long as you are willing to work hard and have enough resources, you can get there in a short period of time, but the God Condensation Realm is the arena for geniuses. The God Condensation Realm is divided into 3 phases: nourishing the spirit, seeking the Tao, and harmonizing the Tao. Nourishing the spirit is frankly the stage of nourishing one's own spirit, but if one wants to enter the seeking the Tao, one needs to find one's own path. We call it the Tao, equivalent to a kind of rule comprehension. This has to depend on personal enlightenment. The Tao is like a right to manage the rules of the world. The more you have, then the corresponding Tao will be stronger. If you want to obtain it, then you can only kill the other competitors. That's what I have with that old undead. Wen Ting nodded, but was still somewhat confused. Teacher, if that's all, then he could have entered the city as a human and suddenly attacked. There's no need to break through the safety zone. Isn't that purely causing trouble for himself? Clever. Yen Sanchi flashed his appreciation and explained, this is related to the Tao we comprehend. The Tao rules we fight for are about war, and the bigger and more tragic the war is, the deeper our comprehension of the Tao rules will be, and the more probability we will have of replenishing them after killing the other party. This is the reason why he tried his best to start a battle against the safe zone. Speaking of this, Yen Sanchi sighed with slight emotion. After all, I have sunk too far into peace for too long. That old punk has been brewing for so long that I didn't even notice until that day when I went to save Xiao Huaimin, alas. Yen Sanchi, as a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, was rather blaming himself for implicating himself in Baiyuan City. To him, he should obviously be the guardian, but as a result, he let his hometown suffer from this disaster. The inner torment can be imagined. Yen Sanchi walked over to the bedside and took out a handwritten A4 revised book from under his pillow and handed it to Wen Ting. This is the entire gist and insights of the follow-up of the Overlord gun. Keep it to yourself. Teacher. You. Yen Sanchi raised his hand to stop Wen Ting from continuing to speak. Originally, as a soldier, living in the safe zone is already a disgrace, and now you're implicating your hometown. Said that pair of eyes steeply glare up. This grandson have dared to come to our doorstep to make trouble. How can I sit back and watch? It's just right to let this old undead see what is called the art of war. Wen Ting knew that there was no way he could stop Yen Sanchi's actions, but he couldn't just let him go to his death either. The curse in his body was already very serious. Thinking of this, Wen Ting pulled out a long written recipe from within his coat pocket and handed it to Yen Sanchi. Teacher, this is something that someone asked me to hand over to you when I came over just now. It looks like a recipe. Yen Sancher frowned slightly as he reached out and took the note, his eyes steeply lit up when he saw the name. Bright blood incense? Remove the blood-devouring curse? Yen Sanchi's palms lightly trembled, the excitement within his heart could be imagined. Wen Ting, what kind of person gave this to you? Where is he? I don't know. He handed it to me and disappeared. Yen Sancher exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, and after thinking about it, a smile appeared on his face. Good, it's good not to meet. Wen Ting, if you have the chance to meet with him, tell him that there are some things that should be hidden well. The more you expose to the outside world, the more dangerous it will be, never for the sake of a little bit of petty gains. Put yourself in a situation of no return. Wen Ting looked at Yen Sanchi's earnest and serious eyes and nodded. Ever since he realized the existence of Dao rules, Wen Ting had already speculated whether his recipe ability was also a type of Dao rules. If it was as he thought, the recipe ability was a manifestation of the Dao rules, then it could be plundered. In front of such a temptation, how many people would be able to hold back their thoughts? Understood, teacher. I'll tell him next time if we have the chance to meet. Yen Sancher nodded and opened the recipe once again to read it carefully before the note was ignited in the blazing golden light and turned into ashes. Wen Ting, teacher, who is that guy who has a Dao dispute with you? Why don't you just report it to the army and crush the other party? Yen Sancher shook his head. If I get this. Well, I had this idea before the recipe, but now, well, it's not too late to get yourself well before you go and get him killed. Fortunately, the teacher is still calm. It just so happens that Xiao Huaimin's injuries are also almost recuperated. Lousy can't save him for nothing, just so that this kid can be reimbursed. Wen Ting. The next day, the sun rose and illuminated this wounded city. The Dragon Kingdom army was strangely efficient. In just one night's time, it wiped out all the demonic beasts in the city, and had the army's aberrants assist in the city's restoration work, and in the morning it was a scene of hot infrastructure. The residents of the safe house also began to return home one after another. There are many people died in the mouth of the beasts, and occasionally you can hear the relatives of the deceased bawling in the street. The school also gave the students a 3-day vacation as a buffer. There was no rush to start school. Wen Ting also met Xia Menglan, who was carried back on a stretcher at the hospital. She was badly injured this time, but her spirit was good, and after returning her phone to Wen Ting, she said with full of apologies. Senior brother, sorry, I heard about you being ambushed by Lu Tao. Luckily that Mr. Shadow was strong enough, it was also hard for him to face a cheap practicing realm powerhouse alone. If you really had a bit of an accident because of my mistake, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Mr. Yen. Seeing the injuries on her body, Wen Ting also somewhat understood why she didn't let herself go to the front line. The environment there would only be more dangerous, and she, a 5th-level martial arts and supernormal ability dual cultivator, was injured like this, not to mention herself. You're not an immortal, where can you calculate that much? Wen Ting comforted. It was already very good that she could still think of having someone secretly protect her when the demonic beasts were approaching the city. At that crisis moment when the whole city was under martial law, how many strong people could she mobilize to serve as bodyguards for Wen Ting? Xia Menglan shook her head. In retrospect, I should have let you go straight to the inspectorate and stay there. Wen Ting's eyes rolled. Sister, if you really want to make up for it, why don't you help me inquire about the Thunder Fae? Xia Menglan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you really think that Fae are big cabbages? Besides, I'm just kicking myself for being so expensive. I don't even have a Fae myself yet. Ugh, I could have had a chance to get one, but it just changed hands and was given away. It was obvious the demon was still a little heartbroken. Chapter 81 Reporting. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you, but whether or not your kid is capable of getting it by then is none of my business. That's natural, sis? Before you guys left in a hurry, I didn't even have time to ask what was going on between you and Mr. Yen. What made it so unpleasant? According to reason, with Xia Menglan's qualification, Mr. Yen definitely had to be cultivated with care, and I don't know how it would come to the point where the teacher-disciple contact had to let himself be the middleman. Xia Menglan pursed her lips. It's not a big deal. Well. Summarize a sentence. Is my sister I'm too good? Wen Ting? Big devil, do you want to listen to what you are saying yourself? Ahem. Xia Menglan also seemed to feel that she had blown it out of proportion, so she straightened up a few points and said. That said, when I was in high school I was similar to what you are now. I also started to make a name for myself not long after I went in, that is, during my first semester of high school, I had already forged my bones to perfection and had received a silver-level hunter's badge. Because the commotion was too big, it was noticed by a lot of people, and because of various reasons, I finished the college entrance exam early and got the qualification for guaranteed admission to Imperial Capital University. Mr. Yan's intention was to let me lay a good foundation under him, and follow his plan to advance one step at a time, steadily and surely. I, on the other hand, was too proud and overly concerned about the reputation of genius, and the advice of the school teachers, so I fell out with them to enter the university early. As it turns out, old Yan's opinion was correct. Xia Menglan sighed. There are too many geniuses inside the imperial capital, and in a crowd of geniuses, this bit of my talent pales into insignificance, so sister, I'm not just coming back to sink my teeth into it. The two of them didn't chat for too long before Xia Menglan was carried into the operating room. After listening to Xia Menglan's experience, Wen Ting pondered with quite a bit of feeling and walked out of the hospital. Before, he did care too much about realm advancement, and was lacking in the polishing of his marksmanship, pace, and foundation. And with the battles that he had experienced in the past 2 days, Wen Ting now recalled that there were indeed many deficiencies that could be improved upon. The foundation had to be firmly laid before a 10,000-foot-high building could be built. Out of the hospital, Wen Ting did not rush home, found He Jian changed his clothes, then went to the Renaissance supermarket that Lu Tao said in his mouth. Renaissance supermarket is not far away. It is the only large supermarket in the North Plains, which is equipped with automatic switch lockers. Remember when it first came out, this thing attracted a lot of people's eyes. On the way there, Wen Ting was surprised to find that Yang Ming, the old man, was consciously earning word of mouth. He had his restaurant staff and the alien under his command all go out and take the initiative to take on the residents' store cleaning work. That attitude was so good that it made people doubt his original identity. He himself was even wearing simple public service clothing, using the signboard of Ming Yang Restaurant, distributing relief supplies, not at all having the air of a bigwig behind the scenes, but rather like a retired uncle, experiencing life. Even Yang Lingquan was wrapped in bandages, utilizing his rock-based psychic ability to repair the residents' damaged buildings, reaping a slew of favorable reviews and earning a lot of karma. Moreover, there were quite a few anchors who practiced self-media, filming and interviewing Yang Lingquan on the side, asking about his journey as a rich second generation involved in the defense of the Northern Plains. In front of the camera, Yang Lingquan acted like a modest gentleman, a far cry from his usual flamboyant demeanor. After looking at him from afar, Wen Ting pressed down his hood and continued to rush to Renaissance supermarket. The chaos in the city had ended. The original plan of using this chaos to assassinate Yan Lingquan was also declared bankrupt when he was circled in the front line by Xia Menglan. Wanting to earn popularity and word of mouth is right. You seem to have forgotten the nature of internet users. They like to create gods, but are even more keen on destroying them. With your dirty background, can you stand up to the pursuit of the godly internet users? All the way to the gate of Renaissance supermarket. The damage here is particularly serious. The outbreak of the battle affected the load-bearing walls inside. The surrounding area has been isolated by the relevant departments, waiting for experts to come over to repair, or direct blasting to remove and rebuild. Wen Ting took advantage of their inattention and used his shadow escape to bypass the rubble and collapsed walls, entering the interior and seeing the smashed and deformed locker. Luckily it wasn't smashed. Really, Lu Tao, this guy can't hide things a little more hidden. Bank safe is not safer than this? Wen Ting spat and inserted the USB flash drive into his cell phone, reading the audio inside. Snap. Hey! Wake up! Damn, this woman is completely stupid. Yang Lingquan's furious voice, and Ren Jingjing's voice yelling as if she was a nervous wreck next to him, rang out from the cell phone. It was the audio before the death of Ren Anna and Ren Qingyuan's siblings? Young Quan, should we get a doctor to come and take a look? The symptoms are exactly the same as Lin Jichun's. She might really go crazy if we drag it out. Lu Tao suggested with slight concern. Get a doctor? What's the point of wasting that money? How many times have this woman and her stupid brother spoiled my good deed? How many times have they caused trouble? Brother-in-law. I'm wrong, 1,000 wrongs are my fault, please call a doctor quickly, any later, and my sister will really be in trouble. Ren Qingyuan kowtowed with a crying voice, pleading with Yang Lingquan. Get lost. If it wasn't for you stupid bastard running off to play cards, could you let me miss such a good opportunity? Hoping that you kid didn't want to see old me get killed too. Ha? No, brother-in-law, how come? I also did not expect that Mr. Shadow would pick that time to appear. I was wrong, brother-in-law, you give me another chance, you let me do anything, please save my sister, she is a lover na. Go love her. Don't disgust me. You hold up to death is just a plaything. Don't flatter yourself. Yang Lingquan. You weren't. When you were chasing my sister before. You. Damn, who gave you the guts to call me by my first name? Just you, dog, also worthy? You. Shall not. Die a good death. Quan Shao, you. Old Lu, Ren Anna will be your substitute, give a decent, after all, there is also the friendship of the same bed, the things behind do not need me to teach you. Yes. When Ting again rummaged through the locker, inside there was also an account book and a diary. The account book recorded the debts that Lu Tao was responsible for. The content inside was equally unpleasant, similar to the one in Jiang Yuan's hands at the time, but more bloody and violent. The diary recorded all the dirty things Lu Tao had done after he followed Yang Lingquan. Casually flipped through, or Yang Lingquan forced the death of virtuous women, disgusting things. There were not a few women similar to Rin Jingjing. What a damn thing. Wen Ting looked at it with anger churning in his heart. Wen Ting also noticed a note written in the safe. If something happens to my wife and child, expose all of this. I think this guy has done so many dirty things for Yang Lingquan, and he can't trust the character of the Yang family, so he has made backhanded preparations for himself. I just don't know who is going to report these things. Wen Ting looked at the photos inside the diary and his eyes went cold, destroying so many families and still thinking of preserving his own family. How can there be such a good thing? However, after thinking about it, Wen Ting still sent the audio content to Big Devil using his own cell phone. He had done her such a big favor, so he thought that she would be able to handle it properly. Afterwards, Wen Ting took the account book and diary, returned home, and could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, what he waited for was a summons from the court. He had been reported. Chapter 82. Too much calmness. When Wen Tin woke up, it was already the next morning. He had been out for an entire day and night. The overdraft use of his lightning system powers, the wounds left behind during the battle, and the side effects from treating the wounds all worked in unison to make Wen Ting sleep really well. But such a good sleep was woken up by a sharp knock on the door. Coming! After responding loudly, Wen Ting slapped his face, woke up and got out of bed to open the door. The door to the room was open, and standing in the doorway were 3 law enforcement officers dressed in plain black suits with uniform white shirts and bow ties inside and a golden Libra badge on their chests, holding a subpoena with a red seal printed on it, and said, "Hello Wen Ting student, we are the staff of the North Plains City Court. Someone has made a report about you abusing your psychic ability to injure civilians. Please come with us." Yawning, Wen Ting took the summons and looked at it, and without saying anything, he nodded, "Wait a moment, put on some clothes, come in and wait." Opening the door to his room, Wen Ting turned around and returned to his room, and began to change his clothes. His calmness caused the group of enforcers outside the door to be slightly shocked. "No, buddy, you've been reported. Still touching the red line of the law, even though you're a student and there's a reprieve for things, you can't not take it seriously." The law enforcer in the lead felt that Wen Ting hadn't woken up yet, so he reminded him. "Student Wen Ting, I need to remind you that your behavior has already violated the red line. If this matter is not handled well, it will follow your file and affect your future college entrance exams and employment. Or even if it's serious, it's possible to face the punishment of detention, or even the abolition of your psychic ability and martial arts cultivation, so please take it more seriously." Generally speaking, when a Xeno strikes at an ordinary person, as long as it didn't result in the death or disability of the ordinary person and didn't result in a financial loss, there wouldn't be a punishment that was too serious. For someone like Wen Ting, who had struck out due to maintaining order, at most, a serious penalty would be recorded in the file, followed by ideological education, and in more serious cases, a fine would be imposed. These measures were the constraints imposed on the adepts and martial artists to prevent them from abusing force. Whenever there was a lawsuit between the cultivators and the commoners, the ruling would usually be in favor of the commoners. This was also the reason why that enforcer felt that Wen Ting should be in a hurry to hurry. Wen Ting nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and unluckily, his stomach rumbled at an inopportune time, and he scratched his head in slight embarrassment. "I'm sorry, so what, I haven't eaten properly for 2 days, can I have a meal before I go with you guys?" "Well, my cooking is quite good, you can try it too." The head youth's face instantly pulled down. "No need, we are just law enforcers. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to deal with it." Apparently, Wen Ting's actions had caused them to misunderstand, thinking that Wen Ting was planning to use the meal as a bribe. While sticking to their bottom line, their perception of Wen Ting worsened. If it wasn't for the fact that when they were doing the background check, those inspectors had highly praised Wen Ting and had performed great feats in the safe zone, they wouldn't have given Wen Ting this time to eat. "This is what you said yourselves, Anon, don't blame me for not reminding you if you drool at that time." The youth in the lead took a deep breath and seemed to be laughed at by Wenting's words. "Don't worry, even if we starve to death today, we won't snatch the meal from you." Wenting raised an eyebrow. "This is what you yourselves said anon." Soon that young enforcer regretted what he said. Smelling the gradually wafting meat aroma overflowing, the three young enforcers couldn't help but have their mouths grow juicy and unconsciously swallowed their saliva. "Old manga, this kid's cooking is a bit of something. It smells quite fragrant. It feels like any 5-star ice cream chef would be of this caliber. How about you consider being punched in the face?" The two accompanying enforcers quickly followed their hearts to persuade the youth surnamed Meng. "You too. Do you still have the appearance of a cadre? What's it like to be bribed just like that? But it really smells good. Can't even resist this. Talk about fair law enforcement. Suck it." The reaction of the three people Wenting all ears, the corner of the mouth with a smile, so that you end the shelf. It is not that Wenting deliberately show off his skills and intentionally gluttonize them. Well, there is this reason, but the main reason is that the day and night of sleeping, so that the qi and blood deficit in his body is somewhat serious. If he didn't replenish his energy, it would delay his cultivation progress. Wenting cooked quickly, and in just 10 minutes' time, a large bowl of well-made pan cow egg soup was brought out. On the pale yellow jelly-like egg liquid, pan beef gathered in the center of a thin layer of grease adhering to the top, will be sprinkled with green onions and cilantro to isolate. Wenting purposely placed the bowl in front of a few people, and used a spoon to take a big bite. The aroma of granite cow's meat was already a great complimentary meal for martial artists, and with the cultivation liquid that Wenting had purposely put inside, just smelling it made one's blood boil with a feeling. "A few of you really don't eat? I made quite a lot. There are still 3 bowls in the pot." Gulp. The two accompanying law enforcers looked at the youth in the lead with longing in their eyes. The youth's mouth was dry from gagging, but he still gave a condescending cold snort. 2 minutes left. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly felt 2 strands of ghostly aura that kept cricketing him from behind. Wenting shrugged his shoulders. Since people didn't appreciate it, what could be done? After eating, Wenting was extremely cooperative and followed them to the court's mediation room. The court side is not all things to be dealt with in court, more in the mediation room to try to resolve the conflict. After all, a lawsuit on both sides are laborious labor process. Wenting strides into the mediation room, found that the opposite position has come to many acquaintances. Unsurprisingly, it was the old couple on the 4th floor. Old Mrs. Lu looked like an old hen ready to fight, majestically, with an expression full of smugness. Uncle Lu, on the other hand, was a bit more relatively gentle, with kinks written all over his face. Beside them sat a couple with red crying eyes, looking at Wenting with a face of hatred, which made him a little puzzled. "Who are these 2 people? I don't remember messing with them. Where did the hatred come from? The eyes are sharper than that old lady Lu." Wenting had just sat down in his seat when another sharp footstep came from outside the door and pushed open the door of the mediation room. "Sorry, I'm late." Lin Yulan gasped for breath in Wenting's surprised gaze and sat next to him. "Mom, why are you here?" "Brat, what kind of words are you saying? I'm the mom. I can't come when you're being bullied?" Lin Yulan nodded Wenting's forehead in a bad mood. Wenting blinked and rubbed his forehead. "You're not angry?" "Mom, you're not right. Is this still the coy, repaired with neighbors, mild-mannered mother I know? What's with the wariness and hostility in her eyes?" "That, everyone's here right, so let's get started." The judge in charge of mediation, with a gentle smile on his face, was about to speak. Grandpa Lu was the first to interrupt and grabbed the opportunity to say, "Yulan Na, you and I are both clear about a Ting's situation. We are both old neighbors for many years, and I don't want to make things too stiff. But this time, when Ting is really too much, no matter how we are also his elders, watched him grow up since he was a child, what can't we talk about it properly and properly? We have to use our supernatural powers to take action against us 2 old people. My plea is very simple. I don't ask you guys to miss our goodness, as long as Wenting an apology." Chapter 83. Apologize is impossible to apologize. Grandpa Lu's words didn't wait for Wenting to retort, but old lady Lu was the first to hold back and slapped her old partner in the face. "Apologize? This is an apology can be resolved?" Old Mrs. Lu thumped the table, pointing at Wenting and spitting. "Brat, I'll tell you explicitly today, this matter is useless to apologize. Today I have to sue you to abolish your supernormal ability and abolish your martial arts cultivation. Want to make peace? No way." The usually soft and weak Lin Yulan changed her temperament and rose up in a mischievous manner. "Dame Lu, usually I see you as an elder and don't bother with you. Every time Wenting and you have a conflict, it's also me who pulls back and teaches him to respect his elders, but today it looks like I'm wrong." Lin Yulan Yu. Old Mrs. Lu looked at Lin Yulan in surprise, her face full of incredulity. How could Lin Yulan, who had always been held by her, be so strong? Lin Yulan slapped her hand away. Dame Lu, you want to sue my son to settle the score, right? You can. It just so happens that today in court, we'll go over the total accounts of these years together and see who's sorry for whom. Seth from his bag took out a stack of plasticized folders and slapped them on the table. This is 6 years ago, the old couple's house was on fire. My husband risked his life to break into your house to save you out after the inspector gave a certificate of bravery. Your payment was a pound of eggs. Lu old lady frowned. What do you mean by this? Now you are talking about Wenting. You shut up. Lin Yulan pulled out another stack of files and threw them straight at old Mrs. Lu's face. This scene left Wenting dumbfounded. Mom was indeed angry. And it was the most angry he had ever been since he could remember. Lin Yulan show finger lightly trembling pointing to the file bag. Hard to hear the vocabulary of insults, do not want to say more. You open yourself to see, inside is after my husband accident, you in the aftermath of the inspector to come over to investigate the testimony said. In the back, it is the perjury testimony you made in court. After accepting bribes from the debt collectors company, you made empty accusations against a latecomer who had saved your lives, and slandered his character in the court of his murder case. Ask your conscience, have you been able to sleep all these years? Old Mrs. Lu's aura immediately weakened by a hair, her eyes fluttered in all directions, and she hardened her head and sophistically said. It's all old news, whose family wasn't threatened by them at that time. We also want to live, is this wrong? Now is talking about Wenting that alien power electricity as these old bones of the matter, with his father has nothing to do with. Besides, we also gave your family a lot of food when you didn't have food afterward. Lu Moncler outlet online disheveled to sit in the seat, not dare to face Lin Yulan, just like Lin Yulan said, all these years, Lu Moncler outlet online there has always existed in the heart of the guilt. Lin Yulan pointed at old Mrs. Lu and continued her output. Good, not convinced is it? Then we are far not to say on the matter at hand. My son, why electricity you guys do not have a number in your heart? That is an emergency evacuation, walking slowly is to die. You can sit down 2 or 3 people with all the stuff you're carrying. To put it in a small way, it's selfishness, but to put it in a larger way, you're just joking with people's lives. Also, if we're really talking about it, if my son hadn't been desperately blocking the way outside that safe house you were in, would you two still have the lives to report it here? Lin Yulan asked with a ragged breath. Old Mrs. Lu sucked in her breath as she was disliked and began to play the rogue with a red face. We're just selfish, what's wrong with that? He's a cultivator to protect us, a group of unarmed ordinary people, isn't that what they should do? It's not right for him to use his powers to electrocute us. Don't talk about those useless things, either pay up or let Wenting go to jail, there's no third way today. Lin Yulan was so angry that her body trembled terribly, pointing at the shrewish and rogue old lady, unable to speak. Wenting hurriedly wrapped his arms around his old mom and smoothed her back, softly comforting her. At this time, the other couple heard about going to jail, and instantly became energized. That's right. He must go to jail. But if he didn't slack off in the safe house that day, my son wouldn't have died tragically. My son, Wenting now understood, so it was the couple who were the parents of the student who was torn apart by the dark moon demon wolf. No wonder he was looking at him with that hateful gaze as soon as he came in. Wenting took a deep breath in defense. First of all, I was injured and recuperating in the safe house. I rushed out first after I found out that something was wrong, and your son was already dead at that time. Besides, he was a senior and I was only a freshman. Am I still responsible for his death? You are the one who killed my son. Don't make excuses. Judge, Wenting must be heavily penalized for negligence. This pair of parents who had lost their child had already lost control of their emotions, and it was the time to look for a vent, so there was no sense or logic to speak of. In their eyes, as long as Wenting had been on duty outside that day, this incident could have been avoided. Why did their son die there when everyone else was alive? Lin Yulan was already angry, and when she heard this ridiculous statement, she became furious and stood up and argued with them. The judge in charge of mediation repeatedly slapped the table. All right. Let's all stop arguing. Let's each take a step back, okay? The judge with a smile on the side of the Wenting. Let's do what Master Lu said. Young man, you just admit a mistake, apologize, this matter is considered closed. Elderly Mrs. Lu exploded when she heard this. Judge, he's doing it to an ordinary person. Is it just to forget about it? Where is the majesty of the law then? All right, wifey, stop it, an apology will do. Apologize? Why should I apologize? My son didn't do anything wrong. Lin Yulan was also not happy. She didn't understand that her son, who had clearly saved the lives of so many people, had to suffer this unreasonable apology. That judge's head instantly swelled with pain, and he said bitterly to Lin Yulan. Wenting's mom, I know this is unfair to you, but understand, after all, he used his supernatural powers on ordinary people, and if he really pursues this, it's also about the child's future university entrance exams and employment. They don't care about your grades. Once there is a stain here, even joining the army is not wanted. Wenting snorted coldly, apologizing is impossible to apologize, but if I accept their thanks, then I can endure the cleanliness and pinch my nose and barely accept it. Child, you watch your attitude, I'm doing you a favor. That judge immediately felt a blockage in his chest, and the already chaotic scene was further triggered by Wenting's words. Old Mrs. Lu and the old man who had originally shown signs of loosening up, became agitated and clamored. The judge looked helplessly at Lin Yulan. Mom Wenting, do you even care about your son's future? Lin Yulan's eyes were red, and after a moment of silence, she said. My son saved so many people, and this is what he got in return. Even among the people saved are these two who accused him. Lin Yulan, how are you talking to me? Do good people deserve to be vilified? Do good people have to endure aggression? Lin Yulan stared tightly at the judge, then slowly looked at old Mrs. Lu. On weekdays, I teach my child to be tolerant and not to fall into hatred. For this reason I have made him suffer too much aggression. It is me who is incompetent as a mother. Wenting's nose soured and he looked at his old mom. Lin Yulan touched Wenting's head, her eyes gradually firming up. But today, I say nothing. I will not let my child suffer half a bit of wrongdoing again. That judge wanted to persuade a bit more, but in the next second the door to the mediation room was suddenly pushed open, and a bright voice rang out. Well said, why should good people be wronged? The judge in charge of mediation was about to get angry, but after recognizing the identity of the visitor, he couldn't stop being shocked. Bureau Xia, why are you here? Chapter 84. Courts and inspectors were not a system. But no one dared to disrespect a rank 7 martial artist. Wenting and Lin Yulan rose in unison. Bureau Xia, what brings you here? Even old Mrs. Lu and her husband and wife had risen with trepidation on their faces, and were even more shocked that Wenting's mother and son even knew the head of the inspection bureau. This was unscientific. Xia Huaimin was sitting in a wheelchair, his body was still wrapped in bandages with a warm smile on his face. Of course I came over to say thank you. Thank you? Not only was the judge confused, Mrs. Lu and the old man were even more dumbfounded. Even if you know the director, you can't let the director come over in a wheelchair to say thank you in the mediation room with his injuries. How big your face now? Xia Huaimin explained, oh, you do not know is normal. This time I went out on a mission, my life is in danger, but also fortunate that Wenting found Mr. Yen in time to take action. Xia Mao, this only to retrieve a life. Life-saving grace, you say should not thank Xia Huaimin's gaze softly swept through the crowd with an inquiring look. His tone was kind, talking about himself, but how he looked at it, he was excusing Wenting. Old Mrs. Lu said almost instinctively, Xia Bureau, this is to support him to bully him. Mr. Lu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly covered Mrs. Lu's mouth. Xia Bureau, my wife is not this meaning, we know wrong, we will withdraw the case. Withdrawal of the case. I also hope that the Xia Bureau will not remember the small man. How can this be? Xia Huaimin frowned. Aren't you saying that I, Xia Huaimin, am a dog official who bullies people? Xia Huaimin's gaze shifted to that judge in charge of mediation. You can't let me make a mistake. Things are one size fits all. Can't because he is my Xia Huaimin's life-saving benefactor, then the officials are protecting each other. What should be ruled, how to be ruled? Your words, life-saving benefactor, are out. You still want me how to sentence? Besides, this is a mediation room, not a courtroom. I don't have the power to impose a penalty. Once Xia Huaimin's words came out, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were completely abashed, and Mrs. Lu had also reacted, her intellect reoccupying the high ground, waving her hands and stating, No, we know it's wrong. Just now Yulan's words really made us enlightened. Yulan, before it was our fault, we apologize to you. Wenting, we know it's wrong. Shouldn't be a white-eyed wolf, so what, judge? We don't sue, we withdraw the lawsuit. We'll withdraw the case. Wenting sneered, don't apologize, dirty. Lin Yulan slammed Wenting, her eyes with a glare, telling him to just leave it at that. Wenting skimmed his mouth. Xia Huaimin pretended not to hear and continued to be the good old man. Big Aunt Lu, don't be like this, you're so messed up, it's like Xia, am forcing you guys. How about this? Just according to what you said before, I'll pay $30,000 counted as spiritual compensation to you, and bear the medical examination of your body. What do you think? How? Old Mrs. Lu and Grandmaster Lu looked at each other, then busily nodded their heads repeatedly. Lin Yulan was a bit overjoyed and wanted to stop and say something, but was stopped by Xiao Huaimin with a smile. Yulan na, you said that you know the Xia Bureau. Why didn't you say it earlier? You see, let the Xia Bureau break the bank. Old Mrs. Lu said with an ugly smile in fear. Xiao Huaimin said to Lin Yulan. I'm giving this money na, not because I agree with them, much less because I think Wenting Ben should apologize. I'm afraid that if I let Wenting suffer and implicate Mr. Shadow, who also saved my life, to do something drastic, then when the case is sent to the inspectorate, it will make it difficult for me as the director. When old Mrs. Lu heard these words, her old face turned white with fear. Mr. Shadow? Is that the Mr. Shadow who killed the family that had a conflict with He Jian and the others? Well yo, Wenting although we have conflicts, but not to the extent of wanting us to die. I am also old and confused, just feel like getting beaten and want to get rid of the anger. There really is no other meaning. All are so many years old neighbors, you can't hire a murderer to kill me because of this. Yulan, you see this thing got, just look at our old couple's half a foot has already entered the coffin on the part of persuade Wenting it. Lin Yulan closed her eyes, cold face, did not speak. Wenting had a disdainful look on his face from start to finish, and was too lazy to bother with them, so he stood up. Your Honor, since the charges have been dropped, can we go now? This. Can't leave. You haven't returned my son's life. You must pay for this. The parents of the deceased saw that Wenting wanted to leave, so naturally they refused to just let it go, and immediately rushed up to arrest him, which was stopped by the judge in charge of mediation immediately holding him. Xiao Huaimin sighed, both eyes flooded with a faint white dense light. A spiritual wave slowly spread out, affecting the surrounding people. Wenting and Lin Yulan were the first to be affected, and suddenly felt that their hearts were given a piece of peace, and a series of negative emotions such as injustice, anger, hatred, disgust, and so on that they had just faced were smoothed out. The emotions were still there, only they were no longer violent. Was this the power of a god condensation stage powerhouse? Wenting silently looked towards Xiao Huaimin. Alright both of you, this matter really can't be blamed on this kid. He encountered a cheap practicing realm-wanted criminal that day, and was injured in the process of cooperating with the arrest, which is why he wasn't at his post. And even if he didn't go out on guard, he's still completely blameless. What? Son, you were injured by a chi practicing realm? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Yulan was instantly shocked when she heard this and hurriedly turned to look at Wenting and began to inspect it. Her eyes, which were already red from being aggrieved, couldn't help but shed tears right away. Wenting saw that his old mom was about to lift his clothes, and hastened to struggle. Oops, the injury has been cured. You did not also check the injury before. It's okay. The parents of the deceased in Xiao Huaimin's spiritual power to pacify, and gradually find sanity, but still cannot accept the fact that their children died. The person has passed away irretrievably, but after all, he was killed on the way to perform the mission. Our inspectorate will remember his contribution. Xiao Huaimin didn't have much he could say to them. The deceased's family was appeased and naturally no longer unreasonable. The judge in the mediation room sighed in relief. Bureau Xiao worked hard for you, this was supposed to be my job. That judge said with apologies and Xiao Huaimin. Wenting and Lin Yulan also went up and thanked Xiao Huaimin. After saying the courtesies, Wenting pushed Xiao Huaimin out of the mediation room. Xiao Huaimin coughed lightly twice and said to Wenting after supporting Lin Yulan. Meng Lan told me all about your relationship with Mr. Shadow. This time I owe a lot of favors again, alas, Xiao Huaimin sighed. Recently, I'm also poor, I don't have anything too expensive. Why don't you ask Mr. Shadow for me? I have a set of third-level protective gear here that I used when I was young, if he can look at it. If he doesn't like it, he can mention it to me, and when I'm healed, I'll find a way to get it for him. Wenting recalled what Yin Sancher had said earlier. He thought that he had gripped Xiao Huaimin and cried. Alas, it was indeed a bit unorthodox for two masters and disciples to have to gripe a person. Okay, I'll pass it on. Chapter 85 Pushing one after another. Wenting three people just walked to the court hall on the first floor, they heard a helpless bawling resounded outside. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Xiao Huaimin frowned slightly, and Wenting stopped at the corner and inquired, Xiao Bureau, it seems that someone has come over to look for trouble. Change the road? Hee, I'm not just coming over to deal with trouble. Go forward boldly. Xiao Huaimin said and patted Wenting's hand. Lin Yulan looked at the two in a bit of a daze, not knowing what riddles the two were playing, but in the way of Xiao Huaimin's presence was too embarrassed to ask. When the three of them turned the corner, they saw a group of reporters surrounding the two couples who were holding banners, kneeling down and crying in pain for an interview. The old lady Lu and the parents of the deceased who left earlier than them were also over there. The former was quite resistant to the interview, while the latter's emotions that had just been calmed down were once again ignited, and she complained passionately to the camera about what she had just encountered. And loudly condemned Wen-ting for groping fish during working hours, leading to the death of their child. Lin Yulan immediately couldn't sit still when she heard this. These two people are still talking nonsense. They didn't listen to a bit of what they just said. I'm going to theorize with them. Mom, don't be in a hurry. Wen-ting reacted quickly and pulled Lin Yulan's wrist. Duro Xia should have a way, right? Xia Huaimin, who was sitting in his wheelchair, smiled and shook his head. Let's go, they're all waiting impatiently. Look, Duro Xia has come out. Duro Xia, may I ask if it's true that mother said that you used your power to force them to give up their complaint? Duro Xia, is there any progress in the case of Mr. Shadow's abuse of Ren's siblings, may I ask? I heard that Wen-ting's classmates have close ties with Mr. Shadow. Does the fact that you are helping him also mean that your heart goes out to Mr. Shadow and you don't think that he has anything to do with the case? Jing, Xing Yuan na, you guys died so tragically. Ren's father and mother's hair seemed to be much whiter than a while ago, their two eyes were red and swollen from crying, and they were lying on the ground banging their hands vigorously on the ground, venting their own powerlessness. Wen-ting swept his gaze through the crowd, and soon saw Yang Lingquan in a white suit and pink sunglasses on the opposite side of the street, leisurely sucking on a straw, raising his glass to Wen-ting through the air, revealing a smug smile. In the face of these clipped questions, Xia Huaimin responded in an official tone while giving Xiao Wansong and the crowd a look. Only to hear whoever among the many reporters shouted out, isn't that Mr. Yang Lingquan Yan? Did he come to stand up for the Ren family as well? We can't grab it from Duro Xia's side, let's go pick him. Go. On the other side, Yang Lingquan was startled to see a group of bloggers and reporters running towards him with cell phones and cameras. He knew that he couldn't go down personally, that would completely offend Xia Huaimin and there wouldn't even be any room for détente. Hurry to roll up the window and step on the gas to escape from the scene. However, as soon as he had an action, the SUV parked in front of him even started reversing at the same time. Bang! Yang Lingquan slammed the steering wheel, saw that the front cab poked out ahead, left Tao full of apologies, hands together, seems to be begging for forgiveness. Angry Yang Lingquan would like to kill. But now is not the time to care about this. He is clear that he seems to have been tricked, and hurry to reverse away from here. Just to reverse, bang! The small sedan behind him suddenly started accelerating and crashed into the back of his car. Similarly, rolling down the window, Su Long waved his hand and greeted him in the rearview mirror. Damn it! Yang Lingquan cursed and opened the driver's door to escape. However, he just got out of the car and wanted to escape, but he was horrified to find that the ground under his feet was covered with a layer of frost at some point, resisting his Earth system's supernatural ability and making his escape process extremely slow. Liemo stepped down from the SUV in front of him with a lollipop in his mouth. Sorry, the humidity is heavy today. Yang Lingquan's cheekbones gently twitched, and his feet stomped violently, forcefully crushing the frost under his feet. Limeau's maintained supernormal ability was forcefully interrupted. His cultivation was inferior to Yang Lingquan's. He couldn't help but feel a pain in his head at such a moment. His feet stumbled, and a warm nosebleed flowed from the tip of his nose. Yang Lingquan knew that he couldn't get away, so he put on a smile again and patted Limeau's shoulder. Looks like you're still on fire. After saying that, he greeted the reporters with a smile, instantly changing into the elegance and calmness of a fluttering gentleman. The traffic on the street is too much, too dangerous, everyone be careful, let's go to the entrance of the court. It just so happens that we also have to pay a visit to Director Xia. Come on, this beautiful woman, be careful, go my side, pay attention to the car. Wow, family, what is called a cultured rich second generation, from so few actions can completely appreciate Yang Gongzi's careful and considerate. See? The way Mr. Yang defied the odds in order to bring justice to his girlfriend is just too handsome. This is the boyfriend in our hearts. All the men in front of the screen should learn from this. It's enough to see the deep love of Mr. Yang, to know that Mr. Yang is considered a resounding figure in the Northern Plains territory. Such a person who wants to do justice for his woman is so laborious, not to mention commoners like us. Yang Lingquan was flanked and quickly arrived in front of Xia Huaimin. Aya, what a coincidence, why did Bureau Xia come to the court? Did he come specifically to do justice for aunt and uncle? Ren family couple was very cooperative, again bawling, prostrate on the ground begging Xia Huaimin to do justice. Posture was extremely low, but put Xia Huaimin on the grill. Xia Huaimin still maintains a smile, very official reply. Xia Mao is just an inspector, no power to adjudicate crimes. As for the murderer who killed Ren's siblings, Xia Mao will give an explanation. Saying this, Yang Lingquan's gaze wandered over to Wen-ting. I have heard that old brother One and Mr. Shadow have a great relationship, so obvious clues around. Why did Xia Bureau turn a blind eye? Yang Lingxuan's gaze was stern, and he looked at Xiao Huaimin without the slightest fear. Since you guys have to force me to go down, then don't blame me for being unforgiving. My poor child ah. Young Quan has really decided that Mr. Shadow is the murderer. It's just as well, it just so happens that there's a new development in the case, and all the reporters and friends are here, so it's good to give an explanation. Just as the words fell, Xia Manglan brought people to kill from the side. Xiao Wansong went up and detained Yang Lingquan. Not what are you guys arresting me for? Bureau Xia, is this the explanation you give to the public? You are using forceful power. I just want to bring justice to my girlfriend, why is it so hard? The media completely exploded this time, raising their long guns and starting to excuse Yang Lingquan and stand up for him. Xia Manglan took out the cell phone that was in the file bag and sneered. Yang Lingquan, this is the recording of you killing Rinqing Yuan with your own hands and abetting the killing of Rin Jingjing to frame Mr. Shadow. The evidence is conclusive. You are officially notified that you are under arrest. Yang Lingxuan's face was green with disbelief as he looked at the cell phone. He didn't understand how there could be a recording of that night's events. Immediately denied, you slander me. Ren Jingjing is my girlfriend, what would I kill her for? The corner of Xia Manglan's mouth slightly raised, so you don't believe there is a recording? Yang Lingquan didn't dare to gamble. How can he say anything when this thing wasn't released? In case there was really a recording, it would be hard to make up for it afterward, not to mention in front of the media, the persona he had worked so hard to build up would be all ruined. The media below doesn't care what you Yang Lingxuan's mind, one after another shouting to take out the evidence, otherwise you can't arrest people. Xia Manglan retrieved her cell phone and said to the public. This is the key incriminating evidence of the case, unless he himself agrees, otherwise it can't be made public. I hope to understand, of course, if Mr. Yang really thinks he's innocent, it's not like we can't take it out, and it's also good to let you be arrested with conviction. Yang Lingxuan's face was terribly gloomy. Wen Ting looked at Yang Lingquan with a smile on his face, when he suddenly saw an ordinary taxi parked on the side of the road, the window rolled down, and Yang Ming stared at Xiao Huaimin with a warning in his eyes. The two men stared at each other across the street. Chapter 86 The Game. Things are getting bigger and bigger. The reporters' appeals and the bloggers' uproar make Yang Lingxuan's heart float. The Ren family couple was also bracing themselves, staring at Xia Manglan with red eyes. Girl, you said that there is incriminating evidence here that Yang Lingquan killed my children, right? Yes. As the mother of the deceased, do I have the qualifications to let you play what's inside? I just want to know the truth. I just want the real culprit who killed my children to be brought to justice and pay for his life with his life. Mother Rin staggered around and looked at Yang Lingquan. Son, I've seen your recent running around for Anna's siblings. Auntie hopes that you're not lying to me, but since the Inspector General has brought out the evidence, let's listen to it as well, and don't wrongly accuse a good person. Yang Lingquan gulped, his eyes swept over Xia Manglan, Xiao Huaimin, and Wen Ting who had smiles at the corners of their mouths. He knew he had no choice. As he saw Xiao Huaimin's gaze looking into the distance, he seemed to have sensed something. Turning slightly sideways, he saw his father sitting in the back of the cab, and he slowly raised the window. He suddenly realized, knowing why Xia Manglan was so insistent on letting him show the so-called evidence himself. What rules, what regulations, they were all just excuses. Xiao Huaimin was giving Yang Ming time to think. If he wanted to protect his son he would have to go down himself. As long as he went down, it wouldn't be so easy to get out again. Assassinating a real power inspector general is no joke. After Yang Lingquan thought about it, he also gave up his illusions. Come on, let me see what evidence of planting evidence you have found. Just now he was indeed startled. Now looking back, how could there be recordings that night? In order to ensure that the crime scene would not be missed, he had sent professionals to clean it all over again. It is also possible that he thought too much. What if it is Xia Manglan father and daughter together to swindle him? Self-assurance brought back a few moments of confidence. But the next second, his confidence was shattered. Snap. Oi! Wake up! Damn, this woman is completely stupid. When the original sound of the recording was sent out, Yang Lingquan reacted to the fact that it was being recorded by one of his own people. Not daring to let the recording continue, Yang Lingquan immediately said, "This is a forgery. Xia Manglan. I know you don't see me in a good light, but there's no need to play such a vicious trick." With that, he turned to the camera below and desperately defended himself. There must be someone capable between you guys. With today's technology it's not that hard to make an audio recording like this, right? But no matter how he defended, the content of the recording was sent out in its entirety, and Ren's father and mother cried uncontrollably as they listened to their son's voice before his tragic death. Forgery? Xia Menglan played the recordings of different time periods one after another, as well as the recordings of the different events in question. All of these audios have different recordings of the victims. After these few days of investigation in forensics, they are completely able to prove the facts corresponding to the things in the audio. And also, aren't you questioning the authenticity of this audio? Said Xia Menglan, early prepared to show 3 materials. Let's Watao flip open to the camera to show. This is I commissioned 3 authoritative organizations on the audio identification investigation. The results of the investigation is consistent, there is no forgery. This exposure, the whole room was in an uproar. Wang Lam, really, you this head, you return my child? I kill you. Ren's mother heard the subsequent audio, the whole person's emotions completely collapsed. Ren's father's eyes were all gray, and then rising to a death wish, he took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed at Yang Lingxuan's neck. However, under the gaze of a group of experts, how could he succeed as an ordinary person? Before he could get close to Yang Lingquan, he was stopped by both Zhuo Tao Sulong. You guys let go of me, let me kill this to avenge my son and daughter. Let go of me, ah. Please beg you guys la. Let me kill him. Xia Menglan waved his hand, take away. The words just fell, an unimpressive inspector stepped forward and pressed his palm on Yang Lingxuan's shoulder. Yang Lingquan still wanted to use his supernatural ability to struggle, only to see the dense dark shadow system energy emanating from that person's hands, forming a substantial pitch-black chain to bind him into a dumpling. You can't do this to me, the evidence was forged, I didn't kill anyone. The one who killed was Mr. Shadow. It has nothing to do with me, ah. Ah. Yang Lingquan roared with unwilling fury, his forehead veins bulging, but it was to no avail. That unimpressive Shadow Department inspector took out a syringe from his waist and stuck it into his backside without a second thought, and as Yang Lingquan screamed in pain, Wen Ting also saw that person stirring the needle a little bit before pushing the medicine inside. I'm sorry, it hurts to look at it. Alien energy inhibitor, specializing in dealing with the alien agent, can in a period of time so that the target body of the alien energy element confusion cannot be effectively utilized, so as to achieve the purpose of making it unable to use the alien energy. Xia Huaimin saw that the farce was almost over and it was time to call it a day, so he said to the camera. North Plains Inspectorate, to all of you commitment, all the murder cases must be pursued to the end, never tolerate, will not be because of whose son he is, who stands behind him and retreat. For the reporters and bloggers, Xia Huaimin didn't say too much, but told them to wait for the official conference. After things came to an end and the crowd was dismissed, Wen Ting was left behind exclusively by Xia Huaimin, who was slowly pushed in his wheelchair by Wen Ting, smilingly inquiring. Wen Ting, do you think Mr. Shadow will be unhappy if I directly arrest Yang Lingquan? I have heard for a long time that he wants to take off Yang Lingxuan's head. According to your young people's words. Do I count this as head snatching? Your old man is still quite fashionable. Wen Ting thought about it and said, I don't think so, in my opinion it doesn't matter who killed Yang Lingquan or how he died, what matters is the fact that Yang Lingquan is dead. That's a good point, but I'm really afraid that that temperamental savior won't be able to get angry and directly hijack my prison wagon. Wen Ting. It shouldn't be that bad. You can really look up to me. Xia Huaimin's face became serious after joking and continued. Back to business, what about Yang Lingquan is just a microcosm. Without solving those rotten and stinking meat that are entrenched in the North Plains, the sky of the North Plains will always be dark. Convey for me, Mr. Shadow, Yang Ming is not Yang Lingquan. The next thing will become very complicated. As far as possible, it's better not to get involved in it. Don't get me wrong, there are some things where it would be inappropriate for Mr. Shadow to step in again. Wen Ting unconsciously recalled the suicide of the vice president of the city hospital. The network of interests involved here was definitely not comparable to that of Yang Lingxuan's generation. If he were to touch these things again, he might be exposed because of something. The power that those people could use together was definitely not something that a Mr. Shadow who could not see the light of day could resist. Wen Ting was still self-aware. Understood, I will tell him. Understanding good. Oh yes, Mr. Shadow's gift needs preparation time, but your thank you gift I have brought over, it's in the trunk of the car, you open it and see if it suits you. Chapter 87 Tian Shengun. The two of them slowly made their way to the parking lot, and Wen Ting opened the trunk of Xia Huaimin's police SUV, and aside from the miscellaneous items inside, there was a long wooden gift box. This is? Open it and take a look, I hope you like it. What was inside could be guessed by looking at the exterior. Wen Ting opened the gift box with slight excitement, and what came into his eyes when he flipped open the lid was a long gun with a dark golden hue. The body of the gun is a dark golden color, engraved with a fine special text like scripture. The head of the gun is longer, similar to a short sword without a handguard, and the blade is sharp. Wen Ting gladly picked up, couldn't help but itchy hands waving up. Xia Huaimin looked at Wen Ting and explained. This gun is called the Tianqian gun, forged from the thunder elemental essence iron unearthed from the iron mines of Tianqian Mountain. It is able to effectively increase the power and range of the thunder system's supernormal ability. It is a level 3 increase weapon. Wen Ting wore a smile. Thank you, Bureau Xia, I like this gun very much. It's good if you like it. After the business was explained, Xia Huaimin did not stay any longer. Wen Ting also chatted with his mom all the way to his home. Just arrived at the neighborhood, the two felt the warm welcome of residents of the entire neighborhood. The most enthusiastic is Mrs. Liu, simply like two people. Even if Wen Ting and Lin Yulan had been cold-faced towards her, she didn't care and said she would give them the eggs in her hand. It was naturally impossible to ask for things, and naturally there was no such thing as a good face. Lin Yulan changed her usual good-tempered look, ignoring old Mrs. Liu's enthusiasm, and slammed the egg that was forced into her arms, directly on the ground to show her attitude, and led Wen Ting to walk straight through. Obviously, old lady Liu's targeting of Wen Ting had completely pissed off Lin Yulan. This was in stark contrast to the way she responded enthusiastically to the other neighbors. Ma Chunhua was naturally the happiest, as her own best friend had made a fortune. She was naturally able to shine as well. Immediately looking for Lin Yulan to secretly inquire about the case on Hejian. Lin Yulan where to get in touch with this, naturally want her to ask Wen Ting, and even want Wen Ting to step in to find the Xia Bureau to pardon Hejian's problems. The conversation between the two naturally could not have escaped Wen Ting's ears, and without waiting for Lin Yulan to inquire, he himself directly told her that the matter had been resolved. With Xia Huaimin's emotional intelligence, he didn't even need Wen Ting to open his mouth to get things done. Ren Qingyuan is dead, who would still care about this? Returning home, Wen Ting was not idle. In order to nail Yang Lingxuan's charges, he packed Lu Tao's USB flash drive, account book, and diary and gave them to the Great Demon, brushing another wave of her favor. Originally, this thing was intended to be done when he got his hands on it, but there was no way that he was too tired at the time, and he overslept. The vacation passed quickly, and when Wen Ting returned to his class, Yan Sancher still hadn't returned from his vacation. After Yang Lingxuan's matter, Wen Ting also went to visit Yan Sancher. Only after getting that recipe, he had been digging in to collect ingredients. After all, every single ingredient in it was a grade 7 demonic beast or a spirit plant of the same grade, so it wasn't easy to get them all. In order to get them, he used all his relationships to collect them, and with a chance to live, Yan Sancher had no intention of teaching quietly. Therefore, Wen Ting can only bitterly study Yan Sanchi's manuscript by himself, complementing his own basic problems exposed in actual combat, a little bit of correction at the same time, to continue their own training tendon training. Near the morning class, Bao Baishan surprisingly early to the class, a commandant called a refreshing. Wen Ting immediately came to congratulate. Brother Ting, congratulations, now you are famous. Oh? How? Bao Baishan pulled over the cushions stacked into a pile, sat on his butt and smiled as he took out his cell phone and showed it to Wen Ting. The video of your old man abusing and killing the second-grade Dark Moon Demon Wolf was on fire on the internet. My ass, those are real second-grade demonic beasts, or the racial talent of the Shadow Department. How did you find it so accurately? With a martial artist's combat intuition. Participate in more actual battles and you can practice it, well, provided that it's still alive. Wen Ting replied with a smile. This was not exactly a lie. Experienced martial artists did have smart ears and could react instinctively to the danger they felt. It was only that Wen Ting was relying on the night vision ability of his dread pupil when he killed the Dark Moon Demon Wolf. Bao Baishan looked at Wen Ting practicing his gun with envy. Alas, Brother Ting, it would be good if I were half as diligent as you. Without waiting for Wen Ting to comfort him, Bao Baishan immediately skipped over the topic that made him allergic. Far from it, besides the video of you killing the demonic beast before, the video of you pushing Xia Bureau to witness Yang Lingxuan's arrest also caught fire. What's the matter? That kid Yang Lingquan was arrested, his heart is old and happy. General, not much feeling, it would only be cool if I killed that kid with my own hands. Wen Ting recalled Xia Huaimin's words, but also had to cancel the goal of killing Yang Lingquan. Yang Lingquan was involved in the murder of Xia Huaimin, and he thought that the character of that smiling tiger director would never let him have a good time. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to do this. Bao Baishuan's chubby little face deflated. It's a pity, I still didn't wait for the day when Mr. Shadow took off Yang Lingxuan's head. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I heard from the grapevine that the King of Living Hell couldn't lead his shift because of something. Wen Ting, you are close to him, is that true? Wen Ting nodded and didn't deny it. This could make Bao Baishan happy, yes. Phew, finally I can have a good rest. For us bunch of scums, Mr. Yen can be much more scary than King of Hell. I hope to have a young, pretty, and preferably freshly graduated female teacher from university to lead the class. Heh, it's quite a beautiful thought. Wen Ting said rather contemptuously. With the arrival of the morning class, An Musher also ran to find Wen Ting with gusto to chat about the recent commotion he made. Wen Ting instantly became a celebrity in the school. To Pao Baishuan's disappointment, the one who took over their class was another male teacher, Wang Yong, who Yen Sansi had specially instructed, a big tall man of 1 meter 9. Although the intensity is not as strong as Yen Sansi, but is still an extremely strict teacher, Bao Baishun is still the one who has special care. The days are even more difficult. Just like this, the days passed day by day, and Wen Ting rarely gained a period of peace and quiet. During this period, Yang Ming seems to be completely silent. His son is in prison also regardless of the follow-up charges taken out by Xiao Menglan. Yang Ming is crying bitterly that he did not discipline him well, a great feeling of a strong man to break his wrists. Well, he took this opportunity to marry another freshly graduated college student as his wife in name only. Apparently, he felt that Yang Lingshuan's number was practically useless, and grasped the opportunity to start another number. Not long after, Yang Ming seems to have reached some kind of deal with Xiao Huimin, began to donate large quantities of his own assets to the North Plains municipal government, and at the same time, he also titled himself as an honorary captain of the inspectorate. To put it bluntly, is a no power no one, something still have to be assigned by Xiao Huimin's toolman. Look at this situation seems to be completely conceited. Wen Ting is also a rare ushered in a period of rapid development of peace and stability. Golden October soon passed, flying midges also in the plummeting temperatures greatly subsided, Hunter Guild where the rewards are also followed by statistics completed issued. Chapter 88, Reward Settlement. The rewards on the Hunter Guild side had no actual material manifestations. The contributions were all turned into points, taking his Black Iron 1 star, skipping the 4 stars of the Black Iron stage, and going straight to Bronze 1 star. Of this, the one that took up the lion's share was the one obtained after Wen Ting had abused and killed the Dark Moon Demon Wolf by almost one person, followed by the special contribution when stationed at the slaughterhouse, and the contribution value from the various volunteer outings to exterminate the flying midges during the weekdays. It could be said that the mission rewards issued by the Hunter Guild itself were really excessively stingy. However, this bronze level medal still gave a great deal of convenience. After the Hunter's medal reached the bronze level, Wen Ting could officially accept the bronze level bounties issued by the Hunter's Guild, and at the same time, he could also enjoy a 10% discount on the price of the Hunter's Guild's beast meat. The monthly task of hunting demonic beasts had also been changed accordingly, requiring a guaranteed kill of at least one level 2 demonic beast. The benefits given are not much, but they are better than nothing, and what helps Wen Ting the most is probably the discount on beast meat and the extra points on the college entrance exam, which are 2 features. On this day, Wen Ting similarly received a thank you gift from Xiao Huimin. It was Mr. Shadow's share. He accepted Xiao Huimin's offer of a level 3 protector as a thank you gift. Originally, Wen Ting didn't want this kind of recognizable item. The gauntlets were problematic to store on weekdays, and it was extremely easy for people to find a breakthrough. However, when he heard that it was a gauntlet made from possessed ghost face, Wen Ting immediately agreed to the proposal. For no other reason than the fact that the soul-possessed Ghostface is a special demonic beast in the Forbidden Zone of the Dragon Kingdom's Yunchuan province, and the weapons, protective gear, and other equipment made from it are able to be stored in the spiritual realm of the mind and be taken out and used at any time. Of course, the disadvantage is that only the alien can be stored. Martial artists need to reach the condensed spirit realm to open up the spirit before they can do so. This was also the reason why psychics were held in high esteem and martial artists were generally despised by psychics. According to Xiao Huimin in his cell phone text message, this gauntlet was a prize he had received when he was young and won the individual competition in the Northern Border Province provincial competition. Well, as for the first place, he didn't say. Definitely not the champion, that is. The delivery was also given to Wen Tin by Xiao Menglan, so that Mr. Shadow could come over to collect it depending on his mood. Ever since his life was saved, Xiao Huimin no longer brought up the matter of the facebuster, very consciously maintaining a sense of distance. Like he said himself, he really didn't want Mr. Shadow to be implicated in the whirlwind of power at their level. Xia Bureau is not bad. Wen Tin carefully examined the silver-colored scale armor that had been delivered. The armor was a complete set, containing a helmet, body armor, arm armor, and leg armor. Each part was made of silver-colored and slightly transparent scales that were woven together, flickering a little under the light. Wen Ting touched it with his hand, and it was smooth and cool to the touch, as if it was a thin piece of fish fillet, and there was also a strong toughness when pinched. The shortcoming is that this silver scale armor is second-hand, and has gone through many repairs, resulting in a slightly different coloration of the scales under a close look. The good thing is that there is no lack of functionality, there are all the things that should be there. Silver scale armor type is considered heavy armor, can give the protection to be able to resist the full force of the 4th level fire system alien attack can be seen, but the prices compared to other armor is slightly heavy. However, this did not have a big impact on Wenting, who was a phantom type system and also a martial artist, and was still able to maintain a high sensitivity. Because all the resources of the silver scale armor were used to enhance defense, there were no more features, and being able to resist damage was its strongest feature. Wenting happily scratched out a drop of essence blood from his fingertips and dropped it onto the armor. His mental power was highly concentrated, and in no time it had a connection with the mental region in his mind. With a thought, a whole set of silver scale armor turned into a stream of light and drilled into Wenting's brow, and when it reappeared it had already appeared on the surface of his body. Wenting looked at the armor on his body, moving his body, came to the mirror in front of the mirror to see himself like an ancient general commander, very satisfied. After taking on the heavenly star gun, he felt even more like getting on the horse and killing the enemy. Only because this is the reason of the 3rd level protective gear, with Wenting's spiritual power, at most can only maintain the use of time for 3 minutes. If he wanted to use it freely, he could only break through to the bone forging stage as soon as possible. For this gift of thanks, Wenting was quite satisfied. If he had this silver scale armor in the beginning, he would not be so passive when facing Lu Tao. Of course, a 7th level God Condensation Realm martial artist is not so bad that he can't afford to send good things, and a life-saving favor is not so bad that he can use a second-hand 3rd level protective gear to get rid of it. It was only because Yen Sancher had gripped too hard, causing Xia Huaimin to be poor for a while. There were not many things suitable for sending Mr. Shadow. Moreover, if something too advanced was sent, Wenting wouldn't be able to use it for a while. Moreover, this set of level 3 armor was a priceless existence even if it was second-hand on the market. There were plenty of people who would trade it for a set of level 4 armor. So Xia Huaimin promised to help him unconditionally once outside the safe zone, as well as to use his own connections to provide reasonable shelter if something happened to him one day. Wenting sounded a bit familiar and figured that it was Xia Menglan who gave the idea. A 7th level martial artist unconditionally striking out and providing shelter was incomparably valuable to any 2nd level cultivator. That was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. After contacting both Xia Huaimin and Xia Menglan, they were both very nice people, and Wenting was also happy to have a good relationship with them, so he naturally happily agreed. Not long after, Xia Menglan promised $2 million of funds into Wenting's account. This made Wenting quite happy. The amount of funds was reassuring. His own food could be improved again. Wenting had currently reached the late stage of tendon training, and with his current progress he would reach perfection by the end of the period, and he would be able to formally carry out bone forging training. At that time, his 3 systemic abilities would receive a further breakthrough. Speaking of this, Wenting felt slightly sad. The illusory type department was different from the promotion of the other alien ability departments, as the only way to obtain alien abilities was to eat the blood and flesh of the corresponding demonic beasts in order to comprehend their racial skills from time to time. As a result, most of the illusory type department's exalted ability practitioners practiced martial arts on the side. Especially the illusion type system, as the bloodline quality of the alien, basically are all martial artists. The reason was simple: the higher the quality of the bloodline, the less easy it was to obtain demonic beast blood and meat, and the price was outrageously expensive. Can't afford to raise Wenting is currently in this state. The illusion type system is basically the same as the level of martial arts. As for the skills, well, because the dark-winged pale wolf beast meat North Plains Hunter Guild is not available, so can only until now also only a broken blood. Fortunately, their own shadow system and the dark-winged wolf is extremely suitable, can make up for the lack of this aspect. Then again, Xiao Wansong had hit on the idea of the quick numbing food scatter, and had given an extremely high price to obtain the formula. Originally, Wenting had planned to sell the formula to obtain funds, and this was also an idea he had a long time ago. Being a hunter could make a few dollars. If you want to make money, of course you have to be a capitalist. Opening a company and establishing patents was the fastest way to make money. However, this idea in from Yen Sansi mouth was informed of the news of no then, was completely strangled by him. If this ability of his to see recipes is really a complete Dao rule, then once exposed, even Xia Huaimin can't protect himself. Anyway, there was no shortage of money right now, so for the sake of safety, Wenting tearfully refused Xiao Wansong. Wenting, who had gotten a series of rewards, also gave himself the reward of resting for a night and going to bed early. Tomorrow was the midterm examination. Because his strength far exceeded that of his classmates, he was broken into the middle of the first mock college entrance exam for seniors. Chapter 89 Varsity Team. The next morning, Wen Ting brought his own fried pan beef to see Old Man Zhang. I heard that their store had suffered a lot of damage, received the favor of the old man should come over to take a look, but fortunately, Old Man Zhang people are fine. After chatting for a while, Wen Ting strolled and jogged to the school to warm up. Many students in the class had different moods. A small part of the mouth corner smile chest, part of the people from time to time to look at the textbook to review the content of the examination moves. There are also some running around spreading anxiety. Of course, there are also some metaphysical people. Wen Ting came to the back of the class with a dark face, snatched the cell phones that Bao Bao Baishan and Mushi were kneeling reverently on, and deleted the photo that had secretly taken a picture of himself with a black and white filter. You guys are sick. Dig the grass, the Ting God has manifested. Brothers, 4 full marks. Bye. Bao Baishan, as if he was a godly man, his expression was extremely exaggerated, cupping his throat and waving his big hand to Mushi and the others in the back. Wen Ting kicked Bao Baishan and scolded him with a smile. You have to use black and white photos, right? So bad luck, I'll never let you pass. Don't, I was wrong. Bao Bao Baishan reacted a beat slower. Only after being kicked did he wriggle like a big fat maggot. And Mushi ran over to Wen Ting's side with a smile. Elder brother, Bao Baishan said that you're going to take the senior year's mock exam, is that true? Wen Ting nodded his head in recognition of Mushi's words. Teacher Wang said that the senior year's exams don't mean much to me, and that he would just give me full marks. He suggested that I should look at the senior year's mock exams, so that I can familiarize myself with them in advance and study in a targeted manner, in order to secure an early admission to a prestigious school. Originally, Wen Ting also intended to follow Yan Sancher to build his own foundation and avoid problems like the Big Devil, but the plan couldn't catch up with the change. Yan Sancher is now preoccupied with putting together the material on the recipes, and simply doesn't have the time to take care of him. And this is something Yan Sansi himself said to Wen Ting, if there is an opportunity to bail out, or to fight for it. In Yan Sanchi's eyes, no one can teach Wen Ting in this school except him. It's not that Wen Ting's strength exceeds that of his teachers, it's just that the other teachers don't know how to use the Overlord gun. And Musher deflated her small mouth. Doesn't this mean that in case you are favored, I'll be the only one left in the school? You and Mr. Yen are gone. Bailing out isn't that simple. Wen Ting symbolically consoled. But it's only a matter of time. Who let you be lazy every day? Mr. Yen has been groping the fish after he took a leave of absence, and up to now he's only in the middle stage of blood refining. Good yogurt student cheeks bulging, who is like you who has more energy than you can use up in a day. The corner of Bao Baishuan's mouth was pumping hard. Listen, what you senior siblings are saying is human language. Do not play, with you guys too close, easy to Taoist heart collapse. Said Bao Baishan ran to another corner from the album to find out all kinds of gods and goddesses to worship one by one. He still has the Taoist heart? Who knows? It's no wonder that Baobashan is speechless. The first in the class dislikes the second in the class for being lazy. It's hard for everyone to hear. To know as of the first midterm exams, the whole grade on Mushi a person to the middle stage of blood refining, this is still Yan Sansi to the class set the end of the term goal to come. Right after the preparatory bell rang, Wen Ting was called away by Wang Yang alone to the playground, and that side was already filled with students from the Senior Alien Energy Academy and Martial Arts Academy. Many of them had heard the news in advance and were curiously sizing up this senior elementary school student. Wen Ting looked at the seniors who were all a head and a half taller than himself, and running his alien energy, he began to measure the quality of the ingredients. Well, most of them were at the tendon practicing stage, and less than half of them were at the bone forging stage, and there were a lot of students from the Alien Energy Academy who were at the third level of cultivation. Suddenly Wen Ting noticed a man wearing a gray sweatshirt with a downy black vest and a short ponytail, rushing towards the two with his hands in his pockets. You're 110, aren't you? Said the man without a sense of boundaries. On the hands began to pinch Wen Ting's shoulders. Hands, that technique is like patting a watermelon to determine whether or not to keep ripe like. Wen Ting frowned slightly, somewhat resistant to this behavior. Not bad, not bad. Long ago I heard that Mr. Yin found a good disciple. I did not expect to reach the tendon training stage so soon. Introduce yourself. My name is Yao Yu, currently in full charge of the Northern Border Province provincial competition. Looking at the other party's outstretched palm, Wen Ting was not in a good position to hang people out to dry. His right hand shook it. Wen Ting originally wanted to draw back his palm, but found that this teacher's palm was like a pair of iron pincers with gradually increasing strength. The examination has begun this? Wen Ting is not willing to show weakness, the same running qi and blood in its confrontation. The two are so jockeying for power, Soon Wenting power to reach the limit, forehead seeped out fine sweat, is going to use the supernormal capabilities of the time. Yayu suddenly withdrew the power to smile and said, electrocution would be excessive anon. Wenting. Yayu wrapped his arm around Wenting's shoulders and slowly walked past the senior year pending exams, his voice not hidden at all. Older brother, I watched the video of you killing the Dark Moon Demon Wolf 2 days ago. It's indeed a bit of something. It's too bad that a talent like you is buried in those so-called exams. Yayu hadn't even finished speaking when Wenting harvested a slew of grudging gazes. Teacher Yao, you're deliberately pulling hate on me. I'm a talent that shouldn't be buried, so where are you putting these senior students? Even if you appreciate me, you can still say it in private. So I said hello to your yearbook director and asked you over. There's a total of 5 of you, beat 3 of them and I'll recruit you to the varsity team. The resources of the varsity team can be a lot more than what you get in class. Are you interested? Wenting touched his chin. What are the specific benefits? The benefits of the varsity team are many. Every meal is well-cooked grade 3 pan beef. Absolutely. Wenting was slightly disdainful. My thunder system supernatural ability was obtained by eating the meat of the rapid lightning pale wolf beast. Moreover, what I ate this morning was pan beef. My own personal guidance. I am a graduate of a prestigious high school. My teacher is Yen Sanshur. Yao Yu. He surprisingly didn't have anything he could hold for a while. Looking at Wenting that seemed to say varsity? That's it, expression. He had no reason to feel a pang of anger and gritted his teeth. Just say what you want. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Yao Yu felt that he was provoked. Say it. Dark-winged song wolf beast meat. You go back. Yao Yu refused extremely decisively, without any hesitation at all. Wenting was slightly embarrassed. Don't, although you can't take anything good, for the sake of the school's honor, it is incumbent on my generation of martial artists to do so. Question mark. Yao Yu raised his eyebrows. What do you want to do? Wenting hemmed and hawed. Can the meal cost be discounted? Yao Yu nuzzled his mouth and squinted at Wenting. If you can beat the official team members, I can consider it. Deal. Although joining the varsity team could not gain a qualitative improvement in terms of resources, following the varsity team would allow for high-quality sparring matches, and would also complement those weaknesses that one could not see. The improvement for actual combat was visible to the naked eye. Of course, participating in the Northern Border Province provincial competition, if one gained a place, not to mention how good the prizes were, that honor alone would allow Wenting to easily obtain a guaranteed qualification. Therefore it was natural to fight for it. Soon the 2 of them arrived at the school's specially built indoor training ground, and as soon as they entered, Wenting noticed 5 gazes with strong emotions hitting him. Chapter 90, always playing high-end games, it's a little uncomfortable to abuse vegetables. The indoor arena provided by the school was very wide, and it had all kinds of training equipment. Until Wenting came in, there were still 8 people inside who were training without any distractions and shouting slogans. The 5 that were warming up individually, on the other hand, were staring at Wenting with a look of life and death. Yao Yu clapped his hands, called those 5 people over, and said to them, there are only 5 substitute spots, but they all have their own characteristics, able to complement each other tactically after the main players have problems, so if you want to go in, you have to beat at least 3 of them to qualify. Any questions? Wenting, no, big deal, I'll just come back next year. Wenting acted unconcerned, with the implication that I'm young enough to boil you guys away anyway. Hearing this, those few secretly sighed in relief. They had all seen Wenting's strength from the videos on the internet. Not to mention anything else, putting any of them into that situation would be a close call, and it would never be possible to settle it with Wenting as idly as he did. Because of that, hearing that Wenting would be competing with them for a spot on the varsity team would be that stressful. Yao Yu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Good boy is shady enough, thinking of letting them let their guard down first, and then suddenly coming as a surprise right. Those 5 people had just breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard the reminder, their eyes suddenly changed. Good I did not expect to see a clear-eyed elementary school student, but also play hard. Wenting said with a smile on his face, Mr. Yao is pulling down my impression in front of the seniors. In his heart, he cursed, Yao Dirt, are you still a human being? Before in front of a group of people to pull hatred is just, now also destroy old son's plan, you idle egg pain ah. Yao Yu saw that they all started to pay attention, so he achieved his goal and said smilingly. Cut the crap, let's start. The rules are the same as the rules of the provincial tournament's single-player tournament. Weapons can only be used on the stage, no gauntlets, potions or other items, while get in the ring. Yao Yu also did not introduce those substitute members who might be eliminated, saving a series of tedious things, and be done with it. If Wenting lost the fight, there would be no need to introduce them. If Wenting won the fight, there was no rush in the coming days. Wenting's arrival didn't affect the training of the official players, who only occasionally glanced this way, discussing with each other who would be the unlucky one to be eliminated. They weren't even put in their eyes. The ring was a 10 by 10 square ring, with weapon racks placed on both sides, listing various common weapons, and even a row of steel needles as a selection of concealed weapons. Wenting took the lead and jumped into the ring, checking out the weapons, suddenly noticing that none of those 5 people across the street had even come up. Looking at them somewhat strangely in amusement, he said, "No one dares to come up?" The 5 people's faces were slightly ugly. One of the stocky boys gritted his teeth and said, "You haven't chosen who you want to challenge. How are we going to get on?" Wenting patted his head and smiled as he drew out the 2-meter-long spear on the weapon rack. "Let the strongest among you come out." Wenting didn't specify anyone. Instead, he made the opponent of the challenge more vague. The 5 people glanced at each other, naturally clear that whoever was the first to go on would be at a disadvantage, and almost instantly, the 2 girls looked at the burly boy and said, "Chi Yun, you go on, you were so close to being selected as an official player." "Yes, brother Chi, in terms of being the strongest, you're the one to beat." The corners of Chi Yun's mouth twitched, his heart screaming in anger. It was obvious that this group of people had ganged up to push him up as a roadblock, wanting to take a closer look at Wenting's weight, so that he could obtain more information in the subsequent challenges to secure his position. He was naturally not happy to be treated as a pawn just like that, and said with a cold smile, "Jia Ziying, you are a rock system alien, and you have defeated the official team members. The strongest amongst us is of course you. You have the nerve to let me go up as a girl? The playing field doesn't distinguish between men and women. It just so happens that you don't always say that ladies come first. I'm showing the spirit of a gentleman." Wenting shook his head. "It is natural to try to ensure that you are in an advantageous position in the competition, but as a cultivator without the courage to go forward and face the unknown, how far can you go?" Yao Yu also shook his head slightly when he saw the scene, disappointed in their performance to the extreme. It wasn't that he didn't know about their problems, but he had to pick them as replacements. It was really that the tiny northern plains had too few quality students. That's why he thought of bringing Wenting over to try him out after seeing his rise. Not letting Wenting wait for too long, Chi Yun still helplessly stepped into the ring, his mood clearly affected by the argument he had just had, and in a slightly unfavorable mood. After picking out a steel blade from the weapon rack, he administered a fist salute to Wenting. "Martial artist Chi Yun. Please teach me." Wenting also returned the salute according to the cutting etiquette. "Martial artist Wenting. Please teach me." As soon as the words left his mouth, an electric sound and the muffled sound of striking flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Then they saw Chi Yun, that big, tall, robust man, unexpectedly get kicked strongly in a single glance and slammed heavily on the ground, spitting blood out of his mouth, his face full of confusion. It seemed like he didn't know why he was here either. He wanted to say something to salvage his honor, but the force coming from his chest and back made him forked and unable to speak. Not only was he unable to speak, along with the other alternative players waiting to be challenged, they were all unable to speak for a moment. Even the official members who were still sparring in the distance stopped their hands and looked at this place with grave expressions. Wenting himself was also a bit confused, and looking at their stupefied looks, he explained, "I'm sorry, I've been playing high-end games before, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to changing opponents, so I'll pay attention next time." Chi Yun, who had already been sidetracked by a kick, trembled and stretched out his finger to point at Wenting, his face full of grief and indignation. "It's too much of a bully." Wenting looked at the others. "So what, who's next?" The remaining 4 people looked at each other, and for a while they all tacitly remained silent without replying. They themselves are clear about each other's strength, can come to participate in the provincial tournament. The strength is naturally not bad, but Wenting can kick Chi Yun in a single shot, they 80% also the same end. Since none of them could beat Wenting, and one of them had to be kicked out, it was natural for them to decide between them, so they might as well save their strength. For a moment the 4 people had rationally chosen the most favorable option. But the result was to make the scene instantly awkward, which made Yao Yu's face extraordinarily embarrassed. Wenting took advantage of the situation and inquired, "Teacher Yao, no one wants to accept the challenge, am I considered a complete victory?" Yao Yu took a deep breath to hold back his anger towards the 4 people. Each and every one of them is a wimp. Even a freshman doesn't dare to challenge a newcomer and was beaten into such a bearish state. What's the point of having a bunch of trash like you? Now I officially inform you that you have been disqualified as substitutes, so you can go back to your classes and prepare for the college entrance exams. Teacher, this isn't fair. Jia Ziying immediately felt aggrieved and protested. However, Yao Yu didn't even bother to reply. His body's qi energy erupted around him, and with a big grab, the thick qi energy fixed the 5 people, and with a wave of his hand, he knocked them out of the gymnasium. Dry and sharp. Yao Yu changed back to a smiling face. Alright, according to the agreement you can challenge the official members. If you beat one you will be qualified to replace his qualification to become the premier. As soon as these words came out, the players who were originally still watching the show, their hand movements steeply lurched, and their gazes looked unfavorably at Wenting. Chapter 91 Arduous Victory. Wenting noticed their gaze slightly embarrassed smile. Alas, people have been practicing for half a year, looking at the set training, they ran over to intervene, who are not happy. But what can be done about it? There are only so many resources, and if you want them, you can only grab them. Unlike the reserve players hooking up, one of them wearing a black tight undershirt immediately came forward, his voice clear and clean. Let me fight you. You and I have similar positioning, whoever is strong stays. Wenting was somewhat surprised to look at that boy. He was of medium stature and Wenting was not similar. His body lines were smooth, his chest and abdominal muscles were strong and shapely, and the six-pack abs could be clearly seen through the tight black undershirt. I have no problem. The boy jumped into the ring, and without any politeness at all, he drew a two-handed longsword from the weapon rack and made a gesture. Martial artist, Lu resistance. Martial artist, Wenting. Wenting similarly bowed back. As soon as the words fell, Wenting repeated his old skill, not giving the other party a chance to react to the lightning start. The long spear in his hand swam out of the sea and went straight to Lu Zhou's chest. Cutting is cutting. Wenting deliberately controlled their own playing style, otherwise this gun should be stabbed to the eyes, throat, heart, lower yin and other vitals. Wenting knows that this as a formal member of the strength of the team must be stronger than the Qi Yin just now, so the shot is to use the king of the gun method. The Thunder system was known for its explosiveness and speed, and when combined with a martial artist's powerful melee ability, it was a perfect match. Ding! Having seen the scene of Qi Yin being kicked out at the beginning, Lu Zhou naturally had some defense, dodging sideways plus blocking with his long sword, reacting very quickly to block this sneak attack. And 2 feet lightly point to the ground, the sword body close to the barrel of the gun accelerated towards the fingers of Wenting, moves extraordinarily old and spicy. Wenting suddenly bellowed, his voice was like a thunderclap, sound waves like substance hitting Lu Zhou, and his hands shook violently, sudden force. Under the shock of the thunder roar, Wenting successfully blocked the long sword away. Lu Zhou was not prepared for this, head buzzed briefly to tinnitus, the attack was blocked only to retreat. Whether it was the previous news or the video, Wenting had never used thunder roar. After all, this skill belongs to the cold and the thunder system supernormal ability. How can Wenting let go of such a good opportunity? The smooth tip of the gun swung round, the viper spitting like a letter to Lu resistance. Lu Zhan's kung fu base was very good, despite his poor condition, but with years of combat experience, he blocked Wenting's stabbing shots one by one and managed to get himself out of the interference of the thunder roar. His sword was also changed from one-handed to two-handed, and he used his late-stage bone-forging strength to block, causing Wenting's hands to go numb, and the lance in his hand to almost fall out of his hand as a result. Lu Zhou won a move, taking advantage of the teasing sword move just finished, both hands leveraged force, point sword straight to Wenting's chest. Lu Zhou changed the trick fast. Wenting wanted to use the gun block, has been too late. While retreating, the body of the pale white lightning gathered into elemental armor, the first to protect in front of the body. ZZ rapid roar of electric current along the long sword spread to Lu Zhou's body, let his muscles a spasm, but the sword still follow its inertia, stabbed into the thunder battle armor, cut through Wenting's school uniform. The two men pulled apart as a result. Wenting touched the school uniform that had been pierced in his chest, senior's good swordsmanship. Lu Zhan moved his body to awaken his tingling muscles and replied, senior has good skills. The exchange of blows between the two sides caused the other official team members to sincerely appreciate Wenting. Is this really a senior freshman? Fake it, right, to be able to fight the captain 50-50. Damn it, it's true that effort is nothing in front of talent, and people are more angry than people. Yao Yu wraps his hands around his chest, and the smile on his face doesn't stop. This time the title evaluation is stable. Outside the window, Jia Ziying and the other team members who were kicked out originally thought to wait for Yao Yu's anger to subside before coming to plead for mercy. Who would have thought to see Wenting actually fight with Lu Zhang as the starting team member in such a way? I don't know why, but I suddenly don't hate this kid anymore. Qi Yun looked at the two men's close match with a dumbfounded look, and suddenly lamented. Hate my ass, he originally didn't come to steal our position, the first day you knew old Yao. This gun law and the use of supernatural energy, grandmother, I'm not wrong to suffer this. Hiss, point sword. Captain, this is using the real thing? Shi Yin commented back to back as a martial artist, his eyes quickly changing from grudge to appreciation as a spectator. The psychology of the other few was also much different. After realizing the gap between them and Wenting, the bit of resentment in their hearts naturally disappeared without a trace, and while appreciating, they were also thinking about how to apologize to Yao Yu and return to the varsity team. After all, only one person would be eliminated, and there were still 4 spots up for grabs. On the ring, the two briefly pulled away from the distance. Lu resisted again, attacked to force Split Huashan to open the way. With the help of their own realm advantage, fearless Wenting's body of thunder and lightning backlash blatantly chopped down. Wenting didn't fight hard, first avoided its sharpness, then grasped the opportunity to electric flash forward. The lance pressed the sword to prevent it from returning to the defense, and then his whole person, wearing thunder battle armor, crashed into Lu Zhou's chest. Another thunder roar, interfering with its spirit, at the same time around the body of the thunder elemental supernatural energy suddenly berserk, to the surroundings of pale white tree-shaped lightning, electric current frenzy instantly engulfed by the spirit of interference Lu resistance. Thunderstorm. This was a skill that Yen Sancher had specifically chosen for Wenting to blow up the scene and prevent being besieged. Because of time, he had only recently mastered it. White electric current pulsed on Lu Zhan's body, the black undershirt immediately carbonized and then disintegrated in the electric current. He couldn't help but let out a gust of angry roar from being electrified, his forehead veins rippled, gritting his teeth and hardened himself against the paralysis brought about by the electric current to let go of the long sword, and swung his fist to smash at Wenting. The distance was too close for Wenting to dodge, letting go of his spear and striking back with his elbow. Bang! Fists and elbows collided, the two pulled away from each other. Wenting only felt a tingling in his shoulder, too late to ease his wounds, couldn't give Lu resistance a chance to ease his own paralysis. Wenting held his spear in both hands, thunder roar opened the way, the long spear entwined with lightning stabbed straight towards Lu resistance. The poorly conditioned Lu resistance obviously no longer had the ability to dodge the attack, and could only interlock his hands to clamp down on the stabbing lance, but also endured a large amount of electricity as a result. The popping sound also had an intermittent rise and fall under the stimulation of the electric current. Just as Wenting wanted to increase the current, Lu resistance unexpectedly exerted a steep force in the midst of his paralysis, and with the help of a dexterity dislodged the weapon in Wenting's hand. The strength was surprisingly so great. Lu Zhan endured the paralysis of his muscles and charged again, intending to fight Wenting in a physical combat. The corner of Wenting's mouth picked up, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his body covered in thunder battle armor, and once again fought with Lu resistance. But just as soon as they made contact, Lu resistance realized something even more disgusting. Whether he was hitting Wenting or passively blocking Wenting's attack, he would be hit by electricity. Even when the two of them didn't make contact, they would be hit by sudden currents. The paralyzing effect was getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't even control his fingers very well anymore. Wenting's side wasn't doing well either. Lu resistance's punches and kicks were like iron whips. Every time he blocked it was exceptionally painful. The body's supernatural energy is also continuing to consume, is not enough for him to release the thunderstorm, can only use the consumption of the smaller thunder snake entanglement, little by little to aggravate the paralyzing effect of Lu Zhan. Finally, Lu resistance couldn't stand the electric shock effect and was kicked to the ground by Wenting as his entire body went into muscle spasms. Wenting won the victory, and as Yao Yu clapped his hands to congratulate him, he couldn't hold back any longer and collapsed in the ring, and the few concealed weapons hidden in his sleeves fell out in the process, leaving Lu Zhan, who was in convulsions on the other side, dumbfounded. You still have hidden weapons? Why don't you use it? Wenting looked at the roof of the gymnasium. If this thing wants to hurt you, it can only hit towards the eyes, mouth, and lower nether regions. It's just a sparring match, there's no need for this. Lu Zhan laughed, suddenly felt that something was wrong, and asked again, then you take it, for what? If you really can't beat it, you can use it. Lu Zhan, ? Chapter 92, Tendon Training Perfection Alien Ability Advancement. Wenting couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he lay on the ground, worthy of being the main player of the varsity team. Whether it was the will to fight or the hand technique, it was all first class. If the serious tournament then, Wenting really not good to say that the other side won steadily. After all, many of his supernormal abilities were inconvenient to display. Even the flower thousand hands that can be displayed is not good enough to be used in a match at this stage. If you hit your opponent, you won't be able to break through the defense, and you won't be able to do any damage. If you hit the opponent's body, you won't be able to break the defense, so you won't be able to do any damage. With all the limitations, Wenting was doing his best in this fight. It is also considered to let him fight cool, the body of the chi and blood surging, than their own with a big gun to play. The efficiency is much higher. Lu Resistance was the first to ease the paralysis of his body, stood up, took a deep breath and said, willing to gamble, you take the position of the first team's main attacker. Aren't you really going to give up the main attacker position? We've been practicing together for half a year, wouldn't it be a waste to just replace him? That's right, the main attacker is to be the core of the whole team, with a powerful fighting style, although my brother won, his cultivation is a hard injury, he can cope with it. Mr. Yao, you will not really want to remove the captainate. Wenting lying on the ground did not say, anyway, he won the fight, the rest to Yao Yu, as for other people to recognize themselves or not, Wenting said it does not matter. Or that sentence, old me is young. The big deal is to boil away you guys, and then next year, we will build a team with ourselves as the core, won't that be the end of it? Youth is money. With his current growth rate, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the cheat practicing realm by the next tournament. At that time, the field is not still their own cash scene, this time the right to go to see the world as well. I'm not in a hurry. Luzon, on the other hand, is a dead brain, full of seriousness, said, a man with one spit and one nail, and the school brother martial arts, supernormal capabilities and cultivation, to the next year into the bone forging realm is not difficult, more suitable than me to be the main attacker. Teacher Yao, I voluntarily give up my position as captain and willingly serve as a substitute. Another stocky boy stepped forward, his face full of grief. Team Lu, what are you talking about? Even if you want to give up your position, then you should also take my place. For a while the atmosphere of the scene had a sense of sadness, when Ting turned around a bit, resting his cheeks as if he was chasing a drama and watching the crowd, leisurely, acting as a qualified spectator. Yao Yu's eyes were extraordinarily satisfied with their reaction, and he heavily patted on their shoulders. Not bad, you all are good. The team is all about being united, don't make people laugh by hooking up like those idiots outside the window. Yao Yu's voice was loud, and the soundproofing of the gymnasium was poor. The 5 people lying on the window heard that clearly, all of them had odd faces. The positions were different, the thoughts were also different. Between the official players belong to the tactical complementary, is really a team, and the replacement is a competitive relationship, a total of 5 places, but also squeeze out A, this is the most important resume of high school, how can people let out for the greater good? Yao Yu let them unite as one, is not just a strong man. Yao Yu swept through the crowd of that unwilling to give up the gaze, said, I declare, when Ting formally become a replacement, the future training of your 2 teams are to train 2 projects. Both have to adapt to the changes in tactical maneuvers after when Ting joins the team, and Lu Resistance your individual match slot needs to be given to when Ting to compete with them again, any objections? Team Lu doesn't have to go? Still the captain, right? Great. Really, Mr. Yao? Team Lu still not quick enough to thank Teacher Yao. While Lu Resistance was touched, his brow wrinkled once again, Teacher, will this not be unfair to Wen Ting? And he? I don't care. Wen Ting said with a smile, anyway, you guys will graduate next summer, and I can still participate in 2 more sessions. Wen Ting's statement gained a warm response from the seniors and sisters, and the original hostility dissipated at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Zhan's face, and after pulling up Wen Ting, he said sincerely, thank you. Hey, small thing. Wen Ting didn't care about the outcome this time. The varsity team was a place to sharpen his martial arts in his eyes, and he could still cash in on his meal money, and enriching his resume while playing matches was already very good. Moreover, when Ting heard Yao Yu's arrangement and knew that he was planning to use himself as a speciality to make more tactics, thus increasing his chances of winning. So in terms of appearances, Wen Ting wasn't worried about it, but he also had the opportunity to appear in individual matches. After joining the varsity team, Wen Ting's life is busier than ever. The intensity of training has directly gone up a notch. Yao Yu is worthy of being a graduate of a prestigious school, he is very professional and sharp, he quickly found out the problems in Wen Ting's fights and corrected them one by one. After that, Wen Ting's daily training program was more oriented towards actual combat and targeted exercises, and in just 1 week's training, Wen Ting had successfully completed his tendon training. He could start bone forging training. Right after the success of the tendon training, the mental area in Wen Ting's mind expanded suddenly, giving way to a huge mental space. The lightning and shadow departments were like a daughter-in-law finally expecting her husband to come home, and joyfully broke through to the 3rd level without any barriers. The 2 energy cyclones were like 2 tornadoes, desperately absorbing the surrounding supernormal energy and replenishing themselves. Wen Ting knew that he was about to break through and purposely took a leave of absence, buying thunder and shadow elemental potions to break through at home. With the concentrated energy of the elemental potions, there were no exaggerated visions of breaking through to the 3rd level. Wenting managed to step into the third level in both systems, and his mental strength was even greater than before. The illusory type department was more special and would follow the martial arts level to advance slowly. This Wenting did not worry about. He looked at the expansion of his spiritual domain, and his mind began to come alive. The next lineage, what should I choose? I also don't know if this provincial competition has a special type of spatial or spiritual faculty exotic potion as a reward. In Wenting's planning, the Shadow Department and the Phantom Department were both more sensitive or better to be used sparingly, so this time, Wenting planned to use this ability system openly. It was too much of a bind to use just one Thunder Department. Wenting first sent the news of his promotion to Yin Sanshi, after all, is his own teacher, in case if he sees his rapid progress and give himself something good? Unfortunately, Yin Sanshi seemed to be in seclusion and did not reply. On the contrary, Yao Yu's side was very excited and immediately said that he would go and prepare the third-level skill of the Thunder system for Wenting. Alas, this was the benefit after publicizing one's supernatural ability. There was no need to worry about skills or anything. Now that the level was low, it was nothing, and one could still ask Xiao Huaimin to get level 4 and 5 Shadow System skills, but when it came to level 6, the skills that were not for one's own use, even Xiao Huaimin might not be able to get his hands on them. Wenting sighed, tomorrow's sorrow comes tomorrow's sorrow, it's better to take a look at the level 3 skills of the Shadow Department first. The sorrow was quickly taken over by the joy of unlocking a new skill. Finding the thick bilingual dictionary and flipping it open, he took out the level 3 skill book hidden inside from where it had been hollowed out. This was the one that Wenting had bought along with the level 2 skill for convenience when he first purchased it. Chapter 93 Bone Forging Training. These 3 Shadow System skills had been on Wenting's mind for a long time. The feeling of only being able to see and not being able to learn could be too unbearable. These 3 skills were Binding Net, Shifting Shadows, and Soul Shriek. Web of Binding can scatter a spider web composed of shadow elements around to bind the target that passes by, and the bound target's supernatural ability and chi will be slowly lost until it is exhausted. This skill is very suitable for creating traps or sneak attacks. Wenting has a Shadow System Fei, the web of bondage can amplify the target's fear on top of the original ability, and the range is larger, and even the contraction process will also have a sharp blade cutting and other effects. Shifting Shadow is based on the split shadow art, can do the body and shadow swap position, although the distance is limited, cannot exceed 10 meters, but is also a rare instantaneous transfer skills. Moreover, under the enhancement of the Fei, the distance and the number of shadow splitting techniques become more, not to mention that it can also transfer part of the damage to the shadow, sharing the damage. However, it was limited to the Fei, physical damage could not be transferred. The one that made Wenting's heart sing the most was Soul Shriek, which was the Shadow Department's strongest attack skill in the first 3 levels. Through the supernatural ability to send out a sharp explosion, can target the enemy soul to cause damage, the effect can be much stronger than the Thunder Roar. This is a rare skill for the soul. This skill, with the support of the Fei, will only become even more terrifying in terms of power. For those who do not have the ability to spiritually protect, martial artists will form an absolute crush. The same can also deal with most of the demonic beasts in the wild. The effect could not be described as not strong. Unfortunately, the practice of this skill is also a difficult task. In the future, can only sneak to no one's place every night to show off their singing voice, well, the kind that kills. The only skill that could be performed at home, without damaging objects, was probably Shifting Shadow. According to the skill booklet written above, Wenting first split into 4 shadows in the front, back, left and right, and they all had Wenting's own silhouette under the Fei's enchantment. Unlike in the past, this time, the shadow splitting technique Wenting had a trace of connection with those shadows, if any. This feeling can let him freely shuttle between the shadows within 15 meters, only each shuttle has a certain skill delay, there is no way to do it multiple times a second. However, this was considered a divine skill in a battlefield where life and death were determined in a second. In the afternoon, Wenting went straight to the gymnasium, and when he entered the school, he saw Bao Baishan looking at the scenery by the window, and waved his hand to greet him. Bao Baishan naturally smiled and responded warmly. Since joining the varsity team, Wenting didn't even need to go to class, and went straight to the gym to train with the group of senior schoolmates. This scene could make Bao Baishan and Enmushi envious. Unlike Yin Sanshi, who focused on physical fitness and basic training, this Wang Yang guy even liked to leave homework and prep, and was even heartless enough to make them summarize their daily training, with the word count not lower than 1,000. This can be difficult for them to die. Originally, practicing martial arts for a day was tiring enough, but you also left word homework. Therefore they were even more envious of Wenting, who didn't have to do homework. Because of the varsity team, they hadn't even seen Wenting for 2 weeks. If it wasn't for the fact that the midterm exam ranking of perfect scores in all subjects forcefully overpowered the crowd and hung prominently in the class, they would have almost forgotten about the existence of this person in the class. Upon entering the gymnasium, Wen-ting found Yaoyu, Lu Xan, and Zhao Shidong, the captain of the second team, looking at him wistfully. Yaoyu's face was full of bad jokes. Tendon training is complete, isn't it? Lu Resistance couldn't hide his excitement. It's time to start forging bones, right? Zhao Shidong moved his tendons, his eyes revealing excitement, ready to scream, right? Wen-ting couldn't help but wince in his heart when he saw the hungry eyes of the three. Nah, don't look at me with those eyes. Little lady, don't worry, the few of us will serve you well. Just yell as loud as you can, no one will pay attention to you. The louder you scream, the more excited we'll get. Jia jia jia. Wen-ting felt a chill run down his spine. The faces of these guys were just too ugly. I guess they hadn't been waiting for him to forge his bones for more than a day or two. Bone forging, as the literal meaning of the word, need to use external force constantly pounding bones, and then a little bit of qi and blood nourishment cracked bones, a little bit of repair broken places. After the qi and blood nourishment of the newborn, bones will become tougher. Hardness will be comparable to iron, then all parts of the body will be the most favorable weapon. Steel and iron bones were not just for fun. When that tall guy who had been beaten into a male by Wen-ting, at that time, Wen-ting had only bumped into him, and he himself had been affected by the reaction force no differently than if he had taken a beating. When he fought against Lu Zhan, that guy had withstood thunderstorms, thunder snake entanglements, and a host of other persistent lightning attacks, and still possessed the attack power to injure him, so it was obvious to what extent his skin was thick. It was comparable to a humanoid tank. If one repaired it, it was a humanoid tank, and if one failed to repair it, it was a human meat pie. Many people chose to stay in the tendon training stage and refused to advance because they couldn't endure the pain of breaking bones and remodeling. Originally, training tendons was painful enough, but forging bones that could make tendon training stage martial artists shy away from it could be seen as the degree of pain. Yaoyu and the others were so excited precisely because they were going to help Wen-ting forge his bones. Each of them had been more or less devastated after meeting Wen-ting. Not to mention Lu Zhan and Zhao Shidong, these two as the main attackers were tasked with practicing against Wen-ting every day, and they had to be electrocuted many times a day. It was just as well that it was all boys. The most crucial thing was that the girls would also be heard privately discussing the noises the two of them made after being electrocuted. Well, girls in high school loved this particular subject matter the most. Every time they heard this, it would make them hate Wen-ting even more while being groundless. It always felt like this kid was doing it on purpose. What can't control the power, the need to practice the control of alien energy reserves are all excuses, is simply want to let them make a fool of themselves. How could they not be excited when they finally got their revenge today? Yaoyu's excitement mainly came from Wen-ting's special request. He wants to convert his share of the meal into cash and buy the ingredients to make it himself. You're the one who's got the most going on, making me give the principal back-to-back assurances for no reason at all. Even offended the school chef because of it. Now all of his work meals have been greatly affected. Too hateful, just too hateful. And so it was that Wen-ting was dragged inside the boys' locker room by the three of them clamped together. The whole person was tied to a chair with 5 flowers and removed his clothes. Everyone was holding arm-thick wooden sticks in their hands, and Yaoyu, the inappropriate son of a man, even took an iron rod. It still had that little pimple. Schoolboy, ready to yell? Yes, you must scream hard, otherwise we won't enjoy it. Wen-ting, if you can't help it, you must tell the teacher. Wen-ting, oh. Then what the hell do you mean by blocking my mouth with a towel? After Wen-ting entered the men's locker room, a few girls who came after him, one by one, were blushing and excited as they pressed against the door of the room. Soon a whimpering scream came from inside, accompanied by demonic whispers from Yaoyu, Lu Resistance, Zhao Shidong, and the others. The girls seemed to have gained great satisfaction, and one by one, they looked at each other's bad smile and laughed even more happily. Chapter 94 Rumors and Stalking. There is no other shortcut in this matter of bone forging, there is only simmering. Suffering. Every time the stick landed on the body, several times in a row would slightly hit the bones to the point of cracking, and the broken bones would not detach too far by virtue of the tendon connection. This was also the reason why bone forging could only take place after the tendon training had been completed. If one fails to perfect their tendons, there is a high probability that the bone forging process will directly break the bones and cause them to fall sick. In the future, every time Wen-ting came to school, the first thing he did was to get beaten up, and at the end of the day, even Shi Yun came to help with the bone forging. Well, he is self-funded. It's worth mentioning that Yao Yu reopened the selection process for the replacement members afterward. Unsurprisingly, Shi Yun and Jia Ziying were both selected as replacements. Yao Yu also seemed to have forgotten about the previous unpleasantness and did not pursue the too much. He had mainly just wanted to straighten out the replacement members' hooking minds before. Before Wen Ting's arrival, they had started tripping over each other, and they had even all extended their hands to the official members, which made Yao Yu very angry. It was also a good idea to take advantage of Wen Ting's arrival to clean up these unorthodox practices. Yao Yu moved very quickly and finalized the 3 skills of the lightning system on the very next day when the bone forging took place. He even brought a second-level skill of the spell department for Wen Ting, Verdict. Verdict was a long-range skill, able to form a thundercloud above the target's head and rain down stored-up thunder, very high damage. Out of damage compared to other skills that assisted in melee combat was a bit slower. In Yao Yu's opinion, a certain amount of long-range means were necessary in a team. One could not be proficient, but could not be without. The other 3 skills continued Yin Sanchu's request to Wen Ting, picking them with the idea of martial arts as the foundation and supernatural abilities as the aid. Xianjun, a single skill that brings together a large amount of thunder elemental energies to cause a fatal blow. This skill is quite powerful, but after using it, the energies are almost empty, and if it is a pure blood energetic, 100% of them will enter the time of the sage. Wen Ting, on the other hand, does not need to be afraid of this effect, whether it is the extra supernormal ability provided by the shadow department to help him not to be empty because of the supernormal ability is empty, is the identity of the martial artist, can also make him without supernormal ability still have the power to fight. This was the benefit of dual cultivation of supernormal abilities and martial arts. Xianjun perfectly utilized the advantages of the Thunder System skill, a super high burst in a short period of time, which was almost a necessary skill for Thunder System exotics to undermine. Many of the outstanding adepts in the tournament would choose Thousand Jun as their base card. Even at a more advanced cultivation level, this was still the best choice when fighting for their lives. The second skill belonged to the passive skill called Thunder Battle Intent. Thunder Battle Intent can greatly enhance the spiritual power, and after active stimulation to obtain the effect similar to the spiritual body, spiritual power in a short period of time to obtain a great enhancement of the defensive spiritual skills, the release of skills will not be interrupted. Although Wen Ting possessed 3 types of psychic abilities, his mental strength was already extremely strong, but who would mind if his mental strength was a little stronger? The last skill had a unique name, just one word, Flash. The manifestation and function of Flash is very similar to the light system's flare. When released, Wen Ting's entire body will burst into a short period of time, extremely strong electric light, which will instantly blind the enemies close to him. Enemies who saw the flash within a certain distance would have their eyes stung and burned by the electric current. After hearing the description of the skill, Lu Resistance's scalp became even more numb. The Thunder System, martial artist, not only had bursts, but also endurance and melee combat. It was already very tricky, now even looking at it will hurt. That martial artist encountered Wen Ting also play a fart. Lu Resistance envisioned many kinds of how to fight after he met Wen Ting to have a chance of winning. But no matter how to envision, the final result is failure. In the past, the only advantage of the martial artist to face the alien is the close combat, to crush the physical quality, short time to kill each other. But Wen Ting the kid himself was a martial artist and the martial arts attainments were not low. At that time, it was also with him as a child immersed in swordsmanship talent did not show how much, and even in the use of martial arts skills he also had a slight advantage. But once the fight continued, this advantage was quickly wiped out. The same physical quality, similar martial arts, but Wen Ting has the extra hedgehog-like bug of the lightning system, which simply crushes the martial artist. Unless one reached the chi practicing realm, one could only be unilaterally abused. Lu Resistance can only comfort himself in his heart. It's good that he is now in the late stage of bone forging and is higher than him in the realm. If he really wants to go through a year, he will really have to be a substitute for Wen Ting. Then it is likely that he will not even have a chance to play. There were also Zhao Shidong as well as Qi Yun who had the same idea. They also took advantage of their age and were able to play this year. In the following days, Wen Ting's entire incarnation became the king of rolls, devoting himself to the Thunder System ability during the day, and then going back and climbing through the window in the middle of the night to come to a place where no one else was to practice the Shadow System ability. No matter what time of the day or night, he was very busy. The only thing that hurt Wen Ting was that, quick numbing food scatter, had gradually failed to keep up with his cultivation progress. When he was in the tendon training stage, he had already shown fatigue and had to increase the amount of medicine. Now to the bone forging, the effect of the medicine is even more precipitous decline, increase the amount of medicine are not much effect. Wen Ting was also planning to take advantage of the weekend half-day break to re-procure herbs and give his health products an upgrade. During this time, Wen Ting had also been concerned about the social news in the Northern Plains. Ever since Yang Lingquan had been arrested and this Mr. Shadow of his own had rested, the situation in the Northern Plains had instantly quieted down. Apart from the occasional news of officials transferring their positions and a certain bigwig in the North Plains donating his family's assets once again, there were no more news that was particularly eye-catching. The last time he ran into Pao Baishan, he had complained that even the fun had gotten a lot less every week since Yang Lingquan's arrest. However, Wen Ting had heard a hint of unusual news from Pao Baishuan's mouth. I don't know when it started, but there were whispers spreading that the original Fei was obtained by Mr. Shadow. Some people said that they had witnessed Mr. Shadow's shadow system Fei ability grow in full strength. Many people even came forward to say that Mr. Shadow's ghostly blue pupils were obtained after acquiring the Fei. The news was even more varied, and there were even special industry practitioners who stood up for this, and what made Wen Ting suffer the most was that it was still a man. There are many messages, true and false, but the purpose is extremely clear, that is, to attribute the Fei to Mr. Shadow's head. Because of this, there are a lot more hunters from outside the North Plains. Wen Ting, as someone who was close to Mr. Shadow, suddenly had strangers appear around him several times in a row when he went out recently. Most of them had good attitudes and were consciously or unconsciously thinking of drawing closer to Wen Ting. Because of their presence, Wen Ting couldn't even carry out the training of his shadow department's supernatural ability normally, fearing that he would be exposed by any hidden big brother who would notice that something was wrong. This time, Wen Ting had learned the lesson from the last time he was broken into and searched at home, and had destroyed any objects related to Mr. Shadow. He didn't even dare to buy shadow department beast meat, being cautious to the extreme. But as a result, it also caused the cultivation of the shadow department to stagnate. Even when Wen Ting was returning home from school, he discovered a 4th-level shadow system alien closely following him and sneaking into his home. Chapter 95, Non-Hazardous Treatment. In the Northern Plains in December, the wind was bitterly cold. The snow that had been cleared from the roadside was piled up, and the road was extra slippery due to the ice and snow melted by car exhaust. On the way home, the triggered voice belonging to the North Plains winter could be heard in the cold. Ugh. Hey me. Hey. Ouch me, hiss. Ouch up. Wen Ting looked at a few uncles one after another in the same place, as if the Holudio generally triggered the voice egg one after another. The mood is also pleasant, washed away the fatigue brought about by a day of training. When he walked into the hallway and pulled out his key to open the door to his room, the faint smile on his face stiffened for a moment and then relaxed. Just as he inserted the key into the door of his room, he saw a mass of shadows lurking in the clutter of the doorway move quickly to his feet. If it wasn't for the movement, which happened to be seen by Wen Ting, it was surprising that he didn't even notice the other party's presence at first. Because of that rumor, quite a few strangers had come recently, and among them, there was no shortage of shadow system exalts. But this was the first time someone had directly attached themselves to their shadow. Wen Ting pretended not to notice, opened the door to the room and walked in while quietly turning on his original recipe ability. When he glanced at the shadow under his feet, he saw the menu of the other party. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 4, 33 years old, meat contains nicotine and alcohol, poor taste. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of shadow-based psychic abilities, provides a small amount of spiritual energy, and has a probability of awakening shadow-based psychic abilities. Recipes, before stir-frying vegetables, it is recommended to use more graphite powder, green leaf bear grease soaked to remove smoke Z and alcohol toxins. It is just a purebred 4th-level shadow system psychic, not a big problem. Wen Ting pretended not to find out, and when he turned on the light, he looked at the opposite floor to add an astronomical telescope, which was directly at Wen Ting in their home, and did not avoid it at all. Just as Wen Ting turned around, the shadows on the soles of his feet began to activate, revealing a figure hidden in a black robe, and just as soon as he came out, he turned off the open lights. Little friend, Uncle has a question. Wen Ting saw the other person manifested into human form, did not hesitate at all. The whole person turned into a bolt of lightning, straight into the up. Originally the room is not big, the two straight line distance is only 2 or 3 meters, this distance even if that person is higher than Wen Ting a realm, it is impossible to react. However, the strange thing is that Wen Ting's electric flash seems to have touched the gelatinous film, and there is no sense of substantial blow, as if from the other side of the body through the past. Wen Ting's body manifested in front of the window, holding 2 steel needles in both hands, his body surging with electricity to put on the thunder battle armor, turning his gaze sternly towards the switch's position, and asked in a stern voice. What are you? The position of the doorway was a broken silhouette, only the lower half of his body was left, while his upper half of his body was as if he had been blown up. His wounds were pitted and jagged. However, there wasn't any blood spurting out. Instead, the surrounding shadow elements surged and transformed into a pitch-black raven that pooled on his upper body, quickly piecing together a complete silhouette. The young man has a bad temper, just came to me Nima. Before he could finish his words, he saw that Wenting once again turned into a current and hit him. This time he was prepared, and his figure changed into a mass of pure pitch-black silhouette. Shifting shape. Wenting's electric flash easily tore him apart. Also, as a shadow faculty adept, Wenting naturally knew his means, but this time the electric flash came over, for the sake of not attacking, but to turn on the lights. Lights are on. The position of the man in the shadow recluse is extremely clear. The whole room is just a mass of pitch-black shadows, looking extraordinarily obvious. Shoo shoo shoo. Steel needles flung out from his hands, hitting the shadow on the ground. The man was forced to reveal his figure. The attack would be greater in the shadow recluse state. In a split second, a large amount of shadowy fog sprang up all over his body. The room filled with smoke as if it was on fire, and with a bang the living room light bulb shattered, plunging the room back into darkness. A hint of viciousness flashed across the man's face in the dark fog. "Yeah!" A mournful shrill voice echoed in this not-so-big living room. The sound was like a hungry spirit of the nine hells. The takeaway was stolen after the life-saving scream. Wenting suddenly felt a dizzy brain. A steel needle intensively stimulated the scalp, crispy. Thunderous battle intent erupted, and the spirit, which was already powerful due to the presence of the three types of psychic abilities, was once again strengthened. The soul sharpness that the man had unleashed completely lost its ability to attack, and Wenting only felt that it was just a little noisy. Pale white lightning wrapped around Wenting's wrist, both fists clenched in front of his chest to collide. The collection of thunder and lightning exploded. Wisps of lightning disorderly spread around the body. Almost instantly the man encompassed in the range. How is it possible? The man was shocked. He was deeply skeptical of his own skills. I damn well release skills, right? Why is it that you can be a little bit of nothing, but also backhanded release skills? This ing not foreign energy to learn. Wenting drew out the hidden weapon in his waist. Even without the help of the pupil of fear, can see the other side's position after being hit by the thunderstorm. The body flashes out of the current from time to time. It is too conspicuous. Grasping the opportunity to flick his wrist, a steel needle cut through the air, straight to the other party's left eye. Bang! The man's body shattered once again, and again after breaking it was replenished by the shadow elements and the black mist, and did not suffer substantial damage. Seemingly fed up with being attacked by dark weapons, the man pinched out 6 streaming shadow needles in his hands and threw them at Wenting while his feet split into a doppelganger that quickly swam behind Wenting. This scene would have been unnoticeable to anyone else, but it was captured by Wenting's eyes. The accuracy of his shadow needle was far worse than Wenting's. 1 fell short and 2 were directed towards his torso. The thunder battle armor on Wenting's body flickered with lightning, and before the shadow needle could get close to it, it was torn to shreds by the lightning. Just in this stall, the man completed the shift to come to the back of the Wenting 2 meters. 2 palms launched a purple-black energy. Black net appeared in front of its body. Face surfaced the joy of the imminent victory smile. Before the net of binding was fully formed, he saw Wenting's silk slip and turn into a pale white thunder ruthlessly slamming into him. This time, he was unable to transform into an elementalization, nor was he able to activate his shift. His eyes widened in incomprehension. Why? Even if you have eyes on your back, you couldn't have spotted me in the black mist. The fact that he didn't understand didn't stop him from being hit by a speeding truck. His entire mouth spewed blood and slammed hard into the wooden shoe cabinet behind him, bringing the objects on it and the shoe cabinet all to pieces. With a crunching sound, the man's entire backbones were severely misaligned and he planted himself on the ground with a face full of pain. Wenting manifested into shape and didn't let the other party go. Lifting his foot, he stepped on the other party's calf and knee, and in passing twisted off the other party's hands, carrying out a non-dangerous treatment. The man who had just fallen unconscious due to the misalignment of his spine woke up in raw pain from this series of subsequent broken bones. The person on the opposite side who was peeping through the astronomical telescope subconsciously swallowed his saliva. So fast? Holy, that's brutal. Chapter 96: The Evil One. The battle between the two didn't stalemate and ended quickly. After Wenting wasted his opponent, he didn't ask any questions and went up to his hands and started searching for loot. You shall not be good. Wenting stepped on the other party's shattered knee and opened the other party's cell phone password. The man's cold sweat from the pain dampened the hair on his forehead. His head shook gently. His eyes couldn't suppress his hatred as he stared at Wenting, stubbornly not speaking. Soon before the calf bone was completely shattered, the man quickly said all his passwords. The speed letter arrived at 2.28 million. Wen Ting sked, poor bastard. That's all the money a shadow system alien has? The man hated it in his heart. This was the money that I had saved for a long time, and you, a high school student living in an old broken down house, still think it's too little? Unable to do anything about it, he had to bow down. The money has been given to you, let me go. I just want to inquire about Mr. Shadow's information. I don't want to harm you. He is how also did not expect, a high school student, or a senior high school student's surprisingly lightning system supernormal ability has reached the 3rd level. The physical quality is also strong to terrible. What was even more unexpected was that he had planted himself in his hands so simply, not even hearing the news of Mr. Shadow, and the person was still crippled. Every word felt like a drilling pain. Wen Ting didn't care about these, took out his own cell phone to send a message to Xia Menglan, while asking, "Came by yourself?" The man felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and his internal organs felt as if they were misplaced, making him unable to speak and helplessly nodding his head. Wen Ting looked through the other party's recent chat records and let out a cold snort, stepping hard on the wound and aiming the cell phone screen at his face. Isn't there still 3 hunter teammates, thinking of finding Mr. Shadow's location for an ambush, right? My big brother won't let you go. You, Mr. Shadow, and your mother. None of them will live. The man's sweat from the pain flowed into the middle of his eyes were wet and red, and he forced himself to endure the pain. Wen Ting slowly squatted down, his hands supported the man's head, revealing a smile. Oh? Yes, your big brother, how is their cultivation? The color of fear in the man's eyes was hard to hide, his whole body could not stop spasming and twitching. Wen Ting. What are you doing? This is a safe zone. You dare to kill me? Make no mistake, me killing you belongs to self-defense. Wen Ting grabbed his head with both hands and pulled it upwards with a little bit of force. The man, who was already badly injured from his broken spine, couldn't withstand this pain at all, and howled repeatedly. They're on guard outside the neighborhood. A rank 5 martial artist, a rank 4 martial artist, and a botanical healer. He also learned his lesson after the explanation and didn't say another word. He only secretly prayed in his heart that after hearing that his big brother was a rank 5 martial artist, he would be jealous and leave him alive. Noticing that Wen Ting's hands were no longer exerting any force, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, as if he had escaped back from the gates of hell, and feeling the severe pain in his body, he said pleadingly, "Please, help me call an ambulance." Wen Ting stood up and came to the window to look down. 3 men also wearing black robes were hanging around at the entrance of the neighborhood, seemingly not at all worried about the safety of their companions. Bang bang bang, the door to the room knocked, and outside He Jian anxiously asked loudly, "Brother Ting, are you alright? I've already called the police." You hold up. Wen Ting opens the door to his room and looks at He Jian in a slightly speechless manner. He Jian gives a slight lurch, blinking his eyes and pursing his lips. For a moment he doesn't know what to say, but after seeing the man who was paralyzed on the ground, his arms and legs bizarrely broken, his entire mood tenses up again, his fingers pointing at the man on the ground again and again. "Brother Ting, you. Then realized what, hurriedly lowered his voice, "Murder?" Wen Ting was too lazy to explain. A foot stepped on the man's ankle, and the man struggled and howled again under the severe pain. "Don't worry, it's still alive, you help me look after it, I'll go out." Go where? Do you need my help? Opposite level 5. He Jian instantly shut up and muttered, level 5 really isn't something I can fight." Then he reacted, "Brother Ting, level 5 isn't something you can fight either." However, Wen Ting had long since flipped down the handrail and jumped to the first floor one after another. Wen Ting wasn't in a hurry to show himself, a level 5, and 2 level 4s, even if he used all his cards, he couldn't win. Wen Ting wasn't so rampant to such a point after rising a 3rd level. Looking at the message that the big devil replied in his cell phone, "It's on the way." Reassured, he calmed down in the hallway, using the ability brought by the illusion-type department to distinguish the conversation of those few people in the distance. Why isn't Lao Er well after being gone for so long? Just now the commotion was so loud there wouldn't be any accidents, right? The man in the lead said, slightly uneasy. "Will not have inquired. That kid is this year's freshman, a while ago only to the 2nd level, the 2nd brother of a 4th level shadow system alien. If you still cannot deal with a small child, also do not be a hunter, directly go to sell the good." Makes sense. What person? The man in the lead pulled out his hands and stared intently at a short man walking towards them. "Hee, 3 of you, we all came here for that piece of news, isn't it too much to make a move so recklessly?" Excessive? Heh, you guys have been surrounding this place for a few days? Have you probed out any useful news? It would be better to just use force and force him to reveal the other party's whereabouts. The man in the lead said contemptuously. The shorter man snorted coldly, "You bunch of reckless people, you don't even inquire about who's standing behind him. If you piss off Xiao Huaimin, when the time comes, not to mention spooking the snake, everyone will be implicated. I, Lao Jin, came here to remind you that interrogation is fine, but don't go overboard. There's also news that we have to share together." Yo, thinking of beautiful things? The man was unimpressed. Lao Jin's cell phone suddenly rang, and the moment he saw the message, his entire scalp went numb. Damn, the stupid 13 you sent is dead. All the preparations were for nothing. What a joke. My second brother is a 4th level shadow system. When the man in charge was about to retort, a strong wind came whistling, and the woman wearing a white trench coat and holding a long black sword wrapped in the wind and waves, landing steadily in front of several people. I heard that you guys conspired to kill high school students, how dare you? Old Jean and the man in the lead's face changed in unison. This is how to get, they just acted not long the whole add up to less than a quarter of an hour, how the inspector arrived so quickly. And? Murder? Nonsense what? Even if they are given 10 guts, they would not dare to kill a person who obviously has a background in the safe zone. The man in the lead hurriedly explained, "Officer, what kind of words are you saying? We are just passing by." Sis. The evidence is in hand, they are the accomplices of the home invasion and murder. Wen Ting roared at the right time. The man in charge and Lao Jin, hearing this voice instantly had their scalps tingling. On the other side there was a kerrang sound, a long knife was sheathed, and a fierce wind rose up. Chapter 97, Knocking the Mountain to Shock the Tiger. Xia Menglan made her move. The man in the lead secretly said that it was not good, as a martial artist who had been traveling on the line of life and death for years, he had never struck out with his full strength. The body protection chi of a rank 5 martial artist was exceptionally thick, and even the cohesive viscous airflow could be seen with the naked eye. Xiao Menglan drew his sword with one hand and stepped into the wind, his speed was fast out of a residual shadow, only to see a flash of shiny sword light under the moon, and then the man's body protection chi energy collapsed in response to the sound. How? Will. Poof. The man in the lead spat blood from his mouth and fell to his knees, unwillingly planting his face towards the ground. Before the other two could react, Xiao Menglan turned back and chopped his body in front of him through the air, and then the airflow in the high altitude quickly rushed down like a waterfall, pressurizing the two men on the ground, spitting out blood, unable to say a word. Wen Ting looked at this scene dumbfounded. I'm a big devil Do you want to be so clean? You guys are all 5th level The gap should not be so big. Xia Menglan squinted at Old Jean. Old Jean plopped down on his knees. Team Xia, Old Jean isn't in the same league as them, you know me, I never do anything unprepared, he said. Finding a teammate would never be possible to find this kind of idiot with a brain filled with. When Ting and Xia Menglan glanced at each other without saying anything, Old Jean thought of something, and I get it smile appeared on his face, and his index finger was pointing. I know, Lao Jin, I have evidence here, all the people around here who are thinking about Mr. Shadow, I know their information and background. But if these are set out, Lao Jin can be completely mixed up. How about this, Goddess Xia, you give me a patrol team errand it. Is not a regular one is fine, supernumerary can also be, I still have a wide range of contacts he. When Ting raised his eyebrows high, looking at this guy named Lao Jin, and straight away called out to the other side as knowing how to beg for forgiveness. He was indeed very interested in those hunters who lurked in the back. After all, there was only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Might as well take advantage of the opportunity to braise them in one pot. Xiao Menglan dashingly withdrew his knife. Fine, no problem, but I need you to take out all the crimes they committed. Stalking isn't against the law, it makes it difficult for me. I understand. This way please, I'll take you to Brother Ting. It's not good. He Jian ran out in a panic, the whole person's spirit was not too good anymore. Seeing Xiao Menglan present, the person was even more dumbfounded, his mouth seemed to be tied in knots, unable to speak. When Ting looked at He Jian, what's wrong? Didn't I ask you to watch that intentional murderer? When He Jian heard the words intentional murder, he immediately understood what Wen Ting meant, and no longer avoiding Xiao Menglan, he immediately said, the killer was too seriously injured and died. Hearing this, the boss, who had been seriously injured by Xiao Menglan, roared with unbelief. Impossible. How could my second brother die? You're lying. Moreover, we didn't want to kill anyone, we just wanted to ask for a message. Xia Menglan looked at Wenting, only to see Wenting anxiously say, "Ah? Dead? Agu, blame me, this guy broke into my house in the middle of the night, and without saying anything, he used his supernatural powers to strike. I was so scared that I had to fight back desperately. I didn't expect the other party to be such a rookie, and his life is still so thin, but he died just like that? But it's okay, Xia team, this is the evidence that they conspired to kill me." Wenting confidently handed over his cell phone to Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan took the cell phone and roughly checked it, and couldn't help but approach Wenting and whisper, "You're crazy, why would you kill someone for this kind of thing?" Wenting looked at the three guys who were struggling and crying out for justice. "I'm not kidding, 4th level shadow system psychic, not to go all out is likely to mean people are gone. Besides, that kid wailed a voice, my brain is all messed up, the hand naturally not light or heavy. Soul tsunami?" Xia Menglan looked at Wenting half-heartedly. Professional experience told her that this kid, Wenting, had definitely killed the other party on purpose, but she didn't care about it. Whether it was Mr. Shadow or Wenting, both were their Xia family's saviors, and besides, these people had intended to plot against each other, so if they died, they died. Then waving his hand, he recruited old Jean and said, "Tell those trash who are inquiring about Fey News, I don't care if they go out of the safe zone, but if you want to make things happen here, be prepared to be a volunteer in the Forbidden Zone. Deli, promise to tell those trash what you said originally in word for word. Team Xia, you're not going to deal with those hunters? I can show you the way now, if you go late, the people will be gone." Old Jin's face was full of servility as he invited credit. Xia Menglan looked at old Jin's fawning appearance, slightly sickened. I still don't know? Last time, you brought me to send in 5 pairs, some time ago, you gave me a secret line to run 3 people, did not earn less, or we calculate this account? Lao Jin's smile slightly stiffened, as if he hadn't heard. Lao Jin, I'll go convey your instructions, you first deal with the murder case. I'm off. Lao Jin. Wait. Wenting called out to the other party. What can I do for you, old brother one? Old Jin, I promise to know everything, even if it's something I don't know, I promise to do my best to serve you. Old Jin's thieving eyebrows were bent over, and the sparse whiskers on his lips seemed to be sticking up. In the face of Wenting, a junior, he did not have any of the baggage of a senior, and his posture was extremely low. Wenting was slightly uncomfortable and coughed lightly. Just now I sort of understood. You guys thought that Mr. Shadow had taken the Fae, so you came to find me in trouble, right? Look at what you said. You can't put Lao Jin into that group of people. My Lao Jin is just an intelligence businessman. Never get involved in these bloody fights. I'm a civilized person. Wenting wasn't interested in listening to his bleeping, and immediately interrupted before he could continue his long-winded speech. Take a message for me, tell them that Mr. Shadow is in seclusion and won't appear for at least a year. If you really want to take your chances, go to the Forbidden Zone and look for it. Old Jin's eyes lit up. Deli. Thank you, an old brother, this is the old gold business card. In the future you want to ask what news can find me, guarantee to give you a discount. What special news can also find me, I pay. Xia Menglan couldn't help but pull Wenting towards the hallway. While walking, she inquired doubtfully, is Mr. Shadow really shutting down and going to the Forbidden Zone? Wenting shrugged, that's what he told me, specifically who knows if it's a smokescreen. Xia Menglan nodded and came all the way to the entrance of Wenting's house. At this time here had already gathered Ma Chunhua, Lu Old Lady and a host of other close neighbors, watching the two like a spectacle. Xia Menglan leaned over to check the dead man's injuries. Seeing the twisted look of the fractured arms and legs, her brows frowned. Did you do this? He is a 4th level, not to be ruthless and wait for him to slow down, I may be deaf. Wenting said without any psychological burden at all. Xia Menglan took a deep breath and spat, really good at giving me problems. Then after checking out the wound on its back and dispersing the group of people watching the show, she pulled Wenting to the side. Say, how much money was scavenged from this guy? Wenting took out his cell phone. 2.28 million, sis, is this going to be confiscated? Xia Menglan was speechless for a while, then her face turned serious. Hide it yourself, now no one, you kid, also give me a bottom. Why do you have to kill to establish authority? Do not know what the nature of human life cases. Wenting pursed his lips, looked carefully at Xia Menglan, said, knock the mountain to shake the tiger. Chapter 98, Interrogation. Knocking on the mountain? You're playing it off. You don't really think that my father can still protect you in this current situation? Xia Menglan's showy finger pointed at Wenting repeatedly with a look of hatred. Don't look at the North Plains now, that's because all parties are building up their strength. If you cause a death at this time, do you know how many people are watching? Don't think that you are emboldened by the fact that others are doing it in your house. People who really want to mess with you never care if you are justified and legal. Your family has been pursued for debt for so many years, haven't you seen the truth of this? Wen Ting pursed his lips. Sister, I know in my heart. Risky is risky, but there are some things that must be done, some revenge that must be avenged. Then he revealed a confident smile. Precisely because I have been harassed by debt collection for so many years, I long for a normal life more than anyone else and love it more than anyone else. Don't worry, I will never act impulsively. Xia Menglan's sword brows lightly frowned, heard something, was about to ask if it was as he guessed, but then dismissed the idea. Is there anything I can help with? Wen Ting thought for a moment. Find an excuse to transfer my mom out for 3 days. Well, 3 days things are almost over. Good. Just as Xia Menglan said, Wen Ting was clearly passive in returning the favor and should have been innocent, but because of the downward jockeying of people from all sides, the situation became uncertain again. Late at night on the very day of the incident, Wen Ting was sent into the court's custody room for detention. During this period, Wen Ting was put into the interrogation room alone like a criminal and was interrogated around the clock. Wen Ting did not resist this, treating it as a 3-day vacation for himself during his busy training period, just in time to focus on practicing the techniques of the Thunder System skills. At that time, if he could master 1,000 crowns and flash, Wen Ting wouldn't have to drag his feet for so long in solving that guy. During the interrogation, Wen Ting laughed in his heart as he watched the lawyers in front of him saying, I'm doing this for your own good. He was like a hobnail, using the excuse that his strength was low, that he had reacted violently because of the experience of being chased by the debt collector, and that the other party had unleashed the soul tsunami, which had made his own state even worse, to cope with their inquiries. Wen Ting clearly knows that the decisive factor in this incident is not in himself. Bang! Wen Ting! You still say you didn't kill on purpose. If you didn't kill on purpose, why did you transfer Lu Wenhao's $2.28 million? Wen Ting leaned back in his chair with his arms around his chest and yawned. It's all been said. He beat my house to a pulp and scared me into insanity. It's normal to give compensation, right? Then why don't you call first aid? I went out originally to call first aid. Then I heard those guys discussing about killing me and got delayed. You used your cell phone to rob money, and you used it to call the police. Don't you know to use it to call for first aid? Your logic is all messed up. Don't confess yet. If I have to react to call emergency, is that called insanity? Who the hell is mentally ill? You're talking about logic with a person whose mind has been messed up by a spirit whistle? You're not exactly in good spirits either. You. Wen Ting looked at the other party's infuriated and helpless face and returned a sincere sneering smile. Of course during this time there were also some powerful lawyers who almost wound Wen Ting in by asking quick questions, to which Wen Ting directly played the rogue shut up and directly did not speak. Anyway, the task is just to hold out for 3 days, just drag it. Time quickly came to the 3rd day. Wen Ting was brought to the interrogation room as usual, originally thought it was the same old story, but used his powers to take a look, his face instantly cold. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 5, 28 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of mental energy, with a very small probability of awakening mental system psychic abilities. Recipe. Spirit system psychic ability. It seems that this group of people are being pushed. Intending to use their psychic abilities to directly affect their sanity, forcing them to confess their sins. On the opposite side was a short-haired woman with exquisite makeup. Noticing the change in Wen Ting's expression, she slightly froze, then lifted her short hair to reveal her white ears, her red lips brightly reflecting to reveal a generous smile. Hello, I am a lawyer, Tao Ning. Look at your expression to me have a lot of hostility. Can say why? The woman's voice was soft, and Wen Ting had already closed his eyes after realizing that the other party was a psychic alien, making up his mind not to look, not to listen, and trying his best to avoid communicating with the other party. But despite this, that provocative voice still made Wen Ting blush. Just one sentence made him have a physiological reaction. His heart was lightly scratched by a kitten, making his heart itch with impatience. Breathing gradually ragged up, the tip of the nose seems to be peach incense curling, as if he is not being interrogated, but in a private club in the middle. Little brother is not even willing to look at me. Is it because he thinks I'm not good looking? A hint of doubt flashed through Tao Ning's eyes. She was 2 whole segments higher than him, still a large realm ahead. Even though she was limited by the scenario that prevented her from fully utilizing her supernatural abilities, she shouldn't have been given the chance to resist by a newcomer who had just stepped into the 3rd level. As if the voice like plucking silk around the ears, Wen Ting even with the 3 systems of supernormal ability, but also have the evening of thunder battle intent, still cannot resist the attack. cannot help but want to tell all the secrets in the heart, to win the other party's heart, in exchange for the two white head will not be separated. Wen Ting, with his remaining sanity, controlled the dark shadow system and thunder system cyclones in the spiritual realm to rapidly approach and merge. He could not grasp the frequency of the fusion as his consciousness was blurred and his spirit was greatly disturbed. As soon as the two groups of chi whirls touched, there was a loud explosion in his mind. His brain felt as if it was pierced by pins and needles, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as Wen Ting's mouth became sweet. This scene froze Tao Ning in his tracks. What was this? Under the severe pain, Wen Ting regained his consciousness, his gums stuck to the blood and smiled smugly. I'm sorry, Auntie, you made me ugly cry. After saying that, he continued to detonate the cyclone in his mind. His physical condition continued to plummet, his eyes were covered in blood, his nose and ears were slowly overflowing with warm blood, and his face instantly turned pale. No, you. Tao Ning could see the smugness in Wen Ting's expression, and not caring about provoking Wen Ting with his words, he hurriedly used his supernatural ability to pacify, trying to calm things down. Theoretically, it was not possible to utilize psychic abilities during the interrogation process of a case, especially psychic abilities, which were strictly stopped. However, in Wen Ting's case, with Xiao Huaimin protecting him, naturally there would be no such exceptions, and Tao Ning naturally didn't rely on regular channels to get in. If she was caught, neither Tao Ning nor the people behind her could escape the fate of being liquidated. How can this not let Tao Ning collapse? Also do not care about the interrogation, rush to calm down Wen Ting's emotions. Wen Ting, listen to me, we're not enemies, there's no need for you to be so self-inflicted, I'm not going to ask anymore, okay? At the same time, Tao Ning sent a message to Wen Ting's spirit, ancestor, please, I'm just getting paid to do my job as well, don't around. I'm leaving, don't die in front of me. Wen Ting, in order to not give the other party the opportunity to continuously affect himself, this fusion explosion, used extra risky, consciousness gradually began to blur, the whole person fainted however. Just before fainting, he seemed to see the door of the interrogation room was opened, a group of people rushed in, a white trench coat is particularly conspicuous. Chapter 99 Farewell. The swollen brain ushered in a touch of coolness and tingling, like a beauty in the soothing of an icy jade hand. Chaotic consciousness gradually awakened, after a burst of wooing, Wen Ting slowly opened his eyes to see Yan Sancher and Xia Menglan's smiling expression. Detonate the elemental cyclone, thanks to you kid to do it. A control is not good for the rest of his life as a little cute. Right. Yan Sancher immediately changed his face and put on a serious expression after seeing that Wen Ting was fine. Xia Menglan also frowned and reprimanded, being influenced, there is my old man in the open, they do not dare to let you do too much, not guilty of this, hiss. Xia Menglan said suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed, the corner of her mouth hooked up a bad smile. You kid would not have any secret, right? Do not say, you really guessed right. Wen Ting's consciousness gradually strengthened, with Yan Sancher light system, plant system, dual system treatment, whether it is the spirit or body, are good. Propping up his body, leaning on the pillow handed out by Xia Menglan, said with a smile. Who doesn't have a secret anymore? With that group of people's being nature, they're definitely going to ask Mr. Shadow. Wen Ting didn't talk more here and immediately changed the topic and said, Teacher, have the people been found? Yan Sancher sighed. That old ghost spares his life, just caught one of his students, well, already slaughtered. At the same time also cut out many of the few guys who were under his mind control, but unfortunately all killed themselves. Wen Ting clenched his fists in slight resentment. Yan Sancher rubbed messy Wen Ting's hair and comforted, that's my enemy, what are you angry about on the side? Wen Ting pursed his lips, that's Bei Yuan's enemy. Speaking of this, the three of them fell silent in unison. To this day, his mind would occasionally flash back to the scene when that dark-winged pale wolf king, high in the sky, swooped down on the Northern Plains' first city hospital. Right after that rumor spread, Wen Ting felt that something was wrong, and it just so happened that Yan Sanchi's side came out of the gate and saw that Wen Ting had replied to the message he had sent him earlier. So Wen Ting then spoke to Yan Sancher about the matter. Because he had just suffered a loss at the hands of the other side, Yan Sancher felt that having the hunter group enter the Northern Plains was probably related to that old thing. Immediately, he decided to secretly come back to conduct an investigation. And after that shadow system alien came to his door, Wen Ting immediately sensed that this was an opportunity. As Mr. Shadow's contact and Yan Sanchi's favorite disciple, he was hated by both Yang Ming, who was holding a grudge, and the people who were opposite Mr. Yan. Out to kill, on the one hand, is the deterrent to those hunters, but more is to take the opportunity to knock the tiger, those who are hostile to their own, all out of the water, just a one-time solution to the aftermath of the problem. Wen Ting didn't even need to tell Yan Sancher about this, with their intelligence, they naturally knew how to seize the opportunity. Wenting once again utilized his supernatural ability to check Yin Sanchi's physical condition. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 7, 48 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of life force, provides a large amount of blood, provides a large amount of spiritual force, inevitably awakens plant-based, light-based, spiritual-based psychic abilities, has a probability of obtaining domains, very small probability of obtaining Tao enlightenment. Recipe. Well, it seems that the curse has been completely removed. Xia Menglan grunted as she looked at the master and disciple. Sure enough, you guys are the ones who intentionally revealed the cracks. I told you, how could master brother be so greedy to clutch money in his hands? Cough cough, in fact, this is not really intentional, practicing martial arts, to burn money. Wenting heatedly smiled. Sister, you will not think of confiscating it. Look at you, that wealth slave behavior, want to confiscate early in the crime scene on the action, still need to wait until now? Wenting suddenly remembered the spiritual woman and inquired, where is that Tao Ning? How is it? That was a level 5 psychic alien, if she wasn't dealt with, who knew that she would fall head over heels with the other party again someday. Oh, Xia has already been requisitioned by Pops to the bottom of his hand as a volunteer to atone for her sins. You won't mind. Xia Menglan looked towards Wenting. After all, a spirit system alien was really rare, and it was too much of a waste to just be sent to jail to serve her sentence. Wenting nodded. I'm relieved to have Bureau Xia pressuring me. Yin Sancher didn't seem to want to talk about these official matters and took the initiative to interrupt the conversation, revealing a rare soft gaze. I heard that you joined the varsity team. How was it in there? Getting beaten up every day. Wenting recalled his painful experience of forging bones every day and said truthfully. Yin Sancher hooked the corner of his mouth, didn't point out Wenting's little mind. Bone forging stage. The cultivation progress is good. This provincial tournament, try hard. Directly guaranteed transportation is not a problem. Bailed out? Wenting asked strangely. Teacher, I don't have to follow you to practice? Wenting also remembered that Big Devil had told him that the conflict between her and Yin Sancher was because she was too anxious to enter the university, and now listening to this tone, it seemed that Mr. Yin didn't mind about it? Yin Sancher glanced at Xia Menglan, seeing her gaze dodge, he guessed the reason and smiled. Previously do not want to let her so early to go to college, just because those teachers at the university themselves is only a 6th grade, when the dean is a little stronger, but that's it, people cannot be like me so one-on-one pointing. That's why I'm quite contemptuous of them for such behavior. Saying that, he scratched his head and glanced at Xia Menglan, but as far as the results are concerned, it's not too bad. Wenting's expression was slightly strange. Then when it comes to me. What do you mean? Because I'm a guy, I'm too lazy to teach one-on-one. Yin Sancher carried his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. The stubborn disease in my body is gone, so naturally I don't have time to teach you. Besides, that old thing is still waiting for me to personally send him to hell. I've given you and Mushy the essentials of the Overlord gun. You guys just practice accordingly. Wenting was slightly speechless. So I saved my own teacher after saving him? Teacher, then what if I want to find you? Yin Sancher took out his cell phone and shook it. If I see, I will come over. You kid is very talented on this path, work hard. If you have an idea, you can come to the army to look for me after you graduate from college. I'll wait for you in the Dragon Cave. Dragon Cave? Wenting repeated his recitation. Yin Sancher glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist and said with slight regret, Teacher, it's time to go. By the way, I left a gift in your refrigerator, don't let anyone else see it. A gift? Teacher Yin, is there one for me? Xia Menglan's eyes were bright, looking at Yin Sancher with a face full of anticipation. Yin Sanchi's mouth slightly opened. Xia Menglan immediately puts on a smelly face. I knew you were biased. Yin Sancher was immediately unhappy when he heard this, of course. Prepared. Wenting blinked his eyes, and Xia Menglan also looked at Yin Sancher with a full face. Ahem, when that old thing student died before, there happened to be a wind fae. True duh. Old Yin. Gave it to me? Xia Menglan's eyes lit up. A smile reappeared on Yin Sanchi's face. Of course, it's already been given to your father. Wenting's eyes widened, and when he was about to say something, Yin Sanchi's voice transmission rang in his head. The person was killed by Xiao Huaimin, so don't think about it. Wenting immediately shut up. At the same time, he couldn't help but cricket Yin Sancher in his heart. The fae that other people's old man took for his daughter, how could you have the nerve to give it to her as a gift? Wenting's body is also almost as good. Just as the two are leaving, Wenting also succeeded in hitchhiking and returned home at night. Chapter 100 Yin Sanchi's gift. Back home, Wenting was thinking about how to appease his old mom. While he was playing with his mind, Lin Yulan heard the sound of the door opening and walked out from the bedroom, still carrying a strong plant-based elemental energy on her body, her face full of spring light. Back. How did it feel to stay inside? Didn't suffer, right? Wenting looked at his mom in surprise, noticing that the menu above her head showed that she had stepped into the second level. Something wasn't right. You can't be so indifferent to your own son just because you've advanced to the second level. I was caught in a jail cell, waiting to be sentenced, right? Seeing your tone of voice after knowing that, you don't seem to be worried at all. It's pretty good in there, except for the meals that aren't very good. Not having to train, I'm quite lazy in person. It's been a while since I've been lying flat like this. It's kinda hard to give up. Oh, that's fine. Take a look at how this newly learned skill of mom's is. Lin Yulan was in quite a good mood, and immediately pulled Wenting into the bedroom, only to see a bell orchid grass blooming with what looked like bell-like stamens within the potted plant, emitting an ethereal aroma. Botanical Department Level 2 skill, Catalyze. After praising it, Wenting finally couldn't help but ask, Mom, aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? I at least went in because I killed someone, aren't you worried? Wenting felt heartbroken. Originally thought that Mom will be a meal of worry, and will be counting down his own hand too hard, complaining a pass. However, the fact proved that the mother's mood is stable and terrible. Not right. Very much 9.9 wrong. Lin Yulan grunted and nudged Wenting's forehead. What? You're not used to me not educating you. Cough, just curious. After I heard that you had an accident, I was really anxious and uncomfortable, and I couldn't wait to rush back immediately, but it's a good thing that your teacher Yen suddenly appeared to persuade me. Roughly explained the reason to me. As for the guy you killed, Humph, recklessly breaking into the house, wanting to inquire about Mr. Shadow's news from you, definitely not a good person, deserved to die. Lin Yulan's face was full of anger when she said that, as if she felt sorry for not being able to teach the other party a lesson with her own hands. Mr. Yen had greeted him. Is that so sweet? Wenting scratched his head. Mom, you weren't like this before. Lin Yulan pulled out a work permit from her coat pocket and raised her eyebrows. Your mom, I'm officially converted. Did I ask for this? Wenting immediately sends rainbow farts. Lin Yulan proudly hands her work permit to Wenting. During the time I worked in the hospital, that's when I really gained insight. Almost every day in life and death to deal with, a change of heart is inevitable. Do not say you quickly go to see your teacher brought you a gift, he said you must like. Wenting nodded. He was naturally elated that his old mom was able to make a change. It was presumably because she became confident after obtaining the supernormal ability to control her power, and she became much more decisive and tough in dealing with things. But some essential things did not change. After getting the first bucket of money after the transfer, he planned to take Wenting, Ma Chanhua and He Jian out for a big meal together to celebrate their success in getting through the toughest times. Wenting instinctively wanted to refuse, but looking at his mom's rare smile, he did not have the heart to spoil the fun, and agreed very quickly. When he came to the dining room and flipped open the freezer layer of the refrigerator, he saw that after the compartment had been removed, there was a wolf head with navy blue fur that had closed its eyes. Dark-winged pale wolf. Wenting felt a chill run down his spine. The teacher gave this to himself as a gift and found out that he was Mr. Shadow? Or did he pass it on to Mr. Shadow through his own hands as payment for saving his life? Hiss. I can't, old Yen isn't that stingy. If he really wanted to repay the favor of saving his life, he wouldn't be so stingy as to only give a. Suddenly, Wenting thought of something and hurriedly ran his supernatural ability to check the wolf's head. Ingredient type, dark-winged coyote. Quality, grade 5. Phew, it's good that it's not human. Wenting breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling his teacher's words about the old punk being able to transform into a dark-winged pale wolf king, and associating it with the fact that his teacher and his students had just gotten his student killed, he naturally assumed that this corpse was that person yet. This is? Wenting saw an envelope wedged underneath the dismembered limbs of the dark-winged pale wolf. Taking it over, it read, Send Mr. Shadow. After opening it, inside was a handwritten letter written by Yen Sancher. Great kindness is not to be thanked. I think I let Wenting bring you the words have received, so I will not say any more. Thank you in terms of gifts really cannot take a moment to come out, after the body as well also do not know whether there is time to meet to repay, so I can only use a confidential message as a thank you. When the strength is enough, you can go to the coordinates of XXX, where the Kabul Company Federation found an ancient relics, which involves the mystery of the space system, intends to go when you can come to a message, I will give you cover. Space Department. Wen Ting saw the message with a burst of excitement in his heart. That was a top-level psychic ability system, and the number of people and demonic beasts that possessed this system of psychic abilities was pitifully small in the whole country. Ever since he had seen the spatial department ability performed by the Darkwing Kangwolf King, his heart was on fire. It was a pity that with his current strength, he couldn't go there for the time being. The Cabler Corporation Alliance, that was a huge force that controlled half of the Blue Star, boasting itself as a land of lighthouses, holding the world's top technology, psychic abilities as well as plundering the resources of the globe through its powerful force. Extremely hegemonic. Wanting to pull a tiger's teeth out of the mouth of such a power, he was not qualified to do so now. This news, it is indeed worth a lot. No wonder there are so many space system powerhouses there in the corporate alliance, the reason is actually because of this. Wen Ting looked at this letter sent by his teacher and rubbed his chin. Who cares if the teacher can see it or not? Anyway, with the teacher's persona it's not so bad as to backstab me. In the future, it's better to try to cook less for others. That is, at that time, Mr. Yan's mind was too bad, always thinking of going to fight for revenge or something, just afraid to talk about people running away. Otherwise, Wen Ting wouldn't have been so reckless as to send out the recipes. Reflection to reflection, this does not delay Wen Ting to deal with the dark-winged pale wolf head. He had been thinking about the racial skill of the dark-winged coyote for quite some time. This thing was something you couldn't normally touch, even the Northern Plains Hunters Guild didn't have it for sale. I don't know how Mr. Yan knew I needed this, it couldn't have been Yaoyu who leaked it. Wen Ting only remembered that he mentioned it to him. Without thinking carefully, Wen Ting rushed to carry out the wolf head and dealt with it overnight with great interest. With the experience of the last time, Wen Ting handled it extraordinarily smoothly this time. After sleeping for a while because of his injuries, Wen Ting's spirit was extraordinarily full. By the time he finished handling the wolf's head, the day had already dawned, and even Lin Yulan had already left for work early. Wen Ting took out his dinner plate and couldn't wait to take out the boiled wolf head. Rubbing his hands together he began to feast on it, unable to help but fantasize about which racial talent he would awaken. As a top bloodline demonic beast, the dark-winged Kangwolf's racial talents were naturally all strong, and awakening any one of them would be a bonus. However, Wen Ting was more interested in awakening the pair of black feathered wings. He had had enough of the bad experience of being gripped by a big demon's collar and flying around. Chapter 101, The Qualifier. The soft and sticky skin and flesh hung over the wolf's skull, revealing the whitish bones underneath. Wen Ting splashed the prepared sauce, atmospherically, onto the wolf's head, unable to resist dubbing, "Poor give" from his mouth. The aroma of the sauce was accompanied by the fragrance of the meat in the steaming heat, causing Wen Ting's mouth to water after 3 days of eating plain rice. Exhaling, on the hand gently steak, even the skin with sinews and bones and meat separation, a mouthful of fat and oil aroma overflowing, Wen Ting instantly by the taste buds were fully satisfied by the happiness of the package. Another is to pick off a large area of forehead skin and meat, wrapped in the inside of the stewed spirit rice, clear spirit vegetables, carrots, and finally sprinkled with the remaining spirit honey before, rolled into a stick shape, to the plate of the residual material juice repeatedly soaked. Open the abyssal mouth, once again a bite, the mouth juice, grease mixed with soaked rice grains, accompanied by clear spirit vegetables, carrots and other vegetables by the spirit honey evaporated crisp and refreshing, the taste is quite unique. After eating the external skin and meat, Wen Ting hands manifested furry wolf hair and sharp pitch black wolf claws, will be the wolf head reversed, deftly a break, the entire jaw was removed, will be the teeth chamber, tongue and other cleaned into the bowl, the inside of the black ink colored brain is a layer of yellowish grease wrapped in, revealed in the eyes of Wen Ting. With a spoon a little bit of cusp out, mixed with spiritual rice, wrapped into the lettuce leaves, a few times will be stuffed into the mouth, closed eyes to taste. A whole wolf's head, taking a whole night's time, was eaten by Wen Ting in less than half an hour, swallowed into the abdomen. Letting out a belch, Wen Ting seized the time and rushed back to the bedroom, sitting on the bed and running the meditative thoughts, quickly digesting the energy in the dark-winged song wolf's body. Within a few moments, Wen Ting observed that in the mental region of his mind, the blood-colored mark representing the dark-winged Kangwolf began to gradually bloom with dark red bloodlight, and after a burst of light flickered, it once again calmed down. There was an additional piece of knowledge in Wen Ting's mind like born knowing. Unfortunately, he did not obtain the black feather that he longed for. Instead, he obtained another divine skill that could be called the Darkwing Wolf's talent, malicious perception. This talent was capable of sensing malice within 20 kilometers. Only this perception was extraordinarily vague, and could not pinpoint the exact location of the source of the malice, and could only be considered a lighted alarm, but it was able to judge the danger based on the size of the feedback brought by the malice. Can effectively avoid premeditated harm. Therefore, in the wild, the dark-winged coyote is very difficult to capture, and can only rely on those strong people to stumble upon it by chance, and then kill it by thunderous means. It was thought that Mr. Yen had met it by chance on his way here. Wen Ting was also very happy about this, although he couldn't accurately predict what the upcoming danger was, but being able to know that there was danger was enough to make him run. And this thing belongs to the passive perception, do not need Wen Ting distraction open. In addition, malicious perception also brought a certain strength of spiritual power to Wen Ting, although it wasn't a lot, it was still better than nothing. Before the condensing spirit realm, the means of being able to enhance one's spiritual power was extraordinarily limited. A mosquito's leg was still meat even if it was small. Moreover, it was still attached, so Wen Ting was satisfied. A night of handling ingredients made Wen Ting slightly tired as well, and instead of rushing to the gym to train, he just gave Yao Yu a call to report his safety. After catching up on sleep, it was already noon. Wen Ting was refreshed and cleaned up the kitchen, came to the school, and started the 3.5 days of intermittent bone forging training. As soon as he entered the gymnasium, Lu Resistance and Zhao Shidong, who hadn't left at noon, cast their gazes. "Yo, junior brother, I heard that you killed a 4th level shadow system exalt, did you get hurt?" Zhao Shidong was a familiar face, his personality was also more interesting, he always liked to make some small jokes, he was well liked, he was the main attacker of the second team, and his melee strength was second only to Lu Zhan. "Hey, Fluke, that guy a soul sharp whistle almost gave me a roar stupid, good thing you guys forged the bones of the thunder battle intent to be practiced, otherwise the result will not be accurate." Lu Zong cast an envious gaze, the dual cultivation of different martial arts is really powerful, if we encountered it, I guess there is no way to live. In that case, if it were a single martial artist, or an alien who was one realm behind, and had no protective gear, weapons, or other aids, it would be almost certain death. Even if it was a brightness system alien with a similar attribute, it would still be a death. That is, the shadow system man is an unlucky egg, encountered Wen Ting, but any other person is not so suffocating death. This was the strength of the dual cultivation of the exotic martial arts. Unfortunately, we have not awakened the alien ability, otherwise. TSK, even if awakened the alien ability, it seems that you do not have such vigor dual cultivation. Zhao Shidong with emotion, tied Wen Ting to the wooden frame, face showing a bad smile. But well, to be able to recklessly beat a genius like you, the sense of accomplishment is still quite a lot, haha, junior brother, except the slow love of the seniors. Wen Ting. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Zhao Shidong hit Wen Ting's leg bone with a muffled stick, elementary brother, call out if you don't call out I have no motivation. I rub. Don't talk dirty, schoolmate. Zhao Shidong looked at Lu Zhan, don't freeze, school brother is very fierce, I can't stand it alone, together. Lu Zhan looked around, keep your ing voice down, you don't want to be ashamed, I still want it. Hey, we are all acquaintances, what are you afraid of? Let's go. Wen Ting really wanted to talk to them and divert his attention, but the pain of the stick on his bones broke his mind. Time passed little by little, today's bone forging training had been completed, after obtaining the treatment, also began to start with Lu Resistance, Zhao Shidong, real men one-on-one confrontation. Returned the previous sins, one by one. The beautiful name is that this is closer to real combat. Slap. Yao Yu, who had been missing for a whole day, clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the people who were training. Boys, the notice of the qualifying round for the provincial tournament has come down, come over here and listen to the notes. After waiting for the crowd to sit cross-legged on the mats, Yao Yu said. The qualifiers system has not changed, it's still a team competition and an individual competition, each school will send a maximum of 2 teams to participate in the team competition and 3 people to participate in the individual competition selection. Our eastern region came to a total of 8 schools, that is, a total of 16 teams 2x2 for the elimination match, 24 people for the individual match competition. There are a few people in here you have to focus on, the seeded players this year are all very strong. Not counting Wen Ting, there are 3 dual cultivators of the foreign martial arts alone, and there are also 2 dual system psychics who have awakened their dual system psychic abilities. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Wen Ting, a beginner level 3 with dual cultivation in both Zenomancy and martial arts, was able to cross over and kill a level 4 shadow system powerhouse, and there were a total of 3 opponents like Wen Ting. On top of that, there were also dual system exotics, and such people had even stronger mental strength and more variations in their skills, so the types of tactics they could fight were even more varied. The atmosphere went cold all of a sudden. They, the North Plains Martial Arts High School, hadn't gotten a decent result for 3 consecutive years. Well, the last time they won the championship was when Xia Menglan was around. Chapter 102 Iha City. Yao Yu looked at the heavy atmosphere except for Wen Ting and coughed lightly. Aya, don't be so demoralized, we didn't run into them all at once, it's good to run into one or two of them. And not all schools are that strong. Seeing that there is no persuasive effect, Yao Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Telling them this news so early was also to give the students a cushion of mental preparation. Not to mention them students, he was also surprised for a moment when he saw the opposite side's lineup. How come there were suddenly so many more outstanding students? In the past, there could be one or two that were extraordinarily eye-catching existences, but it turned out that this year there were a total of 6. Really opened the eyes. It is estimated that this year will have to run with the others again, and can't even have a good year. Well, although wilt, the preliminaries are scheduled for 2 days later in Iha City, although it's just a preliminaries, but our local station still has a live broadcast. If you don't want to lose face in front of your classmates and family, then all cheer up. As the captain of the team, Lu Resistance saw that the players had no fighting spirit, and immediately responded by clapping his hands to boost his morale. However, all of this chicken blood also dipped once again after those first few seconds. Regarding the sudden explosive appearance of the Awaken and the geniuses with dual cultivation in different martial arts, there were also many opinions within the team, but worry was in the majority. As the top powerhouses in the school, they naturally had their own pride and expectations of themselves. They also wanted to go through the provincial tournament, so that they could shine in front of the major colleges and universities, and strive for a chance to change their lives against the odds. However, the emergence of those geniuses made their difficulty skyrocket, and their mentality was naturally not good. The atmosphere of the crowd in the training afterward had been in a state of depression, and even when Ting and the Bone Forging had noticed Lu Resistance and Zhao Shidong's wandering off. The strength of that underhanded iron rod was extremely unstable, and even the point of landing was not well grasped. If not for Wen Ting's quick reaction to sidestep a bit, he almost followed in the footsteps of the taller man who had surrounded himself at the beginning. I say the two of you, don't be distracted. If you go wrong, I'll be the one who gets hurt. Wen Ting said through gritted teeth as he sweated profusely from the pain. Sorry. Ha. Zhao Shidong scratched his head and tried to focus as much as he could, but he couldn't help but start pouring out his grievances. You guys say if we're so lucky that we meet weak teams along the way, do we have a chance to squeeze into the group stage? Lu shook his head. What are you thinking? Not to mention whether there is that kind of luck, even if there is, into the group stage according to this intensity, we are also a runner. Wen Ting endured the pain and tried his best to control the rhythm of his breathing. It's not that we can't fight, before we meet the strongest team, if I can reach the early stage of bone forging, I'll have a chance to fight. Yo, elementary school brother can talk now? Bone forging is going well. Zhao Shidong said smilingly. Wen Ting looked at him slightly speechless. It's not because you guys are absent-minded and useless. Hiss. Zhao Shidong steeply knocked hard inside as he looked at Wen Ting's twisted face. It seems to be a lot worse. As the breathing method operated, a large amount of qi and blood residue from the Darkwing Kangwolf beast meat in Wen Ting's body was stimulated, rapidly quenching the bones and making them tougher. 2 days passed quickly. Wen Ting's group also officially set foot on the bus to Iha City. After 2 days of precipitation, the varsity's gang of seniors' emotional adjustment can't be said to be much better. It can only be said to swing as much as possible to tour the city. Of course, as the college entrance examination is approaching, students, training must not be possible to fall. Can only say that in the field of desperation to win the championship of the energy is gone. Anyway, will not be concerned about things, might as well save some effort to ensure that they do not get hurt, in order to cope with next summer's college entrance examination. Whether it's Wen Ting or Yao Yu, it's clear that a team with this kind of mentality is unlikely to have a chance to win the championship. But what can be done? When the difference in strength was too great, it just made people feel desperate. However, Wen Ting's mindset was still relatively normal. Originally is to come over to brush the experience, can beat the fight, cannot beat the next year, to the next year when those who are strong have graduated, then it is their own world. If he is a little bit shameless, he can even not bail out, the third year to come back to brush the achievements, just as come over to buy goods. Happily, the level 5 dark-winged Song Wolf was indeed powerful, and just a day before he set off, he managed to make Wen Ting take that step into the pre-forged bone stage. Almost all the bones in his body had been forged once, and idle skills and attacks couldn't cause fatal damage to Wen Ting anymore. After reaching the pre-bone forging stage, the hardened bones were Wen Ting's best weapon and defense. As long as Wen Ting himself was not afraid of pain, he could even use his forearm bones to harden himself against the chopping attacks of martial artists below the tendon training stage. However, the others didn't have such a good mindset as Wen-ting, and despite having swung for the fences, each and every one of them had a sad face. After all, the same 3 years of bitter cultivation, the result of the final run to give people as a companion, is a person's heart will not feel good. After a 4-hour-long distance bus ride, at noon, the group finally arrived in Iha City. They were arranged to a small hotel not far from the competition venue, and several people got off the bus with their own luggage. Zhao Shidong said with a slightly locked brow and an unhappy face. Our school is really out of money, can't we find a better hotel? This can rest well? Lu Zhang took a deep breath, uncertainly looked at Yao Yu. Mr. Yao, are you sure we didn't go wrong? Yao Yu looked at the front of the wall peeling off a large area, the plaque squeezed in the middle of the 2 auto repair stores, in that narrow place written on the words cozy store, also a little uncertain, took out his cell phone to check a bit. Finally, he sighed, this is the right place. The group of students were immediately speechless. Most of their families were well off, so they naturally disliked this inn. It was already upsetting because of the long bumpy ride and the despair of the competition. As a result, they were also arranged in this kind of shabby place, no one would feel good in their heart. Which grandson arranged this place in the end, wouldn't be taking kickbacks? Shi Yun said, spitting out spit, whispering invective. Yao Yu is also angry, is trying to call the school principal to confirm what's going on, just as the phone rings, or the organizer's phone, see the number. Yao Yu anger was hooked up, pick up the phone as a complaint. Yui has city people in the end how to do things, to what is the broken hotel, this kind of place how we rest. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't participate in this crap competition, let's see you in the District Education Bureau. Oh, looks like you guys are here right. Right. Just got off the bus. What's going on? Yao Yu's tone is very impulsive, expressing his dissatisfaction. At least, he was also a coach hired from outside and had his own temper. Only to hear the other side, smilingly saying, now officially informing you that the match is starting. Chapter 103, Fighting to the Death for the Hotel. What the hell? How come the game started already? We just arrived, eh? The other side of the phone doesn't even care about Yao Yu's questioning, pretending not to hear as he continues. If you want a good guest room, then go and grab it on your own. The competition will be held in the ring at the entrance of each inn, one-on-one sparring. Each team can only have one chance to send someone. Have a good rest of the day, goodbye. Listening to the phone that had hung up, Yao Yu's entire body was furious. MD, why didn't you say that when there was this rule when the document was issued in the first place? It's not like he's playing with people. Wen-ting pulls Yao Yu's arm and raises his chin. Yao Yu follows Wen-ting's reminder and looks over there, only to see a minivan parked next to them, and the machine is already running to start filming them. Yao Yu, holding his face red, asked, did you record that part just now? Hee, it's on since you guys got off the bus. Remember to cut it later. Okay, it will be cut off when slicing, but this is now live. Yao Yu's face instantly turned iron blue, and similarly black-faced were Zhao Shidong and Shi Yun, who had cursed out earlier. In order to stop being embarrassed, Yao Yu angrily said, what are you waiting for, you really want to live here? As soon as the words fell, a golden and 3 purple smoke bombs rose in unison in the distant sky, blossoming into an extremely eye-catching smoke in the sky. The gold color is definitely the best hotel, and the 3 purple ones are presumably the next best, which means that there are 4 schools whose students can only live in this kind of old and shabby hotel. Lu Resistance quickly analyzed the rules that the organizers didn't say. Yao Yu narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision, go to the nearest purple location, Shi Yun, Jia Ziying, Wu Tong, the 3 of you go to the other areas and bring your cell phones, I want first-line intelligence. Yes. Despite knowing that he and the others were running with the rounds, but in front of the camera how could they not pose as a lousy the work that should be done had to be done, and the attitude that should be there had to be there. Otherwise it will really be scolded to death. Next time who will still be highly paid to hire themselves as a coach He wanted to stop a car to go forward, however, they were all destroyed by the director's team. Angry Yao Yu and the others almost cursed in front of the camera. The director's team was sincerely trying to make them go on foot. Yao Yu and the others had no choice but to drag their tired bodies and jog all the way to the nearest hotel. A group of people in a line jogging on the road just cleared, December Iha City, cold wind, cold and dry, not long a group of people were frozen red face, out of the white gas or in the eyebrows, had at the frost. Turning the corner, from afar, I saw a hotel located in the center of the street gathered in front of the people watching the crowd, they are looking at the hotel in front of the ring piled up with rocks. There were already 2 people sparring in the ring, and by the time Wen Ting's people arrived, the female martial artist using the double blade stream happened to hack the male alien off the ring and gained the victory. The dozen or so students under the stage shouted the girl's name in unison, Jian Lu. Jian Lu. Jian Lu. Sister Jiang Yo Boi. Jiang Lu said to the boy who was cut down from the ring, I'm sorry. The boy's jacket had been badly torn and blood was spilling from his chest, being healed by a fellow healer. The morale of the students and teachers of that school were demoralized and grimy. Without arguing, they headed to the next hotel under the leadership of their leader. Zhao Shidong said with emotion, Purple Lodging is a hotel, so what does gold have to be like? Maybe it's a bed and breakfast? Who knows? Without giving Wen Ting and the others a chance to chat, Jiang Lu held a steel sword and said to the crowd below, which one of you is coming? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Jiang Lu was of medium stature, with clean, short, ear-length hair, and seemed to be wearing just a thin sweatshirt with a down vest stuck on in order to perform her movements better. In the cold icy wind of Iha City, the handsome little face was frozen red. Yo, the chick is quite spirited. Let me meet you, said Zhao Shidong as he was about to ascend the stage, only to be pressed down by Yayu with one hand. Wait a moment, Wen Ting, you go? Wen Ting didn't think too much about it, and just took it as Yayu thinking that he couldn't lose face in front of the camera. After all, in the field of one-on-one, Wen Ting was the strongest in the whole team, indisputable. Picking up the Tianqian gun wrapped in a cloth bag behind his back, he was about to go up to the stage when Yayu whispered, they don't know your background, don't use your supernatural abilities, it's okay if you lose. Wen Ting nodded. Then he took off his down jacket. Wearing a thin school uniform, he went up to the ring, clasping his hands and bowing according to etiquette. Martial artist, Wen Ting. Jiang Lu's body shivered coldly, not wanting to waste too much time. Martial artist, Jiang Lu. After saying that, he picked up his twin swords and took the initiative to attack with a single step. The twin swords in his hands swung down at Wen Ting one after the other. Wen Ting kicked the handle of the gun lightly, quickly turned the gun head, facing Jiang Lu as a stab. The action is extremely condensed, without a little bit of superfluous action. Ding! Jiang Lu reacted very quickly, chopped down the steel knife in mid-air to change the trend, smashed into the head of the Tianqian gun. The power is extremely domineering. Raw chopping skewed the direction of the front stab, followed by the backhand steel knife as the main attack again. Wen Ting did not resist the power of Jiang Lu's chopping, on the contrary, swung round the Tianqian gun and retreated to pull away from the distance. To be full of a week after the storage of power, 2-meter-long Tianqian gun is like a long whip and ruthlessly flung to Jiang Lu's waist. The distance between the two was extremely awkward. Both are in their own attack at the best distance. If anyone also disregard their own injuries against the attack, Wen Ting will receive a knife. Jiang Lu himself will also eat this powerful whip. But Jiang Lu knows, Wen Ting is a ing pawn over to test. He is the main force, never be replaced by a substitute. So Jiang Lu twisted his waist, made a double knife frame blocking posture, gave up the attack. Ding! A golden sound exploded, and Jiang Lu slid backward quickly against this huge force. A face full of astonishment. It seemed that he could not believe that he had lost to the opponent's alternate in terms of strength. Jiang Lu's expression and mental activities, Wen Ting detected a thing or two after the exchange just now, and instantly understood how to fight. Ha! With a bellowing cry to cheer himself up, Wen Ting simply did not miss the opportunity to beat up a falling dog. Holding his spear with both hands, with a dominating stance of qi, he attacked fiercely at Jiang Lu, who had not yet stabilized his stance. The long gun tore the air, issued a booming sound of the air, as if the small sword-like Tianqian gunblade in front of the body of Jiang Lu stabbed out one after another. The down hand did not have the slightest intention of mercy, specializing in picking the sensitive parts of the ruthless poke. Jiang Lu's double blade rotated to form a protection, precisely cleave through Wen Ting's gun head. But every time he cleaved away, Wen Ting turned his spearhead and attacked the lower plate, making Jiang Lu tired of defense, and soon forced her to the edge of the ring, unable to retreat. However, just when everyone thought that Jiang Lu would be forced out of the ring by Wen Ting, Jiang Lu once again used her strength to shock away Wen Ting's spear, and then threw the steel knife in her hand as a concealed weapon. The blade of the knife was right in front of his face, and Wen Ting had no choice but to dodge it. Facing the approaching Jiang Lu with the knife in both hands, Wen Ting disregarded the center line of his life and stabbed Jiang Lu's thighs with his spear. There is a look I was cut does not matter, but also want you to seriously injured posture. Jiang Lu is naturally reluctant to return to the defense, at the same time cannot help but curse. Again, not a formal match, need to play life with me for it. Wen Ting grinned, there aren't many opportunities to perform, and this is one. Come. Keep fighting. TMD, where did the madman come from? Chapter 104, The Organizer. Guns and swords clashed back and forth in the cold wind, and the sound of iron weapons and the applause of the spectators dominated the world. In terms of skill, Wen Ting was obviously slightly inferior. After all, he had been practicing gunplay for less than 4 months. While his powers and cultivation could be solved with recipes, his marksmanship skills could only be polished with real-time and countless battles. However, Wen Ting successfully seized the characteristics of Jian Lu's scruples, by virtue of the pure loss of life for injury fighting method, but also prevailed. The outsiders look at the scene, the insiders look at the doorway. No Wen Ting's mind of the teachers and students on Jian Lu's side have launched a very high content of mother's greetings to Yao Yu and the others. Not only them, looking at Wen Ting's playful fighting style, Yao Yu and their hearts couldn't bear it either. Every time Jian Lu's steel blade slashed down, Yao Yu almost couldn't help but raise the white flag and admit defeat. Other people are not clear. He as the leader is very clear. This preliminaries want to achieve results. Wen Ting is an essential odd soldier, cannot have something. After a few rounds, Yao Yu also saw that Wen Ting had pinpointed the other side's psychology, so he immediately showed a smiling face and said, Everyone, why are you showing such ugly behavior in front of the camera? Accommodation is a small matter, but showing the blood of our Northern Plains men in front of the audience is a big matter." The teacher opposite to the team leader spat out "I shucks." Afterward, he pointed at Yao Yu's villainous face. "You are simply shameless. Even if you're a substitute member, letting other kids play for their lives just for the sake of accommodation, you're still a teacher, aren't you? I'm ashamed of you. The children we educate are facing demonic beasts. As long as the fight has an air of immortality, could it be that you don't teach this because you don't have such a spiritual heritage? You. Shoot it, pay attention to the quality and on." Yao Yu cheaply raised his eyebrows and reminded the other party. That teacher was furious. Just as a few people argued, another team of teachers and students came, looking at the ring's sword light and shadow as if the life and death combat, all dumbfounded. "Not buddy, just accommodation, and no reward, guilty of so play life. Look at that guy with a gun, that are what mad dogfighting would rather be stabbed in the chest, but also want to put the gun into the opponent's thighs, in case the lady on the head, you ing life do not understand." After inquiring, they are also clear about what happened, and have cast a contemptuous gaze at Yao Yu, and then rushed to the challenge ring of other ends. "It's just accommodation, the big deal is to pay for a better hotel. It's totally unnecessary. No more fighting. Jiang Lu, come down." The leader finally couldn't stand it anymore and called for a retreat. Jiang Lu fought 2 battles in a row, not because she was physically exhausted, but the winter in the north was just too cold. Even a bone-forging stage martial artist wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. Ding! Jiang Lu held her sword with both hands, shocking away Wen Ting's downward chop, her frozen red cheeks full of reluctance as she retreated from the ring. A girl beside her rushed to drape her jacket over her. Jiang Lu stared at Wen Ting with an exasperated look and cursed, "Damn, ran into a stupid." Wen Ting revealed a smile, flipped his wrist and inserted the Tianqin gun into the ring upside down, and hurriedly said to Zhao Shidong below, "Dong, close. Catch." Wen Ting hurriedly put on the jacket after, hurriedly rubbed his hands, a kick fell in the ring, before being used as a dart steel knife to Jiang Lu. "Senior sister thanks haha." Jiang Lu probed his hand to catch the steel knife, his eyebrows wrinkled in an inverted H shape, said in a cold voice, "If you still dare to play like this in the ring, don't blame me for chopping you alive." "Hey, look at what you're saying, it's a matter of whether or not I'll be able to play in the real match." Wen Ting sincerely emphasized his status as a substitute. This can make Jiang Lu angry not light, show finger space repeatedly point, finally pursed lips no longer say. A group of people turned around and left. Waiting until they were far away, Yao Yu used the name of checking his injuries to run to Wen Ting's side with an arrow step and lowered his voice to say angrily, "You kid is crazy. You really think of yourself as an ordinary substitute, right? If you really get cut, how will you let me explain to your mom, your master?" "Teacher Yao, don't worry, I have absolute certainty. The big deal is that I opened the Thunder War armor at the critical moment. In her eyes I am a barefoot. How can she as the first team member and I fight for my life? Dare to have next time, not to mention this year, even next year I won't let you play." Yao Yu was calm and collected just now, but that was just an appearance. He could be ready to call it quits at any time during the fight. Wen Ting smilingly promised Yao Yu. In fact, how could Wen Ting himself be so desperate just for an accommodation place? That's all just a show. When it comes down to it, there's still the question of whether or not to hide the moves, directly open the thunder system of supernatural powers on the end, really can't still have the silver scale armor as a guarantee it. Anyway, at that time the Xia Menglan said, "Mr. Shadow has been in a state of seclusion, he just borrowed it is also reasonable." As for what they thought, it was not something that Wen Ting cared about. Ting stood in the ring in his cotton clothes and waited for a while, and as a salute exploded in the sky, the people from the director's team ran over to indicate that the challenge time was over, and that he could enter the hotel for a normal rest. Copying the Tianqian gun that was rooted in the ring, Ting was flanked by Lu Resistance and the others as they entered the hotel and checked in. After getting his room card, Ting walked on the soft carpet and swiped his card to enter the room. The room wasn't anything special, it was an ordinary business room, but after seeing the lowest level of entreatment, the line of people sincerely revealed their joy. Without comparing it, how do you know if it's good or bad? I don't know which few schools unlucky people were sent to that old broken small inn to stay. After a brief rest, Ting and the others were summoned to Yao Yu's room. Shi Yun, Jia Ziying, and the others who were responsible for gathering information returned. Yao Yu didn't rush to talk to them about the tactical arrangement, but instead summoned the crowd to give warm applause and encouragement to Ting, who came in the latest. Ting looks at the crowd with a confused face, not knowing why. Yao Yu took out his cell phone and read the message from the leaders group to the crowd. According to the organizers' rules, varsity teams that have not grabbed a hotel to stay in within the stipulated challenge time can only stay in the stipulated hostel, and are not allowed to purchase another hostel without authorization. If there is any violation, the qualification of the school will be cancelled. Yao Yu said to the crowd, once again, to our man of honor, Ting, a warm round of applause. After a round of applause, Ting asked suspiciously. The organizers are not afraid of being sued by those schools for publishing the rules like this. It's not that Ting is worried about the situation of those schools, he's just worried that the rules of the competition afterward will be the same, and what special rules will appear after the competition in the cold, messing with people's minds. If you don't know the rules, what's the point of competing? To the players, a strong opponent was not scary, it was the unclear rules that were the deadliest. Yao Yu shrugged, they really aren't afraid of the school suing them. The organizer behind this time is the Northern Border Military Region Special Warfare Brigade. Ting coldly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, good lord, this really can't sue a bit. Chapter 105, a sudden live broadcast. The army is the organizer? How is this different from previous years? Lu Resistance asked in doubt. This was at the same time the question in everyone's mind. Yao Yu sighed after sweeping the crowd. It is estimated that the situation will become worse in the future, the army meddling in the tournament. It is estimated that they are not used to seeing the entertainment of the tournament nowadays. After simply saying a guess, Yao Yu clapped his hands, not bothering to continue discussing on this unbearable guess. Well, the sky has collapsed and there is a taller one on top of it, let's not worry about these. Shi Yun, Jia Ziying, you collect the news to the group. Good Lu. Shi Yun will open his cell phone, playing inside a section of the two people fighting against the screen. In the picture, the boy wearing a light blue down jacket with a plush woolen cap was wearing gloves, utilizing the ice system's supernatural ability to create crystal clear ice cream to beat the opposite side of the tired to cope with, and showing calmness between his hands and feet. This person is from Luanhai City's first middle school, named Ling Xuecheng. A republic of 3 people fought, so far just showed the ice alien energy, seems to be the first team of Luanhai City's first team debut member. Yao Yu added, according to the intelligence I have, Luanhai City's first middle school has an ice trainee with dual cultivation of heteromancy and martial arts, and it's obviously this Ling Xuecheng. Judging from the abilities he has displayed, he has apparently mastered multiple skills in both long range and melee combat. If you guys meet him, you must not underestimate his sudden skills in melee combat. I'm guessing that they prepared at least 2 sets of melee and long range fighting styles for this Ling Xuecheng. Let's study the melee and long range skills of the ice system in a moment. Jia Ziying saw that Yao Yu had finished adding, and also released what she had captured. I'm going to the location of the Golden Smoke Bomb this time, which is a luxury bathing center. A group of people gathered around her cell phone, and seeing a pair of mighty and domineering stone lions as well as finely decorated golden toads standing in front of the gilded high-rise building, they knew that this hotel was definitely not cheap. Many people let out sighs of relief, the envy in their eyes simply could not be hidden. I should have known to go here directly. Well, Bellbath Do, that is the largest bath center in Iha City, before my father took me to wash once. Wow, go, old powerful. Cough cough. Jia Ziying said after a light cough. There are only 2 teams competing here at the Bellbath capital, one is Uehara Buko and the other is Aichi Buko. Both sides have preserved their strength, they should be the starting members of the second team, one is a martial artist and the other is a water system. In the end, it was that Aichi Buko who won. Here's the video. Jia Ziying's intelligence was obviously much worse than Shi Yun's. She didn't even inquire about the individual names, but the video quality and composition was much better than Shi Yun, and even gave a layer of movie quality filters. Looking at it had the feeling of an action blockbuster. Yao Yu looked at it and shook his head. A level with Lu Resistance and Zhao Shidong, you two can go up and fight back and forth. It's a pity, letting them pick up the slack. If I had known, we would have gone as well. Yao Yu said with slight regret. The golden lot was definitely the best. In order to preserve his strength and not be seen more by the other team's people, Yao Yu had given up the golden lot to fight for the purple one. Who would have thought that the ideas of several of their leaders would all collide together, resulting in the best places having little to grab, and those in the purple lot fighting with each other non-stop. Afterwards, the group all watched the video footage brought back by the others and didn't see any more of the members that Yao Yu had told them to pay attention to. Obviously, in the view of the leaders, it was really unwise to expose their cards for the sake of lodging, so they all closed their hands in the fight and couldn't see much. Yao Yu said as much as he could to the trainees about what he could see, speaking for more than 2 hours in one breath. Seeing that it is almost dark, it is not good to say too much, and finally, in order to motivate to the crowd, said in a serious manner. All cheer up, maybe according to the organizers of the urine, there will be a lodging competition system, there is still a chance to fight for the Bellbath capital. He did not say okay, once finished, the whole atmosphere is obviously cold a lot. Originally, they didn't have much confidence in themselves, and as a result of saying this, they already suspected that the tournament system would kick them back to that old broken in before. Yao Yu looked at their state, a burst of difficult, all confident a little bit. You are also 3 years of hard practice of the outstanding students. As a substitute has been slipping quietly brushed the video of Zhe Ziying, suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, they opened a live broadcast. Who opened a live broadcast? Zhao Shidong immediately picked up the story, causing the people around to look at Zhe Ziying, leaving Yao Yu, who was about to cheer, out to dry. It looks like it should be the organizers. They've already started to take out today's live broadcast material in the live broadcast room for evaluation, and a lot of the following are acquaintances from the school. Because of being interrupted from his chicken blood speech, Yao Yu is slightly irritated, but his attention is soon attracted by the live broadcast in her hand. Louder. A group of people surrounded Zhe Ziying's tiny cell phone and watched it with boredom. Possibly because there was no warm-up, or perhaps the broadcast was started extremely abruptly, there weren't many people watching the live broadcast this time, and the comments were also few and far between. The live broadcast room sat a man and a woman, 2 people. The man is a hair in inches, square face, wearing dark green military uniforms of the strong man. The following person's name introduction is called Chu Hung, is a brigade of the northern border military region of the deputy director. The host Lin Xiao inquired, Captain Chu, do you have anything to say after watching these short videos of sparring? Chu Hong turned around and looked at the silent and discharged battle footage, thinking for a little while before looking at the host and said, I feel heartbroken. They are too concerned about the gains and losses on the field, thus neglecting the recuperation of the players. You have to realize that the individual city kids have been rushing around all day and are already tired and exhausted. In this case, it is natural to strive for a better rest and ensure that their condition is the most important thing. As for the preservation of strength, as long as the start of the fight in addition to the first round, almost all of the cards are clear, the test of the team's cooperation, single hide so much, what is the use? Look at them, this ring fight, in addition to the guy with the gun has a desperate stance, the rest of the people fearful, this can be called a match. That Chu Hung deputy head's words were extraordinarily sharp, able to hear that his words were meant to be. The main idea was that he wanted the various varsity teams to come up with the strongest forces for the competition. After a question and answer, it confirmed Yao Yu's suspicion that the daily accommodations were directly linked to the results of the previous day's battle. And as a result, they were directly divided into matchup rankings, as well as tomorrow's opponents. There was no drawing of lots at all. The program group didn't even formally notify the leaders that there was a live broadcast, and it was purely by luck that they could swipe. And they also at this moment know tomorrow's opponent is Jianglu's school, East City Wu High School. Chapter 106, Nerve, this tournament system. After knowing his opponent, Yao Yu proceeded to give Wenting a few more pointers, which were the weaknesses of the martial arts that he had visualized on the stage. Other than that, Yao Yu was not able to obtain any other information about East City Martial High for a while. As it was getting late, Wenting and the rest of them returned to their rooms and prepared to rest. In order to cope with tomorrow's competition, Wenting then did not cultivate hard and went to sleep early. After an unknown amount of time, Wenting abruptly woke up from his sleep. The superior power brought by the illusory type department allowed him to hear a group of people outside the house approaching quickly with neat footsteps. Having just woken up, his mind was still a bit chaotic, so he didn't have time to think about it. Wenting rolled over, picked up his Tianqin gun, and shook the captain of the same room, Lu Zhang, awake. Dawn? Lu Zhong rubbed his eyes in a daze, still not awake. Wenting lowered his voice, there's a situation. There are people coming from the gate. After saying that, without much explanation, he carried the Tianqian gun and shrunk into the bathroom next to the door of the room, quietly lurking. What the hell? Lu Resistance obviously did not wake up, not waiting for him to get up. With a bang of the explosion, the door of the room was immediately kicked open. A man wearing a dark green down jacket immediately broke in. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Wen-Ting killed out from the side with his gun, the tip of the gun hovering in front of the man's throat, and he shouted in a low voice, "What kind of person?" At the same time, the sounds of violent door breaking and frightened shouts rang out from several other rooms together. "Hiss, don't you sleep." The man obviously didn't expect anyone else to be awake at this hour and discover their whereabouts. When Lu Resistance heard the loud noise, he immediately had a jolt. Subconsciously, he raised the quilt to cover his chest, then groped for his weapon in the dark. Wen-Ting sighed in relief after seeing a camera carrying photography behind him and put his gun back. It was also his fault for being overly sensitive, suddenly waking up in his sleep and not having time to think, when clearly the malicious senses didn't even sound an alarm. Obviously they weren't thinking about killing anyone. Overstressed. Coughing lightly, "I'm a light sleeper, I heard you guys walking." The man was a bit surprised and didn't take it too seriously. Putting a smile on his face, he said, "I've come to inform you that the match has started, hurry up and get ready." Lu Zone looked out the window, the sky is not even bright yet, took out his cell phone and looked at the time, suddenly said angrily, "It's only 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. It's only 5 o'clock. Nuts ah. I don't even train this early." The same words were played out in the next few rooms, all cursing. It was hard to be nice to someone who was woken up in this manner. The man shrugged, "The words have been brought to you, whether you get up or not is up to you." Wen-Ting's head gradually cleared, and immediately caught a message, repeating the question. "You're saying that the match is starting right now, right? That means the race venue is not limited to the racecourse, even the inn counts, right?" The man looked at Wen-Ting with some surprise. "That's right. You're very perceptive." As he was speaking, the cameraman approached to give Wen-Ting a close-up. Wen-Ting walked out of the bathroom, hurriedly put on his clothes, and said to Lu Resistance, "Captain, hurry up and put on your clothes, whether or not we can win this match depends on this hand." "What, how just?" "Oh. Got it." Although Lu Zone's brain wasn't awake yet, after hearing the conversation, he figured out the key. The organizer was subtly reminding the contestants that it was within the rules to set out now to sneak attack the other parties in. And how to judge the winners and losers? It was simple, just beat the other party until they lost their ability to resist. After getting dressed at the first opportunity, Wen-Ting ran out and told Yao Yu about his discovery. Yao Yu instantly awakened. "Wait for us, it's more prudent to act together. Time is running out, I'll take the captain and set off first. At this time of the day, they definitely haven't woken up yet, a sneak attack will definitely work. Even if a wave doesn't take out all of them, it can still hit them hard." "Good, take care of yourselves." Lu Resistance woke up the fastest due to being woken up early by Wen-Ting. The two of them took the lead and ran straight out with their weapons. A cameraman in charge of the camera also ran after the two. The departure of the two people looked dumbfounded. A crowd of people responsible for waking up. The man at the head of the deep voice, "What is the situation?" The man responsible for waking up Wen-Ting scratched his head. He said he was woken up by our footsteps. "I just went in, and that kid almost poked the old man to death." Footsteps? The group of them looked to the carpeted hallway and were speechless for a moment. Your team members' vigilance awareness can be it seems that you can congratulate your North Plains varsity team in advance for advancing. Borrow your auspicious words, By the way, what was the name of that player just now? Our program team can pay major attention to it. Oh, he's our substitute member called Wen-Ting, just a senior this year, Yao Yu enthusiastically introduced, suddenly having the joy of a village in the dark. These words could have startled the group. Substitute? Senior? Running out of the hotel, the two of them, Wen-Ting, were blown out of their sleep by the cold, chilly wind and were awake in an instant. Lu Resistance took his own two-handed longsword and suddenly looked at Wen-Ting doubtfully. "Senior, although you're right, do you know where Jiang Lu and the others live?" Wen-Ting immediately stopped in his tracks. Yes, to go on a sneak attack, they also needed to know the address. They had only just arrived, and yesterday they were so focused on analyzing their opponents that they didn't know where they lived. Wen-Ting pursed his lips, his brain spun quickly and analyzed. According to the rules of matchmaking, the 4 teams that grabbed the hotels will each play against the teams that didn't get a hotel. The fact that we were able to match up with Jiang Lu and the others means that they chose to retain their strength in their subsequent battles as well, so they ran into one of those old, broken, small inns. When Ting checked around, although he came late, the smoke exploded at the same time, which means that the hotel they landed in must be closer than ours. It should be nearby. Go to the alley over there, only there is a possibility that there is therein. Lu Resistance is like a perfect tool, man. See, when Ting brain alive, simply lie down directly, what you say is what I listen to you is. The two took that camera and ran furiously all the way to quickly sneak into the alley. Because the sun has not yet risen, the alley is extraordinarily dim, only the lights of the special stores that no one operates are still on, giving a hint of light. The two had just turned into the alley when they saw a group of people wearing dark green down jackets walking out from the unmanned special store, with smiles of successful trickery on their faces. However, their smiles stagnated for a minute after they saw the two of them, when Ting and Lu Resistance, and then their smiles got even bigger. The one in the lead seemed to be their captain. After welcoming the two people, he whispered, "Don't hit too hard, things are quite expensive to pay for a taste, try to move a little less, ha." The corner of Wen Ting's mouth hooked. Got it. Two people, a convenient, borrow a clothes to wear. The captain's mouth twitched. You kid also hit the idea to us? Wen Ting said rightfully, the sneak attack is more effective and saves more money. That's fine. And so it was that the two of them were in front of the camera, instantly completing their change of clothes, mixing in amongst them and waiting for Jian Lu and the others to appear. Not long after, a burst of broken spitting sounds came out of the old and broken inn, then the door of the store was violently pushed open, and a group of people walked out and stayed in the alleyway glaring at the group of guys who had woken them up in a bad way. Unbeknownst to them, there were already two killers in the group who were harboring evil intentions. Chapter 107, They Curse So Dirty Ah. Lu Resistance tightened the two-handed longsword in his hand and stood in a crowd of dark green feathered voices whispered to Wen Ting. The people who came out are almost there, want to go on? Wen Ting, through the gap between the two people in front of him, observed the other side of the people, counting their number. Wait a little longer, there are still 3 people missing. Just as the two said, the two boys seemed to be too lazy to wait, taking the lead and leaving the large group behind to take the lead and walk out. Not long after, the door of the inn room opened again. Zhang Luyan and a man and a woman walked out of the room. The boy thoughtfully helped Jian Lu hold her steel sword and shushed her, while the girl lethargically leaned her head on Jian Lu's shoulder, still in a daze. Me first. Wen Ting let out a low shout, carrying his Tianchen gun through the two people in front of him, his entire body transformed into a pale white thunderbolt, charging straight at the gathered crowd. Electricity flashed as he advanced, stabbing Jian Lu in the small of his back with his gun, and roaring in face-to-face fury. Thunder roar! The roar that contained the overbearing thunder element echoed in the cramped alleyway with extraordinarily good effect, instantly shocking the students of Golden Horse Martial High School with dizziness. Immediately after that, a large number of thunder elements gathered around Wen Ting and began to riot. Wisps and strands of pale white tree-like thunder centered on Wen Ting, as if it were a dense and disorderly network, instantly exploding, encompassing all of the dozen or so teachers and students within it. The line of people were electrified in unison without distinguishing between front and back, tingling, shivering, and losing the ability to speak. The swiftness, explosiveness, and dominance of the lightning system was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Wanting to solve so many people, relying only on the second-level skill thunderstorm of the lightning department, obviously somewhat reluctant, Wen Ting pulled out the Tianchen gun from the small abdomen of Jian Lu, holding the gun with both hands in front of his body like a knight raising his battle spear. All of a sudden a blinding white light illuminated the entire alley. Those students who glared at Wen Ting to express their anger were blinded by the sudden light and lost their vision. Immediately following it were persistent, web-like currents that stirred amongst the crowd, persistently paralyzing their muscles and nerves. Thunderfield, Thunder Snake Entanglement. The two who had previously taken a step ahead were also startled after hearing the sounds of the battle behind them, and roared with rage, "What kind of people?" After venting all of his thunder system exotic energy at once, Wen Ting angrily shouted, "Do it!" The two had just uttered their voices and were ready to strike when another Lu Resistance holding a two-handed longsword was killed out from the group of dark green feathered clothes. With the strong physique of the perfect bone forging stage, a jolt will be a physically thin and weak alien ruthlessly knocked away. The hand of the long sword, mercilessly stabbed into the thighs of another martial arts cultivator, the palm of the hand on the other side of the chin, articulation of sweeping leg, instantly solved two people. On the other side, Wen Ting, revealing a smile, the Tianchen gun in his hand rolled flowers and flew, attached to the thunder, one after another, knocked on their brains, in their screams, in their angry gazes, sent them into the dream world of unconsciousness. When it was Jiang Lu's turn, she stared at Wen Ting dead in the face and said with difficulty, "You are cheating." Wen Ting shook his head. "The rules have all been told to you, and the match has already begun after waking up." After saying this, he smashed a muffled stick on Jiang Lu's head. Jiang Lu gritted his teeth in death, his eyes a little hazy, unwilling to faint. Wen Ting sighed, increased the strength of his hand and added another hand, before she was completely knocked out. The sound of the fight in the alley will soon be still. Checking the accommodation of the leader of the teacher alarmed, he rushed all the way downstairs, pushed open the door to see the students fell on the ground. People are dumbfounded. Wen Ting, upholding the idea of being a good student, smiled and greeted the other party. Good morning, teacher. You're that substitute from Northern Plains? The leader looked at the dead and wounded members of the team, and his anger value instantly exploded, shouting angrily and charging straight at Wen Ting. Bastard! The leader's chi burst out, raising his hand and slapping out a palm at Wen Ting. Wen Ting reacted quickly and instantly retreated in an electric flash to the group of soldiers. The leader went down and hit the team members. Don't you guys care? The leader, who failed to hit Wen Ting, grabbed the door and went out. Seeing that Wen Ting was even evil and found the director's team, he was even more furious. What are you organizers up to? Watching the North Plains Black Hand disrupting the order of the competition, and you're just going to watch? Noticing that Wen Ting was still wearing their clothes, he cursed angrily again. So you guys are a gang? Do you really think that we, Golden Horse Martial Arts High School, are easy to bully? The leader was like a lion on the rampage, his chi energy coalescing around his body like substance, charging straight at the group of them, not giving them a chance to explain. The captain, who had his clothes changed away, sighed and took a step forward, easily grabbing the wrist of the attacking leader and slightly parting it, pressing him against the alley wall with a thud. Don't feel unconvinced. I told you guys when I called you just now, the match has already started. People don't count as fouls. That leader obviously could not listen to his words, face pressed against the wall, looking at the camera behind him, roared, I'll sue you all. I'm going to sue you all to the school board. That captain pressed the man while twisting his head to look at Wen Ting and the others. Boys, you've won this round. Do what you need to do. Got it. Wen Ting was about to leave with his arm around Lu Resistance. Clothes. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth curled up. Brother, do the rules restrict us from taking action against other people? That captain was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that this kid, who had regimentally annihilated two of Golden Horse Martial High's teams, would still be unwilling to do so, and was still thinking of messing things up. Without good humor, he said, if you win the fight, go directly to the gymnasium and wait. You are not allowed to make a move against anyone else. Wen Ting seemed unwilling, skimmed his lips and took off his clothes and handed them to the other team, muttering in a low voice, the rules are so arbitrary, why are they still jamming people up here? The battle had ended, the group of soldiers were orderly treating the people present, and Wen Ting also walked with Lu Resistance towards the outside of the alley. Lu Zong looked at the battle results behind Wen Ting and gave a thumbs up. Bullskin, schoolmate. The martial artist who had been injured by Lu Zhang, his teeth clenched, you Northern Plains don't talk about martial virtues. $. Wen Ting glanced at the other party, then ignored it and turned his head to Lu Resistance. Captain, we have to pay attention to our cultivation at all times. We absolutely cannot curse without regard to the occasion, especially in front of the camera. It's just too ugly. That martial artist's eyes looked towards the camera that had been in the recording state, and he shut up at once. His face was suffocated red, and the suffocating feeling of wanting to curse but not being able to do so was written all over his face. It didn't take long before he vomited blood, and he didn't know if it was from injury or anger. Lu Resistance. If he were to be sneak attacked like this, Lu Zhou felt that he would be even more unqualified than the other party. Looking at the camera teacher, who had already pointed the camera at the two, Lu Zhou felt it was better not to say more on this kind of exasperating topic. In the future, they still have to go to Golden Horse City. Before the two of them could walk out of the alley, Yao Yu arrived with other trainees at a fast pace. The group of people then fell into a collective silence when they saw the rescued Golden Horse Martial High's crowd, as well as that leader's frequent greetings to his ancestors. The swearing from the opposite side is so dirty. Zhao Shidong squeezed out the sentence after holding his tongue. Chapter 108, Blatantly Collecting Battle Reports. Zhao Shidong muttered, Captain, were those all taken out by you too? Behind Zhao Shidong, Shi Yun and the others' gazes all fell on Lu Rou, who put his large arm around Wen Ting's shoulders and pointed at him. To be precise, those that were salvaged were done by schoolmates, and those two that wanted to curse but couldn't were the ones that I beat up. Hiss. A crowd of people once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. One person took out a dozen. Taking out people who were still more senior, more experienced, and in a higher realm than him. Although they had all heard that Wen Tin had actually killed a rank 4 Shadow System powerhouse on his own. But hearing about it and witnessing it with their own eyes were two different things. One person and a group of people were another matter. Thus, the group of people in the narrow alleyway did not care about the feelings of their opponent lying on the ground and cheered wildly. Yao Yu froze for a few moments before he slowed down. Well done. Regardless of our results this time, I will definitely give you the credit when I return. Wen Ting smiled and responded one by one, seeing that the grievances behind him were getting bigger and bigger. It was not good for him to continue staying, so he said, Teacher Yao, they won't let us take a shot at the other teams, so it's better to hurry up and go to the gym. Good thing too. Wen Ting pushed and shoved his teammates to head to the gym with a smile on his face. He really didn't want to stay here. The resentment of the group of people behind him turned into substantial malice buzzing in his head, making it hard for him to die. This time, he had sort of offended the people of Golden Horse City to death. Soon, the group arrived at the main venue for this competition, the Iha Stadium. After entering the stadium from the cold outside, a wave of warmth greeted them and made them feel warm. They weren't the first to arrive because of the distance, and by the time they arrived, there were already 2 school teams starting to warm up around the venue. Apparently they hadn't noticed the hidden rules. Unlike the tense atmosphere of preparation over there, the cadets of the Northern Plains school team, who had already managed to rely on 2 people to advance, were all quite relaxed and cozy. It didn't look like they had come over to compete, but rather more like a sightseeing group, all of them smiling. The boys scanned the rest of the city as the girls discussed with each other, urging their single brothers to come forward and ask for contact information. The girls, on the other hand, hugged each other in 2s and 3s, whispering to the other boys at the event, then suddenly letting out a weird laugh and then playing with each other. No one was happier than Yao Yu. The smile on his face hadn't stopped since he entered the gym. The team's previous depressed state was swept away, their morale was unprecedentedly high. With such morale, his performance in the budget tournament this time surely can't be bad. Their sense of relief made the other varsity team members quite puzzled, but due to the fact that their preliminaries rankings had been poor in recent years, they just took North Plains Group as just giving up on themselves after recognizing the reality, and didn't pay much attention to it. People from other varsity teams came one after another, and some teams had already begun to secretly compete against each other with hostile gazes. Apart from Golden Horse Martial High, which failed to arrive, the other 7 varsity teams had already arrived, and the heads of the armies that were the organizers had all entered the arena in turn, and the arena returned to calmness under the aura of those strong men. Chu Hong, as the person in charge of this preliminaries, was the first to speak. I'll skip the corny introductory remarks. My name is Chu Hong, I'm the person in charge of this preliminaries. I believe that through yesterday's fight for the accommodation ring, you guys have more or less guessed the style of this preliminaries. At the mention of this, the faces of those teams staying at the old shabby inns darkened for a time. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with the preliminaries where the rules of the ring were vague. Chu Hong wore a smile on his face. Sudden, emergency reflexes are the main test of this tournament. Just now, the Northern Plains Martial Arts College team successfully captured the hints and the rules and resolved the rival Golden Horse Martial Arts College team in the first hour, with all the members of the first and second teams advancing to the second round. Because of the shortest time, it is hereby announced that they will be staying in the Bellbath Capital Suite tonight. The stage instantly exploded at these words. What? They actually solved a varsity team? How is that possible? We've only been here for how long? Moreover, they were the 3rd varsity team to arrive. How could they have solved Golden Horse Martial High so quickly? Last year, even though Kanma Bogaku didn't make it to the finals, they still finished 3rd in the preliminaries. Ketahara Buko was 2nd from the bottom last year. Don't be ridiculous. This year, what kind of person did North Plains Martial Arts invite to sit in on the field? Even if it's a 4th-level powerhouse, it's not like it can kill a group of contestants in seconds, right? It's not like there's some kind of shady deal going on. The one who said this was a participant of Iha Martial Arts High School, clearly upset about losing such a good accommodation in Bellbath Capital. He hadn't even started the fight yet, and he lost the golden legend in his hand. Where could he justify this? No wonder the Golden Horse Martial High School's people didn't show up. It's surprising that the group was annihilated. What a surprise. I have reminded the leader, this rule loophole, unfortunately. He does not listen to me, the pursuit of what is safe. Hey, too bad. Ai mama who can hear what they say in the morning? At that time I couldn't wait to give that person a punch. Chu Hong did not reveal the specific reason for Golden Horse Wukao's tragic defeat and continued to introduce the rules. The list of matchups is as follows. It's a rough list of matchups based on yesterday's battles during the scramble for lodging. Without further ado, we will now begin the first round of elimination matches based on the numbers. The matches quickly unfolded in the spacious gymnasium. There were 4 rings in total, with simultaneous matchups. Not knowing exactly what the reason was, this time, the match was much more normal, and there were no hiccups, and the organizers didn't make any tricks either. This made the contestants and leaders in the match, all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, something that made them upset appeared. A group of students from the Northern Plains Martial Arts High School, each holding a cell phone, were filming the people who were about to enter the battle, and were blatantly discussing it. Aichi Bogaku, as last year's preliminaries champions need to focus on, we're likely to meet them in the next match. Uehara's side also needs to be looked at. Last year's low ranking was only due to a premature encounter with Iga Bogaku. That main attacker on their team especially needs to be focused on and on. The group of leaders looked at Yaoyu with a beat-up look in front of them, explaining the techniques of shooting. Their hearts were extraordinarily hard to bear. Generally speaking, inquiring about the opponent's details is the main duty of every team leader, and making a reasonable formation based on the information obtained is an important part of the match. According to the experience of previous years, in the first round, it was easy to miss key information due to the excessive number of opponents, and also having to deal with unknown opponents. It was difficult for them to gather information about other varsity teams. But this was not a problem at all for the North Plains Wushu High School. Getting out of the lineup early gave them more research time. But if you guys study, just study, saying it out loud like that really messes with your mind. Those players who had already ascended the stage had even more undisguised disgust in their gaze. They're all shooting at their faces, so go all out, you won't have anything to hide. Hide a hand it, in case the other side wave away will be finished. Kitahara Buko. This group of people is also too rogue. Chapter 109 for the Bell Bath Capital. After the team match started, most of the players on the field had already adjusted their mindset for the match. The team leaders had naturally reacted to Yaoyu's group's inappropriate and tawdry maneuvering, but it was not taken seriously. The judges' attitude even had a tendency to encourage doing so. This made the team leaders, who were used to regular competitions, extraordinarily annoyed. Their emotions also naturally affected the players on the field, and there had already been one case of an individual team going out cold due to frequent situations. A different martial arts dual cultivation of strong, even because in teammates disconnect, was the opponent seized the opportunity to limit one for two change off, the other side because of the lineup of three to protect one, instant defeat, no resistance ability. Yaoyu and Wenting happened to observe the match. Wenting frowned lightly, listening to the other party's cursing voice, and asked suspiciously, "Teacher Yao, that guy who is a dual cultivator of foreign martial arts, listening to his accent doesn't sound like someone from the northern border, it's more like someone from the imperial capital." Yaoyu's fists were pinched to death as he snorted coldly, "It's true, I should have thought of that." Seeing that Wenting did not understand, Yaoyu said in a cold voice, "It's obvious that this group of them couldn't compete with those true prides of heaven in the imperial capital, so they ran to this barren land of the northern border to brush up their achievements to gild themselves. I said how the northern border suddenly has so many experts of different martial arts dual cultivation, the original are the phoenix tail running to be the chicken head." Wenting was also enlightened after hearing this. Dragon Country has a huge land area, with many provinces. The development is naturally different, which causes the country's resources to be unevenly distributed. A few places with abundant resources are densely populated and extremely developed. And away from the economic center of the region, barren resources, the brain drain is particularly serious, the development of natural backwardness. Northern Border Province belongs to the latter. And the provincial tournament as an important channel to the national tournament, naturally, is a student resume on the colorful one, who all want to get a piece of the pie. As a result, those who were unable to make a name for themselves in the developed regions hit the idea of a resource-poor province like Northern Border. Those children who had grown up in first-tier cities like the imperial capital, who had been nurtured from a young age through the most advanced training methods, and who had grown up eating the most top-notch resources, had transferred to them because they couldn't get a spot in the competition. On the surface, such malicious transfers were expressly forbidden, but the appearance of these people was clearly not very bright. It was because of their predation that Yaoyu felt extremely upset and spoke even more nonchalantly. When Ting looked at the boy named Zhang Ziyu, speaking a second-rate imperial capital dialect interspersed with bird language, his words were full of dissatisfaction with his teammates' mistakes, wantonly venting his emotions. What's the point of pretending? After learning a few words of bird language, you can't even speak? Wen Ting, who didn't understand several words, was extremely contemptuous. Unsurprisingly, the remaining two people who were dual cultivated in different martial arts and two dual system psychic abilities all managed to advance to the top 8. When Ting noticed that not all of the foreign chicken heads were as arrogant as Zhang Ziyu, their speech and demeanor seemed to have gone through training in general, and their knit brows and smiles were all extraordinarily measured. The image of Zhang Ziyu's broken defense formed a strong contrast. The first round of matches ended quickly, and the teams that entered the preliminaries top 8 were immediately announced. The first and second teams of Kitahara Wuga were undisputedly ranked first and second, with the top-of-the-line Bellbath Capital Presidential Suite restrooms. Kumabuko was also placed first and second to last, and had to wait for the start of the singles tournament, and until then, they had to live in an old, shabby hostel. You can't change hostels yet. As for the other schools' teams, they were all awarded second-class hotel single-room lounges after being evaluated based on the first round's win-loss, time spent, and other dimensions. Despite the elimination of 8 teams, there were still 4 teams that were still staying at the old Raggedy Inn after advancing. Because Kitahara Buko occupied the first and second place, making the lodging quota extra, the organizers purposely eliminated a hotel quota for the sake of balance. As a result, the 5th place could only stay in the old Ragged Inn as well. This made their hearts extraordinarily unbalanced. As the competition ended, Shu Hong stood up and announced the rules for the second round. After a day of traveling yesterday, coupled with getting up early today, all of you haven't had a good rest, right? The students who had just advanced from the competition were in high spirits and disregarded each other's identities, and with the large number of people, they all started wailing and screaming. Shu Hong laughed. The second round of the tournament is placed in the afternoon, but well, the rest area is still only those that wanna can only grab. As soon as the words fell, Wen-ting felt that the eyes of the entire arena seemed to have gathered on them. After their observation of the entire round, almost every team was not one to be messed with. Anytime they bumped into one, it would be a bitter battle. Especially those teams that still had to live in the old rags after advancing, their gazes were particularly blazing. Shu Hong looked at Wen-ting and the others with a smile in his eyes. If you want to obtain better accommodations, you can open the second round of the tournament early by choosing your opponent on your own as a challenger. The challenged cannot refuse. The team that came in 8th place in the first round will have the priority to choose whether or not to challenge. They had just experienced a fierce battle, and both their main attackers and support staff were injured and needed to be treated and recuperated, making them unsuitable to continue fighting, so they gave up extraordinarily decisively. The 7th and 6th place were similarly like this. They didn't have a powerful main attacker, and there were no external geniuses on their team, so they weren't greedy, and focused on playing it safe. The 5th place was a team from Luanhai City, and their main attacker was the ice alien, Ling Shueshen, whom Chi Yun had observed earlier. Their 5th place was entirely due to the fact that they had encountered Zhang Ziyu, and the two sides had fought on equal footing, taking too long. In terms of hard power, Ling Shuecheng was clearly better, and his condition was good, only suffering a few superficial wounds, which did not affect the fight. Ling Shuecheng held an elegant demeanor and stated to the podium where Chu Hong was, "We would like to challenge the North Plains Martial Arts High School's first team." He then looked towards Wen-ting and the others, greeting them with a gentle smile. "I'm really curious as to how you guys managed to send Golden Horse Buko away, but of course I'd prefer to stay in a better house and get some rest, sorry about that." He said sorry on his lips, but there was no trace of embarrassment in those eyes, and his eyes were full of wariness. Lu Zhan and the others simply had no room to refuse and could only passively respond to the battle. Yayu immediately decided, the opposite side's auxiliary and Ling Shuechang are too restrained against melee martial artists, this time let Wen-ting be the main attacker. Lu Resistance nodded, "I don't have a problem with that." "Good." Wen-ting nodded and began to move his muscles, his eyes equally fiery as he looked at Ling Shuesheng, extraordinarily looking forward to the next encounter. Not long after, several people walked up to the two ends of the ring, each holding a weapon to form a queue. Wen-ting held the Tianchen gun and clasped his hands in greeting, "Martial artist, Wen-ting." Ling Shuecheng, on the other hand, was holding a Yanling sword in his hands and similarly clasped his fists in greeting, "Martial artist, Ling Shuecheng." The whistle blew and the match began. Chapter 110 Targeted Deployment. The whistle blew and the match officially began. Wen-ting and Ling Shuesheng both held steady and did not take the initiative to make a move. Their respective side of the alien have stepped forward, releasing their alien energy successively. Ling Shuesheng's side of the action is a girl, the diamond-studded staff in his hand lightly tapped in the air. In front of his body, an azure-colored energy spell formation was drawn out. As the formation was formed, a huge amount of fine water droplets erupted from it, accompanied by water mist that shot out at Wen-ting and the others. Water-type level 3 skill Rainy Swamp. This skill didn't have much damage capability, not to mention martial artists. Even ordinary people who were hit would just feel like they were being battered by torrential rain, and there was no fatal damage. The reason why it can be located in the 3rd level skill is because the field it can cover is incomparable to other skills. In the last game, they relied on the constant rain to cover Zhang Ziyu's side, and with Ling Shuesheng's ice exotic ability to create a superb field control effect, they came up and ate Zheng Ziyu and his team up. It was also because of being soaked by the rain, coupled with the prolonged tug of war. Zheng Ziyu was besieged after his teammates were eliminated one after another, and that's how he lost the match. Since they had seen the match, Wenting and the others naturally had corresponding tactical arrangements. The one who went up with that girl was the wind-type psychic from Wenting's team, and like Wenting he was not a starter, but a substitute member that Yayu had called up on the spot based on the opponent's lineup. The boy's hands were ready to pinch the seal, and when the opponent finished releasing the rain zephyr, he immediately articulated his skills. Successive light green color formations manifested in front of him, drawing a gust of wind that blew the incoming raindrops and water mist backwards into their team. Ling Xuexing pushed with one hand, and a transparent ice crystal shield made of hexagonal shapes formed in front of him, blocking the raindrops that poured in front of him. However, the incident was so sudden that he only had time to protect himself, while his other teammates were instantly drenched. Wenting flashed into the field, ignoring Ling Xuexing, and went straight to the girl on his left. The Tianqin gun that wrapped around the pale white thunder was like an iron whip on the girl's delicate waist, and in the first place, it sent her flying off the field. That girl was a phantom-type faculty alien specializing in control, able to phantom-type ghost-faced fox, creating fear, fox song, charm and other mental racial skills, extremely difficult to deal with. Zheng Ziyu was tortured to the extreme at that time, and Wenting didn't want to experience it again. After resolving the other party's control, Wenting shouted angrily and shocked with a thunderous roar, then his entire body erupted with raging electric currents rapidly spreading outwards. The electric current followed the moist air, the water stains on the ground, precisely linking Ling Xuexing and his teammates, pale white lightning bolts, constantly running and jumping and flickering on their bodies. The paralyzing spasms of their muscles caused their teeth to rapidly chatter, unconsciously letting out a ha. Ling Xuexing was extremely shocked as he looked towards Wenting. Lightning system? Replacement? Not only was he shocked, even the group of people under the stage were in a series of shock. I'll put it together, this substitute guy is actually of the Thunder department. Holy, what kind of good guy lets a Thunder-type exalt be a substitute? These skills are quite cold, they're specially prepared for martial arts cultivators. There are too many geniuses with dual cultivation in both hetero martial arts this year. No wonder the Golden Horse martial arts high people lost it, but look at the strength of this skill. It seems that the cultivation is not high, just stepped into the 3rd level not long ago. Who in the North original acquaintance, quickly check the origin of this Wenting, don't not be a person from the provinces over to brush the resume. Right after Wenting and the others were the 3rd to enter the arena and were named by Chu Hong as the 1st place winner, their leader began to conduct a backtracking. It was a pity that because of the time issue and the need to prepare for the upcoming match, they did not have enough time to obtain information about one of the substitutes. All that could be obtained was that he had forced back Zhang Lu of Golden Horse City with his lifeless and faceless fighting style. Seeing him with a long spear in his hand, Ling Xuexing was not familiar with the other party, and thus did not think in the direction of dual cultivation of different martial arts. In the small northern plains, how many dared to gamble on their future and choose the path of dual cultivation of foreign martial arts? However, the tingling in his entire body forced him to recognize reality. Ling Xuexing, by virtue of forging bone-perfect cultivation, quickly get rid of the initial paralysis, and then hand wild gooseplume knife in front of his body, surrounded by ice elements surging. The temperature around his body plummeted will be the moisture in the air will be frozen into points of ice crystals drifting down. At this moment, the rising sunlight shines in, illuminating his surroundings. The scene is charming and dreamy, and a white and blue ice crystal armor coalesces on his body. But everyone was too late to appreciate this wonderful scene, as Wenting struck again. Holding his gun high in both hands, lightning gathered around Wenting's body, instantly erupting into a blinding highlight, causing the eyes of those whose gaze rested on Wenting to feel a burning and paralyzing sensation. My eyes. Grandma, this kid can't shout a skill name to give a hint. Eyes to blind, wow. What kind of skill is this? The Thunder system also has flair. Because the skills are in accordance with the melee-oriented collocation, so when the mainstream Thunder system skills are extremely rare, many people do not recognize the flash. Ling Xuexing, who had put on his ice armor, greatly reduced the paralysis brought about by lightning, and while losing his vision, he did not remain idle, thrusting his gooseplume blade upside down into the ground in his hand. A whole hemispherical wall of ice quickly leapt up in front of him, preventing Wenting and his teammates from attacking his teammates. As expected, just as the wall of ice stood, the front side was greeted by a scorching wave of air. An extremely powerful explosion occurred, and the evaporated ice surface made the air a little bit more humid. After releasing flash, Wenting didn't attack again, but instead, he pointed the Tianqin gun in his hand above Ling Xuexing, and a black cloud of flickering electricity quickly formed with the assistance of a pale white formation. Rumble. With a thunderous explosion, thick white lightning struck straight down, crossing over Ling Xuexing's defenses and striking the diminutive milkmaid at its back. Her long black hair instantly blew apart, and she lost consciousness as her face turned black and she rolled her eyes. Ling Xuexing, who gradually regained his vision, saw the scene, and his entire body was in bad shape. In just one look, he had lost his control and milkmaid, leaving him with only one field control water teammate who might be a mole. At this point, he had already begun to regret his earlier decision. The crowd under the field who regained their vision were dumbfounded. No, just shaking the blind, how come this side is attenuated again? That thunder just now, and that dark cloud, the ruling. It's the ruling. I told you, even if you're going for the melee stream, you can't abandon this Thunder Department's signature long-range skill. Ha ha, Ling Xuexing, this time you also want to taste the taste of being surrounded. Damn, just how to target me you yourself also ing experience. The Lay Department's kid, go for it, his little baby. Zheng Ziyu was cheering on Wen Ting and the others from the bottom, which was a good way to get out of a bad mood. Ling Xuexing did not panic when he saw two of his teammates fall, maintaining a steady mood to reveal a gentle smile. Wen Ting, right, beautiful backhanded counterattack, but well, I'm not a vegetarian either. Chapter 111, really capped. Ling Xuexing, who lost two teammates one after another, did not panic, casually lifting his sword instantly sent out a large amount of cold air. The fireball released on the side of Wenton's teammates was extinguished, and the vines growing on the ground froze hard. The remaining wind blade tornado was casually chopped up by the goosefeather knife in his hand, and the only remaining attack fall also couldn't cause any damage on his ice armor. 3 levels of consummate alien ability cultivation let him throw off these replacement members a big cut, although the same 3 levels, but still cannot break his defense. Recognizing the gap, they had a bad taste in their hearts. When Ting gave the order, I'll hold him back, you guys go solve the other one. After saying that, lifting the gun and flashing electricity in his hand, the Tianqian gun forcefully split Huashan to open the way, hitting the exploding sonic boom straight to Ling Xuexing's head. Ding! Ling Xuexing reacted quickly to raise his sword to block, accurately blocking Wen Ting's move. However, the Overlord gun was originally known for its dominance and power. Hurriedly blocking, Ling Xuexing almost did not hold the knife in his hand. The back of the knife sank and smashed into his ice armor, which barely caught Wen Ting's downward chop. The electric current conducted along the blade, but was effectively blocked by the ice crystals of Ling Xuexing, who had prepared for it. Wen Ting around the thunder snake flashes, a move to seize the momentum after the success, not to wrestle, pull the gun and then out of the front stab, landing point straight to the face, throat, ice armor gap and other weak points. Ling Xuexing martial arts attainments do not lose Jiang Lu, wild goose feather knife in his hands flying or block, or chop, or block will Wen Ting attack as much as possible to block, find an opportunity, a foot out, the ground icing a sharp ice teeth suddenly stabbed out. Straight to Wen Ting's lower nether regions. Really ing. Wen Ting cursed, in the hands of the Tianqian gun sweeping easily broken, and then the body of the electric current raged to form a persistent minefield, will Ling Xuexing into the range. Despite the barrier of the cold ice armor, the moist air was still irritating his flesh along his skin, making him uncomfortably tight. He could only hold on strongly through his bone-forging perfection cultivation. He was very clear about the weakness of the thunder system. He would have to shrivel up after a wave of fights, and what his ice system was best at was fighting a long-lasting battle. Captain, save me! The woman's cry for help came from behind her. Under the siege of the 3 exalts, she couldn't support herself for too long and had no choice but to cry out for help. Ling Xuexing had just fought a siege battle in which fewer people won. Naturally, it was impossible to abandon his teammates. His back took a hard jab from Wenton's Tianqian gun, and utilized his strength to skate on his feet to turn back and slap a palm through the air. Behind him, the ice formation rotated and unfolded, and several ice locks shot out, smashing the nearest fire-type aberration into the mouth, spraying blood. The Windman as well as Miss Nurse reacted in time and used their supernatural abilities to protect themselves, and as a result, they were not able to focus on eliminating that field control water system exalt, giving the other party a chance to catch their breath. Save them! After giving the order, Wen Ting raised his gun and charged again, not giving the 2 of them a chance to buffer, wanting to kill you while you're sick. Ling Xuexing held his knife in his backhand, his left hand slipped in the void, the ice condensation extended along the hilt of the knife into the hilt of the gun. Use it, don't break. After giving a hint, he held the improved Guan blade and once again tangled with Wen Ting, who was clad in thunder battle armor, in close quarters, making up for the lack of length of the weapon. Wen Ting, who was holding the Heavenly Star gun, bellowed with rage, interfering with Ling Xuexing with his thunder roar, his gun hitting with sonic booms, and his fighting style was extraordinarily violent. Ling Xueqing's back wounds were vaguely painful, but he fought with the same bloodlust. Even though his head was paralyzed by the roar, he fought back and forth with Wenting by virtue of his excellent instincts, but he was clearly beginning to lose the upper hand. Right at that moment, Yuzhe regrouped, and this time the girl didn't care if she got drenched and was implicated by Wentin's current. Casting Rain Zephyr with all her might, she similarly drenched her Wentin teammates who had gotten close in order to surround her. Electricity discharge, huh? Then don't run away one by one, come and play electric shock together. Anyway, she herself was not far away from going down because she was surrounded and severely injured, so if she could take one away, it would be one. Because of the wetness of the rain, Ling Xueqing was subjected to a stronger electric current, but after he managed to catch the Wenting Tianqian gun with his improved Guan blade, his body erupted with a cold aura. It instantly froze the weapons in the hands of the two men. The corner of Ling Xueqing's mouth hooked up as he grabbed the handle of the gun with one hand and slapped out a standing palm with the other, a thick and incomparable ice lock heading straight for Wenting's chest. The distance between the two was very close. Wenting dodged sideways and failed to completely avoid it. The ice lock was shattered by the body of the Thunder Battle Armor counter-injury, but the remaining fragments smashed in the chest, but also let Wenting's mouth sweet. The body turned over. In order to unload, Wenting also had to let go of the Tianqian gun, retreating backward. On the other side, because there was a scenario like this in the plan, that plant-based nurse had early contained a piece of vegetation to isolate the impact of the ground current, drastically reducing the paralysis of the current. The tender green light full of life force in her hand was applied to that fire-type man, and in a short while, it eased his pain and initially healed his wounds. The girl who released Yuzhe was also easily sent away with a move by the wind-type boy in between Ling Xueqing's exhaustion and dealing with Wenting's attack. Wenting came to his teammate's side, receiving treatment from the nurse and laughed. It's not one-on-one anymore, brothers, dish him out. Got it. Several people who had long been dragging their feet because they hadn't been able to solve the water-type alien in the first place had been holding their breath for a long time. The fire-type boys who had regained their mobility did not rush to attack Ling Xueqing, but instead, the first time they ignited the vegetation that had just been used as an isolation purpose. Accompanied by thick black smoke, the fire burned up. The wind department boys' hands quickly seal, just below the flame airflow rapidly rotating to form a black smoke filled with flame tornado, under his leadership quickly towards Ling Xueqing. Ling Xueqing wanted to use the ice that had condensed under his feet to quickly rush towards the enemy formation and disrupt their rhythm. However, before he could get close, the heat wave melted the ground, and if he wanted to run, it was obviously too late, so he could only summon a wall of ice to harden himself against the incoming fire tornado. Hitting an elemental reaction, there's something about this group from Northern Plains. Ling Xueqing is also at his limit. He just finished fighting Zheng Ziyu and the others. The alien energy in his body hasn't even had time to recover. Look, Wenting struck again. After the fire dragon scroll hit the ice wall, a hot and cold airflow collided. The ice wall quickly melted and evaporated a large amount of white water mist. The fire dragon scroll also collapsed, puffing out a large amount of airflow to the surroundings, and the intermingled debris blew the crowd's cheeks raw and painful. Ling Xueqing clenched his teeth, carrying the goose feather blade and planning to charge again, when he suddenly detected a hint of danger. Looking up, a dark cloud had long since coalesced out to nurture pale white thunder. Boom! The ruling descended, splitting Ling Xueqing's body's cold ice armor scattered and crumbled away, and his entire body was also crispy and cramped in the thunder and lightning, letting out a ha. Just now the fire dragon scroll and ice wall collision evaporated a large number of water vapor has long soaked Ling Xueqing armor gap, naturally cannot avoid the ruling of electric numbness of the end. However, Ling Xueqing was still unwilling to fall down with his strong physique. But then, under the successive attacks of the wind and firemen with sufficient supernormal abilities, he was bruised and battered, and finally saw that Wenting had recovered from his injuries and was looking at him with a smiling face. Ling Xueqing finally lowered his noble head and admitted defeat. The moment he admitted defeat, the North Plains Martial Arts High School side immediately chanted in unison, celebrating their hard-won victory. Also chanting was Zheng Ziyu, who was wrapped in bandages and on crutches. Wenting kid, great job. Really capped it. Reese worships you. Ah ha ha ha. Of course not everyone was happy with the victory of Wenting's side. Especially those teams whose attributes were restrained were already trying their best to think of ways to deal with it. Chapter 112 Bad Accommodation Arrangement. The victory of Wenting and the others made Yao Yu extraordinarily happy. Successfully squeezing into the quarterfinals had already allowed them to reach their expected quota. Only before they could celebrate for too long, an abrupt sound broke the lively atmosphere. We challenge the North Plains Martial Arts High School's second team. The one who spoke these words was the captain of the 3rd place Iha Martial High School's first team, the briny head shaved bald and eyebrows shaved off, Zhang Hao. The smiles of Yao Yu and the others who were still celebrating froze on their faces. Iha Wugao, last year's champion team, this Zhang Hao was also an extremely powerful expert from the imperial capital. In the battle just now, it was also him who single-handedly chiseled his way through the battlefield, crushing the other team in one fell swoop and easily winning the victory. If it wasn't for the fact that Wen Ting and the others were the fastest to resolve Golden Horse Wugao and bag the 1st and 2nd place, or else their results would definitely be the undisputed number 1. Wen Ting frowned lightly as he personally watched Zhang Hao's battle. He was a dual system psychic, only that he had only used his gold system psychic at the moment, and his other system had not been exposed. Although he had never practiced martial arts, with the enhancement of his body by the gold system, it gave him a melee combat ability that was not weaker than that of a martial artist, making the fight extraordinarily tricky. Zhang Hao said with a smile, "I wanted to challenge your team, but I was preempted. The Bell Bath have all gotten used to living here, and it would be too troublesome to move out again. Wen Ting has already made a move, Lu Resistance is again the first team starter who can't enter, and the only 2 remaining substitutes Qi Yun and Jia Ziying are a martial artist and a water system psychic, so there is not much you can do against them." Patting Zhao Shidong's shoulder, he gave encouragement, but obviously this encouragement did not encourage Zhao Shidong. As the 2 teams walked onto the ring, Zhao Shidong took a deep breath and exhaled to cheer himself up. He knew clearly that he would never be Zhang Hao's opponent, so he had the main goal of forcing out his opponent's 2nd lineage from the moment he stepped into the ring. Wen Ting stood at the bottom of the stage, observing the lineup of Zhang Hao's side. Forcing out the opponent's supernatural ability? How could it be as convenient as observing his own alien energy? Soon, the recipe belonging to Zhang Hao appeared on top of his head. Ingredient classification, human. Quality, grade 3 19 years. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of gold-based alien energy, provides a large amount of shadow-based alien energy. Recipe. Shadow system. It's really an old friend. Wen Tin was relieved to know the other party's hidden psychic ability. Still thought what? Other supernatural ability Wen Ting really may not be able to cope with, but you hide a shadow system, that is not a handful of pinch? The 4th level shadow system psychic that was just resolved is an example. Soon the battle started. This time, Zhao Shidong didn't take his own weapon, but went up with his bare hands. According to the previous battle, taking an iron weapon is a stupid way to work for the opposite side, and the weapon in his hand is extremely difficult to control under the influence of his psychic ability, so he might as well use his fist to swing it. The whistle blew, and Zhang Hao, after one of his Wen teammates increased his speed, turned his body into steel and charged straight at Zhao Shidong. Zhao Shidong's teammate tried to block, but was ignored by Zhang Hao, and the supernatural elements were almost as good as scratching the body made of steel. Soon the two met. Zhao Shidong wanted to use his grappling technique to overcome the hardness with softness, but before contact, Zhang Hao's body surface suddenly protruded a number of thick iron rods, which were like hedgehogs bumping in all directions. Zhao Shidong couldn't dodge in time, and could only use his forearm to resist, and with a muffled sound, Zhao Shidong was knocked backward and slid out, the soles of his shoes leaving deep black scratches on the ring. Zhao Shidong, who was in the late stage of bone forging, couldn't help but shake his hands to ease the pain. Bone forging was bone forging, what should hurt still hurt. He was able to withstand it, but the 3 aberrants who assisted him in the attack were not so lucky, and just by being lightly swept by the iron rod that he had manifested with his body, they were unconscious with broken bones. They were not a match at all. Of course, all of these were accomplished with the assistance of his teammates behind him. His 3 teammates were all auxiliary abilities, and each skill was either a shield or an increase, pinning all their hopes on Zhang Hao. The situation was like saying, our task is to set buffs, and we can leave the field after releasing the skills. The battlefield situation was quickly divided into winners and losers, and after a water-based alien of the second team took away one of Zhang Hao's side's auxiliary personnel with serious injuries, Zhao Shidong was also knocked out of the field. In less than 3 minutes, the second team lost, and the defeat was extraordinarily complete. Yao Yu and the others under the stage had their fists pinched white. The difference was simply too great. Yao Yu sighed and came to Wen Ting's side. The third round is about to decide the champion and runner-up. Try to avoid this guy. Wen Ting looked at the other 2 teams. One of them, Upper Harbor City, had a luxurious lineup, and one team had even put together an exotic martial dual cultivator and 2 external helpers with dual lineage exotic abilities. Moreover, in the first round of the battle, they had obviously stayed their hand, not going all out, and were still hiding their clumsiness. It would be tricky if they really met them. Wen Ting nodded, I'll pay attention in the fights afterward, but according to the rules of this competition, who knows which one I'll run into next? It's fine, we've already overplayed this time anyway. Yayu himself was open-minded, then said in a cold voice. Looking for outside help, huh, humph, then don't blame me for shaking people too. When Ting was slightly puzzled, Mr. Yao's list hasn't already been reported, how can you still take people in halfway? Yaoyu sneered, simple. Then he took out his cell phone, who said that the people who rock have to go to war. I'm going to hire a water army right now and scold them to death in the comment section. 1 Ting. Lu Resistance and the others. Ling Xuecheng, who was receiving treatment on the other side, had a hard time in his heart after watching Zhang Hao and the others successfully eliminating the North Plains second team. Before so ironic for what, play a second team is not the same can live Belbath City well. What's the point of pretending? But suddenly reacted, when Tin they are all substitutes, even if they play the second team, will also run into one Tin. Ling Xuecheng, who realized that he had worked for nothing, became even more depressed. Zheng Ziyu, who was watching him get depressed, laughed even louder. Xu Hong was finally a man this time and let the players return to the inn early, allowing them to replenish their strength and recuperate physically and mentally. Because the second team was defeated, Zhao Shidong and the others could only stay in the hotel with the second team that was eliminated from Iha Wugao, which saved them the trouble of moving. Yao Yu, on the other hand, followed the first team with a group of replacement members, and Zhang Hao and the others traveled to the Belbath capital. Zhang Hao is a guy with a broken mouth, I don't know whether it's for the sake of proximity, or pure mouth can't help, one after another and Wenting and others forced to chatter endlessly. It's not that my buddies can't afford to pick the weak ones to fight, mainly because you guys have been chosen to go, besides, just now my buddies really left their hands off. If you really push it, it's not even with an iron bar. But the real iron spikes can directly wear your brother to death letter. Believe. When Ting couldn't stand the other party's broken mouth and replied with a face full of impatience. In his heart, he also began to complain about the organizer's accommodation arrangement. Why is it assigned according to the team and not the school? Dude, you're just being perfunctory. In other words, why did you become a substitute when you were so strong in the lightning system? Quietly tell me, is not you offended the careful leader of the team, suffered a lot of white eyes, only to give up the captain's seat? Is it now staging the return of the god of war plot that saves the tide from falling and helps the building to fall? 1 Tin. No dude, you've read too many novels. Yao Yu, on the other hand, said with quite a headache, I can still listen to it. Zhang Hao was unconcerned, buddy don't be afraid, if he dares to move you, tell buddy find someone to scold him. Guarantee that he won't dare to go out at night. Ah, believe it. Chapter 113 Shameless Masters. The group arrived at the Belbath in a short time. It was right in the center of the city, across the street was a large shopping plaza, and during the working hours, the spacious road was full of traffic. When Ting and others looked at a pair of stone lions guarding the magnificent gate, the heart is slightly moved. Compared to the old broken small inn, as well as mediocre business hotel, this is the rest area to enjoy the good times on earth. Yao Yu full of excitement into the team members to check in after the formalities, one after another into the elevator. Lu Zong also did not forget to contact his good brother Zhao Shidong at this time. The two of them made a video call, using the camera to shoot the rest area of the Belbath. The red-carpeted corridor, bright ambient lights, and pretty waitresses leading the way, made Zhao Shidong envious. After overhearing Zhang Hao's entry into the camera, Zhao Shidong cursed very hard. If Zhang Hao did not challenge him, he could have come here to enjoy himself, instead of only being able to lie in the business room. When Ting pushed open the door of the room, inserted the room card, and approached to see that the accommodation was really treated extremely well. Not only has a separate bathroom, but also equipped with a pool table living room, surrounded by single-player consoles, the bedroom is still a gaming room, can like to play games Lu Resistance to see the love. Zhao Shidong on the other side of the cell phone issued a painful howl, Zhang Hao that dog thing, I and he is incompatible After when Ting finished reading the text message on his cell phone, he said to Lu Zong, Captain, Mr. Yao said for us to go to the first floor bathing hall after putting our things away, saying that it's a free bathing place that also includes massage. Lu Zong handed his cell phone to Wen Ting. What did you just say? I didn't hear it. Wen Ting's eyes contained a smile, intentionally lengthening his tone. Mr. Yao said let's go to the first floor to gather together to soak in the bath and massage to relax. What? Soak bath. Massage. Zhang Hao, you shall not die. Zhao Shidong rolled frantically on the hotel bed. The two men stopped teasing him as they went downstairs, comforting him with, don't be crazy, the Bell Bath is expensive, but it's not so expensive that you can't afford to come here. and when the competition is over you'll be able to enjoy it out of your own pocket as well. That can be the same. Spend your own money, heartache ah. Zhao Shidong hung his chest full of grief, then gritted his teeth and turned over with red eyes. You guys help me inquire, Zhang, how that kid has a girlfriend or something. I'm going to swing a hoe. There's no need for that. Lu Resistance looked at Zhang Hao, who was also waiting for the elevator at the elevator door in embarrassment, and whispered. Wen Ting nodded. This will help you inquire. It's still my schoolmate. Zhao Shidong gave a thumbs up and boasted, as long as the hoe is swung well, there's no corner that can't be dug, eh? Wen Ting took the phone and came to Zhang Hao's side. Dude, this friend of mine asked if you have a girlfriend for him to dig. Zhang Hao saw Zhao Shidong, who was full of shock, and immediately smiled with joy, warmly waving his hand in greeting. Yo, the thief is not my brother Zhao. What, is in the hotel empty lonely cold? Well, my girlfriend does not have, but has a boyfriend. Want to share you, eh? When Ting heard this, immediately goosebumps stand up, immediately draw back the hand holding the phone, and in the elevator and the other party to maintain the farthest distance. When Ting's reaction in turn made Zhang Hao look happy, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Zhao Shidong on the other side of the phone gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. What did you say? Have the guts to say it again. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Zhang Hao didn't expect Zhao Shidong's psychological defense to be so low that he couldn't stand a casual joke, so he was playful, comparing a greasy face with that bald halibut head, which didn't look like a good person. Hey, the child in the hotel empty and lonely cold it, see your eyebrows clear, look, why not lie into the brother's arms, in this cold winter months to give you a different warmth. Said also did not forget to pick that no eyebrow frown muscle. Look at the Wen Ting and Lu Resistance, a burst of guilty of vomiting. However, the imagined scene of Zhao Shidong's vomiting rage didn't appear. Instead, he let out a cheap laugh. Jia. Old thief Zhang Hao, that part just now has been recorded on the screen, wait for it to go on the local hot search. Since you like men so much, don't let go of the two beasts, Lu Resistance and Wen Ting. Bye. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly. No buddy, wait a minute, everything is negotiable. Zhao Shidong did not listen to Zhang Hao's explanation, and immediately hung up the phone. Zhang Hao called out several video calls one after another in a hurry, all of which were coldly and mercilessly hung up by Zhao Shidong. He looked at Wen Ting and Lu Resistance with a look of help. Dude, you're a bad dude. Quickly help me get in touch. This is about my reputation for the rest of my life. I haven't gotten a girlfriend yet, don't screw it up. Lu Resistance shook his head and looked at him sympathetically, spreading his hands. Let you play with the abstract. Wen Ting, being a thick-skinned person, comfortingly said, think on the bright side, what if you can find true love? Zhang Hao, ? Lu Zong looked at Wen Ting in surprise and whispered, there is no need to stimulate people again. Saying that, Lu Zong carefully pinched the cell phone in Zhang Hao's hand with his index finger and thumb, and ran away with a sense of stealing. Zhang Hao rubbed his bare head and said in annoyance, it's not you guys. Who know what it means to joke? The elevator arrived on the first floor, and after seeing Yao Yu greeted, he took the hand ring and entered the bathroom. Inside the locker room, Wen Ting and the others once again saw Zhang Hao, who was with his teammates. Wen Ting gave Lu Resistance a look, Lu Resistance returned a second look, and the two of them used the complimentary towel in unison to cover their key parts, hiding behind Yao Yu, who had just taken off his pants. Zhang Hao happened to see this scene and the corner of his mouth twitched madly. You two are enough. Yao Yu was also full of confusion, turning around to look at the two. What's wrong with you two? You're all big men who are shy. Never been to a bathhouse before. Several other male members also looked at the two strangely, not knowing what the two were up to. Wen Ting leaned over Yao Yu's ear and muttered something in a low voice. Soon Yao Yu looked at Zhang Hao all differently, putting on the pants he had just taken off and smiling awkwardly. Why don't this student go in first? We're still changing clothes. Zhang Hao, face black with a block of coal, teeth clenched creaking, then exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, face re-hanging a smile, hands crossed. Buddy, be confident, don't need to be so inferior when you see me, the ones who care about your length are in the bathroom next door. I will not say anything. After saying that, he didn't give Wen Ting and his teammates a chance to retort, and dragged his unknown teammates and the team leader out of the room. That team leader seemed to still be an acquaintance with Yao Yu and shouted loudly from afar. Old Yaoa, don't defy old age, drink goji berries when you should, don't be embarrassed. Wen Ting, Lu Resistance, and Yao Yu's expressions all stiffened. The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched. Good guy, I've come across a shameless expert. Yao Yu, on the other hand, turned around to look at the two of them in a bad mood. Next time, don't bring me along with you when you mess up, and even bring me along with you to lose face. Chapter 114, Baths, Massages, and Public Opinion Fermentation. Since it was a weekday and a big morning, the bathtub was only filled with students from the two schools who had just returned from fighting in the gymnasium. Zhang Hao had just finished showering and walked into the soup pool to lie down comfortably. When he saw Wen Ting and the others come in as a group, he couldn't help but snicker. The speed with which you guys came out of your inferiority complex shocked me. Lu Zhang was not a sharp-tongued person, and when he heard Zhang Hao's meaningful jokes, he didn't know how to reply, but could only pretend that he couldn't hear it. Wen Ting walked towards the cubicle to turn on the shower, feeling the temperature with his hand, and disliked back. Hey, compared to your speed of changing boyfriends, we are still far behind. The moment these words came out, several teammates around Zhang Hao looked at him differently. This kid is joking, don't take it seriously. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched as he simply explained, and as Wen Ting and the others started showering, Zhang Hao was not in a good position to continue flirting with them. Not long after Wen Ting finished his shower, he couldn't wait to sit in the massage chair in the water, press the switch, and several strong and powerful streams of water sprayed out from the opening, shooting accurately on the acupoints of his body, which was extraordinarily comfortable. Due to yesterday's rush and this morning's forced awakening, plus a fierce battle, the spirit was extraordinarily tired. The crowd soaked in the hot water, and they all half squinted to recuperate their spirits, borrowing the water temperature to wash away their fatigue. A half hour of soaking and catching up on sleep soon ended. Yao Yu stood up, tossing his proud long hair and smilingly said, I know you guys are tired, so don't sleep. Let's go together to experience a massage and scrub, that one is truly relaxing. Upon hearing this, the crowd that was originally still lazy, have sobered up. What you want from a bath is not the bath master's hard rubbing and massage. Since the change in the family, Wen Ting had not had the opportunity to experience this service, and responded extraordinarily positively. A group of people into the rubbing area, lying in the bathmasters laid out the bed, by wearing big pants bathmasters fiddling with strange postures. The bathmasters were particularly hard-working, rubbing the mud hard while trying their best to sell various products and services. Yao Yu was afraid that they would suffer, and loudly reminded, the costs incurred from the bath are all counted in the organizer's head, so feel free to order whatever you want. Don't save money, you know. Good. Master, have a mud rubbing treasure. I want a salt scrub. Milk can be, Master, I am an alien skin thin for small. Ah. Child, you are earlier to say ah. With the bathmaster a basin of hot water baptism, Wen Ting looked as if the skin was polished, the body are quite a bit lighter. Looking at Zhang Hao, who couldn't wait to get up, Wen Ting was playful. Zhang Hao, yesterday you guys didn't just experience it here, how come your back is still so clean, is it too much to eat massage? Zhang Hao, who wanted to slip away, had a beat on his feet and then continued to walk out. How can it be, I just... Scrubbing and not massaging, either chicken movement embarrassment or kidney deficiency cannot eat. Zhang Hao, which one are you? Wen Ting said with a smile and got down again to the master bath scrubber. Master rolling tendons, plus a full set of acupoint massage. Young man, you do not come to a set? Come to a massage, on the kidneys as well as the whole body blood circulation old good. Seeing that Zhang Hao was about to leave, the teacher hurriedly continued to sell on Wen Ting's words. This was all money. The teammates beside him also opened their mouths and smiled to retain. Team Zhang, try it, it's really comfortable. Zhang Hao rubbed his bare head, turned around, and gritted his teeth. Hey, you kid, and I got into a fight, right? Could it be that you're afraid of pain, Team Zhang? Wen Ting looked at him provocatively. Really, that's the way it is, then you have to take good care of it. 80% of it is drinking less wolfberry. Zhang Hao one hand coiled his head, a hand in the air even point. Well, buddy, play the agitation right. Said relying on the bed, master, rolling tendons. Acupuncture point massage to a full set. Wen Ting raised his eyebrows, rolling tendons is very painful. You can stand it. Hee, don't worry about it. Regarding dignity, a little pain is nothing. Soon. Ah. Master, you. What's wrong with the lad, did I use too much strength? Zhang Hao, you can't stand it, master, he often stays up late, kidney can't work. Zhang Hao's teeth clenched, red-faced and angry. Master, you did not eat. The bathmaster felt provoked. Young man, you are challenging my specialty. Ah. Lad, how did this skin of yours turn black all of a sudden? And so hard? Zhang Hao, massage you open, what supernormal ability, if you cannot stand it, just say it, is not a shameful thing. Oh, this is just a precursor to my advancement, too much foreign energy is easy to overflow. Ah. Young man, why is your upper body sticking up? Can't I show my flexibility? A group of people looked at Zhang Hao, who was a dead duck, and all of them held their faces red, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Most of those present were martial artists, and all of them were bone-forging stage martial artists, who had an extremely high tolerance for pain. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, didn't have any exercise in this area, and usually only relied on his gold system supernatural ability to resist the damage, so he simply couldn't stand the pain caused by rolling out the tendons. It was extraordinarily hard to endure. Massage soon ended, the line of people who were soothed, put on loose robes, came to the resting area to take the snacks and food inside, and lay on the bed, watching dramas, sleeping, extraordinarily cozy. Wen Ting had planned to proceed to catch up on his sleep to prevent being caught off guard by the inappropriate organizers in the afternoon or evening, but his attention was quickly attracted by Lu resistance. Wen Ting, you're on fire. The organizers made slices of the live broadcast material from the past 2 days and put it out. How? Wen Ting pulled out his own cell phone and clicked on the video shared by Lu Zong, and finally saw several large and outrageous headlines. Shocked. North Plains Martial Arts High School leader disregards substitute's life for a bed. Why are the values of modern students so distorted that they would risk their lives for a bed? Kitahara Buko's godlike replacement, who accurately interpreted the rules and killed Kuma Buko with a single shot, what makes him so strong? Abandoned replacement, kill the Golden Horse 2 teams, with the strength to hit the face of the leader of the cool life. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I'm so happy to see you. Wen Ting sneaks a look at Yao Yu, who is still unaware of the situation. Teacher Yao, take care. Wen Ting casually clicked on a video, good guy, the comment area is simply unbearable. The man is a mad dog, isn't he? And it is not again guilty of playing with his life? Stupid lack of leader let him change him on change, stupid right? But to be able to play like this, I respect you are a mad dog. Daily reflection, genius wants to get ahead is so difficult, our system is still too backward, really should reflect on it. Fairy Yo, wow, this man is really too low, in order to retaliate against Jian Lu's sneak attack also used the lance alone to stab her alone, too careful it. The lower head of the male yuck. Wen Ting flipped a number of them in a row, the fire is really hot, but the rhythm these marketing numbers bring is also a little too biased. None of them are real. And his cell phone also has a number of unanswered, quick letter on the mother, and Musher and other people are more than a worrying text message greetings. He even saw that his mom was planning to go to the education bureau to sue Yao Yu for mistreating the trainees. This could scare him. Just as Wen Ting was writing back to them one by one, the young lady who was lying on the opposite side of the room and brushing the video, suddenly sat up and noticed Yao Yu, who was seriously watching the video of the match next to him. Yao Yu noticed the young lady's gaze and revealed what he thought was a handsome, mature smile. Is there something wrong, girl? You're the leader of the North Plains Martial Arts High School? You know me? Am I so famous now? The young lady nodded, then took out her cell phone and turned on the camera to point it at Yao Yu angrily. Speak. Why are you mistreating the substitutes? Isn't the life of a substitute a life? Yao Yu, ? Chapter 115 Third Round. The two of them, Yao Yu and Wen Ting, explained to the camera for half a day before the young lady was satisfied. It wasn't that Wen Ting wanted to intervene in this. If he played dead again, it was likely that he would really be held a grudge by Yao Yu. This scene, on the other hand, allowed Zhang Hao to get out a mouthful of bad breath and loudly mock the two of them, Wen Ting, for a long time. He even took his cell phone and read out loud the copy from the local marketing number of Iha City. The mocking value simply pulled full. Wen Ting, who had been busy explaining to his family's school side, didn't have time to pay attention to his mockery. However, his taunts didn't last much longer before he realized that a guy with the ID, Zhang Hao's Black History concentration camp, in the comments section was commenting on his ugly photos underneath various videos. It was the screenshot of the video when he taunted Zhao Shidong. After clicking on the account, it was no surprise that the top comment was the one he said to Zhao Shidong. Zhang Hao's face completely blackened. Frantic in disclaiming rumors, there was no time to taunt Wen Ting. After Wen Ting hung up the phone, he didn't continue to chat and snark with Zhang Hao and the others. Both sides tacitly didn't quarrel with each other, and each went back to the guest room to catch up on their sleep and get refreshed to deal with the next third round. There was a feeling of heroes sharing the same feelings. In fact, it is the tacit understanding that the elder brother does not laugh at the second brother. According to the normal rules of the competition in previous years, the third round of the third round will start to be a points competition, to compete with the other three teams, according to the points ranking calculation of the first runner-up and second runner-up. But this time, the organizers were full of tricks, and there was no telling what kind of disgusting rules they would use to torture people, so the only way to meet those uncertain surprises was to stay in the best condition. Because they had played the first and second rounds in the morning, Wen-ting and the others got plenty of rest time. As time came to noon, Wen-ting, who was still catching up on his sleep and recuperating, was awakened by the sound of hurried footsteps and knocking on the door. The visitor was Yao Yu, who gathered the crowd and said with extra seriousness, "Just as we were resting, a few other teams completed the second round of matches, and unsurprisingly 2 teams, Wahara and Luanhai, made it out. We just received notification from the organizers that the third round of the finals has begun, and we're going to decide the first and second place winners in the stadium." Without the need for Wen-ting to add, Yao Yu directly pointed out the gist of it. Based on the literal meaning, with Wen-ting's previous proof, the other 2 teams will definitely concentrate their strength to eliminate Asaniha Wugo, whose strength is well preserved. Now that time is short, put on your clothes and hurry to evacuate through the back door, don't get blocked in the hotel by that group. Not daring to ask more questions, the group of people moved very fast to pack up and were about to leave when Zhang Hao, who was still wearing a robe at the corner, suddenly stepped out, his body surface changing into a steel-like appearance. "Everyone, it's too ungrateful, you guys are really running away when something happens. It's not like we're still in an honest relationship." Zhang Hao? The crowd of North Plains Martial High, who had seen Zhang Hao's strength, had furrowed their brows with a sense of wariness. "Don't be nervous, I came over because I want to cooperate with you guys. You see, I came over by myself, is that sincere enough?" The crowd sensed that time was tight, when Ting simply asked, "Tell me straight, how to cooperate?" "Buddy pain in the ass. My idea is also simple, those 2 teams are definitely going to come over and sneak up on us, combining their efforts to send away us with the best preserved strength. But with their urbane nature they must be wary of each other and won't join forces to attack us, so wouldn't it be nice for our 2 teams to just work together in good faith, set fire together to break us down one by one, and then proceed to the battle for the crown?" Wen-ting looked back at Lu Zhan and Yao Yu, his eyes carrying consultation. Yao Yu was very decisive. "Alright, let's combine our forces and go out the back door to seize the vision high ground first. It's a very quick promise, I thought it would take a lot of words. Okay, I'll go back and tell my teammates." Zhang Hao turned around and walked down the stairs, quickly disappearing. Wen-ting and the others looked at Yao Yu with inquiries in their eyes. Yao Yu spoke extremely fast and arranged. Zhang Hao and his team are strong, and they obviously have extreme confidence in their own strength. It is bound to be willing to see us fight with them for the title and runner-up. When we fight in a while, if we meet the Shan Yuan team, we will save our strength and let them consume Zhang Hao, and when we meet the weaker team, we will fight with all our strength, and when we fight the Shan Yuan team again, we will let Zhang Hao take the lead. Understood. Understood. Time was running out, and both sides reached cooperation almost instantly. Neither wanted to stab the other at this time, but both were on guard against the other stabbing themselves. Both cooperative and on guard. It was very different from the way they had mingled in the bathhouse in the morning, and even Zhang Hao, who liked to get high on his mouth, had closed his mouth. Both sides kept their distance and roamed the streets and alleyways to conceal their movements, and soon the wind adepts occupying the high altitude found each other's traces. Ling Xuecheng of Luanhai City, wearing a furry hat and gloves, led his team in a sneaky ambush next to the roadside snow sculpture on the road that must be passed through to the stadium in Belbath capital. Utilizing his psychic abilities, he very naturally arranged all of his teammates inside the huge snow sculpture, waiting for Wen-ting and the others who were passing by to make a surprise attack. It was a pity that their thoughts were wonderful, they just didn't expect Wen-ting and the others to move faster than they thought, and the concealment process was all seen in the eyes of the scouts. On the other hand, on the other side of Shangyuan City, they were ambushed on the other side of the road. The distance between the 2 sides was not too far, but it was definitely too late to rescue them in the first place. It was also a safe place for the 2 teams to place each other, each blocking the other team's side, who would encounter, purely based on luck. Wen-ting and the others, who had the intelligence in hand, quickly discussed countermeasures with Zhang Hao and the others. Both sides, in order for the raid to be effective, decided that Wen-ting and the others, as Ling Xuecheng's old rivals, would act as the bait, while Zhang Hao and the others would act as the rear guard, going around the side of the neighborhood, and taking out Ling Xuecheng and the others at the first opportunity after the battle started. Then together, they would deal with the charging Uehara team. After the plan was set, both sides executed it immediately. Wen-ting followed behind Lu Resistance as the team ran forward in a hurry. Wen-ting didn't forget to continue acting. Hurry up and get to the entrance of the gymnasium. If you can sneak attack one, it's won. Time is short and the task is heavy, everyone work harder. Good. A group of people responded with extraordinarily hot status. This made Ling Xuexing and the others, who were lurking in the snow pile, involuntarily sneer, really treating us as little cuties. And isn't it enough to use the same trick once? However, what Ling Xuexing didn't realize was that not long after this thought appeared in his head, on the other side, Wen Ting and his men had already started to build up their strength to attack. Ling Xuexing immediately rushed out of the snow pile and yelled to remind his teammates, "They've found us, alert!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the flame giant blades released by the fire-type adepts within Wen Ting's team had already coalesced in the sky. As for the other members except Ling Xuexing, when they wanted to come out, they suddenly realized that the top of the snow sculpture had been drenched in rainwater at some point, and had formed into ice in the cold northern air. It didn't push off for a while. The flame giant blade fell heavily, and the damage of the fire tier 3 skill that was full of power was naturally not something that Ling Xuexing and the others, who had responded in haste, were able to counter. After one move, only Ling Xuexing was intact, but he was soon surrounded by the combined forces of both Wen Ting and Lu resistance. Ling Xuexing roared, "Uehara's coming!" It didn't occur to him that Uehara's side was extraordinarily righteous and didn't take the opportunity to grab and run, but instead killed from across the street. Zhang Hao, the good buddy in the plan, did not show up and remained still. Wen Ting had a premonition about this and yelled, "Zhang Hao is over there." Then he also ignored Ling Xuexing and his group and charged forward without a care in the world. Selling teammates, right? Who wouldn't? However, Zhang Hao was even more shameless than Wen Ting and the others had imagined. The bastard even left them to run alone, and was 50 meters ahead of Wen Ting and the others. Zhang Hao even turned around and taunted, "It's not fair to sell out your teammates. It's a good thing I'm so smart." The corner of Wen Ting's mouth twitched slightly, but fortunately, he was cautious and had calculated the worst-case scenario, and opened his mouth to say a condition that Zhang Hao absolutely could not refuse: "Work together to Shang Yuan, you'll take the lead, and afterwards, I'll give Zhao Shidong to you, so that you can have a good time." Chapter 116, Treating People Sincerely. Zhang Hao was on fire when he recalled the emoticons at the bottom of this morning's video, as well as the flurry of greetings that called into his cell phone. All of them were inquiring about his gender preferences. Many of his detrimental friends had already started to open up for him. Zhao Shidong hadn't hurt him much. Is this true? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes as a hint of hidden excitement flashed across his face. When Lu Resistance and the others heard Wen Ting's proposal, they couldn't help but feel worried about Zhao Shidong's situation in the future. "Brother Dong, we will all remember your sacrifice." Knowing that it was time to abandon the car and protect the commander-in-chief, Lu Resistance immediately said, "Don't worry about this, when the time comes, I'll work with Wen Ting to escort that dog thief Zhao Shidong to your bed." "Good brother, for the sake of the school's honor, you'll just give in. This is a necessary sacrifice. We'll definitely have a share of your credit in our final results." Zhang Hao seemed to have been persuaded. To him the strength of Wen Ting and the others was by no means as high as Uehara Wukao, and if he really wanted to compete for the championship, he definitely preferred to fight with Wen Ting and the others. But Upper Plain side is not to be messed with. In terms of hard power, and their AHA is not comparable. This kind of working for someone's wimpy thing, Zhang Hao certainly can't do it for nothing. "Okay, but you two have to fight the main attack with me. Their side's attack buddy can't carry it alone." Wen Ting and Lu Resistance looked at each other. "Good. I'll yell 3, 2, 1, and we'll turn back together. 3, 2, 1. The three of them issued a fake move of turning back in unison, but no one really turned back to attack, and when they looked at each other again, they all revealed awkward but not rude smiles. Their fake moves didn't shake each other, but instead shook the Uehara Bugaku's team members who were chasing behind them, stopping and brewing on guard. Exasperated, the captain of Uehara Bugao cursed, "Tricked! Chase!" Among the only 4 teams left, there was only one Ling Xuexing left in Luanhai City who still had fighting power, and the 2 teams from Baihara and Iha were in even better shape. Wen Ting twisted his head to look at Zhang Hao. "If you don't go on this time, we won't fight for the championship or runner-up, and we'll directly beat you in turn. Anyway, this time the result is better than the previous years. The big deal is that next year I will be the main player to break the school record." After saying that, he didn't give Zhang Hao time to react. The whole person turned around and charged into the middle of the Upper Plains varsity in an electric flash. Alert! Roar! Wen Ting's thunderous roar subdued the scene, followed by a surge of thunder around his body, and the violent lightning quickly spread through the surrounding crowd. A young girl within the Uehara Martial Arts High School team reacted extremely quickly, her hands clasped together to emit a faint golden light around her body, guarding their spirit from being disturbed by the thunder roar. More difficult for Wenting, the release of the thunderstorm, but also useless. Holding a ring-hand longsword of Wihara city captain, the hand of the longsword burst into flames, intercepting the waist to Wenting abdomen is a sweeping blow. Wenting did not have time to think carefully about the reason why all of them resisted the thunderstorm, holding his gun with both hands to block, stimulating the thunder battle armor for defense. A huge force came from his arms, and then the flames and thunder exploded one after the other, the powerful airflow exploding in the middle of the two. Wenting knew that the other party had made certain preparations in order to deal with himself, so he no longer entangled himself, taking advantage of the exploding air currents to turn around and return to his team in an electric flash. This surprise attack erupted extremely suddenly and swiftly, and apart from the fire department's captain and the light department's girl, the rest of the people didn't react at all. The moment Wenting withdrew, Zhang Hao at the diagonal back also moved. He used the wind-breaking palms of the wind-type aberrants from both sides to do a catapult start engine, and the whole person smashed into the crowd as if he were a cannonball, shouting out from his mouth. "Guys, the little missile is coming!" Ha! Zhang Hao was like a hedgehog with bursting thorns, his body turned into blackened steel, inspiring thick, solid iron rods that exploded into the surroundings. The street surface was blown out into a big crater, the flowers were broken and snow was flying, and the snow sculptures piled up were even more disfigured. The closest fire captain held his sword and blocking the incoming flying clubs by virtue of his strong martial arts physique and fire-burst shield, and tried his best to protect his teammates around him. However, the others were not so lucky. Their reaction was not as fast as that captain, and they were all hit, spitting out blood, and one of them even lost the ability to fight and fainted on the spot. Zhang Hao, who ate a full increase, his whole body was casted by steel, his hands transformed into various forms of heavy swords, spears and chains, and he madly bombarded that upper harbor captain, and his mouth didn't forget to say to the people behind him, "What are you waiting for? Do it!" Carrying a long sword in his hand, Lu Resistance rushed into the middle of the battle in the same manner, mopping up those members who were seriously injured, making sure that they did not have the ability to continue fighting. Qi Yun and the rest of the martial members also rushed into the melee with their weapons, contributing their own strength. Wenting withdrew from the battle without rushing into the fight and looked back at the crowd, instantly saying that it was not good. The girl from the light department who had just disappeared. In the next second, the exalts who were responsible for performing exotic aid from afar let out a series of alarmed cries. The cold ground began to become soft and form gravel, and the crowd, unaware for a moment, fell into the sand and soil, with only the two wind-type exotics leaving the range with the help of their exotics. The light-type girl surged out from the ground, her sword pointing high into the sky, and golden light blossomed along with it, piercing people's eyes. Flare light! Zhang Hao on the other side sensed the light behind him and roared, "Wenting, finish her off! This side has me!" Saying that, a large amount of pitch-black fog emerged from Zhang Hao's whole body, encompassing the chaotic battle altogether. Second lineage, shadow black mist. Wenting turned his gun around, pointing it at the light and earth dual faculty alien, and the ruling thunderbolt slammed down, but failed to deal fatal damage to her. The girl's disheveled hair exploded, her body was like a hard-boiled egg, and the eggshell-like pieces began to peel off, looking more lousy, but the actual damage received was not so great. Earthen System Grade 3 Ability Clay Mask. Able to attach a delicate clay that resembles the surface of the body to an object, keeping it flexible and moving at the same time, but also able to have a certain protective effect. Especially useful against lightning-type abilities. Only a moment, when Ting forced to the front of the girl, Tianqian gun is like a steel whip to stop the waste, the girl had to terminate the ranged attack against the people beside her, small hand raised, a wall of earth rose up and was when Ting immediately smashed the outer layer. Let Wenting accidentally, this thick earth wall, but only the outer skin is hard inside is loose sand, which led to Wenting did not immediately break through the other side of the block, the Tianqian gun was also caught in it. Seeing that her teammates were deeply trapped in the middle of the black mist, the girl was angry and anxious, and hurriedly offered to cooperate. "Wenting, why don't you join forces with us and work together to send the Yi team away? You should see the geometry of their strength." Seeing that Wenting didn't say anything, the girl said anxiously, "If you guys want to win, let me go back to the defense to support them. Only if we fight to the death will you Northern Plains be able to have the last laugh. Let me go." As the girl urged Wenting, the members of Ihawugo who were caught in the quicksand also panicked and hurriedly advised, "Wenting, we have an agreement. Don't listen to her compulsion." Wenting turned to look into the black mist, and after seeing the situation inside, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and said, "Fine, but you have to help me get rid of the people here first." "Wenting, you're shameless." Smart. Chapter 117, The Final Showdown. The girl was extraordinarily satisfied when she saw that Ichibugao's side was starting to be wary of 110 and the others. Pressing on with no intention of making a move against them, she directly moved to dive into the ground. For Uehara Wugao, destroying their alliance and making them attack each other was the most preferable option. The words just now had managed to stir up conflict between the two sides, making them suspicious of each other, and that was already enough. The most important thing now was to return to the battlefield on their side. Using their light-based psychic ability advantage to take out the most troublesome Zhang Hao was the best strategy. But how could Wen Ting make such a low-level mistake? The Tianqin gun in his hand was thrown, seemingly like a javelin through the girl's shoulder. The entire head of the gun all but disappeared, and blood flowed outward along the blade of the gun. The power of a bone-forging stage martial artist was very huge. After the ruling broke through the defense on her body, she, who was bent on leaving, didn't have time to replenish her defense at all. This gave 110 an opportunity to take advantage of. Ah! The pain that penetrated her body, that girl simply couldn't hold back and screamed out with tears in her eyes. 110 held the handle of the gun without the slightest bit of mercy, picking her up from the quicksand with one arm and flinging her towards the crowd of Ihawugao. I knew you weren't honest, don't get clubbed to death. 110 carried his lance on one back and smiled as he waved his hand like he was bidding her farewell. The girl cursed extremely hard under her breath, which was quite inconsistent with her sweet appearance. Jia Ziying's brows furrowed as she walked over to Wen Ting's side. What next? All prepare to release their attack skills, and when the fight is almost over there, send all of Iha's city away. Oh. Jia Ziying and the others expressed their understanding, and then saw Wen Ting directly sitting in meditation, and immediately froze. Not school brother you are. Now that there is a three-way melee, is it appropriate for you to sit here and meditate? Wen Ting briefly explained, there is still a hard battle to be fought in a while, and I don't have enough supernormal capabilities to fight them with my head. Jia Ziying. Okay, you're strong, whatever you say is right. The situation at the scene is changing rapidly, and in a three-way melee, all but your own side are enemies. The girl on the other side dragged her severely injured body, struggling to fend off the siege from Ihawugao, struggling to support herself, roaring. 110. If I fall, no one will be able to break Zhang Hao. Even for a dual lineage genius like her who came from the imperial capital, it was not easy to deal with the siege of so many people when she was seriously injured. What's more, the people from their Eha Martial High School were no cuties. Knowing that this woman was capable of restraining Zhang Hao, they attacked like mad, not even thinking about the fight they would have with 110 and the others afterwards. Jia Ziying and the others had all their level 3 skills stored up, and when they saw that the situation was almost ready, they released their skills in unison, bombarding the crowd with a frenzy. They knew clearly that the only one who could restrain Zhang Hao here was this girl, so they released their skills as far away from where she was as possible. However, even so, it still made her hurt more, and after the bombardment, the girl, whose down coat and sweater were sparse, looked at 110, who was sitting behind the crowd and meditating to recover her condition, with hatred. Hate cannot now directly with the sand buried him. That shot stabbed a little bit of emotion does not leave awe. She is clear that this opportunity is valuable, cannot be used recklessly, gritted her teeth and used the light shine sent into the black fog that has already filled most of the fog. All of a sudden the light flourished, the black fog was dispersed at once. Only to see the black fog, Uehara Wukao's team members all fell, only their fire captain's whole body burst into flames, the corners of his mouth overflowing with blood with one hand on the sword to support the body. As for Lu Resistance and Qi Yun, who assisted in the battle, one of them was drooping his arm, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, observing the surroundings, and his eyes widened angrily when he saw Zhang Hao. Obviously his injuries were caused by the other party. Qi Yun was even worse, his hair and clothes were burnt by the flame, and the steel sword in his hand was broken into two, lying on the ground and wailing. Zhang Hao turned around and saw Wen Ting as well as the fallen group of teammates, and his heart was already clear, smiling and teasing, "Buddy, you're not an honest person either, nah." Wen Ting closed his eyes to meditate and took the time to reply, "After staying with you for a long time, it's just that the nearer the ink, the darker it is." Ch. Without the shelter of the black mist, Captain Uehara Wugao, who had suffered a stifling loss, roared angrily, holding his sword in his shadowy hand, with flames flowing from his sword body, and stormed forward with the help of his forward momentum. Zhang Hao was obviously not willing to fight with him in close quarters. Steel to steel, encountered the flame should still be goaded, not to mention will be martial arts fire alien, even more to avoid its sharp edge. So what, man, how about both teammates are gone, why don't we eliminate Kitahara first? Let me slash first. I'm a ing spell you wanna cut can cut ah. Well. Zhang Hao was unable to dodge and was glued by an athletic stride of his opponent. A backhanded teasing jab stuck into his steeled body, causing Zhang Hao's iron-black face to twist for a moment. Zhang Hao also materialized a spear in his hand at the same time and stabbed into his opponent's body, which separated as the flames exploded between them. Hot, 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 hot. Zhang Hao roared. Do you really think that we are just for show? Jia Ziying didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this group of people who had come from the imperial capital to snatch the quota, and was even more annoyed at their doings of ignoring herself and the others. The Northern Plains exalts, likewise, held back their big moves while they were beating each other up, and threw an elemental bonanza at them together. That dual lineage girl wanted to block the attack as best she could, yet in the end, she was too injured to do anything about it. Yet, your teammates are still here. Zhang Hao cursed, immediately materializing a steel shield with his gold system ability to meet the upcoming bombardment. Because of the presence of the flare, he couldn't even shadow vanish away. The captain of the upper plains was filled with grief and indignation, but was unable to do anything in the face of the overwhelming attacks. After a burst of alien energy bombardment passed, Wen Ting got up with his gun and brazenly rushed into the middle of the smoke and dust, his whole body's chi and blood surging, stabbing at Zhang Hao's injured belly with all his strength. Puff. Ugh. Zhang Hao obviously hadn't yet realized from the days of being bombarded, and when he reacted, a lance had already stabbed into his lower abdomen, piercing him with raw pain. Zhang Hao grimaced his neck and opened his mouth to unleash a soul shrill, but just as his mouth opened, something popped directly into his mouth, choking him so much that he couldn't even cry out. Afterwards, he felt the electric currents saving in his body, and the paralyzing feeling made him unable to maintain the steeling of his body surface, and he returned to his usual appearance, collapsing on the ground and twitching non-stop. Wen Tin walked to the other side and took a shot at the already unconscious captain of Uehara Bugao, ensuring that he could not stand up. Behind them, Jia Ziying and the others froze for a moment before erupting into thunderous-like laughter. Wow! Winning! We won! Wen Ting, you're too strong. Wen Ting laughed and walked back, holding his lance high. No, it's us. Too strong. The team erupted in thunderous applause and cheers once again. But we haven't won the championship yet. The medical department stays behind. The rest of you follow me to finish off the last guy. Ha! There's more? The group walked quickly all the way to the gymnasium. It was filled with the already eliminated varsity teams, and in the ring stood a man with burnt clothes and disheveled hair, holding a goose feather blade. It was none other than Ling Xueqing, who Wen Ting hadn't had time to eliminate earlier. He took advantage of Wen Ting's melee with them to sneak into the gymnasium and stand in the ring. Chapter 118, Capturing the Crown. Wen Ting was aware of Ling Xueqing's departure. The reason why he hadn't tried to stop it was purely because the key to winning the championship wasn't on him, that's all. If those two from Zhang Hao and Uehara Bugao were not resolved, it was bound to be a bitter battle even when they reached the ring. Compared to the other two teams, Wen Ting's side was too weak. Lu Resistance, the captain, did not have any advantage in front of them, and his own cultivation was a huge difference from theirs, so unless he sacrificed his hidden two types of supernatural abilities in a hard fight, he had no chance of winning at all. If you want to win in a close battle, you can only pull them to fight a melee. The good thing is that both sides feel that they are easy to bully, so they are thinking of getting each other killed first, which allows Wen Ting and Ling Xueqing to pick up a big leak. Wen Ting looked at the live feed on the big screen and looked towards Ling Xueqing, who was alone on the stage. Senior Ling, do you have the confidence to deal with the four of us surrounding you? How about a painful surrender? Ling Xueqing maintained his gentle politeness and said, all being martial artists, I will not put down the weapons in my hands until the last moment. How about you, do you want to abide by the martial virtues of a martial artist? Let's fight one-on-one. I always pay attention to the rules of the game, of course I have to fight with you in a team match. Said Wen Ting as he greeted Jia Ziying, who had followed him from the fire, wind, and water lineages, to join him on the stage. Ling Xueqing sighed and gripped the gooseplume sword in his hand. A three-way melee and you guys can still maintain such a good condition, it really surprises me. Thank you. Wen Ting didn't say anything. Along with a few others, he released long-range attacks and set fire to Ling Xueqing. Ling Xueqing was unable to support himself, plus he had gone through 2 battles himself, so his condition was naturally no better than in his heyday. In a short while, he lost in the midst of the roaming elemental skills. At this moment, the whistle blew in the stadium, and the referee announced loudly to the audience, the podium, and the camera. The winner of this preliminaries is North Plains Martial Arts High School's first team. The entire stadium cheered and applauded continuously. Even the line of people from Golden Horse City who were first eliminated by Wenting stood up and heartily expressed their congratulations to Wenting and the others. Jia Ziying and the others couldn't help but begin to moisten their eyes as they watched the other 7 teams stand up and applaud them in celebration. This scene was something they had never even imagined in their dreams. Everything was so unreal. Wenting looked around, feeling the applause of the crowd and responding enthusiastically. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and his spirit was exhilarated and delighted. After a while of waiting passed, all of the injured were treated by the organizers' high-level healing lineage psychics and brought back. Lu Resistance, Chi Yun and the others were even more filled with exuberance after learning that Wenting had led them to the championship. Zhao Shidong blackened his face and punched one of them at Wenting and Lu Resistance. "You two are really not human. Sacrificing me as a bargaining chip, what could a human being do?" Wenting scratched the back of his head in slight embarrassment. "This is all a stopgap measure." "Humph, I saw that the two of you were extraordinarily sincere in your assurances at that time." Zhao Shidong was completely unconvinced. He had watched it for real on the big screen, and at the same time, he also admired the program's crew for being able to continue filming in that scene. The level was indeed high. Zhang Hao's injuries were also healed, and he ran to them with a black face. "Hey, Wenting. Is what you said before still true?" Zhao Shidong hid behind the two and shouted. "These two are my teammates who are as close as father and son. How could they come over to make things difficult for me for a guy who betrayed the agreement? Just die of this heart." After the two of them, Wenting and Lu Resistance, confirmed their eyes, they immediately backhanded Zhao Shidong's left and right hands. "Oi! You too! No way, he's forgotten all about pitting you guys before." Zhang Hao laughed out loud. "Good buddy, well done." Wenting said in a cold voice, "What you said on the phone in the beginning, the captain, and I heard it for real. You don't think that the two of us are deaf?" "Huh? The phone call? What was said then? You guys don't frame me." Zhao Shidong played dumb and denied it. "Then let Zhang Hao alone help you recall your memories." Lu Zhang pushed Zhao Shidong towards Zhang Hao with a big hand. The group of people were suddenly in a noisy mess. Yao Yu, on the other hand, was busy with his camera as he followed the crowd one by one to record. As the leader, leading the team to win the championship this time, even though it was only the champion of the preliminaries, it also showed the school's face. Salary increase, improved treatment is a matter of nail. Not long after the podium, the statistics were finished, and the award ceremony began. Regarding the arrival of the award ceremony, everyone looked at Chu Hong rather puzzled. What the hell, this was just after the team competition. The individual matches hadn't even been played, how could the awards start? This isn't right. Chu Hong held the microphone and said. This preliminary single-person match, due to some special reasons, had no choice but to cancel, so next directly award the team match prizes. The following students and teams whose names are called come up to receive their rewards. What, special reasons cancelled? Why? The results of the single race is a very important honor, I was counting on placing there. How can it be cancelled just like that? It can't be that the rewards for the individual tournament are gone, right? The crowd under the stage was in an uproar due to the cancellation of the individual competition, and were not concerned about the outcome of the team competition. Among them, the 5 from the imperial capital were especially agitated. If not for the fact that they still had some sense, they even wanted to point at Chu Heng's nose and curse him. They had come all the way here, not to be used as companions for others. Chu Hong slowly exuded the pressure of a high-ranking person, calming the field. He did not explain too much, but directly started the award ceremony. After all, the organizer is the Northern Frontier Army. The respect that should be given must be given, even if there is any dissatisfaction must be resolved after the game. Whether it's the team leader, or the players, or the 5 people from the imperial capital, they can only swallow their discontent into their stomachs and digest themselves. So, an award ceremony without cheering in the melodious music. Wenting as a substitute, along with the first team starters on the podium. Chu Hong and several leaders shook hands with all the champions one by one and presented the awards. When they reached Wenting, Chu Hong smiled and said, "Wenting, is it? Brainy, clean maneuver, very good, interested in joining the army?" Wenting naturally couldn't say he couldn't and replied with a smile, "I will definitely go after I graduate from college." "Ah, very good, I can remember your promise." According to the process, Wenting and the others took the awards and started taking a group photo. Then Miss Manners began to present them with the prizes for the champion team. As the champion team, all of their members who were on the field received Chi Sense methods and advancement meditation methods respectively, depending on the martial artist and psychic. These could only be learned after arriving at the chi practicing realm on the 4th level. Advancement stage techniques were different from basic techniques that were monopolized by the official. Only in individual units were they qualified to learn, and casuals who wanted to learn them could only buy them on their own after getting permission from the Hunter Guild. Private trafficking is a felony. In addition to these, there was also a cash prize of $500,000 per person, as well as a special prize for Wenting as the best contestant, a bottle of his own choice of an artificial alien potion that suited him. When this award appeared, many people cast envious gazes. Artificial psychic abilities were certainly flawed, but that was only for innate psychics of the same lineage, and for someone like Wenting, who himself practiced martial arts and was a thunder psychic, there was now an additional lineage of psychic abilities of his choice. Wenting himself was also very excited, just so he could show off another lineage of psychic abilities. Chapter 119. More is not always a good thing. Unlike others who were envious of the imminent awakening of their psychic abilities, Yayu was frowning, looking like he wanted to speak but was somewhat hesitant to do so. Seeing Wenting's extremely strong will to awaken his supernormal abilities, he still couldn't hold back and pulled Wenting aside before the organizers' people came over and said, "Wenting, I know that you are very excited right now and are also yearning for a copy of the alien ability, but as a teacher I feel obligated to say a few more words on this matter. The quality of the artificial alien energy potions provided by the military is nothing to speak of. They are definitely much better than the ones on the market. That's something I'm relieved about. My main concern is the effect on your martial arts path." Wenting recalled that his teacher Yin Sancher had previously told him about the relationship between supernormal abilities and martial arts. "You are afraid that I will have an impact on the existing supernormal abilities and martial arts because of the new lineage?" Yayu revealed a pleased smile. "It seems that your teacher Yen has told you about the advantages and disadvantages. Originally, the dual cultivation of Zenomancy and martial arts is a very laborious way of cultivation. If you can't clarify your own cultivation path, you will only fall deep into the cultivation quagmire and be unable to pull yourself out of it, and then artificially awakening the second lineage. I think it's still too much of a stretch for your current energy. It's not that you can't awaken the second lineage. My suggestion is to wait until you've successfully gained the chi sense to enter the chi practicing realm. At that time, both the risk of awakening and cultivation will be very convenient." What Yayu said, Yen Sancher had also mentioned in his limited daily teachings. However, Wenting was different from normal people. He had his own ways to quickly digest his supernormal ability cultivation, but these things, he had no way to explicitly talk to Yayu. "Teacher Yao, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, this will only be a boost to my martial arts, a means for me to perfect my martial arts." Wenting. You. Yayu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Wenting had already turned to leave. There are too many talented martial artists who are entangled in supernormal abilities and hidden from the crowd. He took out his cell phone and found Yin Sanchi's number and dialed it. If someone else is just, Wenting, really, if this is caught in the bulls I cannot come out, Yin Sancher will not directly peel his skin off. With the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, Yayu rubbed his face sadly, then quickly edited the text message to Yin Sancher. "I, Yayu, have done everything that should be said and done, and I can't do anything about your disciple's insistence. When the time comes to get angry, don't implicate my old man." Wenting followed the staff, and in the envious gazes of a crowd of teammates and spectators, he came to a room where various instruments were placed. According to the staff's instructions, one by one, he touched the elemental crystals that contained different elements. That was to be able to quickly detect which elements it had an affinity effect on. After placing his palm on a crimson fire elemental crystal and lighting it up, Wenting looked at the large and small crystals of various colors within the room in confusion and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, "Am I only able to choose an elemental type of ability awakening?" The staff smiled and explained. The current artificial alien ability potion can only awaken elemental type, illusion type system, spiritual system, curse, space, and other special systems with the current ability cannot be done. Wenting was a little sad that he had thought of directly unlocking the spatial lineage. Remembering the way that Darkwing Pale Wolf King tore through the spatial barriers at that time, it was still vivid in his mind. Directly crossing the defense line and running to the crystal to hit someone, who could stand this? As Wenting touched the elemental crystals one after another, the expression of the staff member beside him became more and more shocked. All of the elemental crystals that were touched by Wenting all lit up with a shimmering light, indicating that Wenting was suitable for the awakening of this element. Wenting noticed his changing expression. "What's the problem?" The staff member gathered his emotions and replied, "Just surprised at how many elements you are suitable for. The most one I have practiced myself for so many years can only adapt to 5, while you are suitable for all the elements present." Wenting smiled. He didn't know if it was because of his own recipe ability, or if his body itself was well suited to all of them. He himself was also quite surprised, originally thinking that he would reject the light system after absorbing the shadow system Fey. However, judging from the brightness of the elemental crystals just now, there was no other special manifestation other than the brightness being slightly weaker than the other elements. You go over there and wait for a while, you can think about what element you are ready to awaken, we need a little time to prepare. Okay. Wenting obediently sat down in the waiting area, and as soon as he sat down, the door to the room was opened abruptly, and Chu Hong walked in alone in that dark green military uniform smilingly. Captain Chu. Wenting hurriedly rose to show his respect. Chu Hong pressed his palms, sit, no need to be polite. Saying so, he sat on the sofa next to Wenting. Just now, your teacher Yao told you about the pros and cons of the supernatural potions, right? Wenting nodded, thinking that he had also come over to persuade him. He wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Chu Hong raising his hand. Hear me out first, have you ever seen a high-realm pure martial artist? Wenting nodded his head immediately without thinking. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Huaimin or Yang Ming, they were all pure martial artists without the slightest bit of supernormal abilities. Previously, Wenting also had misgivings, reasonably speaking, with their status and strength, wanting an artificial supernormal ability potion was obviously not a difficult task. Even if they were worried about the negative effects and felt that it wasn't as good as innate awakening, then they could still go and find their favorite Xenos to absorb. To them, it wasn't that difficult. Let's just say Xiao Huaimin, if he wanted to awaken his supernatural ability, then this shadow lineage Fei was the best choice, but he gave it to Wenting without the slightest bit of attachment, and didn't even consider giving it to Xiao Menglan. Soon Chu Hong gave an answer, that explains it. Whether it's martial arts or psychic abilities, the purer one will be the easier it is to find one's own path after coming to a high realm. This is also the reason why some people are intoxicated with martial arts and are not willing to awaken their psychic abilities. Young man, your talent is not weak, thunder martial arts dual cultivation combined very well, in time to touch that the highest realm is not impossible. But once you awaken the second faculty, it will be difficult. Of course, if you give up this spot, you can also receive a set of level 3 protective gear, or receive 3 level 4 thunder system skills. Chu Hong also had a bitter experience. Originally rewarding this artificial alien potion was thinking of letting these outstanding students have one more means of defending themselves against the enemy, closing the distance between them and the students from the developed areas, and receiving a better education. But really did not expect to come across a senior can lead the whole team to win the championship of the Freaks Ah. That's why I temporarily moved the idea of Jan Kai over to advise more. I've already got the 3rd grade. I don't even have a choice if I want to back out. Wenting returned a grateful smile. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Chu, but I still want to awaken my powers, sorry to disappoint you. Chu Hang sighed, knowing that his persuasion didn't work, rubbing his flat head with one hand. Alas, I also just learned of your situation, if I had known it would have been better to just change the prize. Alright, then have you thought about what supernormal ability you want to awaken? It's a good thing you weren't clear about the situation ahead of time. Otherwise, Lousy would have to lose money. Wenting nodded, figured it out, Gold System. Chapter 120 Awakening Gold System. Gold System? Not bad, it does complement your fighting style. How many elements have you affinity in total? All of them. Chu Hong subconsciously felt that Wenting was joking, and looked to the side of the healer for confirmation. Chief, it is indeed an all-element affinity. Chu Hong raised his eyebrows. It's really unexpected. Although elemental affinity is not necessarily linked to future achievements, you are indeed quite suitable for the path of psychic abilities. Work hard. Saying that, Chu Hong patted Wenting's shoulder and got up to leave. He was a busy man, being able to spare time to give Wenting this knowledge was already enough attention. Not letting Wenting wait for too long, after informing the medical staff of the element they wanted to awaken, after extracting the oral mucosa, part of the skin as well as the blood for sensitivity experiments. It wasn't long before the medical staff in white coats held a measuring cup containing a viscous liquid that exuded the color of steel and walked over to Wenting and instructed him. The alien potion has been blended. According to the regulations, I need to remind you that the sensitivity experiment can only represent a probability of more than 90% that there will be no rejection problems. Once the rejection reaction occurs, we will do our best to rescue you to ensure your life safety, but afterwards there is a certain probability that it will cause hindrance to the realm of alien energy, as well as subsequent promotion. If you are clear about it, please sign here. Wenting utilized his alien energy, observing the artificial alien energy potion in the hands of the medical staff to obtain information. Ingredient classification, alien energy factor flavorings. Quality, grade 3 flawed. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of gold alien energy, great probability of awakening gold alien energy, but there will be a problem of rejection depending on the individual, and severe cases will die a violent death. Consumption method, can be used in the artificial alien energy potion program. Consumption method, can be used as a seasoning in the red lotus charcoal wrapped food golden turtle, to increase the probability of awakening at the same time to improve the physical quality, to make up for the defects in the supernatural energy. Specific method 4. It seems that even though the military's artificial psychic potion still has flaws. It's a pity that the military's artificial psychic potions are confidential and can't be taken out directly. Otherwise, if such a large amount is made into dishes in batches, it would still save the money for purchasing elemental potions. Looking at the serious expressions of the 3 medical personnel surrounding him, a sense of security welled up in his heart. Wontin smiled and took the solution. Then I'll trouble you all. After saying this, he tilted his head back in counterpoint and drank. As the solution entered his mouth, Wontin almost didn't hold back and vomited it out directly. His entire face twisted into an emoticon. Oh my god. What the hell is this flavor? It felt like rusted iron rust and discarded rubber stirred up and melted into a thick liquid, mixed with slop and poured into the mouth. It was awful to eat. Most of all, this thing smells like it doesn't have any flavor. Wontin drank it without any mental preparation. Quickly cover his mouth, don't throw up. A few medics who were prepared for this rushed forward, holding Wontin's head, preventing him from lowering his head as much as possible, and covering his mouth to death. Oh. Wontin was made to burst into tears in both eyes by the unpalatable liquid, wanting to fight back but unable to do anything about it. He felt like he had never been so vulnerable. Tongue is even more aggrieved. The 2 days of eating cannot be even, but also have to endure this world of suffering. Gradually the extent of Wontin's struggle became smaller, his throat rolled slightly, swallowed the liquid, and the medical staff released him. Wontin said to those medics with red eyes, "Why don't you remind me?" The paramedics didn't hide their smiles at all through their heavy masks. The sorrows and sufferings of human beings aren't connected, but the joy of watching someone's bad luck is the same. Wontin? This person is so indebted, I want to hit him. Stop chatting, hurry up and meditate, and if you're uncomfortable tell us immediately. The other medic reminded with the same smile in his eyes. All bad guys. Wontin knew the priorities and didn't pull too much from them, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and meditating with his eyes closed, but the rushing odor in his mouth made it difficult for him to concentrate. Relying on the mental strength brought by the 3 types of psychic abilities, this was barely able to enter the meditative state. Inside his body, steel-colored gold energy was pulled from all parts of his body into the mental region. After the expulsion of the Shadow Department, the deterrence of the Thunder Department, and the intimidation of the Illusory-type Department, the Gold Department's psychic energy finally found its own place, and began to slowly form a cyclone in the fringes of the spiritual region in an aggravated manner. No, why are a few of you alien energies still xenophobic? Wontin took the initiative to mobilize his spirit, controlling the 2 groups of cyclones to vacate their places, so that the golden system would have enough positions to form a cyclone. With Wontin's mediation, these 3 systems were reluctant, but they didn't make any trouble. With the continued influx of foreign energy, a steel-colored cyclone slowly formed. Wontin noticed that the gold system's supernormal energy cyclone, which had not been processed by himself, was significantly different. The color was grayer and the cyclone rotated at a more sluggish speed. Compared to the previous appearance of the Shadow and Thunder lineages, this state was like the state of a bitter social animal who worked overtime for 7 consecutive days and woke up early on Monday to go to work. It was sluggish. No wonder it was said that artificial psychic abilities were inferior to innate. This is also too much worse. It is good to be able to make up for it on your own by relying on dietary therapy, or else this supernormal ability awakening that is really a loss. Wontin slowly opened his eyes and felt the state of his body. Well, with the 3 systems of alien energy Big Brother pressure, this little thing cannot turn over what waves. After using his powers, Wontin's fingers gradually attached a layer of steel gray color. When he clenched his fist, he could clearly hear the crunching sound of gold and iron colliding. The gold alien ability, successfully awakened. Seeing that Wontin's absorption went so smoothly, the medical staff relaxed a lot and told Wontin to eat more gold-related beast meat in the future, so that he could better maintain his status and nourish his heterokinesis chi cyclone. When Wontin walked out, Yao Yu and the others swarmed in, while the rest of the school was evacuated and not many were there. Zhao Shidong was the first one who couldn't help but come up and ask, with expectations in his eyes, "Junior, what alien energy department did you choose? Is it the Shadow Department?" Lu resistance analyzed with reason. I think it's probably the light system, both healing, purifying, blinding, and other functionality. More importantly, the sky is the key to that guy Zhang Hao. In case we encounter him again, school brother can crush him himself. Yayu sighed when Ting finally awakened at the same time, but also did not forget to express his own opinion. The possibility of the gold system is a little more, can complement the defense at the same time, can always materialize the lance, very practical. If you ask me, school brother's fighting style is so reckless, you should choose the fire system. Violence to the end is the right way. Shi Yun expressed a different opinion. I think it might be the water system, a wide range of drenching rain plus electric current is the best match. Jia Ziying blinked her big eyes. Senior, I've heard that it's dangerous to awaken your powers. How do you feel now? Is there anything that doesn't feel right? The moment Jia Ziying's words came out, it caused the big old men surrounding Wen Ting who were inquiring about the alien energy department to be speechless for a while. No, such a big person with a smile on his face came out. You can't see it, right? You can't see it, can you? After someone took the lead, the other girls, after looking at Jia Ziying with contempt, also began to shush, showing the spectacle of older sisters caring for their younger brothers, brushing their presents. Shi Yun and Lu resistance muttered with the corners of their mouths twitching. We didn't see you guys being so attentive even when we were broken back then. Wen Ting knew exactly what they were thinking, but adhering to the guideline of reaching out and responding politely. Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. Also, the one I awakened is the gold system. As soon as the latter sentence came out, Zhao Shidong immediately held his head and wailed, Wogo, why? Why is it the gold system? Yayu laughed out loud, dinner is on the house if you guess wrong. Chapter 121, Cooking, Can't Go Away. After a group of people lively, Yayu crossed his waist and said, originally scheduled to be the day after tomorrow back to the northern plains, now the game is over early, the next is free time, the organizers are also generous, bell baths are all open to all of us, you can live until you get home. Woohoo! Long live the leader of Chu! Long live the organizers! Zhao Shidong was the first to shout long live, his face full of excitement. Lu resistance didn't hesitate to tear down the stage. I remember you scolded the organizer for a day yesterday, and chased after the short video official number. There is this back? It must be someone moving my cell phone to secretly send it. How could I do such a lack of morality? That's what the dog did. Wolfnet say nonsense, skip this topic, tonight together with the bath. I heard that the master of the bell bath all the way thief old way. Zhao Shidong barked without any bottom line. Because he was eliminated by Zhang Hao and had no access to the bell bath, it was hard for him to die. Look at the brothers bath massage, he can only be alone in a lonely room, the heart of the scratching horse can be imagined, playing the game cannot come up with 5 black. During the free time, when Ting left the team and got into a cab and couldn't wait to head to the Hunters Guild in Iha City. On the edge of the safe zone of Iha City, there is an iron mine, which is particularly rich in gold resources, and for this reason, even the Iha River is flooded with gold-eating turtles, which has brought a lot of trouble to Iha City. The purpose of Wen Ting's trip is this gold-eating turtle, which is the main ingredient to supplement the gold system of supernormal ability, and this thing is produced from Iha City. Back to the North Plains will have to be expensive out a lot. Naturally, Wen Ting was unwilling to spend this money. Soon, Wen Ting arrived at the Hunters Guild. Iha City's Hunters Guild can be much more elegant than the North Plains. Inside the decoration is higher than the North Plains a grade. The hall on the first floor also does not have a strong smell of blood, but instead has a light aroma of air freshener. Worthy of being a hunter guild in a third-tier city, it's all about style. Slightly sighing with emotion in his heart, Wen Ting showed his bronze 1-star hunter badge and indicated the ingredients he needed. To Wen Ting's surprise, the Hunter Guild here was equipped with a specialized restaurant, and even had a personal kitchen, but the need to pay a fee of $1,000 was slightly expensive. After rejecting a bunch of sales pitches, Wen Ting carried a large turtle that was the size of the upper half of his body and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen covered an area of 10 square meters, with all the kitchenware. Compared to his own home, it was very spacious. Piling up the golden turtle and a bunch of ingredients together, he used his supernatural ability to check out the recipe, as well as the production process. Recipe: red lotus charcoal wrapped golden turtle. Quality: grade 3. Required ingredients: 1 whole golden turtle, several red lotus leaves, 1 liter of fire attribute strong wine, 8 fire spirit peppers, 3 earth mushrooms. Consumption effect: enhances high gold alien energy control, nourishes gold alien energy cyclone, improves physical endurance, nourishes the kidneys. Production steps: high temperature steaming, molting and shelling. Wen Ting followed the steps and first threw the half-sized gold-eating turtle into the boiling hot water to steam it. Fortunately, the Hunters Guild here is a large enough pot, otherwise when Ting's small pot at home, I really do not know how long it will take to deal with this thing. After 5 minutes of steaming, when Ting lifted the lid and was about to prepare to fish for the golden tortoise when the water vapor with a strong stench came to his nose, causing when Ting to retch and vomit one after another. This stuff was similar to the taste of the alien potion he drank earlier. Worthy of being a heavy metal eater, it just stinks. After pinching his nose and carrying out the golden turtle, he took out a steel brush to remove the old skin of the golden turtle, and then violently removed the shell with a bone chopper, dismantled the golden turtle, and immersed it in $50,000 worth of fire attribute spirited wine. Just pouring the wine, when Ting felt that his heart was dripping blood. This was not wine, it was clearly money. Just as when Ting was busy dealing with the gold-eating turtle, Yao Yu's phone call came over. When Ting, where are you? What's wrong? The government side suddenly found us and said that there are gold-eating turtles causing trouble again over at the E River Bridge. They want us to go over and do a favor. I figured that it's most likely a personal match that the military has changed, so there's still a need to show some respect. Wen Tin was slightly embarrassed as he looked at the gold-eating turtle that had already been cooked in the pot in front of him. This thing plus those auxiliary ingredients had cost Wen Ting more than $300,000 in total. Just like that, he could lose money to his grandma's house. After pursing his lips and struggling for a moment, he said, Mr. Yao, I won't go. If it's really the organizer's individual competition, then let Zhao Shidong go on. I remember that the top 3 in the individual competition all have non-self-selected alien potions. Okay. If you're busy over there, hurry over, you might still be able to catch up. Okay. Wen Ting shook his head helplessly after hanging up the phone. He could really pick the right time. He thought carefully about the rewards of the individual competition, and it seemed that the top 3 most valuable prizes were the artificial alien potion. And as for the other prizes, Wenton's current mental region was full, and he couldn't fit in any other alien energy systems for the time being. Whether it is protective gear, weapons, feats, skills, it seems that it is not really worth as much as this pot of turtle stew. As for the honorary prizes of the individual competition, he himself had gotten the team tournament championship for his team, and also got the MVP, had been able to prove a lot, and really didn't lack a ranking in the individual tournament. After rejecting Yao Yu, Wen Ting took the processed meat of the golden turtle eater, chopped it all into meat puree, and stir-fried it in the bottom of the oil that had been stir-fried with the fire spirit pepper. Afterwards, he refilled the fried meat into the turtle's shell, wrapped it with red lotus leaves and then drizzled it with mud to seal it, and buried it into a cauldron full of fine sand and baked it over a high fire. This process to wait 3 hours. During this time, Wen Ting bought Shadow, Thunder, and Gold Level 3 elemental potions, spending another $3 million. The funds stored in the card were all of a sudden consumed to the bottom, but Wen Ting was heartbroken. However, these were nothing in front of the real strength increase. During the 3-hour wait, Wen Ting continuously absorbed the elemental potions of the Thunder and Shadow systems, instantly raising his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of the dual system. It was only by spending money here in Iha City that Wen Ting was able to be a bit bolder. Otherwise, in the northern plains, one would still have to guard against the attention of others at all times, and would not dare to consume Shadow System-related items at all. 3 hours passed quickly. Wen Ting couldn't wait to lift the lid of the pot, and with gloves on, he cracked open the shell that was molded by the mud. Peeling off the outer layer of red lotus leaves, the sweet aroma of the turtle meat inside accompanied by the spicy flavor of the fire spirit peppers greeted him. Wen Ting ignored the heat from the pot and inhaled the aroma close to his nose. Finally, I can eat the delicious food made by my own hands. After these few days of light meals and the biochemical destruction of the alien potion, Wen Ting's taste buds had long been hungry and thirsty. Took out the turtle shell as a rice bowl, took out a huge spoon and scooped out a large spoonful of meat paste and ate it with a big mouthful. A mouthful of turtle meat paste, spicy and sweet, appetizing but not greasy, fully satisfied Wen Ting's taste buds that had suffered in the past few days. In this instant, Wen Ting was intoxicated by the happiness brought by the food and was unable to extricate himself. When he was about to finish eating, Wen Ting's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a text message from old Jean. He was the intelligence peddler who ambushed Wen Ting around his house, slipped to his knees on the spot when he saw Xiao Menglan, and used a knife to kill his peers. Clicking on the text message he sent to take a look, a fire welled up in Wen Ting's heart. Old Jean the peer seller, boss, the Thunder Feiyu asked me to inquire about has news. Chapter 122 Old Jin's News. Wen Ting scratched the meaty mush inside the turtle shell and ate it into his stomach in one bite. He couldn't wait to call Old Jean directly. The phone was quickly connected and Old Jin's trademark pleasing laughter was heard. Boss Wen Ha, long time no see na. I heard that you led the varsity team to win the championship. Oh, I'm extraordinarily excited to see this old thing. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being in the intelligence business, he even knew about this morning's news. Thank you, straight to the point, how much is the news? When Tin looked at the remaining balance of only 130,000. Elemental potions are still bought early. 3 bottles of level 3 elemental potion had cost him $3 million, and the small treasury he had saved was gone in a flash. It was true that a psychic was a gold-burning cave, well, martial artists were just as money-consuming. When boss is just paying, with the information I have in the industry price tag is 300,000, the face of the SIA team I give you let 50,000, hand you this friend I let another 50,000, and finally I'll spare you 100,000, as a reparation to you and Mr. Shadow, the final offer of 100,000 yuan, you see how? When Ting smiled back, Boss Jean is really a person, first raise the price and then discount to sell favors, good words are all for you to say. On the other side of the phone, the old gold immediately begged for forgiveness. Agu, you can wrong me out when boss, I learned of the news the first time to find you, is still thinking of the last time we met when the misunderstanding. How about this, 50,000? How about selling you for $50,000? That's already a loss to grandma's price. When Ting looked at his balance and also stated his price, well, since you care so much, I'll buy your message at the original price of 300,000. Oh? Boss one is atmospheric. I'll. Here. Not waiting for him to finish, when Ting continued, don't you want to ask for Mr. Shadow's forgiveness, 350,000, I'll take care of it for you, and I'll guarantee that Mr. Shadow will look for your trouble the first time he gets out of the gate. The other end of the phone was immediately silent. A moment later Lao Jean snorted and said, when boss you this joke, I'm not working for nothing, sell a message but also a loss of 50,000, not appropriate. 30,000, the lowest price, at least let me earn some not? Oh. I have to admit that Lao Jean this person is a good material to do businessmen. In the face of Wen Ting's playful bargaining, still able to maintain a good attitude. 10,000. Wen Ting felt that he should be able to chop a little more. Agu, spare me, I'll be hunted down by my peers if I sell you at this price. 20,000, any lower and I won't do this order. Lao Jean said with a crying voice. Wen Ting knew that this was pretty much the lowest price that could be killed. Alright, deal. Ha, I'll tell you the order number right here. Order number? You can find the purchase message by going to the Hunter Guild and finding the information trading area. When you do, there will be a Hunter Guild contractor who will make a contract to ensure that you can't spread that message for a certain period of time. Understood. Good lord, the Hunter Guild really doesn't even spare mosquito legs. This money can even be earned. After spitting, Wen Tin walked out of his personal kitchen and followed the staff's reminder to find the message that old Jean had trafficked. Thunder Fae related message, source King Kong, message provider credibility rating 8.6, selling price 50,000 message updated 5 minutes ago, has been purchased 3 times. Heh, sure enough, you can't trust the flattery coming out of this guy's mouth. Not a single word of it is reliable. But looking at the ratings, this guy was still reliable in terms of message accuracy. After slapping the message he saw to old Jean, it wasn't long before another message appeared that was specifically discounted for Wen Tin appeared, and the two of them also completed the transaction remotely under the witness of the Hunter Guild's contractors. A mental imprint was struck into his mind, and within a month, Wen Tin could not disclose it to anyone else in any way, or else he would be subject to a mental sanction and be permanently banned from purchasing messages from the Hunter Guild. After the contract was signed, Wen Tin was also informed of the content of the message. The place where the suspected Thunder Fae was found was on the outskirts of the Eternal Mountain Range in the Apricot Grove province. Large red thunderstorms had occurred here 3 times in just 2 months, with the latest one just 3 days ago. According to the local hunter team's survey, the concentration of thunder elements here increased in a stepwise manner and would disappear in a short period of time. The reason for this phenomenon, Lao Jean hypothesized, was due to the excessive number of thunder demonic beasts in this area. According to the law, the next thunderstorm will most likely occur within a month, and judging by the power of the red thunder, it is more than 5 times that of regular thunder. As for whether or not it was a Thunder Fae had yet to be confirmed, but even if it wasn't a Fae present, it would still be an excellent place to break through the Fae and cultivate the Thunder Fae. After learning the content of the news, Wen Ting clenched his fists, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Wen Ting knew best how strong the Shadow Department was after obtaining the Fae. This time, he had to fight for the Thunder Department Fae, no matter what he said. There was still at least 3 weeks of preparation time. It was imperative to raise his realm as much as possible. Breaking through the Great Realm was definitely unrealistic, but the late bone forging stage could still be worked on. The prerequisite is to be able to find the right bone-forging ingredients. Thinking of this, Wenting looked at the only 110,000 left in his card inside. Money is really not enough to spend. Going back, he had to find someone to fund some more. Just when he was in a difficult situation, he felt a little bit of pure gold alien energy being born in his body. Not daring to delay, he rushed back into the middle of his personal kitchen and sat down to meditate. This was a crucial step to replenish the gold system's supernatural energy, so he couldn't afford to be sloppy. He couldn't afford to collect another $300,000 to buy raw materials in a short period of time. None of the raw materials in this dish were in season, and among them, the fire spirit peppers were even transferred from outside the province, which also caused the cost to be extremely high. Wisps of pure gold energy, led by Wenting into the spiritual realm, a little bit of nourishing that group of atrophied cyclone. Steel-colored cyclone, by this energy nourishment, visible spirit up, color gradually become bright, rotating speed is no longer so dragging like a kidney deficiency youth. The process of nourishment went on for an exceptionally long time, and when Wenting woke up, it was already dark outside. When he stood up and once again ran his gold system supernatural ability, both the speed and intensity of the elemental enchantment were a notch stronger than before. There was already no difference between him and an innate awakened. Wenting didn't rush back. Instead, he picked up the bottle of level 3 elemental potion and took a gulp. Striking while the iron was hot, he wanted to dislike his gold system ability to level 3 today. The elemental content inside the level 3 elemental potion was exceptionally rich, and the majestic elemental energy was pulled and quickly surged into the cyclone in Wenting's spiritual area. The cyclone, which emitted an icy steel color, began to expanding its territory, consciously fighting for the areas of the 3 lineages that had bullied it before, as if it was reclaiming the field it had been in when it was weakened. Sensing the threat, the shadow lineage was not at all accustomed to exuding a cold and dangerous fey aura, and in a split second, it forced back the complacent gold lineage cyclone, scaring it away from crossing the border. Wenting looked at this rather humanized scene and smiled. When he opened his eyes again, the golden system had already reached the middle of the 3rd level. Only when he took out his cell phone to watch the time did he realize the dozen or so missed calls from Yaoyu. Chapter 123, Going Home. Done, muted my cell phone in order to focus on promotion. I hope Mr. Yao's side won't be too angry. With trepidation Wenting dialed the phone was connected almost immediately. Not waiting for Wenting to speak, Yaoyu's anxious voice came. I drop a mother ancestor, you can finally answer the phone. I was so anxious that I almost called the police. Wenting touched his earlobes and explained slightly awkwardly, I'm sorry, just absorbed the elemental potion to promote, the phone mute. Elemental potion? Promotion? After Wenting and Yaoyu briefly explained, Yaoyu, apart from being a little surprised as to where Wenting got the money from, did not dwell on this issue anymore, but informed him about the individual tournament. Chu Hon, this pitiful old fox, really did treat this voluntary help as the judging standard for the individual tournament. Unlike the previous one-on-one to determine the strongest, he had instead chosen to use the number of demonic beasts hunted as the standard for judging. After having these few extremely unreliable matches, several of the varsity team leaders had guessed that there might be a solo match, but there were still most of them who had not realized it, and were just going through the motions of purely helping out and not selling their efforts. Even Zhang Ziyu scolded Chu Hong and the other organizers, and then directly returned to the imperial capital early, not participating at all. The two from Shangyuan had similarly miscalculated because their leader hadn't reacted, plus they were in a bad mood. In the end, miraculously, Let Lu Resistance and Zhao Shidong, 2 people picked up the leak, successfully got the 3rd and 4th. The 1st and 2nd place were won by Zhang Hao and Ling Shueshing. Ling Shueshing didn't choose an alien potion, so it was cheaper for Zhao Shidong, who came in 4th. After roughly understanding the situation, Yaoyu told him that the provincial competition was going to be held in March next year in Qingqing City. Because he didn't participate in the individual competition, he could only compete in the team competition quota. Wenting, whose mind was all on the Eternal Mountain Range's Thunder Fae, wasn't as enamored with the competition, so he didn't say much. After hanging up the phone, Wenting walked out of his personal kitchen and found that the Hunters Guild in Iha City was still brightly lit, so he stopped by and strolled around, cruising to see if he could find a level 3 recipe that was conducive to forging bones. After half an hour of careful selection, Wenting finally found a recipe that could be beneficial for forging bones: Black Jade Bone Forging Cream. Recipe: Black Jade Bone Forging Cream. Quality: Grade 3. Ingredients needed: a pair of granite ox horns, a portion of sheep bone marrow from the Snowy Range, a caddy of ice congealing tea leaves. Consumption effect: after oral intake can quickly repair the broken bones, make it more tough, insist on taking can make the bones as tough as iron. People die of bone is not bad. Production steps: pan cattle horn cleaned, high temperature steaming after grinding and crushing, and the Snow Ridge sheep bone marrow mixing and soaking with ice condensation tea water. Without hesitation, Wen Ting brought all of the last 1100,000 to buy ingredients. This time completely poor. Forgetting the time, Wen Ting simply didn't go back. Anyway, the 24 hours of personal kitchen rental, there is still a long time. These things to take back is also a trouble, not as good as directly into the finished product. The only thing that makes Wen Ting slightly regret is that he can't go back to the bell bath or enjoying. Another loss. For a whole night, Wen Ting painstakingly worked within his personal kitchen, making the black jade forging bone cream, and by the time it was finished, the sky had already dawned. Yawning, Wen Ting put away the black jade bone forging cream, which was filled with a whole mineral water, walked out of the Hunter's Guild, and returned to Bell's Bath capital with the cold wind of the early morning, either with a shadow escape or an electric flash. When I came, I didn't feel how expensive it was to take a taxi, and after I was poor, how much the early morning meter went up. Wen Ting was extremely sensitive. Anyway, they are all cultivators, don't hurt your wallet if you can use your powers to catch up. After returning to the hotel to catch up on sleep, within a few hours, Wen Ting was shaken awake hard by Zhao Shidong, the dog. "Little Ting Ting, get up, the sun is shining on your ass." Hearing Zhao Shidong's indebted voice, Wen Ting burst into flames, and kicked out. Surprisingly, he kicked empty? Wen Ting rubbed his eyes and sat up, only to see Zhao Shidong's voice slowly getting up from among the shadows. "I accidentally even let you discover my shocking secret, worthy of being the talented martial artist Little Ting Ting who led our northern plains to win the championship. Ha ha. If you dare to call out to me with that disgusting motion again, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to be tempered with electric shocks." Wen Ting sat up with a dark face. Zhao Shidong still had a big smile, but he wasn't getting any more smug. It's not like I just awakened my supernatural ability and showed it off in front of you." "What, was the shadow escape cool just now?" Wen Ting looked at Zhao Shidong's raised eyebrows and excited expression, and also pitted him for not being easy, and didn't hit him too hard. "Pretty cool, just can't carry electricity. After all, a level 4 shadow system is just like that." Zhao Shidong. "Aha. Damn it, I'm having fun, can't I say 2 good words?" Zhao Shidong's face reddened with anger, and with a Tarzan press he pounced on Wen Ting, crushing him to sleep. Borrowing from the two men's scuffle, Lu Zong wiped his hair with a towel and walked in and said, "Stop messing around. Mr. Yao said that he would borrow public funds to take us for a day of fun, so get up now." Wen Ting kicked Zhao Shidong away before rolling over and getting out of bed. Seeing Lu Zong still looking at himself, Wen Ting asked somewhat strangely, "What's wrong?" Lu Resistance coughed lightly before saying, "Nothing, I'm just curious about how you knew that I had awakened the light system." After saying that, he turned his head and left. Wen Ting cocked his head? "No, did I ask you?" Seeing the two of them leave back and forth, the corners of Wen Ting's mouth also unconsciously hooked up, heartily happy for them. Having been sparring with them all this time, he could naturally see the longing in their eyes every time he unleashed his powers. Now it was good, and the two were getting what they wanted. Wen Ting would be able to create the appropriate dishes for them to help them nourish their supernormal abilities to the level of the innate. However, this would bring potential dangers, easily exposing their own specialness, and the consequences of the alien ability being exposed was something that Wen Ting could not afford. After shaking his head and organizing his thoughts, he gathered with his teammates in the cafeteria, listening to their thrilling tussle yesterday, acting as a qualified comic relief. From Zhao Shidong's imitation of Chu Hong, Wen Ting also knew the reason why Chu Hong made the individual match so complicated. What we want to cultivate is not a selfish strong man, but a responsible guardian. Of course, he said this purely to express his character. Yayu also knew that the next training would be very hard, so he also took the opportunity to bring them to have a good day of crazy fun in Iha City. In the evening, after experiencing the soup pools and massage master's skills at the Bellbath capital once again, on the next day, Wen Ting and the others embarked on the road home. The same 4-hour journey, unlike the stuffy journey, the return journey was filled with laughter and singing, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily relaxing. After returning home, Yao Yu very thoughtfully prepared his gold system skills. Chapter 124. What excuse should I use to take a vacation? Righteous fathers give a favorable review, bawling out. Yao Yu did not bring all the skills from level 1 to 3, but selectively picked 4 skills for Wen Ting. This can effectively reduce the burden of learning for Wen Ting. The first was the core skill of the gold system, the level 2 skill Body of Steel, which casts steel on the entire body. There was no way to break the defense without special means. At first, Zhang Hao relied on this to stand and jack the crowd like an iron kingpin, which made Wen Ting envious. Isn't this thing stronger than thunder battle armor? The remaining 3 were each 3rd level skills. Divine Soldier Manifestation can have to rely on their own supernatural ability to manifest steel cast weapons, the strength of the user's ability to determine the strength of the user. With this skill, Wen-Ting did not have to limit himself to the Tianqian gun, and could pull out a spear to fight anytime, anywhere. Although there was still no comparison between the one he had materialized and the one crafted by the artisan, the Tianqian gun that had an increase in lightning skills, it was convenient. More importantly, Wen-Ting no longer needed to spend extra money on steel needles. He could save a good amount of money. Of the 2 remaining skills, Wen-Ting was particularly interested in one of them, Capture Gold and Forge Jade. It was said that the creator of the skill was Ming Ming, a blacksmith who liked to read novels, and the name of the skill was also extraordinarily tuneful. Raiding gold and forging jade is a means of refining iron, capable of slowly assimilating iron weapons into itself in repeated contact with them, and breaking them down into pure elements to supplement its own supernatural abilities. This was also the reason why Zhao Shidong didn't dare to go on stage with his weapon to fight against Zhang Hao before. Not only did he lose his weapon during the fight, but he also gave the other party back his blue mouth, so who could stand it? The last skill is called Shattered Gold, which brings together the power to explode at one point, and the power explosion can easily shatter gold and crack rocks, belonging to the skill of Close Combat Explosion. Unlike the full force of the 1,000 crowns, Shattered Gold does not directly drain Wen-Ting's supernatural energy, and the amount of energy consumed is quite considerable. After seeing this skill, Wen-Ting was already wondering if he could use the 2 in combination. The all-out strike of 1,000 June, and the concentrated 1-point burst of Shattered Gold seemed to be really suitable. It was also unknown if Yao Yu had considered it that way when he chose the supernatural ability for himself. In the days that followed, Wen-Ting practiced extraordinarily playfully. All day long, he pulled Lu Resistance and Zhao Shidong to forge his bones. With the assistance of the Black Jade Bone Forging Cream, the process of forging bones was much faster. However, this fast process was only compared to others, and it only took a week for Wen-Ting to reach the middle stage from the early stage of bone forging. However, Wen-Ting did not tell them about his changes. He just used the changes granted by the gold alien ability to put it off. Otherwise, if they knew that the path that they had used months to advance on, Wen-Ting had used a week to speed through it, and that the results were even better than theirs, their Dao hearts would have collapsed in an instant. It doesn't matter how their heart is, Wen-Ting is afraid that these 2 goods will vent their dissatisfaction on him. Previously, when forging bones, these 2 goods have not rarely taken advantage of Wen-Ting cannot move, put their own stinky socks under his nose. Simply not a person. During Wen-Ting's preparations, Yan Sancher, who hadn't been heard from for a long time, suddenly came to the phone in the middle of the night. Mr. Yan. You. Brat, having a thunder system isn't enough, but even awakened a gold system with an artificial ability. What kind of ingredient is that thing? I didn't tell you in the first place, did I? You're planning to piss me off, aren't you? Wen-Ting turned the cell phone away from his ear, squinting his eyes and pursing his lips as he silently endured the anger on the other end of the phone. Yan Sancher was obviously not relieved. How many times have I told you that having more powers is not a good thing? If you really want powers, then absorb the Fae to get them. The powers obtained by artificial powers are just a castrated version of garbage. Why are you so calm? Seeing Yan Sanchi's effort to catch his breath, Wen-Ting replied in a low voice, Teacher, don't be angry first. Although there are drawbacks to the awakening of artificial xenomancy, it's not impossible to undo it, isn't it? And the addition of the gold system can better perfect my martial way. Bull martial way. Yan Sancher on the other end of the phone interrupted in a rage, I watched the video of your match, and the fight was so stifling. Is this how I taught you to use the Overlord gun? Always thinking about your own safety and not getting hurt to hit people, looking ahead and back, and just bullying people's girl dolls with the succubus's dominance. What was said was really hard to hear. Wen-Ting grimaced as he listened to Yan Sanchi's admonishment. Yan Sancher said what he said, but he still gave a solution. When Lao Fu finishes avenging himself, he'll take you kid to find a gold Fae to properly replenish your trash alien ability. And also, the mystery of the Overlord gun lies in bullying, not bullying women. If you dare to use the Overlord gun as a succubus gun again, don't blame your teacher for cleaning up the house. Do. Yan Sancher was obviously furious and didn't even give Wen-Ting room for sophistry, directly hanging up the phone. Succubus gun. People Jianglu has already forged bone consummation, moreover, people's knife law can be much more powerful than me, I'm a forged bone pre-taking head with people bully off. Wen-Ting couldn't help but to defend himself with a few words of sophistry. But it was also true that from Yan Sanchi's ugly words, he knew the predicament he was currently encountering with the Overlord gun. Ever since Yen Sancher had left, the Overlord gun had indeed suffered in Wen Ting's hands. Every time it was used, it was also used to crush the weak, whereas when facing the strong, Wen Ting generally focused more on the use of his supernatural abilities and his control of the situation. Can sneak attack on sneak attack, can group beating will never fight alone, as long as can win. Wen Ting do not care whether it is bright and honorable. This kind of practice naturally and efficiently helped him win the championship, but in terms of martial arts, his practice at the moment was more like a treacherous man who used plots and tricks, far away from the Supreme King who was the only one who respected himself. It's time to adjust the battle mindset, Wen Ting reflected with a frown. Yen Sancher had told him a long time ago that martial arts focused on the Tao, not the means used. The reason why the Overlord gun had become Yen Sancher's mastery was precisely because the process of practicing it also clarified the path of martial arts that one was on, and allowed one to better scrutinize one's own martial arts path. So in the next few days, Wen Ting integrated the Thunder and Gold system's supernormal abilities with the domineering martial arts style of the Overlord gun to focus on practicing, and sure enough, he made rapid progress in the use of the gun technique. At the same time, Wen Ting also completely mastered the 4 skills of the Gold system and utilized them freely. 2 weeks of more time passed quickly, and Wen Ting also managed to force himself to step into the late bone forging realm, and was only one step away from bone forging perfection. However, time no longer allowed him to take this step, because the talk of the possible descent of the Thunder Fae had already spread widely, and quite a few people who wanted to take their chances had already begun to travel to the Eternal Mountain Range in the Apricot Grove province in large quantities. As for the school side, what made things difficult for Wen Ting was that it was just about time for the final exams. On the other side, Yayu was also preparing for the vacation to bring them to intensive training, and with Wen Ting as the main force, it was hard for Yayu to let go easily. Directly said to go to compete for the Thunder System, Faye estimated that even Xia Huaimin had to come over to stop him. A little Karami who had just stepped into the 3rd level, running into the middle of a group of 4th and 5th level Xenos and Chi practicing realm martial artists to grab some meat, was simply like beating a lantern into a hut, looking for. What excuse should I use to take a vacation? Chapter 125 Malicious Attack. Write some book reviews to pull people in. What? Taking time off for finals? Are you crazy? Wang Yong's already rough voice was even louder, making it quite difficult for Wen Ting, who had outstanding ear power. Teacher, lower your voice, I came over just to inform you that the principal has already approved the leave. Wen Ting did not have the good sense to rub his ears, for himself this class teacher extraordinarily speechless. The principal approved the vacation. Wang Yong, who was Wen Ting's new homeroom teacher, was extraordinarily confused. Why is it that you, a student, can cross over me as the class teacher, Yayu as the leader, and the teaching office, and directly ask the principal for a leave of absence? Just because you led the team to achieve the credit of not winning the championship preliminaries for 5 years? Well, this is indeed possible. The problem is that the principal really gave you approval? Wang Yong naturally didn't believe it and immediately called the principal for confirmation, and after hanging up the phone, he looked at Wen Ting with an extraordinarily suspicious expression. What did you say to the principal? Wen Ting shrugged with a smile, that is to say that there is something to go out. Fooling the ghost? Wang Yong's thick eyebrows raised. If this was really the reason, the principal wouldn't release him easily. Hey, it's just using a little bit of connections. Wen Ting waved his hand. So what, Mr. Wang? When Mr. Yao comes over to look for you, just say that I didn't come to school, huh? I can't come back for a while. Question mark. Wang Yong smelled a hint of something bad, and was about to call out to Wen Ting to ask him, but who knew that he would actually move his electric flash, and was gone in the twinkling of an eye. Just shortly after Wen Ting left, Yayu ran furiously all the way shouting Wang Yong's name to call out to him. Teacher Yao, here to look for Wen Ting? Seeing him nodding, Wang Yong said with an odd expression, that kid told me to tell you that he didn't come to school. Yaoyu's face twisted in anger. That kid. I saw him just now. What's wrong with that kid? He didn't even take the final exams, he's being secretive, the key principal even granted him a leave slip. Do you know what's going on? Yayu glances at him in a bad mood. If I want to know, why do I need to block him? The principal is also old and confused, not just a championship, C2 is spoiled. Wen Ting was relieved to see that Yayu didn't come after him. This time, he could not find any good reason to take a leave of absence, so he simply brought out his certificate of joining the inspection team and let the principal approve his leave. Fortunately, having just won the preliminaries for the school, the principal was extremely tolerant of himself and directly gave his final grade a perfect score, but at the same time, he also gave himself higher expectations in the provincial tournament. A martial artist who has already forged bones in the late stage, there is really no need to compare with a group of people in the blood refining stage, purely abusing vegetables. Mom Lin Yulan there when Ting explained it much simpler, said there are masters with their own secret training. Mom painfully did not ask more. When Ting back on the brand new travel bag, put on a new clothes, and set off towards the passenger terminal. He needed to go to Weha City before he could take the train to Xinglin province. Just after taking a taxi to the passenger terminal, the veins in Wen Ting's forehead jumped up, an unpleasant feeling lingered in his heart and felt extraordinarily strong. Wen Ting's eyes abruptly tightened. Malicious perception. Someone was planning to make a move against himself? Unfortunately, the malicious perception was extraordinarily vague, unable to locate the exact source of the malice. Master, stop at the corner in front of you, then continue driving to your destination. I'll pay as usual. Ha? Okay. Young man, you're not going to have an affair behind your girlfriend's back, I'm telling you anon, this. Wen Ting. The driver can be regarded as the master to receive the words. Wen Ting sat in the back and always observed the back to the car, and did not notice a tracking vehicle, but still insurance, in the corner quickly get off the car, into the alley, observing the sky as well as the back of the suspicious vehicles. Waiting for a long time, Wen Ting also did not find anyone following. After thinking about it, Wen Ting gave up the cheap bus, randomly found a private long distance, and spelled sit to Weha City. Until the car drove out of the northern plains, the malicious perception that made Wen Ting feel uncomfortable only then subsided. Rubbing the corner of his forehead, Wen Ting thought about it and sent a message to Xia Menglan, sister, what's the latest news from Yang Ming's side? The opposite message replied quickly. Big devil, yo, my dark line little brother, after winning the championship you finally remembered that you still have a top boss, right? Wen Ting. Big devil, you don't have to worry about Yang Ming's side, it doesn't pose a threat, I can't say more, you can experience it yourself. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I can't say more than that? Yang Ming's value has been squeezed almost to the point where it's time to get rid of him? Wen Ting, it's just that I'm not happy to see him still dashing around outside, so I'm concerned about his demise. Big devil, this you can rest assured, my dad means black, not to squeeze all his value dry, he wants to die cannot die. Is it really good to talk about one's own old man like this? Judging from Big Devil's words, Yang Ming's side had already taken care of itself, and even if he was planning to fish out of water, Xia Menglan's priority was definitely higher than his own. It didn't make sense that one's hatred was pulled so strongly. After chatting with the Big Devil for a few more sentences, Wen Ting closed his cell phone and endured the earth-shattering snoring of the uncle next to him, and struggled to fall asleep. Outside the campus of the First Martial High School in North Plains City, Bao Baishan bought 2 bunches of sugar gourds and followed in Mushy, smiling as he handed one out to her. Mu Shi, come and taste a sugar gourd. Lin Jiqiang's news has been inquired about. That kid has already been released from the mental hospital, probably tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow he will be able to come back. It is rumored that he may squat to our class. And Mu Shi pouted and took a sugar gourd, bit down on one, her pink cheeks puffed up and chewed, saying vaguely, what bad luck, if only the wishing wall was still there, and Mr. Shadow hasn't shown up for a long time. Ugh, has Lin Jiqiang inquired somewhere recently? And Mu Shi blinks her bright eyes and looks at Bao Baishan. He, of course inquired well, but final exams over there just. And La has said well with Mr. Wang, team has you a share, hold tight sister thigh, guaranteed to take you off. Bao Baishan face piled on a smile, I heard sophomore is good buddy said, tonight Lin Jiqiang to be in the veterans barbecue and they celebrate their own out of the hospital, as for what time well, I'm not sure. Yes, that's enough to know. Alas, if only I could be favored by the principal like my senior brother. Not having to take exams is too good. And Mu Shi sighed as she nibbled on a sugar gourd. Ting Shen's talent is indeed perverted, let's not compare ourselves to perverts, it's easy to be autistic. Speaking of which, do you know what Ting Shen did? Bao Baishan upheld his work ethic and worked hard to gather news. And Mu Shi grunted, I know, but what price are you going to pay? Bao Baishuan's face was bitter, how much does it hurt our friendship to talk about the price of our relationship? 2 people are walking, suddenly in front of their eyes suddenly appeared a person. That person is tall and stylish like a runway model, wearing a long tweed coat, surrounded by a plaid scarf, wearing rimless glasses and smiling to give a feeling of extra gentleness. Hello guys, I'm your teacher, can you tell me where Wen Ting went? Bao Baishan and Mu Shi were briefly puzzled for a moment, then their expressions returned to their natural selves and they greeted the man. And Mu Shi skimmed her mouth slightly aggrieved, I also don't know where senior brother went out to play and didn't even call me, at the loss of the teacher at first also let him guide me more, humph. Bao Baishan scratched his head, I only know that Ting Shen asked the principal for a leave of absence, because of this Teacher Wang and Teacher Yao are furious. As for where he went, I really don't know. The man nodded, like this, then how much do you all know about Wenting? Teacher is very interested. Chapter 126, What a coincidence soon to be out of new editions. Bao Bao Baishun said without any thinking disorder at all. That goes without saying. Tingshin is the most diligent I've ever seen. You do not know the winter, before dawn to practice. And very righteousness, at that time heard he Jian out of the matter, also do not care about a few senior guys, go up as a beating, if I can also win Tingshin into this degree of brotherhood is good he. And Musher nodded his head repeatedly agreeing with Bao Bao Baishun's words, then said with a small serious face. At his side is also extraordinarily secure, I was. The man listened carefully, then inquired, then do you know where Mr. Shadow is? Pao Baishun shook his head, not sure, I only know that he is very close to Tingshin. And Musher similarly shook her head. Slightly disappointed, the man sighed, you are all the best students, listen to me, in 3 seconds you will forget my presence and will not remember this conversation. After saying this he crossed between the two men and quietly counted, 3, 2, 1. After both Pao Baishun and Mushi walked forward for a while with 2 eyes, they winced almost simultaneously and continued their conversation without any obstacles. Then I'll trade you the gossip about Ishigaki Hei being cheated on by 3 girlfriends? Ha? He's been green so badly, or does he have a fetish for that? It's about time you told me where Tingshin went. Mr. Yao all but promised me that if I told him his whereabouts, the final exam proctor would let me off the hook. After 4 hours of long distance, the private car had arrived in only 3 hours. After Wenting swept the bill, he stretched his back and entered the train station with his traveling bag. By the end of the year the train station was the peak time for traveling, and there was a lot more foot traffic than before. It is good that when I bought the ticket at that time, I grabbed a sleeper, a total of 13 hours of travel. Just as Wenting got on the bus to check his ticket, he suddenly heard a familiar voice and said in surprise. Hey yo hey, you're also getting on this train. What a coincidence, you're not hitting on that thing too, are you? Zhang Hao? Wenting twisted his head to look at the long line behind him, and the first thing he saw was that iconic halogen egghead. He was greeting Ling Xueqing enthusiastically. Ling Xueqing, yeah, there's an even bigger coincidence, Shin Shuyu from Shinyuan, Shin Shuyao, and that Zhang Ziyu who was eliminated earlier also here, mumbled they're sitting right next to each other. Zhang Hao followed Ling Xueqing's reference and soon saw the 3 people sitting on the chairs without lining up. Good lord, you guys didn't grab the airplane tickets either. Have you seen Wenting? That kid is a thunder system, this kind of good thing he doesn't get involved in it? He should not come, this kind of thing if there is no strong guard, basically is to send a person's head. Also, how many carriages you are I brought poker, want to play together It's more than 10 hours, it's too boring. I have no opinion. Wenting turned around and put on his coat and hat, lifted his collar, and did not recognize and talk with them. If he really hugged them, many of his supernatural abilities would not be able to be demonstrated, but would instead be a drag. At the same time, he also felt a hint of pressure on this trip. It was obvious that the news of this trip had spread very quickly, even he who was in the northern plains had inquired about it, not to mention the people from other provinces that were closer to the Eternal Mountain Range. This isn't an academy competition, which is a sectional competition based on strength or age, but a real step into the world of hunters, the Fey competition that is closest to death. I don't know how fierce the competition for the Fey will be at that time, can't be full of people on the mountains. Wentin suddenly felt that he was somewhat idealizing this action. Also, there is really no opportunity to take it as going out to get a long view, using the 4 Xenos to fight real battles is also good, after all, real battles are the fastest way for martial artists to progress. Wenting took the ticket, according to the cue card, with the martial artist's athletic hands to take advantage of the crowd has not yet come, grabbed the first from the carriage to find his own bed. His luck was good, it was the most comfortable lower bunk. The newly purchased backpack was full and extraordinarily heavy, when Ting placed the bag on the luggage rack aligned with the upper bunk before anyone else. Just so a moment of effort, behind them quickly came with a large bag of people, a squeeze a walk in the narrow aisle, the quiet car immediately lively. When Ting grabbed before people over, jumped down from the ladder, lying on his bed to give way to the people coming and going. In this effort, wearing a pink down jacket, scarf is frozen white by the haze of the old lady walked to Wenting's compartment, put down the hands of objects wrapped in sheets, gasping for breath to find their own beds. Oops, how come it's the top bunk? Immediately afterward, she turned her gaze toward Wenting, child you. Without saying a word, Wenting immediately collapsed on the bed, decisively closed his eyes and turned around, pretending not to hear. The old lady took her ticket awkwardly in mid-air, so when Ting's unhappiness, turned and said with a smile, "Young man, you misunderstand. I don't want to change beds with you. Auntie knows that the lower bunk is more expensive than the upper bunk. I just want to entrust you to help me put my luggage up, okay?" When Ting, slightly embarrassed, did not say anything, just silently got up, picked up the old lady's parcels, crossing the weaving flow of people smoothly placed on the luggage rack above. When he was about to come down, he saw Zhang Hao walking into the carriage from afar with his trademark smile. No way, should it be such a coincidence? When Ting cursed, and then said to the old woman below, who hastily thanked him, "Auntie, I'm young, why don't you stay in the lower berth?" Child, there's really no need. Auntie is not a person who relies on old age. Auntie's body is still strong. It's just that this bag is too heavy, so I asked you to help. When Ting looked at Zhang Hao, who was getting closer and closer, and immediately interrupted, "Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of our nation, so you can lie there. I like the top bunk." Saying this, he made a jump and lay down on the upper bunk. Child, then Auntie will make up the difference to you." "No, ma'am. Please don't say too much, and don't bring that self-satisfied person here. There are so many good people." The lady was very happy to get a bunk. "Hey, this is the right place, bunk 3. Zhang Hao's voice coincidentally sounded below, and when Ting couldn't help but close his eyes, turn his head, and cover his coat and hat. Should it be so coincidental? Young man, you can help me talk to the handsome guy above. Young people earn some money is not easy. The lady cannot take advantage of others based on their age. This money is the difference. You help me give him a bit." I said, "Ma'am, you really don't have to be so sincere at this time. Yo auntie, you have too much awareness, much better than those old men and women who morally kidnap. Leave it to me." Only to see Zhang Hao's skillful hands picking the edge of the bed, sitting on the opposite side of the bed, and familiarizing himself with Wen Ting's hand. "Hey brother, auntie made up the difference for you, it would be impolite to refuse it again and on." "No need," Wen Ting said in a low voice without looking back. "Hey, you this person money are too." Not right How is this voice so familiar? Zhang Hao curiosity together, a big hand of bara surprisingly did not pull Wen Ting. "Not, buddy, you girl politeness. Come up and make a move on an uncertain stranger Dude, you practiced surprisingly no reaction, you are not recognize me Quickly let me see the face." Zhang Hao grasped the bedside guardrail and directly stuck his head over. When Ting knew that he couldn't hide, piled on a stiff smile, slowly turned his head and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, what a coincidence, you also helped the old lady Yo. This is not my brother Ting. I told you that I heard a familiar voice all the way over." Zhang Hao smiled extraordinarily cheaply. Chapter 127 Zhang Hao's fateful history. The child is running out of food. "Hello Principal Lu, I'm an agent from the Inspection Bureau. I want to come over to find out where Wen Ting has gone, he's missing." Principal Lu, who was dealing with the documents, looked up at the person who entered and frowned when he heard the news of Wen Ting's disappearance. "Missing? It can't be possible And isn't he one of your inspectorate's hidden lines that was transferred out to work?" The man was a bit surprised. "Are you sure he's from the inspectorate?" "Yes, there are documents with official seals. I can't be wrong about this." "Do you know where he went?" "No, he said it was a secret mission." "Thank you, Principal, for your cooperation. Remember, we haven't met or talked to each other." With that said, the man walked calmly out of the office and pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Yang, I should have told you very clearly that we don't take orders from official personnel, right? Wen Ting is an inspector. Such important information you dare to hide. Do you really think that we wouldn't dare to move you under Xiao Huaimin's eyes? Or is it a threat in disguise?" "What? Wen Ting is an inspector?" On the other side, Yang Ming said in a surprised tone. The man walked in the middle of the students and teachers. All those who passed him automatically ignored him. The man maintained his poise, gazed charitably at the passing students. "Put away your petty thoughts. It's not true that we need quality experimental materials. Both Mr. Shadow, as you said, and this Wen Ting are ideal first-class materials, but we're not arrogant enough to go against the officials right now. As for you, just obediently wait for Xiao Huaimin's butcher knife to fall on your neck. As your long-term collaborators, we'll take care of your 2 illegitimate children in Cabler Corporation." Yang Ming heard the threatening meaning in the other party's mouth, and he calmly said, "Oh, we're all old friends, so I won't beat around the bush." According to reliable sources, Wen Ting learned about that Thunder Fay in Apricot Grove province from the mouths of news vendors a few weeks ago, and according to the time projection, the timing of the next Fey manifestation should be just a few days from now. Where do you suppose he'll be going at this moment? The man didn't say anything, squinting his slender gloved fingers, extremely rhythmic points on the marble balcony. Yang Ming continued, the forbidden area outside the safe zone, a small local genius of the third level of dual cultivation of foreign martial arts, said no and gone, the next time you want to find such an excellent experimental material, I do not know when to wait for it. You also want to go further with the doctor. Find a way to take me to escape from Xiao Huaimin here. I have accumulated a lot of good things over the years. I heard that your spiritual department is stuck at the 5th level for quite a long time. It just so happens that old me has a Tianshan Snow Lotus. I was thinking of using it when I step into the condensed spirit realm, as well as some secret assets in the country, which I won't be able to use once I'm gone. The man's breathing gradually became heavy, the fingers tapping on the marble also became faster and faster, not long before he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Ah, Boss Yang, this kind of thing you told me earlier, out of nowhere more of these suspicions, more suspicion Oh, is my not old man here to give you an apology? Your matter is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, that is to say, your son in prison can know our things? You know, the doctor doesn't like too many people who know him. I had his memory washed. I'm afraid that's not safe. Don't let him go too painfully, he's terrified of pain. You're still a good father, even remembering this detail about your son. The man snorted in mockery before adding. Just wait, you will see the opportunity, as for whether you can grasp it or not, depends on whether your life is good or not. I hope you can also hold on to your fortune, don't let the god of fortune slip away. The train started. Wen Ting sat on the bed of the lower berth and covered herself tightly, looking at Zheng Hao with her hands around her chest, coaxing the old lady to smile happily. Young man, come, try the hometown beef jerky of Auntie, all the cows killed and dried by yourself. It's delicious. Wen Ting didn't see anything special when he used his supernatural ability, so he gladly accepted the feeding from the elder lady. Zhang Hao also took the dried meat from the elder woman's hand and chewed it while looking at Wen Ting with amusement, covering his chest as if he was hurt by love with extra heavy performance marks. Buddy, you are also too unkind. Just now I was still in the train station thinking about your absence of such an important thing. The result is that you see buddies do not bring greetings, you are too hurt my heart. Don't bull me, how would I know if you several defeated men would join forces to pit against me outside the safe zone? Adhering to the guideline of questioning the other party first regardless of whether he was right or wrong, Wen Ting shifted the focus at the first opportunity. As expected, Zhang Hao exploded upon hearing about his defeated generals. I owe my violent temper. Ha! You guys are not good friends. How can you meet and shout at each other? Nowadays, it's a society based on the rule of law. Murder is to be held accountable. Wen Ting. Zhang Hao. Auntie, there is no need to be so serious at this time. Auntie, he and I are fooling around, there's no such thing. He just saw me remembering things that made me feel inferior and fought about it. Oh, it's good that you're not fighting. It's good that you're not fighting. You're all good kids, but you can't fight. Auntie here also has her own pickles, cakes, and fruits. Try them all, don't be polite. The elder lady smiled and pulled out all kinds of food from her big bag, just like a treasure box, entertaining the two of them. Zhang Hao, this familiar, not at all polite, give him he wants, the old man coaxed extraordinarily happy, as if her own grandchildren in general. After the three people got acquainted, the two people also finally had a chance to talk alone. Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed, I knew you wouldn't let go of the Fae, so what, interested in cooperating? Hee, there's only one Fae, it's all a fight to the death, what's the point of cooperating? Wen Ting said without a good mood. Hey, that's a desperate thing to say. Zhang Hao shook his head, you don't really think that people like you and I who acted alone have a chance to get the Fae, do you? You came out alone? Wen Ting raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Hao suspiciously. In his impression, someone like Zhang Hao, who was obviously from the imperial capital, naturally had a deep background, and if a talented junior like him wanted the Fae, the elders in his family would definitely not sit idly by. And how could they let him come to such a dangerous place to practice? Zhang Hao took a look at Wen Ting's expression and guessed, come on, you're also a kid who treats me as a rich second generation. Wen Ting looked at Zhang Hao's brand name clothes and asked doubtfully, give me a reason why you are not a rich second generation. Tisk, really looking down on people. Can't you be a rich generation? Zhang Hao said extraordinarily unconvincingly. Wen Ting, ? I think when my buddy was in junior high school, he unearthed an extremely strong financial quotient, discovered business opportunities early, used his best leverage to pry with a very small amount of capital, acquired a huge amount of assets, and moved his family to the imperial capital. Back then, brother was also a legend. Zhang Hao put up a sense of vicissitude of remembering the great days of the past, so that Wen Ting was a bit confused, and subconsciously asked, "How did you earn it?" Almost didn't cradle his teeth to say the second half of the sentence, "Bring me along to make money." Zhang Hao sneered, "Simple, I bought a lottery ticket and won $50 million. Wen Ting, I'll ask you redundantly. Chapter 128 about intelligence. Thanks to the righteous fathers for stepping in. The rating went up a little. Thanks. Wen Ting learned about Zhang Hao's family history from casual conversations. As a legendary rich generation, his parents were both martial artists, and his realm didn't even break through to the qi cultivation realm, but relying on the $50 million of capital, he did make a name for himself in the imperial capital and stabilized his footing. Zhang Hao also got the systematic cultivation in the imperial capital, only that this bastard can't eat the pain of the martial artist, but has a very high talent in the aspect of supernatural ability. But these talents in the imperial capital of those who grew up rolled life and death of the place, simply not enough to see, which is relying on the Iha origin back intends to rely on the local policy to get a good university. As for this time the Thunder System Fei, he is very open-minded. If you can take it, take it. If you can't take it as a brush with seniority to exercise yourself. The key, this is a good opportunity to make friends. Buddy, let me tell you one of the biggest advantages of my person, that's having many friends. Wen Ting pushed off his paw that was wrapped around his neck and said with deep feeling, "Yeah, when the little mouth opens all over the place are buddies." "Ha ha. You've grasped the essence," Zhang Hao said as he took a crunchy bite of the cucumber given by damsel and chewed. "We are also considered to be from the bottom, so we know an iron law, more friends, more roads, and this time, the news happened to be told to me by one of my buddies." Wen Ting was slightly suspicious. "Your buddy is so generous?" One should know that this news has been speculated to 50,000 apiece in the northern plains, and even if the price is cut, it's still $20,000. Can you tell others so easily? Zhang Hao nodded. "I can't say it's generous, it's just that in the northern plains a while ago there wasn't a shadow fey, I went there too," he said, waving his hand. "Oh my god, a sea of people, that's the grassland, anywhere else, there's no place to land." At that time, I knew that the shadow fey definitely didn't have my share. "Then where else did you charge?" Wen Ting raised his eyebrows. Zhang Hao grunted. "It's not finished yet, I met a lot of great guys there, that intelligence guy King Kong is a great one, I saved his life at that time, and the good guy said that he wanted to repay me for everything, and that's how I got this news." Worthy of being an intelligence guy, the people he knew could form a closed loop. In that case, it seems that old Gene man is not bad, at least he knows how to repay, but looking at him, he should have signed the contract as well, and the statute of limitation should not have passed yet. Zhang Hao continued, "So the purpose of my going over this time is also very simple, it's just to rush to broaden my network, and the Eternal Mountain Range can be said to be one of the most forbidden zones, going there on weekdays is purely a giveaway. Taking advantage of the appearance of the Thunder Fey, can also share the danger, the Fey cannot get rare beasts, spiritual plants, rare minerals and so on cannot be engaged in. As long as one does not die, this trip is definitely a sure thing. The two of us are mud legs in front of that group of forces that are really competing for the Fey. How about this, the mud legs will use the mud legs to stand and make money. Take a partner, act together, or have a care." Zhang Hao picked at his bare frowning muscles, his eyes secretly pushing the fall waves. Wen Ting pulled away and coughed lightly twice. "Fey, I can take as I can, it will definitely be risky, so we won't be together. Do you have other useful information here? Hey you, why would I give you free information if you're not going to act with me anymore?" Zhang Hao looked at Wen Ting with an expression that read, "I've never seen such a shameless person before." Wen Ting looked at him with a smile on his face. "If you don't want to broaden your network, I'll reluctantly take it as your first network to be broadened," he said. "Don't worry, if you encounter something life-threatening, Buddy will definitely have to cover you." The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched and waved his hand. "You're still reluctantly up for it? Am I some kind of very cheap person?" After a period of tugging and pulling, Wen Ting still learned from Zhang Hao about the composition of the big forces participating in this operation. This time, the emergence of the suspected Thunder Fey had alarmed a lot of regional powerhouses, and the key had also given a 3-month reaction time. This led to the fact that there were countless local powerhouses in the Apricot Grove province alone, and there were even more stragglers like them from outside the area. The closer the Fey reappeared, the more people knew about it, and the news naturally became worthless. According to Zhang Hao, this time, there were also guys from outside the country who were hitting on the idea of the Fey, and had already begun to infiltrate the Apricot Grove province on a large scale. The gossip said that usually at times like this, the officials, because of the lack of manpower, would offer bounties to the famous experts among them, each with a high bounty. Each time the Fae fight, the official will not be forced to collect, but will prioritize the maintenance of order, will give the hunters a period of time to savagely fight. Within the period of time, if someone succeeds in absorbing it, or absorbs half of it, the official will even provide protection. Of course, usually this kind of person will be invited by the official to become an honorary nature of the registered masters. The folk call this behavior as recruiting. However, if no one was able to subdue the Fae, only then would the officials send out a suitable military powerhouse for absorption. Based on past experience, this time was usually 1 month. After Zhang Hao finished telling what he knew, he looked at Wenting smilingly. "Buddy, but I told you everything I know. Don't forget what you promised Anan. I don't expect to help or anything. At least if there is a prey, spirit planter or something to be taken out, you have to find me first, Anan." "No problem." Wenting readily agreed. Having a reliable middleman could save him a lot of trouble traveling back and forth between the safe zone and the forbidden zone. "And, by the way, you've met with Ling Xuecheng and the others. Have you gotten any information about them? They're not like a mudblood like me. Their families all have their own backgrounds. If you really want to say that Zhang Ziyu is holding a grudge against Ling Xuecheng, the two of them will have to settle their grudges in the forbidden zone." Wenting raised his eyebrows. "Should we be so careful? What about the Shen family siblings? Is there any intention to find me in trouble?" "That's not true. Not everyone is Zhang Ziyu," was saying. Zhang Hao straightened up with a jolt and looked at Wenting vigilantly. "Buddy, you just couldn't be thinking of making the first move." Wenting snorted and said, "You said this is called prevention is better than cure." Zhang Hao looked at Wenting skeptically. "What if these two really intend to seek revenge on you? Who's to say what's unexpected in that mountain?" "Zhang Hao, I didn't realize that you, Wenting, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have such a dirty mind. So they really don't plan to find me trouble?" Wenting looked at Zhang Hao sincerely. Zhang Hao was full of speechlessness. Don't take Zhang Ziyu's small-mindedness to speculate about everyone. Which of us who came to a small place to grab a spot hasn't been struck down and lost face? How could it be worse than you? Besides, if you beat all of us up, it's the same as no one losing face, so what's the point of looking for you to take revenge? Wenting nodded. "That's good. Oh yeah, don't tell them you've seen me. Save yourself the trouble. Don't worry, I'm more afraid of you guys fighting than you are." Question mark. "Who told you that you're the only one I've been looking for? They are also my clients. If you guys fight, the one who gets hurt the most is still me." Chapter 129. A bunch of troubles. In the cold winter of the waxing moon, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky of the North Plains would be completely dark. North Plains Inspection Bureau Director's Office, Xiao Huaimin will organize the documents, one by one with a suction stone fixed on the whiteboard, and with a whiteboard pen next to the one by one to make a record. The more notes he recorded, the tighter Xiao Huaimin's frown became. Just as he continued to write, the cell phone on his desk suddenly rang. He reached out and chi energy surged up to stick to the phone and bring it over. "Hello?" On the opposite side was the voice of an inspector detachment leader. "The Hunter Guild of the Xiao Bureau's Hunter Guild is rioting en masse. I can't suppress it on my side anymore, requesting for reinforcements. I'll have Meng Lan go over." This side had just hung up the phone and called Xiao Meng Lan just to explain the situation, when the other side said, "Dad, I can't leave this side. I just received a report that the drinking water station was attacked and poisoned, and 5 people have already died. I'm about to go over there to deal with it." "What? Then you deal with that side first." Xiao Huaimin's brows were furrowed, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Just after deploying the manpower, immediately afterward, he heard a shocking bang, followed by a massive power outage. Xiao Huaimin twisted his head to look out of the window, looking into the distance, only to see that the place far away from the residential area was ablaze with fire. Thick smoke filled the air. There was a serious explosion at the power plant. The sirens of the ambulance, fire, and patrol teams sounded one after another, and the panic and wailing of people who didn't know what to do came from the streets. Xiao Huaimin looked back at the news he had assembled and was just about to move when his cell phone rang. This time it was a call from Mayor Chen. The content of the call was also simple. It was an order for Xiao Huaimin to bring people to hurry up and control the situation, not to go further to a worse point. He immediately rolled over and jumped out of the window, picking up his cell phone and calling Xiao Meng Lan. "Meng Lan, you first put down the matter at hand. First go to the prison and keep an eye on Yan Lingquan. Don't let anyone move him." "Yes." Xiao Huaimin called Deputy Director Zhao again to have him lead the personnel to maintain order in the city. At the same time, he himself quickly rushed towards Mingyang restaurant again, and in the meantime, he called Xiao Wansong, who was responsible for guarding Yang Ming. What's the movement of Yang Ming and the others? Bureau Xia? Oh, just now Yang Ming led his employees to have a late-night snack together, and suddenly the power went out. I've rushed in with my men to watch them, and he's right beside me. Give him the phone. Hello? Bureau Xia, it's so chaotic out there and you still don't forget to keep an eye on me, ah? Yang, sit upright. If you have evidence, you can arrest me directly. It's meaningless to engage in this house arrest. Xiao Huaimin slightly hesitated, then said, I now inform you that you have been requisitioned. Now take your people. Halfway through his words, Xiao Huaimin heard Yang Ming's tone on the other end of the phone gradually agitated. Yang Ming reigns over the North Plains for more than 10 years. I have never been subjected to such a wimpy gas. Go to your mother's inspection team. Today I just rushed to offend you. Xiao Huaimin also resolutely quit. #at goodbye. Said immediately hung up the phone. Xiao Huaimin heart is not good. Call again when the phone has not been able to get through. Yang Ming said, pulled out a blood-stained rag doll from his pocket, with Yang Ming's name written in blood on it, and in Xiao Huaimin's eyes, there was a strand of Yang Ming's soul floating on this rag doll. After taking the hands, Xiao Huaimin did not hesitate to pinch the doll, Yang Ming's wisp of soul and the doll damage when the mournful screams and howls, and finally with the shattered rag doll dissipated between heaven and earth. This was the blood and soul that Xiao Huaimin had forced Yang Ming to sacrifice after inviting him to eat a hongmen banquet after he had returned from the Ghost Gate. Facing a god condensation realm martial artist filled with murderous intent, Yang Ming wouldn't even have the chance to resist and could only obediently comply. For an insider like him, he knew exactly who had done it, and all that was missing was evidence on a legal level. Even if he was not involved in the assassination, Xiao Huaimin would not let go of the perfect excuse to eradicate the Yang family tumor. If you didn't do it, it had to be you. The reason why he didn't immediately kill or sentence, purely because the Yang family is disjointed, there are people behind the protection, and Yang Ming implicated in the funds, resources extraordinarily numerous. Without digging these out to kill Yang Ming, then the people behind him are dreaming of waking up laughing. However, times are different today. Most of the assets have been recovered by various means, and the backers behind him have been touched, so it was time to close the net. So Yang Ming's life was no longer a top priority. Not long, Xiao Huaimin arrived at the famous Yang restaurant. After the power outage here instantly connected to the generator is still brightly lit, strong push security after strong break into the restaurant. The store is still as usual. Guests gathered to dine have looked at wearing the uniform of the inspector Xiao Huaimin. Many people recognized Xiao Huaimin. Some people want to greet polite, but by his body emanation of the aura of fear do not dare to speak. Ignoring their surprised gazes, Xiao Huaimin rushed all the way to the top floor. There was Yang Ming's private guest house and residence. Before he even arrived, Xiao Huaimin could smell a heavy stench of blood. After violently pushing open the door, he saw a group of Yang Ming's personal guards in black uniforms all collapsed in a pool of blood. Among them were also those responsible for daily cleaning as well as special workers with revealing clothing. Xiao Wansong and a few inspectors, on the other hand, were guarding around a black package, their faces full of seriousness, noticing the movement at the door with some surprise. Bureau Xia, why are you here? Don't worry Yang Ming, I'm looking after him well. Xiao Huaimin roared, not good. The entire body's qi quickly surged out, instantly wrapping around the black package and forcefully swinging away from Xiao Wansong and the others. In the next second, an extremely strong muffled sound resounded in that ball of qi. The flames and smoke violently propped up the Air Force in a circle, and then it was quickly and fiercely suppressed by the Air Force again. Xiao Huaimin's forehead was filled with a trace of cold sweat. If he had not come in time, if he had been there for a few seconds at night, the entire Ming Yang restaurant would have been completely reduced to rubble. A ripple-like mental fluctuation slowly affects the Xiao Wansong and other people who just got up. Soon their eyes clear up, full of dumbfounded look around, face full of panic. Xiao Huaimin immediately spoke, you guys hurry to check if there are any other dangerous explosive items around. Don't cause a secondary explosion. Yes. Xiao Huaimin pulled out his cell phone again and dialed out several phone calls one after another, asking people to put a nationwide manhunt out for Yang Ming, and giving a special greeting to the customs and border defense people. He pulled out another exquisite compass from his body and placed Yang Ming's hair on it. This was a level 6 object finding instrument from the hands of a master, able to track down the target by virtue of the connection. Xiao Huaimin watched the compass scale sway back and forth as if it had lost its direction, and he sighed helplessly. After all, I let him get away, but how could he have a level 7 or higher magic weapon with his status? Yang family, it seems far from as simple as it appears. Just then, Xiao Manglan's phone call came, Dad, the prison is crazy. How is Yang Lingquan person? The neck has been gnawed by the crazy inmates for most of the time, other parts of the body have also suffered different degrees of gnawing. He is still a little bit of consciousness is estimated to not last too long. I'm taking him to find Dean Xiao. I'll be right there. Chapter 130 Eternal Town of Apricot Grove Province. Inside a high-speed SUV, Yang Ming, who was seriously injured and unconscious in the back row, slowly woke up with his head covered. His voice revealed an unstoppable weakness. Where is this? The man sitting in the passenger seat wearing a black tweed coat said in a calm tone. Xiao Huaimin is determined to get you killed. The first time he issued a wanted notice, the original plan is completely broken. Now you can't go anywhere except the Forbidden Zone. I will help you find a flying demonic beast to take you across the border to the Susa Federation. What about you after arriving over there and utilizing a body of force? You can make a comeback or maybe. Cough. Yang Ming covered his head, twisting his face as he slowly sat up, gasping for air to ease the pain from his soul. Xiao Huaimin's methods were indeed ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had obtained a spiritual tool for defending against curses from the doctor with his years of accumulation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out. Feeling his realm for a moment. The Sea of Qi had been destroyed for the most part, and his soul had suffered a heavy blow, so even if he recuperated, he would not be able to reach the God Condensation realm in this lifetime. His thick Qi energy from the Hanhai stage was gone, falling to the Spirit Stream stage, and he almost didn't even manage to keep the Qi practicing realm. To him, it was almost no different from being ruined. However, it was good that he didn't lose his life. He braced himself to ease up for a long time before saying, "This road can't be taken." Xiao Huaimin greeted the old wolves and eagles inside a while ago, and damn well brought me along. Well yo, martial artist as you so, is enough to suffocate. He is not forcing against you. Well, you then did not think of fish death net break? Yang Ming glanced at him and said in a bad mood, offended Xiao Huaimin, I wouldn't dare to show my face at most, like you so crazy to lay hands on civilians, absolutely dead without a burial place. It's fine, you have your back anyway. The man didn't care at all. Ch. It was that there was a high-level contract as a guarantee, otherwise Yang Ming felt in minutes that this madman would take advantage of his weakness to directly do a mental hypnosis and bury him in some Thai place as fertilizer. Since you can't leave the Forbidden Zone, what are you going to do? You can't just rely on me. I don't have a case yet. Don't want to renege on your debt, Anon. The contract has a statute of limitations. The current you can't beat me. Yang Ming pinched the corners of his eyes without thinking for too long, and immediately had a countermeasure. The normal way is not going out. Let's go to the Eternal Mountain Range in the Apricot Grove Province first. Borrowing the chaos there to escape the border is not difficult. Oh, you really dare to think, but well. Is really a feasible way, just so you can also help me catch that quality experiment. Maybe even catch two of them. The man was obviously in a much better mood, and his mouth began to gently hum an unknown tune. After nearly 13 hours of hard sleeper, when Ting finally arrived in Xinglin City. During this period of time, there was a living treasure like Zhang Hao as well as that old lady Ma by his side, so it wasn't boring. At the time of parting, Mrs. Ma carried her own big bag and said goodbye to Wen Ting, not forgetting to read a sentence when she was leaving. You two can be good Anon, don't always shout and kill, are good children. Be law-abiding, be a useful person to society. Don't worry auntie, I will supervise him well. Zhang Hao replied with an extremely shameless rush. Wen Ting similarly said, I will let him play his proper role. After seeing Elder Ma walk away, Wen Ting wrapped himself up tightly once again and didn't care about Zhang Hao's verbal fight for profit. Let's split up here, and when we enter the Forbidden Zone, we'll see how the situation connects. Alas, it's done. If you get hunted down and killed, remember to call, I'll avoid it in advance. Wen Ting rolled his eyes, if that's the case, I'll be the first to lead people to your side. After saying this, the two of them waved their hands and said goodbye. Walking out of the train station, Wen Ting realized that the crowd was even more crowded. Casually looking over, one could see scattered hunters wearing worn-out animal skin coats. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing their next trip. Wen Ting took out his cell phone and borrowed the navigation to find the passenger terminal not far away, and set off again without stopping towards Eternal Town, the border town of Apricot Grove Province. The place where the Thunder Fae appeared was in the forbidden area outside the safety of Eternal Town. The experience along the way could have confused Wen Ting. It wasn't too long of a walk, and almost every place where people gathered had a specialized wilderness gear mall open. Survival tools, tents, protective gear, weapons, restricted area guides, and other items were selling exceptionally well, and even the supplies in the superstores were also being purchased in a big way. The commercial economy was a thriving scene. This is the so-called Fae economy. On the way, Wen Ting heard Zhang Hao analyze this. Every time the Fae appeared, the official attitude was to strike last, giving enough time for the hunters to fight for the Fae. According to Zhang Hao, the Fae would only bring in one strong person at most, but because of the fight for it, it would attract a bunch of money bags. Because of the massive influx of hunters, the economic prosperity of a region would be quickly boosted in a short period of time, which was best evidenced by these mad scrambles for supplies that were displayed in front of Wenting. This could be a proper political achievement for those leaders. It must be firmly grasped. The more people who came, the better it would be for the city's economy, so naturally, they wouldn't intervene with the Fae too soon. In the beginning, if it was not found that there was a spiritual pollution problem, Xiao Huaimin would not have intervened so early. It is said that because of this matter, the mayor and Xiao Huaimin had a very unpleasant row. However, after the subsequent Wolf King attacked the city, Mayor Chen was much more honest, and did not look for Xiao Huaimin's trouble, and silently scratched the past on this matter, no longer mentioning it. And this time, the Thunder Fae, because of the continuous fermentation that lasted for 3 months, it was clear that there was no certainty that there was a Fae, and it attracted so many people one after another. At least in terms of marketing strategy, Apricot Grove Province won hemp. After sitting on the bus for another 5 hours, Wenting finally arrived at the destination of this trip Eternal Town. The moment he stepped off the bus, Wenting stepped into the thick snow, and the snow almost missed his knees. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the temperature and brightness were just right. Apricot Grove Province was at a lower latitude than the northern plains, so it was still warmer for Wenting, but the air was a lot wetter, and there was a lot more snow than in the northern plains. The town of Eternity wasn't really that big, it was even much smaller than the northern plains, it couldn't even be talked about as a town, at most it was a canton. A glance at the whole town settlement can be under the eyes. The buildings here are mostly bungalows, huts, and adobe. The bungalows and huts were all built by the original people, while the adobe were temporary dwellings built by the later hunters using their supernatural abilities. Now this place is exceptionally bustling, and many merchants have smelled the odor and come here to set up stalls and purchase the demonic beasts hunted by the hunters nearby. At first, this is just a place for hunters to rest their feet outside the safety zone, and then gradually develop to its current size, after being gradually incorporated into the safety zone as a sentry station. And gaze to the east, is the staggering order of the mountains and dense woods. The sky can see some fierce raptors, vaguely hear the echo of their cries. There was the forbidden zone, the outskirts of the eternal mountain range. Chapter 131, The Prey That Comes to Your Door. Wenting had just gotten off the bus when an uncle who claimed to be a local guide took the initiative to come forward and enthusiastically started selling. "Little brother, you are also for the Fae to come, right? Now the town's inns are full, why don't you choose me to build you a self-service personal small single room? Here, it's that small adobe, absolutely enough for you to stay here for a month." Looking in the direction of his hand, there were those small houses made of adobe that had been carved out around the fringes of the town. It looked relatively simple, but it was indeed a good place to hide from the wind and cold. "How much is it?" "Not expensive, just..." The man looked at Wenting Young, stretched out 2 fingers, and lowered his voice, "Just 200,000. Don't be too expensive." Not waiting for the man to finish explaining the reason, the other side of the Wenting shocked yelled at the top of his voice. "What? $200,000. Goodbye." Wenting yelled without even listening to the reason, immediately turned around and left. His shouting caused the hunters around him who also got off the bus to look this way, with a strong contempt in their eyes. This caused the middle-aged man to live in an entire awkward situation, cursing the young man in his heart for not knowing the rules of the Zhenghu, and carefully explaining to those who looked over. Misunderstanding, how could it be that expensive? He. Wenting watched as the hunters ignored the man before the corner of his mouth curled into a smile, deciding to check out the prices here first before making a decision. Hey. The man saw that the clientele had already become hostile towards him and had no choice but to retrieve Wenting, not caring at all that Wenting had just tossed him around, an apologetic smile on his face as he continued to sell. "Don't go, the price is negotiated, you can try to return a price." Wenting stopped in his tracks and extended 2 fingers. The middle-aged man's face smiled brightly. 20,000? "It's not impossible, it's a bit of a loss, but considering that you came all the way here." Wenting slowly wiggled his fingers in negation. "Wrong, it's 200. The man's smile directly froze on his face. "Little brother, this is the peak tourist season, this price won't work anywhere. I see that you are still a student, how about this, I still have the resources for a large pass-through bunk here, you can stay for a month for only 5,000. Wenting is planning to refuse. The side came with earrings, wearing the Apricot Grove University word-wide down jacket, hands tucked into the cuffs with a smile forcibly inserted into the middle of the 2 people's conversation. Brother is looking for accommodation, right? See, your age is not big, is also a student, right? With us to share a room. One person can share up to $5,000 to live in a good adobe house. You Zichin? Aren't you going too far by stealing business like this? The middle-aged uncle said with anger. It was also at this time that Wenting's forehead tendons throbbed, and his spirit was slightly uncomfortable. Malicious perception. Wenting wrapped his hands around his chest and ran his supernatural ability to check the information of the two men. The middle-aged uncle was just an ordinary person with no psychic abilities, while the man known as Yu Zichin was a bone-forging stage martial artist. Apricot Grove University? That was a famous university in the Dragon Kingdom. How could it be possible that the one who was able to get in was just a bone-forging stage guy? Obviously, he was a con artist who was trying to get money and kill people. Yu Zichin shook his head and looked at Wenting and said, "This guy is looking at your ignorance to cheat you. Don't you see that those old hunters are going around him? $200,000, that can even rent a store in the province. Really good to open this kind of heavenly price. It's none of your business how much I'm asking for, and my house is worth that price." Wenting laughed and said, "That's right, $200,000. Really think we college students are so easy to cheat off? Where is the place you mentioned? I'm interested in taking a look." The man wanted to stay but was ignored by Wenting. While Yu Zichin pulled Wenting close, he turned around and met the man with a meaningful look. Along the way, a college student who hadn't gone to college and a college student who hadn't gone to college quickly got acquainted with each other on the topic of college. A mouth of a senior, a mouth of a younger brother, called that a kiss. Not long, the two came away from the edge of the town, closer to the forbidden zone of the only small two-story adobe house. The shape is similar to a small villa, but in the details are more scribbling, but as a temporary residence is obviously very good. Following Yu Zichin, the two of them walked into the small adobe successively, and inside there were 3 other youths around Yu Zichin's age. They were sitting on the earthy sofa, either smoking cigarettes or polishing the blades in their hands. Seeing Yu Zichin bring someone in, their eyes all lit up and silently stood up. Yu Zichin led Wenting into the hall and introduced him with a smile, introducing to the gang, "This is our schoolmate from North Plains Martial Arts University, Wenting." As he walked into the living room with his arm around Wenting's shoulders, a burly man silently stood behind them, blocking the exit. Wenting pretended not to know and greeted them with an innocent smile, saying, "Hello seniors, my name is Wenting. Brother Chen told me that you guys are short of someone. I'm a spiritual alien. I can provide information on prey around the hide. You guys take me on to ensure that you won't suffer." Yu Zichin quietly gave a "don't act rashly" gesture before following Wenting's words. Wenting's supernormal ability is quite special. It can help us avoid a lot of danger in the forbidden zone, and at the same time, he also knows quite a lot of rare spiritual plants. Just collecting those spiritual plants will be enough for us to earn a large sum of money. A few people had a good tacit understanding, and quickly caught the key information from Yu Zichin's words that preempted the introduction, and began to play alone. How about senior brother being so powerful? Is it convenient to show off the ability? I haven't seen a mental faculty alien yet. Wenting looked at the other party in confusion. Apricot Grove University's spiritual department is not an ace major, senior you. Coldly being questioned, the other party immediately panicked, subconsciously tightened the hilt of the knife in his hand. Yu Zichin cannot dare to let them cut. Wenting here immediately interrupted. "Hey, this guy is a scum. He's been in the dormitory all day and hasn't gone out, so he can't have seen any mental system psychics." Wenting nodded his head and said with a sense of approval, "That makes sense. That makes sense, my roommate is similar. Staying in bed all day is almost like a pigsty." "That's just it," the group compensated with awkward smiles. "Seniors do not want to see my supernatural powers. It happens to be early in the day. We will turn around in the nearest restricted area. After seeing it, guaranteed that you will understand my value." "That would be great. Then it's not too late, let's go now," Yu Zichin said with an immediate clap. The group walked out of the adobe house, still talking and laughing as they walked through the deepening snow. The thick snow could even reach their knees. "Senior, why don't you leave your bag in the house? It's tiring to carry such a big thing on your back. What treasure is inside? You don't even want to put it down?" Yu Zichin asked with extra concern as a senior. The others set their eyes on the bulging backpack, and greed appeared in their eyes. Wenting tightened his backpack. "It's all some first aid items and food." Senior, look over there, a snow fluffy rabbit has gone over. Quickly come over." Wenting excitedly rushed into the middle of the forest ahead of the others. The rest of the party exchanged glances, and two of them were already a little impatient. Yuzichin shook his head and followed. After another while, Yuzichin couldn't take it anymore and reminded. Did you use your supernatural ability yet, senior? If we go further, we'll be deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 132 Fishing Man Never Air Force. When Ting didn't reply, instead, pale white electric currents erupted around his body, spreading rapidly. The group of people, who were all walking very close to each other to prevent Wen Ting from escaping and were not prepared for the lightning system, were instantly struck, and they were all unable to speak. There was only one strong man with a cracked and broken face that was unaffected by the current. He was the only Earth-type adept among the people present, and he was the one who built that small second-floor adobe. He saw his brother's reaction and his head suddenly went spinning. What's going on? Where did the electric current come from? Wen Ting did not give him a chance to think carefully, instantly transformed into a dark-winged pale wolf with navy blue fur and a lush mane on its collar, turned around and swung his fingers together with a quick swipe of his dark, sharp claws, and a large portion of the man's neck was torn open. Warm, bubbling white-hot red blood sprayed out in a large area. The man's vision gradually darkened. He wanted to call for help, he wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat was severely broken, he could not utter a single word except for the struggling rattle of coughing. Life was quickly drained away. After resolving the other party by surprise, Wen Ting turned to the other several people, utilizing his sharp wolf claws to waste their arms and legs in turn, completely eliminating their ability to resist. After doing so, Wen Ting changed back to his human form, his fingers trembling slightly. He had killed. For the first time in his life, his heart was pounding, and it was hard to calm down. Wen Ting had been mentally prepared for this day, but when he really faced it, he still couldn't be calm. We'll get used to it. The heart silently comforted himself. The paralyzing feeling of the electric current quickly passed, and the feeling of pain and fear instantly filled the brain, making Yuzichin and the other three people constantly wail and beg for mercy. Wen Ting knew that he couldn't ask anything at this point, so he touched the corpses one by one, collecting their wallets and cell phones. Hey, want to live? Tell us your cell phone and bank card passwords. Seeing that he was almost dry, Wen Ting squatted in front of Yuzichin, looked at his face full of hatred, and said calmly. #@ I say. I say. Let me live. Wen Ting turned to look at the other two, seeing them nodding frantically to show their cooperation. Wen Ting was happy to save a lot of trouble. With the cooperation of the three caring people, Wen Ting gathered 1.47 million voluntary donations in Yuzichin's cell phone. It was only a pity that the Earth-type aliens' love funds couldn't be taken. This is also something that can't be helped. Once the Earth system psychic disappears, Wen Ting can't do anything at all, so he has to bear the pain of losing this huge amount of money. Yuzichin looked at the blood still gurgling out, his heart became even more afraid. We've given you all the money, please don't kill us. Wen Ting put his cell phone in his pocket and inquired. Thieves in this neighborhood, what time period do they usually pick to steal things? How do you become their customer? Tell me so I can live. Yuzichin inquired in an insecure manner. Wen Ting copied the large knife beside him and plunged it directly into the lower part of the opponent's belly. Yuzichin's mournful screams made the other two men scared out of their wits. Knowing that they had kicked the iron plate this time, they didn't dare to hide it at all as they poured out their bitterness like bouncing beans. The center of the town over there has opened the market. As long as the purchase of items over there to give money to the hoi polloi is easy to be targeted. They generally act at dawn, only steal weapons, backpacks, a class of equipment, the rest is unknown. Wen Ting got the information he wanted and said with a smile, only one person can live here, I want to know about the Fae. The two erupted with an amazing desire to survive, their sanity was all gone before the threat of death, and they scrambled to be the first to say what information they knew. Only most of the information, Wen Ting had condoned in the car or while chatting with Yuzichin. Many of the people gathered here were small to medium-sized teams of hunters, most of them were experienced hunters who knew that they couldn't take the Fae by force. Either they were aiming for the spiritual plants in the Forbidden Zone, or they were waiting for the carcasses of the Fae that the powerful hunting groups couldn't recover in time during the Fae scramble. With their kind of weak strength, the chances of them being able to enter the Forbidden Zone's hinterland were very few. When the Fae were born, following the big group was the time to drink soup with the highest survival rate. They could earn much more than usual by casually fishing for corpses and finding spiritual plants, so they weren't in a hurry to enter the Forbidden Zone so early, which was why they were gathered here. The main force of those fighting for the Fae had already entered the Forbidden Zone's hinterland, exploring the favorable terrain and making full preparations. After 10 minutes of questioning, the two men's blood had pretty much flowed out, and they didn't have much strength left to speak, and they couldn't ask for any useful information. They didn't even know the information of those strong teams. What else was there to talk about? Hands attached to the color of steel, to the top of the head of the two people heavily slapped down, only to hear a click. The two people's expression is fixed in the color of horror, no sound slowly fell down. Wen Ting stood up and kicked Yu Zichen, who was begging for mercy, in the neck, and sent him on his way. Straightening his backpack, Wen Ting followed the original path back alone, muttering, "This time I didn't lie to you guys. It's true that only one of you can live. Obviously you guys didn't treat me as a human being, so you deserve to die even more." To their corpses Wen Ting didn't bother. The Fae here would help him dispose of all traces. Returning to the small two-story adobe house, Wen Ting put down his heavy backpack and lay down on the dirt bed, covered with the thick bedding they had bought, and stretched out with the intention of getting a full night's sleep. He had thought that his first kill would be hard on him for a while, but to his own surprise, his ability to adapt was very good. It wasn't long before he smoothly fell into sleep. After rushing for 2 days and nights in a row, coupled with the fact that the road leading to the Eternal Town was difficult to walk on and shaky, it almost gave Wen Ting an upside-down vomit. He was really tired. Wen Ting slept extraordinarily peacefully this sleep. Even though it was only a light sleep, it still allowed him to regain his full spirit. When he woke up, the sun was setting, the moon hanging high in the sky, the Milky Way through the night. No light pollution of the night sky is particularly beautiful. Walking out of his temporary base, Wen Ting planned to go over to the town center to dump a few lures and see if he could catch a few more big fish. Where in the Forbidden Zone did being a fishing guy smell good? 3 random little chicks had more than $1 million in assets, which was much better funding than those debt collection agencies. Strive to fight a few more big fish before entering the Forbidden Zone, and earn good milk powder money for his increasingly abundant alien faculty. With this thought in mind, just as he went out and turned around, Wen Ting saw the middle-aged uncle who was the first one to pick up a fight with him in the morning. When the uncle saw Wen Ting walk out of the adobe house, he froze for a moment. He didn't expect Wen Ting to be alive. Wen Ting's eyes lit up when he saw him. Fortune was rolling in today, and all of these caring people were rushing over to donate. "Yo, uncle, come over to send money." "Uncle?" ? Chapter 133, Encountering Special Ingredients Again. Wen Ting clapped his hands and couldn't help but complain when he returned from the Forbidden Zone. This group of people are really something. They exploited an ordinary person a little too badly. To think that it's only $30,000. This, on the contrary, put together a full $1.5 million for Wen Ting's assets. A single only earns $3,000 and then dare to do this hook. The brain is kicked by a donkey. Wen Ting's heart was even more contemptuous. After letting the other flesh return to the elemental cycle of nature, Wen Ting came to the center of the Eternal Town with the help of this powerful dark vision. It had to be said that at night, the temperature in the Apricot Grove province could be much worse than the northern plains. Only after walking less than 5 kilometers through the snow, Wen Ting's exhaled breath formed a layer of frost around his face, and his eyebrows and eyelashes were even frozen with ice prongs, which had to be plucked out from time to time in order to not affect his vision. There was no other way. In order to keep warm, Wen Ting could only transform into the appearance of a dark-winged song wolf, utilizing his lush fur to keep himself warm. It had to be said that this layer of fur was really too good, and the coldness on his body instantly dispersed most of it. It was only a pity that when he got close to the city center, Wen Ting had to cancel this form and change back to his human form to save himself from scaring away his prey by spooking the snakes. The night of Eternal Town was particularly lively because of the arrival of the hunters. Perhaps it was because this place was still considered a safe zone, or perhaps their time of strife had not yet come. This place still maintained the order of the town, and merchants set up stalls to sell and buy items while selling them with great vigor. Wen Ting walked from the darkness to the edge of the dirt road, following the flow of people and turning on his psychic ability to look for ingredients that met his needs among the stalls. The Eternal Mountain Range deserved to be called an undiscovered treasure trove, and the spiritual plants and animal meat that came out of just a corner of the fringe area were high-quality items that could only be seen in textbooks. All of them are still covered in mud and snow, and are fresh, and their authenticity is guaranteed. Wen Ting swept over with a glance. All of them were level 2 and 3 quality ingredients. There were even a small number of level 4 ingredients. Looking at Wen Ting's harumph. Suddenly his eyes stared and saw a specially marked ingredient information. Ingredient classification, mutant adamantine bear. Quality, grade 4. Consumption effect, provides a large amount of blood, provides a large amount of gold-based psychic abilities, and has a high probability of obtaining the racial talents supercell and steel bone after consumption. Recipe. Wen Ting's breathing began to grow heavy, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After such a long time, it was finally time for him to meet beast meat that could provide racial talents once again. Boss, how do I sell this steel claw bear claw? Take it for 500,000, no bargaining. 100,000. Scram. When Ting ate a flat, no haggle is no haggle, scolding what to do. 300,000, one price. When Ting continued to bargain hard. Just got the 1.5 million, so spend out Wen Ting still some heartache. However, this time, the merchant even ignored Wen Ting, smiling and discussing with another big customer. Gritting his teeth, Wen Ting roared, 500,000 is 500,000. I'll buy this bear claw. As soon as these words came out, a sharp-tongued man on the side immediately followed up with 511,000. I'll take this bear claw. Wen Ting glared angrily at the skinny man, as if he were an uptight gambler, $600,000. The highest bidder gets it, so I won't join in the fun. Little brother, pay up. The man stroked his sparse beard and looked at him with a smiling face. The corners of Wen Ting's mouth twitched slightly, originally thinking that he would give up after the other party shouted 61 million and let the other party out for blood. Could it be that his acting skills were so bad that he was seen? Only to hear a side of the guy said, mustache learn good since the morning was pitched after also know to see the good on the harvest well. Look at this young look, obviously did not expect the mustache to shout a voice. Ha, young people, the Jianghu is not only fighting and killing, there are also pitfalls, learn a little more. When Ting admitted that he had taken it for granted, his face was a bit ugly, and he kept looking at the mustache guy, wanting to imprint the other party's face into his mind. You kid waited. Hey. Kid, you're not just going to raise the price and not pay, are you? This isn't a safe zone where someone spoils your stink. If you don't pay, your parents won't be able to come. You know what? The mustache guy saw Wen Ting's eyes with hostility, and immediately threatened as if he was the stall owner. Wen Ting took out Yu Zichen's cell phone and laughed coldly, little master won't be able to afford a bear claw? Joking. Son thief, be careful. Don't let little master run into you in the restricted area. If you dare to knock little master off, I will make sure that I pick the bird's egg and stuff it into your dog's mouth so that you can taste the saltiness yourself. Wen Ting followed Zhang Hao's tone, acting extraordinarily arrogant and domineering, with a look of looking down on others. This remark, as expected, attracted a lot of stupid gazes as well as expressions of shaking head and sighing. As soon as the mustache guy heard that he was being threatened, his face darkened. Little doll, I advise you to swallow your words back, or your elders won't be able to protect you when they come. Heh, how do you want to get your hands dirty? Packing up a trashy thing like you, I'm enough on my own. The mustache guy's eyes narrowed, his gaze roaming the surroundings, looking for people related to Wen Ting, seeing that no one recognized him had plans in mind. I am a law-abiding hunter, here is a safe zone. I naturally will not pick a fight, besides bullying you a student, I also won't fight. If you really want to get back your honor, let's talk about it when we meet in the forbidden zone. Farewell. Wen Ting skimmed his mouth, goon. After saying that, he looked at the boss, the money has already been paid, hurry up and pack it up for little master. The boss looked at Wen Ting with a cold smile on his face, young man, pretending to be a rich man is not the way to pretend, people who are rich never cut the price. Seek your own fortune. Wen Ting looked like he was being poked in the center, and said angrily, I want you old man to talk too much? After saying this, he grabbed the plastic bag he handed over, squeezed the crowd to leave, and quickly ran towards the adobe house. Behind it, there are already 6 people who took the lead to follow up, and there is even another one, who was already lurking among the shadows of Wen Ting's feet when he was in the crowd. Hooked, a total of 7 big fish, rich. Wen Ting was very excited. Before he shouted the price, he deliberately observed the surrounding, only sporadic 2 or 3 cheap practicing realm martial artists in the distance. As far as the eye could see, it was all loving people that Wen Ting had the ability to uncover, which made him feel at ease fishing. Touching the black all the way back to the front of the adobe house, but also pretend to look back to the pitch black snow, seemingly did not see someone to follow, and then a smoke turned into the dead center of those behind him. Wen Ting, one hand dyed purple and black shadow system energy, crouched down and fished from the shadow, pulled a woman out of the darkness forcefully. The woman's eyes were filled with fear. She didn't understand why this little fat goat had even found her. What she didn't understand even more was that she was clearly a level 3, with the other party's age, what made him able to crush her so easily. In his hands, she was even so affected by that cold aura that she couldn't say a word to beg for mercy. Wen Ting didn't have time to deal with her. His right hand, attached to the steel, quickly struck at the woman's neck, cleanly picking off the tendons of her arms and legs and throwing them to the side, and then began to ambush those 6 behind him. Chapter 134, It's Hot and Dry. The intensity brought about by the malice perception increased slightly. This meant that the group behind them was accelerating to attack, and would be somewhat dangerous, but not fatal. Wenting placed the backpack inside the living room along with the woman, while he himself manifested the appearance of a dark-winged kangwolf and disappeared into the darkness, lurking in the corner of the wall outside the adobe house. The silhouettes of the 6 people were inconspicuous in the darkness, but in Wenting's eyes, they were no different from bright light bulbs. When they saw Wenting return to the house, they accelerated their steps and stepped on the thick snow to make a clicking sound, and deployed in groups of 2, separately, intending to block all of Wenting's escape routes. Wenting made an immediate decision, and Shadow Escape swam towards the 2 people responsible for circling back. The 2 men were still unaware of the coming danger, circling around to the back of the adobe house, still chatting in a low voice. Young masters from the big city are just rampant, huh? Going out a few words will give away the bottom, such a little cutie. If only there were more of them. These people's hearts are higher than the sky, a little bit of cultivation is crazy beyond bounds, or the boss is right, wealth gained by luck will eventually be lost with strength. Too damn reasonable. Martyr really wants to take a good look at that kid's crying expression, it must be especially interesting. 2 people are still discussing, but they do not know that the silly boy in their mouth quietly arrived behind them. Steel-cast wolf claws hit them heavily in the neck, for painless green environmentally friendly forced sleep. After resolving the 2 people, Wenting returned to the main door of the adobe house the same way. He happened to see 2 groups of people pestling left and right on either side of the door of the room, with the mustachioed man making a countdown gesture. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a warlike roar that went straight to the soul resounded in everyone's ears, and the 4 men all stomped their 2 feet in unison, their eyes rolled over, and they lost consciousness. Soul shriek. Wenting rose from the shadows maintaining his werewolf stance and shook his head rather helplessly. It was true that spiritual power was a descending blow to martial artists who had not awakened their supernatural abilities. The night was cold and windy, not at all compatible with the beauty of the stars and rivers in the sky. A period of time passed. Speed letter balance, 15, 364, 353.00. Wenting turned off his cell phone and tucked it into the middle of his liner, leaving it late might force it to shut down. The amount of money was reassuring. His mood, however, wasn't much happier because of the money he had gained. There had been enough people's shards created by Wenting this day. It was getting smoother and more indifferent. Rationality told him that although they were all unsuspecting fellows, if he continued to kill them like this, the violence that came from killing would gradually erode the mind and the Tao, posing a potential threat. Returning to the adobe room, he took out a bottle of icebound tranquilizing soup from his backpack and drank it to calm the hostility in his heart before changing into another set of clothes and heading to the town center once again to purchase the supplementary ingredients on the recipe. Wenting, who did not intentionally make a high profile, was not conspicuous in the crowd and soon brought back a series of ingredients. There was no stove built in the adobe house, so it was obvious that these guys weren't a master of cooking either. Mask appeared with a shovel and plowed out a small, modest pit outside the adobe room, using the surrounding firewood to start building a fire for cooking. I have to say, the gold system's divine weapon materialization, simply not too good to use. Pots and pans have everything, only need to use supernatural energy to maintain it. The steel clawbear's paw was quite large, the size of Wenting's head, with extraordinarily thick meat pads and claws as sharp as steel. In the iron pot, Wenting sent the surrounding snow into it, melted and boiled, and then threw the pair of bear claws into it to start the long cooking. As the fire cooked, the fishy smell emitted by the bear claws made Wenting retch. Too damn stinky. Enduring the fishy odor, he hurriedly took advantage of the heat to molt and dehair the bear's paw. This process was so torturous that Wenting could not wait to vomit out his bitter bile. If it wasn't for this recipe, he would never have thought that this thing could be made into a delicacy. Although Wenting was prepared for the conditions in the mountains, but really encountered, it was a real lesson to him. The handling of ingredients in the freezing cold, and the test of the body were unimaginable. The higher the grade of the ingredient, the more troublesome it was to handle. By the time the sky was slightly bright in the morning and the east was shaped like a silhouette, Wenting's great nourishing Vajra bear paw was also ready. After freezing outside all night, Wenting couldn't wait to carry out the stewed pair of bear paws, put them on the iron plate, and fished out the noodles that were cooked inside. The bear paws that were originally as big as the size of Wenting's head had shrunk by a circle. Holding the plate, Wenting couldn't wait to get back to the adobe hut to escape the cold. Even if he were to transform into a dark-winged wolf, he wouldn't be able to stand a night of handling ingredients and water in the cold wind. Returning to the adobe hut, Wenting pinched the bear claw part, huffing and puffing directly on the mouth to take a bite. Cue elastic and rotten meat accompanied by grease swept the taste buds of the mouth. In the cold dawn brought a strong sense of happiness. Wenting took out the long peeled garlic from one side and bit down. Mmm, delicious on earth. Then his upper hand pinched the bear's fingernail, flicked his wrist, the palm flesh fell off in a large area, and in the water vapor a perfect, white palm bone with no tendons sticking to it was left. With the same technique, shaking off another bear's palm, using utensils now available chopsticks to quickly mash the meat and mix it with the noodles. Even if the bear's paw was done, it would still be greasy because of the excessive fat, so Wenting used ling luo and bing lian mushroom as side dishes, cutting them into strips and spreading them on top of the noodles. Warm, soaked up the bear paw meat oil of the white noodles, with the soft bear paw and crisp and refreshing ling luo, ice lotus mushroom together with the stomach, the taste made Wenting feel that the whole night's hard work in the cold wind was worth it. A pair of bear paws plus a bowl of broth were quickly swept into Wenting's belly. With a belch, Wenting sat down on the earthen floor with satisfaction and closed his eyes to meditate. A little bit of time passed, and a large amount of energy spread and rose from Wenting's belly. Warmth-like substance, bring blazing temperature, sweep away the coldness of the night Wenting, but the momentum is particularly fierce, a large number of sweat seeped out, not long to wet the inside of the clothes. The rapidity with which the heat came was something that Wenting had not anticipated. Hurriedly removed the outer clothes, revealing the strong upper body, a large amount of heat from the pores out, in the room to form a sauna-like vapor. This outrageous scene froze Wenting in his tracks. However, he did not have time to marvel, the bones and cells in his body began to upgrade. Unlike the traditional martial arts of bone forging, this process was tingly, like the electricity that flowed through his body when he kissed a beauty on the lips for the first time. Well, according to this degree, Wenting felt that he should be the daughter of the kingdom of luck. The evaporation of a large amount of water caused his mouth to become dry. 1 second he was in the land of daughters, the next second it was like he had been thrown into a mountain of flames. Wenting hurriedly ended meditation, bare upper body rushed into the snow, hold up the snow into the mouth, swallowed into the stomach in 2 gulps. The process lasted a few minutes, can be regarded as the fire burning body like hot and dry suppressed. Exhale a mouthful of cloudy air, closed his eyes and felt some physical changes. Wenting hooked up the corner of his mouth, this time the amount of ingredients was large and filling, allowing him to successfully obtain 2 racial talents. Chapter 135 Entering the Eternal Mountain Range. After the transformation of his body was completed, the heat gradually dissipated, and Wenting hurriedly jogged back to the adobe room and put his jacket on. After a night's experience, he finally recognized that the coldness of the Eternal Mountain Range was not something he was currently able to resist. After putting on his clothes again, there was still cold attached to his body surface, making it extremely difficult for Wenting, who had already regained his normal body temperature. But this was no longer a problem. Wenting immediately mobilized his entire body's chi and blood, stimulating the newly acquired racial talent supercell. The adamantine bear's racial talent, being able to rely on its powerful blood to store a large amount of energy, not only provided it with extremely strong endurance, but also allowed it to quickly recover from its own injuries when it suffered a heavy blow. And with its other racial talent, Wild Burst, it possessed an extremely strong fighting ability. A war tank that combines strength, defense, speed, and a quick recovery effect. Just thinking about it makes people despair. If you don't have superior combat skills or spiritual or soul abilities, running into a Vajra bear in the wild is a death sentence. According to local people, no less than 100 high-level martial artists and psychics die under the paws of the Vajra bear every year. The fact that this Vajra bear would appear in the market, it was obvious that a strong person had swept through the mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill an adamantine bear with just those stragglers, even if Rinwinter and the others were all hibernating right now. The acquisition of super cells also allowed Wenting to make up for his shortfall in recovery ability, solving the problem of range. The other talent, steel reinforcement and iron bone, had allowed the already punch-resistant Wenting to rise another level. Nowadays, with his body hardness, it would be difficult for an ordinary spirit stream stage martial artist to seriously injure him, and with the thunder battle armor and phantom shape system on, and a layer of steel bone attached, even if it was a river stage martial artist, Wenting would dare to go up and tussle a bit. Besides, he still had the silver scale armor with soul attachment. Wenting, whose bottom line has increased greatly, decided to clean up the traces of cooking first, and then beautifully replenish his sleep, adjust his spirit to the best, and enter the mountain after waking up. The sun rose in the east, and golden light sprinkled the mountain town. Wenting, who had supplemented his sleep for 4 hours, immediately opened his eyes, both eyes glowing. He didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by the sound of a snowmobile engine coming from the distance. Someone was coming. Picking up his traveling bag, Shadow Escape came outside and soon saw 3 identical snowmobiles coming this way. Renting a car? It's really trenchant. As the caravan approached, a vague energy spread out, crossing over Wenton's head at an extremely high speed. A perception class alien? Ms. Jiangli of the Alien Energy Academy was this type of alien. They were able to release a wide range of energy, detecting the energy fluctuations around them, and gaining information about their surroundings. Generally speaking, the shadow escape of the dark shadow ability would have nothing to hide in front of them as well, but to Wenting, who possessed the dark shadow ability, he was just drilling into the shadow of that abnormal ability, and she wouldn't be able to find him herself either. Soon, 3 cars stopped in front of the forest and walked down a group of men and women wearing professional protective clothing, each carrying a full backpack, looking at the surroundings and discussing something in whispers. The 3 cars, on the other hand, dropped off the people and immediately turned around and left. Only after that group of people had all entered in did Wenting follow. Judging from the reaction just now, none of their group had realized their presence. Because of the distance, Wenting had not been able to observe their strength. However, an alien team that could be equipped with perception system aliens obviously wouldn't be the stragglers inside the town. And after they entered the restricted area, Wenting saw from afar a group of hunters following behind them. They were trotting along, not daring to stop, counting on following the team in front of them to pick up the pieces. Wenting probed and looked, good guy this scale, afraid that there are hundreds of people. Obviously the hunters in the town trusted the hunter team in front of them very much, and uniformly chose to follow them to pick up the slack. The hunters selected will get fine. Wenting immediately transformed into a dark and deep shadow, quickly traveling through the sunlight towards the forbidden area. Since you guys can't spot me, let's stick a little closer, maybe we can even ask for information about the Fae. As a member of a large number of stragglers without a team, Wenton's access to information was obviously much less. Even the many caring people he met yesterday didn't provide him with much useful information. They didn't know much more than Wenting. Wenting's speed was fast, and it wasn't long before he entered the dense forest and entered the restricted area. The demarcation between the forbidden zone and the safe zone here was not separated by a city wall like in the northern plains, but instead, an extremely special kind of stinky wood was used as a barrier to enclose the forbidden zone. It makes those demonic beasts with a keen sense of smell unwilling to come close, thus serving as a means of defense. It was a pity that the growth environment of this stinking wood was extremely harsh, and it was difficult to grow on its own elsewhere, so it was considered to be a unique means of prevention and control in the Apricot Grove province. For entering this protective forest, Wenting was mentally prepared. He had a phantom type department, his nose was too sensitive, resulting in the same biochemical attack from the stinking wood, which was hard to bear. Following the footprints, he suddenly felt something bad. This was the damn road where he buried the people's debris yesterday. AIO. A sharp and long voice that seemed to be cursing the street came out. This wave of sound contained spiritual power that made people feel palpitations, startling some squirrels, rabbits, and other small animals to scurry away in all directions. And there was more than one such sound. With that loud roar, a single black shadow lifted its wings and flew, opening its red golden beak to circle and cry in this sky. Corpse vultures. They were also all level 3. Intense energy confrontations erupted one after another in front of them, as well as the shouts of the personnel. Wenting was so bold that he cautiously utilized his shadow escape to get closer, hiding behind a snowy dry grass bush to see the battle ahead from the bottom up. The group that had entered the restricted area earlier was the one that had broken out into battle. They were tangling with a grayish-white figure that was extremely similar in color to the environment. It was a level 4 frost lynx. The shrill, lilting voice that seemed to be cursing the streets just now was from it. Looking at their position, it was obvious that they intended to bypass the frost lynx that was feeding, but were discovered by the corpse vultures that were guarding the corpses outside of their sensory range, thus alerting that frost lynx, leading to a huge fight between the two sides. Corpse vultures, a group of scavengers that flew around following corpses. Apparently they felt that this group of people's debris would not be able to feed a frost lynx and their colony. So they decisively cawed to wake up the lynxes that were feeding, trying to get both sides to create more corpses for them to feed on. Wenting saw a fire exalt in the group, releasing a long flaming serpent that precisely locked onto the frost lynx with the assistance of that perception exalt. However, just as that man was planning to end that lynx, which seemed to be cursing, the corpse vultures circled around in the sky, their disorderly cries exuding an extremely disruptive nature. The sound interrupted their supernatural spellcasting, giving the frost lynx a chance to break free. The frost lynx, after taking a hit from the archer's flying arrow, still lost its life and perished instantly. Uncle Sean is good at archery. Quickly shoot down that group of flat-furred beasts as well. It's too damn noisy. Wen Ting heard a voice that sounded somewhat familiar, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was still an acquaintance. Zhang Ziyu. Chapter 136, Inquiring for Information. The man known as Uncle Shan walked up to the corpse to retrieve the fine iron-forged arrow and said to Zhang Ziyu, "There's no need for that. Corpse vultures are the most vindictive. If you kill one, there'll be a flock surrounding you, and it'll bring more trouble than that." Zhang Ziyu spat out a mouthful of phlegm and glared dissatisfiedly at the corpse vultures overhead. "Count yourselves lucky. Brothers, continue to rush, and strive to arrive at the mountain in front of us before nightfall. Don't move the corpses of the bobcats, there's no shortage of them. Hurry up." Wen Ting looked at the corpse of the frost lynx that had already been gathered by the corpse vultures, and slightly regrettably gave up the idea of scavenging the loot. The fur of a level 4 frost lynx could be worth a lot of money outside. However, in order to inquire about the information, he could only tearfully give it up and cheapen it for the group of slow hunters at the back. After Wen Ting got a little closer, he finally found a chance to use his supernatural ability to observe. There were 15 people in the group. Among them, there was a Han High stage chi practicing realm martial artist leading the group, that is, that Uncle Shan who made good use of the bow and arrow. Then among the rest of the entourage, there was a level 4 perception class female alien, a level 6 ice alien, a level 5 earth alien, and a level 5 fire alien. Other than Zhang Ziyu, the remaining 9 were all spirit stream stage and river stage martial artists. The power behind Zhang Ziyu was not bad. He was able to mobilize so many exalts and martial artists to help him fight for the Fae. It's a pity that he himself is a short-tempered grasshopper. Even if he gets the Fae, he probably won't be able to protect it, and he'll easily lose his life. Wen Ting found a chance to follow them, and with the concealment brought by the shadow system Fae, he easily sneaked into the shadow of a martial artist at the back, without being discovered by the perception-type Fae. Following them along this way was a way to avoid many powerful demonic beasts. Unlucky situations like before did not occur again. After traveling for a certain distance, they found a wind-sheltered mountain and began to rest. When Ting looked at the group as they rested, they were all rather loose. These martial artists seemed to have been hired and were not trusted. Zhang Ziyu, Uncle Shan, the perception alien and the level 6 ice alien were the 4 of them. Deliberately keeping their distance from the group of people Wen Ting was lurking with, they were whispering vigilantly on the side. Wen Ting quietly and carefully peeled their words away from the cacophony of chatter from these hired security personnel. Uncle Shan was the first to ask, "Jingjing, have you found any suspicious people following you along the way?" Wen Ting, ? Exposed? Can't be. If it was really exposed, this distance should have been set on fire long ago. Zhang Zijing, the girl who was a perception system alien, shook her head. No. Combined with that adobe house before entering the forbidden zone, the other party is most likely a shadow, earth, wind type of alien with special displacement means. Big Sock, are you a criminal investigation major? This can all be associated with it. Zhang Ziyu asked with some doubts. Sister, with your ability even people with these abilities can still detect it. Snap. Zhang Zijing slapped on the back of Zhang Ziyu's head. Stupid thing, I mean he left by special means without leaving footprints. I didn't say he was near us. Humph, even if he's a level 6 shadow system, if he doesn't have a Fae he won't be able to move within my scouting range. This is not coincidental. Well, this is not, I really do have a Fae. Wen Ting secretly laughed in his heart and spat out. The girl was exceptionally confident in her own abilities, and then the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Zhang Ziyu was provoking her, and the slaps were called out one after another without mercy. Hey, just explain, why are you hitting people? Zhang Ziyu is not as arrogant as when he was in Ihe City. Instead, he rubbed his head as if he was aggrieved, not daring to retort at all. Looks like it is a sibling, bloodline suppression of some powerful even Zhang Ziyu, this rampant guy, can be ruled obediently. Uncle Shan was a bit unable to look on, interrupting the two men's scuffle. Well, since we didn't find that person, let's forget about it. If he really doesn't know how to beat us up, your Uncle Lang and I aren't something to be messed with either. With the protection of a vast C-stage martial artist and a level 6 ice adept, they had great confidence. Uncle Shan took out a map and said, "This is where we are. If we want to arrive at the Thunder Mountain where the first Thunder Seed appeared, there is still a straight line distance of 15 kilometers. If we don't follow the road conditions, it will be good if we can arrive before nightfall." Zhang Ziyu curiously inquired, "Uncle Shan, didn't you say that there are only remnants of Thunder Mountain that were destroyed by the Fae? Why go there? Why not go straight to the third Thunder Mountain that appeared for the third time? Find someone who was in the Forbidden Zone before and interrogate them. You'll have all the information you need. There's no need to go through that effort." Uncle Shan looked at Zhang Ziyu with a smile. "You, always thinking of being lazy. You think that if you see a Fae, you can just get on with it and absorb it? You too mustn't try to see if the power of the Fae is suitable for your physique. The thundering mountain power that appeared for the first time still has residue. It's just the right time for you to experience the power of the Fae. Meet the real Fae. That power can be very overbearing. A little inattention, you people will be gone. Overbearing power? Wen Ting, who had been eavesdropping, recalled the scene when he had absorbed the Shadow Fae. The pain brought about by that power was still fresh in his mind when he thought back now. One had to know that it was still a Fae that had been cooked and neutralized with ingredients, and it hadn't even been absorbed in its most savage state. Even that made Wen Ting die of pain. This is still known for the treacherous and gloomy Shadow system, if it is known for the domineering and strong Thunder system. Wen Ting sucked in a breath of cool air. If this is tough to absorb, people have to be electrified into cells. I don't know if it's possible for my body to carry it now, and there are other coveted in the absorption process, no one to guard the situation, it's not 100% dead. If you really want to encounter this situation, you have to think carefully. Uncle Lang, who was silent on the side, added, also, up to now is not a Fae is still to be considered, not personally go to check out the scene, how to confirm those details. Do you think those old and skillful hunters will tell you everything they know in their heads just because they were tortured? In order to drag you to hell, the information they said is half true and half false, you can't believe it all. Zheng Ziyu remained unconcerned, alright, whatever you guys say. Slap. Zheng Zijing called out another slap on his head. How do you talk to Uncle Shan Lang? No manners at all. Ah. Zheng Zijing, you hit my head again, I have a temper too. Snap. Come on, throw a tantrum for me to see. Zheng Zijing didn't give the slightest bit of face and backhanded another scalping blow. Sis, I was wrong. Uncle Shan was amused by their liveliness and said, don't think it's troublesome to do so, the place where the Fae have manifested has been full of elements for so long and it is estimated that there will be spiritual plants born. If you are lucky to take one or two of them, it will also be a rare treasure, and you won't lose money in any case. After listening to their conversation for a while, there was no more particularly useful information. On the contrary, these security personnel who had been hired to come here were extraordinarily lively in their minds. In just a moment, Wen Ting heard the fire and earth system exalts at the head of the team considering the question of whether or not to help if they really encountered a Fae. A team of two groups of people, each with their own thoughts, is not the lightning system Fae still with the expedition, they have already begun to imagine the fight when should not rebel. Chapter 137 Divergence. The short rest ended quickly. The Earth-type alien at the back organized the crowd to continue their journey. Those security personnel, in addition to providing protection, were also experienced local tour guides, and along the way, with the guidance of Zheng Zijing, a humanoid navigator, plus the experience of the tour guides had indeed circumvented quite a few problems. But soon, a young martial artist among the team protested, everyone, don't go that way. Cao Sheng. What nonsense are you saying? There's a place for you to talk here. Back off. The Earth-type alien in the team immediately drank back the young martial artist who had suddenly shouted. Zheng Zijing and the others glanced at each other, looking curiously at the youngster, and Uncle Shan patted the tall middle-aged man. Director Zhang, it might be a good idea to listen to what the kid has to say. Director Zhang, that Earth alien with an apologetic smile said, Brother Shan, this kid is crazy, ignore him. Turning to Zheng Zijing, he said with what appeared to be a pleasing expression. Whether it's my ground wave or Miss Jingjing's perception, it all indicates that there's a herd of glazed elk over the old road, this side, although it's for the uncharted area, but as long as we detour around the herd it's fine. And with double perception, what could possibly go wrong? Cao Sheng immediately retorted, guests, you do not look at me small, I grew up living in the foothills of this mountain, not been explored areas on the strength of hard to enter is going to be a problem. And there are only. Over there. There are also only 13 glazed elk, is it? Do you think it's too easy to be under the shelter of Ms. Jingjing's perception all the way, and want to move your muscles and increase the budget of others who hired us? You're too young to learn these crooked ways, we have to earn money openly, do you think people's money comes from the wind? Director Zhang's face was full of seriousness and earnestness as he loudly scolded Cao Sheng. I didn't. No one has really been there. I was worried. Cao Sheng looked aggrieved at being chided like that. Uncle Shan and the others nodded slightly, extremely appreciative of that Director Zhang's behavior. Director Zhang's face flashed with smugness when he saw this and continued to educate. Cao Sheng, making money is good, but we need to focus more on earning the guests' word of mouth. The word of mouth spreads out, we can only earn money in the long run, while it's settled. Let's go, it's about to get foggy in the evening, the sea of clouds and tides in the eternal mountain range are no joke, stay close and don't get separated. Oh. The security personnel gave an extremely strong response. Seeing that the crowd was still going to enter the restricted area, Gao Xiong became anxious. Zheng Changbao, if you insist on leaving, I'll withdraw from the team. I won't earn this money, okay? Really can't. Snap. Zheng Guide, Zhang Changbao backhanded as a slap, slapped Kaohsiung a slap and flew out. Scared Wenting, who hid in Kaohsiung's shadow to eat melon, jumped, closely followed the other party's shadow in the parabola synchronized movement. If he was caught because of eating melons, where would this be justified? Director Zhang. You. Brother Sean, this is our internal matter. I will never allow something to happen where someone on my team makes a guest spend money in vain. Zheng Changbao's eyes were stern. His aura was not at all inferior to the Hanhai stage's Uncle Sean, obviously being angry enough by a teenager calling him by his big name. Regarding Kaohsiung's situation, no one in the team stood up to speak. Zhang Zijing said with slight intolerance. Why should Guide Zhang bother? If I look at it, this kid has some sense. Why don't we follow the original route? A predictable danger is always better than an unknown one. Kaohsiung was a martial artist who had just entered the spirit stream stage, and the other party hit him too quickly for him to react to releasing his chi. He didn't care about the beating he received and got up in a hurry. Yes, a known danger is always better than the unknown. Don't worry about this money, I won't ask for it. Hidden amongst the shadows, Wenting nodded slightly. Seeing this teenager's performance should not be a fake. The Eternal Mountain Range, as one of the Dragon Kingdom's long-reputed forbidden zones, naturally had to be given the utmost respect, and it was better not to take any risks if you could. However, Kaohsiung's words drew the discontent of the security personnel. You don't want the money, are you making us work for nothing? It's one thing to not spend money in vain, it's another to work for nothing. So our Gao warrior, is he planning to kill the glazed elk deer herd by himself? Then I'll have to turn on my cell phone and record a clip for you. That's easy for you to say. If you are really delayed by the deer herd and can't reach the foot of Thundering Mountain before dark, are you responsible for that? Without Zhang Changbao's instruction, the old men in the team were sneering and sarcastic one after another. How could Gao Xiong stand this, and stomped his foot on the shadow on Wenting's head? Zhang Changbao. You bunch of liars will get your retribution. Assholes. Zhang Changbao pushed his single palm horizontally. The snow in front of him broke open and black basalt rock lifted up like waves to hit Kaohsiung. Wenting was so angry that he almost ran away in shadow. It was so hard to get on the scheduled express train that went straight to the Thundering Mountain, and it was just like a farce to be found out that he had evaded the ticket. Simply unlucky. Just as he was planning to escape, the snow in front of Kaohsiung extruded into ice and stood up high to form a thick wall of ice and snow. Spiky waves of rock hit the ice surface with a roaring noise, and dust, smoke, and snow powder filled the air. Kaohsiung sat on the ground with weak legs in fear, his calves trembling endlessly. Just now he felt the threat of death. Buddy, please, don't be scared to pee, I can't stand this aggravation. Wenting hid in his shadow and prayed in a small voice. Zhang Changbao twisted his head to look at Uncle Lang. Uncle Lang said expressionlessly, he's still a child. Zhang Changbao suppressed the killing intent in his eyes, that means he met a good family, get lost. Kaohsiung was stunned and panicked, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation at all. Zhang Zijing looked at Uncle Sean with inquiry in his eyes. If something went wrong with the tour guide in this kind of place, it would be a life-threatening matter. Uncle Sean gave a reassuring look. Don't worry, Guide Zhang is an old man who has been here for 5 years, and has asked for confirmation. Zhang Zijing nodded, still a little uneasy. Why don't we just follow the original plan? The Eternal Mountain Range still needs some respect. Leader Zhang said quietly, customers give money to earn, we naturally have no problem with it, but according to what was agreed before, when encountering this kind of demonic beast colony, whether we make a move or not, we have to charge $500,000 for the protection fee. Then it's better to take a detour. Zhang Zijing had wanted to stabilize his hand, but upon hearing this price, he decided to trust his own supernatural abilities. Uncle Sean and the others also laughed helplessly. Dealing with a colony of demonic beasts in a forbidden area was no joke. It looked like there were only a dozen or so glazed elk, but who knew if there were other dangerous demonic beasts waiting to feed around? This action, provoked those hidden in the hidden place, did not have time to sense the anger of the demonic beasts, even if they have a team of 2 level 6 strongmen cannot stand off. Once attrition, it will definitely be a blow to the morale. Such a consequence is really not something that anyone can afford. Because, obviously there is an option to go around the road, and there is a perception system adept in the team, there is no reason not to choose so. Chapter 138 Glazed Elk. Kaohsiung turned back as he ran, all the way out a few hundred meters, the panic on his face hadn't even faded. Stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, don't kill me. I was wrong. Kaosheng immediately mobilized his entire body with chi energy and looked around in panic, drawing the large knife at his waist and looking around with a wandering gaze. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. A puff of black smoke filled the air and Wentin appeared behind him, saying with his arms around his chest. Kaosheng turned around violently and swallowed, the fear in his eyes increasing. What are you doing? I haven't messed with you, and I don't have any money. Much less have I seen the treasure. I would have done it long ago if I wanted to kill you. Wentin pointed at his pants. Kaosheng saw that a cut had been made on his pants at some point. He had been running his chi energy the entire time. How was this possible? Shocked in his heart, he likewise recognized the reality as he acknowledged what Wenting had said. As a matter of fact, this scratch was not really made by Wenting, it was accidentally made by him when he was passing by the Pine Wild Sword Forest, but it just happened to be seen by Wenting. But this does not prevent Wenting to use to scare people. Who has nothing to do with scratching someone's crotch. Wenting thought he didn't have this fetish. Seeing his disheveled expression, Wenting inquired, why do you think you can't go there? Is there something dangerous things in there? You heard the conversation just now? How is that possible? That girl has Answer the question. Wentin's voice was cold. Kaosheng was startled and instantly didn't dare to continue his questioning, answering in shock. That Zhangchangbo is a watery product that relies on advertising and packaging. Every morning and evening in the Eternal Mountain Range there would be a very dense sea of clouds and tides, also known as water fog. You can't see anything when the fog comes together, and this path is a safe one that has been explored by nearby hunters and hunters for generations. Around those who have not been explored, wild road is certainly a problem. Specifically what danger I have not experienced I am not sure. Fogged together those wild road, even I will be lost every year because of this death of not a few people. To be sure, the ancestors have not been going to explore there, must have paid the price of countless human lives to get the experience. Wenting nodded his head, recognizing this child. Nay, this brother. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, it was already 4 in the afternoon, not far from evening. I plan to head to Thunder Mountain, need a guide, money is not a problem. No go. Kaosheng refused dryly. Just kidding, the only road has been blocked by the glazed elk, just relying on 2 people simply can't kill the past is to send death. Knowing the strength of the person in front of him, he persuaded again in a gentle tone. It's not that I don't help you, who doesn't want to earn money? As you can see, a group of people encountering a herd of deer or thinking of detouring in the Eternal Mountain Range is really not as simple as killing a few demonic beasts. The corner of Wenting's mouth curled slightly. This you don't have to worry about, I have my way, I can definitely guarantee that you can safely pass through the road that you recognize, is it? Kaosheng pursed his lips. He was also afraid that this mysterious man would use force on him and said, I'm not Zhang Changbao, won't brag marketing, although I grew up here, but I have only been to the Thundering Mountain and Erming Mountain in your mouth, and Erming Mountain I haven't been up there, only know a nearby safe house, and then deeper into the 3 Thundering Mountain I don't recognize the road. The so-called Thunder Mountain, Erming Mountain, and Sanming Mountain were the recent rise of the hunters' sayings, and the source of the names was also named according to the order of appearance of the shape Thunder Fae. Otherwise, there were just a few small mountains that had no names in the stretching Eternal Mountain Range. Wenting nodded, yes, just bring me to the Erming Mountain there, the reward. Kaosheng extended a finger, 1 million. I will provide spiritual plants and some mountain goods that can be collected along the way, and it will definitely be able to afford the price. 1 million, you captives really dare to ask for it. Originally, Wenting intended to directly use his strong strength to deter the other party from whoring. However, thinking that this is the Eternal Mountain Range after all, he is not familiar with it, in case this kid moves a crooked mind to play life to pit himself, it would not be good. Well, it is not just 1 million, the big deal is to find a loving person to raise money on the way out, but also out. Unnecessary risks are still good to kill. Somewhat distressed, Wenting nodded, okay, that's it. In order to let him lead the way at ease, Wenting even held back from cutting the price. Kaosheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that this expert who could evade the sensory abilities of both Zhang Changbao and Zhang Zijing would force him to go to a place he was unfamiliar with. After reaching an agreement, the two of them retraced their steps side by side along the road they had just traveled, walking back at a brisk pace. Unfortunately, not long after they moved, light snow fell around them. The snow fell unhurriedly, and the world seemed to be silenced, only the sound of brushing snow falling could be heard. The eternal mountain range in winter was wrapped in silver, except for the individual evergreen trees that remained green. The entire world was filled with black and white, as if it was a realistic ink landscape painting. It was just that the two's modernized clothing and walking left 2 rows of footprints on the snow, ruining this quiet picture. The two didn't walk far before they saw a goat path that dipped into the interior of the mountain. The path was narrow at both ends, with the interior of the mountain sunken in the center, where more than a dozen glazed elk lounged. They have a face thinner than a horse, a pair of crystal internal flow of starlight antlers shaped like tree branches extending outward, white fluffy hair draped over the body in the snow at ease, like nature's fairy spirit. Glazed elk is because of this pair of antlers and named, and they look like nature fairy. Beautiful appearance is different. They are not very good temper. Once there is a wind and grass, will be a collective riot from the yodeling deer, attracting the surrounding snow and wind to the surrounding to launch a charge. And they are like mountain goats, good at jumping freely in the nearly vertical mountains. In this kind of lot has an absolute advantage. When Ting used his supernatural ability to check, good guy, one of them was level 6, 3 were level 5, only 2 slightly smaller ones were level 3 and level 2, the rest were level 4. Because of this, Uncle Sean and the others were not willing to clash with the glazed elk in this kind of lot. They were already in a disadvantageous position, and if there were hidden predators, the attacks they would suffer would be unimaginable. Kaoshan looked towards Wen Ting, extending his hand towards the goat path. Brother, please. Wen Ting hooked up the corner of his mouth. Release your chi, remember not to resist when you get beaten up in a while, or I won't be responsible for losing your life if something goes wrong. Kaoshan? Not waiting for Kaoshan to ask, a mass of black fog from Wen Ting around the rapid diffusion, in a short while will be around the goat path encompassed most of the. If it was Wen Ting himself against these deer, he had many ways to pass through, but with a martial artist who could only release chi energy, there weren't too many viable ways. The intrusion of the black mist instantly drew panic from the glazed elk, and the originally settled herd immediately huddled in a corner, with the grade 6 elk leading the other males to stand on the periphery, their gazes extraordinarily vigilant. A sound of deer roar one after another, the surrounding wind and snow surging and rotating, the quiet cave out of nowhere blizzard, wanting to blow away this black fog. When Ting knew that there was not much time, pulled Kaoshan's whole body, muscles rumbled in advance, mobilized the whole body's chi and blood, and threw it out fiercely towards the front. Chapter 139, Tidal Wave of the Cloud Sea. Kaoshan listened to Wenton's advice early in the morning and hurriedly used his chi energy to protect his body. In the next second, a strong thrust came from his back. Without him resisting, his entire body flew forward. Everything around him was pitch black, and he could only feel the coldness of the frigid air currents around him that were pulled by the glazed elk. Am I going to die? This thought had just come together when the initial forward thrust decayed and turned to start falling, which scared the hell out of him. Not a brother, I'm a tour guide. Even if you don't want to pay, it's not like you're going to push me off the cliff. We don't have any grudges. At this moment, Kaoshan's mind was confused, but before he could fall too much, a strong thrust came from his back again, making him take off again. After 5 or 6 seconds of this, he was like a leather ball being whipped one after another, and then landed heavily on the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he was finally out of that helpless darkness and regained his pale, snow-white vision. Not waiting for him to catch his breath, he heard, behind him came the howling of the storm, turned to look at the black fog that seemed like thick smoke has been wrapped by the cold wind, dispersed most of it. When Ting put his hands in his pockets and kicked Gao Xiong, who was lying on the ground in shock. Hey, Mr. Gao, it's time to go. I'm not responsible for collecting the corpse if the deer rush out later. How did you do that? Secret. Next time, do this kind of thing again, remind me. Kaosheng was obviously scared half to death. Wen Tin shrugged, try. Just now, he utilized the black mist created by the Shadow Department Fey, and kicked Kaosheng all the way over like a kicking ball in the gap between the rapid aerial leaps and the black mist that interfered with the deer's field of vision and didn't dare to move around. If this is to run, cannot even go halfway, will be frozen into ice sculpture by that blizzard. Two people do not dare to stay for a long time. After walking through this goat path, they began to climb towards the mountain. Without climbing for long, Kaosheng immediately voiced out, "Boss, stop. We can't go any further, take my hand, let's station ourselves near here." Wen Ting frowned slightly and looked around. The snow had stopped, and the air was right at a windless, relatively warm moment, a good time to hurry. Moreover, the surrounding lava-cooled volcanic rocks were all jagged, and the two of them were in a relatively open lot, so once it turned cold at night, there was no place to go here to protect themselves from the wind and snow. Freezing to death is not to, but suffering is certainly inevitable. What's more, there will be demonic beasts that will attack from time to time, and rest is another big problem. To be reasonable, Wen Ting preferred to quickly move forward to find a mountain to shelter from the wind. Give me a reason. Kaosheng introduced. Further ahead is a natural hot spring. There are bound to be many demonic beasts around the water source, or strong ones. And the time of the cloud sea tide is coming. Going further in the water mist and encountering demonic beasts, we will easily get separated. Why don't we dig a snow trench here to temporarily take shelter? Wait until the night you are not of the shadow department, it's safe to go further. Kaosheng gave a suggestion in combination with the current state of the two of them. Wen Ting nodded his head. After all, he was a local who grew up in the Eternal Mountain Range, and his experience should still be respected. Thus, the two of them found a small depression on the ground, dug into the snow, and under Kaosheng's guidance built a simple snow nest that could accommodate two people. Before it could be fully made, the mountains and forests were swarming with woozy fog, coming in quickly from between the surrounding mountains of varying heights. In just a few breaths, the location where the two of them stood was a white blanket, and their field of vision was instantly reduced to 2 meters. Wen Ting's mouth opened slightly. Having stayed in the northern plains since he was a child, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Kaosheng looked at Wen Ting's shocked expression and smiled. Boss saw this scene for the first time, isn't it shocking? At this, Wen Ting did not deny and nodded his head. Nature's devilish craftsmanship, I've kind of experienced it. Speaking of his hometown, Kaosheng's words were picked up. That's right, the Eternal Mountain Range is a holy mountain that cannot be desecrated. Whoever enters here with blindness and foolishness will surely become part of eternity. You still believe in that? Kaosheng shook his head. It's reverence. Suddenly Kaosheng sighed. I don't know how they are doing. Wen Ting raised an eyebrow. You still care about that group of people? The heart is still quite good. Kaosheng stammered. Of course it's not Zhang Changbao and the others. It's Ms. Zhang and the others. They're actually quite nice. If it were anyone else, who would care about such a small person like me in the restricted area? Oh, the person that Uncle Lang stepped in to save is the one who was remembered as Miss Zhang, TSK. Wen Ting looked at him with amusement. Hearing Wen Ting's teasing, Gao Xiong's face instantly reddened. They're all in one piece. I'm using it as a surrogate reference. Do you understand pronouns? Then why are you blushing? Refreshed. Wen Ting laughed. The heart is weak not, but also play on the terrier. Kaosheng suddenly speechless. So sex broken pot, line. I admit that I have thoughts about Miss Zhang line. Early so quick not finished. Kaosheng rolled his eyes. People with good character, and capable, good looking, is a man will be a little idea it. Besides, think about. And does not violate the law. Alas, the persuasion I also persuaded, people do not listen to me and what can I do? Wen Ting on the side of the ghostly came. You say if they did not have things, that Zhang Changbao will go must not find you trouble? Can you block it? Kaosheng struggled for a bit and said, then I wish Zhang Changbao and the others something good. You're still directing your prayers here. What if, besides, with Zhang Changbao's arrogance, something will happen sooner or later? Kaosheng seemed very confident about this. While the two were chatting, Wen Ting tapped Kaosheng's shoulder, his index finger against his lips signaling for silence. Kaosheng's scalp tingled, his hand immediately pressed on the hilt of the knife, and he couldn't help but gulp. Wen Ting listened carefully to the surrounding movements and whispered, someone is coming. Listening to the footsteps, there are about a dozen of them. Is it Ms. Zhang and the others? Wen Ting was speechless and knocked him on the head. Love brain shut up. Then said, listening to their footsteps are very gathered, it seems to be prepared. Humph, again underestimating the Eternal Mountain Range. Watch, when the water mist recedes you won't have to walk far to see their corpses. Kaosheng felt disdain for guys like them who dared to charge into the forbidden zone when they had a little bit. Then he lamented about the current environment. Ever since the news of that face spread, there are so many more guides who grew up here. They're all just a bunch of greedy things who took a little bit of the old man's experience, did a few explorations and then got bold. Instead, the ones like us who actually grew up in the mountains have no one to trust them anymore. We can only serve as a lapdog for them, damn it. Wen Ting listened to Kaosheng's whining without retorting, but instead, he was extremely agreeable. Capital seeks profit. As long as the price is high enough and the benefits are lucrative enough, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Just as they waited for the clouds to recede, Wen Ting vaguely heard a miserable scream, and violent energy fluctuations. It didn't take long for a few panicked people to run straight to them in terror, while they seemed to be closely followed by something, wrapped in air currents rapidly approaching. Wen Ting's face was ugly. Today is the bad luck of 8 lifetimes, visibility is so low, how can you still accurately bring those things here? Chapter 140 Thundering Mountain has a toll station. That group of people drew the demonic beast over. You stay here and don't move. Listening to the sound of the other side is very directional towards them hereover. Wenting naturally cannot sit and wait for death, immediately stood up to leave. Kaosheng hurriedly pulled back with panic on his face. Don't go, the Cloud Sea tidal wave has just begun, and all the perception effects will be nullified at the back. All perception will be nullified? What kind of situation is this? Wenting patted his hand and said, don't worry, it won't be far from here. After saying that, a large amount of black mist surged around him, mixing and intermingling with the water mist, completely zeroing in on the surrounding vision. The wind speed here was slower, and the clouds and mist gave the black mist an excellent environment to survive in, which also allowed Wenting to be able to perceive a much wider range. Because of the interference of the water mist, even though Wenting couldn't see his surroundings even when he was in the black mist, he was able to perceive the surrounding terrain and landscape as well through the black mist's coverage of the environment. This was one of the special abilities granted by the Shadow Fae. As the black mist spread, soon those few guys who had deliberately lured the demonic beasts towards him encapsulated in. Those few people didn't realize something was wrong until they entered the black fog. The one in the lead immediately uttered a prayer, brothers help. Not interested in hearing what's in your heart. Wenting took the time to reply back. The man? Who sang to you in the space? Too late to spit, Wenting quickly flew towards the 6 people who had entered the black fog with the help of the black fog. After the distance closed, he let out a soul-shrill whistle without hesitation. A mournful whistling sound like a stern ghost demanding for life exploded in the ears of those 6 people, and their brains seemed to have been stirred up by the sound, rising up with raw pain. One of them reacted quickly, starting to prepare as soon as they entered the black fog, releasing a soft light immediately after Wenting let out his soul-sharp whistle, illuminating and healing the surrounding teammates whose souls had been damaged. Light system? Wenting transformed into the form of a dark-winged pale wolf and arrived in an instant with an electric flash, his dark-colored claws easily piercing through his opponent's chest and crushing his heart. The light that had just blossomed hadn't even brought hope before it went out, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Old Sun. Son of a, kill. One of the martial artists who had been healed by that light alien Old Sun's radiance heard the sound of his teammate's death, and in a split second, he became furious, his chi surging around him, leaning on the position he was in when the radiance went out, and began to attack. Wenting, who had scored a hit, immediately flashed away by virtue of shifting shadows, not forgetting to tighten the scattered web of restraints as he left. With a single hand pull and tug, the leader of the 5 remaining people, the man who intended to escape from the ground and run away, precisely fell into the web of restraints laid down by Wenting and was tugged over. No! Your Excellency, spare my life. The man was terrified, and after realizing that he couldn't escape, he hurriedly begged for mercy, but it was clear that Wenting had no intention of letting him go. It was self-evident what he had in mind by precisely drawing the demonic beasts towards him. I've been to Thundering Mountain. Wenting changed his claws into fists and struck the web of binding with unabated power, only to hear a muffled and shattering sound, dry bombing the clay mask and defenses on his opponent's body and instantly smashing him into unconsciousness. It was also fortunate that this kid had grasped the point, or else the light-type man would have been his downfall just now. Without the guidance of this earth-type man, the remaining 4 people immediately became headless flies and got lost in the chaos. The demonic beast that was chasing them also followed the scent and found them. Wenting hurriedly pulled out the deodorant from his waist and sprayed it on himself and the captive, and returned to the snowy trench in a few flashes, not bothering about the remaining 4 people. The demonic beast that was chasing them needed someone to draw it away, and the night was still long, so Wenting didn't want to waste his powers unnecessarily. Yeehaw! A strange, seemingly taunting cry rang out from the black mist, followed closely by the mournful screams and cries for help from a group of people. Kaosheng could be relieved to see that Wenting had returned. It's good that you're all right. At a moment like this, having a strong person by one side would always make one feel at ease. This person is? Wenting picked up the net of binding and crisply slapped down 2 times, swelling the man's face while explaining, it's this grandson who attracted the demonic beasts over. Kaosheng recalled the extremely mocking shout just now, this voice. Snow grudge? He said he was relieved and turned his face to anger. Son of a dog, this kid is trying to get us killed nah. Boss, this kind of person save him why? Just as the 2 were talking, the man woke up in pain, just gaining a sliver of consciousness, his whole body panicked in the fearful effect of the web of bondage enhanced by the shadow system Fae. I'm wrong, don't kill me, I've been to Thunder Mountain, I'm useful. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a thick deerskin coat, and his thick beard was covered in frost condensed from his breath. At this moment, he had been completely stunned by Wen Ting's methods. Just met even talk about not talk, come up as to kill, means clean and sharp, even more than that hidden in the water mist of the demonic beasts are more horrifying. Wen Ting kicked him in the wound, knocking him over on the ground and causing him to grimace in pain. Tell me, what's Thundering Mountain like? If you can't tell us any useful information, you'll return to nature's embrace. As Cao Sheng looked at the man's miserable appearance, his heart felt free, but he also understood Wen Ting's purpose of capturing him alive. A trace of hatred flashed in the man's eyes, but he had to bow his head under the roof and said helplessly. Quite a few people have gathered over at Thundering Mountain. The remnants of the Thunder Fae have made the Thunder elemental content there extremely high, and inside that Thunderfield the Thunder Fae and the martial artists can receive quite a lot of benefits. But because more and more people entered, it led to quite a few conflicts breaking out, and we were driven down. Wen Ting looked towards Cao Sheng, wanting to hear his judgment. The situation inside the Thundering Mountain Cao Sheng had told him a few times on the way, and the Thunder Field inside did indeed have an enhancing effect on a martial artist's physique. Wen Ting also wanted to go there to push his bone forging stage to completion. Cao Sheng nodded in recognition and said, as the time for the fourth thunderstorm is getting closer and closer, it is understandable that some people want to occupy Thundering Mountain to take their chances. But are they starting to join forces to drive people away so soon? The man nodded with a more indignant expression. The ones occupying Thundering Mountain are 3 local forces who have joined together to control the mountain pass, charging tolls for those who want to enter, and extorting them for coming out. They mustn't draw the wrath of the people, so many of you didn't think of resisting? Resist! The man's emotions were a bit agitated, and soon pulled the wound, grimacing in pain, but they are all level 6 experts, there is no way to fight, and once they encountered the strong ones, they just don't charge the entrance fee to put people in. Just us, level 3 and 4 martial artists and adepts alone are no match at all, and we had to retreat from there. The man spoke in an extraordinarily stifled manner. Wen Ting nodded, that means you guys haven't gone in there either, right? The man's eyes widened, chill soared in his heart, and despite the pain in his body, he forcefully mobilized his supernatural ability to vanish and slip away. He took advantage of his collapse to chat with Wen Ting but also didn't forget to plow through the snow to leave himself a way out. The snow isolated the land, and with his current injuries, it would be difficult to break through the snow and disappear into the ground. No. Humph. Wen Ting flicked his wrist, and 2 dark, shadowy steel needles shot out electrically, shooting into his eyes and disappearing into his mind, and the man instantly lost his voice. For the man's choice Wen Ting is also understanding, because in the place of Wen Ting, he will also do the same. But understanding was understanding, not delaying him as the victim to retaliate back. The sudden killing startled Cao Sheng, and after reacting, he patted his chest in relief. Just don't make a move on him. Chapter 141 The Clouds Recede. Cao Sheng looked at the already dead man and suddenly said with some regret. Aya, boss why are you so decisive in killing people? Wen Ting raised his eyebrows, didn't you complain that I didn't kill him before? What's wrong with you, your conscience is clearing up. Cao Sheng waved his hand, what I mean you at least kill him before the cell phone balance, bank card passwords to get your hands on it, this kind of hunter hands must be a lot of money. It turned out to be a money junkie as well. This guy lied, the road on which he was captured had already been searched, even the equipment for catching up had been gripped away, he was already a poor man, there was no oil to be squeezed out of him. Cao Sheng revealed an expression of no wonder you killed so decisively. The tidal wave of clouds outside was getting thicker and thicker, and in just a moment, even the man's corpse could only be seen halfway. Idle as he was, Wen Ting inquired without words, the snow grudge you heard that voice talking about just now, what is it? The world's demonic beasts are strange and varied, the Eternal Mountain Range is a famous forbidden area, the types of demonic beasts inside are even more outrageous, it's normal that there are those that Wen Ting doesn't recognize. Cao Sheng, as a tour guide, also answered questions. The snow grudge is a soul-type demonic beast that is active during the cloud tide, and it is said that the older generation said that the snow grudge is a gathering of those grudging souls that are lost in the cloud tide. Because of their unwillingness to die and to drag others along with them, once they are entangled almost none of them can survive. It is the few that survive are also mentally unbalanced and can't walk out of the forbidden zone. This is also the reason why I don't let you station yourself in the direction of the water source, where the probability of snow grudges appearing is high. Wen Ting narrowed his eyes, then why didn't you say anything just now? Cao Sheng did not dare to look directly at Wen Ting, his eyes flicked to the side, industry secrets. Besides, it's just hard to come across this thing on a regular basis. You're not worried about snow grudge running to us? Just now may be afraid, but now, well, the cloud tides have passed the very beginning stage. Even the snow grudge will not be able to distinguish the direction, unless we are unlucky, just run into so a slight minuscule probability, otherwise it's fine. Wen Ting secretly said that it was a pity. He is a person who carries Thunder System ability. A major feature of the Thunder System is to restrain demonic beasts of soul class, evil spirit and other characteristics. With his current cultivation, as long as it is not a level 6, there are fights to be had. Soul-type demonic beasts he has never seen, even the drops, corpses, and the like have never been found in the Hunter Guild. Rare things are expensive. This thing may also be able to awaken rare spirit-type psychic ability, may also say it. After all, as long as one's bone forging was complete, one could allow the 4 lineage psychic abilities to break through the shackles and advance to level 4. The same would allow one's spiritual domain to be upgraded, and the number of alien ability slots that could be awakened would increase by another. After a day of running and fighting, the two of them opened their backpacks and began to replenish their physical strength. Kaohsiung skillfully pulled out the compressed cookies and canned beef from his backpack and saw that Wen Tin took out a meat sandwich and laughed. "Boss, you don't have much experience in this forbidden zone. In the forbidden zone this is the most useful. The one you have doesn't taste good in such a cold day. Or this is reliable. The most important thing in the forbidden zone is to replenish calories," said Kaohsiung, shook the compressed cookies and canned beef in his hand with a smug face. Wen Tin didn't say too much and silently pulled out a bottle of nutrient liquid and drizzled it on top, then opened his mouth and took a big bite. The meat sandwich did have a much reduced taste due to the cold, but after dripping a layer of nutrient liquid and running the qi and blood in the body to stimulate it was able to heat up the mouth to a certain extent. Rapidly replenishing the qi and blood, qi and strength could also increase the temperature of the meat sandwich to ensure the basic taste. "This can make Kaohsiung look at you. Do you want to see what you are doing? Thousands of dollars a bottle of nutrient liquid you use to mix rice? This is also too wasteful." Kaohsiung instantly felt that the compressed cookies in his hand did not smell good. These industrial products, how can they replenish as much energy as the nutrient solution? After being shown away by Wen Tin so close to his face, Kaohsiung also lost interest in chatting. After eating the meal, the two tacitly lay down in the snow and entered a light sleep to maintain their state. The forbidden zone is full of crisis. If you do not pay attention, you will never recover. The spirit is always in a tense state, so appropriate sleep, meditation can be very good to maintain the state. Time passed little by little. The surrounding clouds and the plummeting temperature turned into a bit of ice crystals drifting down. The white scenery slowly faded away, revealing the starry night sky and the beauty of the surrounding mountains. The moon hung high in the sky, the Milky Way stretched between the two mountains, stars dotted the surrounding area, and the yodeling of deer and the cries of unknown birds in the forest added a sense of serenity among the mountains. Unfortunately, this was the Eternal Mountain Range, a terrifying region where one slip of the tongue could lead to eternity. Wen Tin was the first to wake up and shook Kaohsiung beside him, signaling him to get up. The tidal wave of the Sea of Clouds did not only bring about a loss of vision, but more importantly, this thing was tidal. Winter season, this rolling clouds tumbling pasted on the body wet extraordinarily uncomfortable. The temperature of this drop, although the clouds retreated, but the same plummeting temperatures quickly take away their body temperature. If not properly handled, it will freeze to death. Kaohsiung rubbed his eyes and woke up very quickly, immediately running his body's qi and qi blood to quickly dry the clothes on his body. Wen Ting stretched out his hand. "Don't freeze, drive away the cold for me as well." Kaohsiung blinked. "What? You're not a martial artist? That force when you hit me before was much stronger than me. Cut the crap. Hurry up." Wen Ting had no intention of telling him the truth. As a matter of fact, it wasn't impossible for Wen Ting to dry his clothes, as he could easily dry his jacket by using his qi and blood and the heat generated by his newly acquired Vidra Bear racial talent, supercells. However, there was no need to do so. Although he had a backpack of nutrient solution, but with a ready-made tool, why would he waste his own qi and blood? After Kaohsiung reluctantly helped Wen Ting dry his clothes, the two of them packed their bags and continued on their way while it was night. Generally speaking, the Eternal Mountain Range at night was more dangerous than during the day, but Wen Ting had excellent dark vision and was able to avoid a lot of dangers. As the two of them traveled forward, Wen Ting also saw in the darkness the light alien who had been stabbed through the heart by his own move. His body had long been frozen, and around him fell a woman whose expression was fixed in a state of shock, her 7 orifices bleeding, her expression written with pain and fear, and it was not known what she had gone through before she was born. Kaohsiung approached to use the light of the cell phone to shine a little, and immediately concluded after sucking in a breath. It should have been swallowed alive by the snow grudge, TSK, miserable death. But any old tour guide will not scurry around when the tides of the Sea of Clouds Find a good place to stay is not good, do not make noise, do not produce fear, snow grudges cannot find you Wen Tin looked at Kaohsiung again. I said this kid why not afraid of snow grudges it, together just did not tell me all the information. Why didn't I see that you had so much heart before? Thinking back to the way he looked at Zheng Zijing, he sighed helplessly, love makes people lose their minds. Kaohsiung, ? Not buddy, I'm kindly sharing your knowledge, why are you attacking me? Chapter 142, Run fast, if you're slow, you'll have to marry her. With Wen Ting's night vision, the two of them could walk as fast as they could at night, and they didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. After rounding the small hill in front of them, from afar, they saw a mountain peak in front of them that was exceptionally different. The top of the mountain was bowl-shaped, high around, sunken inwards, emitting a reddish flickering light inside, particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Through that crimson light, one could clearly see that there was a large area of vitrification around the mountain top, crystal clear, scattering the thunder light into the sky, as if it was a KTV dance effect, with a different flavor. There is the Thunder Mountain. Since the first appearance of the Thunder Fae, blew a crater out of the top of that small mountain, and it became this way now. A few months ago that thunder light was even stronger than this, people simply can't get in. The Red Thunder. This special effect is a bit strong. Wen Ting looked at the scene of flickering thunder light and sighed in his heart. Really, if he was lucky enough to absorb it, this Fae probably couldn't be hidden. Let's go to the foot of Thundering Mountain first to feel out the bottom, and see if there's really someone standing there charging. Kaohsiung followed while saying, Boss, I won't be going up the mountain when the time comes, I've been in before, and it's no surprise that the ones who are hogging Thundering Mountain are the local bullies. I still have to mix in Apricot Grove province, so I won't join in the fun. Wen Ting could understand his state of mind and readily agreed. He was not afraid of Kaohsiung just running away, after all, his guide fee had not been paid yet. As the two of them advanced, the number of hunters stationed around them also increased. Just 2 steps away, they could see several small groups grouped together and camped at the back of the mountain. There were quite a number of people sitting around the campfire in front of their tents for a vigil, looking at the two of them traveling in the darkness with unfavorable expressions on their faces. It seems like what that guy said is true. These are obviously hunters who were driven down, and are probably upset waiting for a chance to retaliate. Kaohsiung muttered in a low voice. Wen Ting looked at one open-air tent after another, as well as the occasional sound of surplus and asked in a slightly strange manner. Even if this group of guys are level 6 alien and Han high stage martial artists, facing such a huge number of hunter groups, they are so offended for that money, not afraid of overturning the boat in the gutter? Facing Wen Ting's question, Kaohsiung laughed. Boss, if you were outside you would be right in any way, but this is a forbidden area, as long as it is not a life-threatening situation. If you want to unite these hunters, don't even think about it. Here, but any small injury, if not treated in time, there are people who dare to move against you, want to think of putting a big one. It's all clear that they don't have the qualifications to compete for the Fae, so no one will take such a big risk for that unrealistic Fae. Wen Ting looked at those tents and said, then what are they all gathering here for? It's not like they're just waiting for those people to be unlucky and then swarming around to split their bodies, is it? Hey, that really makes you say it. Kaohsiung compared admiringly, then explained. But what they're waiting for are not those rank 6 experts who are hogging the mountain, but those headstrong newcomers. The newcomers are thrown out after being beaten up by the experts, and then they come up for a second round of scavenging. Wen Ting was a bit surprised. Didn't they say they were all scavenged clean? How can they still be scavenged for oil? Kaohsiung pointed with his chin to a tent that just walked by that emitted the sound of lust. In the forbidden zone, people are also a resource. Even corpses can be a resource. Wen Ting's ears were smart, and he could even clearly hear that most of the people emitting grunts from those tents were males. The harsh environment had forced these people to develop a different hobby. The two of them walked forward for a while longer, and suddenly Wen Ting twisted his head to the side. A figure in the darkness quickly muffled towards this place, occasionally making jumps and dodging from side to side. The place where the dodging was carried out was either sinking or rising black gravel, seemingly trying to grab the person the next second. Just as Wen Ting looked at the man, the other looked up and saw the two. Kaohsiung. Quickly help me. That person's voice was clear and bright, obviously a female voice, and the vocal line was highly recognizable. Wen Ting couldn't help but hold his forehead. No way, such a coincidence? Kaohsiung was briefly surprised at the other party's precision in calling out his name, then his face showed joy. Ms. Zhang. Boss, it's that Miss Zhang. Zheng Zijing was a perception system alien, and was able to use her powers to recognize Kaohsiung even from a distance of more than 200 meters. However, Cao Sheng's joy quickly turned into worry. He could sense the high strength of the person chasing her. Even if he went to help, he would still be giving away his head, so he looked towards Wenting. Boss. Stop. I don't know her. If you want to save her, go yourself and don't get me in trouble. I'm leaving first. Cao Sheng. Chang Changbao is treacherous and wants to kill us. I'll give you $10 million. Help me, will you? Zhang Zijing saw that Cao Sheng was not moving and immediately changed to a crying voice, as well as offering an extremely high price. Cao Sheng was not so overwhelmed by the so-called love at first sight, and followed Wenting as he quickly left, while trying to persuade him. Boss, $10 million, don't you have any idea? Besides, Ms. Zhang's perception system is very strong. Its effect in the restricted area can be very powerful, don't you think about it? Wenting couldn't help but roll his eyes. Look back over there. Cao Sheng twisted his head to take a look, and his scalp immediately went numb. The group of hunters who were wearing coats had come out of the original resting tents. The corners of their mouths could not hide their excitement. Women could be too scarce here. Many people whistled through the air. Beauty, come towards me, brother will protect you. Come here, we'll give you justice. Such voices rose and fell. Zhang Zijing, as a perception system alien, could naturally clearly sense the evil desires emanating from those people. At this moment, she was incomparably regretting the voice she had just shouted out. But with her life at stake, she couldn't think so much, which caused more trouble. Behind her, the rapidly approaching, somewhat wretched-looking Zhang Changbao laughed wildly. Zhang Zijing, see, those people are hitting your idea. Why don't you just from me, face a person or a group of people? Are very good choice, right, huh? Zhang Zijing clenched her teeth. At the moment of life and death, it seemed like a small universe had erupted. Her speed once again raised, and she said to the group of people who had gathered in this direction. I'm the eldest miss of the imperial capital Zhang family. Whoever can help me kill Zhang Changbao, I'll marry him. Whoever can kill him today, I will immediately cavort with him. Wenting was running in front and couldn't help but look back at Zhang Zijing when he heard this. This woman had a bit of gumption. In such a short period of time, she thought of using her gender advantage to provoke a fight between them. And with this relationship, even if the situation is unfavorable, at least you can save your life and not end up in a more miserable situation. Cao Sheng was excited to hear this and at the same time knew that he was incapable, so he looked at Wenting with complicated eyes. Zhang Changbao, who was chasing behind Zhang Zijing's face, darkened. Bitch, give face. The group of hunters who heard this got even more excited and responded enthusiastically to Zhang Zijing, wailing and running this way. However, Zhang Zijing did not go their way, but went straight to the two Wenting in front of her. Her special ability told her that they were the only ones here who hadn't moved with evil thoughts, and the moment she discovered Cao Sheng, she clearly knew that the man beside him had an inscrutable strength that she couldn't see through. If she wanted to save her life, only that side was the way out. But what made her despair was that those two men ran one faster than the other, as if they had encountered a flooding beast. Chapter 143. The price has arrived. Wenting didn't choose to use electric flash or shadow escape, but instead simply used his two legs to run quickly through the snow that didn't go past his calves. For Zhang Zijing, he was also waiting for the price to come. Zhang Amethyst's value didn't need to be reminded by Cao Sheng. Wenting was very clear about her role. She could not only be special in the sense system ability, but more importantly, they might also have information about the Fae in their hands that he didn't know about. What Wentin was waiting for was whether or not she could show enough value to make Wentin risk dealing with a level 5 Earth system Xenos even to preserve her. If not, there was no need to offend a rank 5 Fae for no reason. Zhang Changbao, who was in hot pursuit behind him, saw that many people were running towards him, and burst out the mighty pressure belonging to a rank 5 alien roared. All of you should weigh up whether you're qualified or not. The roar was accompanied by the unique black soil of the Eternal Mountain Range mixed with the snow on top of it, setting off a large amount of dust storms, forcing a group of hunters who were on fire to stop one after another. 5th level psychic, no one would offend for the sake of having a good time. Zhang Zijing's stamina gradually ran out, knowing that she couldn't last much longer if she went on like this, and realizing that those stragglers were intimidated, she said once again. He's seriously injured, and he still has 3 roots of the 5th level demonic beast cold pine essence on him. Zhang Changbao secretly bad, hands upward arrays, sandstorm wrapped with dust and snow powder, large area whistling scrape towards Zhang Zijing there, want to use this sandstorm sound to interrupt her explosive. Similarly, this is also the part of showing his strength. Even if he is not a veteran hunter of the Eternal Mountain Range, but his time and experience as a hunter is still old, he knows clearly that it is useless to say anything at this time. Only by showing a strong strength of crushing posture could he subdue those hyena-like hunters. Zhang Zijing herself was a dual cultivator of foreign martial arts, and when she saw the storm coming from behind her, she turned around and threw a punch aimed behind her. Only to see the emerald green ring on her tiny fist. It bloomed with a lime green light, and immediately bloomed into a gorgeous spell formation that was equal to a person's height, and 3 thick and incomparable tornadoes surged out from it, weaving and influencing each other as they slammed into the incoming sandstorm. Both sides erupted with extremely strong air currents, sand dust, snow dust, and churned up branches shot out in all directions in a disorderly manner. Zhang Zijing was also blown towards Wenting by the airflow and fell heavily to the ground, but fortunately, she was protected by her qi, which prevented her from fainting directly. She clenched her teeth and said to Wenting, "Help me, I know the secret of Thundering Mountain." Wenting stopped his steps and turned around. "That's not enough." Zhang Zijing revealed a miserable smile. It was good that she was willing to talk. It was afraid that she had misjudged and the other party was a coward unwilling to cause trouble. Plus a rank 4 attack-type magic weapon, and a $10 million fund transfer. As long as you kill Zhang Changbao, I'll transfer it to you immediately. Zhang Changbao, who was knocked back by the air currents, vaguely guessed what the two were talking about and immediately said angrily, "Gao Xiong. And that kid, this woman killed 2 of my brethren in exchange for her own escape. It's only right that the old man take revenge. Get out of the way," said Zhang Changbao as he stepped on the gravel with one foot and rushed towards Zhang Zijing once again, stretching out one hand in front of his body to coalesce a giant black hand made of gravel that was about to grab at Zhang Zijing. "Please help me." Zhang Zijing was terrified. Her refreshing voice begged Wenting with a sobbing tone. The means she could use to defend herself against the enemy were almost exhausted, and having gone through many battles herself before arriving here, her physical abilities had long since reached their limits. "Deal." These words were like heavenly music in Zhang Zijing's ears, and just as she wanted to express her gratitude, before she could say the word thank you, she turned her head to see a pitch-black military hook kicking in. The distance between the two was too close. Her psychic ability had already detected the attack, but her body was unable to parry it. Without a word of questioning, her eyes rolled over and she fainted. This stunned Kaoshang on the side. "Boss, you watch the wealthy man for me," Wenting said as a large amount of pitch-black mist emerged around him to contain himself as well as Zhang and Gao all in. On the other side will be everything in the eyes of Zhang Changbao, mood as if riding a roller coaster, general ups and downs, and finally saw Wenting surged out of the black mist angrily. "Young man, there is a price to pay for showing off." Sand and gravel composed of giant hand would also disregarded to hit the black fog. Gesture will be Zhang Zijing and other people all pinch death. In the black mist, Wenting manifested the appearance of a dark-winged kangwolf, and a steel lance appeared in his hand. After kicking the fainting Zhang Zijing and the confused Kaoshang out of Zhang Longbo's attack range, he moved to the edge of the black fog. The purple and ink-colored shadow system cyclone in his mind rotated crazily, and the range of the black mist expanded once again to encompass Zhang Changbao in the middle of the black mist. Zhang Changbao was baffled by this sudden surge of black mist. Why could he be so fast? But it was too late to think about it. The gravel under his feet tumbled, the black soil rose up and gathered on his body's surface to form gravel armor, using his supernatural ability to protect himself first. However, right at this moment, Zhang Changbao's ears exploded with a soulful whine that went straight to his brain. With the increase of the shadow system phase soul whistling, even a level 5 earth system phase can't get any better. His brain buzzed and became confused. However, this couldn't make Zhang Changbao lose control of his phase. The rock armor still formed a protection to protect him inside. In the next second, a lance suddenly stuck out from Zhang Changbao's side, heading straight for his armpit. There was a weak spot where Zhang Changbao had used his rock armor in haste, and Zhang Changbao was too late to use more of his supernatural energy to protect it. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold aura, a gold-type level 3 skill, a skill specialized in breaking hardness, shattering gold. The spear tore through the air and hit a sonic boom. The rock armor under Zhang Changbao's armpit shattered with a loud bang. The tip of the spear didn't penetrate into his shoulder and got stuck at the shoulder armor above. The sharp pain caused Zhang Changbao to scream in terror, and in a flash, his entire shoulder lost consciousness. Wenting let the shadow and lightning chi cyclones merge with each other, and a streak of purple and ink-colored lightning leapt into his body along with the steel spear. The dark, paralyzing current triggered Zhang Changbao's fear of death, similarly losing control of the right half of his body. However, he was after all a rank 5 alien, with a frighteningly high mental strength, and there were protective skills against the spirit in his Earth system's alien abilities, which prevented him from completely losing the ability to counterattack. The left hand that could still be controlled, the palm condensed sand and earth, and by feeling it slapped out fiercely to the side, almost reacting at the same time as when Wenting channeled the electric current. Ding! After the sand and gravel hit the steel with a crisp ringing sound, a muffled sound. Wenting was slapped out. The force of this slap was ferocious, and the power of a 5th-level alien's desperate counterattack when he struck could be imagined. Put. Wenting couldn't help but have blood spill out from the corner of his mouth, secretly sighing, worthy of being a 5th-level psychic, really can't be underestimated. However, for Wenting, who had the Phantom System, Steel Body, Steel Bones, and Shadow-Splitting Technique to divert the damage, it was still within the tolerable range. On the other side, Zhang Changbao, who struck a palm and realized that it failed to kill Wenting, panicked, a 3-lineage alien? Your Excellency, want to protect that woman? Zhang Changbao will sell you this face, all are out to beg for food, I hope to give a thin face, this ends mutual non-interference. How? Chapter 144, Paying the Promise. Yes. Wenting agreed painfully. Zhang Changbao did not drop his guard just because Wenting agreed, instead, he turned around and wanted to escape from the range of the black mist. Suddenly, Zhang Changbao realized that Wenting had disappeared through his perception of the ground, and his alarm bells went off. Not caring whether Wenting had promised him or not, his intact left hand slapped the ground on the spot, and suddenly, a huge brown spell formation with a diameter of about 20 meters was released with him as the center of the circle. Electric flashed to the top of Zhang Changbao's head to prepare for the thousands of pounds smashed down Wenting. By the strong reminder of malicious perception, do not think directly. Electric flash run away rushed out of the range of the black fog. Boom! With a loud boom, the earth's veins seemed to tremble, followed by fong-like rock spikes stabbing out from the ground in all directions, forming a 20-plus meter long stalagmite sticking out in all directions. The group of hunters who were waiting for an opportunity to watch from the sidelines sucked in a breath of cool air. 5th level skill. It's a good thing I didn't go on it, it's unclear how I would die if I went on it. That evil fire on the head of the kid is still alive? Don't think about it, it's gone for sure, my goodness. Suddenly feel that men are nothing bad, turn off the lights or an eye, the effect is almost the same, slipped away. Look, that kid is not dead. What? Just felt the threat of death, Zhang Changbao with not much alien energy in his body to release the killer. Before he had time to catch his breath, he heard a piercing electric ringing from the top of his head. Looking up, a man holding a lance with a gathering of pale electric currents was falling at high speed towards him. By the time he realized it, it was too late to escape. He raised his intact left arm to protect the top of his head, and the rock armor on his body quickly gathered in his armor to form a rock shield. The next second, Wenting attacked. The steel lance in his hand, as if it possessed the power of 1,000 pounds, instantly shattered Zhang Changbao's rock shield, exploded his rock helmet, and the steel lance nailed straight from his head into his body. Without even a plea for mercy, the entire person was skewered from top to bottom and nailed to the ground. The man was dead, the rock armor on his body crumbled into tiles and fell to the ground, but the man maintained his standing posture and did not fall. Wenting landed next to him, gasping for air and toning down his hollowed-out body. 1,000 shots, a skill worthy of being used to fight for one's life. In a split second, it had drained all of the Thunder System exotic energy without a single drop left. If it wasn't for his 4-lineage psychic abilities, this wave of Wenting would have had to faint instantly. Just don't bother each other? Even Zhang Changbao himself didn't believe it, so how could Wenting let a level 5 Earth alien who was good at hiding from the ground leave? Wenting didn't think that he would be able to win the next time he met Zhang Changbao, who was in perfect condition. After easing up for a while, he began his reward settlement moment. On the other side, those hunters who were planning to get a piece of the pie watched as the stalagmite that seemed to be blowing outwards like a flower did not move inside, and each of them was dumbfounded. Because of the stalagmite that Zhang Changbao had made, it caused them to not be able to see the scene inside. That Earth Exalt wouldn't be dead. Why hasn't it moved for so long? Is there any wind system? Fly up to the sky and take a look. A group of people bustled around and watched, and finally one who couldn't hold back his curiosity flew up high into the sky and saw the internal view of the towering stalagmite. There was no one there except for Zhang Changbao, who was lying in a pool of blood with his head pierced through like a specimen. Hey, what's the situation inside? Who won? The words were just uttered, and that wind exalt immediately flew towards the middle of that stalagmite, intending to go and drink soup. Son of a, this kid wants to eat alone. Charge. Wait for me. Damn it. A group of people rushed towards the stalagmite in a voluminous, cursing manner. A level 5 alien was dead. For them, the hunters who were short of resources, even if there were no leftover resources, the only ones that were left were still treasures. Wenting's shadow vanished back to Kaohsiung, as if nothing had happened, said in a relaxed tone, "Let's go, just find a quiet place to go and set up camp nearby." Kaohsiung's eyes lit up. "Boss, Zhang Changbao is dead?" Wenting nodded. Seeing Wenting admit it, Kaohsiung was in a great mood, panicked and looked around, rushed into the tent with the best location, copied the long sword in his hand and roared. "My boss said he wants to rest, you guys hurry up and get out." You! The man who had his tendencies dared to speak out in anger when he saw Wen Ting standing behind him. He had seen that man fall sharply into a piercing current and then walk out. What that meant was self-evident. Despite being very reluctant, after seeing Wen Ting, he did not hesitate at all to carry his bag and a few of his teammates who were getting dressed and walk straight out. Wen Ting looked at Cao Sheng slightly speechless. It's not like we don't have a tent. Cao Sheng laughingly ran over to pick up the unconscious Princess Zhang Zijing and explained. Boss, in the Forbidden Zone strength is strong, no one will take it seriously if it's not horizontal. Let's go, ready-made tents. I see there are still a lot of fresh ingredients. Wen Ting looked at the spacious and large tent, and did not object, took the lead and walked in, just lifted the tent and smelled a sour odor. Ooh, this smell. Looking at the beds inside, it was obviously shared by 5 people. Enduring the odor, he walked in and asked Cao Sheng to put Zhang Zijing aside, causing him to pack up and throw out all of these beds that were stained with an unknown liquid. He himself checked out Zhang Zijing. She looks quiet, her features are dignified and 3-dimensional, her appearance is not considered stunning but is definitely a durable beauty. Pressing her middle with one hand, in pain Zhang Zijing jerked up, her face still carrying a fearful uneasiness. She instinctively wanted to attack Wen Ting to ensure her safety, but realizing the difference in her surroundings, her attack stopped and she sighed in relief. It looks like you led me away from Zhang Longbo. Wen Ting pulled out 3 strange-looking, light blue and emerald green roots from his arms and said. Wrong, it's killing Zhang Changbao, it's time for you to pay the reward. He said and shook the emerald green ring on his finger. Well, this is the level 4 magic weapon you mentioned, right? I'll take it for myself first. Zhang Zijing saw the 3 cold pine essence rhizomes and was first stunned, then rushed to raise her hand. The ring she wore on her middle finger was indeed gone. She looked at Wen Ting in surprise. Many thanks to your excellency for saving me, I'll transfer the money to you. In the face of someone who had slaughtered Zhang Changbao with such ease, she didn't dare to make any excessive moves or emotional swings. The perception department's supernatural ability that normally gave her an advantage was of no use in front of him, and she couldn't even capture the other party's scattered and anonymous emotional fluctuations, which made her feel a little frustrated. Wen Ting did not expect Zhang Zijing's movements to be very nimble, and the transfer was very painful. After transferring the account, Zhang Zijing looked at Wen Ting, carefully observing his only exposed pair of eyes as black as ink. Before I tell you the secret of Thunder Mountain, can you tell me why you knocked me out? I was already incapable of escaping at that time, there was absolutely no need to do that, right? Cao Sheng, who was cleaning up the tent, looked over slightly, and was also very curious about this question. Wen Ting hooked up the corner of his mouth. You're a perception system alien, I'm not sure I can keep my secret in front of you, it's as simple as that. Chapter 145 Pure Love Warriors Heartbroken. Zhang Zijing froze slightly upon hearing this frank answer, then revealed a teasing smile. A very frank answer. She looked over at Cao Sheng, who glanced her way from time to time, and then turned her gaze back to Wen Ting. Wen Ting noticed her small movements and was not sure what this woman was playing at, so he reminded her.